You have the ability to replicate everything, but the weight of the replicated items cannot exceed 1 gram. What would you replicate? In the dormitory, looking at your meager phone balance, you sighed. If only I had unlimited money. First tier divine replication system successfully bound. Current system level 1. The host can replicate items weighing no more than 1 gram per day. The host must own the replicated items, and can only replicate 1 gram of items per day. Seems a bit weak, but then you thought, it's not bad to be able to replicate a gram of gold every day. A gram of gold is now worth over 600 in the market. Even if it's discounted by 30% for recycling, it's still over 400. 1 gram a day. 30 grams a month. Over 12,000. It seems the system can still be upgraded, so it's not bad to think about it. You checked the time on your phone. It was only 8 o'clock in the evening. The mall should not have closed yet. You quickly ran downstairs to the dormitory, rode your bike to the nearest jewelry store, and walked in briskly. Hello, miss, I'd like to buy a gram of gold. The sales lady's smile didn't change at all. Sir, the price starts at 700 yuan per gram here. How many grams would you like? It's a bit expensive, but you didn't mind. You knew it would be cheaper online, but online shopping would only arrive tomorrow, and you couldn't wait, not even for a moment. Just give me one. The sales lady smiled and handed you a small gold bead directly. Sir, is this okay? It's fine. Do you offer buyback services? We do. If you buy something from our store, you can bring the purchase receipt and we will buy it back at the market price of gold. What if I don't have these receipts? We will still buy it back at the market price, but with a 5% loss fee. However, your gold must have a legal source. What about my family heirlooms? If there are no certificates, the price will naturally be lower. Thank you, miss. I'll come find you next time. The beautiful saleswoman, seeing that you knew so much, thought you must have a business need. Sir, you can add me on WeChat first, so you can contact me in advance if you need anything. The store manager is my uncle, and he can offer you a better price. You became interested as soon as you heard it, exchanged WeChat contacts with each other. And then you knew that the beautiful woman in front of you was named Liu. After settling the bill, Liu directly escorted you out. Fan Ge, make sure to look for me next time. I will definitely give you a good price. You waved your hand, nodded, then rode your electric bike and quickly found a place with no one around. You took out the gold in your hand and silently said copy in your heart. In an instant, an identical small golden bead appeared in your hand. You carefully weighed it, and the two were exactly the same. However, the copied small golden bead displayed can be returned to the system space on it. With a thought, the golden bead in your hand disappeared instantly. However, the one you originally bought couldn't do that. I guess this system space can only store items generated by the system. You have extracted and returned many times, only then suppressed the excitement in your heart. Put the newly bought small gold beads in the jewelry box, and rode your own small electric car back to school. In the dormitory, 3 roommates are playing King of Glory. While you are thinking, is there anything with a higher cost-performance ratio than gold? You sat directly at your own desk, turned on the computer, and searched online. There are indeed many precious metals with unit prices higher than gold. But if these things were really replicated, you wouldn't have a place to sell them. In addition, many things are controlled. You curiously searched for the weight of a 100 yuan banknote, 1.15 grams, which is beyond your capabilities. Of course, even if you could replicate it, you wouldn't replicate this thing, as it has no cost-effectiveness. 1 gram of gold can be sold for over 400, while a 1.15 gram banknote is only 100. Of course, banknotes from other countries may have a higher cost-effectiveness, but the risk is too high. Remember, you are an honest person. Is there nothing else besides gold that has replicable value? You were unwilling to accept it, so you turned to a few roommates and asked, guys, do you know what is light in weight but very expensive? Gold. A gram of gold costs over 600, Jolin said with a smile. Besides gold, is there anything else? You continued to ask. The 3 of them lowered their heads and thought carefully. Suddenly, Yuba said excitedly, Fan Ge, I know, but I said, you have to treat me to a big meal. You glanced at Yuba and pretended to be casual. I was just asking casually, and you're trying to extort a big meal from me. Do you think this information is worth it? Yuba smiled awkwardly. Then you treat me to the cafeteria tomorrow. Pick any $3 drink. Zhang Fan said disdainfully. Yuba didn't hesitate either, making a profit from the $3 drink. Then I want a Pepsi. Okay, go ahead. It must be stamps. My grandfather has collected many stamps, the most expensive of which is the Genshin Year Monkey stamp, now worth 10,000. My grandfather even said there is a stamp worth tens of millions. You can search online, Yuba said with a smile, his eyes full of excitement. You started searching on the computer. Don't look. Don't know. Once you look, You'll be shocked. The highest price of a stamp really reached over 10 million, which I can't afford to buy myself, and I can't even temporarily copy it. I guess it's difficult to find collectors. This small red piece is not bad. Printed more than 50 years ago. Only sold for a few days and then repurchased. Only 5 to 600 in circulation on the market. Those with postmarks can go for 1 to 200,000. Those without postmarks and in better condition. The transaction price was 890,000 in the past few years. However, this is also quite difficult to deal with. The year of the monkey stamp issued in 1980 is quite common in circulation. It has been over 40 years since its release, and the market price for one ranges from 800 to 12,000. With some stamped ones priced at 2 to 3,000. This year of the monkey stamp is considered one of the most well-known in the market. There are also some cheaper ones that you haven't looked at carefully. You stood up and walked to Yuba, saying with a pleasing face, "Bo, can you take me to see the stamps collected by your grandfather?" Yuba looked up at you and smirked. He, it's been a while since I had barbecue. You gritted your teeth. Okay, I happen to be a little hungry now, so let's go. Joe Lin and Joe Haitao also looked at you with a smile. Fan. We are also a bit hungry. They knew that you had been making money recently by delivering takeout, so they didn't mind this meal. You gritted your teeth. Let's go together. The sooner we go, the sooner we eat. After paying the bill, the four of you walked towards the campus together. The next day, you followed Yuba to Grandpa's house. Grandpa and Grandma knew that Yuba was coming, and they had been waiting in the yard for a long time. You didn't go empty-handed either, spending 1 or 200 yuan to buy some fruits and milk, and started the usual polite conversation. And Yubo on the side immediately said anxiously, "Grandpa, don't you have a monkey ticket? Let me see it." "Go ahead. First look at the monkey ticket." The old man happily flipped to the last page. You look and can't tell the truth from the fake. "But I heard the old man say that this one monkey ticket is 100% real and so many people want to buy it from him." But the old man refused them all. "It's its own trophy. It's a tool for your own bragging rights. I bought it over 500 back in the day and now it can go up to 12,000. Next, the old man flipped from back to front, explaining one by one how he had acquired these stamps, how much they cost, and how much money he had made. However, Zhang Fan no longer cared to listen. He only wanted to get this monkey ticket, but asked directly. The old man would certainly not want to. After thinking for a long time, Zhang Fan finally came up with a solution. "Bo, come out here for a second." Bo didn't know what Zhang Fan was up to, but still followed him out. Chapter 5 Copy Completion. Van, what's wrong? Zhang Fan hesitated for a moment. "Brother Bo, I want to discuss with you. Can I ask your grandfather to sell this stamp to me?" Bo shook his head decisively. No. This is the old man's treasure. Bo, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Listen to me in detail. You first ask your grandfather to borrow it and say that you want to use it for 2 days. I'm sure your grandfather won't refuse. Zhang Fan said confidently. Bo nodded. If you use it for 2 days, it's definitely fine. When the time comes, you'll sell it to me first and I'll give you 13,000. Then I'll use it up and sell it back to you and you'll give me my money back. Brother Fan, are you out of your mind? Why don't I just lend it to you? What's all this talk about money? Bo asked with a puzzled face. You don't care. It has to work that way. All right then, but you must promise me no mistakes. Don't worry, it will be used for a day at most, and then it will be returned to you. Wherever you want to eat at that time, take your pick. Zhang Fan patted his chest and guaranteed. Forget it, we'll talk about it after it's done. Just don't worry, absolutely no problem. I'll transfer the money to you first. Zhang Fan said and transferred $13,000 to Bo. That's almost all one has. Okay, in a while you guys will go back first. I'll talk to the old man. Zhang Fan clasped his fists. Thanks, brother. Together, the two of them went back into the courtyard. After sitting for a while longer, Zhang Fan's few people proposed to take their leave. The old master and old lady politely stayed for a while, then sent the three out together. After Zhang Fan and Zhou Haitao returned to school, Zhou Haitao went to find his girlfriend, Li Xiaofei. Zhou Lin also went to his girlfriend. Zhang Fan was left alone. Zhang Fan thought about it and decided to take care of his resignation in the afternoon. I'm sure I won't be delivering anymore anyway. Even if you can't get this stamp aftermath back, you've got a gram of gold a day to beat. Zhang Fan rode his own little electric donkey and quickly drove towards the takeout station where he delivered the takeout. The station manager retained Zhang Fan for a while, but Zhang Fan said he had found a new job. The station manager stopped staying. There are many such cases. The separation process was completed quickly. Zhang Fan rode the small electric donkey again and returned to the dormitory. On the way to school, Zhang Fan saw Su Sisi again. Her long hair was up in a high bun and she wore a decent work outfit. Zhang Fan recognized it at a glance. Think about it, Su Sisi thinking about going to the Provincial Hall of Civil Servants. But Jiangcheng is what the meeting, which means that Su Sisi is still working in Jiangcheng. Zhang Fan rode the small electric donkey and stopped until Su Sisi was far away. Then he slowly rode the small electric donkey and arrived downstairs at the restaurant. A message was sent out to the dorm group that several people were not coming back for dinner. Zhang Fan went to the cafeteria alone and bought a serving of rice, a meat dish and 2 vegetables. After eating, he quietly returned to the dormitory. I don't know if Yubao went well this time. Zhang Fan was so nervous that he wasn't even in the mood to read a novel. In order to kill time, Zhang Fan opened King and played 5 or 6 games in a row. And when his cell phone ran out of power, he opened his computer and played a few league games. Suddenly, Zhang Fan heard Yubo's voice. Brother Fan, I'm back. Yubo had an excited look on his face, and Zhang Fan knew that it was done. So to Yubo, he said, Bo, where are the stamps? How do you know I got it back? Nonsense. By the excitement on your face, it must have worked out. With a look of sudden realization, Yubo solemnly took out a small Chinese dictionary from his own backpack and handed it to Zhang Fan. Brother Fan, it's in there. Zhang Fan couldn't wait to pick it up, flipped open the Chinese dictionary and found the stamps inside straight away. It's also wrapped in a small paper bag, which is quite thoughtful. Brother Fan, make sure you don't have any problems, Yubo said with a solemn face. Zhang Fan gave Yubo a blank look. We've been in the same class for 4 years. You still don't trust me? Yubo smiled sarcastically. Isn't this too important? To say more than $10,000 is nothing. But this is the old man's trophy. If I really lose it, I'm afraid that the old man will get angry out of some high blood pressure or something. Just rest assured, Zhang Fan said, carefully unwrapping the paper bag and taking out the Gongxin Year monkey ticket. A mental note, copy. An identical stamp quickly appeared in the system space, and it showed that it could be copied 9 more times. Zhang Fan was ecstatic in his heart, and only then did he think of what the system had said before, that the total weight of items that could be copied per day was 1 gram. This little monkey stamp must be less than a gram. After all, it's only 15 grams for a $100 bill. Zhang Fan made 9 more consecutive copies, and 10 identical monkey stamps appeared in the system space. Right, I'm going out for a bit. I'll be back in half an hour and I'll give it back to you, Zhang Fan said, picking up the monkey ticket, putting it into the paper bag, and then clipping it back inside the dictionary. Then again, put it in his shoulder bag. Pick up your shoulder bag and go. Aha, you must be careful, Yubo reminded again. Zhang Fan waved his hand. Just don't worry. Zhang Fan looked at his watch. It was already 9 o'clock at this moment. The study hall is still open. Zhang Fan carried his bag and went to the study room. In the study room, Zhang Fan, on top of the idle fish, posted a few photos of the Gongxin Yen monkey ticket and hung a price of 11,000. Then it was time to start reading the novel. After mixing enough for half an hour, Zhang Fan then carried his bag back. In fact, Zhang Fan could have not come out at all, but it did seem a bit unreasonable to give it back to Yuba after just taking the stamp and looking at it himself. Aftermath might think he's playing him. After all, one couldn't tell him that he had a godly copying system. It's better to keep this kind of thing secret and low-key. On the way, Zhang Fan went to the supermarket to buy some snacks and drinks, returned to the dormitory, and first gave that stamp to Yubo. Yubo examined it and was instantly relieved to see that the stamp was intact. He also didn't ask Zhang Fan what he did with this stamp. Thanks, Bo, you can have all these snacks and drinks and whatever big meal you want. Whatever, then I won't be polite to you, Yubo said. First opened a bottle of drink and took a sip. Right, why don't we both go eat big fish? It's been a long time since I ate it. I'm a bit tempted. Big fish teppanyaki, a very unique teppanyaki in Jiangcheng. Zhang Fan had once gone to eat with Su Sisi and it was really good. 210 a pop is really pricey for a student, but for my current self, so easy. Zhang Fan nodded. Okay, then I'll tell them both that we're going to eat big fish tomorrow. And ask them if they're going. Brother Lin shouldn't have much money, right? Zhang Fan said with a worried face. Chapter 6 Successful Closing. $180. 000 a day. It wasn't that Zhang Fan was unwilling to invite Zhou Lin to dinner. Rather, he was afraid of putting too much pressure on Zhou Lin. After all, if he invited himself, Zhou Lin would surely invite him back. Yubo smiled sarcastically. Forget it then, let's both go eat. Aha, by the way, I'll pay you back for this first, Yubo said, took out his cell phone and sent the $13,000 he received from Zhang Fan. The two of them chatted a few more times, and Zhang Fan took out his cell phone, wanting to see if there was anyone asking for the price of the monkey stamps he had listed on Idlefish. As soon as I opened the software, I was surprised to see several people sending private messages to myself below. Zhang Fan clicked to look at them one by one, and there were two local ones that wanted to meet and then trade. Zhang Fan sent a message to both of them, and they quickly replied, making an appointment to meet tomorrow morning at the AI Xing Coffee at the entrance of the People's Park in Zhangchang, one at 9:30 a.m., and the other at 11 a.m. There were a few others from out of town that said they could meet and trade, but it would take time and they would need to discount themselves a little more. Zhang Fan didn't even refuse, stating that as long as he came, he had tickets and the price was negotiable. Of course, there are also direct orders. A look at the order is out of town. Zhang Fan did not hesitate to cancel the order. It's too deep a water to grasp on your own. Next, Zhang Fan didn't put the goods on the shelves again either. The next morning, after Zhang Fan finished his meal, he rode a small electric donkey to the cafe in front of the People's Park in Zhangcheng. On the way, changed the battery on my little donkey. I ordered my own battery on-demand package, which expires in a few days. You won't need this package when the time comes, but this battery car, Zhang Fan had no intention of selling it. Traffic is more congested in big cities, so it's still easier to ride a small electric donkey. Before graduation, you can get help from the resident director to recharge your batteries. When I graduate and rent my own house, I will look for a neighborhood where I can charge my electric car. The cafe wasn't open yet, though the tables, chairs and benches at the entrance hadn't been removed. Zhang Fan found a seat and sat down. The first customer came in at 9:25. It was an older man in his 50s, dressed in a tracksuit that just looked more casual. Since Zhang Fan was the only one in front of the cafe, the older man walked straight over and sat down. Young man, is it you who wants to buy a monkey ticket? Zhang Fan nodded. Yes, it's me. Show me your ticket. Zhang Fan took out the 10 prepared stamps from his backpack and handed them to the uncle in front of him. Of course, Zhang Fan now had 20 stamps, and today he copied 10 more. The uncle took the stamps and carefully surveyed them for half a day, confirming in his mind that the 10 stamps were all genuine. Boy, if you can give me a solid price, I'll buy them all. Zhang Fan was delighted in his heart, but didn't show it. Uncle, how much do you think is appropriate? Uncle pretended to look sincere. I'll be honest with you. I'm a ticket seller, specializing in this area. The current market transaction price is 12,000. You hang 11,000 is indeed cheap, but this stuff, you need to meet to confirm the authenticity, so it's not a very good sale. $800 a piece. I'll take it all. You don't have to bother anymore. Zhang Fan was very happy in his heart. This price was very satisfactory, but holding the idea of having a rabbit without a rabbit to snuggle with, Zhang Fan pretended to look very helpless. Your price is too low. I'll let you have another $110,000 a piece. It can't be any lower. Otherwise my grandfather will go back and scold me to death. The uncle looked unhappy. No, I'm not making much at all at your price. I'll raise you another 500. 8,500. I still have 70 or 80 stamps like this at home, and for $10,000, I'll sell them all to you. As soon as the uncle heard that Zhang Fan still had 70 to 80 sheets, he instantly became excited. 900. You really can't have more. Okay then, deal. The uncle also nodded and took out his cell phone, transferring 90,000 to Zhang Fan. Then the two signed a simple agreement that the money and goods were clear. Only then did Zhang Fan realize that the uncle across the street was namely. By the way, Fan, when will you get your 70 or 80 tickets? Zhang Fan calculated that 10 sheets per day, 80 sheets would take 8 more days. However, there may still be out-of-town customers in the next couple of days. Let's tentatively set it for 2 weeks from today. By the way, let's add a contact information first, and then we'll contact each other specifically at that time. By the way, my grandfather wants to collect a small piece of red. Do you have a way? Uncle Lee thought about it. This stuff is too hard to touch. I've been a ticket seller for over 20 years and I've only seen it once. Let me keep an eye out for you. Thanks, Uncle Lee. I'll contact you when I get the stamps when I get back. Aha, well, I'll be off then. I've got to get these things exchanged for money in a hurry. Don't forget me for the rest of the stamps. Aha, just relax. Uncle Lee rode off on his electric bike. Zhang Fan sat there for a while longer before the cafe finally opened its doors. Zhang Fan was too embarrassed to sit for nothing, so he ordered a cup of Yangji Ganlu and drank it while waiting for the next customer. There are still 10 stamps left. Gotta keep one for future duplication. That is, at most, only 9 can be sold, and I don't know how many the next customer is going to buy. At 11 o'clock, another client arrived on time. It's the 3 oldest. Not surprisingly, these days it's only people of a certain age who are into stamp collecting. Young man, is that you selling stamps? Zhang Fan nodded, and the 3 bosses sat down in turn. Boy, hurry up and get your stamps out for us to see. Zhang Fan smiled and took out 9 stamps from his bag. What's with the 9 sheets? Isn't it 10? An older man asked with a disgruntled face. Sold one just now. Zhang Fan explained with a smile. Oh who? Old Lin. I think it's true. One Moncler outlet store looked to the other Moncler outlet store beside him. The grandfather called Lao Lin also nodded. I think it's also true. Lao Lu. What do you think? Old Lu nodded. I think it's true too. The 3 of them glanced at each other and turned their heads to Zhang Fan. Little brother. We'll buy all 9 stamps. Can we get them cheaper? At first glance, these 3 guys just don't have much experience. Normal must ask. How much cheaper can you give us? However, Zhang Fan didn't know much about it. Seeing that you guys are so sincere, let's give you 100 cheaper. $10,000 apiece. Can't it be cheaper? The grandpa named Lao Lu continued to ask. It really can't be cheaper. The market price is 12,000. I'm cheaper by 200 here. Zhang Fan pretended to be aggrieved. Old Lin and the 3 of them looked at each other and nodded. Alright then, 10,000 is 10,000. 3 for each of us. The 3 transferred money to Zhang Fan. Then one person took away 3 stamps. Chapter 7, Zhang Yueying. At the end of the day, Zhang Fan suddenly spoke. 3 gentlemen, let's add a contact information. In case I have other tickets in the future, we can get in touch with each other again. The 3 old men didn't refuse. And they all scanned Zhang Fan's WeChat. By the way, do you have any of the small red stamps? My grandfather wants to collect one? Zhang Fan asked tentatively. Your grandfather is thinking about fart eating, and all 3 of us want to collect one too. Grandpa Lu nonchalantly disliked back. The other 2 Moncler outlet online followed suit and laughed. Zhang Fan smiled sarcastically. This elderly was quite hot-tempered, so it seemed that he had asked the wrong person. Not surprisingly, this stuff, it's so rare. As for the rarer blockbuster red, Zhang Fan didn't even dare to ask. After all, that just wasn't in public circulation. The public auction one, where it came from, is well known to many. If you really buy one for yourself and make a copy, you wouldn't dare sell it yourself. Zhang Fan ran through it and sold a total of 180,000 today. Not bad, not bad. Take out your cell phone and call you Bo, why don't we go eat a big fish for lunch? In the evening, I'm going back to my grandfather's early in the morning with that stamp. It just so happens that my aunt is here, so I won't go back for lunch. Alright, then, it's night. After Zhang Fan finished speaking, he hung up the phone, returning to the school and simply having a couple of bites of rice. Zhang Fan again sent messages to the several out-of-town clients who had left messages before. In turn, they actually wanted to come earlier. Nay, Zhang Fan couldn't change that many stamps. Scheduling up. There is one tomorrow afternoon and one the day after and the day after that. Sincerity was all very high, and Zhang Fan all promised them that there were stamps and that they were absolutely real. Zhang Fan did some more calculations. These 3 customers, if all of them were taken care of, it would be 30 tickets, which would almost sell for 270,000, plus the 80 tickets that he talked to Uncle Lee about. At 900 each, it would be 720,000 at that time. At that time, he should have 27 million in his hand. Once these deals are done, it'll be a little quieter for a while. Zhongcheng can't afford to ship anymore or this fare will surely be smashed down on its own. Some of the other big cities, though, are something to consider. At $1, 27 million. It seems like a lot, but it's still a little short of what you'd need to buy a nice house in River City. Zhang Fan thought about it and decided to buy a car first. Although you don't have that kind of money at the moment, you can take a look at the car buying software first. It's nice to have a first car of your own that can keep the wind and rain out. There's no need to buy anything too expensive. Trams, not at all in Zhang Fan's consideration. After all, the trolley isn't very convenient when you come for a drive around the neighborhood later. The other thing is that some neighborhoods in River City strictly prohibit trolleys from going into underground garages. When you have the money to buy a villa yourself later, then you can consider buying a tram. After looking at half a day, Zhang Fan still decided to buy a domestic H9. It's not expensive. It's only $230,000, 7 seats, and the rear seats can also be lowered. When the time comes to take the girls out, it's fun to think about it. After masturbating for a while, Zhang Fan quickly came back to his senses. He didn't have a date yet. As for Su Cece, Zhang Fan didn't have any particular desire to chase back. After all, if he didn't have the system himself, the two might have been lost forever. Maybe Su Cece had once loved herself, but she certainly didn't now. At least not with nothing to lose. However, thinking about it, if Su Cece took up with someone else, Zhang Fan would not feel comfortable in his heart. Then be a scumbag. Putting these thoughts aside, Zhang Fan opened his notebook and organized his paper according to his tutor's requirements, changing the format. Once completed, it was emailed to their mentor. After finishing, Zhang Fan suddenly felt that his cell phone and laptop were not worthy of him. The phone was bought 4 years ago and is more or less lagging. However, parents make money are harder. Plus Zhang Fan and Su Cici dating, spending more. So Zhang Fan never saved money to change the phone. Last year, Zhang Fan's parents said that they wanted to change Zhang Fan's cell phone, but Zhang Fan refused. Zhang Fan's parents are both farmers, also both 50 years old. It is true that it is not easy to earn money, but it is not considered poor. His own family's 6 acres of land. Zhang Fan's parents are used to plant cash crops, like what wheat, corn, such grain, never planted. Plus the market has been good over the years, netting over $30,000 every year, except for food and drink. Last year it even netted over $60,000. Their own annual tuition, accommodation and living expenses add up to about $15,000, which means that Zhang Fan's parents are able to save more than $10,000 every year. The garlic market is even worse this year. 6 acres of garlic, it is said, will fetch $50,000. Take out the cost of pesticides, fertilizers, plowing, watering, and labor, and you can get $40,000 too. Zhang Fan knew that the money his parents earned was hard-earned money, so Zhang Fan had never dared to waste it. Most of the money spent on dating Su Cici was earned from his own part-time job on weekends. Of course, Su Sith took a part of it, and it was a pretty big part. Su Cici is a better student and gets a scholarship every year. Plus her parents are both in the system and give Su Cici more money for living expenses. $100 a month for myself and $200 a month for Su Cici. Zhang Fan decided that he would get a new cell phone and then a tablet. As for the laptop, after thinking about it, it doesn't seem too necessary. If I wasn't doing my thesis, the laptop would hardly be used. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan immediately got up and rode his little electric donkey to the nearby mall again. Zhang Fan's budget wasn't high, around 300. Cell phone this thing, receive a call to read a novel on the internet on the line. There is no need to buy too expensive. The main reason was that Zhang Fan felt that he wasn't rich enough. If there were a few small goals in the card, it would definitely only be expensive. Not right. However, after looking around, Zhang Fan pulled up his budget and spent almost 500, buying a domestic cell phone. No way. Still too young to be fooled by a salesman. For flat panels, definitely get the Pingo. Zhou Haitao and Yubo both bought Pingwa's tablet, 8 inches, and it's really comfortable to play games. After buying the cell phone and tablet, Zhang Fan carried the bag to leave. Suddenly, Zhang Fan heard the voice of an acquaintance. Looking up, it was really his class president Sun Lei. He was followed by a long-haired girl with a wow body and a cute face. Brother Lei, who is this? Asked Zhang Fan with a bad smile on his face. Sun Lei smiled at Zhang Fan. My cousin, Jiang Yueying, is a sophomore at Zhang University. Jiang Yueying waved her hand at Zhang Fan. Cousin, this is your classmate? Aha, Zhang Fan from our class. Oh, looks a little handsome. Handsome. Are you seeing anyone? Chapter 8, the two of us chatting. Zhang Fan immediately replied. No, what about you? I don't have one either. Let's add a friend. Jiang Yueying said with a smile. Yeah. Sun Lei's face instantly darkened. Get lost. Isn't Su Cici your date? Don't mess with my cousin. Split up. I split up with Su Cici. Many people know about it. Zhang Fan said with a cheap smile on his face. Really? You guys have been talking for 3 years. Why did you suddenly break up? Sun Lei said with a face of disbelief. Is there some kind of story? Jiang Yueying also looked at Zhang Fan with a melon-eating expression. Su Cici is going to be a civil servant in the provincial office. You know. Sun Lei nodded. Aha. Zhang Fan sighed. The first sword on the shore. First cut the person of interest. So you get it. You poor little brother. Zhang Fan felt a bit teary. However, quite cute. Should I add a WeChat then? Fine. You scan me. Jiang Yueying said, pulling up the QR code. Zhang Fan took out his cell phone, quickly scanned it, and added it. Sun Lei was furious and glared viciously at Zhang Fan. By brother Lei, by sister Yuing, contact us online. Zhang Fan finished and hurriedly ran out. Zhang Fan was afraid that if he left a little later, Sun Lei would probably be on his way. Seeing Zhang Fan disappearing, Sun Lei immediately looked at Jiang Yueying. Cousin, this Zhang Fan, his family is from the rural areas of Yunnan and has no money. Also, it's definitely not just because his date broke up with him because his date got into the civil service. Oh, cousin, you're saying that because you think I'll fall in love with him? Jiang Yueying asked with a mischievous face. Sun Lei immediately understood that this cousin of his was not an ordinary person either. Zhang Fan isn't easy either. Don't play games with him. Don't worry, cousin. I will grasp the scale, Zhang Yueying said with a smile. Sun Lei was a bit disbelieving, but he didn't say anything else. Come on, let's hurry up and get the drone. And after that, I have to hurry back to school. Sun Lei nodded and followed Zhang Yueying into the store selling drones next door. Zhang Fan returned to the dormitory and excitedly took out his cell phone card and replaced it inside his newly purchased cell phone, then downloaded some commonly used software. Then, set up the tablet and downloaded a couple of games that I play often. After a few plays, it really is much better than my own crappy cell phone. Zhang Fan sent a few messages to Zhang Yueying, but Zhang Yueying didn't reply. Figuring that he might be busy, Zhang Fan didn't care. However, class president Sun Lei suddenly came over and said to Zhang Fan with a solemn face, Zhang Fan, my cousin is a person who likes to tease people. If she really offends you in the future, please, for my sake, don't get on his bad side. No way, class president. Your cousin's pretty cute. Ha, that's all there is to say. So be good. After Sun Lei finished speaking, he left. Zhang Fan thought about it for a while and didn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. Whatever, it's forgivable for such a pretty girl to really tease herself. Hey, at 5 p.m., Yuba called. Van, don't forget the big fish of the night. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. Shall we meet at Big Fish or at the school? Walleye Bar. 6:30. Oh no, okay, 6:30 then. In the evening, Zhang Fan planned to have some wine, so he wouldn't ride his little electric donkey. However, this point was rush hour and a taxi was too congested, so Zhang Fan rode a shared bike and arrived in more than 20 minutes. By the time we reached the door of the Big Fish, the aftermath had arrived. The two entered the store and found a quiet spot to sit. Verify the QR code of the group buy and order food. Everything at Big Fish has an expensive price tag, but it's all included in the Groupon ticket. The two of them messed around with a large order and the waiter went to get ready. The two of them were then free to talk. Brother Fan, I'm so envious of you guys. Being able to venture outside, Yubo said with an envious face. Zhang Fan was instantly speechless. This dog can't speak human language. I still envy you. Your family arranged a job for you before you graduated. Not just me. I guess Jolin envies you too, Zhang Fan said without any humor. By the way, your wedding room, it should have been ready a long time ago too. Yubo smiled sarcastically. Aha, bought it 10 years ago. At that time, the price of housing was cheap. Only 10,000 out. Now although the price has dropped, in that area, should also be able to sell 70,000 or 80,000. 180 square feet, 4 rooms, 2 halls, 2 baths. The only thing left to do is to renovate it. My parents said, the decoration is not in a hurry. When the time comes for me to decide with my partner, they pay for it. Dog Dado. Zhang Fan cursed with an angry face. Lin and I, under normal circumstances struggling for our entire lives, probably couldn't afford this bridal suite of yours. How can you? I'm sure Lin and you will be able to afford it in a few years. Zhang Fan glared at Yubo, who shrunk back a bit. Actually, my family doesn't have much money. It's mainly because we bought the house early. Otherwise with the current property prices, our family would have bought a set in the suburbs at most. Yubo was also telling the truth. Their family, though, has surpassed 99% of the families in Zhangcheng. Fortunately, one has a system. How come I don't even have a date? There are 4 of us in the dormitory. Lin has a date. Haitao has a date. You had a date before, so why don't I have a date? This was a question that Yubo had asked several people several times. Zhang Fan, the 3 of them knew that Yubo, this person, was a good person, but his emotional intelligence was slightly poor, plus a bit of a wimp to take the initiative to go after a girl. He's also average looking, and the girls in his class don't know about his family's condition, so no one will go after him on their own accord. Don't be in a hurry to find a date. Your mom and dad have it in their hearts. Besides, in your condition, go to the People's Park's dating corner and pick any object you want. Zhang Fan comforted. Really? I don't read much. Don't lie to me? Yubo didn't believe it in the slightest. Why don't I take you to see it tomorrow? Zhang Fan smiled and flirted. Yeah, I always knew there was a dating corner over there, but I've never been. Tomorrow we'll go and meet them, Yubo said with an excited face. Aha, trust me. You'll see when the time comes. You're definitely way ahead of the game with this offer. Aha. The two of them chatted for a while longer, and the things they had ordered earlier were served one by one. It's delicate and the portion is small, but you can't beat the quantity. A fine assortment of dishes was served and the two had a great time. Had some sake too. The flavor of the sake was relatively light, and before they knew it, both of them were more or less drunk. Fortunately, Zhang Fan was still relatively conscious. and hurriedly pulled the drunken Yubo, and took a taxi back to school together. Chapter 9, Taking Yubo to the Matchmaking Corner. Jiang Yuing returns the message. Day 2 started early, just in time for the weekend. Zhou Haitao didn't even come back to stay last night. Chou Lin, on the other hand, is off looking for a girlfriend. Zhang Fan and Yubo got up and washed up, and after eating, they rode a shared bicycle together and went to the dating corner in the park. It was a beautiful sunny day. The park has been crowded for a long time. Everywhere there are older men and women who are helping their daughters or sons to open up a date. Brother Fan, how about this one? 22 years old, height 1 meter 65, 105 pounds, Jiangcheng local, requires that the male partner be 22 years old or older. Jiangcheng local, has a house and a car, and his parents have a pension. I meet all these conditions. Look at her picture. She looks pretty good. Zhang Fan was speechless. Big brother, this must be used by marriage brokers to cheat people. These are not reliable. No way? Try it if you don't believe me. You'll definitely be made to pay. Follow me, Zhang Fan said, pulling Yubo forward. Soon, Zhang Fan found a good one, so he went up and asked, Auntie, this classmate of mine, a senior at Jiangcheng Construction University, will graduate in a month or so, and his family is local to Jiangcheng. There is a 180 square feet school district house as a wedding house. No loan. Both parents are in the system, and they don't live with their parents after they get married. How do you see him? The big mom glanced at Yubo beside Zhang Fan. Not bad, tall and big, not very handsome but not ugly either. The condition is also good. Right. Young man, where is your family's school district house? Yubo then reacted and hurriedly said, in Jiangcheng district, Jiangcheng Experimental School and Jiangcheng First Middle School. Auntie's eyes were brighter. Auntie was a local. She knew that Jiangcheng district was right in the center of Jiangcheng city. Jiangcheng No. 1 middle school and Jiangcheng Experimental School. Both were the best schools in Jiangcheng city. Young man, let's both add a WeChat. In a moment I'll push my daughter's WeChat to you. You guys talk. As you can see, my girl is a graduate student of Jiangcheng University. This year's first year of study. There are many people chasing after her. If not for me watching closely, I would have already had an object. Yubo heard. Instantly also came to interest. Directly find out the QR code. Let the big mom scan WeChat. Thank you, Auntie. Then we'll leave first, Zhang Fan said, while the big mom waved her hand and pulled Yubo away. Yubo was a bit puzzled, but he still waved his hand at the big mom and followed Zhang Fan. Van, why don't we get a few more? Zhang Fan gave Yubo a blank look. I just brought you here to see the market. You found out. Jiangcheng locals, parents are in the system, have a house and a car. Isn't it almost passable? Yubo nodded his head in a hurry. Aha! When you graduate and go to work, you'll realize that you're in demand for this condition. You're looking for a date here. It's just a sea of gold. A pure waste of time. Why? These parents have glorified their children's conditions, especially their looks. Don't look at her saying that her own girl looks beautiful. When the time comes to really meet, it's probably ugly, Zhang Fan said with a speechless face. Oh, so that's it. If that older woman just now pushed her daughter on you, go meet her. If you think it's a good fit, talk about it. If not, forget it. Yubo nodded, unable to hide the excitement on his face. Aha, let's go. I'll buy you some milk tea. Zhang Fan smiled and followed Yubo out. The two found a milk tea store and sat down. Van, you're amazing. When did you know about this stuff? When I was delivering takeout earlier. I heard a big brother chat a few times. Those who can get to this are in a special hurry. However, those who don't have some material foundation, it's best not to go. Zhang Fan laughed at himself. Yubo also shared the same feeling. Also, I see that a lot of women require the South to have a house and a car. Those who don't require it almost always want the man to join the family. Men are hard, Zhang Fan said, revealing a bitter smile. Ha ha, go for it, Fan. I'm sure a house and car are no big deal to you. Ha ha, that's a must. After drinking milk tea, the two of them rode a shared bicycle together, back to the school. When he returned to the dormitory, Yubo said with an excited look on his face, Brother Fan, that girl from Auntie just now added me. Ha ha, there's no need to chat so much. Ask her to meet you first. If you see eye to eye, then we can continue to chat further. Aha! After Yubo finished speaking, he stopped talking, presumably busy replying to messages. Zhang Fan also received a message from Zhang Yueying. Zhang Yueying, Brother Zhang Fan, sorry to return your message only now. I bought the drone with my cousin yesterday, and I've been working on it last night, and just now I went to take some more pictures, and I've just taken the time to do so. Zhang Fan, it's okay. When you're free, you can make a dinner date or a date to hang out together. Zhang Yueying, yeah, if I'm not busy in the next couple days, I'll come to your school to play with you. Zhang Fan, yeah. Zhang Yueying, then. Brother Zhang Fan, you should be busy first. I still have some things to do here. I'll talk to you when I come back. 88. Zhang Fan, smile. JPG. Zhang Fan put down his cell phone and suddenly remembered that he hadn't copied the stamps today. A customer was coming over this afternoon, so he hurriedly copied 10 sheets. After finishing, Zhang Fan then took out his newly bought tablet and went online. Fan, you bought a new tablet? Yu Bo suddenly asked. You're too observant. I met with you last night with a new cell phone, and I went out today too, Zhang Fan said without any good humor. Oh, hadn't really noticed. Has Brother Fan gotten rich recently? Yu Bo asked with an excited face. Getting rich is nothing but a small fortune that I made before. I made more than $10,000 delivering takeouts before. Aftermath was a little disappointed. Oh, right, Brother Fan, we'll graduate in a month or so. By then you'll have to go out and rent a room. It's usually a deposit of 1 to 3, plus half a month's agency fee, so it's probably quite a lot of money again. You'll have to get ready early. Just don't worry. I've been ready for this for a long time. Oh, that's good. But your job hasn't been settled until now. You need to hurry up, Yu Bo said with a concerned face. Zhang Fan smiled at the punch. Don't worry. I know what's in my heart. Although he said so on his lips, Zhang Fan was still a bit worried in his heart. It's not convenient to tell outsiders that you sell stamps to make money, so one still has to have a proper job. But going to work is definitely not something you want to do on your own. Having failed so many interviews, Zhang Fan resisted going for another interview from the bottom of his heart. Zhang Fan considered for a long time and finally came up with a solution. Self-media. Engage in self-media. A website where you reward yourself and the platform doesn't deduct any money. Chapter 10 Zhang Yueying looking for Zhang Fan. Pay a little tax. As long as the reward doesn't exceed $100. 000. Any tax paid is refundable. Anyway, for now, let's do this first. And then we'll figure out how to start a company later when we have more money in our cards and the system has been upgraded. At 2:30 p.m. Zhang Fan set off again on his own little electric donkey. And there was another client today. Meet the client at 3 p.m. On time. The client is from Mordor. Surnamed Lu. A 50-year-old uncle with a very smooth look. Zhang Fan had an inference in his mind that the odds were that it was another stamp broker. The two exchanged ideas and eventually sold 10 stamps for $8. 800. The two of them added friends. Zhang Fan hung on to the excuse that he still had stamps in his hands, and Uncle Lu promised to help Zhang Fan find some other expensive stamps. Magic City is a metropolis after all, with lots of rich people and lots of good things. This was the reason why Zhang Fan was cheaper by another $200. Day 2 and 3 also went well, with both clients closing for $900. At this time, Zhang Fan's card deposit also reached 450,000 yuan. However, Zhang Fan could not spend this money for the time being. After all, these students around, especially these few in the dormitory, know the ropes. They would definitely be suspicious if they took out so much money themselves all at once. In past years, diplomas have been issued on June 30th, and this year is similar. There's still over a month to go, and it's going by quickly. In the next few days, Zhang Fan lived a comfortable life, eating, drinking and playing games every day, and the time passed quickly. Ding! The system has been upgraded. The host can cumulatively copy items with a weight of 10 grams per day. Reward the host with a chance to copy another person's item with a weight of no more than 1 gram. Holy, the system has been upgraded? Zhang Fan did some math and today was the 10th day of obtaining the system. The system was upgraded pretty quickly, and it's so strong that it can replicate 10 times more weight than before. Will you be able to replicate 100-gram items next time? Cowhide. As for the opportunity to copy other people's items, it's even better. It doesn't weigh more than a gram, and even though it's only once, it's an added bonus. It's very flavorful. Besides, wouldn't it be your own after copying it, and wouldn't you be able to copy it as much as you want? Zhang Fan, thank you, Mr. System. The system did not show any sign of gratitude to Zhang Fan, but Fan didn't care, and directly took out the previous monkey stamps and directly copied 100 of them. Then Zhang Fan asked a few of his previous foreign customers, and they were happy to learn that Zhang Fan had quite a few monkey stamps in his hands, and soon made an appointment with him. Because there were more goods out this time, Zhang Fan gave them another discount of $800 apiece. There were 4 customers in total, and each customer bought 80 sheets at $800 each, totaling $2.56 million. However, Zhang Fan also told them that he did not have any monkey stamps in his hand anymore, and his house was emptied of all monkey stamps. Zhang Fan did not plan to release any more monkey stamps in the short term, otherwise the price would really collapse by itself. since there was still a chance to duplicate another person's item in his hand. Zhang Fan had also shifted his thoughts. Ask them to help introduce players who collect small pieces of red and say they want to see it for themselves. Zhang Fan also used money to open the way and said he was willing to pay $100 for favors. The four men were quick to agree when they heard there was still money to be made. After all, they are all in the circle. Selling small pieces of red cannot be found, but the collection of small pieces of red, there are still, and they still know each other. But Zhang Fan's requirements are also higher, as long as it hasn't been stamped, because the postmarked ones are only worth $200, 000 to $300, 000, and the unmarked ones can be worth $800, 000 to $900, 000. After all, there is only one chance to replicate it, so you should definitely replicate the more expensive ones. In the end, Uncle Lu, from Mordor, acted faster. Zhang Fan got the news and immediately bought a high-speed train to Magic City. I met the big guy who collects small pieces of red the same day and made a smooth copy. After finishing, Zhang Fan painfully transferred money to Uncle Lu. As for how much money Uncle Lu was going to share with the big man, Zhang Fan didn't care. After he was done, Zhang Fan went directly to a 5-star hotel and opened a big bedroom, then sat on the bed to think about his next move. The small piece of red stamps. Zhang Fan has copied 100 of them, using up all of today's opportunities, but it's certainly not that easy to ship. This stuff, after all, isn't like monkey stamps in such large quantities. However, Zhang Fan wasn't really short of money anymore at the moment, so he took his time. If you can't, find an auction house to auction it off. Even the matter of money, which he was most worried about. Zhang Fan had finally thought of an excuse. Tell your classmates that you found your great-grandfather's stamp collection at home, and that you found someone to sell it yourself and made a lot of money. It's not like they're likely to check anyway. To your parents, just tell them that you casually bought a lottery ticket when you were out and about and won the jackpot. With everything figured out, Zhang Fan was instantly refreshed, and the confidence he lacked before was completely made up for. Originally, he wanted to stroll around Magic City, but found that there were pears everywhere. Zhang Fan was very upset, and early in the morning of the second day, he took the high-speed train back to Jiangcheng. Just after getting off the high-speed train, he received a message from Zhang Yueying. Zhang Yueying, brother Fan, I'm coming to your school, come out and greet me quickly. Zhang Fan hurriedly replied, saying that he was at the high-speed train station, had gotten on the car, and would be back in 20 minutes. Zhang Yueying replied with a smiley face and said she was waiting for Zhang Fan at the newspaper below their dormitory building. Zhang Fan mainly arrived right away on his own. The two chatted casually for a while longer. Zhang Fan also couldn't figure out why this Zhang Yueying was looking for him. Is it really because he's better looking? Did she fall in love with herself at first sight? Soon Zhang Fan denied it. Zhang Fan was still very clear about how many kilograms he had. He himself was a little bit handsome, but there were a lot of people who were more handsome than he was. Could it really be that she was teasing herself? As class president Sun Lei had said, I thought about it for half a day, but the car was already in front of the school. Zhang Fan got out of the car, ran a few quick steps, and soon arrived at the school's newsstand. From a long distance away Zhang Fan saw Zhang Yueying. On his head, he wore a fawn-colored casual hat and white short sleeves with black denim shorts, snow-white long legs, playable ears. The male students passing by glanced at her face and legs every now and then. But Zhang Yueying was playing with her phone with her head down and didn't even notice. But even if you notice, you shouldn't care. Guess she got used to it a long time ago. Sister Yueying, hello? Zhang Fan politely went forward and greeted her before sitting down opposite her. Brother Fan, you're finally back. I've waited until I've lost all my flowers. Zhang Yueying had a pouty little tone on her face, and Zhang Fan's heart was crushed. Sorry to keep you waiting. Then are you going to show it at noon? Zhang Yueying said, smilingly looking at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan instantly came to his senses. This little goblin. It turned out that he wanted to rub himself the wrong way, but as a big shot with $3 million in his pocket, would he care about a meal? Chapter 11, Zhang Yueying invites Zhang Fan to share a room. Yeah, then let's go to your school to eat in the cafeteria together, Zhang Yueying said with a mischievous face. Countless small question marks instantly rose in Zhang Fan's mind. What the hell is this little goblin up to? Want to help yourself save money? Forget about it, if you can't figure it out. It's only 10:30 and the cafeteria doesn't have food until 11. So let's go around first? When Zhang Yueying heard Zhang Fan's words, there was indescribable excitement in her brows and she immediately stood up. Yes. So the two walked side by side and strolled around the campus. By the way, brother Fan, after you graduate, will you go back to your hometown or develop in Zhangcheng? Zhang Yueying suddenly opened her mouth and asked. Wherever Sister Yueying is, I'll be there, Zhang Fan said with a bad smile on his face. Zhang Yueying's little face instantly turned red, but she spat out, "Brother Fan, you're so annoying. Sister Yuing, do you like it?" Zhang Yueying glared at Zhang Fan and didn't say anything. Zhang Fan was also sensible and instantly returned to normal. "After I graduate, I definitely want to develop in Zhangcheng. Zhangcheng is great. I love it. By the way, Brother Fan, you'll be graduating from college soon. Have you found a house to live in yet?" Zhang Yueying suddenly asked. Zhang Fan shook his head. "We haven't started looking yet. After all, there's still a while to go. There's no rush. Besides, I have the money anyway, so the big deal is that I'll be living in a hotel for a couple months. I have a house in the neighborhood. Does Brother Fan want to move there?" Zhang Yueying asked with a smile. "A pretty girl is asking me to share a room with her? Is it a pie in the sky? How much is the rent?" "I don't have much. $1,000 a month." Zhang Yueying was still smiling. Zhang Fan instantly felt that something was wrong. There's definitely a conspiracy here. $100 is really low. Unbelievably low. However, Zhang Fan wasn't bad with this amount of money, so he still chose to reject it. "I'm sorry, Sister Yuing, I can't agree to that." Zhang Yueying instantly froze. "At $100, it's already a bargain, yeah." Originally, Zhang Yueying wasn't prepared to ask for money, but she didn't want money for fear that Zhang Fan would think too much. "Why?" Zhang Yueying asked with a puzzled expression. "It's inconvenient. I never share a room with a girl unless it's my girlfriend," Zhang Fan said with a bad smile on his face. Zhang Yueying broke her defenses a bit, but quickly reacted. "Then do as you please. It's almost time. Let's go eat. I'll treat you to grilled fish. The grilled fish we learned is still quite good." Zhang Fan finished speaking and looked at Zhang Yueying. Zhang Yueying nodded. Only then did Zhang Fan take a step, walking forward, and Zhang Yueying also followed Zhang Fan. Soon the two arrived at the cafeteria and ordered grilled fish with a few side dishes. This grilled fish, a specialty of the school cafeteria, has many graduated seniors, and from time to time will choose to come back to eat. At $69 a serving and 2 free servings of rice, it's enough for 2 people. The grilled fish was served and the two were instantly attracted by the aroma of the grilled fish. Zhang Fan ate quickly and was full in 10 minutes. After eating, Zhang Fan stared at Zhang Yueying as she ate. Zhang Yueying ate slowly and ladylike, her movements pleasing to the eye. But with Zhang Fan looking at him like this, Zhang Yueying was a bit uncomfortable. "Brother Fan, why are you always looking at me?" "Good looking," Zhang Fan said with a bad smile. Zhang Yueying was a bit speechless, feeling that the food in front of her didn't smell good anymore, and after casually eating a few bites, she stood up. "Brother Fan, why don't you go to my house and take a look there? My house is really quite good. The 2 school girls from our school also live with me." Zhang Fan was a bit moved, but still refused. "Schoolgirl, it's nice to say, but it often means trouble. Too many lickspittles and things can easily go wrong." He himself currently has $3 million, but it's not even close to those second generation. "No, I have things to do later. I have a job interview this afternoon." "Oh, that's such a shame. I'll invite you next time," Zhang Yueying said with a look of regret. "Yeah, I'll definitely go next time," Zhang Fan said casually. Then, Zhang Fan sent Zhang Yueying to the entrance of the school before returning to the school. Back at the dormitory, Yu Bo was surprisingly absent. Zhang Fan sent a message to Yu Bo, and Yu Bo didn't reply. Zhang Fan didn't care and lay on the bed and swiped his cell phone. "I got a little tired after playing for a while and fell asleep. Woke up refreshed." In the next 2 days, Zhang Fan finished changing the format of his thesis and sent the electronic version to his tutor. Wait for the school to check the weights, and if there are no problems, then bind the book and prepare for the graduation ceremony. It also means that it's not busy until the graduation defense. Zhang Fan thought about it and decided to go home first. Recently it is the time to collect garlic. The family is busy. Zhang Fan intends to go back to hire more people to work. Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom were always reluctant to hire people, and now that they have money, this is a problem they have to help them get rid of. After giving an explanation to a few buddies in the dormitory group, Zhang Fan took a taxi to the high-speed train station. 3 hours later, the high-speed train arrived at Zhang Fan's hometown, and he took another car and went straight to his hometown. Half an hour later, Zhang Fan arrived at his doorstep, pretty much as one predicted. No one was home. Zhang Fan went directly to his family's land on foot, and it was not far. Walking for 10 minutes, parents are digging for garlic. Zhang Fan was a little heartbroken. "It's such a hot day and my parents are still laboring hard in the field." Zhang Fan hurriedly ran over. "Mom and Dad." When Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom heard Zhang Fan's voice, they thought they were hallucinating, but as soon as they looked up, they realized Zhang Fan. The two of them stood up in a hurry. "Little Fan, why have you come back? Did something happen?" "It's fine. It's fine. I'm just waiting for my graduation defense over at the school, and there's not much going on lately, so I came back to take a look first. Oh, did you eat? Nope. Then old Zhang. Let's quit and go home for dinner first. Papa Zhang nodded. You go back and steam the rice first. I'll go buy the food. After saying that, Dad Zhang rode back home on his electric tricycle. Zhang's mom was all on a battery-operated bicycle, taking Zhang Fan with her. Back home, Zhang Ma skillfully pans rice and steams it. After a while, Zhang Dad also came back, and said to Zhang Ma, I bought a caddy of pork, half a caddy of marinated beef, and a caddy of 5-flower meat, and a bit of green peppers, so make a fried 5-flower meat with green peppers, and a fried greens. Zhang Ma nodded. You cut up those cooked meats and use that knife. I'll go wash the vegetables. The two of them split the work and soon had 4 dishes ready. The rice is also cooked. Zhang Fan took a big bite. Mom and Dad's cooking just smelled good. Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom were pleased to see Zhang Fan eating well. After dinner, Mr. and Mrs. Zhang had to work in the field again. Zhang Fan hurriedly stopped it. Mom and Dad, don't be in a hurry. I came back this time because I have something good to tell you. Chapter 12, High School Class President Han Jingyi. Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom saw Zhang Fan at the same time. What's good? I won the jackpot buying a lottery ticket. Zhang Fan said excitedly. This child, does he have a fever? Zhang Ma said, touching Zhang Fan's head with her hand. Zhang Fan was a bit speechless. Mom, I really won the lottery. Zhang Fan said, took out his cell phone and transferred 1 million to Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom. I won $5 million in the lottery a while ago, and I still have $4 million left after tax deductions. So you guys can take this 1 million and see about fixing the house or something. As soon as Zhang Fan's words fell, Zhang Dad's cell phone rang, and the two of them glanced at it, and it was really a message that the bank card had arrived at $1 million. Little Fan, did you really win the lottery? The two asked with a look of disbelief. Right, can you really win the first prize by buying a lottery ticket? Zhang Dad asked with a puzzled look on his face. You guys just don't care so much. I won anyway. Right, for the work in the field. You guys hire someone to do it, there's no need to be too tired. Zhang Fan said perfunctorily. Zhang Dad shook his head. Let's transfer this money back to you. You still need to buy a house in Jiangcheng. Zhang Fan was anxious when he heard this. Don't worry about the house. It's all the rage to rent a house now. Besides, I found a good job in Jiangcheng. $20,000 a month. You guys renovate the house in your hometown. If you can't build another one, if I can't make it in Jiangcheng in the future, I'll still have a place to live when I come back. When Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom heard this, they all thought it made sense. Recently many people in the village have come back to farm at home. Their daily discussion is about the difficulty of finding employment and the difficulty of finding a job at an older age. That's fine. We'll build you a new one. Zhang Fan nodded. Alright, you guys just watch over it. By the way, you can't tell anyone about this. Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom gave Zhang Fan a blank look. We're both so old. Can we not understand this? Wealth doesn't reveal itself, or else someone will miss it. So remember that too. Zhang Fan nodded. Then let's hire someone to do the work in our fields. You guys are getting old. In case you get tired, you'll have to spend more money on medical care. Okay, listen to you. We'll ask someone later. In the back, Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom hired a few people, and the garlic in the ground was soon dug up. Zhang Fan also went to help out, once again realizing the hard work of farmers. Zhang Fan took the time to go to the county town and bought a new cell phone for Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom, more than $200 each, and just like that, he was even told off by Zhang's dad and mom. But both were pretty happy with their new cell phones. After spending 3 days at home, Zhang Fan departed for Yanjing. This time, it was to sell small pieces of red stamps. When he was in Jiangcheng, Zhang Fan lurked into several Yanjing stamp exchange groups. Zhang Fan learned that there was an offline party tomorrow. There were quite a few people who went. Zhang Fan was going to take advantage of this moment to sell too. Zhang Fan had realized long ago that this stuff was scarce and not suitable to be taken out in large quantities. When he arrived in Yanjing, Zhang Fan suddenly remembered that Han Jingyi, the beautiful class president in high school, was at Yanjing University and was also a senior this year. The two had briefly shared a table in their freshman year of high school and were on pretty good terms. Before the class reunion also said, led himself to Yanjing to find her to play. I don't know if Han Jingyi is free at this moment. Zhang Fan took out his cell phone and directly sent a message over. Soon, Han Jingyi wrote back. Han Jingyi, I'm a bit busy at the moment, so come to our school tonight and I'll treat you to dinner. You'll be in front of our school around 6 o'clock. Send me a message when you get there. Zhang Fan, okay. Students from famous schools are really different. Zhang Fan sighed in his heart. After swiping his cell phone for a while and feeling that it was about time, he got up and went to Yen University. When he arrived at the entrance of Yendi Gate, Zhang Fan looked at his cell phone. 5:50. After sending a message to Han Jingyi, Zhang Fan saw Han Jingyi's figure in less than 5 minutes. Not bad for the high school's top girl. Still very pretty. Old classmate, why are you free to come and play with us at this moment? Han Jingyi asked smilingly. Just happened to have some business to attend to. Oh, go. First go to our school to eat, then I'll take you around the school. After Han Jingyi finished speaking, Zhang Fan walked to her side. The two of them together. Now the school cafeteria are going. Right, Jingyi. Isn't it almost graduation? Why are you still busy? Zhang Fan asked with a puzzled face. Han Jingyi glanced at Zhang Fan and smiled helplessly. I'm going to graduate school at our school, and I've been doing experiments with my mentor recently. Busy as a dog. I feel like you're in Versailles, Zhang Fan said without a trace of humor. Ha ha, old classmate. You've gotten smarter recently. Han Jingyi finished and laughed out loud. Can't you have some beauty baggage? Zhang Fan said without any good humor. This Han Jingyi, obviously a great beauty, but when she smiled, she was really too grounded. We've been in school for 3 years. There's no need to wear a mask. It's too tiring. Okay, you have a point. By the way, how's your job search going? Han Jingyi asked smilingly. Work. Looking for a job for what? There is no way in my life that I will work for a dog capitalist, Zhang Fan said proudly. Han Jingyi blankly glanced at Zhang Fan. If you don't work part-time, then it's entrepreneurship. These days, entrepreneurship is 99 deaths a lifetime. It's better to work for a dog capitalist. Of course, Zhang Fan knew the chances of success in entrepreneurship. However, he was a man with a system. Is there a possibility that I am the 1%? Han Jingyi took a serious look at Zhang Fan, then shook her head. I don't believe it. Zhang Fan is called an angry but take Han Jingyi no way. Ha ha, in the past 2 years, each take a few 100 million to smash you to death. Work honestly, old classmate. Don't be overly ambitious. It's too hard to start a business these days. Forget it, let's not talk about it. After you finish graduate school, are you going to do another PhD? Zhang Fan asked curiously. Han Jingyi shook her head. I don't know. It feels like living like the Walking Dead, either studying or learning. Zhang Fan sighed. It wasn't easy for everyone to live. Soon the two arrived at the cafeteria. Zhang Fan followed behind Han Jingyi, and the two of them ordered several dishes. Bone and meat, pineapple goulash, chicken stewed mushroom, and 2 servings of rice. Old school. Try our specialties. Zhang Fan took out his chopsticks and caught a piece of bone and meat. Not bad. Worthy of being a prestigious school? Much better than our school cafeteria. Ha ha, if I were to travel to Jiangchang, I'd go around your school too. Welcome. Don't be poor. Hurry up and eat, Han Jingyi said, picking up her chopsticks and quickly eating. No, Jingyi, why are you eating so fast? Zhang Fan asked with a puzzled face. Chapter 13, Ideal? Usually I'm used to it. My classmates are too curly. I can't keep up with this brain, so I can only be curlier than them. Han Jingyi spat. Zhang Fan was speechless. Alright, you guys are awesome, but how come those people aren't like you? At our school, a lot of people rolled and realized they just couldn't roll and had to give up. Zhang Fan understands. Very much so. In high school, Zhang Fan was like this. Zhang Fan's grades in politics, history, and geography didn't drop past 270 in his freshman year of high school. And Zhang Fan's physical chemistry, the results fluctuate more. The topic is simple, can test 80 or 90. The topic is difficult, but also 60 points up and down. Zhang Fan was just young at that time, and was brainwashed by that sentence that there is nothing difficult in the world, as long as one is willing to climb. You know you are not good at physics and chemistry, but you still have to take science. At that time, Zhang Fan's only thought was that he must conquer physics and chemistry. By his senior year, Zhang Fan regretted it, because one just can't conquer both subjects. In the end, Zhang Fan didn't even make it to the first book line. Now I think that if I had given up earlier and taken a liberal arts course, I would have been at the 211 level. Zhang Fan ate 2 more mouthfuls of rice, then suddenly remembered something. So he spoke. By the way, Jingyi, do you know of some items that are very light in weight, but very expensive per unit? Yes, there are many of our majors that have to use lab materials that are very expensive per unit. Why? Nothing, just a sudden interest in these. Where did you all procure these from? Zhang Fan asked curiously. I'll ask my senior brothers and sisters and tell you later. When I'm done tomorrow, I'll buy you a big dinner. Old classmate is getting rich lately? Han Jingyi asked smilingly. Made a small fortune, Zhang Fan said with a modest face. Han Jingyi looked excited. Then I'll have to rip you off. Ha ha, it's my honor to dine with Han's great beauty. So poor. The two quickly finished their meal and then walked out of the cafeteria together. Time flies. 4 years of college have gone by in a blink of an eye. Han Jingyi lamented. Yeah, I'm so envious that you can still go on to school, and I'm about to go and take a beating from society. Zhang Fan also lamented. Han Jingyi always felt that Zhang Fan was a bit bereft, so she encouraged. At our age, it's exactly the time when we should strive. Right, old classmate, what are your ideals? Ideal? It's too extravagant. When I first went to college, I thought I had graduated and would soon be able to serve as CEO and marry a rich white woman. But after just 1 year of college, I was poisoned by society. It's all over the place with that what's his name news. When Zhang Fan went to look for a job himself, he was even more dumbfounded. During that period of time, Zhang Fan prayed every day for a boss to recognize his talent and reward him with a good job. Later, Zhang Fan could only choose to go for delivery. Now that he had the system, Zhang Fan hadn't thought about the future. But as a man with a system, it shouldn't be too much of a stretch to have a bit of an ideal yourself. Zhang Fan pondered slightly for a while and said smilingly, I thought about it. My ideals are simple. Get a few small goals, find a few girlfriends, and have a few kids. Bah! Scum! Finding a few girlfriends, can you afford to support them? Han Jingyi said with a disdainful face. Ha ha, ideals? It's definitely not easy to realize. By the way, Jingyi, what about you? I don't know. Be a monk for a day. I guess many people are like Han Jingyi. If Zhang Fan didn't have the system, he would probably be thinking that delivering takeout for a day was a day. You can't be like this. You're our class president, the school bully, and our school beauty. You have to set an example for us. Han Jingyi glared at Zhang Fan. It feels like you're just like our high school homeroom teacher. Zhang Fan hemmed and hawed and immediately changed the topic. Ha ha, by the way, Jingyi, you're so pretty. There should be a lot of people chasing after you. Haven't you ever met a suitable one? Han Jingyi shook her head. I always feel that those suitors are too childish. Jingyi, it's time to find a date. Don't talk about me, do you? Zhang Fan sighed and laughed bitterly. My ex-girlfriend came ashore and can't see me anymore. Cement sealed her heart. Didn't you just say, find a few girlfriends and have a few kids? Now why is the cement sealing your heart? Han Jingyi said without a trace of anger. Ha ha, no conflict, no conflict. Han Jingyi was a bit speechless and didn't say anything else. Both of them were a little tired after walking for a while, so they found a milk tea store and ordered a cup of milk tea for each of them. Zhang Fan took a puff and it wasn't bad. Right, so do you still have summer vacation? Zhang Fan found another topic. Han Jingyi took a sip of milk tea, then shook her head. Summer vacation? I don't know. I have to listen to my mentor's arrangement. But it looks like it's hard enough. Your instructors are 2 weekly pickpockets, aren't they? You're not even enrolled in graduate school yet, and you're already exploiting you. Han Jingyi sighed. Everyone else who wants to be exploited doesn't even have a chance yet. Zhang Fan didn't know what to say. The two chatted a bit more about high school and what they knew about the current status of those they went to school with. It's actually all pretty good. After all, most of my classmates are in Zhang City. None of them have graduated, and naturally none of them have bought a house. Just get a job and you can starve. They know so many of their classmates who are working just fine. Maybe it's survivor bias. Who knows? The two chatted a bit more and made plans to have dinner together tomorrow night. The place Han Jingyi picks and Zhang Fan pays. After finishing, Han Jingyi sent Zhang Fan to the entrance of the school, and when she saw Zhang Fan taking a taxi to leave, Han Jingyi also turned her head back to the dormitory. After returning to the dormitory, Han Jingyi remembered what Zhang Fan had said and looked up the information, which was quickly confirmed. So she picked out some of the more expensive alloys, as well as the units that sold them, and then sent them to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan looked at it and said that he shouldn't be able to play with this thing himself. After all, a lot of materials, one has nothing, really generated out of thin air. It is not easy to explain. Forget it, let's just copy the gold normally for now. When the system is upgraded again, I'm guessing I'll be copying 100 grams a day. That's 3 kilograms a month. Or 1.2 million if it's 400 a gram. That's enough. However, considering that you can't trade gold more than once, you need to find something reliable. Zhang Fan fell asleep thinking about it. When I woke up, it was the morning of the second day. After leaving the hotel, Zhang Fan strolled outside. It wasn't bad, and I was surprised to find a breakfast store with fried dumplings. Zhang Fan hadn't seen it in years. The large dumplings, filled with chives and egg vermicelli, looked good. Zhang Fan asked for 2 and another bowl of millet porridge, sat down, and slowly ate. Chapter 14, Successful Selling for $5. 83 million. After dinner, Zhang Fan went back to the hotel. After reading a novel in the hotel and playing games for a while, after lunch, Zhang Fan simply put on some makeup and went straight to the party venue. At 2 o'clock, the people were there. Zhang Fan looked around. Almost all of them were older people. The youngest was estimated to be 50 years old. Zhang Fan was even less optimistic about this stamp market. The fact that there are no young people playing this stuff means that there are no takers. And sooner or later it's going to get cold. Maybe one's judgment was wrong, but if it didn't crash, so much the better. One is able to make a steady stream of money copying some rare stamps. Those who came to the venue were enthusiasts and the atmosphere at the front was still friendly. However, after Zhang Fan took out his own small piece of red stamp and had it confirmed to be genuine by all the bigwigs, the scene warmed up and several old men rushed to buy it. It's a good thing the hosts are more experienced and go straight to live auctions. After a heated argument, it sold for $1. 1 million. Zhang Fan was all happy. After receiving the money, directly to the small piece of red stamps, to the shot in the Lou Moncler outlet store. After getting the stamps, Mr. Lou put them directly into his stamp holder, and then held them tightly, as if he was holding some kind of absolute treasure. Some of the other people, all of them had envious faces. Zhang Fan saw that so many people still wanted it, so he took out 4 more. This little brother, how do you have so many of them? The host said with a shocked face. Everyone else looked shocked as well. These are the only 4. No more. They're all from my grandfather's collection, and if it weren't for the house, I sure wouldn't want to take them out and buy them. Oh, that's right. You can't buy any good house in Yanjing after selling these 5. A grandpa lamented. Yes, Yanjing's housing is too expensive. And although it's come down a bit now, it's still not cheap. Hurry up and auction it off. Yes, hurry up with the auction. The host sniffed and glanced at Zhang Fan, who hastily nodded, and the host saw this and immediately began. In the end, these 4 stamps sold for a bit more than the first one, with the lowest selling price going to $110,000 and the most expensive to $1. 2 million. Zhang Fan was delighted to win $5. 83 million and became the biggest winner of the day. The few people who bought stamps were happy too. Those who didn't get one were pounding their chests. In fact, there are many who can afford it. After all, there aren't many poor people who are into collecting. Anyone who can spend $1, 1 million on the front must be a true believer. As for the last few, I guess I'm just looking at the market up to here, and I'm buying them at this price. And I'm guessing I'll be able to add a little more money to sell them out in a few years. That's why the price of the latter is even higher than the first. Many people on the scene have added Zhang Fan's WeChat, telling Zhang Fan to contact them for any good stamps in the future. Zhang Fan said smilingly, definitely. However, in a short period of time, Zhang Fan really did not intend to sell any more stamps. Even if they were to sell again, they wouldn't choose to sell stamps in Yanjing anymore, much less to buy them themselves. It was only recently that Zhang Fan realized that the circle was small. I'm guessing that this will be circulating around the circle very soon today. 5 small pieces of red came out today and the scene was electric. The prices of the stamps sold in the back are a bit higher than before. Zhang Fan set up a persona that he didn't know anything about stamps, so he didn't get down to it either. And it's certainly not necessary. Most of the stamps sold on the spot are still 2,000 or 3,000, with very few expensive ones. There's a $70, 000 to $80, 000 stamp, but it's not in very good condition. Unlike those stamps Zhang Fan had before, almost all of them were brand new, and the copies were brand new as well, so they couldn't tell the difference at all. But it's easy to go wrong with this not so good quality, when you buy it and copy it, and it's all exactly the same. In fact, Zhang Fan wanted to leave after selling the stamps, but it was a bit inappropriate for him to back out when no one else did. Zhang Fan sat in his seat and began to count. The card now totaled 7.8 million. The $200, 000 car I was looking at before was no longer worthy of my status. But when you think about the fact that you don't have a house yet, a house in Jiangchang, more than $7 million is enough. But it's not too good. It's better to wait a little longer. How about doing a villa, or a large flat in the center of town? It was finally 4 p.m. When this party was finally done, Zhang Fan left in a hurry. After returning to the hotel, washing up and changing his clothes, Zhang Fan went to Yen University to look for Han Jingyi. Han Jingyi looked for a roast duck near their school, and Zhang Fan looked at it. It wasn't very expensive, just over 100 per capita, but the reputation was really good. However, Zhang Fan still refused. Since he wanted to eat roast duck, why not go to Quanjude? Quanjude is for outsiders. Locals don't usually go there much. But I'm just from out of town? It's too crowded over there. It's expensive. And it's not cost-effective. If I don't eat Quanjude on my first visit to Yanjing, wouldn't it be a wasted visit? Besides, I'm not that bad off. Zhang Fan, who had more than $7 million in his card, was very swollen. In the end, Han Jingyi had no choice but to go to Quanjude instead. Zhang Fan took a taxi directly to Yen University. picked up Han Jingyi, and then went to Quanjude together. Because of the money earned, Zhang Fan had a smile on his face all the time. Brother Fan, it feels like you're so happy today. Is there something good going on? Han Jingyi asked with a curious expression. Ha ha, things went relatively smoothly today, and I made a small profit, Zhang Fan said proudly. Han Jingyi immediately became interested. How much did you earn? Not much, just 50,000. Zhang Fan said with a modest face. Han Jingyi was a bit shocked and opened her mouth wide. What did you do? Earn so much at once? It's just helping a client sell something and giving a commission. Zhang Fan casually made it up. What's for sale that boosts so much all at once? Sold some stamps. I don't know why that stuff is so expensive. Zhang Fan continued to make things up. Will there be a problem? Han Jingyi asked with a worried expression. After all, the internet has become more and more advanced in the past few years, and so many of the ones that have suddenly gotten rich are mostly run-of-the-mill. No, I'm just doing it for someone. The money didn't pass through my hands, and I didn't use my card. Besides, this stamp thing, it's anonymous, and I have the customer's information. Zhang Fan hurriedly made up for it. Afraid that Han Jingyi would continue to ask, Zhang Fan hurriedly changed the topic. By the way, have you ever gone to Quanjude to eat roast duck? Of course I've been there. I came to eat there when I was in elementary school. I ate there again when I was in college. I envy you. I haven't been out of our county since before I graduated from high school. No way. You never went to the city when you were a kid? Han Jingyi was shocked. Chapter 15 Li Shuiao. No, all our relatives are in our county, so we've never been out of our county. You know, my family is from the village. Not much money. Unlike your parents, both have a good job, Zhang Fan said with an envious face. Han Jingyi had heard Zhang Fan speak so pitifully and wanted to comfort him for a few moments, but she didn't expect him to talk about his parents again. Han Jingyi was instantly a bit speechless. I know a few classmates who go to the mountains every year to teach. The conditions in our place are much better than those in the mountains. Seeing the success of changing the topic, Zhang Fan pretended to be interested. Really? Come back and introduce me. I also want to go to the big mountain to have a look. Yeah, we can go together then. As the two chatted, they arrived at the entrance of Quanjude. Get off the bus and start lining up. After a long hour of waiting, Zhang Fan and Han Jingyi finally went in, ordered some specialties, and then they came up quickly. Fine roasted duck, duck feet with mustard, fire roasted duck heart, foie gras in brine. The usual rules apply. Circle of friends eats first. The two of them took a picture and started chowing down. It wasn't bad. Zhang Fan and Han Jingyi both ate happily. Right, old classmate. I'm going to be busy starting tomorrow. Sorry, Han Jingyi said with an apologetic face. Zhang Fan was a little disappointed. He had wanted Han Jingyi to accompany him and take a stroll around Yanjing, but he didn't expect that Han Jingyi would have to start getting busy. Oh, it's okay. I'm also done with my side. I'm planning to go back to Jiangcheng. Why don't I send you back? It's still early. Why don't we go see a movie? It's been a long time since I've seen a movie, Han Jingyi suddenly suggested. Zhang Fan hadn't seen a movie in a while either. The last time I saw a movie was last semester, with Sue's Cece. Yeah, what movie do you want to see? I'll buy whatever you want to see. You're buying me dinner. Anything. Han Jingyi took out her cell phone and shared it with Zhang Fan, and the two of them quickly locked onto a domestic comedy movie. Then they bought tickets and together they headed for a nearby movie theater. Just as he walked into the mall, Zhang Fan heard someone shouting Han Jingyi from behind. Han Jingyi heard it as well, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Shu Yao, why are you here as well? I just got off work and thought I'd come over and watch a movie for a while. By the way, this handsome guy is? Li Shuiao looked at Han Jingyi with a bad smile on her face. These days, they all like to gossip, but whenever you see a man and a woman walking together, you will think in that direction. Han Jingyi was a bit helpless. My high school classmate, Zhang Fan, came over to do something in the past 2 days. Just finished dinner, ready to watch a movie together. Li Shuiao still had a bad smile on her face. Oh, hello Xiaofan, I'm Jingyi's college friend Li Shuiao. After saying that, he stretched out his snow-white catkin. Zhang Fan had long been secretly sizing up Li Shuiao, with short black hair, a delicate figure, and a face that didn't lose out to Han Jingyi at all. Seeing Li Shuiao extending her own hand, Zhang Fan hurriedly showed a smile and went forward to shake Li Shuiao's hand. Hello Shuiao sister, I'm Zhang Fan. A light grip, a touch. By the way, what movie are you guys going to watch? Li Shuiao asked with a smile. The one at 8 o'clock. I'm not going to be friends with you. What about you? Han Jingyi replied. We're so destined for each other. I'm in that one too, Li Shuiao said, taking out her cell phone and showing Han Jingyi her ticket purchase record. Then let's go up together? Han Jingyi extended an invitation. Forget it, I'm not going to be a light bulb for you guys. I'll go up first, Li Shuao said, striding her own long legs and walking forward quickly. Han Jingyi's little face reddened for a moment, but it returned to normal in an instant. Then let's hang out here for a bit, old classmate. The movie doesn't start for another half hour. Aha! This mall, despite its better location, has a lot of things that are not expensive. Zhang Fan and Han Jingyi turned around, but there wasn't anything they could buy. Although Han Jingyi was very pretty, but Zhang Fan just treated her as a close classmate. Zhang Fan wants to be a scumbag, not taking the initiative, not rejecting and not taking responsibility. Of course, it's certainly not cheap when it comes to money. Han Jingyi bought some knickknacks, totaling only $100 or $80. Zhang Fan also had no intention of helping her pay. Feeling that it was about time, Zhang Fan went to the milk tea store and bought 3 cups of milk tea, then took Han Jingyi with him to the movie theater on the top floor. Han Jingyi went to get the tickets, and Zhang Fan gave the extra cup of milk tea to Li Shuao. Young man, are you chasing after our Jingyi? Li Shuao asked with a bad smile on her face. Without waiting for Zhang Fan to open his mouth, Li Shuao continued, let's both add a WeChat and come back to Jingyi's side. If there are any movements, I'll tell you in time. Zhang Fan didn't retort and took out his cell phone, adding Li Shuao's WeChat. Our Jingyi is a good girl. With my help, you'll definitely succeed. Li Shuao finished and gave Zhang Fan another cheering gesture. What are you two chatting about? Han Jingyi asked smilingly. Oh, nothing. Jingyi, have you finished picking up your tickets? Li Shuao hurriedly replied. Aha, fetch done. Let me see if we're sitting close, Li Shuao said, then took the ticket in Han Jingyi's hand and glanced at it. Ooh, we seem to be next to each other. After saying that, Li Shuao was a little embarrassed that she was being a light bulb again. It's really not my fault though. I chose the seat first. Han Jingyi took Li Shuao's ticket and looked at it as well. The three of them did have seats next to each other. There was some displeasure in his heart, but he didn't show it on his lips. It's still true. Zhang Fan, on the other hand, had a trace of joy in his heart. After all, with 2 great beauties by his side, the eyes of others looking at him were filled with envy. Men, who doesn't want to lose face? Zhang Fan stood up and went to buy a big bucket of popcorn. Soon, it's in. Han Jingyi sat in the center, flanked by Li Shuao and Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan didn't think that much and watched the movie seriously. Han Jingyi had a hint of unhappiness at first, but she quickly became immersed in the movie. Li Shuao had thought that she could eat melons, but it turned out that both of them were watching the movie properly, and Li Shuao had to watch the movie well. The movie, which was less than 2 hours long, ran out quickly. Originally, Zhang Fan wanted to send Han Jingyi back to school, but Han Jingyi refused and took a taxi back with Li Shuao. Zhang Fan also took a taxi and returned to the hotel where he was staying. Jingyi, this should be the first time you've watched a movie with a boy, right? Li Shuao said with a bad smile on her face. We're just ordinary classmates, and it just so happened that I wanted to watch a movie, so we went together, Han Jingyi explained with a serious face. Chapter 16 Ee Lu. Well, just now I added Zhang Fan's WeChat and said I'd be your wingman. Zhang Fan didn't reject it, so he definitely has ideas for you, Li Shuao said, her face filled with flirtation. Han Jingyi had long since regained her senses. It's impossible for the two of us. He's in Jiangcheng and I'm in Yanjing. The distance is too far. More than that, Han Jingyi couldn't say. For example, Zhang Fan was just an ordinary college student with an average family. Although Han Jingyi didn't care, there was no way Han Jingyi's parents wouldn't care. Li Shuao was a bit regretful. Oh, that's fine. Looks like our Miss Jingyi will have to remain single. Aren't you the same? Han Jingyi said without a trace of anger. Ugh, why don't I go after this old classmate of yours? Li Shuao said with a bad smile on her face. Han Jingyi was speechless, but she also knew that Li Shuao was joking. Go ahead. Really? More real than gold. Then tell me, what are the conditions of this Zhang Fan? Li Shuao asked with a curious face. Han Jingyi was a bit speechless, but she still gave Li Shuao a brief explanation. So it's a poor boy. Li Shuao instantly understood. After all, the two of them as the school flower of Yanjing University, there were many people chasing after them, and they had seen a lot of various second generation, and even if they weren't second generation, they were both very promising. After all, these days, those who could get into Yanjing University were almost always the pride of heaven. Under normal circumstances, all of them would have a brighter future than Zhang Fan, an ordinary second-year student. Zhang Fan returned to the hotel and pondered for a while that there was nothing more to do, so he just bought a ticket back to Jiangcheng on the second day. At noon on the second day, Zhang Fan finished his meal and took a taxi to the airport with his luggage. All went well on the way, and by the time we got to the school it was after 6 p.m. First, I went to the cafeteria to finish my meal, and then I took my luggage back to the dormitory. A few of the dorms are away. Zhang Fan was surprised. It was normal for Zhou Lin and Zhou Haitao to be absent. How come Yu Bo was also absent? Yu Bo doesn't have a date and doesn't usually like to live at home. Zhang Fan sent a message in the group, saying that he would treat the guests to a barbecue later. But unfortunately, none of them agreed. Both said something was wrong. Zhang Fan was even more surprised. Could it be that Yu Bo had also found someone? Let's see if Yu Bo comes back at night and ask nicely then. Zhang Fan opened his cell phone and prepared to start renting a room. It's now mid-June, and in 10 days or so, it's graduation. It's time to go out and rent a room. Zhang Fan planned to rent a slightly more remote place. The main reason was that Zhang Fan didn't plan to find a job either. And it wasn't like he had to think about commuting. A suburb with subway and easy access to transportation and environment. Soon, Zhang Fan locked a nice neighborhood. This neighborhood is also not far from the school, only 5 or 6 kilometers. Also, it is very close to the subway station, about 500 meters, and is surrounded by big shopping malls, offices, and parks. The rent isn't too expensive. A 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house, finely decorated, with property tax included, is only $4,500. There were 2-bedroom apartments inside as well, but they cost $400. So Zhang Fan thought about it, but he still thought it would be more convenient to rent a 3-bedroom apartment. After all, it's not like you're missing out on the $500. Zhang Fan was prepared to go over there tomorrow to take a look. After finishing, Zhang Fan read a novel in the dormitory for a while, and the more he read, the more he couldn't stand it. Those metropolitan novels inside the male protagonist, either the god-hero system, or have supernormal ability, can see through the trend of the stock, or can see through the authenticity of antiques, or sign up to make money. Like yourself. Make money so laborious. Really not much. It's been almost a month since he acquired the system himself, and he doesn't even have a date. LOL. The more Zhang Fan thought about it, the harder it became. So he turned off the novel software and prepared to go to the commercial street in front of the school to sneak around. There was a bar inside the commercial street that Zhang Fan had followed a few roommates to a few times. Prices are okay, and there are quite a lot of students who come here to play. There were more girls, with big snow-white legs everywhere. Zhang Fan ordered a glass of wine and sipped it while admiring it. Too bad it didn't come with the keys to one of the luxury cars. Otherwise, there would be a lot of women coming over to hit on you. Zhang Fan's next table, that's it. There was a steady stream of beautiful women going over and hitting on them. That car key? It looks like some kind of Ferrari. What specific model? Zhang Fan could not recognize. And do not say that these girls stupid, really about out, cannot see the luxury car. Those beautiful women probability will directly turn their heads and walk away. People are still realistic these days. It's hard to tell if these girls, though, are college students or not. After finishing his drink, Zhang Fan stood up and was ready to leave. Suddenly, a sister drilled into Zhang Fan's arms. It smelled like alcohol and looked like it hadn't been drinking much. Zhang Fan only felt some heat in his arms. As for what the sister looked like, Zhang Fan didn't see it at all. Zhang Fan first raised his head and looked around. There weren't any magnates or lapdogs in the vicinity. That's when he breathed a sigh of relief and helped the girl to stand up. Beauty, where is your home? I send you back? The pretty girl was drunk and said without lifting her head. I don't have a home. Then where do I send you? Zhang Fan said without any good humor. Go to the hotel. The beautiful woman said with a stuttering face. Zhang Fan was a bit speechless and helped the beauty stand up. That's fine. The beauty couldn't even stand up, so Zhang Fan had to pick her up. And at the same time, Zhang Fan saw her face. Lu Yi. Surprisingly, is the school beauty of Zhengcheng University? Lu Yi. Zhang Fan's heart instantly beat wildly. Zhang Fan picked up Lu Yi and directly took a cab to a nearby hotel. After smoothly getting a room, Zhang Fan carried Lu Yi to the room upstairs, placing 2 bottles of water at the bedside and unscrewing the caps. Zhang Fan stood up and intended to leave. Who had thought that Lu Yi would directly pull Zhang Fan's arm and said weakly, "Don't go." After saying that, Lu Yi, however, started to take off her clothes. The pink and tender jade-like torso instantly attracted Zhang Fan's full attention. Brother, do I look good? Zhang Fan couldn't hold back any longer. Early in the morning of the second day, Zhang Fan woke up. Lu Yi was still sleeping, but her expression was a bit painful. Zhang Fan saw the splash of red on the snow-white bedsheet and regretted a little. Had I known about this situation, I should have taken pity on myself. After another moment, Lu Yi also woke up. I'm sorry, it's okay, I took the initiative. Lu Yi finished and began to put on her clothes. Zhang Fan suddenly remembered that someone had said that Lu Yi's family was about to go bankrupt when they were having a barbecue earlier. Could it be another fictional dogfight plot? Add a WeChat. No need. I'm leaving the country today and will never come back, Louis E said with a calm face. Why? Can you not go? Chapter 17, Sharing a Room with E. Lu. Our family went bankrupt. My parents were controlled. And my dad told me to hurry up and leave the country. Louis E said with a calm face. Isn't it an LLC? What does it have to do with your parents if the company goes bankrupt? Zhang Fan asked with a puzzled face. My dad is the legal entity and my mom is the legal entity for some project down there. Zhang Fan was speechless. Even he, a white boy, knew that it was best not to be the legal person of a company. Lu Yi's parents. The company is so big, how can they not understand this point? Why are your parents so stupid? As soon as Zhang Fan said this, he regretted it. Lu Yi blankly glanced at Zhang Fan. It's complicated. On one hand, our family did a certain project and advanced a lot of money. The project payment has been delayed for 3 or 4 years. On the other hand, the land that was bought at a high price a few years ago has fallen a lot. Now the house can't be sold, and various people who want money can't get it. So they reported my parents. So did your parents leave you any property abroad? Zhang Fan asked with a concerned face. Lu Yi sighed. No, but I can support myself. Zhang Fan was a little heartbroken. After all, the two had only just had sex. Zhang Fan hoped that Lu Yi could stay. Don't go. I'll feed you. Lu Yi sized up Zhang Fan. Using a domestic cell phone and cheap clothes. At a glance, his family is very ordinary. Seeing that your situation is not rich, it's better not to drag you down. Who are you looking down on? Although I, Zhang Fan, am not considered to be rich, it's more than enough to support one of you. Zhang Fan patted his chest and said, besides, who's running around for your parents when you're out? According to what you said, the situation might not be that bad. If you can get back the money for your project, will your family's situation be better? Zhang Fan continued to add. Lu Yi instantly froze. And there was nothing wrong with what Zhang Fan said. This time, the family's relatives and friends have hitchhiked a lot of money and almost all of them have been offended. Who else but yourself could have saved your parents? Then I'll stay. I'm very well fed. Just provide me with a place to stay. Then let me use your information again and I'll see if I can find a part-time job online to support myself. Zhang Fan was ecstatic in his heart, but he pretended to be unconcerned. It just so happens that I am planning to rent an apartment today, so when the time comes, you can also move in piece by piece. Usually cook and clean for me, just as you pay for the rent and meals. That's fine. Thank you, Van. You rest here for a while. I'm going out to rent a house now. Right. Let's add a WeChat first. Zhang Fan finished speaking and took out his cell phone and pulled up the QR code. Louis E also picked up her cell phone and scanned it. What would you like to eat? I'll go ahead and get it for you. No need. I still have a little money in my wallet. Louis E refused. Zhang Fan looked at the time. It was only 7 o'clock. It was still early. No, I'm going down now. After Zhang Fan finished speaking, he quickly put on his clothes, took his room card and went out. 10 minutes later, Zhang Fan came up carrying a bunch of breakfast. See what you like to eat? Louis E picked a few favorites and ate them, and Zhang Fan took the rest and ate them as well. After dinner, Zhang Fan instructed Louis E to wait for herself here and go rent an apartment by herself. Zhang Fan went to the agent's store and found the neighborhood he was interested in. It just so happened that the property he had been looking at yesterday had not been rented out yet, so Zhang Fan went to the site to take a look at it. And the house was very nice. 22 floors, top floor, quiet and nice view. Zhang Fan settled on the spot. The house had already been entrusted to the agency store, so the contract was signed and the handover was done on the spot. Zhang Fan was at the door, ran another cell phone card, and then took a taxi back to the hotel. Louis E had been waiting for a long time, looking at Zhang Fan with eyes full of anticipation. It's already rented. Let's go now. Louis E nodded and took Zhang Fan's arm and went out. The tantalizing plumpness kept hitting Zhang Fan, who was tickled. By the way, I just organized the card. You can just change it later, Zhang Fan said, took out the cell phone card in his hand and handed it to Louis E. Louis E quickly inserted the card and then began to register for WeChat. Zhang Fan stopped a car and soon the two of them arrived at the Hanjing neighborhood. Louis E's new WeChat was also registered, and the two re-added WeChat. Swipe your access card to enter the neighborhood and then quickly arrive at the rented house. Well, Zhang Fan looked at Louis E. Not bad, better than I thought. I'm glad you're satisfied, pick a house. Louis E nodded and picked a second bedroom. Zhang Fan took out his cell phone and transferred 100,000 yuan to Louis E on WeChat. Louis E received the transfer and was shocked. Brother Fan, how did you transfer so much money to me? We just moved in. There are still quite a few things missing. You look at buying them. By the way, your original WeChat should not be used for the time being. and the money in it should not be transferred to this WeChat, Zhang Fan explained. Louis Yi understood at once and was a bit embarrassed. I'm sorry for troubling you, brother Fan. Zhang Fan gave a bad smile. As far as our relationship is concerned, what's the trouble? Louis Yi's face reddened for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. Then I'll look into buying some pots and pans and whatnot, as well as bed sheets and bedding. By the way, brother Fan, what color do you like? As long as it's not green, Zhang Fan said smilingly. Louis Yi blankly glanced at Zhang Fan, pulled out her cell phone, and began to pick it out. By the way, do you have anything to move over? Zhang Fan suddenly asked. Never mind, my ID, bank card and passport are all here. The other stuff, it doesn't matter. That's good. By the way, did your parents ever tell you how much money their company needs to turn around properly? My dad mentioned something about it and estimated it would take 5 small goals. But if we can get the construction money for the project we're doing, it should be enough, Louis Yi said. Looking at Zhang Fan with a hopeful face, Zhang Fan hurriedly spread his hands. Don't look at me. I really don't have that much energy. I do have some small amount of money, but 5 small goals, it's too far away. My family doesn't have any connections either. I'm just an ordinary person. Louis Yi was a bit disappointed inside. I'm sorry, I was overthinking it. The beautiful woman frowned, and Zhang Fan was instantly a little heartbroken. Hold your horses. It seems to me that there are a lot more questions in this case. What's the problem? Louis Yi looked at Zhang Fan with a puzzled expression. Your dad is an old man. That kind of project, the payment for the project is hard to ask for. But if your dad dares to do it, he must be sure of it. In my opinion, either your dad has offended someone, or someone wants your family's company. Chapter 18 Problems at Louis Yi's house. No way. My dad has always done business with peace. Also, our family's industry isn't even worth anything right now. Just because it wasn't worth anything before doesn't mean it won't be worth anything in the future. Especially the 2 projects of your family. The location is quite good. In case a subway is built, although the price of the house won't go up, it will definitely sell well. This was what Zhang Fan had just seen online. Zhang Fan felt that the person's analysis was very reasonable. The Lu family has survived for so many years. The toughest times have all been overcome. How can it be that they are just now going bankrupt? There was another possibility that Zhang Fan didn't say. It could be because of Louis Yi. For a moment, Zhang Fan regretted that it would be better to let Louis Yi go abroad directly. However, now that Louis Yi had shared a room with Zhang Fan, it was useless to regret. He's a man with a system. He can't be such a wimp. The current system really isn't very powerful though. I hope the next upgrade gives it a bit more power. That said, the system should be upgraded soon as well. Right. You should not go out recently. Just buy what you want directly online. For express delivery or whatever. Write my name. I'll go pick it up directly when the time comes. Zhang Fan reminded. Louis Yi thought that it was Zhang Fan who was worried about running into a debtor and nodded. The 2 of them didn't go out for lunch and just ordered takeout. Louis Yi bought other things and arrived at noon. The 2 of them finished their meal and washed the newly purchased sheets and covers, and put the newly bought pots and pans and whatnot in their place. Louis Yi bought some toiletries online. By the time the evening was over, the new home was packed. The 2 were at their new home again, having a fondue dinner. Why don't you stay here and watch TV? I'm going back to the house first. Louis Yi nodded her head obediently. Aha! Zhang Fan returned to his bedroom and lay on the bed, ready to think about how to solve this matter. The only thing one could rely on was the system. But the current system, it seems, is not enough. It's a bit wrong. One's own system is a god-level replication system. But at the moment, it seems like it's just a replication system, and it's still far from the word God. There must be some feature of the system that you haven't discovered yet. Suddenly Zhang Fan had a flash of insight. Right. Viruses can replicate. Right. Cells should be able to replicate. Right. These things, they're exceptionally small, so it shouldn't be a problem. Seems a bit dangerous. Can't be a biochemical warrior myself. Zhang Fan shook his head. It seemed that he needed to learn a bit. Zhang Fan, system, what I just thought of. It should be okay to copy the virus, right? System, yes. No problem. But the current system level is too low. The host needs to be in lab conditions to replicate it. Receiving the confirmation from the system, Zhang Fan was also relieved. Set up a lab, get some viruses, and give some to any tomcat who has a grudge against you. Ha ha ha. Zhang Fan's thoughts quickly diverged again. If he could replicate cells, that would mean that many terminal diseases, he would be able to treat himself. It can't be cured, but it can provide a great deal of relief. For example, if one has cancer, one can replicate some of one's own phagocytes and use them to devour the cancer cells. And as long as there are fewer cancer cells, one's condition will naturally be in remission. However, thinking about it, Zhang Fan found a loophole. Even if he had copied these cells, it didn't mean that he would be able to control them completely. Still need to get them to the appropriate location. Hard to get. Do you have x-rays in your own eyes and you can't see through them? Forget it, take your time later. Today's 20 grams were not yet used, and Zhang Fan still copied it directly into gold. A little tired from today's day, Zhang Fan turned off the lights and laid down on the bed ready to sleep. Suddenly, the door opened. Brother Fan, are you asleep? Lu Yi's weak voice came out. Nope, Zhang Fan said, and sat up, turning on the table lamp on the side in his hand. Brother Fan, I'm a bit scared, Lu Yi said and jumped into Zhang Fan's arms. Zhang Fan hugged Lu Yi and gently patted her back. It's alright, I'll stay with you. Aha. Brother Fan, do you think my parents will be able to come out? Lu Yi said, looking up at Zhang Fan with a hint of tears still on her big eyes. Don't worry, they'll definitely come out, Zhang Fan said with conviction. Really, Brother Van? Aha. Hold your horses. I'm going to find out exactly what's going on and then figure out what to do. Tomorrow I'm going to find a lawyer and go meet your parents. Lu Yi sniffed with great gratitude and gave Zhang Fan a kiss on the cheek. Thank you, Brother Fan. Ha ha. Hurry up and get some sleep. Aha. Lu Yi lay in Zhang Fan's arms and quickly fell asleep. Looking at Lu Yi, who was curled up in his arms like a kitten, the corners of Zhang Fan's mouth rose and he soon fell asleep as well. On the second morning, when Zhang Fan woke up, Lu Yi was no longer by his side. Zhang Fan shuffled around and pushed open the door to see Lu Yi who was busy in the dining room. Yi, what are you doing? I'm making sandwiches. Brother Van, wait a moment. They'll be ready soon. Lu Yi's words were filled with excitement. It looked like she had temporarily forgotten about what was going on inside her home. Zhang Fan nodded and just sat in the living room, looking at his cell phone while looking at the kitchen. Lu Yi looked very skillful, so I guess she hadn't done it on her own at home. So Zhang Fan let out a sigh of relief and then started to think about today's events. The case of Lu Yi's parents is now a big deal, and there are many different opinions on the internet, but the real situation, or to find Lu Yi's parents, to inquire about it. Zhang Fan estimated that Lu Yi's parents were at the end of their tether, so as long as he showed something more or less, he thought that they would be willing to tell him the truth. The first order of business was to meet Lu Yi's parents. You certainly can't do it on your own, so you have to get a lawyer, and a big one at that. It's definitely going to cost a lot of money, but you have the system, so how can you be short of money in the future? Although at the moment you can only replicate 10 grams of gold per day, that's $400, a proper 120,000 a month. If we upgrade next time, I'm guessing it'll be 100 grams, and then we'll be able to make $2 million a month. If you upgrade again, you'll be able to make an estimated $12 million a month. Of course, at that point how to turn gold into money becomes a new problem. However, Zhang Fan believed that there must be a solution. Brother Van, the sandwiches are ready. Come and eat. When Zhang Fan came back to his senses, he saw that Lu Yi had already placed the sandwiches on the dining table, with 2 fried eggs on the side, as well as ham, and 2 cups of hot milk. It's nice. It's kind of homey. Zhang Fan got up, went to the kitchen to wash his hands, and sat down at the dining table. Chapter 19, Entrusting a Lawyer. Buying a car. Brother Fan, take a quick look at how my handiwork is, Lu Yi said. Looking at Zhang Fan with an expectant face, Zhang Fan picked up the sandwich and took a bite, immediately revealing a look of surprise. The bread was fluffy and delicious, and the beef inside was tender. Not bad. You're good with your hands. Then you eat more. Brother Fan. Zhang Fan nodded and said smilingly, you eat too. Aha, Lu Yi said, also picking up a sandwich and taking small bites. Right. I'll go to the solicitor's office in a while and find a barrister. You wait at home for my good news. Aha. Soon, the two finished their meal. Zhang Fan went out, took a cab, and set off towards Junwei Law Firm. Junwei Law Firm, the most famous law firm in Zhangcheng, has a good reputation. When Zhang Fan arrived, he told the receptionist about his claim, and soon a lawyer dressed in an elite look came over. Mr. Zhang Fan, hello, I'm Junwei's gold medal lawyer, Li Zhang. Hello, Counselor Li. I heard that you came over to inquire about the Lu family's case. May I ask, what is your relationship with the Lu family? Li Zhang asked smilingly. Lu Yi and I are friends. She entrusted me to come here to inquire. Upon hearing this, Li Zhang instantly became interested. Then do you have a power of attorney from MS? Lu Yi? That's easy. I'll bring over any templates you guys need tomorrow. Then let's add contact info and I'll send you the template. The two added WeChat, and Li Zhang sent the template to Zhang Fan. Then continued. I wonder what your site's claim is. I want to meet Louis Yi's parents to see what exactly is going on. Oh, this is easy. I'd also like to know what the worst case scenario is. Okay, once the proxy agreement is signed, we'll officially launch the investigation. Yes, Zhang Fan went back and prepared a copy of Louis Yi's ID card, a power of attorney, and came back, immediately signed the proxy agreement, and paid a portion of the attorney's fee. Zhang Fan left. It just so happened that it was also mealtime, so Zhang Fan casually found a store and ordered some food, then took his cell phone and swiped it. Suddenly, Zhang Fan felt that he needed a car. When I was in school, I took the driver's license test with a few roommates, and I haven't touched the car much since I took the test. Zhang Fan pondered for a while and was still ready to buy an M9. Not a fan of the big mouth, but I have to admit, the car does look pretty good, at a price point of around $500. 000. It really is a distant second in sales. After dinner, Zhang Fan took a taxi to the Ford store in the suburbs, bought one outright at full price. It's just a shame that the sales lady wasn't very pretty. In the middle, the sales lady kept guiding Zhang Fan to take out a cheaper loan. Zhang Fan didn't bother to take out a loan. He just took it in full. I've heard that with a loan, the sales lady will make more money and the Ford store will make more money. The car was purchased but could not be picked up the same day and had to be picked up and insured on the second day. Zhang Fan took the voucher for the purchase of the car and left. Returning to the neighborhood, going up the stairs and returning home, Zhang Fan saw Louis Yi was wearing yoga pants and practicing yoga. Zhang Fan instantly remembered a movie he had watched, produced by the country that had a good little life. The yoga pants tightly outlined Louis Yi's beautiful body. It was too tantalizing, and Zhang Fan was instantly a bit cocky. Taking a closer look, it turned out that Louis Yi was wearing headphones, presumably listening to music, so she didn't hear the movement of her return. Zhang Fan didn't disturb her either and stood there, admiring the most beautiful scenery in this world. Suddenly, Louis Yi saw Zhang Fan behind her. Ah, brother Fan, when did you come back? Just got back. Louis Yi stood up and walked to Zhang Fan's side, grabbing Zhang Fan's arm. Brother Fan, how did things go? It's been entrusted to lawyers. Wait to hear from them. Oh, thank you brother Fan. Brother Fan, hurry up and sit down. I'll go and pour you a cup of water. Louis Yi said and hurriedly went to help Zhang Fan pour water. Zhang Fan hurriedly pulled Louis Yi. No need to be polite. I'll do it myself. Oh, that's fine. Louis Yi obediently sat down, only to realize that she was wearing yoga clothes, and did not know what came to her mind. Instantly her small face turned red with shame. Zhang Fan didn't care. Right, I remember you are a junior this year. What about your studies? I asked our homeroom teacher. You don't have to go your senior year. Internship in the first semester of senior year. Write the dissertation in the second semester. As long as you pay the tuition fee and go to the graduation defense, it's fine. Oh, that's good. After all, you're Jiangcheng University. Going out to look for a job is still very prestigious. Zhang Fan said smilingly. By the way, brother Fan, aren't you from Jiangde? Louis Yi had a puzzled look on her face. No, I'm from the Jiangcheng Construction College next door. I'm a senior this year. I'll be graduating soon. Oh, so did you find a good job, brother Fan? Louis Yi asked with a concerned face. I'm not planning on getting a job. I'm starting my own business. Oh, brother Van is so awesome. Do you need my help? Louis Yi said with a face of adoration. Zhang Fan shook his head. Not for now. Louis Yi was a little disappointed, but still said, then if brother Fan needs someone in the future, I'll go help you. I studied business administration in college. I originally wanted to graduate to our family's company. I didn't expect. Alas, Louis Yi said and sighed. Don't be anxious. I'm sure your parents will be fine. Zhang Fan comforted. I hope so. By the way, let me tell you a joke. I also learned business administration. Zhang Fan couldn't help but laugh when he finished speaking. Brother Fan, what's so funny about this? Louis Yi had a puzzled look on her face. Ha, a lot of people who learn this have businesses at home, and at my house, I only have 6 acres of land. Ah, so how did you pick this major? Brain in the water. Zhang Fan laughed bitterly. Inside the class, a lot of people like yourself chose business administration. Most of them are children from the countryside. There is also a portion of the population that is being transferred. There are only a few that actually have businesses at home that need to be managed. The girls are fine. They mature early, and most of them are ready to take a preparation test or go on to graduate school. The boys matured later, and a few of them didn't prepare for grad school until their junior year, and none of them got in. Now, most of the students who are on their own can only find jobs in sales. LOL. Brother Fan, you should feel happy because our Jiang University's business administration isn't much better than yours. Louis Yi laughed bitterly. It's not that bad. is it? You guys are 985. Chapter 20, Joe Hightao's treat. Zhang Fan paves the way to having money of his own. Same. A little better than you guys. Limited. Maybe the platform is a bit bigger than you guys. And the starting point is a bit higher. But again, they're all bulls and horses. Lu Yi explained. By the way, I have a schoolmate who got into our school's graduate school recruitment into a big real estate company, and is now unemployed and at home, preparing to take the editorial exam. Lu Yi added. The end of the universe is preparation. Zhang Fan lamented. Aha, many of our classmates are preparing for the editorial exam. Lu Yi concurred. Zhang Fan cursed in his heart. Dog X world. By the way, what did you think the night before last? Zhang Fan asked curiously. Lu Yi's face instantly turned red. After hesitating for a while, she still opened her mouth. I usually don't go to bars. The night before last was the first time I went. I didn't expect to drink and get drunk. Then why did you find me? Zhang Fan continued to ask. I looked around and thought you were the most agreeable. Lu Yi whispered with a red face. Ha ha, so you are attracted by my beauty. Zhang Fan laughed badly. Lu Yi instantly lowered her head, not daring to look at Zhang Fan. Okay, no more teasing. I just bought a new car today. Do you want to go out for a spin with me tomorrow and stay in the nearby mountains for a couple days? I'll listen to you. Brother Fan. Lu Yi whispered. Okay then, you get a change of clothes ready and then see where to go. By the way, you have a driver's license, right? Can you drive? Although Zhang Fan had a driver's license, he hadn't driven much and was a little worried, so he asked Lu Yi. Yes, I'm a very skillful driver. Oh, that's good. I've never driven much, so keep an eye out for me. Aha! The two of them chatted for a while longer. Zhang Fan's cell phone rang, and at a glance, it was Joe Hightao's call. Brother Fan, let's have dinner together tonight. My treat? Joe Hightao's tone was filled with excitement, and Zhang Fan felt it clearly. Why? What's good about it? Zhang Fan asked with a puzzled face. I finally found a job. Ha ha. Joe Hightao couldn't hide his excitement any longer. Zhang Fan, how much is the paycheck? So excited. 600 a month. Oh, it's not as much as your allowance. Why are you so happy? Can that be the same? The allowance was given to me by my parents. This is something I found on my own. Joe Hightao's words were filled with pride. Congratulations. I'll send you the location of the dinner later. Be on time tonight, haha. I still have to contact a few other classmates. After Joe Hightao finished speaking, he hung up the phone in a hurry. This Joe Hightao. Zhang Fan was really confused. But 600 a month is a pretty good paycheck. Anyway, it is higher than the salary of most of the classmates that Zhang Fan heard, and I do not know what it is for, so I will ask at night. Brother Fan, you're going out for dinner tonight? Lu Yi asked in a small voice. Aha, didn't you just hear that? My dorm buddy got a job and is celebrating tonight. Oh, so you're coming back tonight? It's hard to say. We might go singing after dinner, and we should go back to school to sleep by then. Zhang Fan explained. Can you come back and sleep at night? I'm a little scared to be alone. Lu Yi said carefully. Seeing Lu Yi's appearance, Zhang Fan thought of last night's incident again. There was a little beauty warming up the bed for him. Why did he still go back to the dormitory? Okay, I'll be back after dinner tonight. Aha! Hearing the answer she wanted, the corners of Lu Yi's mouth rose, revealing a small smile. At 6 p.m., Zhang Fan went to take a shower and changed his clothes, then took a taxi to the agreed-upon restaurant. There were 11 people in total. In addition to the 4 people in their own dormitory, there was the class president Sun Lei, and the study committee member Zhao Lin, Zhou Lin's object Wang Meng, Zhou Haitao's object Li Xiaofei, and Li Xiaofei's 3 roommates. Zhang Fan knew Li Xiaofei's 3 sisters, but not very well. As soon as they met, Zhang Fan couldn't wait to ask, Brother Tao, what kind of job are you looking for? Everyone else also looked at Zhou Haitao with a curious expression. A purchase from a big company, Zhou Haitao said with a smug look on his face. Holy, Brother Tao is so powerful? Zhang Fan subconsciously spoke up. Ha ha, during the interview the interviewer asked me what advantages I had. So I said that my biggest advantage was that I had money, and I wasn't going to get myself in trouble just to earn those 3 guan and 2 jujubes. When the interviewer heard that, he hired me immediately. Zhou Haitao said smilingly, Tao really put his specialty to good use. If I were the boss, recruiting procurement would definitely recruit rich people as well. Zhou Haitao is also very satisfied. Ha ha, also count me lucky. Interviewed a number of, on this company double rest, but also on the 5 insurance and gold. The base salary of 600, but also higher than other jobs a big cut. A few others laughed along with them. Right. Zhang Fan, have you found a job yet? Class president Sun Lei asked with a concerned face. After all, they are in the same class. Sun Lei is still the class president. For years in the same class, the friendship is still relatively deep. Not yet. You know, my uncle in the property company is a leader. Security guards, a monthly salary of 500, including food and housing, on 12 hours, single weekly off. Building housekeeper, monthly salary of 400, no food and housing, on 9 and 6, occasionally need to work overtime. Now, young people as security guards quite a lot. You do not also brush to those paragraphs? As soon as you graduate as a security guard, it is quite good to take 30 years less detours. The others laughed at that comment. Ha ha, thank you squad leader. Before when I was delivering takeaways, I also thought that being a security guard was quite good, but now I don't need it anymore. Our family recently repaired our house and found my grandfather's stamp collection, and sold it for several $1 million at once. I'm a rich man now too. The reason why Zhang Fan said this was also to pave the way for the future. Besides, a few people in the same dormitory. Lao Zhou is a rich second generation. Yu Bo's family is worth tens of millions of dollars in real estate alone, and both parents are in the system. Grandparents' pension is also very high, are not short of money. Zhou Lin also has a good job. It is unlikely to find themselves to borrow money. Even if borrowing money is estimated to find Zhou Haitao first. I'll go. Really? Everyone looked at Zhang Fan with an excited face. That's a must. As long as I don't plan to buy a house in Zhangcheng, I'm sure I'll live comfortably. Congratulations! 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 Zhang Fan smiled and continued. By the way, I just bought an M9. Which one of you is free tomorrow? Why don't you go with me to pick up the car? Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk. There was a gasp from the men in the audience. The few sisters present also looked at Zhang Fan with envious faces. Chapter 21, System Re-Upgrade. After the shock, Zhou Haitao, Yu Bo, and Sun Lei spoke at the same time. I'll go with you tomorrow. X3, Zhou Lin, on the other hand, was a bit regretful because he had to go to work tomorrow. Sure, let's go together then. After picking up the car and practicing with me, I'll come back and treat you guys to dinner. I've long had my eye on the M9, but unfortunately, my family won't give me the money, Zhou Haitao said with a look of regret. Zhou Haitao does have a car of about $200,000, which he bought with his own year-end money. Sun Lei's family is also in good condition, driving a car of more than 100,000 yuan, saying that it is for him to practice. These days, there are very few students who have cars at school. A lot of rich people, who can afford to drive sports cars, wouldn't buy them for their kids. Mostly, this stuff is tied to angst. Yes, I want to experience its autopilot, Sun Lei also said excitedly. Aha, let's do it together. Alright, don't talk about the car. Let's hurry up and order. Li Xiaofei opened her mouth. Daughter-in-law, you guys just keep an eye on it. Zhou Haitao finished with a big grin, then turned his head to look at Zhang Fan. Brother Fan, which one did you buy? 5-seater top of the line. Coward. Li Xiaofei rolled her eyes, and with a few female classmates, began to order the food. Zhang Fan and a few of their boys. This was a conversation about Zhang Fan's new car. Soon, the food was served. The crowd eats and discusses work. Graduation is right around the corner and so many people have already found jobs and started their internships. Most of the people present will choose to stay in Jiangcheng. On the contrary, two of Li Xiaofei's classmates, who got into the establishment in their hometowns, will go back to their hometowns after receiving their graduation certificates. Still, there was some time, and the atmosphere was still better. The crowd drank and drank and drank. However, Zhang Fan didn't drink that much, thinking that he had to go back to Hanjing neighborhood at night. After finishing his drink, Zhou Haitao, with an excited look on his face, proposed to go to the side to sing. Yu Bo, Sun Lei, and Zhou Lin you all agreed. A few girls are also very excited. Zhang Fan also did not have the good sense to say that they want to leave early, can only follow them to the nearby Pearl KTV. Pearl KTV, in Jiangcheng, is the most famous KTV. The price is not expensive. The environment is also good. Very clean. Is the students' favorite KTV. Zhou Haitao opened a large private room and everyone followed him in. Zhang Fan stayed inside for a while and left on the pretext that he had prior business. Just after leaving the door of the KTV room, Zhang Fan saw Su Cici's figure. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Fan still followed. After taking a look outside and realizing that it was all students from Su Cici's class and a few girls from their dormitory were there, Zhang Fan was relieved and quietly left. Taking a taxi, Zhang Fan quickly returned to Hanjing neighborhood, opening the door to her room with her fingerprints and changing her shoes. Lu Yi walked over. Brother Fan, you're back? Aha! You sit down first. I'll pour you some honey water. Wait a moment. After Lu Yi finished speaking, she quickly ran 2 steps and went into the kitchen. Zhang Fan was a little touched and took a seat on the sofa. Soon Lu Yi was carrying a cup of honey water and came over. Thank you, Yi, Zhang Fan said, taking the honey water and drinking it in small sips. Lu Yi immediately sat beside Zhang Fan and played with her cell phone. After Zhang Fan finished drinking the honey water, he greeted Lu Yi and returned to the bedroom. A little tipsy from all that drinking, I took a shower in the bathroom and went to bed to fall asleep. Early in the morning of the second day, when Zhang Fan woke up, he found Lu Yi lying in his arms. In the middle of summer, wearing thin clothes, Zhang Fan instantly chickened out. This girl, dressed like this, really wants to commit a crime. Zhang Fan sighed and hurriedly went to the bathroom to drain the water. While releasing the water, Zhang Fan received another message about the system upgrade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for rising to the 3rd level. The weight of items that can be copied per day at the moment is a cumulative 100 grams, and the items copied must be owned by the host himself or have no owner. As an added bonus, the host can copy other people's items with a cumulative weight of no more than 10 grams. Kinda gives it away. True to his word, the weight of the replicable item became 100 grams. It used to be that you could only copy items that you owned, but now you're able to copy items if they're unattributed. It was also possible to copy all the items of others, and although the total weight could not exceed 10 grams, Zhang Fan was satisfied. With these 10, it was enough for Zhang Fan to duplicate most of the rare stamps. But I guess, for the time being, I won't be able to use this feature. The other thing is that it took 10 days to move from level 1 to level 2, 20 days to move from level 2 to level 3, and the next time you move from level 3 to level 4, will it be 40 days or 30 days? Forget it, you can't control these things yourself, so let's think about what you can control. Since he could duplicate unowned items, Zhang Fan was not in a hurry to use up his 100 grams for the day. Zhang Fan took his cell phone and set an alarm for 11 p.m. If there are no special circumstances by then, he will change all of these 100 grams into gold. After Zhang Fan brushed his teeth and washed his face, he came back to the bedside. Yui Lu was still sleeping. Zhang Fan helped Lu Yi cover up the quilt and went out to buy breakfast. Today, the weather is not bad. Zhang Fan in front of the neighborhood, bought tofu buns, beef buns, and then bought 2 cups of porridge, and went back. Lu Yi was washing up, and when she came out after washing up, Zhang Fan had already eaten breakfast. Breakfast is on the table. I've already finished. Thank you, Brother Van. This tofu bun is really good. Where did you buy it? Lu Yi said with a surprised face. It's right in front of the neighborhood, and you can just go eat it later if you want. Wear a hat and a mask on the line. Anyway, now wearing a hat and mask is quite a lot of people, Zhang Fan said smilingly. Although the Lu family's debtors were looking for Lu Yi, they couldn't be that unlucky. Lu Yi nodded obediently, then slowly ate. Zhang Fan, on the other hand, took out his cell phone and searched again for how to make money. After all, it's now possible to replicate a 100-gram item, a weight that's pretty good. After searching around, I found that in addition to gold, it was ancient coins, and silver dollars and jadeite jade pendants were also good. But these things, all the same problem, cannot be a large number of out. The ancient coin thing looks good, but it's hard to get. The more valuable ones are definitely rarer, and it's impractical to buy them and copy them and sell them out, because the duplicates will be exactly the same. You can only get some that are not very expensive, but it's too much work to get them that way. It's better to just copy the gold. Forget it, take your time. Anyway, I'm not really short of money now. Still, those searches did the trick. Chapter 22, Picking up the car and sending it to friends. Zhang Fan finally found a good path. Jade. On the one hand, you buy cheap raw emerald stones, and on the other hand, you buy top quality emeralds that are opened. No one knows how much emerald is inside the raw emerald stone that you buy, so there is a lot of room to play around. You can copy out more top quality emeralds, process them and sell them. This was the easiest and most popular way to make money that Zhang Fan could think of. However, with the current 100 grams per day, it's not enough. I guess waiting for the system to be upgraded a couple more times will be enough. At 9 o'clock, Zhang Fan, together with Sun Lei, Yu Bo, and Zhou Haitao, met in front of the Force store. Brother Fan, where did you go to sleep last night? Zhou Haitao asked with a curious face. Yu Bo also looked at Zhang Fan with a bad smile on his face. I rented a room outside. Still talking about me? Yu Bo, why haven't you stayed in the dormitory these days as well? Zhang Fan said without any good humor. Who said I didn't live in the dorm? I've been living in the dorm almost every day lately. Ha! Yu Bo said smilingly. Zhang Fan gave Yu Bo a blank stare and said without a good mood. Che, I moved out 2 days ago and you guys didn't know until now. By the way, where did you rent a room, brother Fan? And don't invite us to get together? Joe Haitao asked smilingly. Pick up the car first. Zhang Fan said, walking towards the Force store. Sun Lei and the others didn't think much about it and followed Zhang Fan and walked in together. The saleswoman greeted Zhang Fan enthusiastically when she saw him and then accompanied him to pick up the car. Insurance, photos, whatever, get it done. Zhang Fan is not particular about license plate numbers and whatnot, so he let the 4S store get one at random yesterday. But fortunately, there are more license plates for trams, giving the choice of a tail number of 8, not yet with a 4. Zhang Fan is very satisfied. After signing the paperwork, you can drive the car away. A few of them had long ago agreed that Joe Haitao would drive first. Joe Haitao was, after all, an old driver with more skillful driving skills, and Zhang Fan and the few of them were trustworthy. Joe Haitao was sitting in the main driver. Zhang Fan was sitting in the passenger seat, while Sun Lei and Yu Bo were sitting in the back seat, and several people were very excited. Joe Haitao first drove his car to a gas station and filled it up. Then he drove the car to the far suburbs. This side is less crowded for practicing. Zhang Fan didn't get too excited and first let Sun Lei and Yu Bo drive for 10 minutes each before Zhang Fan started practicing. Driving was actually quite simple, and after Zhang Fan had driven for more than half an hour, he was finally less excited. Then, switch to Joe Haitao and start experiencing smart driving. It was pretty good, steady, and felt better than anything Zhang Fan drove. After finding a place to eat in the neighborhood at noon, Yu Bo and Sun Lei experienced the autopilot again one by one. Joe Haitao and Sun Lei are very satisfied with the car M9. Sun Lei has even decided to wait for the receipt of the graduation certificate. We'll go to buy. Joe Haitao also wanted to buy it, but he was shy. Of course, if he wants to go back home, the family buys it for him in minutes. But now, choosing to stay in Zhangcheng, his family is only willing to give an extra 10,000 per month. That's 30,000 per month pocket money, not a dime more. In fact, in Zhang Fan's opinion, Joe Haitao's parents were already considered very enlightened. With many other parents, the allowance is simply cut off entirely if you don't listen. After everyone had their fun, Zhang Fan drove the car and sent them all to the school, then drove again and returned to Hanjing neighborhood. After parking the car, Zhang Fan suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten to send a friend circle. Wouldn't it be a waste to buy a car without posting a circle? So Zhang Fan decisively took a picture of his car and posted it in his circle of friends. Soon there were a ton of likes and comments below. In Zhang Fan's circle of friends, most of them are his classmates, and there are a few teachers from the university who are basically envious and jealous. Yanjing or Yanqing University, Christian university in Beijing founded in 1919. Li Shuya was resting in the dormitory when she suddenly swiped Zhang Fan's friend circle. Jingyi, didn't you say that your classmate Zhang Fan's family's conditions were ordinary? How come they bought this car all of a sudden? This car costs 58 for a naked car. Han Jingyi was also a bit puzzled. I don't know. He said he's doing some small business of his own. Maybe he's gotten rich recently. This classmate of yours is already very good. At our age, those who can afford this car without relying on their family are too few. You have to cherish it, Li Shuao said with a serious face. Shuao, it's impossible for the two of us. I'm in Yanjing and he's in Jiangcheng. Han Jingyi analyzed very sensibly. Then I'll do it. Don't regret it when the time comes. Li Shuao smiled gently, somewhat mischievously. Han Jingyi had a question mark on her face. What's the situation? I just received a new offer. In Jiangcheng, the salary and treatment and everything is quite good. And the development prospect is also good. I've decided to go to Jiangcheng. My hometown is not far from Jiangcheng. Han Jingyi sighed. Shuao, you're leaving too. Alas, what are you sighing for at such a young age? How convenient transportation is now. I'll come to see you when I have time. Li Shuao comforted. Well, come back and visit more often. Right, tell me about Zhang Fan. You really have thoughts about him? Han Jingyi asked with a puzzled expression. Ha ha, how hard it is to find someone to get in touch with these days. I'm telling you, we were classmates freshman year of high school. And then, Jiang Yueying also swiped it and immediately made a call to Sun Lei. Cousin, didn't you say that Zhang Fan's family is not in good condition? How come I saw his friend circle sunbathing the newly bought M9? Is it true? Aha, we picked up the car together this morning. M9 top of the line. Zhang Fan said his family made a small fortune. A few million. Ooh, got it. Jiang Yueying hung up the phone and lowered her head in serious thought. She didn't like Zhang Fan. Nor could she see Zhang Fan's small amount of money. She just found Zhang Fan interesting. The last time he invited Zhang Fan to share a room, he was actually bored and wanted to help him out a bit and tease him in the meantime. I didn't expect to be rejected. Jiang Yueying hadn't thought about it before, but now she finally understood. At that time, Zhang Yueying got angry and was thinking of taking revenge on Zhang Fan, but then Zhang Fan went home. Plus he was busy with the final exams for a while, so he didn't care. Now that Zhang Fan was back and he was done with his own busy schedule, it was time to strike. Hey! Li Yu also swiped Zhang Fan's friend circle and immediately sent a message over. Li Yu, brother Fan, congratulations, you've got a new car. Zhang Fan thought about it slightly before remembering that it was the saleswoman from the jewelry store before. He had also talked to her about selling gold, so he casually replied with a thank you. Li Yu quickly returned with a new message. Li Yu, brother Fan, you said before that you have some gold at home that you plan to sell. I don't know if it's sold yet. Zhang Fan, not yet. By the way, how much can you pay now that the vouchers can't be found? Li Yu, Van. About how many? Chapter 23, Meeting Lu Qinshan. Zhang Fan glanced at the system space. It was only 190 grams. A bit less. Right now I can replicate 100 grams a day by myself. So in a few days, I'll get enough to sell 1 kilogram. Zhang Fan, about 1 kilogram. Li Yu's heart was instantly ecstatic. Gold is currently marketed at 400 for recycling. And on the market, gold sells for 600. One way or another. That's a $200. 000 spread. According to the company's regulations, this part of the difference in price, one can earn 10%, or $20,000, top their basic salary for several months. However, in order to not let Zhang Fan run away, Li Yu thought about it and decided to give a high price. Li Yu, brother Fan, the recycling price in the market is 400, but I can do the honors and give you 420. These days, Zhang Fan also inquired about the recycling price of gold, and it is indeed 400. Li Yu gave himself 420, which is very good. Zhang Fan, okay, I'll contact you next week and you can send me another location. Li Yu was instantly disappointed that it would be next week. It's aggravating. However, the customer had said that it was next Friday, so Li Yu was too embarrassed to say anything else and directly sent Zhang Fan the location. Back home, Lu Yi was preparing dinner. Zhang Fan wanted to go and help, but was rejected by Lu Yi. The bored Zhang Fan had no choice but to sit on the sofa, take out his cell phone, and play with it. Suddenly, Zhang Fan remembered that he had said yesterday that he would take Lu Yi around the neighborhood to take a break. I don't know if Lu Yi's things are ready yet. A big man himself. Things are good to prepare. Wear a hat, and then bring a change of clothes on the line. Girls go out, that's a problem. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan stood up and prepared to go to the kitchen to ask. But suddenly, the cell phone rang. Zhang Fan glanced at it. It was a call from attorney Li Zhangli. Zhang Fan immediately chose to answer it. Hello Mr. Zhang, I'm Li Zhang. The case of Lu Qinshan, which was commissioned with yesterday, has already yielded results. Oh, you say, the main charge against the two of them is illegal fundraising, and as for the other issues, they are all business operations and good to go. Oh, and the worst possible? Because of the amount of money involved, it could be over 10 years. This case is more complicated and difficult. Ooh, what's the best that could happen? If I can pay back the portion of the money that was illegally collected, I am confident that I can fight for probation, the latter bank loan, as well as the delivery of the house. Slowly fight the lawsuit on the line. About how much does it cost? About 2 small targets, with 2 small goals. Zhang Fan had a headache all of a sudden. One could only copy 100 grams of gold a day now, which was just over $40,000 in total, and it would probably take a long time to get enough for those 2 small goals. It would also take over a year if the next system upgrade was 100 grams of gold a day. Oh, Counselor Li, if I wanted to pay this back, how long could I have? 6 months at the most. By the way, didn't you say you wanted to meet Mr. Lu? Do you think tomorrow morning would be okay? Yes. Let me know when you set the time and I'll be there on time. Well then, we'll notify you on WeChat after we've applied and finalized the time. Troubled Counselor Li. It should. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Fan was really having some headaches. 2 small goals for 6 months is too much. If he hadn't slept with his daughter, Zhang Fan wouldn't want to meddle in this. Let's see. If we can make this money by then it's best. If we can't, we'll just pull it off and do our best. Brother Fan, dinner is ready. Hurry up and come eat. Lu Yi's voice interrupted Zhang Fan's blind thoughts. Zhang Fan looked up and Lu Yi had already placed the meal on the table. The 4-course meal looked good. Zhang Fan nodded and went to the kitchen to wash his hands before sitting at the dining table and said to Lu Yi, I'm going to see your father tomorrow morning. Is there anything you want to say? Lu Yi lowered her head and thought for half a day. I don't know. Brother Fan, you help me ask what the hell is going on. Aha. Well, let's eat first. After Zhang Fan finished speaking, he picked up his chopsticks and ate. Louis E also picked up her chopsticks and ate, but was obviously not very excited. Zhang Fan didn't know how to comfort, so he simply gave up. On the morning of the second day, Zhang Fan drove directly to the detention center. After some formalities, he finally met Louis' father, Lu Qingshan. Maybe there are some vicissitudes in the past few days without rest. Hello, Mr. Lu, I'm Li Zhang, the lawyer that your daughter entrusted to me. I have some questions that I want to find out from you. You say, can you tell me the specifics? The lawyer quickly finished his chat and went out first. Only then did Zhang Fan introduce himself. Uncle Lu, I'm Yi's friend Zhang Fan. Oh, where is Yi now? Lu Qingshan asked with a nervous face. Still in Jiangcheng, already in hiding. Lu Qingshan sniffed and let out a long sigh of relief. That's good. That's good. By the way, Uncle Lu, how did things get to this point? Lu Qingshan sighed. I should be unlucky. Our company has two main business. One is to undertake the project above. The other is to take the land to build houses. In these years, you also know that the big market, the house is not selling well. When the market is good, I took a few pieces of land in the suburbs, lost a lot of money. I earned some years ago all right inside. I borrowed a lot of money to pay for the house. I thought the market would always get better, but I didn't expect it to get worse. In fact, the main thing, or that project I did, there are still $400 or $500 million of construction money not settled. Why didn't it end? Zhang Fan was puzzled. Alas, I was taking the project through a certain leader, and then something happened to that leader. Alas, Zhang Fan understood in seconds. None of it is easy these days, and this part of the payment, are you chasing it? The company side is watching every day, but it's no use. Zhang Fan sighed, but luckily, it wasn't as serious as he thought. Uncle Lu, be optimistic. I'll think of something. I'll bring Yi over to see you in a while. Lu Qingshan hurriedly waved his hand. Or someone else. In case those debtors know it would be bad. Thank you for helping me take care of Yi. You're welcome, uncle. I'll go back and help you think of another way. The two chatted some more and then it was time. Zhang Fan got up and left. Lawyer Li, do you think he'll get that project money back? Lawyer Li shook his head. At this stage, that money, even if you get it back, will be prioritized for the delivery of the house, and then pay off the bank loan. It's hopeless to count on that money. Chapter 24, A Brain Twitch. Zhang Fan thought for a moment and continued. Then what should we do next? If there's money, find those borrowers first, pay them back, and the rest will be easy. If you don't have the money, then you can only fight to get the money for the project, so that the company can resume operations again, and try to get a few less years of sentence. What do you think? Let's collect borrower information first. Lu Qingshan's company is doing so big that he has not asked for money for several years, and it is difficult to expect lawyers to solve it. So Zhang Fan is also too lazy to bother. Of course it might have been better if it had been made a bigger deal, but Lu Qingshan is like this and didn't make a big deal out of it, so there's even less need to do it yourself. The rivers and lakes are deep and you can't afford to mess with them. Okay, I'll collect the information on my side first, and I guess I can send it to you soon. Let's get in touch in time. Aha! Zhang Fan drove his car and then returned to the Hanjing neighborhood. Brother Van, how was it? Did you see my parents? How are they? Louis E asked with an eager face. Your parents are fine, but that thing with him is a little complicated. Oh, Brother Fan, do you have a solution? Louis E said, looking at Zhang Fan with a hopeful face. Zhang Fan shook his head. If you want to save your parents, you need 2 small targets, and you still have to get them together within half a year. There are too many. I really can't do anything about it. Lu Yi's face paled, visible to the naked eye. 2 small goals, astronomical. Zhang Fan was not related to himself, so even if he had, he probably wouldn't be able to take it out. Brother Fan, I'll go call and ask. After saying that, he hurriedly ran to the bedroom. Zhang Fan did not have confidence in this. How many people can come up with 2 small goals these days? Half an hour later, Louis E walked out with a disappointed face. On the lovely eyes, there were tears hanging on them. It was heartbreaking to see Zhang Fan and he couldn't help but open his mouth. Don't worry too much. I'll think of another way. Maybe there's a turnaround in things. Brother Van, really? Aha, just relax. After saying that, Zhang Fan could not help but feel a pain in his heart. 2 small goals. That's 2 small goals. Where did you get that kind of money? Thank you, Brother Fan, Louis E said and gave Zhang Fan a kiss on the cheek. Eat some more. I'll go back inside and think of something. After Zhang Fan finished speaking, he returned to the bedroom. Normally, definitely not. But one still has 10G to copy another person's rare item. Waiting for the next upgrade, which is estimated to be 100 grams. Those 2 small goals are all that can be counted on. I'm so good at getting myself into trouble. Zhang Fan secretly scolded himself. Having no choice but to do so, Zhang Fan once again set his sights on precious metals. Rhodium, a metal that costs $2 million per kilogram. This is the most expensive precious metal that one can access. According to the current system's ability is definitely not. But if the system after the upgrade, 1 kilogram per day, that is 2 million, only need 100 days, will be able to put together 2 small goals. This stuff, there are domestic, but the production is extremely low. Every ton of ore inside only 0. a few grams, so almost have to rely on imports. But the risk is too great, and the consequences are hard to predict if they are discovered. Certainly not to be used as a guinea pig anymore, but the odds are that it will be a toolman. Thinking about it was terrifying. Zhang Fan still shook his head. Still, antiques are the most reliable. Zhang Fan decided that he would find someone to popularize his science tomorrow. Since he had decided to stay in Zhangchang, he definitely wanted to make a big splash. It's lame to have a system and still not be able to keep your woman's parents. Zhang Fan forced himself to comfort himself and decided to work on it tomorrow. That night, Lu Yi came in wearing stockings, and Zhang Fan finally made up his mind that he must get this done. Definitely cannot fail his sister's expectations. The next day, after breakfast, Zhang Fan went to the drum tower, but after half a day's spinning, except for a little bit better when you're buying something. Once you inquire about things, people understand that they don't want to talk to them. It's not surprising. They're all busy making money. Who wants to waste time gossiping? Zhang Fan also knew that his way of opening the door was not right, so he planned to change his mindset. Find an acquaintance. The only local classmates who play well are Yu Bo and class president Sun Lei. Zhang Fan called them one by one, but the result was not satisfactory. They didn't have friends in this business. Zhang Fan had a bit of a headache. Could he really not manage it? No way. Zhang Fan, will never admit defeat. Zhang Fan sent a circle of friends to see if there was a big brother inside who could help introduce himself. He promised that he would be thanked, and then he sat in the car and waited. It had to be said that this M90 gravity seat was really comfortable to sit on, and Zhang Fan fell asleep without realizing it. Suddenly, his cell phone rang and Zhang Fan opened his eyes and brought it over to see that it was Zhang Yueying's WeChat voice. Zhang Fan hesitated for a moment, but still chose to answer. Brother Van, are you looking for friends in the antique circle? The voice was as good as ever, and Zhang Fan was tickled in his heart. Yes, do you recognize any of them? Sister Yueying? Of course, but what's in it for me if I have to introduce it? Zhang Yueying asked with a mischievous face. What favor do you want? Zhang Fan asked rhetorically. Forget it, my lady hasn't thought about it yet. You come and pick me up now and then we'll go together. Okay, Sister Yueying, where are you now? I'll drive over right now. Wait for me at the entrance of Jiangcheng University. Okay, be there in 20 minutes. After Zhang Fan finished speaking, he drove the navigation and headed towards Jiangcheng University. When he arrived at Jiangcheng University, Zhang Yueying hadn't come out yet. Zhang Fan was not in a hurry and waited patiently in the car. 5 minutes later, Zhang Yueying arrived late. Today it was ladylike. Light blue denim pants with a dark cyan long-sleeved shirt with a few small flowers embroidered on the cuffs. Looking very innocent. Zhang Fan felt that it was even better than the previous outfit. Rolling down the window. Sister Yueying, get in the car. Zhang Yueying nodded, pulled open the car door and sat in the passenger seat. Brother Zhang Fan, this car of yours is really nice. Ha ha, average. There's Coke, Sprite, orange juice, and mineral water in the fridge. What do you want to drink? Just get me a bottle of mineral water. Zhang Fan nodded and went to the back seat to get a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Zhang Yueying. Go to the Jiujiang auction house in Jiangcheng. My cousin is the manager there. Oh who? Zhang Fan nodded and drove towards the Jiujiang auction house. The heart is all ecstatic. The manager of the Jiujiang auction house, after recognizing it, if there is anything to sell, it will be much more convenient. Right, brother Zhang Fan, what are you doing? Zhang Yueying asked curiously. I've been more interested in this area lately, and I want to find someone to introduce me to some basics. Zhang Fan explained. Chapter 25, 9 Rivers Auction House. Zhang Yuelan. Oh, the water in this business is rather deep. I suggest brother Zhang Fan that you just learn about it. There's no need to spend money. Listening to my cousin, there are too many fakes. Even their auction house can't completely guarantee that all the things auctioned are real. I'm just simply understanding. Zhang Fan said casually and perfunctorily. Zhang Yueying heard it and didn't say anything else. It's not his money anyway, so let him be. Half an hour later, the car arrived at Jiujiang auction house. Zhang Yueying made a call, and soon there was a 27 or 28-year-old mature big sister, wearing high heels, walking out. A black old outfit with light makeup painted on her face. E-table talent. There was a 7 to 8% resemblance to Zhang Yueying. and Zhang Fan estimated that this was Jiang Yueying's cousin. If it wasn't for Jiang Yueying being around, Zhang Fan would have had to watch carefully for several minutes anyways. Sure enough, Jiang Yueying sweetly shouted out Sister Tang before running over. Sister Tang, this is my friend Zhang Fan, my cousin's son Lei's college classmate. Brother Fan, this is my cousin, Jiang Yuelan. Hello Mr. Zhang, said the man, extending his hand. Zhang Fan also hurriedly stretched out his hand and shook it with a touch. Sister Lan, you're too polite. Just call me Xiao Fan. Alright then, I'll call you Fan. Did you guys come over today for something? Jiang Yuelan asked smilingly. Jiang Yueying was about to reply when Zhang Fan hurriedly stopped it. He is the manager of Jiujiang Auction City. How can he be considered an executive? If he said that he came to learn some things, it would be too embarrassing. Even though the two of them were cousins, they didn't know her well. So Zhang Fan thought on the way and was ready to take out 2 small pieces of red stamps to brush up her performance. Sister Lan, I've come over this time, mainly because I have 2 stamps that I want to consign to your auction. Jiang Yueying cursed in her heart. This dog, how dare he lie to me? Selling stamps is selling stamps. What's there to be ashamed of? However, Jiang Yuelan did not know the specifics and smilingly welcomed Zhang Fan and his own cousin into his office. Only then did Zhang Fan take out 2 small pieces of red stamps and handed them to Jiang Yuelan. Jiang Yuelan took it, took a look at it, and immediately showed a look of excitement. Xiao Fan, this stamp of yours is not cheap, but I can't read it. I need to find a master to appraise it. Sister, feel free, Zhang Fan said with an indifferent face. Jiang Yuelan nodded, took out her cell phone, made a call, and then waited patiently. Jiang Yueying, on the other hand, was very curious and leaned over the edge to take a look, but didn't recognize it, so she looked at Jiang Yuelan. Cousin, what kind of stamp is this? How much is it worth? This is a small piece of red stamp. If it's real, the price is around $1 million. Jiang Yuelan said smilingly. Ah, such a small stamp, but it's so expensive? Jiang Yueying was shocked. How much is this? There are more expensive ones abroad. Some stamps are a small target each. What kind of stamps? So expensive? Jiang Yueying said with a disbelieving face. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan also became interested. Sister Lan, are you telling the truth? What am I lying to you for? Wait a minute. I'll check, Jiang Yuelan said, then took out his cell phone and searched. And soon, he found it. U2C. In 2014, at a Sotheby's auction house, the 1-point magenta was sold for 9.5 million US dollars, about 59.09 million yuan, setting a new world record. The stamp is now said to be worth more than $100 million. There is also the British black penny, the Swedish yellow 3 shillings, and the misprinted stamp Jenny inverted, all of which are worth more than $20 million. There's a lot more to come. I'll send them to you in a few minutes and you can see for yourselves. After Jiang Yuelan finished speaking, she realized that she and Zhang Fan didn't add WeChat, so she took out WeChat and added friends with Zhang Fan, then sent this message to Zhang Fan and Jiang Yueying. Zhang Fan clicked on it and looked at it carefully. As it turns out, there are so many expensive stamps out there. I blame myself, too, for this focus on the country. Jiang Yueying also exclaimed as she watched, clearly greatly shocked. Suddenly, the door to Jiang Yuelan's office rang, and Zhang Fan and Jiang Yueying simultaneously raised their heads to look at the door. Come in. Soon an older man in his 60s walked in. Master Zhao, the stamps are here. Master Zhao nodded, took out a magnifying glass, and looked at it carefully. Jiang Yuelan introduced to Zhang Fan and his cousin. This is Master Zhao, the most knowledgeable on stamps in our auction city. Zhang Fan and Jiang Yueying both nodded and looked at Master Zhao. Master Zhao watched for 5 minutes before nodding at Jiang Yuelan. Lan, confirm that it's true. Master Zhao, how much do you estimate these 2 stamps will sell for? Jiang Yuelan continued to ask. A while ago, Yanjing put out 5 small pieces of red stamps, which sold for about 1.3 million, but that was a small range. If they were auctioned in our area, the price would probably be higher. If we collect them, I suggest 1 million. Jiang Yuelan looked at Zhang Fan. Little Fan, do you intend to sell it to us directly or auction it through us? Zhang Fan smiled and spoke. How will the commission be charged if the auction is held? Normally, we'd charge a commission of 10 points, but for the sake of your relationship with Yueying, I'll give you a discount of only 5 points. Then I choose the auction. Okay, so I'll have someone do the paperwork now? Okay. Jiang Yuelan greeted and someone soon came over. After half an hour, the formalities of the auction were finally taken care of. Only then did Jiang Yueying speak up. Brother Fan, you're getting rich again. Shouldn't you show it? Good talk. I'll treat you guys later. What do you want to eat? What would you like to eat, cousin? I won't go. You two can just go eat. Zhang Yuelan said smilingly. Zhang Fan was 100,000 times reluctant. That's not good. Sister Lan, I still have questions to ask you. After saying that, he gave Zhang Yueying a wink. Right, sis, let's just go eat together. Zhang Yueying shook Zhang Yulan's arm and pouted. Zhang Yuelan was a bit helpless. Okay, then I'll treat. No. Sister Lan saved me so much money. I guess you all won't be able to make much money from this order. It's better to let me do it. Right. Let Brother Fan please. Zhang Yueying agreed. Then I'm welcome. What's the point of being polite? What do you two want to eat? Zhang Fan said with a big grin. The two sisters discussed the matter for a while and finally decided to go for a private dinner. This private kitchen, located inside an old house in the center of the city, does not have a signboard outside at all. Chapter 26, Having a Thought. The decoration is quite exquisite. No need to order food either. The three sat down in a booth and waited for their meal to be served. Sister Lan, I'm interested in antiques. Do you have any information here that I can study? Zhang Fan opened his mouth. This was also Zhang Fan's fundamental purpose. Ooh, how would you like to find out? I'd like to know what some of the antiques have sold for recently, and to categorize them. This is simple. Come back and I'll send you the sold prices of our auction house's recent auction items. If you're more interested in anything, you can send me a message and I'll reply when I see it. Then thank you. Sister Lan, you're welcome. This is nothing. Zhang Yuelan said smilingly. I'd like to focus on the prices sold at international auction houses. Sister Lan, do you have information there too? This one too. I still have magazines about it there. Just pull away after dinner later. Zhang Fan was a bit embarrassed. Is it convenient? Of course it's convenient. It's all expired. Leave it at my place. There's nothing to do but sell it for scrap. Then thank you so much. Sister Lan, you're so welcome. By the way, Brother Fan, where did you get your stamps? Zhang Yueying asked curiously. Zhang Yuelan also looked at Zhang Fan curiously. My grandfather collected them, and we found them a while ago when our house was being repaired. The ones that were sold in Yanjing before were actually sold by me as well. Zhang Fan directly admitted it. Then does your grandfather have any other stamps? Zhang Yuelan asked curiously. There's also some monkey stamps, but that stuff, at about $10,000 a piece, wouldn't be suitable for selling through you. A $10,000 stamp really wasn't worth the auction. Zhang Yuelan nodded and continued to ask. Do you still have that small piece of red? There are still a few, but I'm not going to sell them for now. This stuff still has a collector's value. Anyway, I'm not short of money now, so I'll wait until I'm short of money later. Zhang Fan made another spread. These rare stamps are still collectible, quick to liquidate and quick to appreciate. The three of them chatted for a while before the meal came up. It just so happened that all three were a little hungry, so they ate and talked. In fact, Zhang Fan especially wanted to ask if Zhang Yulan had a date. However, it's not appropriate. After dinner, Zhang Fan and Zhang Yueying together sent Zhang Yuelan back to Zhejiang auction house, and carried a bunch of magazines from the auction house and put them in his car. Brother Fan, don't forget that you owe me a favor. Zhang Yueying said smilingly. Aha, I remember. By the way, does your cousin have a boyfriend? Why do you ask? Got a crush on my cousin? Zhang Yueying asked with an excited face. Just ask. Zhang Fan said smilingly. Zhang Yueying gave Zhang Fan a blank stare. Che, I still don't know what you think. With my cousin's face value and figure, there are too many people chasing after her, but my cousin's heart is high. Ordinary people really can't see it. By the way, I forgot to tell you, that 9 Rivers auction house, is my cousin's family opened? No surprise will return to my cousin all. Zhang Fan was greatly shocked. It turns out that the Zhejiang auction house is run by Zhang Yuelan's family. No wonder she became the manager of Zhejiang auction house at such a young age. I'm just casually asking. I really don't mean anything else. You're overthinking it. Zhang Fan said smilingly. Forget it, I don't give a about you. The two chatted a few more times and soon arrived at the entrance of Zhengcheng University. Zhang Yueying got out of the car, and Zhang Fan drove back to the Hanjing neighborhood, carried the pile of magazines to the house and couldn't wait to read them. Of course, for those things that just looked heavy, Zhang Fan directly skipped over them. After all, they simply couldn't be used for the time being. A double eagle gold coin with a face value of $20. A diameter of up to 34 millimeters and a weight of 436 grams. The auction price 2 years ago went for a surprising $120 million. Authentic information. But alas, there are only 3 of these gold coins in total. 2 are in museums and the other is the one auctioned for $120 million. In other words, trying to count on this to get rich. No way. Zhang Fan continued to look at it and eventually locked onto Yuan Datu. This stuff, it's more ed up. Signed face, big head, $4. 8 million. The 7-cent face big head, regular edition sold for $1. 5 million. And the Republic of China 3rd year edition, previously sold for $6. 55 million. Gansu Plus edition, 700,000 copies. Soviet Plus edition, 4 million. Even the regular ones can be worth about $100. After all, are nearly 100 years of things, can also be excused, their own great-grandfather or grandfather handed down. Come back to their father to explain a sentence on the line. The weight Zhang Fan also checked, 2627 g. Great, now you can copy 3 a day. Let's get the Gansu version first. It's cheaper and means more circulation, so I guess it'll be a better buy. Besides, there is less to lose by buying a fake. Take your time buying some of each of the remaining ones as well. After buying, come back to Zhang Yuelan to help. If the price is right, just sell it directly to her. Don't even have to go through the auction. They can afford to open an auction house that big. Surely they can digest it. Just at 2 million a piece. It would take 100 pieces, or a little over 3 months. Even if something goes wrong, 4 months is enough. If the upgrades under the system take 40 days as you want, you'll be able to replicate 1 kilogram a day by then. By then it will only take 3 days to get the coins together. As long as they are put together, let's set a small goal for ourselves. In the next 30 days, to get a copy of a few of the Yuan de Twos I just mentioned. With a thought, Zhang Fan was instantly energized and excitedly walked out of the house to tell Louis E the good news. Louis E wasn't in the living room, presumably in her own house. Zhang Fan hurriedly went and knocked on the door of Louis E's room. Soon Louis E opened the door and saw an excited Zhang Fan. Brother Fan, what's good? Those 2 little targets. I've got it figured out. Don't you worry. Really? Louis E had an excited look on her face. That's for sure, Zhang Fan said with a smug look on his face. That's great. Thank you, Brother Fan. Louis E said and gave Zhang Fan a kiss on his face. Ha ha, it's not enough, Zhang Fan said, looking at Louis E with a bad smile on his face. Louis E's ears were red. An hour later, Louis E lay in Zhang Fan's arms and whispered, Brother Fan, I don't know how you plan to make this money, but I hope you don't break the law. Zhang Fan scraped Louis E's small nose. What are you thinking about? I am a law-abiding honest person. There's one thing to say, your parents are really worth it when I break the law to save them. Louis E grunted with an I'm angry look. Chapter 27, Playing in the Scenic Area. Meeting you Bo and Su Ting by chance. If it were my family's E, I would even give up this life to save it, Zhang Fan said smilingly. Louis E instantly turned her anger into joy and directly sat on Zhang Fan. Brother Van, I love you. On the second day, Zhang Fan woke up and realized that Louis E was still not awake, presumably because she was exhausted last night. Zhang Fan heatedly smiled and kissed Louis E on her forehead before getting up and going to wash up. Afraid of waking up Louis E, he even went to the bathroom in the living room. After washing up, Louis E was still not awake, so Zhang Fan went downstairs smilingly and went to buy breakfast. The breakfast in Jiangcheng is still very rich. Zhang Fan bought soybean milk donuts, buns and so on, and went home. Louis E had already finished washing up and was waiting in the living room. After the two of them had eaten, Zhang Fan remembered what he had said earlier about going out to play, and that was when he spoke. E, have you thought about going out to play? As I said 2 days ago? Louis E wanted to refuse, but she was afraid of spoiling Zhang Fan's fun, so she opened her mouth and said, then let's go to Huzhou first. It's not far from this side. Aha, do you have everything ready? Louis E nodded. Then let's get going now. Then I'll pack up my things. It'll be ready soon. After Louis E finished speaking, she went to the kitchen to get ready. Zhang Fan also went back to the house to pack his things. Half an hour later, the two had packed up and set off in their car. On the way, Zhang Fan suddenly thought that he hadn't booked a hotel yet, so he said to Louis E, right, book a hotel. I forgot just now. What hotel to book? Just watch it. Yes, soon. Louis E had booked a hotel, and Zhang Fan changed his destination to a hotel and then continued to drive. An hour and a half later, the two arrived at their reserved hotel. This hotel is just inside the scenic area, which is on a hill, and the view is great. After the two of them checked in at the front desk, they took their room cards back to their rooms and then headed out the door together. The air in the mountains is just fresh and the air is moist. The two of them, arm in arm, strolled inside the scenic area. Since it was a weekday, the scenery was not very crowded. Mostly tour groups, senior groups. The two didn't hire a guide either and wandered aimlessly. When you come across a pavilion, sit down and rest for a while. When you come across a view, hit it up for a photo op. Strolling around, Louis' mood was much better, and she finally had the look of a flower girl. Thank you, Brother Fan. I'm much better now. Louis Yi looked at Zhang Fan and said with a serious face. Zhang Fan touched Louis Yi's head and said smilingly, "That's good. I'm a bit hungry. Are you hungry?" Louis Yi's stomach rumbled twice in response. Zhang Fan laughed out loud, and Louis Yi's shy face turned red. She hadn't eaten that much in the morning, and after a 2-hour bus ride and half a day of climbing, she was already hungry. Let's pick up the pace then. Aha! The two walked for another 10 minutes before they reached a crowded area. There are small stores and restaurants over here. Zhang Fan and Louis Yi ordered 4 dishes and 1 soup plus 2 bowls of rice in the small restaurant. It's a little pricey, but it tastes good. Both ate to their satisfaction. After eating and resting for a while, the two of them then continued toward the next attraction. As he walked, Zhang Fan suddenly realized that the guy in front of him looked a bit like Yu Bo, and he was accompanied by a sister. So Zhang Fan took out his cell phone and dialed Yu Bo's number. As expected, the man in front of him pulled his cell phone out of his pants pocket and answered it. Seeing this, Zhang Fan hurriedly pulled Louis Yi to hide first. "Bo, where are you? Playing outside? What's going on? Is it with a sister?" Zhang Fan said with a bad smile. "Nope," Yu Bo quickly replied. "Don't bull ***** me? I saw it all. That girl was wearing black sweatpants, white short sleeves, and a sun hat. You kid is not honest. When did you have a date?" Yu Bo was instantly startled, and after looking around, he didn't find Zhang Fan. "Brother Fan, where are you? I'm watching you from heaven. ***** off. Come on out. What's your relationship with her? Still chasing. Haven't caught up yet," Yu Bo said with some embarrassment. Hearing this, Zhang Fan decided to show up and help him out. "Oh, look behind you." After saying that, Zhang Fan pulled Louis Yi out. "I'll be damned. Brother Fan, who is this?" Yu Bo said with a flirtatious face. "I'm Object Louis Yi. This is my dormitory buddy Yu Bo. By the way, Yu Bo, this beautiful woman is? This is Sutton." A few people greeted each other. "Yu Bo, how did you guys meet?" Zhang Fan said with a bad smile on his face. "You forgot the last time we went to People's Park. That aunt's daughter," Yu Bo said with an embarrassed face. "You kid can hid it from us for so long," Zhang Fan said smilingly. "By the way, I remember auntie saying that her girl is from Jiang University. Yi is also from Jiang University." Su Ting smiled brightly. "The school flower of our reception. Of course I know her." Su Ting was also very pretty, and with a score of 80 out of 100, it was already quite good. The school flower can't be counted, but how can I rate a class flower? Hearing Su Ting's words, Louis Yi was a little embarrassed. "It's all nonsense from others. Sister Su Ting, you are also very beautiful. Ha ha, we're quite destined to meet here," Su Ting said smilingly. "Yeah, it's quite a fate indeed. Did Bo tell you that the first time I took him to People's Park, I met your mom?" Zhang Fan teased. "Aha, I heard about that. You two are funny enough to run off to People's Park. I've been there once with my mom. It was too scary," Su Ting said with a palpitating heart. "What People's Park?" Zhang Yi asked with a puzzled expression. "It's the dating corner. Turn around and let Zhang Fan take you to see it," Su Ting explained. "Oh, you show me around sometime, Van." Zhang Fan nodded. "Right, want to hang out together? Of course, it's more lively with more people." As Su Ting said that, she went forward and pulled Louis Yi's hand, smiling as she walked forward. Zhang Fan and Yu Bo followed behind. A few people were talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was much better. By 4 p.m., Su Ting and Yu Bo left. The hotel they had booked was outside the scenic area. Outside the scenic area, about 400 or 500 a night. The scenic area inside the night to stay 200 up. When the two learned that Zhang Fan and Louis Yi lived inside the scenic spot, they both exclaimed, "Dogs are big." Zhang Fan and Louis Yi returned to the hotel, ate their meal, and played a game together in the house. After all, it was still tiring after a day of wandering around the mountains. Chapter 28, A Street of Antiques in Magic City. Louis Yi's skills were pretty good, so I guess she didn't usually play much. The two played for a long time. On the second day, Zhang Fan and Louis Yi met up with Yu Bo and Su Ting again, and spent another day in the scenic area before they drove back to Zhangcheng together. After resting for a day, Zhang Fan looked up on the internet and found that in the antique markets of Magic City and Yanjing, there were areas specializing in trading ancient coins. Zhang Fan pondered for a while and still chose to go to Magic City. The main magic is closer to the river city, which is more convenient. Zhang Fan didn't drive either, but chose to take the high-speed train. After all, a foreign license plate is not very convenient in the Magic City. After getting off the high-speed train, Zhang Fan took a taxi and went directly to his destination. In the antique street of Magic City, there are antique sellers everywhere, and there are also a lot of people setting up stalls, all kinds of souvenirs. ancient coins and porcelain fragments. Zhang Fan, like the other tourists, wandered around the various stalls. Despite what many stall owners said, Zhang Fan was adamant that he would not buy it. After all, one doesn't understand it. Still, there were quite a few tourists who laid their hands on them, but the vast majority were buying the cheap ones. A few dollars to tens of dollars mainly. Thinking about it, we can't go back empty-handed after a trip. Buy a few ancient coins, just as a souvenir. Strolling around, Zhang Fan found someone handing out flyers, surprisingly specializing in ancient coins. Zhang Fan took it and took a serious look at it. Many coins from the Qin dynasty to the present were on it. The starting price starts at 10,000. And yes, there's no point in going to auction if it's too cheap. Luck is not bad. There really is a yuan data that you want to buy. Signed face big head. The starting bidding price is 4 million. There's also the regular version of the 7-point face big head with a starting bid of $1 million. Zhang Fan remembered that he had seen it before. Signed face big head. Sold for $4.8 million. The big head with a 7-pointed face sold for $1.5 million in the last sale. He still has $7 million in his pocket. So if things go well, both will be enough. If it doesn't go well, then you'll have to buy a signature face big head. It's just a shame that there's no Republic of China 3-year version of the big head with a 7-pointed face. But that thing? Last time it was sold for $6.55 million. The money in one's hand is not necessarily enough. After half a day's reading on my own, it still has to be yuan datu. After all, it's only 100 years old and preserved as good as new. Those ancient coins, which are older, have obvious traces of history on them, and it's not good to get them copied in large quantities. Zhang Fan put the flyer away and then continued to stroll. The areas where the stalls were set up were all vastly different. Zhang Fan wandered around for a while before he saw a store that specialized in ancient coins. Soon, a beautiful uniformed saleswoman greeted them. What would you like to see? Sir, pretty girl, do you have yuan datu here? Yes, over here. The beautiful saleswoman said and led Zhang Fan to the area where yuan datu was put. Over here are all ordinary yuan datu, which are priced above 1,200 yuan, depending on the quality, date of production, etc. And all of our products here are clearly labeled. Zhang Fan nodded and looked at it carefully. Above each ancient coin, there is some brief description, but it was all production time. Zhang Fan looked around. All of them are some big road goods, and the most expensive ones are only 7 or 8,000. Do you have any of those rarer yuan datu in your store? The saleswoman smiled. Yes, we now have 2 Gansu edition with added characters for 1 million. There is also a 7-point face big head, priced at 2 million. All of them are treasured items in our store. Zhang Fan felt that it was a bit expensive. The information he checked on the internet a few days ago, the price of the Gansu edition with added characters was $700,000, while the price of the big head with a 7-point face was at $1.5 million. This store is significantly more expensive. But let's look at it first, since I'm not in a hurry to buy it myself anyway. Can you show me? These are in the boutique section on the 2nd floor. Come up with me. Aha! The two of them went up to the 2nd floor together. And then they saw the yuan datu that the saleswoman had just mentioned inside the display case on the 2nd floor. Zhang Fan carefully surveyed it and couldn't tell the real from the fake, but it was quite good in character. The price, however, does seem a bit on the expensive side. No wonder it hasn't sold in so long. Zhang Fan did not intend to buy it for the time being. After all, tomorrow's auction was the top priority. Let's get that signature face big head done first, and then a couple random cheap ones later on to round things out. Big brother, what do you think? Are you satisfied? The saleswoman asked with a smile on her face. I'm guessing you should be able to make a lot of money selling one. I'll take a look at it first. By the way, can you guys get this one any cheaper? When the female salesman heard, she was instantly a bit excited. It can be cheaper, but the strength is not very big. After all, these big heads are very rare. The quality is also good. The collection value is very high. I'll look at something else first, Zhang Fan said and looked at the other coins. But these coins, too, were just as rusty as the ones he'd just read in the auction flyer. So many of them. Trying to make money by replicating these is not very realistic. Zhang Fan shook his head and prepared to withdraw. The saleswoman rushed forward. Brother, don't you have anything in mind? That yuan datu is not bad, but it's a bit expensive. If you want to buy it sincerely, I'll go to our boss and ask for the bottom price. The saleswoman said with a resigned face. I've been a little short on cash lately. In a while, Zhang Fan said, and then continued to walk forward. Seeing that Zhang Fan didn't reject it completely, the saleswoman took 2 quick steps and walked over to Zhang Fan and scanned out the QR code. Big brother, let's add a WeChat first. Zhang Fan nodded and swept and added the saleswoman's WeChat. Brother, Take your time. You can contact me if you have any problems. The saleswoman still said with an enthusiastic face. Aha, thanks. After Zhang Fan finished, he went to visit a few more stores. Found a few other stores which also carry the 2 yuan data mentioned above, but in slightly worse condition and of course at a cheaper price. Zhang Fan decided that if he still had money in his hand tomorrow, he would go to that store. After browsing the stores selling ancient coins, Zhang Fan went to other antique stores. Porcelain, Buddha statues, inkstones, paintings, triggers, snuff bottles, clay pots, furniture, all sorts of antiques. And the prices of many of these items are, well, kinda exaggerated. The only things Zhang Fan was able to replicate were brushes and small pieces of jade. The brushes are too low in value for money. After all, it's definitely hard to get out of this thing. As for small pieces of jade, copying is good, but it's not realistic to take out dozens of pieces at once and sell them. Even if it were true, everyone else would dismiss it as false. It's better to come back and copy some of the raw materials. After all the research, it's still Yuan Dai 2 that has something to offer. Feeling a bit tired, Zhang Fan found a 5-star hotel online and booked a standard room. Then Zhang Fan slowly slipped through. Chapter 29 Qianligua's difficulty. Came to the hotel and checked in without any problems. Then he went online and ordered a deluxe version of takeout. And then he started the video with Louis Yi. Brother Fan, did things go well today? Louis Yi's eyes were filled with concern. That's a must, Zhang Fan said with a smile on his face. Then when will you come back? Brother Fan, I miss you. If it goes well, we should be home tomorrow night, Zhang Fan said with a smile. Then I'll wait for you at home. Aha! Brother Van, did you eat tonight? Haven't eaten yet, but I ordered takeout. How about you? I haven't eaten yet either. I'm going to do some fat loss meal in a while. I haven't exercised much lately. I'm getting a bit fat, Louis Yi said with an exasperated face. Girls, they all have body image anxiety. Zhang Fan has also been a little anxious lately, and since he has the system, he doesn't deliver takeout. The standard of living has gradually improved, and these days, I've gained almost 10 pounds, being 178 tall myself. I weighed 145 just right before, and now I'm almost 160 pounds with a small belly. Look, get a treadmill, or a rowing machine. I need a workout too. Louis E nodded continuously like a chicken pecking at rice. Brother Fan, you are in need of exercise. You are young and have a small stomach. I would suggest that it would be best for you to find a gym and a professional fitness teacher to guide you. Then when I get back, I'll take a look on the sidelines. Aha! Why don't we play a game for a while? Who isn't an internet addicted teenager these days? Zhang Fan just loves playing games. Yes, Yanjing, an old name for Beijing, a classified laboratory. Teacher, we seem to have failed again. A middle-aged man, with a bereft face, said, I got used to it a long time ago. Hurry up and continue. A white-haired old man with firm eyes didn't take the failure in front of him seriously at all. But we don't have enough materials left, the middle-aged man said with a resigned expression. The boss also froze for a moment. Forget it, go back and rest first. The boss finished, sighed, and then silently walked out of the lab. This old man is academician Qianligua of the Daxia Academy of Sciences. The middle-aged man, on the other hand, was his close disciple, Zhou Limin. The experiment the two are working on is one that has the potential to change the global energy landscape. In a previous experiment, the two men accidentally discovered a substance X. Through research, it was found that this unnamed substance X could lead to a dramatic increase in the efficiency of electrolyzing and photolysing water to make hydrogen. Daxia, a country with a shortage of energy. Large quantities of oil and gas need to be imported every year. The issue of energy, too, is common to all countries around the globe. Wind power is pretty good, but it's not stable. The most desirable energy source for mankind is still solar energy. So over the years, the global PV industry has grown by leaps and bounds. However, there are bottlenecks. Converting light energy into electricity has a significant investment cost, and in addition, it is difficult to store this electricity. Coupled with the current demand for environmental protection, the world is generally optimistic about the future of hydrogen energy. Many countries are vigorously developing hydrogen energy. Currently, most of the hydrogen energy, synthesized by conventional methods, has an average outlook overall. Currently, the most promising methods of hydrogen production are recognized as electrolysis of water and photolysis of water. Electrolyzed water, which is promising because Daxia now has more abundant power, uses more electricity during the day, but less at night. A lot of electricity that goes to waste. Daxia is vigorously developing new energy electric vehicles with the idea of traveling during the day and charging at night to use up this excess power as much as possible. But with new energy electric vehicles, Batteries always have environmental concerns. The other thing is that there are still a lot of little issues that need to be resolved at this point. Use the excess power to electrolyze water and produce hydrogen. The hydrogen that is created equals the energy saved. However, the technology is still immature and the conversion is particularly inefficient, making it too far away to think about commercialization. Photolyzed water, where hydrogen is produced by direct sunlight hitting the water surface. Again, a catalyst is missing, and making successful M's with X's is a key element of that. The catalyst M that we got before was accidental. They did many more tests and never restored it. Academician Xian Ligua returned to his office and directly dialed the phone number of Sun Igua, the president of the Daxia Academy of Sciences. Dean Sun, can you allocate some more funds? Academician Xian Ligua said with a serious face. Dean Sun Igua also sighed when he heard this. Elder Qian, as you know, the funding allocated to you this year has already doubled from last year. Many people have opinions. Dean Qian, my experiment is really important. Xian Ligua asked with a face full of reluctance. Whose experiment is not important? Besides, Elder Qian, you haven't told me until now what it is that you are researching. What exactly are you researching? Tell me. If it's really valuable, I will definitely help you apply for funding. Dean Sun Igua said helplessly. Xian Ligua shook his head. Now was not the time to talk about it. X's discovery was accidental. He and his apprentice did this many times, based on the steps of previous experiments, without replicating it. How humiliating in case you say it and can't manufacture it. For one experiment, the materials cost tens of millions of dollars. Can't afford to toss it. Xian Ligua sighed. Forget it, wait until next year when there is funding to study it. Magic City, capital of Hong Kong. Zhang Fan ate lunch, disguised himself briefly, wore a hat and mask, and took a taxi to the place on the flyer. After going to the site and paying a bidding deposit of $10,000, Zhang Fan went in. The auction began quickly, starting with some cheap ancient coins. There weren't a lot of auctions, but the prices that were sold were all higher than the starting price. I don't know if it was a trust that the auctioneer had found. Zhang Fan secretly spat. Soon, it was time for the normal version of the 7-point face big head that Zhang Fan wanted. The starting bidding price was $1 million. Zhang Fan raised his own sign. $5 million. This was something Zhang Fan had learned in novels, calling out a high price first to beat back competitors. But unfortunately, the others weren't deterred by Zhang Fan's asking price. A voice soon shouted, 550,000. Zhang Fan line, symbolically added another 50,000. 6 million. Across the room, he shouted directly, 650,000. Zhang Fan sighed and stopped bidding. This is a regular edition 7-cent big head that ended up selling for $1. 65 million. After a few more moments, it was time for the big head of signature face. This Yuan Dao too. Zhang Fan was determined to get it. The reason why I didn't continue to bid just now was also to save money for this big head. Chapter 30, Successful Auction. Return to Jiangchang. After the auctioneer's introduction, straight away an old man also spoke up. $5 million. It also seems to be trying, by overpaying, to scare people away. But alas, someone soon added 50,000 and 5.05 million. Zhang Fan was also not willing to show weakness and directly shouted, 1 million. The boss stood up and glared at Zhang Fan. 2 million. Zhang Fan pressed his hat down to cover his face and continued to shout, 5 million. The boss probably didn't think it was worth it. After all, the last sale was only recorded at $8 million, and if he or she raised the price again, it would be $550. Some of it is not worth it. Another middle-aged man involved in the auction, however, directly shouted, 6 million. Zhang Fan hesitated slightly. $6 million. Zhang Fan still had a total of $7.5 million left, and if the opposite side called for more, he would continue to raise the price himself. Anyway, for yourself, it's not a loss if you buy it. The middle-aged man hesitated, taking it down at this price. It was estimated that he would have to put it away for many more years before he could get his money back. Besides, even if he were to raise the price again, looking at the stance of that young man across the street, he would probably continue to raise it for sure. Forget about it. $6 million isn't worth it anymore. Better to buy some other collection. $6 million a time. 6 million second. 6 million 3 times. Congratulations to Mr. Zhang. No. 361. For winning this precious signature face big head. The room applauded. Zhang Fan stood up and went directly to the backstage of the auction, and after swiping his card, he got this precious signed face big head, as well as the relevant certificate. In fact, Zheng Fan had also checked online that this ancient coin auction house was one of the 2 most qualified auction houses in Dasha, and none of their auction items had been forged until now. After all, the ancient coin thing is not the same as an antique, and it's still easy to sell out when you create an ancient coin worth hundreds or thousands of dollars. But if hundreds of thousands or millions of ancient coins are made, the probability of them being found greatly increases. So no one would screw up like that. Zheng Fan was also afraid of accidents, and immediately copied 3 pieces. The signed version of the big head, a total of 78 grams. The remaining 22 grams, Zheng Fan copied all of them into gold. After carrying his bag and walking out of the auction house, Zheng Fan directly took a taxi to the high-speed train. Right now, I only have a little over 100 small goals in my own pocket, and I still have to use some of that money for emergencies. I'll hold off on buying the yuan dadu I had my eye on yesterday until after the 2 small pieces of red stamps at the Zhejiang auction house are auctioned off. When he returned home, Louis E had already prepared a meal and was waiting for himself. Zheng Fan was touched in his heart. After quickly finishing his meal, he hugged Louis E and went back to the bedroom. After a long time, Zheng Fan caressed Louis E, you're so beautiful. Brother Fan is also very handsome. Louis E kissed Zheng Fan and said mischievously, right, E, I've thought about it. When I receive my graduation certificate in a few days, we'll go out of town for a few days first. Zheng Fan said carefully. Louis Yi's face was full of incomprehension. Why? Let's go and stay out of town for a while, then have a good time, and we'll come back when I've gathered enough money. Zheng Fan explained. And how long will that probably take? If it's fast, 2 months. If it's slow, 4 months. Zheng Fan explained. Zheng Fan had done the math. 3 yuan dao per day. For 10 days, there would be 30 of them. Even if we sell 4 million each, that's 120 million. As for the rest, just buy some cheap dollar and make do. That big head with a 7-point face is worth $1.5 million in the market. So if you sell it for $1 million, and you get 30 of them, it's worth $3.0 million. The rest, all the whole Gansu version of the big head, the market price of 700,000. According to 500,000 a sellout. Get him 100. There will be 5,000,000. Doing that math, it would take 37 days. Of course, if it was possible, Zheng Fan still wanted to get some other ones to replace them. So Zheng Fan said 2 to 4 months. If the system was upgraded again, Zheng Fan could totally go abroad to get one. Making money from foreigners smells a little better. Louis E also nodded. In Jiangcheng, her parents owed a lot of money. And when her parents went in, those creditors were looking for her. It's not like Louis E has any money, so it's good to go out for a while. Then Brother Fan, where are we going? Louis E asked with a delighted face. Where do you want to go? Zheng Fan asked rhetorically. It's the end of June. By the time you get your diploma it'll be July. How about we go somewhere cool? Cool place? Zheng Fan thought about it. The only place in the country that could be called cool was your province. There are quite a few places there that are cool. Yeah. Go ahead and search the internet and do a little research. I'm going out again. Probably. These days. Louis E sniffed and nodded. That's good. I'll search online when tomorrow comes. But Brother Fan, why are you still going out? I'm saying it's possible, but it's not certain. Zheng Fan explained. Zheng Fan, with 10G in his hand, can copy other people's items? This 10 grams? What to copy? Zheng Fan hadn't thought about it yet. Ordinary stuff that doesn't make sense. But the more valuable things that still weigh so little are almost nothing but stamps and ancient coins. Anyway, nothing Zheng Fan had searched online recently would work. Either it's too cheap or you can't sell it if you reproduce it. Suddenly, Zheng Fan remembered something and quietly asked the system. Zheng Fan, system, can you copy the electronic version of the information? System, those functions newly thought of by the host are not supported for the time being. Zheng Fan was not disappointed and continued to ask. Zheng Fan, system greatly. About how long will it take to support? System, I don't know. Zheng Fan sighed. If you don't know, you don't know. Just be able to copy it anyway and take your time waiting for the system to be upgraded. If you think about it, yes, viruses, bacteria and whatnot are still considered normal tangible matter. The electronic version of the material is, obviously, weightless. Besides, even if the system could replicate it, it wouldn't do much for itself. It's better to get a good upgrade and just copy someone's hard drive when the time comes. Zheng Fan thought for a while, a little sleepy, glanced at Louis E in his arms. Already asleep. Zheng Fan's mouth corners rose. pulled the quilt to pull. Soon also entered the dreamland. On the second day, early in the morning, Zhang Fan's phone wanted. Picking it up, it was a voice call from Zhang Yueying. Zhang Fan was a bit helpless, but still chose to answer. Brother Zhang Fan, I'm celebrating my birthday tonight. You must come ha. Ah, it wouldn't be right for me to go, would it? How is it inappropriate? Are you my friend? Zhang Yueying huffed. Chapter 31 Attendance at Banquets. Zhang Fan smiled sarcastically. Yes, then it's not over. I'll send you an invitation with the time and place in a bit, so remember to be on time. After Zhang Yueying finished speaking, she hung up the phone without waiting for Zhang Fan's response. Zhang Fan let out a bitter laugh. Somewhat speechless. Soon, Zhang Yueying sent over the location. Jiangcheng Hotel. As a college student who had lived in Jiangcheng for 4 years, Zhang Fan still knew about it. In one word, trench. The building, though, is somewhat older, but it doesn't stop. He is the highest-end hotel in Jiangcheng. This Zhang Yueying, her family shouldn't be so rich, right? Zhang Fan muttered quietly in his heart. Zhang Fan took another look at the peony hall, took out my cell phone and searched the internet. This peony pavilion, which is not too expensive, costs only $100,000 for a one-day package. I guess with everything else and whatnot, it's estimated to be $400,000 to $500,000. It's okay, it's within your acceptance. When you go to someone's birthday party, you definitely can't go empty-handed. As for what to buy, Zhang Fan planned to go to the mall in a while. When he arrived at the mall, it suddenly occurred to Zhang Fan that Sun Lei was Zhang Yueying's cousin, so he should be there as well. Zhang Fan took out his cell phone and dialed Sun Lei's number. What are your instructions, Brother Van? Squad leader. Don't you shabby me. Ha ha, you boys don't call me when you're not doing anything? I'll get right to the point. Your cousin just called and invited me to her birthday party. What do you think would be a good gift for me to bring him? Holy, how did my cousin invite you? Sun Lei was shocked. Are you two hooking up? Stop bull ting and get down to business. Zhang Fan was a little impatient when my cousin's family is well off and doesn't lack anything. You can just buy whatever you want. Sun Lei said smilingly. So should we go over there together tonight? No, I'm at my cousin's house at the moment. Oh, is it crowded at night? What do you say? Sun Lei asked rhetorically. Zhang Fan instantly understood. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Fan strolled around the mall. After looking for half a day, Zhang Fan did not see anything suitable. It's either too expensive to part with, too cheap to hold, or inappropriate to give yourself. In the end, Zhang Fan still bought a women's bag and spent more than $300. Then it occurred to him that he hadn't given Louis E a gift yet, so he spent another $5,000 or so and bought Louis E a bag as well. Zhang Fan put his bag in the back seat and drove back home. When he arrived at the basement, Zhang Fan took the bag he had prepared for Louis E and went upstairs. This bag is for you. Zhang Fan said and took out the bag in his hand and gave it to Louis E. Louis E revealed a look of surprise. Thank you, Brother Fan. This packaging looks good. It's good that you like it, Zhang Fan said smilingly. Louis E was still looking seriously at the bag given by Zhang Fan, as if she had seen some absolute treasure. Right, want to play some games for a while? Zhang Fan suggested. Almost graduated college students, not yet short of money, and do not want to find a job. The days are so comfortable. Good. Brother Fan, wait for me. I'll put my bag in the bedroom and come out right away, Louis E said, quickly walking towards the bedroom, then quickly ran out. Soon the game began. What are you going to play, Brother Van? Zhang Fan thought for a moment. I play the field. I play the field thief 6. Then I choose Yao to assist you. Aha! After 10 minutes, the crystal was pushed and Zhang Fan looked at the 073 record and fell into deep thought. What's going on? Why are you suddenly so good at this? You didn't play well just now. Let's play another hand. Aha! After 15 minutes, the crystal was pushed again and Zhang Fan took a look at the record 194. Zhang Fan instantly emoed. It's not a good day to play games. By the way, let's go online together and see about buying a treadmill, a motorized bicycle and a rowing machine. Louis E couldn't help but sneer. Okay, we do need to work out more. It took about an hour to get the treadmill, the exercise bike and the rowing machine all purchased and will be here tomorrow. Zhang Fan and Louis E studied it and decided to take the second bedroom, which no one lived in, and transform it into a fitness room. After contacting the landlord just happened to have a house under renovation inside the neighborhood, and pulled the bed and closet away on the same day, which was considered to save Zhang Fan and Louis E a lot of work. Everything is ready for these sports facilities to arrive the next day. Just now, he took out his cell phone again and directly transferred 100,000 yuan to Louis E. Brother Fan, What are you giving me so much money for? I still have it inside my WeChat. Louis E asked with a puzzled face. You take it and buy some clothes and stuff. It's better for you to keep it. To save money to save my parents. Louis E whispered. Just leave it all to me. You're responsible for looking beautiful and I'm responsible for making money to support my family. Zhang Fan teased smilingly. Louis E was greatly touched in her heart and fell even more in love with Zhang Fan. Blankly, Zhang Fan gave a flavorful glance. Thank you, brother Fan. This little ninny. What a hook. Zhang Fan spat in his heart. If it wasn't broad daylight, Zhang Fan really wanted to transform into a pervert. Time soon arrived in the afternoon, and Zhang Fan took the bag he bought for Zhang Yueying, took a taxi, and went directly to Jiangcheng Hotel. At the entrance of Jiangcheng Hotel, Zhang Fan couldn't help but sigh a few times. There were luxury cars everywhere, and he didn't know how they earned their money. Envious and jealous, walking into the hotel, Zhang Fan asked the waiter for some information and went to the peony hall on the second floor by himself. There were young people everywhere inside, and it was probably Zhang Yueying who had pulled a group of her peers and wanted to liven things up. Zhang Fan also just breathed a sigh of relief. In case he met Zhang Yueying's parents, it would really be a bit awkward. Zhang Yueying was sharp-eyed, and Zhang Fan saw it as soon as he came in. So he said sorry to the people around him and walked over to Zhang Fan. Brother Fan, you're here. Can you not come? Zhang Fan said without any good humor. By the way, happy birthday to you, Zhang Fan said, taking out the handbag in his hand and handing it to Zhang Yueying. Zhang Yueying took the handbag and without even looking at it, she smiled and said, thank you, brother Fan. Who is this handsome little man? Isn't it our Yueying sisters' dates? Little brother looks so handsome. What did you give our sister Yueying? A group of beauties surrounded Zhang Fan and Zhang Yueying and flirted. This battle, Zhang Fan had never seen before, and Zhang Fan's face instantly turned red. Ha ha, is this little handsome guy blushing? Did we get it right? Chapter 32, Two rings exactly the same. A few of the girls around the table laughed even harder. Zhang Yueying saw Zhang Fan's expression and laughed along with him. Zhang Fan hated these female hooligans in his heart. Usually one or two are fine, but when there are more, they really become hooligans. But Zhang Fan really didn't know what to say. It's not appropriate to say that you have a girlfriend. It wasn't appropriate to say that he didn't like Zhang Yueying. So he hurriedly changed the topic. Right, Yueying, why isn't brother Lei here? Zhang Yueying also laughed along for a while, and when she heard Zhang Fan's words, she immediately replied, my cousin is downstairs doing something. He'll be over in a while. By the way, you guys don't molest brother Fan. Brother Fan and my brother Lei are college classmates, and are relatively thin-skinned. Brother Fan, these beauties are my college classmates. Several beauties heard this and introduced their names to Zhang Fan. By the way, handsome, my name is Lu Yueying. Handsome, my name is Zhang Nan. Hello, you guys. After chatting with them for a while, soon, one after another people arrived. These, mostly Zhang Yueying's classmates. It was estimated that in a while, some rich second generation, especially the lickspittles who were pursuing Zhang Yueying should arrive. After all, that was how it was written in novels and TV dramas. Zhang Fan secretly thought in his heart. As expected, a very handsome young man soon came over with a bouquet of roses. Yueying, happy birthday to you, the man said with a sincere face. The expression on Lu Yueying's face was bad to the naked eye. Zhang Fan estimated that she had already cursed the alpaca countless times in her mind. Sorry, I don't like roses, Lu Yueying said faintly. The man laughed and threw the flowers in his hands directly onto the ground. It's okay, I have other gifts ready. The man put his hands in his pockets, fumbled around a bit, and quickly pulled out a small jewelry box. When I opened it, it turned out to be a pink ring inside. Yueying, this is the diamond ring I just auctioned at Sotheby's in Shenzhen 2 days ago. Natural pink diamonds are very rare. In addition, this ring weighs 10 grams as a whole, representing that I like you very much. In addition, the price is 520-1314, representing that I love you for a lifetime. The man's face was filled with deep emotion. Wow, that's a beautiful diamond ring. It's the first time I've seen a necklace made of pink diamonds. That's so thoughtful. If someone was willing to pay that price to give me a diamond ring, I'd be willing to marry them. This guy is so handsome, people in the neighborhood whispered. Zhang Yueying was embarrassed. How his own little sister had betrayed. Twisting her head to look, Zhang Yueying saw Zhang Fan with an expression of eating watermelon. Zhang Yueying instantly had an idea. Van, come here for a second. Everyone looked at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan also looked puzzled. Calling me for what? Zhang Yueying walked to Zhang Fan's side and whispered, brother Fan, you still owe me a favor. You still remember. Zhang Fan couldn't refute it. Right. Get rid of him and the favor you owe me will be written off. Zhang Yueying whispered. I can't do it. Zhang Fan revealed a difficult expression. If you can't do it, I'll tell him that you're my boyfriend. Zhang Yueying said viciously. Zhang Fan was instantly speechless. Then I'll try. Only then did Zhang Yueying reveal a happy expression. Then he pulled Zhang Fan to the handsome man's side. Zhao Wenliang. This is my friend, Zhang Fan. He has something to say to you. Zhao Wenliang glared at Zhang Fan, looking like he wanted to eat him. What is your relationship with Yuing? Ordinary friends. Zhang Fan hurriedly explained. Zhao Wenliang sniffed and glanced at Zhang Yueying. Zhang Yueying nodded. It's a bit better than an ordinary friend. Don't worry. I don't have a boyfriend yet. Zhao Wenliang was relieved. As long as it wasn't Zhang Yueying's boyfriend, it was all good. Dude, what do you have to say? Can I see that pink diamond of yours? I feel so familiar. Zhao Wenliang was a bit puzzled and looked up at Zhang Fan. Dude, where have you seen this before? It can't be. They said it's unique in the world. After saying that, he put the ring in his hand into the jewelry box and handed it to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan picked it up without moving and secretly copied it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful duplication. Seeing the identical ring appear in the system space, Zhang Fan was relieved. Unfortunately, though, the only 10 grams of weight he had that could duplicate other people's items had all been used up. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan was a bit reluctant and hurriedly copied another one. Brother, do you see something? Zhao Wenliang spoke. Yeah, brother Fan, do you see anything? Zhang Yueying also spoke up. Zhang Fan coughed twice, then returned the ring in his hand as well as the jewelry box to Zhao Wenliang. Brother, I have to say, it's quite a coincidence. 2 days ago I also bought one in Mordor. It's exactly the same as this one of yours. It only cost 88. When Zhao Wenliang heard Zhang Fan this moment, he was speechless. Dude, you're teasing me, right? Yeah, how can 88 be so good? I don't believe it either. Maybe it's synthetic? Another girl said with a grin. Zhang Fan smiled. Dude, sorry, I just happened to bring one, Zhang Fan said, and after fumbling around in his pants pocket, he took out the pink diamond that he had just copied. Dude, check it out. Does this look like the one you have? Asterisk asterisk, it's like it's really exactly the same. I feel the same. Ha ha, begging for the shadow area in that handsome guy's heart. Zhao Wenliang also froze. It really was exactly the same. He was a bit unconvinced and said to Zhang Fan, Dude, let me see. Zhang Fan was naturally indifferent and casually handed the ring in his hand to Zhao Wenliang. Zhao Wenliang looked at it for half a day and it was indeed exactly the same. There was no difference at all. Why don't you find a scale and weigh it? See if the weight is the same? Lu Yuing proposed. Zhao Wenliang's eyes lit up. Yes, this one of mine weighs 10 grams. It might not weigh the same. Waiter, come here a minute. Soon the waitress who was watching the action came over. How may I help you? Sir, I need an electronic scale that can weigh this ring. You must have one in your kitchen. Ask for me, Zhao Wenliang said, took out $200 from his pocket and handed it to the waiter. The waitress was happy to eat her melon and even happier to receive the $200. It would have been just a matter of giving the leader the word and someone would have brought the scale over in a few moments. Chapter 33, another identical ring. But the waitress was happy to receive the money and was eager to watch the fun. So she said to Zhao Wenliang, Sir, wait a little bit. I'll go over and get it now. With that, he hurried to the kitchen. A minute later, the waitress ran over with a small electronic scale and handed it to Zhao Wenliang. The crowd had been ready for a long time, and had made a clear space on the table, just waiting for the weight to be taken. Zhao Wenliang first put that ring in his hand on the electronic scale. 10 grams, exactly what the auction said. Then Zhang Fan put his own ring on the electronic scale as well, which was also 10 grams. Holy, the weight is exactly the same. Ha ha, do you think this Zhao Wenliang is an ingrate? Ha ha, this Zhang Fan spent over $80,000 on it, and this Zhao Wenliang actually spent over $2 million. It's true that people are stupid and have a lot of money. Zhao Wenliang's face quickly reddened, but in an instant, Zhao Wenliang responded, Dude, are you selling this? How much do you offer? Zhang Fan said smilingly, You bought it for 88. I'll give you a little more to round it up to $100,000. Are you selling? Bro, I can spend 88 on this ring because I really like it. Zhang Fan said indifferently, 200,000. Zhao Wenliang immediately raised his price. But this is the one I was planning to give to my girlfriend. 400,000. Zhao Wenliang continued to raise the price. Zhang Fan's eyes lit up. I'll think about it. $800,000. Man, there's no store after this village. Look at your clothes. Together they're not worth $200. With this $800,000, you can even make a down payment in the suburbs. Zhao Wenliang's words hit the heart of many people. Yeah, man, That outfit you got it on spelling eve. Right. It's only $300 more or less. Yeah, even if you don't want to buy a house, you can save your money and improve your life. Bought it for over $80. 000 and selling it for $800. 000 all of a sudden. A rare opportunity. Zhang Yueying also felt that this price was good. She knew that although Zhang Fan had made a little money, 800. 000 was definitely not a small amount for Zhang Fan. So Zhang Yueying also spoke up. Brother Fan, why don't you just sell it? At this time, Zhao Wenliang also smiled. He was 9 out of 10 on this deal. So what? I'm afraid you'll regret buying it. Zhang Fan said weakly. Without waiting for Zhang Fan to say anything, Zhao Wenliang waved his hand. I will never regret this. Everyone is watching. Alright then. Zhang Fan handed the ring in his hand to Zhao Wenliang. Buddy, see if there's any problem. Zhao Wenliang took it, looked at it again, and then weighed it on the electronic scale. And it was really 10 grams. No problem. What's your bank card number? I'll transfer it to you now. Zhang Fan was not polite and directly found the card number of his usual bank card and read it to Zhao Wenliang. 2 minutes later, Zhang Fan received $800,000. The people on the scene all whispered. They were all envious of Zhang Fan, who had made over $700,000 in one go. Suddenly, Zhao Wenliang ran to Zhang Yueying and knelt down on one knee. Yueying, will you be my girlfriend? Saying that, he took out the 2 pink diamond rings again, one on his own hand, the other with the box, and put it in front of Zhang Yueying. Originally, there was only one ring, but the fate given by the heavens unexpectedly allowed me to find another one. We're really destined. From now on, one for you and one for me. Many people on the scene were up in arms. Zhao Wenliang is really handsome and rich, coupled with the fact that Zhang Yueying really didn't have a date. The two of them did look like a good match. Zhang Yueying twisted her head and glared at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan was a bit embarrassed and walked up again. Man, sorry to interrupt. I have another one of this ring. Zhao Wenliang was instantly embarrassed. Dude, you're not kidding me, right? Other people have also talked about it. Yeah, what kind of coincidence is that? I feel the same. Do you think this Zhang Fan will like Yueying? So he won't let this buddy's confession succeed? Zhang Fan smiled sarcastically and fished out another pink diamond from his pants pocket. Brother, can you see if it's exactly the same? Zhao Wenliang froze. The others froze. To the naked eye, it really does look exactly the same. Zhao Wenliang hurriedly picked it up and compared it again. It was still exactly the same. Just now the electronic scale has not been removed. Zhao Wenliang weighed. The weight is still 10 grams. Zhao Wenliang did not believe it, and weighed the other 2 rings as well, and they were both 10 grams. Why didn't you say anything just now? Zhao Wenliang glared at Zhang Fan, furious. I was just about to say it when you interrupted me, and I even asked you if you regretted it afterward, and you said no. Zhang Fan sophisticatedly said, yes, you did say that just now. At this time, Sun Lei stood out and helped Zhang Fan. Yes, it was all recorded in videotape just now. Zhang Yueying's Tang sister Zhang Yuelan also spoke up. Zhao Wenliang froze for a moment, as if he did just say that. Little Zhao, there are 3 of this ring on the market. Isn't it not quite appropriate to use it for confession? Sun Lei teased smilingly. Yeah, Liang, hurry up and ask the people at the auction house if you've been cheated. Zhang Yuelan also added a stab. Zhao Wenliang also got angry. This damn auction house. How dare you fool me? Happy birthday, little shadow. I'm leaving first. I'm going to settle the score with that auction house. Dude, don't go. You bought this one of mine as well. It's more illustrative to take it over there. Zhang Fan opened his mouth. Zhao Wenliang searched for a moment. There was nothing wrong with what Zhang Fan said. Okay, sell it to me. Still $800,000. Thanks, man. Zhao Wenliang quickly transferred the money to Zhang Fan and then huffed and puffed away with the 3 pink diamonds. On the way, Zhao Wenliang also realized that there was definitely something wrong with this Zhang Fan. But although Zhang Fan was hateful, what was even more hateful was that auction house. There were 3 of the exact same thing. Surprisingly, it was clearly agreed that there would only be one piece worldwide. They are mainly responsible for causing their confession to be unsuccessful. Congratulations, Brother Fan. How much did you pay for that ring? Sun Lei asked smilingly. Zhang Yueying and Zhang Yuelan also looked at Zhang Fan with curious faces. 88 too. Zhang Fan said smilingly. However, Zhang Fan's heart was dripping blood. The 2 diamond rings, while costing nothing and selling for $1. 6 million, cost more. If it wasn't for the sake of returning the favor, Zhang Fan would not even be willing to duplicate this pink diamond if he wasted it. Chapter 34. Zhao Wenliang goes to the auction house to pick a fault. Luckily, though, Before selling it, I made another copy of it myself. I'll find a little more to make up for it later when I get a chance. Congratulations, brother Fan. You've made a lot of money with these 2 strokes. Sun Lei said with an envious face. Yeah, another one. 59 million earned. Little Fan, you're awesome. Zhang Yuelan also said with a smile. Zhang Fan hemmed and hawed. When I bought it, people said it was a synthetic diamond, but it does look pretty good. I didn't expect to make so much money. Alright, this annoying person has finally left. Let's hurry up and start. Zhang Yueying said with a helpless face. And so the feast began. It started with a big 8-layer cake. I heard from Sun Lei that the price was close to $30. $000. How extravagant. Zhang Fan couldn't help but spit out. I have to say though, the cake was great. Soon, all sorts of gourmet desserts were served up like they didn't cost anything. The crowd was talking and laughing. Once you've had your fill of food and drink, it's time for the dancing part. Zhang Yueying had wanted to invite Zhang Fan to dance the first dance with her, but Zhang Fan refused without hesitation. Big sister, I'm a kid from the countryside, and you expect me to dance? Zhang Yueying glared at Zhang Fan and turned her head to look at Sun Lei. Sun Lei, as Zhang Yueying's cousin, danced the first dance with Zhang Yueying, which made sense. Little Fan, are you really not interested in Little Shadow? Zhang Yuelan asked smilingly. Sister Lan, are you kidding? Xiaoying and I are just friends. Zhang Fan replied with a smile as well. It's not that I'm not interested, but I'm afraid to be interested. A child of a rich family who still doesn't know the bottom line. If you dare to mess with it, the consequences could be severe. Zhang Fan still had a brain. By the way, those 2 stamps of yours? They're going to be auctioned off this weekend. Would you like to come and see them then? Oh, what are all the lots? Zhang Fan asked rhetorically. Zhang Yuelan shook her head. There are more things. I can't remember them. Tomorrow when I go to work, I'll send you the details of the auction. Then thank you, Sister Lan. Fan, you're too kind. Zhang Fan pondered for a while and spoke again. Sister Lan, my friend's family collects quite a lot of yuan dao too. All of them are some high-end goods. It is estimated that there can be 3 small targets. Can you guys afford to eat? Zhang Yuelan asked curiously. Which ones are there? The 7-point face big head, and the signed big head, and the Gansu Plus version. There's 30 or 40 of each. These things are very collectible. Why doesn't your friend continue to collect them? Zhang Yuelan asked curiously. Something happened to their family and they need money urgently, but they haven't thought about it yet. So they asked me to inquire about the market first. Didn't I just think of you? Zhang Fan said smilingly. Thank you, Fan. We can definitely eat it, but price-wise, it's definitely 20% lower than the market price. After all, with so many coming out at once, it will take some time for us to ship them out. Zhang Yuelan said smilingly. Then I'm relieved. I'll tell my friend when I get back, and if he really wants to sell, I'll bring him along to you. Thank you then, little Fan. Zhang Yuelan smiled happily. Surge. Zhang Fan's eyes went straight as he watched. Little Fan, what are you looking at? Zhang Yuelan said with an annoyed look on her face. Oh, sorry, Sister Yulan. Don't worry, I'll definitely persuade my friend to sell you all of their yuan datu. Zhang Yuelan smiled faintly. Then I'll wait for your good news. Aha! Soon, Zhang Yueying and Sun Lei came back from dancing. The few people chatted for a while longer, and then someone invited Zhang Yueying to dance. But luckily, it's all girls. Zhang Yueying didn't refuse either. Throughout the banquet, Zhang Yueying was happy. The crowd slowly dispersed after playing until after 12 p.m. Zhang Fan greeted them, then took a car and went home. Back in the house, turn on the lights. Louis leaned on the sofa and fell asleep. It's very touching. It's nice to have someone waiting at home. Zhang Fan hugged Lu Yi and got on the bed. The next day, the things the two had bought, the exercise bike, the treadmill and the rowing machine, arrived. The two playfully both gave it a good load. The pieces cost over 10,000, and the merchant was kind enough to send in a wheel, suggesting that this is a good exercise for the abs. This abs wheel also has an automatic rebound. Zhang Fan tried it a few times and felt very satisfied. This merchant put their heart and soul into it, and I will buy from them again next time. The great fitness era, officially begun. Zhang Fan's requirements are not high, just reduce the small stomach. As for the abs and so on, as it happens, after Zhao Wenliang went back yesterday, he immediately booked a flight to Shangjiang. Early this morning, it was time to go to Shannon. Then hurry to Sotheby's. Where's your boss? Hurry up and get out. Zhao Wenliang shouted angrily at the waiter. What is it that you want? This gentleman? The waiter asked with a smile. I bought something from you and was cheated. Hurry up and come out and give me an explanation. Zhao Wenliang was still furious. Okay, you come with me. Have a cup of tea in the conference room first, Our leader will be right over. The waiter said with a polite face. Tea is not necessary. Tell your leader to come out quickly. It is human nature to eat melon, and many people in order to come over. A 60-something-year-old man asked with a smile. Little brother, how are you deceived? Can you tell us about it? Yeah, you tell us about it? We'll help you judge. Aha, we're all consumers and we're definitely on your side. Thank you all. A few days ago I participated in an auction and won a ring made of pink diamonds. Zhao Wenliang said and took out the jewelry box in his hand. A ring made of pink diamonds was placed inside. Ooh, I'm impressed. 10 carats of pink diamonds totaling 5201314. That number is so romantic. Yeah, I'm impressed too. This diamond ring is so beautiful. I want to buy it too, but unfortunately my hands are a bit tight. But little brother, what's wrong with this diamond ring? Isn't it quite pretty? If a man proposed to me with this, I would definitely agree. The other woman also said with a smile. Do you guys have any impression that the auction said at the time that this diamond was unique and purely natural? Zhao Wenliang continued. Of course I'm impressed. This thing must be one of a kind. That's for sure. These pink diamonds are rare. Moncler Outlet Online he also nodded. Indeed, but I found a ring made of pink diamonds. Exactly like the one I have. Zhao Wenliang said with an exasperated look on his face. This can't be right. You're kidding, right? You're kidding us, right? There was not a single person on the scene who believed it. Chapter 35, All Natural Diamonds. I don't believe it either, but that ring is also in my hand. Zhao Wenliang said, taking out another jewelry box, and after opening it, an identical pink diamond ring appeared inside. You guys come forward and take a look, Zhao Wenliang said, giving the two rings to the people in front of him. The boss took the lead and stepped forward, picking it up and looking at it for half a day. In my opinion, these two rings are identical. Of course, the specifics still need to be tested. After the boss finished, he handed it to the middle-aged man on the side, who also looked at it for half a day and came to the exact same conclusion. The guys in the back, looking roughly at it, realized it was exactly the same. So the crowd whispered, is this a fake? I don't feel like a fake is a good idea. Odds are it's synthetic. I think so. What a pit. This auction house is really unethical. Synthetic is also synthetic. You also synthesize too. This is not looking for trouble? At that moment, the manager of the auction house arrived late. Hearing what happened from the waiter, the manager also panicked. Hello sir, I'm sorry. This matter, I'm also very surprised. It's beyond my authority. Why don't we all go to our meeting room for a cup of tea, and I'll invite our boss over. This manager was still smart enough to just invite everyone alone. Zhao Wenliang was satisfied with the manager's attitude and nodded. Friends, if you want to have time, join me and see how they explain. Old man, I'm retired and have nothing better to do, so I'll check it out with you. Yeah, I'm not doing anything either. There's no rush on my part, so let's see what's going on first. In fact, it's not that they're not in a hurry, it's mainly because there are benefits. In case it really is the auction house's problem, then how can the auction house show them some favor? The crowd went to the conference room together. The owner of the auction house, VJ Lee, was also anxious when he heard the news. If this goes badly, their reputation will really stink. Li Weijia immediately called a few executives and experts and went to the conference room together. Inside the conference room, several experts looked at the two pink diamond rings and were nonplussed. The weight is exactly the same and the size is exactly the same. It's completely indistinguishable. Boss, we need to identify it with the machine. Boss Leviga nodded and looked to the crowd in the conference room. Let's go together then. Everyone nodded and followed the expert. Soon enough, the crowd arrived at the auction house's appraisal center. Boss, we've already measured the weight. There's no need to measure it again. Let's measure these two pink diamonds, whether they are synthetic or not. The main way to determine if it's synthetic at this point is to do a spectral analysis. A natural pink diamond will lack an absorption band, which is in the range of 550 nanometers, and synthetic diamonds, the main absorption band used is 510 nanometers. So in a moment, let's look at the results measured by spectral analysis. If it shows 550, then the diamond is a natural pink diamond. If it is 510, then it proves to be synthetic, the expert said, putting the first pink diamond up first. This one, and I can't tell if it's the one we sell, is 550, proving it's natural. Most of the people on the site, I guess, didn't understand it either, but just recognized the value of 550, then stared at the expert as he put another diamond ring in. Soon, the results came in as well, and it was still 550. All of them were dumbfounded. Zhao Wenliang was also dumbfounded. Boss Li Weijia hurriedly stood out. As you can see, both of these pink diamonds are purely natural. However, we also have a problem. We went so far as to say that this pink diamond is unique, causing some trouble for Mr. Zhao. This is a mistake in our work. If you are willing, we are willing to spend 10,000,000 apiece to buy back the pink diamonds in your hands. Zhao Wenliang froze for a moment, then spoke. Why is 510 synthetic? 550 is natural? The expert stepped forward and explained. As far as I know, all the synthetic pink diamonds in the world have measured 510. 550 is possible, but current technology can't do it. Of course, it's also completely unnecessary because the cost effectiveness is too low. Unless one is sick in the head to study this stuff. Zhao Wenliang nodded, then took out another pink diamond from his pocket before speaking. At first, I froze for a moment when I realized that there were two of them. Then I decisively spent money and bought the other one. But I didn't expect that the man had another one in his hand. So I spent money again and bought the remaining one. Everyone froze. Li Weijiao was also dumbfounded. Master Li, you measured this one too. Master Li took that powder section from Zhao Wenliang and tested it. And sure enough the value was still 550. Master Li was also embarrassed. Boss, judging from the available technology, these 3 powder segment rings are all natural. Send it to headquarters, can they tell? Leviga continued to ask. You know boss, the headquarters is the same whether it is natural. Levitra was instantly embarrassed, but soon enough, Levitra made a decision. Mr. Zhao, I wonder if you have the same ring in your hand. Zhao Wenliang shook his head. Nope, these 2 rings, which were found by my friend, were bought for 88 apiece. I spent another $6 million to buy them over. Mr. Zhao, I don't know how these 2 pink diamonds came to be, but we confirmed that they are natural. If you agree, we're willing to buy them all from you for $10 million apiece. Zhao Wenliang hesitated for a moment, but agreed. People are already very sincere, and these 3 pink diamonds can't be used to propose, and they have no value left in their hands. Zhao Wenliang, as a rich 3rd generation, is still smart except for a bit of love brain. Last night, he thought about it. It's impossible to over someone's auction house through this. People's auction houses have been doing this for so many years. Their reputation is still good. Besides, their background is deep. Having spent a total of less than $7 million myself, it's pretty good to get 300 million back now. Alright, that's it then. You guys keep an eye out for me again. If there are any more suitable items that I need to give to my girlfriend. When Li Weijia heard this, she also smiled. Don't worry, Mr. Zhao. I also have a nice necklace in my collection. Let's go take a look at it later. Zhao Wenliang nodded. Soon everyone on the site received a nice fee and then all signed confidentiality agreements. Zhao Wenliang also received the money and happily followed boss Li Weijia to see his collection of necklaces. Chapter 36 Commemorative Coins for the Marshals of the Navy, Air Force and Land Forces. Zhao Wenliang, who had spent another 15 million on a new colored diamond necklace, happily returned to Jiangcheng. I guess I'll be looking for Zhang Yueying's confession again soon. Zhang Fan, on the other hand, had no knowledge of any of this. Time flew by and all of a sudden it was Saturday. Zhang Fan's 2 small pieces of red stamps are going up for auction. Zhang Fan originally did not intend to go, but in the information that Zhang Yuelan sent to Zhang Fan saw that there was 1 commemorative coin of the Marshal of the Navy, Land and Air. A small commemorative coin with a surprisingly high starting bid of $10,000. Zhang Fan deliberately checked online. This thing, before the sale price of up to 15 million. The picture on the internet. The quality is not as good as this. These made in the 17th year of the Republic of China. Online sources indicate that a version of the Grand Marshal of the Navy and Army commemorative coin was also produced in the 15th year of the Republic of China. However, it was not publicly distributed and is all in the hands of the Zhang family descendants. 2 years ago, one was sold online for $26 million. The main thing is, the legacy is in order, and it was taken out by the descendants of the Zhang family. Old Zhang's family, I guess they'll have to make a fortune. After all, if we use machines to mint commemorative coins, we have to mint a few thousand, right? Envy and jealousy. Of course, even if you buy this thing, you can't duplicate it to sell. Zhang Fan just wanted to go for a long time. The other thing is to get in touch with Zhang Yuelan. Who wouldn't love a big sister with an E-form and a big heart? Zhang Fan drove directly to the 9 Cities auction house. After parking his car, Zhang Fan went straight into the auction site and found his own exclusive seat and sat down. The auction started promptly at 3 p.m. Zhang Fan had truly seen what it meant to be rich. An ancient painting sold for $70 to $80 million. A Yuan Qinghua that sold for 2 small gulls. An ancient bronze coin from the Song dynasty sold for over $3 million. Nima, where do they get all their money? Zhang Fan was envious and jealous in his heart. I guess Jiang Yuelan and their company, also quite a lot of money. Both of my own small pieces of red stamps fetched $1.6 million, quite a bit more than I expected. And that Grand Marshal of the Air, Land and Sea, sold for $2.0 million. However, Zhang Fan did not lose heart, and after observing it from a close distance, that character, it is not good to sell even if it is copied. Some of the antiques did look quite nice, but compared to banknotes, Zhang Fan still preferred banknotes. A family that has been farming for generations and struggling to make ends meet. Who would like these things? It's better to exchange it for money. This was Zhang Fan's true thought. I guess a lot of people thought the same way. Zhang Fan estimated that even if he had money in the future, he would not collect these antiques. The auction soon ended and Zhang Fan got up and went to Jiang Yuelan's office. No one's there. Their co-workers say they're busy taking care of things at the moment. Every time, many of the customers who sold at the auction were wealthy people in Jiangchang, and Jiang Yuelan needed to personally go out and make connections. It's also true that these auctions are all about these tycoons making money. After you've closed the deal, have a chat with them, a cup of tea, and a few compliments. Jiang Yuelan, as the manager of the Jiangchang auction, or the boss's daughter, all these jobs were her due. Zhang Fan was a little disappointed and drove away. Back home, Louis E was already preparing to make dinner. Zhang Fan changed his clothes and went in to help. Brother Fan, did you collect anything from today's auction? Louis E asked with a smile. There is. Why do you think those people are so rich? Millions and millions of dollars of antiques are bought without batting an eye. Zhang Fan said with an envious face. Think about those luxury goods. Hundreds of thousands of millions of A, or even tens of millions of A. Some brands also need to match the goods. Not still people buy? Buying antiques is not better than buying these things? Besides, antiques can still appreciate in value. Louis E explained. Didn't your parents ever collect any antiques? Zhang Fan asked with a puzzled face. Louis E sighed. My dad bought it once before and was cheated out of $5 million, and never bought it again after that. The water here is too deep, the profits are too high, and there are too many counterfeiters. So your parents don't manage their money? I did buy some funds some years ago, and then I did make some money, but I lost it all. My family's a few projects. I also checked on the internet for a while, indeed lost a lot. My bank card, but there are still a few million pocket money. I did not move. If you need money, I'll transfer it all to you. Louis E explained. Not bad for a rich man. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Put it away for now. I'm not short of money either. Zhang Fan said smilingly. Aha! The two of them talked and cooked, and soon a nice dinner was ready. The two of them worked together to bring all 4 dishes and 1 soup to the table, and Louis E served 2 more bowls of rice and put them on the table. The two of them didn't have that much to do, so they directly picked up their chopsticks and started eating. Your craftsmanship has gotten better and better lately. Really? Maybe I made too much. Brother Fan, eat more. Louis E said and gave Zhang Fan a piece of ribs. Zhang Fan chucked it up and took a bite. By the way, I'm supposed to graduate next week, so we'll go out together then. It's pretty fast. It's just a pity that I can't attend your graduation ceremony. Brother Fan, Louis E said with a look of regret. There doesn't seem to be a graduation ceremony at our school. It's just renting a bachelor's degree uniform, taking a few pictures with teachers and classmates, and then it's done. And then you wait to receive your diploma. Zhang Fan explained. Ah, it feels like dealing with it. Louis E said in surprise. Maybe I'm not very good. Anyway, we didn't have any notice that there was a graduation ceremony. As for whether there are any of those outstanding students, class cadres or whatever, I don't know. Zhang Fan explained smilingly. Louis E frowned. It feels as if it's a bit imperfect. Our school does have one. When I was a freshman, I participated in the graduation ceremony of the senior students. It's still quite ceremonial. You are the University of Jiangchang. We are the University of Jiangchang. You will be proud of the fact that you are students of Jiangchang University. Students of our school won't be. So, it doesn't matter. Zhang Fan spread his hands and said helplessly. Indeed, even when real estate was at its best, Zhang Fan and his school, as a construction university, had average employment for most students. There is never an employment agency that thinks highly of them because of their school. It's no different than any other undergraduate institution. Even the third. You received your bachelor's uniform and brought it back. Let's both take a few pictures together. Louis E changed the topic. Louis E's request was simple, so naturally Zhang Fan would not refuse. Chapter 37 Liu's News. Louis E smiled and gave Zhang Fan another piece of green vegetable. Zhang Fan also helped Louis E add a few. Soon, the two finished their meal, did the dishes together and then went downstairs for a quick walk. On the way, Zhang Fan received a transfer from the Zhejiang auction. and after deducting the auction's 5% handling fee, the total was 3.04 million, together with the 1.6 million earned from Liu Ying's auction, plus the 1 million in his own card. Zhang Fan had more than 4.6 million in his card at this moment. Zhang Fan couldn't help but hum. Brother Fan, is there something good? Liu Yi asked with a curious expression. Aha, today's auction. My 2 stamps were sold for $3.2 million, and it's just arrived. Zhang Fan said proudly. Thanks Van. Liu Yi said and pecked Zhang Fan on the cheek. Thanks for what? Zhang Fan looked puzzled. In order to help me get the money together. Brother Fan even sold something he treasured. Liu Yi said with a serious face. Oh, it's okay, I don't really like it either. In 2 months, we should have the money together. Your parents will be out by then. Thanks. Ha ha, the relationship between the two of us. We don't need to use words. Zhang Fan laughed badly. Liu Yi understood for a second, and instantly the roots of her ears turned red. Zhang Fan was about to make a few jokes when suddenly his cell phone rang. Picking it up, it was Jiang Yuelan's phone. Fan, sorry, I was too busy this afternoon. I just heard from our co-workers that you went to see me. Is something wrong? It's not a big deal. Isn't that stamp sold out? I want to find you to chat for a couple of minutes, and I didn't expect you to be so busy. Zhang Fan said smilingly. It's like this at every auction. We've transferred the money to you. Did you get it? Got it. Got it. Thanks Lon. Ha ha, it's me who should thank you. By the way, is there any news about those Yuan Dao 2 of your friend? Don't be anxious, my friend will definitely look for you. Sister Lon, as long as he sells. Zhang Fan said smilingly. Aha, then I'm counting on you. Little Fan. By the way, come play at our auction house when you have time. I'll show you our collection. When Zhang Fan heard this, he became interested. After the recent contact, Zhang Fan felt that there were really too many things in this industry of antiques. Although you don't buy it yourself, it's okay to grow into it. When the system is upgraded again, you can continue to get rich yourself. Then thank you, Sister Lon. I'll be sure to stop by next week when I'm free. Aha! The two chatted some more and hung up. Brother Fan, who was that just now? Liu Yi asked with a curious face. Liu Yi could hear that it was a woman's voice just now. I wonder what the relationship is with Brother Van. Zhang Fan touched Liu Yi's head and said smilingly. That's the manager of the Zheojiang auction house in Jiangcheng. Jiang Yuelan, my stamps were auctioned at their place, and I'll have to deal with them often in the future. Oh, I've seen that Jiang Yuelan. She's so pretty, sensible and mature and elegant. Does Brother Fan like it? Liu Yi said with a flirtatious face. Ha ha, I have you enough with Yi. Liu Yi's little face instantly turned red. Seeing this, Zhang Fan went forward and pulled Liu Yi's small hand and continued to stroll. After shopping for most of an hour, the two of them went to the supermarket at the entrance of the neighborhood, bought some fruits and snacks, and only then returned home together. Just after arriving home, Zhang Fan's cell phone rang again. Taking out his phone, he saw that it was a message from Li Yu, the female employee of the jewelry store from before. Li Yu, Brother Van, busy lately? Zhang Fan instantly froze. Because I told Li Yu earlier that I was going to go to her this week to sell 100G of gold. However, these days, every day is busy copying Yuan Dao 2. Yuan Dao 2 is 26 grams apiece. 3 copies a day is 78 grams. Only 22 grams of gold per day. The gold Zhang Fan had in his hand right now was less than 200 grams in total. Zhang Fan never breaks faith with others, especially beautiful women. But this time, it's really going to be a breach of trust. Zhang Fan, Maisie, I'm sorry, my family's gold was taken out by my mom to make bracelets. When Li Yu saw Zhang Fan's message, it felt like being splashed with cold water in the middle of winter. However, what people do with their gold is their own freedom. As a good salesman, Li Yu is still smart. Li Yu, oh, what a shame. We'll just have to work together another time then. Zhang Fan, Maisie, I just looked. There's about 200 grams left. Why don't I send it to you tomorrow? Li Yu was ecstatic in his heart. 200 grams, which was quite a lot. If you operate well yourself, you can also make some money. Li Yu, that's fine. We can recycle it at home. Zhang Fan, okay, that scale of yours, it should be fine. Zhang Fan has seen many door-to-door gold recovery scams. 720 scales and 620 scales are common. One does not want to be an ingrate. Li Yu, you're joking. Brother Fan, we're serious businessmen. Besides, how much does the gold weigh? Can you not count it? Zhang Fan, okay, door-to-door is not necessary. Just go to the door of our neighborhood. After Zhang Fan finished speaking, he sent the address to Li Yu again. The two made a few more small talk and set the time before ending the chat. At this time, Li Yu's heart was also ecstatic. 200 grams of gold, or door-to-door collection. It's too easy to make money. Li Yu immediately went to the second floor, to the office of the store manager, his own uncle Li Gang. There was no one in the house, only Li Gang was there. Li Yu said with an excited face, "Uncle, tomorrow there is a friend who wants to sell 200 grams of gold. We've already talked about it. Go to the door of their neighborhood to recycle it." Li Gang smiled at his words. Not bad, not bad. Xiaoya, you are so flexible in your brain. Tomorrow when? Let your cousin accompany you. Tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. It's not far from here. 3 or 4 kilometers. Aha. I'll talk to your cousin and you guys can go together tomorrow. The pro-uncle also has to be clear. Li Yu asked smilingly, how much can I probably share? Li Gang said without a trace of anger. Can I treat you badly? How much did you quote him? 420 a gram. I'll raise you 80 a gram. Li Yu counted. 200 grams, 80 a gram, is 16,000. Li Yu instantly smiled. Thank you, uncle. Well, you have a good day at work. Li Yu smiled and went downstairs. All the way, the smile never disappeared. What's wrong, Li Yu? Is it something good? A few co-workers asked smilingly. Is there a boyfriend? Another co-worker snickered. Li Yu felt bad, so she hurriedly made up an excuse. What boyfriend? It's just a blind date. People still don't necessarily see me. You. Chapter 38, Selling Gold and Going Back to School to Prepare for Graduation. Which handsome guy is it? Do you have a picture? Let us help you refer to it. The female co-worker laughingly teased. Forget it, if we really make it, I'll treat you guys to dinner then. Li Yu said perfunctorily. Then it's a deal. Go for it, go for it. You've got to go for our meal. Li Yu nodded in a hurry. The object, for sure, is not there. But it's okay to spend $200 or $300 on a treat to show your appreciation for tomorrow's business if you can make it work and make a profit. Anyway, here they are, close to the school, and there are plenty of cheap restaurants. The next day, Zhang Fan woke up and copied only 1 yuan Dao 2. The remaining 74 grams were all duplicated into gold. In system space, there are more than 250 of them. Zhang Fan extracted 252 of them from it, weighing 252 grams, took a small box and put it all in. At 9:50, Zhang Fan received a call from Li Yu that they had arrived. Zhang Fan also took the gold and went downstairs. Li Yu today wore a white navel-exposed undershirt child on the upper body. The belly is smooth and tight. The lower body denim shorts. A pair of long legs white and flawless. This outfit is so much better than wearing that OL uniform. Zhang Fan hadn't really realized that this Li Yu was so beautiful. I just don't know if the veil can be beaten. As for the man beside Li Yu, Zhang Fan subconsciously ignored it. Brother Fan, did you bring your gold? Li Yu asked with a nervous face. Zhang Fan nodded and took out the wooden box in his hand, handing it over to Li Yu. I just counted them and there are 252 in there. Each one is a gram. You guys weigh them first. Li Yu nodded and weighed it on the scale. It was indeed 252 grams. Yes, 252 grams indeed. Zhang Fan nodded, then looked at Li Yu. In order to confirm the authenticity of this gold, we have to burn it. Li Yu continued to speak. Burn it, whatever. Zhang Fan said casually. Li Yu nodded, and the man beside Li Yu nodded as well, placing all the gold beads on the container, firing it, and calcining it. After a while, all the gold was all turned into water. Then the density was measured again. No problem. That's 252 grams. Confirming this matter, the opposite party quickly paid Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan quickly received the money. 105,840. Not bad. This little girl is quite reliable in her work. Zhang Fan secretly praised. Brother Fan, then we'll leave first. In the future, if you yourself or your friends want to sell gold, you can contact me, Li Yu said smilingly. Aha, thanks a lot. I'll contact you again if I need anything, Zhang Fan said with a condescending face. Aha, see you later. After Li Yu finished speaking, she waved her hand at Zhang Fan and got into the van that recovered the gold. Zhang Fan also returned home slowly and leisurely. Brother, when will you give me the money? As soon as Li Yu got into the car, he asked towards his cousin. Li Yu's cousin blankly glanced at Li Yu without any good humor. It could still be worse than your money, said, took out his cell phone and transferred 20200 to Li Yu, a total of 20,160, an extra $40, but also to make up a hole. Li Yu saw the money and smiled with her eyebrows. Brother, look at you. That change wiped not on the line. Then turn it back for me, cousin said in a no-nonsense manner. I don't. You're so rich. What's the difference? Li Yu's cousin was a bit speechless. Okay, where are you going? I'll give you a ride. I have to go back to the store in a while. Just put me at the front gate of the river. Aha. 10 minutes later, Liu got out of the car and walked into the JNU campus. Looking at the students of Jiangda University, Liu's eyes were filled with envy. Being from Jiangcheng, it is their dream to get into JNU. Liu's family is near Jiangcheng University, and she often came over here to play when she was a child. Unfortunately, in the end, he just went to a junior college in Jiangcheng, or the kind of junior college that was very average. Liu also knew that he wasn't study material and gave up. But then I learned that JNU has an MBA. Liu then has been saving up to get an MBA. However, Liu inquired about it and it was a bit expensive. So Liu is still in the process of trying to save up. As for why you want to do an MBA, it's naturally to get in touch with rich people. As a jewelry store salesman, what can I find a good match for? Either that or they're poor. Rich guys, mostly divorced with kids. Liu is only 22 years old and naturally, she is not willing to do so. Being so good looking myself, I'm sure I'd want to find someone younger, and with money. Older, not considered. Because of her own face value, Liu has a bottom line. Now that I've saved $50,000 on my own, I'm still a little short of the $220,000 I need to pay for school. Thinking about it, Liu sighed. LOL. Since graduation is in a week, there is a lot going on and many of the students who have been studying away from home have returned. The guys from the dorm, too, are all back living at school for the time being. Zheng Fan also packed up and prepared to go back to school for a while. The graduation defense on Tuesday was a walk in the park, just a little long. 3 classes of business administration majors, 107 students, engaged in the whole day. Luckily, it was by school number, and Zheng Fan was in the first class of business. For school numbers, the boys are lined up first, then the girls are photographed. Zheng Fan is the 5th. Old defense finished, back to the dormitory. The thesis inside all the things, according to the requirements of the school, modify the format, then went to the school print store and printed and bound the book. But the teachers were at the defense site and couldn't turn it in, so I'll have to do it tomorrow. That evening, drinking parties were organized. All kinds of drinking parties. This year, the school has reformed. After binding the thesis, the tutor to give a signature, you can go to get a diploma. That means you'll get your diploma tomorrow. The day after the graduation photos, a lot of people left. A lot of people you may never see again in your life. It was a good thing that a few of his buddies from his dormitory were all in Jiangcheng for the time being. Class President Sun Lei organized the boys in his class to drink first. Been in school together for 4 years and it's generally been great. No major conflicts. Eating and drinking and then going to the KTV. Back at the dormitory. It was already 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. Waking up on day 2. Many of you are busy again printing and binding your thesis. Almost all the boys in Zhang Fan's class finished organizing yesterday. After waking up, we went to the school building together, turned in our thesis, and received our diplomas the same day. In the evening, it's another big show, with the whole class getting together for dinner. A lot of people cried. The 4 years of college are the best 4 years of your life and are really so memorable. Tomorrow, a lot of people take their graduation pictures and leave. The atmosphere of the scene was a little sad. All is turned into a glass of wine, and everything is in the wine. Chapter 39 Graduation Reward. System upgrade again. Zheng Fan also drank a lot and thought about the little moments he and Su Sisi had at school. Zheng Fan took out his phone and directly dialed Su Sisi's number. The call was quickly answered. Su Sisi, I love you. Zheng Fan shouted. We've broken up, Su Sisi said and hung up the phone. The people around them heard it and advised Zheng Fan. Zheng Fan didn't continue to say anything, picking up his wine glass and continuing to drink. Seeing this, the others also stopped advising Zheng Fan. Slowly, the scene soon got high. Students sat in small groups, toasting each other and blowing each other's awesome. When he woke up, Zheng Fan found himself in the dormitory, rubbed his head and went to wash up. Then it was back to the cafeteria for breakfast, and another one for all my roommates. Soon the class president returned with his bachelor's uniform. The crowd went to take graduation pictures together and then took pictures with their close classmates. By noon, one by one, people were leaving. Zheng Fan took the time to go back to his home, took a picture with Lu Yi, and then went back to school. One by one, they sent all their classmates away, and in the evening, the few that remained had another drink. The next day, the out-of-town students were basically gone. Zheng Fan, Yu Bo, Zhou Lin, and Zhou Haitao also finished packing and left the school. Zheng Fan's college career. This drew a successful conclusion. Zheng Fan had just left the school gate when he heard the system ding. Ding! Congratulations to the host on graduating from college. Zheng Fan, system great. Is there a graduation reward? Zheng Fan felt the system visibly pause for a moment. Ding! The host's graduation from university has been detected. The system is upgraded ahead of schedule. Currently the system is at level 4. The total weight of items that can be duplicated per day is 1 kilogram, and the duplicated items can only be owned by the host himself, or have no attributed person. Reward the host with 100 g of weight, which can be used to copy other people's items. Zhang Fan was ecstatic in his heart. This was great. He would make money faster in the future. Zhang Fan, thank you, Mr. System, you're welcome. Zhang Fan ran through it. According to his plan, he wanted to sell 30 signature face big heads. So far he had already duplicated 34 of them, so he couldn't duplicate any more for the time being. There are several other kinds of yuan datu that you don't have in your own hands, so it's time to go to Mordor and buy a few more. Just come today. It's too early to be late. Back home, Louis E was busy cooking. When she saw Zhang Fan coming back, she immediately took off her scarf and went forward to hug Zhang Fan. Brother Fan, congratulations on graduation. Ha ha, it's really not easy. I've been drinking so much these past few days that I'm going to vomit. Zhang Fan said smilingly. Later will be good. I'm making a big dinner with you. Let's celebrate at lunch. Aha, let me help you. Zhang Fan said and also walked into the kitchen. Zhang Fan was in charge of washing and cutting the vegetables, and Louis E was in charge of cooking, and the meal was soon ready. By the way, E, I'm going to the Magic City this afternoon. Ah, just came back and have to go out? Louis E said with an unhappy face. Zhang Fan smiled. I'll try to come back at night. It's very important. Alright then. Louis E was clearly out of energy. Zhang Fan scratched Louis E's agitated nose. Then you come with me. Louis E sniffs and gets excited with the naked eye. Good ah. I'll book a ticket now. Aha, we'll take a cab to the highway station after dinner. Okay, then let's eat quickly. Louis E said and quickly ate. Zhang Fan smiled and ate quickly as well. So are we coming back at night? Are we playing in Magic City for 2 days? Or are we coming back tonight? Louis E asked again. Depending on what REE thinks. I'll listen to you. Zhang Fan said with a doting face. Let's play for a couple days and come back then. What are the hotel requirements? No requirements. Set anywhere. Aha! After Louis E finished speaking, she ran off to pack her things. Zhang Fan was soon full as well, and dumped all the remaining things inside his plate into the trash can. Then quickly washed the pots and pans and bowls. I went back to the house, grabbed 2 changes of clothes, put them in a duffel bag, and just brought a rechargeable battery, tablet, and charging cable for my phone, and I was done. Louis E was still packing. Zhang Fan went over and took a look. A big trolley case was stuffed, and there were several handbags. Van, you're packed. I'm almost there. Aha, why don't we just skip the high-speed train and drive? Zhang Fan said smilingly. Louis E nodded her head in a hurry. Great. I was just about to ask why you didn't drive. It's only more than 2 hours by car. It's more convenient. At first, I was thinking of going today and coming back after the errand, so my mind didn't turn around. Zhang Fan said with an apologetic face. It's fine. You can't lose much money by bouncing a ticket anyway. By the way, the pots and pans haven't been brushed yet. I'll go brush the dishes first. Louis E said. About to stand up and go to the kitchen to brush the dishes. Ha ha, I finished brushing long ago. Let's go. Zhang Fan said and helped Louis E pick up the trolley case. Louis E followed behind with a few handbags. After getting down from the basement and throwing his luggage into the trunk, Zhang Fan directly navigated the Magic City Antique Street. 180 kilometers. Estimated 2 hours and 20 minutes. Fortunately, Zhang Fan looked at the time and should be able to arrive at 3:30. When the time comes to buy those 2 yuan dao too, it will be okay. Brother Fan, why don't I drive for a while? Louis E took the initiative to propose. Looking excited, Zhang Fan naturally would not refuse. He could only be considered a small rookie. Louis Yi's driving skills were much better than his own. Good. You can use smart driving in front, but on the highway, make sure to turn off the smart driving. Zhang Fan admonished. Not on the highway before the speed is relatively slow. Really hit nothing. The big deal is to repair the car. But in the highway accident, it is estimated that the car is destroyed. As a rich man, Zhang Fan still treasured his life very much. Aha! The two of them switched places. Louis E sat on the main driver and Zhang Fan sat on the passenger side and started the car. By the way, Brother Fan, I see you navigating to the Magic City Antique Street. What are you going to buy or sell? Louis E asked curiously. Doing a little shopping. Got an appointment with someone and will be done soon. Zhang Fan said smilingly. Oh, then let's go to the amusement park tomorrow? Louis E looked at Zhang Fan with a hopeful face. I heard that it's fun, but I haven't been there yet. Louis E explained. Aha, let's go have some fun together. Zhang Fan said smilingly. Actually, Zhang Fan had been there, with Su Cece, but it's all in the past. Lu Yi nodded, unable to hide the smile on her face. Next, Lu Yi drove seriously, and Zhang Fan stared at the road ahead, of course, looking at his cell phone from time to time. Chapter 40. Lu Yi's best friend Zhao Qingmai. So many of my classmates are posting their friends. Some have just left, some are on their way, and some have just arrived home. Zhang Fan also took out his cell phone and sent a selfie. 2-day tour of Magic City officially started. Soon, a bunch of people gave Zhang Fan their likes. There were also a lot of people commenting below, mostly with envy and jealousy. Zhang Fan sent a smile and stopped paying attention. In the middle, the two switched in the service area. Zhang Fan drove and Lu Yi sat in the passenger seat. The map was still accurate in its math, and at 3:30, the two arrived at the Magic City Antique Street on time. After parking the car, Zhang Fan instructed Lu Yi to stroll around the neighborhood first. He would finish his business soon and then call her. Lu Yi nodded her head obediently, and prepared to wander around the neighborhood for a bit. Zhang Fan, on the other hand, walked forward quickly. Before Zhang Fan left, he contacted the saleswoman who had added WeChat before and went directly to their store. The saleswoman was happy and had been waiting for Zhang Fan at the door for a long time. Seeing Zhang Fan coming up, he took the initiative to go forward and hugged Zhang Fan's arm. Zhang Fan didn't reject it either. It's a waste of time to take advantage of a bargain for nothing. Sister, I came to buy it in good faith this time. Aha, don't worry, our store manager will be here in a while, so you can talk to him about the price. But these things are all one price per item. I don't know what the base price is, but based on my experience, it's at least a 10% discount. The beautiful saleswoman said smilingly. Zhang Fan nodded and soon the two of them went up to the second floor. A male manager, waiting there now. Seeing the two men come up immediately, he greeted them with a smile. Zhang Fan didn't dawdle and spoke directly. The Gansu version with added characters has a market price of 700,000, and the 7-point face big head has a market price of 1.5 million. Together, the total is 2 million, and your pricing is 3 million. Take the middle number, 6 million. If you sell, I will swipe my card now. If you don't sell, I'll wait. This price is too low. Right. You are also someone who knows the industry and knows that the market has been rising recently. The male manager said with a difficult face. But these two things sitting here will press your money. Besides, I'm talking about the market price, the highest price from the last auction. The next auction, the client won't necessarily have the heart for it. Also, finding an auction house to auction it off will require a 10-point fee. Zhang Fan said indifferently. And I won't hide it from Mr. Zhang. The base price given by our boss is 7 million. If you agree, we'll do it now. If you don't agree, you will have to look elsewhere. The male manager said somewhat helplessly. Zhang Fan didn't know if what he said was true or not, but that $100,000 difference doesn't matter to yourself. The neighboring stores have turned themselves around and there is nothing in better condition than this one. Okay, wrap it up for me and swipe the card. Both the male manager and the saleswoman laughed. The male manager went to get the keys and the saleswoman went to get the POS machine. After swiping the card, both Yuan Dao 2 were loaded. Zhang Fan is also afraid of accidents. The scene took out, like a good copy placed in the system space. The male manager and female salesman sent Zhang Fan out the door smilingly. Mr. Zhang, take care. Zhang Fan waved his hand and walked forward quickly, taking out his cell phone to dial Lu Yi's number as he walked. Yui, I'm done. Where are you now? Share the location for me. Aha, come over here quickly Van. I'm with my bestie. I'll introduce you guys. Soon, Zhang Fan received Lu Yi's location sharing, and Zhang Fan quickly walked towards Lu Yi's location. On the way, Zhang Fan was thinking that this was too much of a coincidence. Soon, Zhang Fan saw Lu Yi. Beside her, there was a beautiful woman in white short sleeves and black gym shorts. Lu Yi also saw Zhang Fan and hurriedly raised her hand to gesture toward him. Zhang Fan quickly took 2 steps forward and came up to them. Glancing at it, this best friend of Lu Yi's is very pretty, not unlike Lu Yi. Sure enough, a beautiful woman's best friend is also a beautiful woman. Brother Fan, this is my best friend, Zhao Qingmai. Lu Yi introduced. Little dance. This is my boyfriend Zhang Fan. Both men reached out in unison and shook hands. Brother Fan, are you done with your business? Lu Yi asked smilingly. Aha! Then let's go to Little Dance's house together. Lu Yi said with an excited face. Zhang Fan scratched his head. Is it convenient? What's so inconvenient about it? Yi and I have been friends since we were kids. Besides, I live by myself. Zhao Qingmai said with a smile. Okay then. I heard Yi say you guys drove here. and I will go first. Will send you a location later. Louis nodded and followed Zhao Qingmai. Zhang Fan quickly got into the car as well, and Louis also sent over the location. So Zhang Fan navigated directly and drove over. On Louis' side, Zhao Qingmai asked smilingly, how did you guys get on? Look at this Zhang Fan. He's not very handsome, nor does he look like he's rich. Louis' little face instantly reddened when she thought of what happened earlier. Zhao Qingdao observed and asked with a gossipy face, what's the situation? So what? When something happened to my family, my parents were going to let me leave the country. The night before I left the country, I went to a bar to let loose for a bit, and then I ran into Brother Fan. Louis said with a red face. Wow. You have a lot of guts. How is this Zhang Fan person? Zhao Qingmai continued to ask. Brother Fan is quite nice. He advised me to stay and help my parents out. Louis whispered. Oh, how are things settling with your parents? How much money do you need? I still have 200 million here, so tell me anytime you need it. Zhao Qingdao said with a serious face. Louis waved her hand. There's no need. Brother Fan said he would help me out. You, Fan, really have that much money? Zhao Qingguo asked with a puzzled expression. Zhang Fan didn't care about dressing at all. The clothes on his body were cheap. The one he used was also a cheap domestic cell phone. And the car he drove was a little more expensive. Just over $500,000. Coupled with the impression from the contact just now, it didn't look like a particularly wealthy person by any stretch of the imagination. I believe in Brother Fan. Brother Fan said that he is saving up, and that he will be able to save up enough money in 2 months at most. Louis said with confidence. Although Zhao Qingmai was a bit unconvinced, she was too embarrassed to hit her best friend. Alright then, I only have 200,000. So many years, so hard to save. You need to tell me anytime. Aha, if you really need it, I won't be polite with you. Louis said smilingly. Of course, she wouldn't borrow it even if she needed it. After all, there's no way to pay it back. But Zhang Fan's is different. It can't be paid back. It can still be XX. Thinking of this, Louis covered her mouth and laughed. What are you laughing at? Zhao Qingmai asked curiously. Nothing, just drive properly. Zhao Qingmai rolled her eyes and didn't say anything else. Chapter 41. Zhao Wenlian wants to invite Zhang Fan to dinner. Soon, the destination was reached. Louis and their cars got out of the basement, and Zhang Fan followed. After stopping the car, Louis and Zhao Qingmai came over together to get their luggage. Zhang Fan followed them up the stairs. Louis suddenly turned her head to Zhang Fan and said, by the way, Brother Fan, I've already checked out of the hotel, so we'll be staying at Little Dance's house for the next 2 days. Aha, this saves a lot of money again. Zhang Fan flirted next week. Louis and Zhao Qingmai covered their mouths and snickered. Soon, the trio reached the 22nd floor. This is the house that my family bought for me before. I live in the master bedroom myself, and there are 3 other rooms. You guys can just pick one at random. Zhao Qingmai said smilingly. Louis wasn't polite, and the two of them picked a bedroom that was farther away from Zhao Qingmai. Zhao Qingmai's flirtatious eyes and the tisk sounds coming out of her mouth made Louis embarrassed, and with a red face, she pulled Zhang Fan into the bedroom. This BFF of yours is so rich, Zhang Fan said smilingly. Louis blankly glanced at Zhang Fan. You're trying to say that she's pretty too. Zhang Fan hurriedly picked up. In my heart, is the most beautiful. Saying that, he pulled Louis in his arms and slid his hands unashamedly. It's broad daylight. Stop it now. You rest here for a while first. I'll go find Little Dance to chat. Louis said. Stood up and walked out of the bedroom in a panic. Zhang Fan smiled and quickly focused his attention on the 2 newly purchased yuan datu. Having copied the same one just now, Zhang Fan first copied 36 more 7-point face big heads. The rest were copied into gold. As long as another Gansu signed yuan datu is reproduced tomorrow, 2 small goals will be almost enough. In the future, just copy some gold, store it first, and trade it slowly. There's no need to rush about making money for a while. In the future, enjoy life. Let's set a small goal first. Get him 3 or 5 girlfriends. Zhang Fan thought for a while in the house, took out his cell phone and read a novel for a while, then came to the living room. Louis and Zhao Qingmai were not there, so Zhang Fan couldn't help but wonder where these 2 sisters had gone. Did they both sneak out? I don't think so. Zhang Fan took out his cell phone and sent a message to Louis. Louis sent a message saying that she had gone to the supermarket downstairs with Zhao Qingmai to buy something and would be back soon. Zhang Fan sighed, sat on the sofa, and swiped up a small video. A couple of sports bloggers, chartering fish ponds and touching fish videos, are hot. Zhang Fan clicked in, and the 15-minute video, surprisingly, did not fast forward and watched it all. After watching it, I was still a bit overwhelmed, so I clicked on the other videos and continued to watch them. Suddenly, the door opened again and Lu Yi and Zhao Qingmai returned. Only then did Zhang Fan raise his head to look at the two women. You guys are back? Aha, brother Fan, you clean up a bit. We'll go out for dinner tonight, Lu Yi said smilingly. Sure, where to eat? Zhang Fan asked curiously. Zhao Qingmai put down her things. You guys just follow me. You'll be satisfied. Then I'll thank Sister Mai. Little dance, you're the best. Lu Yi hugged Zhao Qingmai's arm and said with a smile. Zhao Qingmai blankly glanced at the two of them and said without a trace of anger. You two, you're really alike. Zhang Fan and Lu Yi looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Jiangcheng Prefecture level city in Jiangsu. Zhang Yueying looked at Zhao Wenliang beside her with a helpless face. This Zhao Wenliang, he had rejected him many times, but still pestered himself like a dog's skin. Unfortunately, the two families are still on good terms and can't be torn apart. I was slapped in the face on my own birthday 2 days ago, and now it's back. The most crucial thing was that this Zhao Wenliang even had a sincere face and wanted to invite himself and Zhang Fan for dinner. Shadow, I really mean it when I invite you to have dinner with that buddy, Zhao Wenliang said with a sincere face. In his heart, though, that wasn't what he was thinking. But it's true, $800,000 a ring. Bought two. At that time there should be a lot of people scolded their own little cute. You didn't even realize it, did you? The 1.6 million, turned into 2.00 million. I must have a good time and get back all the face I lost that day. Zhao Wenliang planned to put on a big show, so he held back and didn't tell Zhang Yueying for the time being. No one else knew about it except those who were at the auction that day. And when the time comes, tell your glorious story. That kid named Zhang Fan would probably be completely dumbfounded. Ha ha. Zhang Yueying thought about it. Forget it, it's just a meal. What's the big deal? I'll ask Van to see if he's available. Zhao Wenliang hurriedly nodded. Aha! Zhang Yueying took out her cell phone and dialed Zhang Fan's number. Soon the call was answered. Brother Fan, that handsome guy who bought your diamond ring the night before yesterday wants to invite you for dinner. Are you free? Zhang Yueying said in a flat tone. Sorry, Yueying, I'm in Mordor at the moment. When did you go to Mordor? Why didn't you say anything? Zhang Yueying said with a puzzled expression. No, big sister, are we that familiar? Zhang Fan spat out a sentence in his mind. I just came over in the afternoon and sent a friend circle. Zhang Fan explained with a smile. Oh. Zhang Yueying twisted her head to look at Zhao Wenliang after she finished speaking. Zhang Fan went to Magic City. Then ask him when he's coming back. It's fine for me to wait for him to come back, Zhao Wenliang said with a look of urgency. Zhang Yueying nodded and continued to ask. Brother Fan, when will you be back? 2 or 3 more days. Then tell me when you get back that Zhao Wenliang is buying. Okay, no problem. Brother Fan has promised. I'll tell you when he comes back. Is there anything else you want? Zhang Yueying looked at Zhao Wenliang with an impatient face. No more. I'll be off then. When Brother Fan comes back, you must tell me, Zhao Wenliang said with a flattering face. Okay, well, you can go now, Zhang Yueying said without any good breath. Then I'll leave first. Zhao Wenliang said goodnight and took a step back and forth. Probably would have stayed a while longer if it wasn't for the better X-fitting later. Zhang Yueying didn't think much about it and lowered her head to continue swiping her phone. Brother Fan, hurry up, we're almost there. Lu Yi shouted at Zhang Fan with a mischievous face. Aha, I'll be right over. After Zhang Fan finished speaking, he hung up the phone and walked forward quickly. The three of them talked and laughed and soon arrived at the place where they were eating. Zhang Fan fixed his eyes on a lot of people lining up. Why are there so many people here? Zhang Fan asked curiously. Brother Fan, this is Tian Men, a tire-certified 3-star restaurant. Lu Yi explained in a small voice. Chapter 42, Magic. In order to treat the two of you to dinner, I've vomited blood. Zhao Qingdao pretended to say with a face of flesh pain. Zhang Fan and Lu Yi both gave Zhao Qingmai a blank stare. How can a little rich girl with $20 million on her credit card feel bad about a meal? Zhao Qingdao had made an appointment in advance and the time was just right. After checking the names, the waiter led the three to their seats. Zhao Qingmai and Lu Yi were in charge of ordering the food, while Zhang Fan looked around curiously. The dining room, since it's open plan, looks great. Zhang Fan glanced at the menu. It was quite expensive. Even though he had gotten rich recently, Zhang Fan still felt that these things were expensive. Soon the food came up. Zhang Fan instantly felt that this price was even more expensive. It's all in tiny portions, not enough for one bite. However, once he entered the mouth, Zhang Fan felt that it was okay. At least the taste was much better than the 200 a head buffet I had at River City before. The bottom line is that the meal was on the house and it smelled so good. Right, it's almost your senior year and there are no more classes. Why don't you come to Magic City? Zhao Qingdao suddenly opened her mouth and asked. Forget it, I won't trouble you. Lu Yi refused with a smile. What's the trouble? Come work at my house and I'll cover you, Zhao Qingmai said with a domineering face. By the way, you can come along if you want. Van. Zhang Fan froze at once. How could I? Zhang Fan, a man with a system. Go to work? Thank you, but I really don't want to go to work, nor do I need to, Zhang Fan said with a serious face. Then how are you going to support Yi? Besides, if you don't go to work, Yi has to go to work too. You can't let Yi be a full-time housewife. Can you? Yi is only 21 years old, Zhao Qingmai said without a trace of anger. I know, after a while, when Yi's parents' matter is settled, Yi can go to work if she wants to, and start her own business if she wants to. Zhang Fan opened his mouth and explained. It's not that I don't believe you. Yi's family owes a lot of money. Even if they have to settle it, it will take quite a bit of time, right? In Yi's situation, there is definitely no way to find a job in Zhengchang, Zhao Qingmai said with some anger. Don't be anxious, little dance. I'm sure Brother Fan will make arrangements. Lu Yi hurriedly comforted. Zhang Fan knew that Zhao Qingmai was doing it for Lu Yi's benefit, and his heart was somewhat touched. Just don't worry, I'll soon have enough money together, Zhang Fan explained. Afraid that Zhao Qingmai would ask again, Zhang Fan hurriedly changed the topic. Right, shout I. Why don't I do a magic trick for you? Once these words came out, Zhao Qingmai really stopped obsessing. Lu Yi also looked at Zhang Fan with an excited face. Yes, Brother Fan, you quickly let the two of us see. Zhang Fan hemmed and hawed and asked the waiter for 3 small bowls. The waiter immediately took 3 small bowls from the side when he learned that Zhang Fan was going to perform magic, then stood by and admired it as well. I'll show you a 3 immortals to the cave, Zhang Fan said, took out a yuan datu from the system space and covered it with a bowl, then placed the other 2 small bowls on the side. Now, as I move these 3 bowls slowly, guess where the coin is? Zhang Fan said, slowly moving up the 3 bowls. Not very fast. Lu Yi and Zhao Qingmao could see it very clearly. Guess, where is it? Zhang Fan said smilingly. On the left. Lu Yi said smilingly. Yeah, on the left. I saw it too. Zhao Qingmai confirmed it as well. Ha, then I'll open it first? Zhang Fan laughed and lifted the small bowl on the left. Inside, sure enough, there was nothing. Do you guys guess the other 2 bowls have it inside? Zhang Fan said still smiling. The 2 women looked at Zhang Fan's expression and knew that there was nothing inside either. Still, I was not willing to open them all, and they were not there. Wow, Brother Fan, how did you make it disappear? Lu Yi asked with a surprised look on her face. Zhao Qingmai was also a bit surprised. Ha, the Buddha says it can't be said. Shall I show you guys again? Zhang Fan said with a smug look on his face. Good. This time we will definitely see it clearly. Lu Yi said with a serious face. Zhao Qingmai didn't say anything, but with a pair of beautiful eyes, she was also staring earnestly at the 3 bowls on the table. Zhang Fan pretended to take out a coin from his pocket, thought about it, and said smilingly, I suddenly feel that the magic trick just now was a bit simple. You guys watch, I'll put the coin on the table first. You cover it. Lu Yi obeyed and did as she was told. Zhang Fan slapped the bottom of the bowl with his hand. You two believe it or not, I've just turned this coin into nothing. I don't believe it. I don't believe it either. Ha, don't believe me. You guys open it up and take a look? Zhao Qingmai flipped the bowl over and realized that the coins inside were really gone. Both of them let out a gasp at the same time. The waitress on the side, too, screamed. Many people looked at the waiter, who hurriedly explained. Excuse me. The magic show of this gentleman just now was just too wonderful. A few people gathered around curiously. What kind of magic show? Can you show us? The waiter was a bit embarrassed and looked up at Zhang Fan. Sir, can you perform a bit more? As compensation, we can present you with 3 specialty desserts. Before Zhang Fan could say anything, Zhao Qingmai spoke up. Brother Fan, just perform a little bit more. Their special dessert, which is usually not for sale to the public, tastes really great. Lu Yi nodded her head as well. Brother Fan, I've eaten it before. It's really delicious. Zhang Fan sighed. Alright then, I'll perform one last time. Zhang Fan said, once again taking out a coin and placing it on the table. You guys watch it. It's a real coin, Zhang Fan said, and even flicked his finger, and the coin made a crisp sound. My, it's your turn this time, take any bowl and cover it. Zhao Qingmai obeyed and did as she was told. Everyone watch, I'm going to make it disappear now. As Zhang Fan said that, he slapped the bottom of the bowl with his hand. By the way, Would either of you like to come over and uncover the bowl? Suddenly, a middle-aged uncle stepped forward. I'll. If this coin really disappears, this meal is on me. Thank you, big brother then. After you. The middle-aged uncle smiled, walked over to the table, and gently picked up the bowl. Asterisk. Really no. A man on the side let out a gasp. The older man was a bit unconvinced, and turned the bowl right over. I'll be damned. It's not really there. Little brother, can you tell me where this coin went? Zhang Fan smiled and took out a coin from his palm. Here it is. There was a round of applause all around. Chapter 43, Value Revealed. Magic fire out of the circle. The middle-aged man also gave a thumbs up. Little brother, can you tell me how you did this magic trick? Zhang Fan shook his head. I'm sorry, this is what I do for dinner. By the way, for those who took photos and recorded videos just now, if you want to send them out, please put a mosaic on our faces. Thank you. The people around him nodded their heads in a hurry. Thanks to Mrs. Su's incident, more and more people are realizing that directly posting someone's photo without coding is a violation of their privacy. The middle-aged uncle was also helpless. Thank you for your wonderful magic just now. Waiter, put this table on my tab. With that, he returned to his desk. Brother Fan, how did you do it? Louis E asked with a look of adoration. Zhao Qingmai was also excited. Brother Fan, can you teach me? Zhang Fan shook his head and said in a serious manner. I'm sorry, but this thing is the ancestral craft of our old Zhang family, and it is passed down to men and not to women. Both women glared at Zhang Fan without any good humor and stopped dwelling on the matter. The trio continued to eat. After a while, the waiter also brought up the specialty desserts that had been delivered. Zhang Fan tasted it and it was really good. The video of Zhang Fan's magic trick just now was posted on the internet by the same people who had just taken pictures. At first, it didn't make any waves, until the famous magician Zhou Qian saw it and retweeted it out with the caption. There is something magical about this magic. The first one to put the lid on the bowl was a beautiful woman with no extra movement. The second man who uncovered the bowl made no extra movements either. I slow played it and didn't identify any holes, so I really can't figure out how this magic trick was done. Ask for guidance. Zhou Qian, the first person of magic in Daxia. After he retweeted it, many of his fans saw it. After watching the video, they speculated. The first woman, or the second man, just made the coin disappear. And the final man just happens to have a coin in his hand as well. Upstairs is so smart. Mr. Zhou Qian can't even find a break in his slow play. He's even better than Mr. Zhou Qian. Could it be hype? Could it be magic? 66. More and more people in the magic community, after watching the video, were not happy and chose to slow play it. As a result, there was still no breakage identified. So this video is getting hotter and hotter. A collection of bigwigs also brushed to this video, after carefully watching the video, and then stared at the coin for half a day. Magic is true or false I do not know, but I know that the coin in his hands, Gansu's signed version of the Yuan Dai 2, valued at more than 700,000 yuan. Magic can't fire out of the ring without a break, but with no broken magic, a 3-star restaurant with tires, a million antiques certified by Big Brother, and 2 big beauties. The video quickly exploded in popularity. There are a lot of self-publishers who rub their nose in the traffic and play it up as they please, so there are a lot of related articles popping up all over the internet. The rich second-generation magic trick is flawless, and the no. One person in Daxia Magic says he can't do it. Is it magic or magic? How did the $1 million Yuan Dai 2 disappear? Trenchless. Since they use Yuan Dai 2 worth millions as magic props, aren't they afraid that the props will fly? Worthy of being a rich second generation. Going out to dinner with 2 big beautiful women. Although their faces are mosaic, you can still tell that these 2 women are definitely super beautiful. Are all the rich kids nowadays so curly? In order to make a pretty girl happy, they have to learn magic tricks? After reading the article, many people were either talking about that Yuan Dai 2, or Zhang Fan's identity, or whether that was magic or magic. But fortunately, there was a mosaic, and Zhang Fan's privacy about them didn't leak out. However, those few people who took videos of the scene, though not posting them online, or privately bragging about it to their friends. Eventually, the unmisaced video went viral, but that's a couple days later. Zhang Fan and the 3 of them finished their meal and were going to go to the checkout, but they realized that they had already finished. The waiter told them that yes, the middle-aged uncle had just finished the bill for them. That uncle is quite good and keeps his word, Zhao Qingmai said smilingly. Lu Yi, on the other hand, looked at Zhang Fan with a face of adoration. Brother Fan, you're really great. Generally average, Zhang Fan said with a smile, but he couldn't hide the smugness on his face. Zhang Fan felt a sense of accomplishment after performing a small magic trick and having someone pay for him. Zhao Qingmai was speechless. These two people, one love brain and one narcissist. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go around the neighborhood, Zhao Qingmai said, pulling Lu Yi's arm and walking forward. Zhang Fan, on the other hand, followed behind them. Zhao Qingmai bought quite a few clothes, and Zhang Fan also helped Lu Yi buy quite a few. One's own woman has to hurt. It's easy to make your own money anyway, so it's natural to spend it. In the end, Zhao Qingmai also urged Lu Yi to help Zhang Fan buy a suit. Zhang Fan naturally refused. He didn't intend to go to the office as a cow or horse. Zhang Fan didn't want to wear it. I've worn suits before for job interviews, and I've worn a shirt and tie, and it was awkward. Still, sweatpants with short sleeves suits you. I've heard that a lot of rich people like to wear tank tops and flip-flops. Zhang Fan actually liked it. How comfortable it was. In the end, Zhang Fan still bought 2 designer short sleeves and 2 pairs of sweatpants, and 2 more pairs of sneakers. Zhang Fan's feeling, the shoes are okay, the sports pants and that sports short sleeve, somewhat worthless. What a piece of, over 100 apiece. However, both Lu Yi and Zhao Qingmai said that Zhang Fan was dressed much more handsome, so Zhang Fan accepted it. After shopping, the 3 of them returned home together. After putting the clothes back in the bedroom, the 3 of them went to the living room and got ready to play the game. Just now, Zhao Qingdao suggested that young people like to play games. When a game ended, Zhao Qingdao suddenly spoke. By the way, where are you guys planning to go tomorrow? Fan and I bought tickets to the casino. Lu Yi said smilingly. Oh, what's the point of going there on such a hot day? Zhao Qingmai said without a good mood. We bought VIP tickets. We shouldn't have to queue up. Lu Yi said with a puzzled face. My big sister. A few years ago, when I bought a VIP, I didn't have to queue up. But now that there are more people buying VIP, there's also a queue. If you don't believe me, search online. Lu Yi didn't believe it and took out her cell phone and searched. It seems like it's really like this. There are queues everywhere. Right. I just looked at the weather forecast. The highest temperature tomorrow is 40 degrees. You guys really want to go sunbathing? Zhao Qingdao had a "you all are cuties" expression. Chapter 44. Zhao Qingmai's family sells jewelry. Lu Yi quickly shook her head. Forget it, I won't go tomorrow. Zhang Fan also hurriedly agreed. Let's go back later. The days have indeed been a bit hot lately. Sleep well first. Tomorrow we'll go directly to the nearby mall. There's Anime City, a movie theater, and all kinds of food. Enough for us to play for a day. Zhao Qingmai said smilingly. That's too boring. It's not as good as being in Zhangcheng. Zhang Fan said with a speechless face. You guy, you hog our EE every day. It's not easy to come to Magic City. How can you give up EE to me for 2 days? Zhao Qingmai said with a flirtatious face. Zhang Fan was instantly speechless. But thinking about it, in Jiangcheng, he hadn't even taken Lu Yi to go shopping. Although there was an element of worry, but it wasn't appropriate. Alright then, as you say. Ha ha, it's on again. Hurry up and start. The trio played until after 1 o'clock in the middle of the night. Back in the bedroom, the two took a shower and went to bed. The next day, Zhang Fan woke up already after 9 o'clock. Yui Lu wasn't around, presumably in the living room. Zhang Fan quickly washed up and went to the living room. Egu, I didn't see it. Mr. Zhang is quite rich. The props for playing a magic trick are actually worth millions. Zhao Qingdao smiled and teased. Zhang Fan was shocked in his heart. Who did you hear that from? It's all over the internet, and now it's killed the #1 hot search list. Luckily, there are mosaics in all their videos. Or else Mr. Zhang would definitely be on fire. Zhao Qingdao joked. Zhang Fan hurriedly took out his cell phone and opened the short video website. And sure enough, he saw yesterday's video. Zhang Fan clicked on it and saw that a few of his own people were mosaicked. Thankfully, after reading the comments again, the focus was all on the Yuan Dao 2 in his hand. And there were also those who speculated about his identity, as well as those who expressed envy and jealousy. As for the magic itself, the heat wasn't great. Zhang Fan then breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that you can't perform magic easily in the future. By the way, Mr. Zhang, can you show me your Yuan Datu? Let me see what an antique worth millions of dollars looks like, Zhao Qingmai said with a smile. Zhang Fan glared at her without any good humor. It's fine to look at Yuan Datu, but build up your mouth. I'm not some Zhang Gongzi. Lu Yi and Zhao Qingmai both hemmed and hawed. You guys wait here for a minute. I'll get it from the house. With that, Zhang Fan returned to the bedroom. Then from the system space, he took out 2 Yuan Dao 2, one of the same. This is that Yuan Data from yesterday, Gansu signed edition. Market price 700,000. If it goes to auction, it could potentially sell for $1 million, Zhang Fan said, handing the Yuan Datu in his hand to Zhao Qingmai. This one, a 7-point face Datu, has a market price of $1.5 million. Zhang Fan said and handed this yuan data to Lu Yi. I'll go. Brother Zhang Fan, you're so rich? Zhao Qingdao clamped her voice and said. Big sister, can you be normal? Zhang Fan said without any good humor. Zhao Qingmai glared at Zhang Fan and didn't speak again, seriously surveying the yuan datu in her hand. Lu Yi also carefully surveyed it for a while, then spoke. Brother Fan, why is this so expensive? Ha ha, these are relatively rare, so the value is more expensive. But there are more expensive ones. This one in your hand is the ordinary version. There is also a Republic of China third-year version. It is estimated that it can be worth $5 or $6 million. Zhang Fan said smilingly. Brother Fan, you know so much. Lu Yi looked at Zhang Fan with eyes full of adoration. That's not expensive. Before there were commemorative coins of the Grand Marshal of the Navy, Land and Air Force, which were auctioned for $26 million. If only I had one, Zhao Qingmai said with a longing face. What do you need that for? Zhang Fan asked with a curious look on his face. Sell it for money. $26 million. What's wrong with that? Zhao Qingmai said with a serious face. Zhang Fan and Lu Yi glanced at each other, both somewhat helpless. Have you two looked at it and give it to me when you do? Let's watch for a little while longer, Zhao Qingmai said with an unwilling face. That's fine. By the way, what are we having in the morning? Yi and I have already finished ordering takeout, so I guess we'll be here soon, Zhao Qingmai said while admiring the yuan datu in her hand. Zhang Fan didn't mind. Anyway, that thing, for himself, could replicate more than 30 in a day. By the way, what kind of business does your family do? Our family? We mainly do jewelry. If you buy jewelry for Yi, look for me and I'll give you a discount, Zhao Qingmai said casually. Oh, so do you sell jade? Zhang Fan asked casually. Of course. Emerald is still very hot right now, Zhao Qingmai explained. Oh, so are you guys buying raw jadeite stones or finished products? Zhang Fan continued to ask. Zhao Qingmai looked up at Zhang Fan. Why, Brother Fan, are you interested in this? Yeah, I'm especially interested in learning about it. Our family never buys raw stones. Raw stone is too risky and unnecessary. Zhang Fan was instantly a bit disappointed. He had thought to see if he could buy some raw stones from their house. Since their family wouldn't buy the raw stones, they would have to think of another way to buy the raw stones themselves. Oh, I see. Do you have a way? I plan to buy some jadeite raw stones, Zhang Fan asked smilingly. What did you buy that for? Zhao Qingmai asked with a puzzled expression. Nothing, just buying some for fun. Just had this idea that I definitely don't have the money to buy them these days. Oh, they sell them in Yun Province. Tell me when you go to Yun Province. I'll introduce you to a friend. Zhang Fan nodded. Thank you then. You're welcome. By the way, these 2 yuan datu are for you. Hurry up and keep them. Don't lose them. Zhang Fan nodded and took the 2 yuan datu back to the bedroom before storing them in the system space. Just now, Zhang Fan thought about it again, and for the time being, it was better not to go by jadeite raw stones. Wait until the system is upgraded and you can replicate 10 kilograms. Open out of the emerald is best. Open out of the emerald. Go to buy someone else open out of the emerald. Then make unlimited copies. And then you'll have an endless supply of raw emerald stones to sell yourself. Later, lack of money. Go to buy a bunch of jadeite raw stone, pull back. Their own private open. Open after taking the replica of the jadeite sold out. Perfect. Zhang Fan was thinking about it when the doorbell rang. Zhang Fan hurriedly walked to the door, picked up the takeout, and put it on the table. The 3 of them ate breakfast together and then drove together, right to the nearby mall. Let's go to Anime City to play games first. It's less crowded and quieter now. Zhao Qingmai took the initiative to propose. Chapter 45. Yan Xingyue discovers Zhang Fan's abnormality. Yes. Lu Yi said excitedly. Zhang Fan also nodded helplessly. Entering the Anime City, Zhao Qingdao treated herself to a direct purchase of 300 coins. Brother Fan, let's catch the dolls first, Lu Yi said with an excited face. Catching dolls? Zhang Fan had a bit of a headache once he heard it. I've scratched before when I was in love with Su Cc, but that machine was so pitiful that the claws didn't have any strength at all. $100 and only caught 5 or 6 of them. Zhang Fan was not willing to do so and searched the internet for tutorials. But those tutorials are all bull ***** and useless. Later, it was all those dolls, and the price of entry was only a few cents. So Zhang Fan was even more angry with his stomach. However, Lu Yi had opened her mouth, and Zhang Fan was too embarrassed to refuse. Fine, I'll watch you play from the sidelines. Lu Yi nodded excitedly. Brother Fan, do you think this bunny looks good? It's pretty. Then, aha, Lu Yi said, stuffing a coin in. Then the control claw moved from side to side, and when he felt that the position was about right, He quickly pressed the red button. The machine's claws quickly dipped down and grabbed a small bunny doll and came up. Zhang Fan, Lu Yi, and Zhao Qingmai all stared with serious faces. The machine's claws wobbled and still clipped the bunny doll to the exit in the lower left corner. Wow, Yi, you're too good too. You succeeded on the first time, Zhao Qingmai shouted with an excited face. Lu Yi was also very excited and picked up the bunny doll and handed it to Zhang Fan. Brother Fan, this is for you. Zhang Fan took it with a smile. Thank you, Yi. Don't have a date and forget about your best friend. Hurry up and give me one too, Zhao Qingmai laughingly teased. Lu Yi's little face instantly turned red, and she glanced at Zhao Qingmai with some shyness. The next one is yours. Zhao Qingmai sniffed and the corners of her mouth rose. Our family Yi is the best. However, next, Lu Yi's luck wasn't so good. It took 4 more tries before I caught another bunny doll. Zhao Qingmai happily picked it up. Both of them have, but Yui Lu hasn't. It took 5 more catches to get the third bunny doll. Zhao Qingmai stretched out her thumbs and said to Lu Yi, you're really good. I usually catch 20 times before I can catch one. Yui is really good. And I can't catch dolls. Receiving compliments from the two, Zhao Yi smiled happily. Next, the trio played a racing game, Dinosaur Express, and a basketball shooting machine. Of course, in between, a lot more coins were bought, but the trio had a great time. There were more and more people, and Zhao Qingmai felt a little hungry, so she suggested, let's go eat. It just so happened that Zhang Fan and Lu Yi were also hungry. Yeah, I'm hungry too. What are we going to eat? There's a river bottom luck hot pot in here. Want to go eat hot pot? Zhao Qingdao proposed. Lu Yi shook her head. Forget it, it's only 12 o'clock or so now. After eating hot pot your body smells, you'll have to go home and change your clothes. Let's just eat something else. Then let's go up and wander around and see what's good. Aha! Zhao Qingmai and Lu Yi walked in front hand in hand, with Zhang Fan following behind, and the 3 of them arrived at the 5th floor, the food area together. The 3 of them wandered around and found a high-end buffet up there, so the 3 of them decisively chose to go to the buffet. Yanjing, an old name for Beijing, Daxia Security Bureau. A black, long, straight, curvy and very enchanting beauty, Yan Qingyi, was eating her lunch and swiping her cell phone at the same time. Suddenly, the system popped up a video of Zhang Fan doing a magic trick. Yan Qingyi curiously clicked in and saw Zhang Fan's amazing magic. Yan Qingyue hadn't taken it seriously, but later on, she swiped a number of related videos. In particular, the first person of Daxia Magic, Mr. Zhou Qian, even issued an announcement that he couldn't do it. Yan Qingyue's curiosity instantly rose. So weird. How the hell did he do that? If I can learn it, it will definitely be easier for me to go on missions in the future. Thinking of this, Yan Qingyue carefully checked the comments below, and quickly identified the location where the video was shot. Magic City's tire-certified 3-star restaurant, Tianmen. Yan Qingyue greeted the leader, then bought a high-speed train and headed straight to Magic City. At 7 in the evening, Yan Qingyue arrived at the Tian Gate. Taking out her external work permit, Yan Qingyue quickly obtained the restaurant's surveillance video. In HD, Yan Qingyue took a screenshot of the 3 people's photos and sent it to her co-workers. Soon, Yan Qingyue was able to ascertain the information of the 3 people, especially Zhang Fan's information. Looking at Zhang Fan's profile, Yan Qingyue quickly realized that something was wrong. How does an ordinary college student whose family has been farmers for 3 generations get rich all of a sudden? Yan Qingyi carefully investigated Zhang Fan's bank card entry information, and then found her own colleagues to help with the investigation. The security bureau still acted quite quickly, and soon, Yan Qingyue learned that the bulk of Zhang Fan's income was derived from selling stamps. Where did he get his stamps from though? This would be difficult to investigate. Yan Qingyue, with her 6th sense, felt that this Zhang Fan person definitely had secrets, but what this secret was, Yan Qingyue didn't know. What to do next? Do we reveal ourselves directly? Or do we reach out indirectly? After thinking for a long time, Yan Qingyue still decided to go directly to Zhang Fan and ask him how that magic trick was done. Yan Qingyue also wanted to slowly make contact, but she was so busy that she simply didn't have the time to slowly lay out her plans. Thinking of this, Yan Qingyue directly looked for a security bureau and dialed Zhang Fan's number using the official phone. Hello, is this Mr. Zhang Fan? Zhang Fan was also surprised to see the phone number of the security bureau. Yes, this is Zhang Fan. Which one of you? I'm a staff member of the Daxia Security Bureau, and I'd like to find out what's going on with you. Where are you now? Yan Qingyin said with a serious face. I'm, right now, eating at the XX Mall. Please stop by the XX District Sheriff's Office after dinner. We have something we'd like to find out from you. Zhang Fan was a bit nervous. Beautiful sister, Did I commit some major offense? Yan Qingyin snorted out a laugh. Mr. Zhang, you're overthinking it. If you've really committed any major crime, then our colleagues should be on your heels. Only then did Zhang Fan let out a sigh of relief. Oh, thanks. I'll go over after dinner in a while. Okay, see you in a while. Yan Xingyue finished speaking and hung up the phone. Brother Fan, I saw that you were a bit nervous just now. What's wrong? Louis Yi asked with a curious expression. The security bureau gave me a call and asked me to come over, Zhang Fan said with a helpless face. Zhao Qingdao smiled at his words. Brother Fan, have you committed something? Chapter 46 Yan Xingyue's actions. Louis Yi also looked at Zhang Fan with a nervous expression. Brother Fan, what happened? Don't worry, it's nothing serious. If I really commit something big, I guess they will come to arrest me. Zhang Fan comforted. Louis Yi then breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, that's good. I'll go with you in a while. I'll come with you. Zhang Fan nodded. Soon the three of them finished their meal and then drove to the XX District Security Bureau. After Zhang Fan reported his name, Yan Xingyue quickly appeared. Zhang Fan took a glance at Yan Xingyue in front of him, dressed in civilian clothes. Her face was absolutely beautiful. Her body was excellent. She had long legs, and her overall appearance was on par with Zhang Yuelun. What an earthly creature! Zhang Fan secretly praised in his heart. Zhang Fan, right, you come with me. Yan Xingyue finished speaking and wiggled her butt forward. Zhang Fan followed behind Yan Xingyue, looking at Yan Xingyue's wonderful figure as he quickly followed. Soon, the two arrived at a conference room. Mr. Zhang Fan, sorry to bother you. Today, we saw a video of you doing magic on the internet, and we're very interested. Can you perform it again? Yan Qingyin said smilingly. After saying that, he carefully stared at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan's heart was beating wildly. Was something wrong somewhere? Zhang Fan's expression was more or less unnatural, but he quickly thought of an excuse. I'm sorry, beautiful sister. I didn't bring any props today. Just now. Zhang Fan's expression. Yan Xingyue noticed that there was something wrong with this Zhang Fan. However, Yan Xingyue didn't show it in the slightest, the corners of her mouth rising, revealing a hint of a smile. Why don't you go home and get it? Zhang Fan smiled sarcastically. Forget it, I'll look for it again. Feeling around in his pocket, Zhang Fan realized that there were still a few game coins in his pocket. It's left over from the morning game at Anime City. Luckily, the play money isn't very heavy, only 5 grams, or you'd lose a lot of money. Zhang Fan quietly made a copy and took it out. Pretty sister, this is an ordinary game coin. It's left over from the game I played at Anime City today. Take a look. Yan Xingying took it and took a look at it. It was indeed an ordinary game coin. No problem. It's really just regular play money. You put it on the table and took a bowl to cover it. Yan Xingying had already prepared the bowl, and took it out and directly snapped the game coin. Zhang Fan walked to the front and patted the bowl with his hand. Beautiful sister. It has become gone. Yan Xingying was a bit unconvinced and flipped that bowl over to take a look. The game coins were indeed gone. Yan Xingyue was a bit excited. Zhang Fan, where did the game coins go? Zhang Fan hemmed and hawed and stretched out his palm, on which the one game coin was placed. Little brother Zhang Fan, you're amazing. How did you do it? Can you tell me about it? Yan Xingyue said with an excited face. Zhang Fan shook his head. Sorry, beautiful sister. This is my unique skill. Yan Xingying was a little disappointed. Alright then, thank you for your performance. You can leave first. Okay, Zhang Fan said, and was about to turn around and leave. Wait a minute, let's add a friend. Yan Xingyue suddenly spoke. Sorry, my girlfriend won't let me add strange women's friends, Zhang Fan said with an embarrassed face. If this girl wasn't from the security bureau, Zhang Fan would have been happy to add her as a friend and develop deeper with her. Zhang Fan, you sold 5 stamps in Yanjing a while ago and made several $1 million. You said it was your grandfather's collection? Yan Qingyin asked smilingly. Yes, it's my grandfather's collection, Zhang Fan said with a serious face. I know it's from your grandfather's collection, but are you sure you don't want to add me as a friend? Yan Xingyue said with a flirtatious expression. Zhang Fan was a bit vain. Ha ha, sister, am I sweeping you or are you sweeping me? You scan me. My name is Yan Xingyue, Yan Xingyue said, pulling up her QR code. Zhang Fan directly swept, and the two added friends, then changed the notes. By the way, this is my work permit, Yan Xingyue said, taking out her work permit and showing it to Zhang Fan. I'll be damned. I can't believe it's the security bureau. Zhang Fan felt bad about his entire being. So it's the sister from the security bureau. Hello, hello. Yan Xingyue let out a light laugh and extended her hand, shaking Zhang Fan's. I thought that magic trick you just did was still pretty good. Zhang Fan smiled sarcastically. Little trick, don't be modest. Even the first person in magic, Mr. Zhou Qian, couldn't do it. There must be something to this magic of yours. Yan Qingyin said faintly. Ha ha, today's day is really nice. Zhang Fan hurriedly digressed. Don't change the subject. You have two choices. The first is to teach me. The second is still to teach me. Yan Xingyue said and smiled at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan was instantly dumbfounded. How to teach? It's not like he has a system. How is it possible to teach? This sister looks so pretty. But how come she's so shameless? I showed my cards. You can't learn. Zhang Fan said with a helpless face. Why can't I learn? Yan Qingyue said unwillingly. When I say you can't learn, without so much as a why. I must learn. Yan Qingyue threatened. Zhang Fan simply broke and spread his hands. Then kill me. You. Yan Qingyue was speechless. After a moment, Yan Qingyue still compromised. Forget it, just go. Zhang Fan sniffed and immediately turned around and ran away. Zhang Fan was afraid that if he walked a little slower, Yan Qingyue would make himself stay again. Just one magic show and it went so wrong. Looks like we'll have to keep a lower profile from now on. Hey! Zhang Fan went out of the office building of the security bureau and soon saw Lu Yi and Zhao Qingmao. Brother Fan, are you alright? Lu Yi asked with a concerned face. It's okay, let's go back. Aha! Soon, Zhao Qingmai drove her car and pulled Zhang Fan and Lu Yi both back. I'm also a little tired after a long day of shopping. Zhang Fan and Lu Yi washed up and lay down on the bed. Lu Yi quickly fell asleep while Zhang Fan was a bit annoyed. Rushed to reproduce another batch of Yuan Dao 2. Tomorrow only need to copy some more. And then return to Jiangcheng to find Zhang Yuelan to deal with the information these Yuan Dao 2. Two small goals will be enough. When the time comes, just use Yui Lu's card. After Zhang Fan left, Yan Qingyue was also a bit reluctant. Through the contact just now, Yan Qingyue was certain that Zhang Fan must have some special skills. As for what it was, Lin Qingyue was still unclear. But just for this hand, his means of turning the coins in the bowl to disappear was definitely not simple. Yan Qingyue had already sent the ultra-high-definition video she had just taken to the experts at the security bureau. Let them see if they can figure out the loophole. It will depend on the final outcome as to whether or not the next step is to be taken. Chapter 47, Returning to Jiangcheng, looking for Zhang Yuelan to sell Yuan Dao 2. When he woke up on the second day, Zhang Fan felt energized. Glancing at the sleeping Lu Yi beside him, Zhang Fan's lust rose. After the morning exercises, Zhang Fan was refreshed. I'm planning to go back in the afternoon. Will you go back with me or play here for a few more days? Zhang Fan suddenly spoke. Why don't you play for a few more days? Lu Yi asked with a puzzled expression. I have some business to attend to, Zhang Fan explained. Well then, I'll go back with you. It's fine. You can also play here for a few days. I'll come back to pick you up in a few days, Zhang Fan said smilingly. Lu Yi shook her head. I'd better go back with you. Let's get up quickly. We mustn't say anything to little Dance. After some quick writing out, the two made their way to the living room. Zhao Qingmai probably hadn't gotten up yet, so Zhang Fan took out his cell phone and started ordering takeout. Lu Yi then went to Zhao Qingmai's bedroom. Whispering, our experts broke down the video frame by frame, but none of them found out how the coins disappeared. It's too amazing. This person inside the video is definitely not simple. I suggest that he be recruited to our security bureau. This was the advice given by Yan Qingyue's co-workers. After pondering over it for half a day, Yan Qingyue also felt that her colleague was right. But, what exactly Zhang Fan's ability was, he himself was still unclear. It was definitely inappropriate to rashly invite Zhang Fan to join. If it wasn't a coin, something else, could Zhang Fan make it disappear as well? For the sake of today's plan, it was better to investigate more and confirm how exactly Zhang Fan had done it. It seems that it's time to get in touch with Zhang Fan more. On Zhao Qingmai's side, she was very dissatisfied when she learned that Zhang Fan and Lu Yi were going back. When he caught Zhang Fan, he criticized him. Zhang Fan was a bit helpless, but in the end, it was Lu Yi who gave the perfect solution, which was to invite Zhao Qingmai to stay at her home in Jiangcheng for a few days. Zhao Qingmai thought about it. Anyway, it's summer vacation, so there's nothing to do for a while. Plus, Zhao Qingmai's grandparents' home was in Jiangcheng, so she could also visit her grandparents on the way, killing two birds with one stone. So, after the three of them finished breakfast and went out to do some more shopping, they took Zhang Fan's car back to Jiangcheng. Your family doesn't look too bad. Ha, Zhao Qingdao said with a smile. It's far worse than your house, and we are renting this house, Zhang Fan said in a good-natured manner. No way. Brother Fan, you don't even have a house now? Zhao Qingdao said with a puzzled expression. Zhang Fan's entire body instantly became bad. It's all my fault. If Fan hadn't been trying to help me get the money together, I guess I would have bought a house a long time ago. But the rented house is quite good. It's fine to have a place to live. Lu Yi hurriedly comforted. Zhao Qingdao spat out her little tongue. Sorry, brother Fan. It's fine. It's fine. You help Xiao Dance pack up. I'm going out. Zheng Fan said smilingly. As for what Zhao Qingmai said just now, Zheng Fan did not take it to heart in the slightest. The house, which smells as good as a girl. Now, the Yuan Dao 2 in the system space is enough. Zheng Fan intended to take all of this and exchange it all for money. Zheng Fan took out his cell phone and dialed Zhang Yuelan's number. Sister Lan, are you in Auction City? Yes, welcome brother Xiaofan to visit. Zhang Yuelan said smilingly. Then wait for me. Sister Lan, I will go over now. Zheng Fan also said with a smile. Aha. Half an hour later, Zheng Fan appeared in Zhang Yuelan's office. Sister Lan, it's been a long time since I've seen you. You've gotten prettier and prettier. Zheng Fan said smilingly. As a woman, who doesn't want to hear compliments? You kid is really good at talking. Zhang Yuelan laughed happily. By the way, Lan, do you have a boyfriend? What? Fancying your sister Lan me? Zhang Yuelan teased. Ha ha, Sister Lan is so beautiful. A man's heart would be moved. Zheng Fan said smilingly. So are you heartbroken? Zhang Yuelan teased. Worthy of being a mature big sister with much thicker skin than a little girl. Ha ha, I'm definitely heartbroken. It's useless even if your heart is moved. Brat, are you here today for something? Zhang Yuelan asked smilingly. My friends got those Yuan Daotus that are going to come out. Zhang Yuelan sniffed and immediately became excited. Really? Aha, I've brought them all. Zheng Fan said, taking out the duffel bag that he had brought along with him and took out a wooden box from it. It's all here. 40 of each. Wait a moment. I'll have our master teacher come over to take a look. Zhang Yuelan said, then took out the phone and called out. Soon, a couple of teachers came up together. Xiao Jiang, where is the Yuan data you just mentioned? The teacher in the lead asked with an excited face. On the table, just this wooden box. Zhang Yuelan said, pointing to the wooden box on the table. Little Fan, this time you brought over more things. So I called up all the several master teachers in the store. Zhang Yuelan explained to Zheng Fan again. It doesn't matter. What's fake can't be real and what's real can't be fake. So feel free to look at it. Zheng Fan said smilingly. Zhang Yuelan nodded. Master Zhang, Master Li, Master Zhao, you all appraised together. Good. After the three masters finished, Master Zhang took a Yuan Datu. After looking carefully for a while, this is a Gansu signed version of the big head. The market price of 700,000. I think it is real. Old Li, Old Zhao, take a look. Master Li and Master Zhao alone surveyed it for a moment longer. Yes, it's true. You guys appraise it first. If there are any fake ones, pick them out first. And I'll chat with Xiaofan about the price. After Zhang Yuelan ordered, she took a fresh look at Zhang Fan. Xiaofan, the market price of the Gansu signed version of the big head is $700,000. The market price of the 7-point face big head is $500,000. And the signed face big head, the market price is $400,000. But you took out so many at once. It must be cheaper. Zheng Fan mainly shook his head. The price you said is low. A while ago in Mordor, at the auction, the sale price of the signed face big head had gone up to $6 million. Auction. It's normal for someone to be a bit impulsive and sell at a higher price. Zhang Yuelan said smilingly. Recently, the market for ancient coins has been on the rise, and the prices at auctions in many places are reaching record highs. So if my friend wasn't in desperate need of money, he definitely wouldn't have made a bid. Sister Lan, just quote a real price, and I'll sell them all to you if I can. Zheng Fan said without any good humor. Zhang Yuelan still smiling. Su signed version of the big head market price of 700,000. 7 points face big head market price of 1.5 million. Signed face big head market price of 4 million. We in the market education on the basis of 20% discount. All the acquisition. Zheng Fan did some math and figured out that if he sold them all at this price, the price would total $198.4 million, which was a bit inappropriate. This price, it's a bit low. My friend won't agree. Zheng Fan said with a helpless face. Zhang Yuelan didn't move. Then how much does your friend want to sell it for? Sister Lan, we're on such good terms, so I won't hide anything from you. The reserve price my friend told me is 85% off the market price. As you know, there are also quite a few big auction houses in Mordor, Xianjiang, and Yanjing, and there are not a few who can eat these Yuan Dao too. And recently, the market is really good. Zhang Yuelan pondered for a while. 85% off to take down. The profit will be smaller, but it is also very considerable. It just takes a little longer to ship. It's just not possible to get market price for these coins at this point in time. It's a 10 to 20% premium anyhow. When you do the math like that, you can make quite a bit of money with this price to take it down. Plus the fact that we have to drag it out for a long time before we can ship it all out. Our profit, I guess, isn't that much, but for Xiao Fan's sake, I agree, Zhang Yuelan said with a smile. Zhang Fan did not believe a single word of Zhang Yuelan's words. As businessmen, what would they do if there were no benefits? However, Zhang Fan still showed a look of gratitude. Thank you, Sister Lan then, I thank you on behalf of my friend. Ha ha, it's fine, it's fine. Let's just wait for the appraisal results. When the results come out, we'll immediately check the quantity and call in the money. Zhang Fan nodded. Next, the two chatted over tea, then waited for the final appraisal. Chapter 48, Successful Deal. Hot Pot with Zhang Yuelan. Zhang Fan also took out his cell phone and did some math. The final price should be 210.8 million. After helping Louis Yi's parents pay off their debts, there will still be 10.8 million left. Together with the 2 million or so left in his own card, he will have a total of 13 million in his hand. Not bad. You won't need to be in such a hurry to make money in the future. Time to enjoy the good life. Ha ha. Thinking about it, Zhang Fan involuntarily smiled. Fan, what are you thinking about? Smiling so happily, Zhang Yuelan asked curiously. Oh, didn't think of anything. By the way, Sister Yuelan, do you want to have dinner together tonight? Dinner? Zhang Yuelan instantly froze. It had been a long time since she'd had dinner with a man alone. There were a lot of people who courted her, but she couldn't see any of them. However, this Zhang Fan was interesting. Although Zhang Fan repeatedly said that this money was his friend's, Zhang Yuelan did not believe it in the slightest. Although Zhang Fan acted seamlessly, she just didn't believe it. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Yuelan still agreed. Sure, I'll treat you later. Thanks for bringing me such a great deal. That's fine. Anyway, this small amount of money, it doesn't matter, Zhang Fan said with an indifferent face. Zhang Yuelan nodded at this point. Lan, we've finished the appraisal. All of them are real. 7-point face big head, Gansu version big head, signature face big head, 40 each. Thank you 3 masters, you guys go ahead and get busy. The 3 masters nodded and left. Just now, they also heard that Zhang Yuelan and Zhang Fan had already negotiated a price. They were fine with the final price. They're not the bosses anyway, and it's not theirs to lose money. Zhang Yuelan took out a calculator and counted for a while, then said to Zhang Fan, the total is 210.8 million, right, Xiao Fan? Zhang Fan nodded. Aha, it is indeed 210.8 million. Zhang Yuelan nodded. Then will this money be transferred to your card or your friend's card? Zhang Fan hesitated. Transfer it to my card first. Originally, Zhang Fan wanted to transfer it to Louis Yi's card first, but he forgot to ask Louis Yi for the card number. So it's better to transfer it to his card first. Come back and give Louis Yi a surprise. Zhang Yuelan glanced at Zhang Fan and inwardly thought, I told you, this money is yours, and you're still going around and around with me. Soon, Zhang Fan received a transfer from 9 Cities auction house in his card. Zhang Yuelan also collected those yuan Daotu and put them inside the safe. Come on, let's go eat. Aha. Zhang Yuelan drove in front and Zhang Fan were driving behind. Soon, the two arrived at a mall. Sister Lan, what are you treating me to? Zhang Fan asked smilingly. Zhang Yuelan smiled. Let's eat hot pot. It's been a long time since I've had it. Zhang Fan nodded his head in a hurry. Yes, yes. Soon, the two arrived at the river bottom hot pot on the 4th floor. Zhang Yuelan and the two of them directly asked for a private room. After the two of them ordered, the waiter quickly brought up the pots and dishes. By the way, little Fan, what exactly is your relationship with my cousin Yuing? Zhang Yuelan asked curiously. Just a very ordinary relationship Her cousin, Sun Lei, is my college classmate Zhang Fan explained. My cousin is so pretty? You don't like him? Zhang Yuelan asked in a very gossipy manner. You're even prettier, Sister Yuelan, Zhang Fan said with a flirtatious face. Zhang Yuelan, in a flirtatious manner, blankly glanced at Zhang Fan, then took her chopsticks and gave Zhang Fan a piece of mutton. You hurry up and eat. The mutton will get old in a while. Zhang Fan also smiled and added a piece of sheep to Zhang Yuelan. Sister Lan, you eat too. Zhang Yuelan noticed that Zhang Fan seemed to have eaten with chopsticks. Zhang Yuelan's face instantly turned red. Wasn't this an indirect kiss? Zhang Yuelan glanced at Zhang Fan, who then lowered his head to eat the mutton, and couldn't tell if Zhang Fan didn't do it on purpose. Zhang Yuelan did not move and ate the mutton that Zhang Fan had just given her. By the way, Xiao Fan, I heard from Yuing that you don't have a job yet. Do you want me to introduce you to one? Zhang Fan shook his head. I'm a person who naturally doesn't like to be a cow or a horse. Zhang Yuelan smiled. That's right. You don't lack money anyway. How is it that I don't lack money? Working a part-time job can earn a small amount of money, but it's hard to earn a big amount of money, Zhang Fan said with a helpless face. Many students, who work hard for a month, don't have enough money saved up at the end of the day to spend. Zhang Fan continued. These days, the average college student just graduates. Those who can make a lot of money as soon as they graduate are a minority after all. Zhang Yuelan explained. Aha, you're right, Sister Lan. By the way, Sister Lan, what do you like to do when you're resting? Zhang Yuelan smiled. Watching movies at home, playing games, and occasionally going to exercise. Ah, I thought that a beautiful woman like you would definitely read books and enrich yourself when you're resting, Zhang Fan said with a surprised face. What books to read? I'm not a school bully, Zhang Yuelan said with a speechless face. Even if you're a school bully, you wouldn't like to read books every day. Zhang Fan nodded. Sister Yueran, what you said is also true. By the way, what game do you play? I play a few games of King now and then, but I'm rather novice. Ha ha, I play too. I'm still skilled. Call me next time you play, Zhang Fan said smilingly. Aha, little Fan, you hurry up and eat the dishes, Zhang Yuelan said and added another piece of shrimp slider for Zhang Fan. Sister Lan, you eat too. Since both men drove, by tacit agreement neither chose to drink. It was only an hour before the two were done with their meal. Zhang Yuelan drove away. Zhang Fan was a bit reluctant to leave, and when Zhang Yuelan's car completely disappeared, Zhang Fan also started his car and drove towards his home. Not long after Zhang Fan had just received the money, Lan Qingyue soon learned of the news that Zhang Fan's bank card had credited $210 million. It was also found to be a transfer from Jiujiang auction house. Blue Lightning was even more curious. This Zhang Fan, where did he get so many antiques? It seemed that this Zhang Fan's secret was definitely not small. Lan Qingyue decided to make another trip to Jiangcheng on her own to seriously investigate. When Zhang Fan returned home, Lu Yi and Zhao Qingmai were watching TV on the sofa. When Lu Yi saw Zhang Fan, she immediately went forward to greet him. Brother Fan, you're back. Aha, have you two eaten? Lu Yi shook her head. Not yet, but we've already ordered takeout. Oh, I'll go take a shower and change my clothes first, Zhang Fan said. Then returned to the master bedroom and went to take a shower, then changed clothes and came out. Lu Yi and Zhao Qingmai had already sat down at the table and started eating. I'm sorry, little dance. I was supposed to treat you to a big meal tonight, Zhang Fan said with an apologetic face. It's fine to eat tomorrow, Zhao Qingmai said without a care in the world. Zhang Fan nodded. Aha, I still have some things to do tomorrow, but I'll be free tomorrow night. Why don't you guys go out tomorrow and have some fun? I'll leave the car with you. No, Van, you drive. We'll just take a cab. Lu Yi hurriedly spoke. What taxi? Tomorrow you go with me to my grandparents' house, eat at their place at noon, and then we'll drive out together in the afternoon, Zhao Qingmai said smilingly. Oh, that would be fine. It's been a while since I've been to your grandparents' house. I haven't been there in a while either, and I miss my grandparents' red meat. Zhang Fan smiled and didn't talk. Chapter 49. Lu Yi's parents came out. Zhang Fan returned to his bedroom and contacted lawyer Li Zhang, stating that his money was already in place, so he could contact those people tomorrow and return the money. Attorney Li Zhang received the message and said that he would now contact those parties and invite them to come to the law firm tomorrow. After Zhang Fan transfers money to them, they sign a letter of understanding and drop the case. If things go well, Mr. and Mrs. Lu Qingshan will be released on bail the day after tomorrow. Zhang Fan was also very happy and made an appointment with lawyer Li to go to their law firm by himself tomorrow and transfer the money on the spot. Zhang Fan didn't tell Lu Yi either. He planned to give Lu Yi a surprise. In the evening, Zhang Fan, Lu Yi and Zhao Qingmai played another long game until 12 p.m. before they each went to bed. On the morning of the second day, Zhang Fan drove to Junwei Law Firm. After chatting with Li Zhang for a while, those debtors soon came. I heard from attorney Li Zhang that there are several of them. All of them are relatives of Lu Yi. Zhang Fan was also a bit speechless, but when he thought about it, it was true. After all, who would want to lend you money if you're not a relative? Most of them are still on good terms with Lu Qingshan, but they can't help that the money, not all of it is theirs. There are also their relatives and friends. See, Lu's group situation is getting worse and worse. If this goes on, not only the promised interest is gone, even the principal is gone. That's why they want to sue Mr. and Mrs. Lu Qingshan illegal fundraising. Now that someone is willing to pay back this money for them, and is also willing to pay interest, they naturally all signed a letter of understanding, and also agreed not to prosecute Mr. and Mrs. Lu Qingshan. With the help of attorney Li Zhang and a few of his assistants, All the relevant formalities were completed in the morning. Those borrowers, happy as can be, walked away with their money. Mr. Zhang, in a moment, we will take these formalities and go to withdraw the case. I have a friend in the Jiangcheng Security Bureau. I will greet him in a while. If it goes well, Mr. and Mrs. Lu Qingshan will be able to come out in the afternoon. Lawyer Li Zhang said smilingly. Li Zhang lawyer is also a human savvy. Zhang Fan took out 2 small goals at once to save Lu Qingshan couple. He felt that Zhang Fan is a good person. He can sell a person's love. It's just a phone call to yourself anyway. As for Li Zhang's friends, a greeting to speed up the progress, and not illegal and disciplinary. The exchange of favors, this little thing he is certainly happy to help. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan hastily thanked him. Thank you so much then. You're welcome. So let's go to the sheriff's office. First, Zhang Fan nodded and followed lawyer Li Zhang as he set off. A few people went to the sheriff's office and did the paperwork. Li Zhang did say hello and things went smoothly. By 12 o'clock all the paperwork ran smoothly. Zhang Fan invited attorney Li Zhang and his assistant for another meal and appreciated them again. In the afternoon, the 3 of them arrived at the detention center at the right time. Lu Qingshan was working in the detention center when he suddenly heard someone call out to him. Lu Qingshan, you've been released on bail. Lu Qingshan was puzzled. Who would bail himself out? You know your own situation. If you don't pay back the money, you definitely won't be able to make bail. Pack up your stuff. You're good to go. Lu Qingshan couldn't think about that much. Hurriedly packed up and walked out of the detention center. Just after leaving the detention center, he saw the youngster he had seen before, who seemed to be called Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan also saw it and hurriedly went forward to greet him. Uncle Lu, congratulations. Lu Qingshan hurriedly nodded. Thank you, Xiao Fan. By the way, where is my lover? I guess it will come out soon. Zhang Fan said smilingly. Lu Qingshan then breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. That's good. By the way, why did they let me out? Lawyer Li Zhang stepped forward and said, Zhang Fan, Mr. Zhang has already paid back all that money you owed the individuals with interest. They have all issued letters of understanding and agreed to drop the lawsuit. As for your company's problems, it's a good thing. When Lu Qingshan heard this, he didn't know what to say. Thank you Xiaofan. No need to thank you. I can only help you up to here. As for the company's business, it's still up to you. Lu Qingshan nodded and did not speak again. Soon, Lu Qingshan's lover, Zhang Suilan, also came out. The two hugged each other tightly and lost their voices. It took a while for the two to feel better. By the way, Suilan, this is Zhang Fan. We were able to come out this time thanks to him. Oh, thank you, thank you. Zhang Suilan hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Uncle and auntie, you are too kind. Let's go home now. Lawyer Li, I'll treat you to dinner when you're back sometime. Aha, then I'll leave first. After Lawyer Li finished speaking, he greeted Mr. and Mrs. Lu Qingshan and got into his car and left. Zhang Fan drove the car, pulling Lu Qingshan and his wife along with him towards the Hanjing neighborhood. Uncle and auntie, I haven't told Yi about you guys coming out. I wanted to give her a surprise. At this moment, Yi is outside with Zhao Qingmai. Zhang Fan said smilingly. We understand. We understand. Yi probably hasn't been worrying a lot lately. So let's go buy some food in a little while and have a good celebration in the evening. Zhang Suilan said with a smile. Aha, but auntie and uncle, what are you going to do from now on? Lu Qingshan thought about it. First get that project payment back. With that project payment, it is estimated that our company will be able to revitalize. Then, uncle, you pay attention to the legal compliance. Zhang Fan reminded. Lu Qingshan nodded solemnly. Guess he figured it out. If you can get it back, get it back. If you can't get it back, forget it. Just do your best anyway. Soon, it was time to arrive at the Hanjing neighborhood. The three of them first went to the food market to buy some groceries, and then returned home together. Lu Qingshan and Mr. and Mrs. Zhang Suilan went to take a shower, then went to the kitchen and started to get busy. Zhang Fan was suddenly a bit embarrassed. There were only 2 bedrooms in the house and Zhao Qingmai was still there. How could he live there? Zhang Fan thought about it and dialed Zhao Qingmai's number. My, is Yui with you? Yeah, what's up? Walk away so Yui doesn't hear you. There's something I want to talk to you about. Inexplicably, Zhao Qingmai muttered before finding a secluded corner. Go ahead. Yi's parents have come out and are now at my house. Ha? You moved so fast? Zhao Qingmai said with a look of surprise. Aha, you guys will be back at 6 p.m. I'm going to surprise Yui. Okay. Zhao Qingmai finished speaking and hung up the phone. After a moment, Zhao Qingmai realized that there was something in Zhang Fan's words. Zhao Qingmai's parents had come back to live, and with 2 bedrooms in their house, they didn't seem to have a place to live by themselves. Zhang Fan, this son of a, is too good at beating around the bush. It's a good thing this girl is smart or she wouldn't have heard it. Zhao Qingmai was a bit angry and immediately sent a message to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan, you owe me 2 meals. Zhang Fan hemmed and hawed. This Zhao Qingmai was really smart and heard it. Zhang Fan directly returned an okay gesture. Zhang Fan ordered another cake online. It was soon delivered as well. At 5:50 in the evening, Zhao Qingmai sent Lu Yi to the entrance of the Hanjing neighborhood. Right, Yi, I've got some things to do. I've got to go back to my grandparents' house and stay there tonight, so you can go up there yourself. Lu Yi thought that Zhao Qingmai really had something going on, and didn't think much about it. Then Xiaomai, you take your time on the road. See you tomorrow. Zhao Qingmai nodded and stepped on the gas car and left. Lu Yi, on the other hand, walked back home unhurriedly. When I reached the house, I opened the door and the house was dark. How come it's so dark? The curtains were clearly open when I left? Lu Yi muttered. Turning on the light and taking 2 more steps forward, he saw his parents sitting on the couch. Mom and Dad, why are you guys here? Lu Yi had a look of surprise on her face and immediately jumped into her mother Zhang Suilan's arms. It was Xiao Fan who helped us pay back the money and bailed us out, Zhang Suilan said with a smile. Thank you, Brother Fan. Lu Yi jumped into Zhang Fan's arms again. Zhang Fan touched Lu Yi's head. We have this relationship. Do we still need to say thank you? Chapter 50, Mr. and Mrs. Lu Qingshan want to sell breakfast. Lu Qingshan and Zhang Suilan both laughed. The two of them weren't cuties. Had long guessed the relationship between Zhang Fan and Lu Yi. After all, who would help you pay back $200 million all at once if you're not a relative? Hearing her parents' laughter, Lu Yi buried herself in Zhang Fan's arms like an ostrich. Hurry up and come eat. Your father and I have made many of your favorite dishes, Zhang Suilan said with a smile. Zhang Fan held Lu Yi's hand and sat down at the dining table. Lu Dad and Lu Mom also sat down at the dining table. Come. A family doesn't say those polite words. Hurry up and eat, Zhang Suilan said smilingly. Right. Hurry up and start eating. Lu Qingshan also chimed in. With that, he picked up his chopsticks and gave Lu Yi a chopstick of meat. Zhang Suilan also smiled and gave Zhang Fan a piece. You guys eat too. Zhang Fan hurriedly gave his thanks. The crowd was talking and laughing and having a good time eating. After the wine and dinner, Zhang Suilan took Lu Yi to go brush the dishes. Lu Qingshan all but called Zhang Fan to the gym with him. Xiao Fan, a great favor is not appreciated. The money you helped me return, I will find a way to pay you back as soon as possible. Uncle, this is not urgent. You'd better solve your company's problems first, Zhang Fan said with a smile. Lu Qingshan laughed bitterly. Hey, on the company's side, unless we can get that project payment back, there's nothing we can do to get back to heaven. Zhang Fan also sighed. I really can't do anything about this. What do you have in mind? I'm going to get a job, save up some money, and then go open a breakfast stand. Zhang Fan had a bit of a headache. Selling breakfast was a hard job. When Lu Qingshan goes to sell breakfast, Zhang Suilan will follow. How heartbroken Lu Yi must be when she sees it. But one can't do anything else but support them with a little money. You can't let Lu Qingshan engage in gold recycling. This thing, which walks the line between formal and informal, is better left alone. Himself and Lu Qingshan are not very familiar. This kind of thing, it is better not to let others know. Then I'll lend you $100,000 up front and you go work on your breakfast stand. That's fine. I won't be polite with you. I'll work hard and pay you back as soon as possible. I believe in you, uncle. You will rise again. I borrowed your advice. The two chatted for a while longer and then went out. Lu Yi and Zhang Suilan were watching TV outside, and when they saw the two of them come out, they greeted them and the four of them chatted for a while. Lu Qingshan and Zhang Suilan were a little sleepy, so they went to bed first. Zhang Fan and Lu Yi also came to the bedroom. By the way, Yi, your dad said he wants to open a breakfast stand. Zhang Fan also didn't know what Lu Yi would think, so he gave Lu Yi a word in advance. Lu Yi sighed. My mom also told me. I don't have any opinion. It's not like I can help them with anything, so it'll have to be this way. I'm going to start looking for a job tomorrow. Zhang Fan thought about it and spoke. I still hope you can start your own business. Working part-time is not promising. In fact, I'm still very good. I took quite a few certificates when I was in school. It's very simple to find a job that pays over $10,000 a month, Lu Yi said, pulling out the various certificates she had taken from her cell phone. Certified Public Accountant, CPA, Fund License, Professional English 8, and more. I'll go. REE is really powerful, Zhang Fan said with an envious face. Zhang Fan, their business administration, learns a lot of different things. What a mess of courses are involved a little bit. The only serious direction, however, is accounting. There are many young girls in the class whose preferred direction of job search is accounting. So Zhang Fan also knows that the note is still very gold. Normally, it is not difficult to get a job in Jiangcheng with a monthly salary of over $10,000 after taking this license. As for the other few certificates, Zhang Fan had only passed the 4th level of English, and had not even passed the 6th level, worthy of being a student of Jiangcheng University. Actually, it's not that hard, it's just that you usually read more books, Lu Yi whispered. Zhang Fan was instantly speechless. It was not difficult for Lu Yi, but for himself, it was as difficult as heaven. Then I'll buy you a car tomorrow, so it'll be easier for you to commute later. No. I'll just take the subway or public transportation to and from work in the future. Lu Yi said hurriedly. This one must listen to me, Zhang Fan said in a domineering manner. Lu Yi is so beautiful. If she still takes the subway to and from work, then I guess there will be too many people surrounding her. Alright then, just buy a cheap one, Lu Yi said weakly. Just listen to me on this one. After Zhang Fan finished speaking, he took out his cell phone and searched. I probably looked at it. BMW 7 Series, Mercedes-Benz S, Audi A8, or any other car with a price between $1–2 million. You look at picking one. Lu Yi shook her head and said with an embarrassed face, Brother Fan, my parents are working hard outside selling breakfast. Isn't it inappropriate for me to drive such an expensive car? Zhang Fan froze at once, as if it really wasn't appropriate. Zhang Fan really didn't think of this. Forget it then. You can drive this one of mine first. I'll buy another one. Lu Yi felt happy and gave Zhang Fan a kiss on his face. Thank you, Brother Fan. So do you want me to take you shopping for some work clothes tomorrow? Lu Yi shook her head. I'll just go with my mom. And by the way, I'll also buy some clothes for my dad. By the way, my parents' breakfast stall is expected to open soon. Let's go and give them a couple days of help at that time. No experience in the early stages. It's definitely a mess. Zhang Fan nodded. Aha, it's all good. I'm not busy these days anyway. Then it's a deal, Lu Yi said with a smile. Aha, by the way, I've done you such a great favor. Shouldn't you show it? Zhang Fan looked at Lu Yi with a bad smile on his face. Lu Yi understood in a second. What does Brother Fan want me to show? Hey, you know. Lu Yi looked at Zhang Fan somewhat helplessly and slowly removed the clothes on her body. Early the next morning, Zhang Fan woke up and realized that Lu Qingshan and Zhang Cuilan couple had already woken up and had already made breakfast. Good morning uncle and aunt. Xiu Fan, good morning. He hasn't gotten up yet? Zhang Cuilan asked smilingly. Zhang Fan was a bit embarrassed. Not yet. Oh, you young people like to sleep. Let her sleep a little longer. Let's eat first. Zhang Fan nodded and sat down, following Mr. and Mrs. Lu Qingshan as they ate. Uncle and Auntie's craftsmanship is really good, Zhang Fan complimented as he ate. If you like it, you can eat more. If you make it yourself, it's always cleaner and more hygienic than outside, Zhang Cuilan said smilingly. Zhang Fan smiled. Thank you, Auntie. Chapter 51 Zhao Wenliang Street. Lu Qingshan also smiled. Your aunt's craftsmanship has always been great. Otherwise I wouldn't have thought of setting up a stall to sell breakfast. Yes, I'm sure your business will be booming. Uncle and Auntie, borrow your good advice. In a while I'll go see if there's a place nearby that's suitable for a stall, Lu Qingshan said smilingly. It just so happens I have nothing to do this morning. Would you like me to drive you around with me? Lu Qingshan shook his head. No need. In a while I'll ride a shared bicycle and just sneak around the neighborhood. Okay then, you call me if you need anything. The meal was soon finished and Lu went out to look for a place to go. Zhang Fan chatted with Zhang Cuilan for a while, causing Zhang Fan some embarrassment. Fortunately, Lu Yi got up quickly and after eating, dragged Zhang Cuilan to buy clothes. Zhang Fan, on the other hand, was a bit bored and sat on the sofa looking at a novel. Suddenly, Zhang Fan's cell phone rang. It was Zhang Yueying's call. Zhang Fan picked up the phone and soon Zhang Yueying's voice came over. Brother Fan, why didn't you say anything when you came back? Or just now I heard from my sister and realized that you're back. Zhang Yueying's words were filled with complaints. Oh, sorry, I've been too busy these past 2 days, Zhang Fan said with an apologetic face. By the way, that Zhao Wenliang wants to invite you for dinner. He has asked me several times. Do you see when you have time? There was some annoyance in Zhang Yueying's words. I guess this Zhao Wenliang didn't harass her much. Ask him. It doesn't matter to me. Then I'll talk to him now and call you back later. After Zhang Yueying finished speaking, she hurriedly hung up the phone. After a while, Zhang Yueying called. Brother Fan, Zhao Wenliang said he'll invite at noon today. Do you think you have time? Yes, Just tell him to send the time and place. Zhang Fan said smilingly. That's fine. I'll send you the exact time and place when it's set in a few minutes. Aha. Zhang Yueying quickly sent over the time and place. 12 noon. River City Hotel. It's the same Jiangcheng Hotel as last time. Only, this time, it's the 88 private room. Zhang Fan didn't think much of it and arrived at 11:50, 10 minutes early. At the entrance of Jiangcheng Hotel, Zhang Fan saw Zhang Yuing and Zhang Yulan. Why are you all here? Zhang Fan asked with a curious face. Someone wants to treat us. It's a waste not to come. Zhang Yulan said with a smile. Aha, not coming for nothing. Zhang Yuing also said faintly. Zhang Yulan's words might not be wrong. However, Zhang Fan did not believe in Zhang Yuing's words in the slightest. Zhang Yuing must be a bit annoyed with Zhao Wenliang. It was too late to avoid him. How could she take the initiative? Come on, let's go in together. Zhang Fan said smilingly. Aha. The three had just walked into the Jiangcheng Hotel when they saw Zhao Wenliang waiting inside. When Zhao Wenliang saw Zhang Fan's trio, he greeted them warmly as well. How are you, buddy? Hello. Thank you for inviting me to dinner. Zhang Fan said smilingly. Ha ha, I have to thank you too. Sister Yulan, Yuing, let's go up together. Zhao Wenliang said and led the way forward. Soon the four arrived at the box. Dude, let me call you Brother Fan. I'll treat you today, so feel free to order whatever you want. Zhao Wenliang said with an atmospheric face. Then thanks a lot, but I haven't eaten here much, so it's better for you too, Sister Lan and Yuing, to take care of the order. Zhang Fan said and handed the menu to the two beauties. Zhang Yulan and Zhang Yuing nodded at the same time. Alright, then we'll be polite. Soon, the two finished ordering. Zhao Wenliang looked around and added a few more dishes. The waiter took the menu and went out. By the way, Brother Fan, do you know what happened to those 2 pink diamonds you sold me last time? Zhao Wenliang said with a smile on his face. What's the situation? Zhang Fan asked, pretending not to understand. After identification, those 2 pink diamonds are also purely natural. Zhao Wenliang said with a smug look on his face. No way. Those 3 are exactly the same. How can they all be purely natural? Zhang Yueying said with a puzzled expression. I don't believe it either. But the auction house over in Shangjiang has already confirmed it. Then they shelled out money to buy it back. Do you know how much they spent? Zhao Wenliang said proudly. Zhang Fan was curious. How much? 100 million apiece. I have a total of 3 in my hand. And sold them for a total of 300 million. But this is thanks to you. If it wasn't for you, Brother Fan, I definitely wouldn't have earned this much. Look guys, this is the transfer record that the auction house gave me. Zhao Wenliang said and handed his cell phone to Zhang Yueying. Zhang Yueying didn't even pick it up. Zhang Yuelan felt that it was a bit inappropriate and picked it up and glanced at it. Congratulations, Wenliang, that's not a lot of money. I have to thank Fan more. Without Fan's 2 pink diamonds, I wouldn't be able to earn so much. Zhang Fan heard it. It was showing off. Nakedly showing off. Zhang Fan was furious. Marred. If it wasn't to return Zhang Yueying's favor, could I give this opportunity to you? Although he was furious in his heart, Zhang Fan pretended to be indifferent. Congratulations, brother. I'm already satisfied that I can make a little money. Besides, I'm not as capable as you are, so even if I were to sell it, I wouldn't be able to sell it for that much money. Isn't that right, Yuing? After Zhang Fan finished speaking, he made another wink at Zhang Yueying. Zhang Yueying was a bit helpless. Wenliang, you really didn't earn less this time. Congratulations. Ha ha, it's all because of Yuing you brought me luck. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have met Fan and you wouldn't have earned this money. By the way, I didn't give you a gift on your birthday. This is the new pink diamond necklace I bought in Shangjiang. It cost me $14 million. It's for you, Zhao Wenliang said, pulling out a jewelry box from his pocket, opening it, and handing it to Zhang Yueying. The necklace is beautiful, but the number is annoying. Zhang Yueying's face instantly looked a little bad. Twisting his head, he glared at Zhang Fan. However, Zhang Fan lowered his head. Zhang Yueying didn't reach out, and the atmosphere instantly became a bit awkward. Seeing this, Zhang Yuelan took the initiative to pick it up. Wenliang, this necklace is so beautiful. However, Yu Ying's birthday has already passed, so it's too late to send it now. You'd better send it on your birthday next year. With that, he handed the necklace to Zhao Wenliang again. Zhao Wenliang also knew that he was indeed a bit impulsive. Ha ha, Sister Lan, you're right. Then I'll just keep it for now, and I'll give it to Yuing when she celebrates her birthday next year. Zhang Yueying's face then looked a few points better. However, Zhang Fan kept cursing in his heart. Dead licking dog. Dead licking dog. Licking dog. Licking dog. Licking dog. Licking dog. licking dog, licking to nothing in the end. Chapter 52, I want you to pretend to be my boyfriend. Zhao Wenliang turned his head to look at Zhang Fan again. Right. Old brother Zhang Fan. Let's add a contact. Good to know. Zhang Fan said and pulled up the QR code. Zhao Wenliang added himself as a friend. What were his intentions? Zhang Fan more or less counted in his heart. The two, other than with Zhang Yueying, did not have any interactions at all. So, it's all understood. The two men were polite again, and soon the wine and food came up. Come on, let's eat, Zhao Wenliang said smilingly. Aha, thank you, Mr. Zhao, Zhang Fan complimented. By the way, Yueying, try this. I know you especially like to eat this and ordered it especially for you. Zhao Wenliang turned to Zhang Yueying and said with a flattering face. Oh, thanks. Zhang Yueying was polite, but didn't choose to eat the fish that Zhao Wenliang added to her. Zhao Wenliang's eyes instantly darkened for a moment. Zhang Yuelan was a bit unable to look at it anymore, and picked up a chopstick of bok choy and put it on the dinner plate in front of Zhao Wenliang. Wenliang, you eat too. Oh, thanks Lan. Zhang Fan secretly laughed in his heart, picked up his chopsticks and quickly ate. Soon, Zhang Fan was done eating. Zhang Yueying saw that Zhang Fan was done eating and stood up as well. Sister, Zhao Wenliang, I'm done eating, so I'll leave first. Brother Fan, come out, I'm looking for you for something. After saying that, without waiting for the two to react, Zhang Yueying took a step and walked out. Zhang Fan was unsure and said sorry to the remaining two and followed Zhang Yueying out as well. Sister Yueying, what are you looking for me for? Zhang Fan asked smilingly. Zhang Yueying twisted her head. Let's go down and talk. Zhang Fan had no choice but to follow Zhang Yueying. Soon, the two were out of the hotel. Van, where's your car? I was looking for a possible drink, so I didn't drive. Zhang Fan explained. Oh. Zhang Yueying quickly came to a cab. Master, going to Jiangcheng University. Brother Fan, you come up too. Zhang Fan nodded and sat up. Both of them didn't say anything and soon arrived at Jiangcheng University. At this moment, Jiangcheng University was already on vacation, and there weren't many students in the school. The two found a gazebo and sat down. Brother Fan, you know what? I especially hate that Zhao Wenliang. Zhang Yueying whispered. Zhang Fan had long been aware of this matter, but he still spoke. Why? Isn't he quite handsome? Looking at him, his family is also very rich. Not liking it is not liking it. I've clearly rejected him several times, but he still does this every day. Annoying as hell. Zhang Yueying said without a trace of anger. Oh, so what do you want to do? I want you to pretend to be my boyfriend. Zhang Fan was instantly speechless. Although I have some supernatural ability, but I have no power, so I really can't afford to mess with such a rich second generation. No, I'm afraid he'll retaliate against me. Zhang Fan directly rebuffed. Zhang Yueying was a bit annoyed and directly hugged Zhang Fan and nibbled on him. After a long time, both of them were a bit out of breath, and only then did Zhang Yueying let go of her mouth. This is my first kiss. How about it? Can you agree? Zhang Yueying said without a care in the world. Zhang Fan saw it, and she was already red at the base of her ears. Zhang Fan's heart instantly softened. Alright, it's a deal then. Come on, let's take some intimate pictures. After Zhang Yueying finished speaking, she took out her cell phone. Zhang Fan was a bit speechless, but he still cooperated with Zhang Yueying. Zhang Yueying snuggled herself into Zhang Fan's arms. Zhang Fan stretched out his hand to embrace Zhang Yueying, and the two of them took several intimate photos continuously. After she was done, Zhang Yueying smiled with her eyebrows. Thank you, boyfriend. After saying that, he gave Zhang Fan another kiss on his face. Zhang Fan was not polite and immediately responded a few times. A pair of hands slid downward in a dishonest manner as well. Hate it. Your saliva is all over my face. Zhang Yueying said with a disgusted face. Zhang Fan hemmed and hawed and didn't get angry. Girlfriend, what are your plans in a while? Go home. You drive me. Zhang Fan nodded. You lead the way. Zhang Fan put his arm around Zhang Yueying's waist and the two of them slowly walked towards Zhang Yueying's home. Soon, it was downstairs at Zhang Yueying's house. Do you want to invite me up for a seat? Zhang Fan said with a bad smile on his face. Good, but first a precaution for you. My cousin lives with me. Zhang Yueying said with a smile. Oh, sooner or later your cousin is going to find out anyway. Aha, let's go up together then. The elevator ran quickly and the two were soon at home. Seeing the two of them, Zhang Yuelan looked surprised. Little Fan, why did you come back with Xiaoying? Now brother Fan is my boyfriend. Zhang Yueying said smilingly, and at the same time, hugged Zhang Fan's arm. Oh, when did you guys hook up? Zhang Yuelan asked with a curious face. Just getting on. Zhang Yueying explained with a smile. Zhang Yuelan instantly knew what Zhang Yueying was thinking. and blankly glanced at Jiang Yueying. Oh, congratulations. You two sit. I'll go wash a fruit for you, Zhang Yuelan said and got up to wash the fruits. Zhang Yueying sat on the sofa with Zhang Fan's arm for a while before Zhang Yuelan came out with a fruit plate. Zhang Fan chatted with them for a while longer before getting up to leave. Little Shadow. What do you think? Zhang Yuelan said with a helpless face. Anything you don't want? Zhang Yueying pretended to understand. Zhang Yuelan glared at Zhang Yueying. If you're like this, Zhao Wanliang will definitely go crazy. Whether he's crazy or not is none of my business, Zhang Yueying said with an indifferent face. It's none of your business. But aren't you afraid that he will take revenge on Zhang Fan? Zhang Yuelan said with an anxious face. Whatever. You're so concerned about Brother Fan. Do you have thoughts about him? Zhang Yueying teased smilingly. Zhang Yuelan glared at Zhang Yueying again. Little Ing, you're not a child anymore. Before you do something, can you think about others? How do you know I haven't thought about Brother Fan? Zhang Yueying said with a disgruntled face. I trust Brother Fan. Zhang Yueying was just paying lip service. She was actually a little worried. However, in her opinion, Zhang Fan would suffer some pain at most. Zhao Wanliang won't do anything too outrageous. When the time came, he would double the amount of money he had paid back to Zhang Fan. For example, give Zhang Fan a few $1,000,000 so that he can return home and live happily ever after. Okay, you keep an eye on it. And if something really happens, you can contact me quickly, Zhang Yuelan instructed. Thank you, sis. You're so kind, Zhang Yueying said sweetly. Alright, I'm a little sleepy. Zhang Yuelan stretched, revealing her full curves. Sis, how did you develop so well? Whoever can marry you will be blessed, Zhang Yueying said with an envious face. Said the man, not forgetting to rua on it. Chapter 53, Lu Qingshan's suggestions. Go. Play with yourself, Zhang Yuelan said without a good mood. Sis, why don't we sleep together? Asterisk off, Zhang Yuelan said, walking 2 quick steps back to her bedroom. This nasty ninny, what a rogue. Zhang Yuelan cursed twice on her lips. Lying on the bed, Zhang Yuelan couldn't sleep, and suddenly thought of the incident 2 days ago when she had dinner with Zhang Fan and indirectly kissed. Hey, on Zhang Fan's side, when he returned home, both Lu Yi and Mr. and Mrs. Lu Qingshan were back. Well, uncle, did you find any suitable ones? Lu Qingshan nodded. I've already bought a breakfast cart. Tomorrow I'll go buy some materials and strive to open for business first thing in the morning the day after tomorrow. Oh, anything I can do. Just ask. Aha. Here's what I'm thinking. To combine the internet with the physical. These days, food safety is a bit of a serious issue, and a lot of people aren't comfortable with all this food. I plan to broadcast the entire process of our cooking, as well as the ingredients we purchase, so that everyone can feel at ease. Lu Qingshan said smilingly. Zhang Fan directly stretched out his thumb. This idea was fantastic. Uncle, your idea is good. It can definitely be a big hit. Ha, I feel the same way. I could add another headline. Billionaire sells breakfast after bankruptcy. And I guess it would get more traffic. Uncle, you are so open-minded. Zhang Fan praised. Worthy of a big boss, he has the courage to start all over again even if he fails in business. The bottom line is, don't care about the face. No wonder. Lu Qingshan was successful before. Ha, I also don't want this old face. I hope to make more money. Lu Qingshan was all smiles. My dad has always been the best. Lu Yi also praised. Everyone laughed. By the way, little fan, what kind of business are you in exactly? Let's see if I can give you some pointers. Lu Qingshan asked with a smile. Zhang Fan shook his head. Uncle, all that money before was from selling my family's antiques. There are still some in my hand now, but I'm not really short of money for the time being, so I plan to put it away again. Oh, that's fine. Now the market is not good. Don't buy any financial management. Don't engage in any investment. The best house don't buy. Lu Qingshan reminded. Only things that can be liquidated quickly have value. You're like those houses I used to invest in. They look like they've grown a lot, but it's hard to sell them when you need money urgently. I also see through it. The house in the future may become less and less valuable. Lu Qingshan continued. Oh, uncle, you tell me about it? My family is from the countryside and I don't know much about these things. Zhang Fan earnestly asked for guidance. Lu Qingshan is, after all, a big boss, knowledgeable. I guess if it were not for the relationship between himself and Lu Yi, Lu Qingshan would not have told himself this. I'll ramble on a bit more then, but I'm not necessarily right. Houses have been going up pretty much all the time for the previous 20 years, so we all think they will continue to go up. But there are a lot of issues that we're overlooking. This thing is a service life, especially high-rise and townhouse products, all kinds of aging, depreciation is certain. Now let you go to buy a house. Would you buy a house with 30 years of history? Or one of those high-rises? Zheng Fan shook his head. Is the elevator working well in a high-rise over 30 years old? With all the wiring deteriorating, I'm guessing it won't be very comfortable to live in. It's the same with townhouses. It's just as well with villas. But rich people's villas, they won't live for 30 years. Lu Qingshan continued. Zhang Fan thought about it and thought yes, no one would buy it at that time as usual. Unless those houses have special significance. If you really want to invest, I would suggest buying some stocks. But you must look for companies that won't go out of business. And companies that pay good dividends as well. Anything to do with technology, make sure you stay away from. Because technology is changing rapidly and one never knows when the technology they have will be outdated. Let's take an analogy. Let's talk about air conditioning manufacturers. Nowadays, a lot of places have underfloor heating, and even a lot of places have houses that are starting to have underfloor cooling one after another. It's just uniform cooling. Do you think, these air conditioning manufacturers, is there any possibility that they will go bankrupt and close down in the future? Zhang Fan nodded. It was inevitable. Central heating is definitely preferable to using air conditioning. If we can centralize cooling again, then the air conditioning manufacturers, they may really have to go out of business. So what investment advice do you have, uncle? Buy some stock in banks. From my experience over the years, domestic banks are still the most reliable. No matter how good or bad the economy is, they make a steady profit. Even the worse the economy is, the more they earn. Their dividends, too, are substantial. I always think that it is impossible for the few big domestic banks to fail. There are ups and downs in stock prices, and as long as you hold on long enough, you can always make money. Oh, I understand. Thank you, uncle. Zhang Fan nodded his head earnestly in thanks. The only constant in this world is change. It may seem right now, but it's hard to tell later. As far as the current situation seems to go, it's okay to take the money and not invest it. Anyway, the money is your own. You grasp it yourself. Also, through this time, I have also figured out. I suggest that you two still find a job with an establishment, so that it is more stable. Lu Qingshan said seriously. There's nothing wrong with what Lu Qingshan said. These days, it's better to have a job in the system. A dry spell. Uncle, it's better to forget about it. I really can't read books. Zheng Fan laughed bitterly. Ha ha, I heard you say that your family is from the countryside, and that if you really can't, you can still go home to farm and enjoy the idyllic life. If I didn't have so many burdens on me, I would want to go home and farm. Lu Qingshan said smilingly. Zhang Suilan gave Lu Qingshan a blank look. Can you stay in the village? Lu Qingshan laughed cheerfully. Ha ha, I couldn't stay in the past, but if I were to put it aside now, I would definitely be able to stay. However, Xiaofan and Yi are still young and definitely can't stay. Zhang Fan nodded. I have to make my way in the big city anyways, or else I won't be happy. Lu Qingshan, Zhang Suilan and Lu Yi all laughed. After a few people chatted for a while longer, Lu Qingshan and Zhang Suilan went to cook. Zhang Fan and Lu Yi tried to help, but they were blown away. The two were somewhat helpless, so they sat on the couch, wide-eyed. By the way, Yi, what do you think of what uncle said about investing in buying shares in banks? I think my dad has a point. If you have some spare money, buy some. I've read before that bank dividends are quite a bit higher than saving for a fixed term. Zhang Fan nodded. Then I'll go open an account tomorrow and buy some. Aha. Right. Let me transfer some more money to you. Zhang Fan said, took out his cell phone, and transferred another 1 million to Lu Yi. Chapter 54, Sports. Chance Encounters. Brother Fan, why did you transfer so much money to me? Lu Yi said with a surprised face. Zhang Fan touched Lu Yi's head and said with a doting face, ha ha, just keep it and find me for it when you're done spending. Lu Yi's own family was richer, definitely not like herself. Her parents used to raise her, but now they're raising her themselves. There's no need to be stingy when you can afford to feed yourself anyway. Lu Yi nodded. I'll keep it then. The two chatted for a while longer and the meal was ready. After the four people ate and rested for a while, Mr. and Mrs. Lu Qingshan went down for a walk. Zhang Fan mainly dragged Lu Yi to the fitness room, ready to work out. In recent times, Zhang Fan was broad-minded and his weight was increasing with the naked eye. It's no wonder. When you're rich and you eat and drink well, you naturally grow meat. I don't think it's a good idea to train blindly at home by myself. Why don't I go to the gym and get a card? I feel like it's useless to do the card. I know a lot of people. After doing the gym card has not been there once. Lu Yi said smilingly. Zhang Fan looked incredulous. Why are they so wasteful? Ha ha, why don't we make a bet that after you get your card, you'll never go there more than 10 times a year? Zhang Fan instantly lost his temper. I don't believe it. Louis sniffed and smiled mischievously. Why don't Brother Fan and the two of us bet on one? Whoever loses promises the other a condition. Gambling is gambling. Who's afraid? Tomorrow I'll go find a gym and get a card. Aha, call me every time you go and I'll count the times for you. Or you can just send me a picture when you're done exercising. Okay, just wait. You're bound to lose. Zhang Fan said with a smug look on his face. He. Who the deer will die for is yet to be seen. Louis also said with a smug face. Why don't we make another bet? Brother Fan, you are now 165 pounds. If you can lose 10 pounds in 3 months, I will promise you one condition. If you can't lose 10 pounds, you have to promise me one condition. Louis continued. This was also for Zhang Fan's own good. Zhang Fan's height of 1.78 m is now 165 pounds. A little fat. For the sake of Zhang Fan's good health, Louis was still willing. Aha, within 3 months, I must lose 10 pounds. Zhang Fan said with conviction. Go Fan. Louis stretched out her small fist in a cheering gesture. Ha, I'm going to think about what conditions to mention then, Zhang Fan said, sizing up Louis with a bad smile on his face. Louis wasn't shy anymore and straightened her chest. If you can really lose weight, Brother Fan, whatever you want. Why don't we both go out for a run? The air is better outside, Zhang Fan proposed. Louis nodded. Yeah, going outside is fine. It just so happened that the two of them had already changed their clothes and went straight out the door. The neighborhood wasn't far from the park, and the two were soon at the park, running together. Zhang Fan's physique was also really bad, and after just a few minutes of running, he was exhausted and panting. It was normal. Zhang Fan even played basketball occasionally when he was in high school, and after he went to college, he basically didn't exercise except for physical education classes. By my senior year, there were no more gym classes and even fewer workouts. Although I've delivered before, I've almost always ridden a battery-operated bike and haven't climbed many stairs. Physical fitness is naturally poor. Brother Fan, why don't you take a break? Louis comforted. No, I can still run. Let's run slower, Zhang Fan said and slowed down his pace. At the end of the day, the heel fight isn't that far off. Exercising for an hour. Zhang Fan nearly ran 6 kilometers. P.S. That's what I did before. 5 or 6 kilometers an hour. Louis followed Zhang Fan around and looked at ease. Zhang Fan couldn't help but be a bit curious. Why is your body so good? I used to have the habit of exercising, running 2 or 3 times a week, 5 kilometers each time, and occasionally I go swimming. Louis said smilingly, worthy of being a big schoolgirl, so self-disciplined. Zhang Fan secretly admired it in his heart. When he and Su Sisi were together, apart from going shopping, they were studying, and rarely did they exercise. You're great. Let's both go out for a run when we're not doing anything from now on. Louis smiled and nodded. Aha! The two of them walked for another half hour and finally reached the park entrance. There are several barbecue sellers, barbecue sausage sellers, burrito sellers, and Kanto cookers. Fragrance. Why don't we go eat some more? Zhang Fan asked cautiously. Louis sniffed and gave Zhang Fan a blank look. Brother Fan, do you still want to lose weight? Zhang Fan smiled sarcastically. Forget it, let's go back. Brother Fan, you have to control it, or else all your sweat tonight will be in vain, Louis said with a serious face. Zhang Fan was helpless. He understood everything, but his stomach was really hungry. Brother Fan, wait for me, Louis said and ran to a small stall. Zhang Fan was happy in his heart. It seems that my still loves me. However, a moment later, Zhang Fan was dumbfounded. Louis came over with 2 bottles of water. Van, your stomach will be less hungry if you drink some water. Zhang Fan was a bit helpless and took the water. Ton and drank it. Isn't it better? Louis asked with a smile. Zhang Fan looked helpless. Still hungry. Louis rolled her eyes. To lose weight, the most important thing is that you can't have additional meals after eating at night. Zhang Fan sighed. Alright then, let's go back. Zhang Fan also knew that Louis was doing it for her own good. However, according to this diet, Zhang Fan was really not confident. Forget it, I'm a man with a system. Come back and study more biology and cytology. He is a man who can replicate cells and viruses. Come back and do some research. Maybe he can use it to lose weight. As the two were walking, Zhang Fan suddenly saw a man in his early 30s with a little girl by his side. The two were sitting in chairs by the bus stop as if waiting for a bus. Daddy, do you think you'll turn into a star when you die? The little girl's voice was weak, but there was no hint of fear. Coco, I'm sorry, it's Dad's fault for being incompetent, the young man said, tears streaming unconsciously from his eyes. The little girl smiled at his dad. I don't blame you, Daddy. I know you did the best you could. the little girl finished, humming a song softly. Zhang Fan had never heard of it, but it felt healing. Zhang Fan pulled Lu Yi and stopped nearby, listening to the little girls humming in a low voice. Another bitter father and daughter. Zhang Fan lamented in his heart. Chapter 55. Good luck. Forget it. It's fate to meet. Zhang Fan pulled Lu Yi forward. Big brother, what kind of disease did your girl get? The young man glanced at Zhang Fan and Lu Yi and sighed. Acute leukemia. Isn't leukemia curable? I heard that a bone marrow transplant is all that's needed. How come it's not curable? Zhang Fan asked with a puzzled face. Hey, it's all about money. In the past few years, I failed to do business and owed a lot of debt. Who knows that woe is not alone? My daughter suddenly got leukemia again. AI. Daddy, don't sigh. It's not your fault, the little girl said hastily. Big brother and big sister. The doctor also said that the bone marrow transplant will cost several $100,000, and it will still need quite a lot of money every year afterward. The little girl explained to Zhang Fan and Lu Yi. Too knowledgeable. Zhang Fan lamented. Brother Fan, why don't we help them? Lu Yi whispered. Zhang Fan nodded, and after thinking about it, he took out a small piece of red stamp from the system space. Big brother, keep this stamp. Tomorrow you find an auction house and sell it directly to them for at least 1 million. If it's auctioned, it should fetch more than 2 million. Thank you, big brother, the little girl said and smiled at Zhang Fan. The young man was skeptical, but took it anyway and thanked him profusely. Zhang Fan waved his hand. Good luck. After Zhang Fan finished speaking, he pulled Lu Yi away. With this stamp, Zhang Fan could make 10,000 copies a day, so Zhang Fan didn't have the slightest heartache. But it's nice to be able to help others. Who made me? Zhang Fan, a kind and good person. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan heatedly smiled. Brother Fan, is that stamp of yours really worth $1 million? Lu Yi asked with a puzzled look on her face. Zhang Fan raised his right hand and slapped hard on Lu Yi's buttocks. You little girl, how dare you question my husband? Tonight, for me husband must teach you a good lesson. Lu Yi instantly became a bit shy. Looking around, he was relieved to find that no one was paying attention to him. Brother Fan, you're so annoying, we're still outside. Lu Yi pouted. Then let's hurry back, Zhang Fan said, pulling Lu Yi with a bad smile on his face. He quickly walked towards home. Tonight is destined to be another sleepless night. Daddy, is the stamp that big brother gave us really worth $1 million? The little girl, or Xiao Ku, asked with an excited face. The young man smiled and touched Xiaoka's head. I don't know. Tomorrow we'll just go to the auction house and ask. If only it were true, then I'd be cured. Xiaoka said with an excited face. Aha, don't worry, even if this stamp is fake, I'll definitely gather enough money to help cure you, the young man said with a serious face. Seeing his daughter so happy, the young man, also known as Zhao Chang, made up his mind to cure his daughter no matter what. If you can't make money the regular way, then don't go the regular way. Dad, I believe that big brother. He's a good man. Zhao Chang nodded and agreed. Aha, he's good. They both waited a little longer and the bus finally came. Another 20 kilometers in the direction of the suburbs, and they finally arrived at the house the two of them had rented. An old neighborhood with very cheap rent. Coco had been tired all day and had long been sleepy. After taking a shower, I fell asleep. Zhao Chang mainly took the stamp given by Zhang Fan and carefully examined it. Is this stamp real? Is it really worth $1 million? If it's a fake, how can he or she come up with the money for Coco's treatment? A trip abroad? You can't even afford a plane ticket out of the country yourself right now, so you have to walk the line. Forget about it. It's that time of year, so let's not think about it. Zhao Chang searched the internet again and confirmed the name of the stamp. Small piece of red. The sale price, online, shows $890,000. Zhao Chang got excited. If this one in his hand was real, he might actually sell it for $1 million. Early in the morning of the second day, Zhao Chang woke up. First, he cooked for Xiao Ku, then after accompanying Xiao Ku to eat, Zhao Chang planned to go out. Daddy, take me with you, Xiaoka said weakly. Zhao Chang hesitated for a moment, and looking at Xiaoka's eyes, he still didn't have the heart to refuse. Zhao Chang had checked the location of the auction house and the route last night. The two men backed up a bus and soon arrived at an auction house. Zhao Chang took Xiaoka's hand and walked right in, and they were soon greeted. I have a family heirloom to sell, so you guys give an estimate, Zhao Chang said with a calm face. The receptionist looked at it and it was a stamp. Just a moment. Sir, our appraiser will be out in a moment. Zhao Chang nodded. Soon a bearded old man came out. Who wants to buy stamps? Gramps, it's us. Coco raised her hand excitedly. The boss smiled when he saw how cute Coco was and walked over. Let me see. Zhao Chang pushed the stamps to the boss. The boss put on his glasses and took out a magnifying glass, and carefully examined it. It's actually a piece of red. It's really rare. Little brother, where did you get this stamp? My grandfather passed it down to me. And recently, his hands are a bit tight, Zhao Chang said smilingly. When he finished, he stared carefully at the oldest man. Aha, not bad. It's genuine. 700. 000 we take it, the boss said with a smile. Your price is too low, isn't it? My grandfather has said that the current auction price is at least $1.2 million, Zhao Chang said with a leathery smile. Which is so expensive. You search online. The last auction sold for only $890,000. The auction house still has to charge 10 points. The price is only 800,000 yuan, the boss said with a smile. The boss is also an old fart. Certainly know the prices online. He was betting that the man in front of him was certainly not an insider. That auction price was 2 years ago, and the price has long since gone up. If you don't want to part with it, I'll change the auction house, Zhao Chang said smilingly. The boss was speechless. Then how much are you going to sell it for? Will you sell it directly to us, or auction it off? Depends on how much you guys offer. If you can offer $1 million, I'll just sell it to you. The boss hesitated for a moment, thinking that last time next door to the Zhejiang auction house, both stamps sold for $1.3 million. $1 million to buy over is also quite suitable. Still, it's better to scratch the price if you can. $1 million is a bit steep. Zhao Chang immediately stood up and said with a calm face, then I'll change the auction house. Chapter 56. Brother Van, how much money do you have left? Young man, why are you so impulsive at such a young age? 1 million. I'll give it to you now, the old man said with a helpless face. Xiaoke sniffed and immediately became excited. Thank you, old grandpa. Zhao Chang nodded back. Little girl, why are you so excited? The old man asked with a puzzled expression. Coco's eyebrows were raised. With this $1 million, I'll be able to go to the doctor. What disease have you got? The boss asked with a puzzled look on his face. Leukemia, but with this money, it's enough to cure me. Coco's face was full of smiles, seemingly happy with the result. The boss sniffed and said nothing more. Soon the formalities were completed. Zhao Chang saw the bank arrival information. Surprisingly, showed 1.02 million. Zhao Chang looked at the old man with a puzzled expression. Uncle, why did you call an extra $20,000? That $20,000. Buy some nutrition for Xiaoku, Moncler outlet store said with a smile. Zhao Chang quickly waved his hand. No, we can't take this money. Keep it. This money isn't for you. It's for Coco. It's fate to meet. Zhao Chang sniffed and bowed deeply to the old man. Thank you. Xiaoku also followed the action of shining the wall and bowed to the old man. Thank you, Grandpa. The boss smiled. You're welcome. Good luck. After that, it's gone. Zhao Chang took Xiaoke directly to the hospital, paid the hospitalization fee, and waited for the surgery. Daddy, we're so lucky, Xiaoke said with a smile. Aha! However, Zhao Chang had already made up his mind in his heart that when he had the chance in the future, he would definitely repay these two people who had helped him. Time passes quickly, and this morning, Lu Yi's parents' breakfast cart is officially open for business. At 5 a.m., Zhang Fan was woken up by Lu Yi, and the two hurriedly washed up and went out. Mr. and Mrs. Lu Qingshan had already packed up and were waiting for the two of them. Seeing Zhang Fan and the two of them, they greeted each other and went downstairs together with their things. A group of people soon arrived at the location of the stall. At this point in the day, it was already light, but there weren't many pedestrians on the road. 4 people eating while waiting for diners. In 2s and 3s, people came to buy breakfast and it wasn't much of a rush. It wasn't until 7 o'clock that more people were buying breakfast. Most of them pay by scanning the code, and there are some people who are older and use cash. Lu Qingshan, Zhang Suilan, and Zhang Fan were busy loading breakfast for the 3 of them, while Lu Yi collected money at the side. It was a little hectic, but overall okay. It was busy until 8:30 a.m. when fewer and fewer people were buying breakfast. The 4 held out for a little while longer, until 10 a.m. when they called it a day. Back at home, the crowd began to take stock of the day's earnings. At last count, I made a total of $800, or $600 if you take out the cost. Lu Qingshan and Zhang Suilan were both very satisfied. This money was definitely not much for them, but they were definitely able to support themselves. Let's do it first. We'll talk about it later. Mr. and Mrs. Lu Qingshan went back to the house to rest. Zhang Fan also pulled Lu Yi back to the house. I'm exhausted. Zhang Fan spat. Lu Yi also sighed. Yes, it's too tiring. No, I have to hurry up and find a job. When I make money, I'll support my parents. Zhang Fan shook his head. I don't think it's much use. Your father, with this character, is not likely to be idle. Whatever. I'll get a job first. Aha! I'm going out to buy a car this afternoon. Do you want to join me? Louis E sniffed and instantly became a bit excited. Yes, I'll go with you to take a look. Aha! At noon, after the four of them had dinner, Zhang Fan dragged Louis E to buy a car. The two drove and soon arrived at a suburban motor city. Zhang Fan had long since looked at the car he wanted to buy, so he went straight to the BMW 4 store. This time, Zhang Fan planned to buy a 5 Series. However, just after arriving at the 4 store, Zhang Fan realized that the door was tightly closed. Brother Fan, what's the situation? Louis asked with a puzzled expression. Zhang Fan was also puzzled. I don't know. Did it close down? I'll go ask. Zhang Fan said. He got out of the car, looked for a nearby security guard, handed over a piece of huazi, and then opened his mouth. Uncle, what's the situation of this BMW 4 store? Uncle lit a cigarette and took a beautiful drag. This 4 store withdrew. It is said to be poorly run. A few days ago there were customers to defend their rights. They bought the maintenance card. Until now there is no clear statement. No way. Such a big company? Hasn't this 4 store been open for more than 10 years? Zhang Fan looked incredulous. Yes, open more than 10 years. I heard that before can make money, but now that domestic cars have risen, their sales are getting worse and worse, and they deserve to fall. The security uncle said with an excited face. Oh, thank you. After Zhang Fan finished speaking, he waved his hand at the security uncle and left. Van, what's the situation? Zhang Fan laughed. It's really closed down. Ah, what then? A different 4 store? Zhang Fan hesitated for a while. Forget it, let's not buy it. Let's go look at a domestic car. Ooh, so what car to go see? Look at Red Flag. That H9 feels pretty good to me. Aha! Soon, the two arrived at the Red Flag 4 store. Zhang Fan test drive. Feel quite good. On the spot to pay the full amount, and agreed to pick up the car on the second day. After finishing, Zhang Fan then went back home with Louis E. On the way, Louis E suddenly spoke. Brother Fan, I'm curious, just how much money do you still have? In Louis Yi's opinion, Zhang Fan was a bit of a spendthrift. Therefore, Louis E wanted to help Zhang Fan plan. Zhang Fan hesitated and asked smilingly, what's wrong? You're in a hurry to give me a housekeeper, ah? Louis Yi's smiling face instantly turned red. It's not. Zhang Fan pulled the car over against the side of the road and pulled Louis Yi's hand, smilingly saying, then why are you asking me about this topic? Brother Fan, I'm a little worried. You're spending a lot of money now. What should we do if the money runs out? Louis E said with a worried face. Ha, you can come home with me to farm. I still have 6 or 7 acres of land at home. Zhang Fan laughed and flirted. Louis E blankly glanced at Zhang Fan and said with a serious face, Brother Fan, I am serious. We must plan for the future. Even if we go home to farm, it's good to keep more money in our hands. Then I'll show you my family's fortune. Zhang Fan said, took out his cell phone and found the mobile banking. My entire fortune. It's all here. There's still $11 million. Ah, Brother Fan, you still have so much money, so why don't you buy a house? Louis E asked with a puzzled expression. Chapter 57 Li Shuiao's invitation. I was planning to buy a villa, only I almost have the money at the moment. I still have some antiques and gold, but it's not good to sell them for the time being. As you know, I sold quite a few of them before for the sake of our parents. It's easy to knock down the price of those antiques if I make another offer now. Zhang Fan explained. Louis E instantly came to be interested. Oh, how much are those antiques of yours worth? Brother Fan? Worth several small goals. Don't worry about these. Besides not being able to afford a villa for the time being, I'm really not bad with money. Zhang Fan said with an atmospheric face. Oh, so that's how it is. No wonder you're so confident in spending money, Brother Fan. Louis E said with a smile. So in the future, you should eat, drink, and have fun. There's no need to be so stressed. It's the same on your mom and dad's side. When you're free, advise your dad not to work so hard. I don't think I can be persuaded. I'll talk to my mom again. Well, there's really nothing I can do about their company. Even if I sold all those antiques, it wouldn't make much sense to bash their company. Louis E nodded. I understand. And so do my parents. That's good. Let's go to the movies. We both haven't seen a movie together yet. Yeah. Zhang Fan started the car and drove towards the mall near the neighborhood. Yui Lu picked out the movie on the way. When I got to the movie theater, I bought milk tea and popcorn, chose my seat, and after a while, it was time. The two went in together, arm in arm. At this point, there were not many people in the movie theater. The seat that the two of them chose was at the back, and there weren't many people in the neighborhood. So as soon as they went in, Zhang Fan pulled Lu Yi and sat in his arms. From time to time, he fed Lu Yi a mouthful of milk tea, and from time to time, he fed Lu Yi a popcorn. Lu Yi is also going to throw in the towel. When the movie got to the passionate part, the two hugged and nibbled together as well. That's the real reason why many men like to watch movies with their dates. Otherwise, it's a waste of tens of dollars a ticket. However, the two didn't act too aggressively. After all, this is an occasion that is guaranteed to be photographed. Inappropriate. After a movie, Zhang Fan became more and more excited and pulled Lu Yi down to the basement in a hurry. In the car, Lu Yi blankly glanced at Zhang Fan without any good humor and slowly lowered her head. Those precious things didn't go to waste. Zhang Fan felt refreshed. Thank you, Yi. Hurry up and go home, Lu Yi said without a trace of anger. Hey, I'll get you a bottle of water from the trunk. Lu Yi took the water handed over by Zhang Fan and rinsed her mouth. Zhang Fan started the car and quickly returned home. Zhang Fan, are you free these days? Do you want to make a dinner date? Seeing this message, Zhang Fan was a bit puzzled. The one who sent the message was Li Shuya, Han Jingyi's college classmate. Although Zhang Fan had only met him once, he was impressed. After all, it would be strange not to be impressed by such a beautiful girl. Zhang Fan, are you here in Zhangcheng? Shuao student? Li Shuao, yes. I'm working in Zhangcheng now. Zhang Fan? Li Shuao, I'm from Jiang province. My hometown is very close to Zhangcheng. Zhang Fan, oh, no wonder you're back in Zhangcheng. When are you free? I'll treat you to dinner. Li Shuao, how about the day after tomorrow? Zhang Fan, yeah. Let me know when you set the time and place. I'll be responsible for paying for it. Ha ha. Li Shuao, then I'll be polite. Zhang Fan, ha, don't save me money. Li Shuao, then I'll look online and make sure to order an expensive one. Zhang Fan, I'm so scared. JPG. Li Shuao, by the way, Jingyi doesn't seem to be very busy lately. Do you want to go to Yanjing to see her? Zhang Fan, ha, forget it, it's too far. Li Shuao, you don't like our Jingyi. Ha, Zhang Fan, ha, you're overthinking it. We're just good friends. Li Shuao, rolling her eyes. JPG, Li Shuao, I'll get busy first ha. I'll send it to you when I pick a time and place. Zhang Fan, aha. Zhang Fan didn't take it seriously. Han Jingyi's college roommate, that was his friend, so he definitely had to entertain. Putting down his cell phone, Zhang Fan remembered that he was going to get a gym membership. However, it's a little inappropriate to go to the gym at night to get a card. As far as getting out and working out, work out the hell out of it. I'm exhausted from the last 2 days. Some other time, Zhang Fan went to the kitchen to see that Mr. and Mrs. Lu Qingshan were busy preparing the breakfast to be sold tomorrow. It's still on live, so I'm going to get ready for an early day today. While it's live, Lu Yi also helped out on the side. Zhang Fan also went up to help. After all this, it was after 9 p.m. Mr. and Mrs. Lu Qingshan went straight to bed. Zhang Fan also pulled Lu Yi back to the bedroom to rest. I love you, Zhang Fan whispered in Lu Yi's ear. Zhang Fan would say this to Lu Yi every time he had an urge. Lu Yi also never refused. However, this time, Lu Yi refused. Brother Fan, hurry up and go to bed. We have to get up at 5 tomorrow. Zhang Fan also sighed. Alright then, don't sigh. We'll help my parents one last time tomorrow, and we won't go in the mornings from now on. Lu Yi said with a smile. Zhang Fan sniffed and immediately became excited. Great, then let's go to bed early and stand the last watch tomorrow. Lu Yi whispered encouragement. Aha! Early in the morning of the second day, the two helped Mr. and Mrs. Lu Qingshan out again. It is also a little busy in the morning rush hour, but Lu Qingshan and his wife are getting more and more skilled. Everything is organized. After closing, Zhang Fan and Lu Yi took a car and went directly to the Red Flag 4 store. The formalities were all done, and Zhang Fan drove the car, pulling Lu Yi for a drive. It's new and drives well, except it's a bit of a gas hog. However, to Zhang Fan, it was small potatoes. It's a wonder the 3.0 doesn't use gas. Right, why hasn't Little Dance been looking for you to play lately? Zhang Fan suddenly thought. Lu Yi shook her head. I don't know I'll call and ask. Soon the call was answered. My, what have you been up to these days? Why haven't you come to play with me? Don't mention it. Our family's company is going to participate in an international jewelry exhibition in Shangjiang, and I've been dragged by my brother as a strong man. Zhao Qingmai said without a trace of anger. Oh, so where are you now? It's at the company for training. Oh, that's fine. By the way, do you and brother Fan want to go see this international jewelry show together? It's quite high class. Zhao Qingdao asked with a smile. I think you want to find someone to accompany you, Lu Yi said without any good humor. Ha ha, it's still Yi who understands me, Zhao Qingmai said with a flattering face. Chapter 58 Dinner with Li Shuya. Preparing to cooperate with the state. Lu Yi turned her head to look at Zheng Fan. Brother Fan, you've heard it all. Don't you want to go and take a look together? What time is it? Zhao Qingmai was quick to say. 3 days next week. Friday and Saturday. Oh, okay, I should be free for a while then. I'll go with Yui. Then it's a deal. I'll book a hotel for you guys now. Or else you definitely won't be able to book one by then. Zhao Qingmai hurriedly said. What? The airfare won't reimburse us? Zheng Fan said with a bad smile on his face. You, a big dog, still need me to reimburse you? Zhao Qingmai said without a trace of anger. Ha ha, just kidding you, but it will be carried out next week on Friday and Saturday. Why do we need to train now? Zheng Fan asked with a puzzled face. In order to cope with emergencies, I, as the person in charge of our company's site, have to keep track of all the jewelry that the company exhibits, and all the related information. It's so tiresome. If it wasn't for the fact that my brother really had something to do, I wouldn't want to go, Zhao Qingmai said with an annoyed face. Then you do your best to cheer up, Zheng Fan said smilingly. Right, we'll fly over next Thursday. You guys remember to buy the flight that leaves at 2 p.m. next Thursday. We'll go together then, Zhao Qingmai admonished. Lu Yi took over. Little dance, you memorized the information well. We'll see you next Thursday. Zhao Qingmai gave a then hung up the phone. So we're buying tickets now? Lu Yi turned her head and saw Zheng Fan. Aha, I have to buy it sooner or later anyway, Zheng Fan said smilingly. Lu Yi took out her cell phone, searched for information on air tickets, and soon finished booking the tickets. Zheng Fan drove the car and the two of them soon arrived home. In the evening, Wang Shuao sent a message to Zheng Fan. Li Shuao, brother Fan, how about tomorrow at 12 o'clock noon? Jiangcheng Hotel? Zheng Fan, okay, Jiangcheng Hotel. Zheng Fan had been there several times and was quite familiar with it. The food tasted good and was a bit expensive, but for Zheng Fan, it was nothing at all. Li Shuao, then we'll see you tomorrow at noon. Zheng Fan, aha, putting down his cell phone, Zheng Fan turned his head to Lu Yi by his side. I'll go out to do something at noon tomorrow. That said, it was more or less heartfelt, but Zheng Fan quickly consoled himself that it was just a simple meal. It was normal. Lu Yi looked up at Zheng Fan. Oh, then I'll cast my resume at home and see if there are any good job opportunities. Right, don't forget to get a gym card. Zheng Fan touched the back of his head with a look of sudden realization. Oh, if you don't say it, I almost forgot. I'll go get a card tomorrow afternoon. Ha ha, go on, Pikachu, Lu Yi said with a mischievous face. Ha ha, just wait. Time flew by and the evening passed in a flash. Zheng Fan and Lu Yi, too, didn't go back to helping Mr. and Mrs. Lu Qingshan look after the stall. The two took a rare nap. After their morning exercise, the two of them ate the breakfast left by Mr. and Mrs. Lu Qingshan, and then played a game together for a while. Zheng Fan then drove his newly purchased red flag H9 to the Jiangcheng Hotel. Once inside, Zheng Fan swept a glance and saw Wang Shuao, who was in the leisure area throughout. JK dress, double ponytail, buffs stacked. Many men were secretly glancing at Li Shuao. Zheng Fan walked straight over. Shuao? When Li Shuao heard Zheng Fan's voice, she looked up and saw Zheng Fan. The heart is more or less disappointed. Gray short sleeves, sports pants with a pair of domestic sneakers. Not at all like yourself, so attentive. However, on his face, he still pretended to be happy. Brother Fan, you're here? Aha, long wait, ha, no. I just got here too. Let's go eat then. Li Shuao nodded and quickly walked to Zheng Fan's side, and the two of them walked to the front desk together. Beauty, we want a private room. The receptionist looked up at Zheng Fan. Plain and ordinary, not like a rich man at a glance. Sir, you too, there is no need for a private room. Our private room has a minimum consumption of 300. Li Shuao hurriedly stopped it. Brother Fan, we can just eat in the hall. There's no need to go to a private room. Zheng Fan shook his head. Don't worry, brother has plenty of money. Zheng Fan looked like I was a landlord. When Li Shuao heard Zheng Fan's words and looked at Zheng Fan's demeanor, she didn't try to persuade him anymore. As a smart woman, Li Shuao knew that Zheng Fan wasn't puffing up his face. What he said should be true. The receptionist nodded when she saw Zheng Fan say that. Aha, you wait a moment. Soon, a waiter came over and led Zheng Fan and Li Shuao to the private room. Shuao, just watch it. Li Shuao was not polite and took the menu and started ordering. Mostly, though, I ordered the cheap ones, which didn't add up to more than $100. This girl was quite polite. and Zhang Fan was satisfied. Brother Fan, you watch the rest. Wang Shuiyo said smilingly. Zhang Fan took the menu with a smile and ordered a few more specialties from Jiangcheng Hotel. King crab, three-headed abalone, and Buddha jumped over the wall or something. Li Shuiyo was secretly staggered in her heart. The prices of these few dishes, Li Shuiyo had just seen them all. King crab 288, three-headed abalone 188, Buddha jumps over the wall 88 apiece. Zhang Fan asked for two. With these dishes, the meal was almost $10,000. I don't know if this Zhang Fan is really rich or if he is just pretending to be a big head in front of himself. Brother Fan, enough is enough. Li Shuiyo hurriedly opened her mouth to stop it. Zhang Fan also nodded. Aha, I think it's about time. By the way, Shuiyo, would you like some red wine? Are you drinking, Brother Fan? I'll have some if you drink, Li Shuiyo said with a red face. Zhang Fan shook his head. That's better. I've got the car. I'll take a bottle of Sprite. What do you want to drink? What's wrong with this big brother? Instead of drinking wine at a 5-star hotel, you're drinking Sprite? Li Shuiyo muttered in her heart. I'll just drink plain water. This, too, happens from time to time. And the waiter was not surprised. With a nod, the waiter went out. Right, Shuiyo. Where do you work in Jiangcheng? What kind of work? Zhang Fan asked smilingly. Li Shuiyo smiled. In a new energy research institute in the suburbs. Doing research. Zhang Fan stretched out his thumb and praised. Worthy of being a scholar. I heard that the institute's welfare treatment is particularly good. It's over $20,000, so it's not too bad. But I heard that there's quite a lot of overtime. Li Shuiyo said with a helpless face. Ha ha, the netizen is right. The researchers of the institute are nothing more than a little more advanced cattle and horses. Zhang Fan laughed and teased. Li Shuiyo blankly glanced at Zhang Fan. If it wasn't for the necessities of life, who would be willing to work as a cow or horse? Ha ha, Shuiyo, you're right. By the way, this research institute of yours, is it state-owned or privately owned? Is there any establishment? Zhang Fan looked interested. Li Shuiyo shook her head. Where can you get such a high salary for an established job? That's true, but you're already much better than us. A lot of my classmates. The salary is only $3,000 or $4,000. It seems that studying hard is still useful. I really envy you schoolboys. I envy you. You're so rich. This meal must have cost $10,000. Brother Fan didn't even blink. So rich, Li Shuiyo said with an envious face. Ha ha, I'm poor and rich at first glance, so I like to pretend, Zhang Fan said laughingly. Brother Fan, I'm curious. How did you earn so much money? Li Shuiyo looked interested. Zhang Fan put on a mysterious face. Ha ha, unspeakable. Li Shuiyo didn't ask again. It would be impolite to ask again. By the way, do you have a girlfriend, Brother Fan? Li Shuiyo suddenly asked. So what if there is? So what if there isn't? Zhang Fan said smilingly. If there is or there isn't. Forget it. If there isn't, what do you think of me? Wang Shuiyo said with a generous face. Zhang Fan was instantly shocked. No way. Big sister. You don't even know how much money I have. What if I'm a swollen face? What if I earned the money from running points? Li Shuiyo shook her head. I heard Jingyi say that you're not a bad person. She said that if you're willing to go to Yinjing to develop, she's still willing to try with you. Zhang Fan was a bit speechless. Well, Jingyi is quite discerning. But honestly, how can a young, golden and somewhat handsome man like me not have a date? Li Shuiyo spat in a small voice. Jingyi even told me that you have a thin skin. I didn't expect you to have such a thick skin. Ha ha, soon the waiter was serving the food. Come on, let's get started. Zhang Fan said and moved his chopsticks. These king crabs, three-headed abalone, and Buddha jumped over the wall. Zhang Fan still likes to eat them. Previously, it was someone else's treat, but this time, it was at your own expense. How is it? The flavor is okay, right? Zhang Fan asked Li Shuiyo as he ate. Li Shuiyo nodded. Worthy of being the Jiangcheng Grand Hotel. The craftsmanship is good. Ha ha, if it's good you eat more. Li Shuiyo snorted and laughed. Van, can we not read the commercial? Hey, don't you think that jingle just now would fit in here? Li Shuiyo blankly glanced at Zhang Fan. By the way, Brother Fan, do you have any young, handsome and multi-cash friends like you around? Why are you asking this? Zhang Fan asked with a puzzled expression. Looking for a boyfriend? I just graduated and my family is urging me to find a boyfriend. Li Shuiyo said smilingly. What do you think of me? Zhang Fan said cheekily. Li Shuiyo was speechless. Didn't you say you have a girlfriend? I can have another girlfriend. Zhang Fan said smilingly. Shameless. Ha ha, thanks for the compliment. But then again, you can really consider thinking about me. I'm rich. Zhang Fan looked like I was a tycoon. Li Shuao looked at Zhang Fan like this and was curious. How much money do you have, brother Fan? Ha ha, just kidding? Hurry up and eat. After Zhang Fan finished speaking, he picked up his chopsticks again and quickly ate a few bites. Li Shuao instantly became a bit angry. This dog man, how come it's nothing like what Jingy said? How much money does this guy have? If there were really dozens of small goals, it would be something to consider, Li Shuao secretly thought in her heart. Soon the two finished their meal. Zhang Fan brought Li Shuao along, and after swiping his card, he asked with a smile, Shuao, are you going back at this moment? Aha, thank you brother Fan for your hospitality. The meals at the Jiangcheng Grand Hotel are too expensive, so next time I'll invite you to eat at my home, Li Shuao said smilingly. Yeah, Zhang Fan agreed in one bite. Right, I drove the car. Now let me send you back. Yeah, let me see what kind of car brother Fan, this big tycoon, is driving. Li Shuao looked interested. Walk. After leaving the door, the two of them quickly arrived in front of Zhang Fan's car. Zhang Fan's H9 looked handsome, but Li Shuao didn't recognize it. Van, what kind of car is this one of yours? It looks fancy. Domestic. Red flag H9. Just picked up the car yesterday, Zhang Fan said smilingly. Li Shuao took out her cell phone and searched. I'll go. This car costs $500,000 or $600,000. Why don't you buy a BBA? Zhang Fan gave Li Shuao a blank look. Supporting domestic production. I have another car, the M9, which is also domestically produced. Brother Van's great righteousness. My daughter admires it. Ha ha, hurry up and get in the car, Zhang Fan said, getting into the car himself first. Li Shuao walked to the passenger side and also opened the door and sat up, then looked around. This car is really good. It's so comfortable to sit in. That's right, I fell in love as soon as I test drove it. By the way, where is your house? After Li Shuao finished talking about the location, Zhang Fan entered the navigation and drove over. In less than an hour, they drove to the place where Wang Shuao rented a room. It's a suburb, but it's on the same side of the country as the house I rent, and it's an estimated 20-minute drive from my own home. Karma. Brother Fan, do you want to go up and have a seat? Li Shuao took the initiative to extend an invitation. Ha ha, forget it, I'm afraid I can't help it, Zhang Fan said, surveying Li Shuao with a bad smile on his face. JK skirt, double ponytail, the face is exquisite and the body is voluptuous. A proper eureka. Li Shuao blankly glanced at Zhang Fan and cursed in a low voice. Big pervert. Then he pushed the door open, grabbed his bag, and got out of the car and walked away. Zhang Fan also started the car and drove towards his home neighborhood. This Li Shuao. So nice. How about a ruse? Unfortunately, there's not a lot of money. If you are now worth dozens of small goals, I guess you do not need to work so hard. I guess many girls will be very active. Hey! Zhang Fan looked at the gold in his system space again, unable to hold back a sigh. Boring. So much gold. No way to turn it into cash. How about a backer? That Yan Xingyue from last time. She's from the special department. Why don't we get her to cooperate? Zhang Fan felt that he could appropriately reveal his abilities. The system should continue to be upgraded anyway. It can't all be used to replicate gold, emerald, or jade. It's such a waste. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan took his cell phone and sent a message to Yan Xingyue. Zhang Fan, Sister Beauty, are you there? Yan Xingyue received Zhang Fan's message and was a bit puzzled. What is he doing sending me a message? After thinking about it for a moment, though, it didn't make sense. So, 3 direct question marks were sent. Zhang Fan, Sister Beauty, I have something to find you. Is it convenient to meet you? Chapter 59, Exposing Secrets. Yan Xingyue didn't even think about it and directly agreed. Yan whispered, yeah, time and place. Zhang Fan, you said it. Find a safe place. Yan Xingyue, yeah, Xianga Hotel, room 3301. Just come over now. What's going on? Why is this Yan Xingyue in Jiangcheng? How did you book a hotel? But a hotel is a hotel. What do you care? Zhang Fan started the car and soon drove to the Change Hotel. After parking his car, Zhang Fan quickly arrived at the door of room 3301. Knocking on the door, Yan Xingyue quickly opened it. A sporty outfit. Very sharp. Come in, Yan Xingyue said indifferently. Zhang Fan privately surveyed the area and could not help but be a little disappointed as he did not see any private items. You brat, what are you looking around for? Yan Xingyue said with a disgruntled expression. Zhang Fan smiled sarcastically. Ha ha, nothing, nothing. By the way, when did Sister Yan come to Jiangcheng? Why are you so full of crap? What's up? Just say it. Is she on her period? Zhang Fan ventriloquized in his heart. Oh, Sister Yan, this matter of mine is rather important. I wonder if there is anyone behind you? Zhang Fan asked smilingly. Yan Qingyin was a bit speechless and said without any good humor. What do you mean? Zhang Fan was still smiling. If you're just a small security bureau employee, then you don't deserve to know my secrets. Yan Qingyue instantly became interested. What's my last name? Surname Yan. Ha? Has old master Yan Guoqiang heard of it? Yan Qingyue asked smilingly. Nonsense. Is there anyone in our great Xia who doesn't recognize elder Yan Guoqiang? Zhang Fan blankly glanced at Yan Qingyue and said impatiently. Guess if this Yan character of the two of us is a Yan. Yan Qingyue said with a playful expression. Zhang Fan was shocked in his heart, but his face remained motionless. I don't believe it. Unless you bring out some more proof. Yan Qingyue smiled, taking out her cell phone and picking up a photo from the album, a family photo taken by their family during the Chinese New Year. Look at this. Zhang Fan took it and took a serious look at it, then took another serious look at Yan Qingyue, confirming that the person in the photo was Yan Qingyue. I'll go. Sister Yan. Awesome. How about it? Can you tell your secret now? Yan Qingyue said with a playful expression. I have two powers. One power allows me to duplicate my own stuff, but the total weight can't be more than 1 kilogram, and I can duplicate it once a day. In addition, this ability has a companion ability, which is that anything I copy can be stored inside a special space. Zhang Fan said with a serious face. Yan Qingyue laughed. Oh, I had a feeling that there was something wrong with you. Looks like my intuition was right. You don't feel strange? Zhang Fan asked with a puzzled expression. What's so strange about that? Within our security bureau, there are 7 or 8 of us with psychic abilities. Yan Qingyue said smilingly. Really? Zhang Fan looked incredulous. Of course it's true, but their psychic abilities don't seem to be as powerful as yours. Come back and I'll introduce you to them. By the way, you demonstrate your supernatural ability first. Zhang Fan nodded. Sister Yan, give me something, not too heavy. Thinking for a moment, Yan Qingyue removed the necklace in her bosom and handed it to Zhang Fan. This, for you. Zhang Fan took it and immediately replicated it silently in his mind. And an identical necklace appeared in Zhang Fan's system space, and the available weight was reduced by 100 grams today. Fortunately, with a thought, the necklace appeared in Zhang Fan's hand. Sister Yan, would you look at it? Yan Qingyin took it over and looked at it carefully for half a day. It was exactly the same. Yan Qingyin asked curiously, how long can this necklace you copied exist? It should be able to exist all the time. I've been activating my powers for several months now, and what I initially copied has always existed. Zhang Fan said with a smile. When Yan Qingyue heard this, the look on her face immediately became grave. Really? What am I lying to you for? Zhang Fan said without any good humor. We have a colleague in the security bureau who can also copy things. A necklace like this can be stored for 24 hours, after which it automatically disappears. But he can copy heavier things, and the time it exists, of course, will be shorter. Yan Qingyin explained. Then was he arrested by you guys for fraud? Zhang Fan asked curiously. Yan Qingyue blankly glanced at Zhang Fan and said without a trace of humor. You're so smart. Ha ha. By the way, can their psychic abilities grow? Zhang Fan asked curiously. It's possible, but the growth is very slow. Yan Qingyue smiled bitterly. Oh, I thought I was the only one with slow growth in my powers. Zhang Fan concurred. However, Zhang Fan's heart was in ecstasy. Right. What are all their powers? There's a psychic ability that can hypnotize and control others for a short period of time. There's also a fire ability, but this skill is rather useless. And there's also a water ability that can stay in water for a long period of time. None of them are very powerful anyway. Yan Qingyue explained. Zhang Fan then breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing too perverted. I told you, the world is not that outrageous. This supernatural ability of yours is very powerful. And now I invite you to join our security bureau. Yan Qingyin spoke. Is it staffed? 9 to 5? Do you have to work overtime? Do you share a house? Zhang Fan asked with a curious face. Do you still care about this? Our rich and powerful Zhang. Yan Qingyin said with a breathless expression. It doesn't matter if it's money or not. Just give me a work permit. Zhang Fan said smilingly. If it wasn't for that work permit, pulling a big flag, Zhang Fan wouldn't be willing to expose it. Yan Qingyue nodded without hesitation. This is no problem. What other requests do you have? Feel free to mention them. By the way, I won't be working. It doesn't matter if I'm paid or not. Also, I can help you guys copy things, but it needs to be at the price of the same weight of gold. Zhang Fan continued to make demands. Yan Qingyin was somewhat speechless. This is something I need to report to the top. Zhang Fan blankly glanced at Yan Qingyue. I know a lot of materials that are much more expensive than gold in weight. Dozens of times more expensive. Hundreds of times more expensive. And even tens of thousands of times more expensive. So you guys should be able to make more money by getting some of these as a strategic reserve or selling them out. Yan Xingyue thought about it briefly and felt that there was nothing wrong with what Zhang Fan said about this. Also, if you want to copy anything, you need to come to Jiangcheng. Of course, I'm a good person to talk to, and if there are special circumstances, I'm allowed to travel. However, it can't be more than 3 days a month. Chapter 60, Going to Yanjing. Yan Qingyan nodded. Why are you so demanding? Right. I still have one last request. I hope to have a channel to recycle gold. It is best if you guys recycle the excess gold in my hand. The price can't be too low. 70% discount of the market price, so that you guys also have something to earn. Zhang Fan said smilingly. Zhang Fan felt that the request he had made was not excessive in the slightest. After all, one is also giving them a profit margin. Yan Qingyue was somewhat helpless. Tell you what, when I go back and report to our leaders, you wait for my results. I advise you that it would be best to report this situation directly to Elder Yan. The role I can play may be far greater than you can imagine. Zhang Fan admonished. It can't be helped. This Yan Qingyue always says to report to his leader. What if there's something wrong with his leadership? It was estimated that if people from other countries knew that they had this psychic ability, then it was estimated that they might not be able to save their little lives. Right. I've told you all my secrets, so you guys have to take my safety into consideration as well. I don't want to be wiped out by that spy from another country before I can contribute anything to my motherland. Zhang Fan solemnly reminded. Yan Qingyue realized it as well. Take care to keep it a secret yourself. Don't ever tell anyone else. Zhang Fan nodded. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. Right. Come back and give me a gun. I feel a bit unsafe. Yan Qingyue also nodded. Don't worry about this. I'll turn around and apply for you. I'll return to Yanjing now and report this situation to my grandfather. Aha! It just so happens that my car is downstairs. Do you want me to give you a ride now? Yan Qingyue nodded. Wait for me. I'll pack now. Shouldn't we buy the ticket first? Zhang Fan said smilingly. Yan Qingyue blankly glanced at Zhang Fan. What kind of ticket to buy? It's an emergency. Get on the bus first and make up the ticket. By the way, I think you should come with me to meet my grandfather. It's more convincing. Zhang Fan was a bit surprised. Ah, this is too sudden. What? Don't dare anymore? Yan Qingyue teased. Zhang Fan shook his head. What wouldn't you dare? Then I'll wait for you downstairs first. I'll call home and make some arrangements. After Zhang Fan finished speaking, he went downstairs first, giving Lu Yi a call and instructing her. She then waited patiently for Yan Qingyi. In less than 5 minutes, Yan Qingyue finished packing and went downstairs. By the way, Sister Yan, do you have a date? Zhang Fan asked smilingly. Yan Qingyin looked up at an interpreter and said with a flirtatious face. What? You want to chase me? Zhang Fan was still smiling. I'm just asking. Curious? In a family like yours, would it all be a union? You're overthinking it. It's already a big family. So if the marriage continues, no one else will have a way out. Yan Qingyue explained with a smile. Oh, so that's how it is. Zhang Fan looked like he had come to a realization. Come on, that's a nice car you have. New? Zhang Fan smiled. Yes, I just picked up the car yesterday. I, as a person, have no other faults, just patriotism. I bought 2 cars, both domestic. Zhang Fan looked like I was proud. Che, narrow-minded. Yan Qingyue said without any good humor. People's foreign enterprises, operating according to the law, paying taxes according to the law. We should also strongly support them. Zhang Fan certainly knew that Yan Qingyue was right. Zhang Fan immediately changed the topic. Right. Sister whispering. You haven't said whether you have a date or not. So what if there is? So what if there isn't? Yan Qingyin said with a leathery smile. Zhang Fan smiled sarcastically. Ha ha, it's just curiosity. Pure curiosity. Curiosity killed the cat. Yan Qingyue said without a trace of anger. You are powerful and can't be messed with. Zhang Fan slandered in his heart. Soon, the two arrived at the high-speed train station. Neither Yan Qingyue nor Zhang Fan bought tickets, and when they entered the station and saw the nearest high-speed train, Yan Qingyue showed her work permit, and the ticket inspector inspected it and let the two in. The two got on the bus and each went to get a replacement ticket. Good luck being in the same compartment. Zhang Fan got someone to change his seat again and sat with Yan Qingyue. Sister whispering. What do you usually like to do when you're not doing anything? Yan Qingyue smiled. I usually have nothing to do and often exercise in my unit. I see that you, with this physique, need to work out. Should I arrange it for you? I dare guarantee that within 3 months, you will definitely be able to develop 8-pack abs. Zhang Fan smiled sarcastically. Sister, I'm a person who can't suffer. It's fine. I'll arrange for a few beauties to train with you, guaranteeing that you'll be happy. Yan Qingyue said with a flirtatious face. Zhang Fan instantly became interested. Really? Of course it's true. Want to try it? Zheng Fan shook his head. Forget it. I'd rather work out on my own. Zheng Fan knew that what Yin Xingyue was talking about was 80% that kind of special forces training. There's no need to eat without suffering yourself. Zheng Fan was still very clear about how many kilograms he weighed. Alright then. By the way, that little girlfriend of yours, she's quite pretty. How did you guys get hooked up? Yan Qingyin asked with interest. Zheng Fan was a bit angry. How did you know that I have a girlfriend? Are you investigating me? Yeah, I just investigated you. What's up? Yan Qingyin said with a leathery smile. What can I do? Can't do anything about it. Zheng Fan took a long breath. We both fell in love at first sight. Oh, you're such a womanizer? Does your girlfriend know? Yan Xingyue said with a bad smile on her face. Zheng Fan was dissatisfied. How am I a philanderer? I'm just paying lip service. Che, you don't look like an honest man to me. Zheng Fan was a bit climatic and defeated. You are slandering. Nakedly slandering. Ha! Zheng Fan was a bit angry and wasn't bothering with Yan Xingyue, lowering his head to read the novel seriously. The 4-hour drive was over in no time. The two of them exited the high-speed train station and directly took a cab to Yan Xingyue's grandfather's house. The place where the big man lives is heavily guarded. Zheng Fan was inspected at the door before he followed Yan Xingyue inside. By the way, sister whispering, it's not quite appropriate for me to go over there empty-handed, is it? Zheng Fan said somewhat nervously. Ouch, you old man is still nervous? Yan Xingying teased with a smile. Who's nervous? Zheng Fan said without any good humor. And your old man's leg. Can you stop shaking? Zheng Fan was a bit speechless. You're a person with really low emotional intelligence. Seeing through and not speaking through. Don't you understand this point? Don't dawdle. Hurry up and go. Yan Qingyin said without any good humor. Chapter 61 Replicating the Great Red Robe. Yan Xingyue finished speaking and walked forward quickly. Zheng Fan also followed behind. Thinking about what to take in a while. There was nothing else in the system space now but gold, pink diamond rings, stamps, and yuan dao too. Awkward. Soon, it was time to arrive at Elder Yan's house. Yan Xingyue directly pushed open the door and walked in. Her voice carried before she arrived. Grandpa, Grandma, I'm here. Soon, Zheng Fan saw Elder Yan, who he used to see often on TV. The old master said with a doting face, whispering, weren't you out on a business trip? Why did you suddenly come back? A kindly old lady, presumably Yan Xingyue's grandmother, saw Zheng Fan at the back and also said with a smile, Xiao Yu, who is this little handsome guy at the back? Is he your boyfriend? Grandma, what are you talking nonsense about? This is my friend Zheng Fan. I brought him here to find Grandpa on a serious matter. Yan Xingyue said with a pouty face. Zheng Fan's eyes widened. This high-strung woman. She would even be pampered? Oh, hello young man. The old lady stepped forward to greet him. Zheng Fan was flattered and hurriedly said, hello Grandma, hello Grandpa. Elder Yan smiled at Zheng Fan before looking at Yan Xingyue again. How did you guys get back? Did you eat on the way? Should I ask the chef to make you guys some dinner? Yan Xingyue shook her head. Grandpa, don't bother. We've all eaten. Let's go to the study. I have something serious to tell you. Zheng Fan, you also follow. Grandma, you wait for us downstairs for a while. We'll be down in a while. The old lady smiled. Then you guys go ahead and get busy. I'll go prepare you some evening snacks. Yan Xingyue smiled at her grandmother. Thank you, Grandma. After saying that, he pulled Elder Yan to the study on the second floor. Zheng Fan also followed behind. And in his heart, he slandered. Finished, no gift, and he didn't know if there was a chance to come back again. The three of them entered the study, and Yan Xingyue closed the door. Grandpa, let me tell you something. I can't decide if I should report it to our leader. Yan Xingyue said with a serious face. Elder Yan laughed. What's the big deal? Tell me and I'll analyze it for you. This is Zheng Fan. His supernatural ability is so powerful that he can duplicate the same amount of 1 kilogram per day, and it can also be stored in a special piece of space and can be taken out at any time. Yan Xingyue said with a serious face. Elder Yan had seen a lot and knew something about people with psychic abilities. This supernatural ability of Zheng Fan was simply unheard of. Will there be any restrictions? Elder Yan looked at Zheng Fan. Young man, are there any limitations to this supernormal ability of yours? Zheng Fan nodded. I can only copy things that belong to me, or things that have no owner. For example, this book on your table. If you don't agree to give it to me, I can't copy it. Then how long can the duplicates be preserved? Elder Yan asked eagerly. It should last forever. The earliest thing I copied out was almost 2 months old and it's still working fine. Elder Yan was very excited. It's amazing. It's amazing. Little language. You did the right thing this time. This supernormal ability of Xiaofan's. It's too magical to let others know. After a moment, Elder Yan reacted that Zhang Fan had not performed yet, although Elder Yan believed 100% of Yan Xingyue's words. This kind of thing, it was better to see for yourself. Elder Yan looked up at Zhang Fan. Right, little Fan, can you perform? Zhang Fan nodded. Master, what do you want me to copy? I've already demonstrated it once today. The most I can copy today is no more than 900 grams. Elder Yan thought for a moment and took out a packet of tea from the drawer. This is the great red robe from the mother tree. I have a total of 1 or 2 left here. I can't bear to drink it. Xiao Fan, you give it a copy. Yan Qingyin looked up at Elder Yi, and in her heart, she exclaimed, ginger is still old and hot. Zhang Fan was also a little excited. The mother tree big red robe, but it was the stuff of legends. Master, can you share a tale or two with me after copying? Zhang Fan said with a flattering face. Elder Yan laughed. No problem, but you'll have to copy it first. Zhang Fan nodded and took it together with the package, thinking that it was a bit of a waste to duplicate this package. So he took out a piece of tea and silently duplicated it in his mind. Soon, in the system space, 900 grams of big red robe were copied. Gramps, I finished making copies. Do you have a box for the tea? The old master nodded and looked for an empty tea box in the study, handing it to Zhang Fan before looking at him with a nervous expression. Zhang Fan took it and with a thought, he quickly took out 850 grams of big red robe and loaded it in. Take a look, old man. Elder Yan nodded, took out a piece of tea leaf and scrutinized it for a while. Not bad, not bad, exactly the same as the original. I just don't know if I can make tea? Zhang Fan hemmed and hawed. Of course it's fine. If you don't believe me, you can boil some water and soak it now. Without waiting for Elder Yan to speak, Yan Xingyue stood up and found 3 paper cups before walking over with a kettle of boiling water. Looking at Elder Yan with an excited expression, Elder Yan laughed. Come, let's taste the tea leaves that Xiao Fan replicated. Can we make tea? With that, Elder Yan took 3 small groups of tea leaves from inside the tea box and put them into disposable paper cups. Yan Xingyue then poured the boiling water from the kettle. In the paper cup, a deep orange tea broth instantly appeared, and a unique aroma of dahompo tea greeted us. It smells so good. Grandpa, Yan Xingyue said with an excited expression. Master Yan was also very excited. Directly picking up a cup, a small sip, his face immediately showed a look of delight. Not bad, exactly the same as the real thing. You guys taste it too. Zhang Fan and Yan Xingyue both picked up their cups and drank. Zhang Fan's feeling, that's all. Not yet. The jasmine tea with sugar that I drank as a kid was good. Not surprisingly, very few young people like tea. However, when he thought that this tea was a special supply, and the auction price 20 years ago was $10,000 for a gram, Zhang Fan again felt as if it was not too bad. Not bad, little Fan. This supernormal ability of yours? It's still not bad, Elder Yan complimented. Zhang Fan hemmed and hawed and did not continue to speak. By the way, Grandpa, Zhang Fan is willing to help the country copy things, but there are conditions. Yan Qingyue spoke up. Elder Yan looked Zhang Fan up and down. Really? Little Fan, what are your conditions? Zhang Fan hardened his head and truthfully stated his request. Zhang Fan felt that he was a poor man and his conditions were not excessive. Now that the country is so powerful, it can't whore me out for nothing. After hearing this, Elder Yan laughed. None of these requests of yours are excessive. I'll take the lead and agree to all of them. When Zhang Fan heard this, he let out a sigh of relief. Then thank you, Grandpa Yan. Yan Xingyue also breathed a sigh of relief. Whisper, you take Xiao Fan down first. I need to personally make arrangements for Xiao Fan's matter. Yan Xingyue nodded and led Zhang Fan along. Chapter 62 Eastern University Conference. As soon as the two of them disappeared, Elder Yan immediately sat down on the table and pondered. The supernatural ability of Zhang Fan was really too powerful. A kilogram a day doesn't seem like a lot, but the usefulness is really so huge. A lot of highly sophisticated things in aerospace cost a lot of money, which could be saved if they were copied directly. The same goes for scientific research, with many rare alloys that are really too expensive. There were also a lot of rare medicinal herbs with very little stock, and with Zhang Fan's psychic ability, there was no need to worry about them in the future. In addition, a lot of things were not good for transportation, so they could be broken down into pieces, allowing Zhang Fan to slowly copy them and ship them out of the country or back all at once. The more Elder Yan thought about it, the more he felt the power of Zhang Fan's skill. No, this young man, he needs to be guarded. In addition, an organization had to be set up specifically to maximize the effects of Zhang Fan's psychic abilities. Elder Yan pondered for half a day, and the more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Elder Yan took out his phone and first notified the Archdeacon, giving him a brief rundown of the matter. The Archdeacon was also excited to hear it. What was Master Yan's status? How could he be talking nonsense? However, this matter is so significant that the archdeacon still needs to find someone to talk to and brainstorm with. Thus, the archdeacon immediately informed the other few deacons to all return to Yinjing tomorrow to hold an emergency meeting. However, the archdeacon did not invite Zheng Fan and Elder Yin over. Zheng Fan's identity still needed to be kept secret. Having invited Elder Yin, it would not be difficult for those with an interest to find out Zheng Fan's identity. The next day, early in the morning, several deacons gathered. Gentlemen, I've called for a meeting with you all on short notice because we have a new shifter in the Eastern Kingdom. A few other deacons sniffed and became interested. This alien, what kind of alien ability does he have? The archdeacon smiled. Duplication. Every day, can duplicate an item that weighs no more than 1 kilogram? But this item, if he owns it, what's more, the item that this alien has copied can also be kept for a long time. This cup of tea on your table. The tea leaves were copied by the same alien yesterday. The other few deacons sniffed and all picked up the teacups in front of them and savored them. Drink up and be all shocked. But the face didn't move. Archdeacon, where is this alien? A deacon asked with a calm face. The other deacons also looked at the archdeacon. The archdeacon shook his head. I haven't seen the person yet, and I don't plan to for the time being. By the way, he can also take the duplicates and store them in a special piece of space. Several other deacons heard this and opened their mouths to talk. Seriously, this is too strong. Yeah, a couple of the other aliens, they're just a little strong, and don't really do much. Such a talent must be protected. The archdeacon said nothing, but listened quietly to their arguments. After a while, the scene finally quieted down. The archdeacon continued to speak. Let's draw up a plan. How to make full use of such a talent. What kind of treatment to give. How to make full use of this 1 kilogram of his daily weight. By the way, he also has some simple requirements. Next, the archdeacon briefly stated Zheng Fan's request. I don't have a problem with anything else. It's just that this 1 month of traveling for only 3 days is a bit too little. The third deacon said with a dissatisfied face. Yeah, 3 days is too little. Several other deacons chimed in. The archdeacon waved his hand. All right, these are all trivial matters. Other than special things that need to be copied on site, everything else can be transported to him and let him copy it. Let's just think about what needs to be copied. Set a charter first. I thought long and hard about it yesterday. And the first thing that needs to be replicated are those special materials, the ones you can't buy outside. The second kind that needs to be duplicated are those cherished herbs. Further on, it's those materials that are particularly expensive per unit. In principle, as long as the materials can be bought with money, try not to waste the slot. Do you guys have anything else to add? That space of his, isn't it possible to utilize it? Like copy something and put it inside that space of his, and then ship it out? Or ship it back? The sixth deacon spoke. The sixth deacon comes from a military background, and the first thing he thinks about is the military security dimension. The archdeacon shook his head. In principle, he will not be arranged to engage in these dangerous activities. As you all know, such an extraordinary ability, rare in the world, is too rare. Several other deacons nodded. The archdeacon was right. It would be too wasteful for such a talent to do this kind of work. My plan is to first set up a working group to tally up what is urgently needed in the country, and then arrange for this alien to replicate it. Any precious herbs, medicines, or whatever you guys have can be taken out and copied, the archdeacon said smilingly. Several deacons, with their high positions of authority, would definitely have access to some precious things, such as certain precious pills. Many Chinese medicine families, who had pills used to save their lives, are getting fewer and fewer now. There's no way around it. The herbs nowadays don't have the potency they need. A collection of such rare pills, replicated, could certainly be of great use. As for antiques and whatnot, the archdeacon didn't care. It has a bit of historical value and could be worth a bit of money, but either that or it's there itself and there's no point in reproducing another one. Several deacons had long been alive in their hearts when they heard the archdeacon say this. In the past, I used to keep good things in my broom, but now that I can replicate them, I'm sure I'll take them out and make a few more copies. After discussing this matter, they began to discuss Zheng Fan's security. In the end, it was decided to keep things simple. Just arrange a guard company to protect Zheng Fan near where he lives. The law and order in the eastern country was better, and others didn't know about Zheng Fan's psychic ability, so there was no need for close protection. As for Zheng Fan's information, it was also specially marked. As long as someone investigated Zheng Fan's information, the relevant departments would be the first to know. And all of this, Zheng Fan was not aware of. After talking about this and discussing the list of people on the working group, several deacons went about their business. Zheng Fan stayed at the hotel last night. In the morning, Zheng Fan, who hadn't received a notice, had some nothing to do. After thinking about it, he took the initiative to contact Han Jingyi. After all, having come to Yanjing, it was somewhat inappropriate not to contact old classmates. But unfortunately, Han Jingyi hadn't returned the message. So I guess she might be doing experiments in the lab. Zhang Fan didn't think much about it, took out his cell phone, opened the tomatoes, and lay on the sofa to read a novel. Chapter 63, Dining at Yan's old house. Just after watching for a while, Zhang Fan received a message from Yan Qingyue. Yan Qingyue, my grandfather invites you to dinner at noon. Remember not to go empty-handed this time. Zhang Fan? Yan Qingyi, 11:30. I'll pick you up downstairs at the hotel you're staying at. Zhang Fan, copy. Ending his chat with Yan Qingyue, Zhang Fan had a bit of a headache. I didn't bring a gift yesterday, so I can't afford to be empty-handed today. But after pondering it for a while, Elder Yan reckoned that he didn't lack anything. Zhang Fan directly ordered a high-end fruit gift box one child online and spent 88. Then it was back to reading the novel in earnest. At 11:30, Zhang Fan appeared downstairs in the hotel on time, and Yan Qingyue also arrived on time. Zhang Fan directly sat on Yan Qingyue's car and said in a frivolous tone, Sister Yan, haven't seen you for a night, did you miss me? Since he had a backer, Zhang Fan had hardened his words. Yan Qingyue glared at Zhang Fan and said without a trace of anger, You kid, is your skin itching? It's a bit itchy. Need you to scratch it, Sister Yan? Zhang Fan still said with a flippant face. Yan Qingyue was angry, only she was driving now, so she didn't continue talking. Zhang Fan was also sensible and did not continue to molest Yan Qingyue. Right, sister whispering, when will I be able to go back? Zhang Fan started talking about business. After all, Zhangcheng has Lu Yi. How nice to sleep with your arms around you at night and do some lovemaking exercises. In Yanjing, one can only stay alone in a lonely, empty and cold room. I don't know, but it should be soon. I'll ask when I see my grandfather in a while. Yan Qingyue replied. Do you think they'll hold me in Yanjing and use me as a tool man for them and not let me go? Yan Qingyue let out a cold laugh. Maybe it's even possible. Find you a small villa, in which you live, and you won't be able to get out for the rest of your life. When Zhang Fan thought about it, there was really such a possibility, and his heart couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Sister whispering, You're not scaring me, are you? He. It's hard to say. Yan Qingyue said with a playful expression. Zhang Fan pondered for a moment on how he should respond if this possibility really arose, but after mulling it over myself, I was still clueless at the moment. However, one system could continue to be upgraded, and it would definitely be more powerful later on, so there would definitely be a way to break it. Zhang Fan, what are you thinking about? Why don't you say anything? Are you scared? Yan Qingyue said with a flirtatious face. Woman, what are you talking about? How could I? Zhang Fan, be afraid. This supernormal ability of mine is a strange one. Besides, do you know what I have copied before? If you really dare to mess up like this, the big deal is to break up. Zhang Fan said viciously. Yan Qingyue instantly laughed. Really? What do you have inside? The corner of Zhang Fan's mouth rose and he smiled smugly. Ha ha, I won't tell you. Drive well you. Yan Qingyue instantly choked and did not speak again. Soon, the two arrived at Elder Yan's house, carrying the gift box of fruits he had bought. Zhang Fan followed Yan Qingyue and walked in. When Elder Yan saw Zhang Fan, he immediately revealed a smiling face. Little Fan, you came just as you were coming. What gifts did you bring? So what? I was empty-handed yesterday, so it's not appropriate to bring my work cell phone today, Zhang Fan said with some embarrassment. Ha ha, what's there to be embarrassed about? The bit of tea you fixed for me yesterday. I love it so much. Elder Yan said with a happy face. Why don't I get you some more today? Elder Yan waved his hand. Forget it, it's not appropriate. Come, hurry up and go wash your hands. The meal will be ready soon. Zhang Fan nodded and followed Yan Qingyue to wash his hands. Then, took a seat at the table. Elder Yan and the old lady also sat down. The four-course meal looked simple, but the portions were all huge. Little Fan, try these dishes. They are all grown by my old man himself. This chicken and also the geese, they are also raised by me in the neighborhood. Elder Yan said smilingly. After saying that, he added a few pieces of chicken to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan instantly became interested. Thank you, master. You eat too. The old lady also helped Zhang Fan to clip a piece of meat, then said to Zhang Fan with a kind face, Little Fan, eat more. When she got the news this morning, the old lady asked Master Yan. Elder Yan didn't tell the truth, mentioning it towards Yan Qingyue. The old lady thought that Zhang Fan was the man her granddaughter Yan Qingyue had her eye on, so she was very enthusiastic. Zhang Fan was somewhat flattered. Thank you grandma, you eat too. Yan Qingyue blankly glanced at Zhang Fan, silently picked up a few chopsticks and slowly ate them. By the way, Xiaofan, where is your family from? How old are you? How many people in your family? The old lady asked smilingly. Zhang Fan hurriedly replied, my family is from Yunnan province, 22 this year, 3 people in my family, my dad, my mom and me. The old lady searched, 22 years old, 4 years younger than Yan Xingyue, not bad, Yunnan province, or, better yet, belongs to the same north, and there is not much difference in diet. An anti-smile spread across her face. Oh, where do you work now? I just graduated from college and I haven't found the right job yet. No job? That's nothing at all. The old lady thought to herself. By the way, what are you studying? Oh, do you want me to find someone to set you up with a job? Zhang Fan hurriedly shook his head. No need, Grandma, I'm going to start my own business. Yan Xingyue also hurriedly took over. Yes, Grandma, you don't have to worry. Zhang Fan is a man of great ability. Elder Yan nodded as well. Wifey, you should leave this matter alone. The old lady thought about it and also thought that the man that both her granddaughter and her husband had their eyes on would not be bad. Oh, then Xiaofan, you and Whispering will be fine in the future and come to our house more often. The two of us are getting old, and we're rare with young people, the old lady said smilingly. Zhang Fan instantly heard that this was to set up himself and Yan Xingyue. Good, I'll definitely come often when I'm free in the future, Zhang Fan said smilingly. Yan Xingyue glared at Zhang Fan before looking at the old lady. Grandma, Zhang Fan works in Jiangcheng. I'm afraid it's not very convenient to come here. Convenient. Zhang Fan hurriedly spoke. Well, little Fan is really a good boy, the old lady said smilingly. Yan Xingyue became even more angry and stomped on Zhang Fan with force. Without changing his face, Zhang Fan picked up a piece of green vegetable and put it into Yan Xingyue's bowl, saying in a soft tone, Sister Xingyue, eat some green vegetables to lower the fire. The old lady instantly revealed her aunt's smile. What's that? Old man. One of the whisperers is in Jiangcheng and the other is in Yanjing. The distance is a bit far. Think of a way to see if you can arrange for the two of them to work together. Chapter 64 Elder Yan's Arrangement. Elder Yan nodded. Aha, I've already said hello. A strange person like Zhang Fan had to be grasped. It just so happens that my own granddaughter is still unattached. The two are still a good fit. That's why Elder Yan also wanted to set the two of them up. Of course, even if it doesn't work out, you can still be a good friend. That's why Elder Yan had long thought of arranging Yan Xingyue to Jiangcheng. That's good. Little Fan and little language. You guys hurry up and eat, the old lady said. And one person gave another chopstick of meat. The meal was a delightful one. After dinner, Elder Yan dragged Zhang Fan and Yan Xingyue to the study together. Master, have you made the arrangements? Zhang Fan asked impatiently. It's almost time. You should stay in Yanjing for the next few days and finish the work that needs to be done. Then, you can return to Jiangcheng, Elder Yan said smilingly. Zhang Fan just let out a sigh of relief when he heard this. It seemed that the most feared situation would not happen. Aha, then I'm always at the disposal of the arrangement. However, how will that paycheck be settled? Zhang Fan asked smilingly. The old man waved his hand. The specifics aren't out yet, but from my experience, it's usually a monthly settlement. The monthly settlement is pretty good too. 12 million a month is pretty beautiful too. Normal absolutely spend uneasiness. And, also, not afraid to check. Still smart yourself. Right, Grandpa? Do you mean I'm going to Jiangcheng as well? Yan Xingyue opened her mouth to ask. She'd wanted to ask just now at dinner, except that it was a little inappropriate when her own grandmother was there just now. Aha, you'll be responsible for docking with Zhang Fan, and at that time, there will also be a guard company to protect Zhang Fan, Elder Yan explained. What about my side of the work? Yan Xingyue continued to ask. Let it go. Do you think it's important to protect Zhang Fan or? Elder Yan explained. Elder Yan was also selfish. Yan Xingyue's job was still more or less dangerous. A girl? There's no need. When you get older, you just want your granddaughter to be safe and sound. Yan Xingyin realized after thinking for a while that it was still Zhang Fan who was more important. His own job was, frankly, to catch some spies and keep the country safe. But a different person could have done it. By the way, you can bring all your team with you when the time comes. But remember, your main job is to be in charge of docking and keeping it a secret, and you can start working on the future work arrangements now. Everything will be given to you before it is sent to Zhang Fan, Elder Yan reminded. Yan Xingyue nodded. She had experience with this sort of thing. Zhang Fan listened in a cloudy manner. Master, it won't affect my normal life in the future, right? Elder Yan smiled a little. Almost never, but you'll try not to go abroad in the future. Zhang Fan nodded. It's fine. I don't need to go abroad either. Foreign countries are still quite chaotic. Either truth or marijuana. Zhang Fan has long thought, non-essential not to go abroad. Anyway, one doesn't have any foreign relatives, nor foreign friends, nor foreign partners. Aha, you guys have nothing to do so you can go out and have some fun. By the way, you don't copy anything today first, just wait for the notification. Elder Yen exhorted. Zhang Fan nodded. There's nothing to copy anyway. Duplicate gold still needs to be sold on its own. That Dahongpo is quite good, but I don't really like drinking it myself, and it doesn't sell well when I go out to sell it. Then, old master, I will leave first. Zhang Fan said politely. Aha, call with whisper if anything happens. Zhang Fan nodded. Yan Xingyue drove Zhang Fan back to the hotel again. By the way, does Sister Whispering want to come up and sit down? Zhang Fan flirted smilingly as he got off the bus. Yan Xingyue agreed in one breath. Yes. Zhang Fan looked up at Yan Xingyue, only to see Yan Xingyue smiling wryly. Zhang Fan instantly became a bit scared. This Yan Xingyue is from the security bureau. Will she be good with her hands? Will he beat himself up? The more I think about it, the scarier it gets. Zhang Fan hurriedly redeemed himself. Ha ha, Sister Whispering. I'm joking with you. You hurry back. Bye. Zhang Fan said and quickly ran back to the hotel. Yan Xingyue secretly grunted in her heart. Count yourself lucky. Then he started the car and took off. Back at the hotel, as soon as Zhang Fan entered the room, he took out his cell phone to check the messages. Han Jingyi sent herself a message. Han Jingyi, sorry, brother Fan, I've been busy doing experiments today. I just watched it, so I guess it's hard to be free for the next few days. Zhang Fan, oh, it's okay, you take care of your body, don't get tired. It took another long time before Han Jingyi replied. Han Jingyi, sorry, too busy. We're all cows and horses. Crying. JPG, Zhang Fan, why don't I adopt you? Han Jingyi, yeah. How much does Mr. Zhang want to pay to keep me? Zhang Fan, just ask. Auntie, I have plenty of money. Han Jingyi, despise. JPG, Han Jingyi, I'm not talking to you. I'm busy again. I'll contact you when I'm done. Zhang Fan was a bit speechless. And to be honest, Zhang Fan really did have such an idea. It would be a shame to cheap out on someone else for such a beautiful old classmate. Hey, after a while, Lu Yi made a video call. Zhang Fan hurriedly picked it up and asked with a flirtatious face. Did you miss me? Only no, Lu Yi said, and her little face turned red. Zhang Fan smiled smugly when he saw Lu Yi's expression. Right, brother Fan, when are you coming back? Lu Yi asked in a small voice. Zhang Fan didn't know and thought, I guess there are still 3 or 4 days left. Don't forget, we're flying to Shangjiang on Thursday to attend the jewelry show with my. Will it be delayed? I don't think so. No, when the time comes, I'll fly there directly from Yanjing. Lu Yi nodded. That would be fine. By the way, how's your job search going? This morning went to interview A. The company is quite big, but thieves stingy. The internship only gives $1,500 a month. Lu Yi said in a bad mood. That's it for internships. There are still many companies that don't pay for internships. Zhang Fan said with a speechless face. Don't be in a hurry. Take your time to find it. I've submitted several big companies, but big companies are slow to respond, so I guess I'll have to wait a few more days before I can receive the notice of an interview. Lu Yi explained. Oh, no rush. Your husband I have plenty of money anyway. Big deal. Let's start our own company. Lu Yi blankly glanced at Zhang Fan. Brother Fan, I think I should go to work for a while to gain experience before starting a business. Chapter 65, Going to the Daxia Academy of Sciences. Lend a hand. Just help yourself. The two of them chatted for a while longer, and Lu Yi had something to do, so she hung up. Zhang Fan took out his cell phone and read the novel again. After dinner in the evening, Zhang Fan suddenly received a call from Yan Xingyue. Zhang Fan, come down for a moment. There's an assignment. Zhang Fan didn't dawdle and directly changed his clothes and went downstairs. Just after leaving the hotel, Zhang Fan saw Yan Xingyue's car. Zhang Fan directly walked over, pulled open the door and sat up. Sister Whispering, where's the stuff? At the Daxia Academy of Sciences. With that, Yan Xingyue started the car and pulled Zhang Fan towards the Daxia Science Academy. Zhang Fan looked at Yan Xingyue. Should I wear a hat with a mask? After all, it's time to keep it a secret. Especially in a scientific institution like the Daxia Academy of Sciences. There must be quite a few spies watching. Zhang Fan was not willing to get himself into trouble. Yan Xingyue sniffed and glanced at Zhang Fan. You're quite meticulous. Zhang Fan looked proud. That's right. My Zhang Fan's life is still very expensive. Just wear a mask. A hat isn't necessary. There's one in the back seat. Yan Xingyue said indifferently. Zhang Fan twisted his head and saw the back seat. And sure enough, There was an unopened pack of masks on it. Zhang Fan reached out and took it. As for why he didn't wear a hat, Zhang Fan wasn't sure. However, Zhang Fan's main focus was one of listening to persuasion. After all, Yan Xingyue should be very experienced in this area. By the way, my salary should be counted from today, right? Zhang Fan asked smilingly. No, I should say your commission starts today. Tomorrow I'll take you to our unit and apply for induction. Salary will be calculated from tomorrow. Monthly salary of 800. 5 insurance and 2 gold. Establishment, and additional subsidies for business trips. Yan Xingyue said smilingly. Zhang Fan was satisfied. Very satisfied. In the future, he was the one who had an official job. There's not a lot of money, but there's an establishment. The end of the universe is knitting. Although Zhang Fan didn't care, Zhang Fan's parents should be satisfied. As a child, it's only right to make your parents happy. Thanks, Sister Whisperer. What are you thanking me for? I should be the one to thank you. If it wasn't for you, if I wanted to be promoted, I'd probably still have to stay up for a few years. Yan Xingyue said indifferently, but the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose. Really? Sister Whispering, you've been promoted too? What position are you in now? Zhang Fan asked curiously. Just a little lieutenant colonel. Yan Xingyue's tone was very flat, but Zhang Fan just felt that it was a bit of playing hard to get. After hearing this, Zhang Fan asked with a puzzled expression. Sister Light Whisper, aren't you from the security bureau? How come you still have a military rank? Zhang Fan really didn't understand. It's normal. You'll have it too. Yan Xingyue said indifferently. Zhang Fan didn't dwell on it too much. It was useless to dwell on it anyway. Soon the two arrived at the Academy of Sciences. Yan Xingyue's car should have a pass and drove straight in. After parking the car, the two of them got out of the car, and Yan Xingyue led Zhang Fan directly up to the top floor. Walking over to the dean's room, Yan Xingyue knocked on the door. Soon, someone came out to open the door. The one who opened the door was none other than Sun Aigua, the president of the Daxia Academy of Sciences. Sun Aigua looked at Zhang Fan with an excited face, whispering, "You've come over? This is Mr. K. For the sake of confidentiality, even the few other deacons didn't know Zhang Fan's real name except for the people concerned. All Sun Aigua knew was that there was a magical Mr. K who could duplicate all kinds of supplies. Yan Xingyue nodded. Grandpa Sun, this is Mr. K. Yan Xingyue and Zhang Fan had explained that Zhang Fan's future code name would be Mr. K. Zhang Fan didn't care. It didn't matter what he called it. Zhang Fan learned that this was Sun Aigua, the president of the Daxia Academy of Sciences, and even specifically searched the internet. This president Sun Aigua, a true scientist, has made outstanding contributions to the scientific and technological progress of Daxia, not the kind of officials who run the administration. So Zhang Fan had a lot of respect for this Dean Sun Aigua. Hello, Grandpa Sun. What task do you have for me? Dean Sun Aigua smiled. I've already organized what needs to be copied today. You guys follow me. With that, Dean Sun Aigua led Yan Xingyue and Zhang Fan out. The three of them took the elevator and went straight down to the ground floor. There are so many people down there, patrolling with guns. Dean Sun Aigua explained. This is where we store our valuables, and it contains many of our Daxia's rare materials. Mr. K. Today's task is to make a copy of the rare materials. Dean Sun Aigua blah 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 spoke for half a day. And although Zhang Fan couldn't understand, he was listening carefully. After a series of verifications, the trio finally arrived before the target. Mr. K. This material weighs 31 grams, and I would like you to duplicate it all into this material, Dean Sun Aigua said. Looking at Zhang Fan with an excited face, Zhang Fan nodded and took the material in Dean Sun's hand and quickly copied it. Soon, there was a pile of the same materials that appeared inside Zhang Fan's system space. Zhang Fan directly took it out and placed it on the table. Dean Sun, my mission has been completed. Sun Aigua was surprised, directly took one and looked at it seriously. Not bad, not bad, the size is exactly the same. Can't see any difference. Just don't know if the specific properties are the same. Mr. K, how did you do it? Sun Aigua looked at Zhang Fan with an excited face, and that passionate look was as if he wanted to eat Zhang Fan. Scientists are scary, Zhang Fan said in his heart. Zhang Fan quickly took 2 steps backward. What's that? Dean Sun, my mission has been accomplished. Right. Sister Whispering, can we go now? Yan Xingyue shook her head. Wait a minute, there's still a weight measurement to be taken. Yan Xingyue finished speaking and looked up at Dean Sun Aigua. Dean Sun Aigua sniffed and nodded. Taking out the electronic scale he carried with him, he put the material on it and weighed it. No problem. The whole 1 kilogram. Can we go now? Zhang Fan looked at Yan Xingyue. Yan Xingyue nodded. That'll do. Dean Sunigwa also nodded and led Zhang Fan and Yen Qingyue out. By the way, Mr. K, can you only duplicate 1 kilogram? Can't you copy a little more? Zhang Fan revealed a bitter smile. It can only be copied so much. Too bad. Dean Sunigwa said with a look of regret. Grandpa-son, one must be contented. Besides, we can still continue to make copies tomorrow. Yen Qingyin comforted. Dean Sunigwa sighed. Whisper, you're right. There are so many precious things in the world. We should feel contented with Mr. K. Soon, the three of them were out of the basement. Right, Mr. K. Whisper, I won't see you off. I still have to hurry back and study it to see how the duplicated materials are different from the original ones. After saying that, Dean Sunigwa hurriedly went down to the basement again. Zhang Fan and Yen Qingyue walked to the parking lot and left the Dasha Academy of Sciences after finding their cars. Dean Sunigwa returned to the basement, took 1 copy each of the original material and the one Zhang Fan had copied, and after packing it up, he went to the lab. It was tested for density, hardness, then the molecular structure with a microscope, and many other properties, and it was exactly the same. It's amazing, Dean Sunigwa muttered. At first, when he heard the news, Dean Sunigwa was disbelieving. Until after Zhang Fan had copied the item, Sunigwa was still a bit puzzled. Until the test was done and it was determined that the replica was exactly the same as the original, Sunigwa was completely overwhelmed. Sunigwa took out his phone and dialed the Archdeacon directly. The call was quickly answered, and the Archdeacon wasn't surprised. He too had been waiting to hear from Dean Sunigwa. After all, Zhang Fan's replica of the big red robe yesterday. This kind of thing, although precious, didn't really serve much purpose. Before Zhang Fan had copied the truly useful materials, the Archdeacon was still afraid that something might go wrong. Elder son, how's it going? The Archdeacon's calm voice came from the other end of the microphone, and Dean Sunigwa immediately said excitedly, Archdeacon, this Mr. K is really too powerful. Just now I took out a rare material, and Mr. K immediately copied it. I have just finished my experiment and confirmed that the copied item is exactly the same as the original. If we were to pay for this material that was copied today alone, we would have to pay for it for at least 30 small targets, and no one else would necessarily sell it to us. The Archdeacon sniffed and breathed a sigh of relief. This Zhang Fan is really something. That's good. Then I'm relieved. Archdeacon, this Mr. K is too important. His news must be kept strictly confidential. Dean Sunigwa solemnly prompted. Elder son, don't worry. I know what's in my heart. By the way, the things you guys need to copy, prepare them as well. Come back and I'll arrange for someone to hand them over to you, the Archdeacon said smilingly. President Sunigwa sniffed and nodded as well. Then I won't bother you with your work. After saying that, another 3 seconds passed before Dean Sunigwa hung up the phone. Dean Sunigwa was very excited. With Mr. K, Dasha could instantly save a lot of funds for purchasing materials, which could be invested in other fields. And in the long run, Dasha's scientific research would become more and more fruitful. Ha ha, it seems that my great Xia is destined to rise. Dean Sunigwa thought darkly. When Deacon Lu returned home after a busy day's work, he remembered what he had said at the morning meeting. I think I have a 300-year-old ginseng in my own house. This is good to copy, so I won't be short of ginseng to use in the future. By the way, it seems that one's old husband's house still has a life-preserving pill from the former royal family. I've heard my old husband say that as long as a person isn't dead, they can drag it out for another 3 days after taking this pill. Deacon Lu instantly became interested. This kind of life-preserving miracle medicine must be copied a few more times. Deacon Lu immediately called his old husband over. Dad, are you home at this moment? Yes, I'm at home. What's the matter with you calling? Deacon Lu's old husband asked with a puzzled face. Deacon Lu was usually very busy and rarely called himself. So what? I'm going to go over and see you and my mom now, Deacon Lu said smilingly. Oh, is something wrong? In the middle of the night? I'll talk to you when I get there. That works. Hanging up the phone, Deacon Lu immediately took his lover and went to his old husband's house. Old Lu, is there something special about going to see my parents now? Deacon Lu nodded. Aha, recently there was a strange man who can copy some things. That pill of our father's. I seek to find our father to borrow it, to copy it. Oh, I see. But does the copied medicine really work? Have you seen this person? Deacon Lu's daughter-in-law asked with a puzzled expression. Deacon Lu shook his head. I haven't seen it, but what the Archdeacon said is definitely fine. Deacon Lu's daughter-in-law heard that it was the Archdeacon who said it and nodded. Oh, that shouldn't be a problem. But after copying it, how many can we get? I don't know. Let's see what the Archdeacon says. At least give us one, Deacon Lu said smilingly. That's true. It's a good thing anyway, as long as there's more of this medicine. It'll be convenient if you want to use it in the future. Deacon Lu's daughter-in-law concurred. Aha! Older brother. I heard that your family has a 1,000-year-old Hishowu. Can you lend it to me for 2 days? What are you borrowing this for? Our family? You still don't feel at ease? Guaranteed to be returned intact. Well then, you can come and pick it up tomorrow. Sister-in-law. I heard that your family has a Tianshan snow lotus. Can you lend it to me? What are you memorizing this for? I've had a sudden interest in this lately, and I'd like to use it for a photo shoot. Let's just say you're borrowing it or not. Borrow. Can you not? But you must guarantee that nothing can go wrong. Otherwise, I really can't explain to the old man. Similar situations are happening everywhere. Many people are borrowing some very rare herbs and pills. The archdeacon was in tears when he learned of these news. Still, what should be copied should be copied. However, there are priorities. It's got to be in order. Early in the morning of the second day, Yan Xingyue arrived downstairs of the hotel where Zhang Fan was staying and dragged Zhang Fan to the security bureau together. It took half a day of checking in, filling out various forms, getting clothes and a newcomer's handbook. Zhang Fan looked at his work permit and was speechless. Sister whispering? What's with the sheriff's department's work permit? Isn't that normal? When we go out, it's normal for us to use the work permit of the Public Security Bureau, Yan Xingyue explained smilingly. Besides, a work permit from the Security Bureau is already enough for everyday use. Yan Xingyue added. Then how come you have a work permit from the Security Bureau? Zhang Fan asked with a puzzled face. Yan Xingyue smiled at his words. Don't be in a hurry. That certificate is a bit more troublesome to approve. It will still take some time. 2 more days before it can be produced. Chapter 66, the system has been upgraded again. Oh, so that's it. Zhang Fan released. Right. What's the mission today? Not yet. Just wait for the notice. Zhang Fan nodded. Then I'll leave first if there's nothing else. Zhang Fan always felt a bit awkward staying inside the security bureau. Guess it's a little serious in here. Yan Xingyue had wanted to take Zhang Fan for some training, but hearing Zhang Fan say so, she didn't stop him. Alright, you pay attention to safety. Call me if anything happens. Aha! By the way, sister whispering, I'm going to go to Shangjiang on Thursday, so I'll tell you in advance. I know. I'll arrange it in advance. Yan Xingyue said indifferently. Then I'm off. After Zhang Fan finished speaking, seeing that Yan Xingyue did not respond, Zhang Fan turned his head and left. Yan Xingyue sighed and began to arrange the daily routine behind her. After all, it was time to go to work in Jiangqing soon, and many things needed to be laid out in advance. There was also the matter of Zhang Fan going to Shangjiang, which needed to be prepared. After leaving the gate of the security bureau, Zhang Fan swept a shared bicycle and rode it slowly. It's still a pretty good day like that. Although the day was a bit hot, Zhang Fan was still in a comfortable mood. After all, the job is there and the money is not lacking. As he rode, Zhang Fan heard his cell phone ring. Taking it out, it was Zhang Yueying's video call, and Zhang Fan immediately picked it up. After not seeing her for a few days, Zhang Yueying was still as beautiful as ever. Brother Fan, where are you? Zhang Yueying's sweet voice came from the phone. I'm in Yanjing. What's wrong? Sister Yueying? Zhang Fan said smilingly. Zhang Yueying was instantly a bit unhappy. Oh, when did you go to Yanjing? Didn't tell me either. A temporary decision. No way. Zhang Fan explained smilingly. Oh, then when will you be back? Brother Fan? Guess it'll have to be next Monday. Zhang Yueying instantly raised her voice. Ah, why does it take so long? What's wrong? Did you miss me? Zhang Fan teased. Zhao Wenliang, you've been bugging me again lately. Dear boyfriend, here's your chance to perform. Zhang Yueying said with a smile. Oh, you deal with it for a couple days. I'll be back next Monday for sure. Zhang Yueying was a bit unhappy, but then she turned her head and thought, Zhang Fan has gone to Yanjing. I can go too. Brother Fan, why don't I go to Yanjing to play with you? Zhang Fan hurriedly refused. Don't come. It's already Tuesday. I'm going to Shangjiang on Thursday to attend a jewelry exhibition. Oh, then I'll go to Shangjiang to find you to play. Zhang Yueying said smilingly. Zhang Fan became anxious when he heard this. What's wrong with this girl? He was going to go with Lu Yi, and if these two met, it would be a lot of fun. Don't. You'd better stay in Jiangcheng. There's not much to do in Shangjiang. I'm going to work, not a pleasure trip, so I definitely don't have time to accompany you. Okay then you must come back next Monday. Aha! Hanging up the phone, Zhang Fan mounted the car and continued forward. Suddenly, Zhang Fan heard another system prompt. Ding! Host joins the organization and activates system version 2.0. The weight of items that can be duplicated by the host is 1 kilogram per day. The duplicated items must be owned by the host himself, or with the consent of the owner, or be ownerless. The weight of the host's items that can be copied from others has been upgraded to 1 kilogram per month. The host can copy 1 book per day, and the content will be transmitted directly to the host's memory in the form of brainwaves, and can be integrated. Holy, the system was upgraded. Although the upgrade was not very large, Zhang Fan was still happy. I guess the system also realized that it was going to work with the state for a long time, so it left out the unnecessary formalities. Also, it used to be that the system could gain some free copy weight with each upgrade. Now, it's been changed so that you can replicate 1 kilogram per month, which is not bad. Not that I really need the weight myself at the moment, but it's better to have it than not to have it. Come back in case there's any special opportunity to make a bit of a fortune. This feature of copying books is even better. Directly copying, but also able to integrate. If this function was available when he was in high school, he was a proper top student. But it's not too late. What Zhang Fan was most interested in now was medicine. Summerland medicine, still amazing. Especially lately, with all the problems with Western medicine. You don't even know if the doctor who is treating you is a person or not. That medical butcher thing is so bombastic. His own parents are slowly getting older. It would still be good to learn a handful of summer medicine yourself, so that when the time came, it would be good to give your parents a health conditioning. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan immediately searched the internet to find out which medical books were better. And based on the tips from the netizens, Zhang Fan bought 20 books related to summer medicine and mailed them directly to the hotel. Based on the tips above, it's estimated to arrive tomorrow. These are 20 books, all recommended by authorities. Zhang Fan planned to copy it first and then study it slowly. Starting today, I, Zhang, will be teaching myself summer medicine. Ha, today is a day to be happy. Zhang Fan was very excited and decided to go out for a big meal. But what's the point of eating alone? So Zhang Fan took out his cell phone and directly dialed Han Jingyi's number. After waiting for half a day, no one answered. So I guess Han Jingyi was busy. Zhang Fan thought about it. The only acquaintance of Yan Jing himself was Yan Qingyue. I don't know if she's available either. Zhang Fan made a single call. What's wrong? Zhang Fan? Yan Qingyin asked curiously. Could it be that they have encountered something? Yan Qingyin thought darkly in her heart. Sister whispering. I'm happy today. I'm going to treat you. Are you coming or not? Zhang Fan said with a smile on his face. Treats? Who all? Yan Qingyue subconsciously asked. It's just me and you. I'm in Yanjing, and you're the only one I know better. Hearing this, Yan Qingyue rolled her eyes, figuring that Zhang Fan must be temporarily trying to find someone to eat with him. A lot of people are like that now. Probably couldn't find it, he thought to himself. However, Yan Qingyue wasn't busy at the moment, so she simply agreed. Oh, okay. Where are you? I'll go over right now. Zhang Fan nodded and sent his location over. A quarter of an hour later, Zhang Fan saw Yan Qingyue's car. Zhang Fan directly pulled open the car door and walked up. Young Master Zhang, where are you planning to treat me to? Yan Qingyue asked smilingly. Zhang Fan looked up at Yan Qingyue. Recommend a place? I'm not very familiar with Yanjing. Then you come with me. Yan Qingyue said and started the car. 20 minutes later, the car was parked inside a small alley. The alley was a bit of a mess, and at first glance the people were very mixed. Zhang Fan was a bit speechless. Sister whispering, what can be delicious here? Chapter 67, Shooting at the Range. Losing a bet. Yan Qingyue blankly glanced at Zhang Fan. Do you know what the most famous cuisine in our Yanjing is? Zhang Fan said without thinking. Fried noodles? Roast duck? Yanjing specialties? Fried noodles, roast duck, marinated duck, bean juice. Yes, there is a special authentic fried noodles here, Yan Qingyin said. Taking a step forward, Zhang Fan also followed closely behind. It's also true that a lot of the food is hidden in uninvited alleys. It seems to be superficial. Soon, the two walked to a small store without a sign. Inside, there were 4 tables, all filled with people, and on the 2 tables set up outside, they were also filled with people. There were a few other people waiting in line. It's just that it's still relatively early at this point. If it's later, there would probably be even more people. Yan Qingyue explained. Oh, look out, Zhang Fan said smilingly. Those who got on the noodle were gulping it down, full of happiness. Whether the food is good or not, you can tell by the customers' eating demeanor. Yan Qingyue went up and ordered 2 fried noodles and 2 more drinks. After a slight wait, the fritters were ready. How about you taste it? Zhang Fan nodded, picked up his chopsticks and stirred them, then ate. Not bad. If you like it. After Yan Qingyue finished speaking, she slowly ate as well. I didn't see that the goddess was quite grounded. Zhang Fan secretly sighed. A lunch that was quickly consumed. Zhang Fan, where are you going later? Yan Qingyin asked. Nothing much, planning on just wandering around. Oh, then I'll be your tour guide. Yan Qingyue said, smilingly. Zhang Fan immediately smiled back. That's great. Thank you, sister whispering. I was worried that I didn't know where to go and have fun. Aha, but let's try to hang out inside the city because we don't know when the quest will come. Zhang Fan nodded, originally not planning to leave the city himself. Aha, just decide. Sister whispering. Yan Qingying pondered for a moment. Zhang Fan, this kid, usually lacked exercise at a glance. In the past, he couldn't care less, but in the back, he needed Zhang Fan to cooperate. Therefore, it was necessary to bring Zhang Fan to exercise more. Fan, why don't we go shooting? I have a friend who runs a shooting club in the suburbs. Zhang Fan sniffed and was immediately moved. After all, as a man, who doesn't like to shoot? That said, Zhang Fan had grown up so much that he had only seen toy guns, never a real one. Okay. Soon the two were in the car and driving toward the shooting club. Zhang Fan suddenly thought of something, so he asked toward Yan Qingyue, by the way, Sister Qingyue, do you have a gun? Of course I have. Then do I have it? Zhang Fan asked with an eager face. Yan Qingyue let out a light laugh. No. Zhang Fan was instantly upset when he heard this. Yan Qingyue had it. Why didn't he have it? How come I don't? I don't deserve it? Of course not. You can have it if you want it. However, one has to stay in Yanjing and participate in a 2-month military training. Yan Qingying said smilingly, after all, you haven't even received professional military training. So what's the point of giving you a gun? Yan Qingyue added. Zhang Fan was instantly speechless. 2 months of military training? I guess I'll have to lose half of my life from the training. Zhang Fan, can't afford to suffer like this. Thinking about the military training when he was in high school and college, Zhang Fan felt miserable. That's still the basics. If it's formal training, I guess it'll be even harder. Daxia is still pretty safe, and a gun isn't really necessary. Zhang Fan smiled sarcastically. Forget it then. I'll just go to the shooting gallery and have a good time. Yan Qingyue blankly glanced at Zhang Fan and did not speak. Soon, the two arrived at the shooting club on the outskirts of Yanjing. Zhang Fan went to open a card and deposited $20,000. Then, he went into the shooting range with Yan Qingyue, the indoor 7-meter target. After Yan Qingyue gave Zhang Fan a lecture on the essentials of shooting, Zhang Fan said that he had memorized it. Then it's up and ready to start practicing. Little Fan, want to make a bet? Yan Qingyue suddenly proposed. Zhang Fan instantly became interested. What's the bet? Bet your average. I'll bet you shoot 10 times and average no more than 3 points. Zhang Fan was unhappy when he heard this. Sister light language, you're looking down on me too much. With a full score of 100 points, how can I have 60 points? Yeah, then do you want to bet with me? Yan Qingyue asked with a flirtatious expression. A bet. It must be made. But what are the stakes? The corner of Yan Qingyue's mouth rose slightly. Whoever loses promises the other party a condition, which of course cannot be illegal. Zhang Fan nodded solemnly. Good. I just don't believe that I can shoot 10 times and not even reach 30 points. Zhang Fan held his breath and started the first shot. Bang! There was not a single mark on the target. Holy, I'm off target? Zhang Fan muttered. Yes, that's right. You're the mop. Yan Qingyue said laughingly. It's normal. It's too easy for a normal person to get off the mark the first time they shoot. Go for it, Junior. Yan Qingyue took advantage of Zhang Fan to make a cheering gesture. Zhang Fan didn't believe it, held his breath and aimed for a while longer, and hit it again. Ha ha, Xiu Fan, this is too watery for you, isn't it? Off target again? Yan Qingying scoffed. Zhang Fan was not willing and continued to try a few more times before hitting the target a few times in the back. But the score was also very low. In the end, Zhang Fan ended the shooting with 18 points. Little Fan, you lost, haha. Yan Qingyue said with a bad smile. Zhang Fan also figured out that Yan Qingyue was deliberately setting a trap for herself. But who let themselves be stupid? Be willing to bet. Aha, I lost. Sister whispering. Whatever you want, just ask. Ha ha, I haven't thought about it yet. Yan Qingyue said laughingly. This copying ability of Zhang Fan was quite amazing. Come back and have a chance to copy something yourself. Zhang Fan nodded. Aha, then sister light language, let me know when you're done. Yan Qingying hummed. Now, I'll continue teaching you to shoot. I guessed that. Sister whispering. You must have had some reservations just now. Zhang Fan said with a disgruntled face. Ha ha, hell no. You hold the gun first. Zhang Fan obeyed and did as he was told. And Yan Qingyue walked to Zhang Fan's side. Take a large half step forward with the left foot, toes pointed in the direction of the target, or slightly to the right, with the right toes pointed in the direction of the target at 90. The legs are naturally straight, with the chest and the back drawn in, and the whole body is at 45 to the target. The right hand's tiger's mouth is squarely behind the grip, with the thumb naturally straightened, and the grip is held with the combined strength of the fleshy part of the palm and the remaining fingers. With the forefinger pressed against the trigger, there should be not much of a space between the inside of the forefinger and the gun. Push forward with the right hand and pull back with the left, holding the gun in place, with the head tilted against the right side, naturally against the right forearm, with the line of sight in a straight line with the right arm, and the right eye overlapping the line of sight, Yan Qingyue said as she helped Zhang Fan correct his movements. Chapter 68, Losing to Yan Qingyue again. Zhang Fan instantly felt a fragrance coming from him, and his heart was a bit tickled. Luckily, he was in front of Yan Qingyue, still in a bent knee and squatting position, or else he would have really made a fool of himself. You try pulling the trigger again? Zhang Fan concentrated and pulled the trigger again. Holy, I can't believe it's an 8 this time. Zhang Fan was pleasantly surprised. Ha ha, isn't it quite simple? You do what I just said and practice a few more times. Zhang Fan nodded and continued shooting. After Yan Qingyue's guidance, Zhang Fan's shooting performance behind him was getting better and more stable. Not bad, not bad. Little Fan, you're very talented. Getting better and better. Yan Qingyue complimented. Zhang Fan was also smug in his heart. That's right, I'm still very talented. Ha ha, want to make another bet? Yan Qingyue continued. When Zhang Fan heard this, he didn't immediately agree, but instead looked puzzled. What's the bet? 10 shots each. Bet on which one of us scores higher. I'll use my left hand. Yan Qingyue, smilingly, said. Zhang Fan pondered for a while. Based on his contact with Yan Qingyue these days, Yan Qingyue was not left-handed either. However, thinking of the trap Yan Qingyue had set for herself just now, Zhang Fan still refused. No, 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 I don't think I can beat you. Sister Qingyue, how about if I let you have another 10 points? Yan Qingyue said smilingly. Make it a 10? Zhang Fan pondered for a while, and then he shot himself, and usually scored more than 6 points, and from time to time, he could also play superbly and hit the bullseye. Guess it's still not quite insurance. Why don't you let me have 20 points? Sister light language? Zhang Fan said shamelessly. Yan Qingyue glared at Zhang Fan and said without any good humor. Can you have some face? Zhang Fan wasn't annoyed and said with a smug look on his face. He. Sister whispering. If you think it's okay, we'll compare, but forget it if it's not okay. Alright, it's still the same condition as just now. One condition. Yan Qingyue said smilingly. Yes, you first, then. Zhang Fan didn't dawdle and decisively started shooting. 9 points, 7 points, 8 points, 7 points, 6 points, 8 points, 7 points, 7 points, 10 points, 8 points. Ha ha, sister whispering. I just scored a total of 77 points. Do you want to admit defeat? Ha ha, Zhang Fan said at Yan Qingyue with a smug look on his face. That expression, that demeanor, it's like a little man getting what he wants. Not bad, brother Xiaofan, you're awesome. Yan Qingyue complimented. But your sister, me, I'm no slouch either. After Yan Qingyue finished speaking, she walked over to Zhang Fan's position, picked up the fixed pistol, and said to Zhang Fan, Brother Xiaofan, watch out. Yan Qingyue said, her feet spread apart, her left hand holding the gun. She quickly fired 6 shots in a row, all 6 shots hitting the bullseye. Well, little brother Fan? Yan Qingyue mocked Zhang Fan as she changed her magazines. Zhang Fan was directly dumbfounded. I'm so stupid. Stupid. Why am I competing in marksmanship with a security service guy? Zhang Fan blankly glanced at Yan Qingyue and said in an unfavorable manner. It's still early. There are still 4 more times behind. I don't believe you can still be so accurate with the latter shots. Ha ha. Yan Qingyue smiled smugly, changed the magazine, and fired 4 more shots consecutively. Again, all hit the bullseye. Well, are you convinced, brother Xiaofan? Zhang Fan let out a bitter smile. Convinced? I'm convinced. Sister whispering. You're awesome. Ha ha, remember, you owe me 2 conditions. Yan Qingyue said triumphantly. Aha, sister whispering. How did you get so good at shooting? Zhang Fan asked with a puzzled expression. Where is this going? These are the basics. Any random special forces soldier can do it. Do you want to train for 2 months? You'll probably be able to do it by then. You can shoot bullets anywhere you want, and you don't have to pay for it. Yan Qingyue's words were filled with temptation. Zhang Fan was a bit moved, but considering that it really wasn't very convenient for him lately, he shook his head. Forget it, I've been a bit busy lately. Let's talk about it when we have time. Aha, let me know when you're free and I'll set you up. Zhang Fan nodded. Then I'll practice a little longer. Aha! Yan Qingyue helped guide Zhang Fan for a while longer, and under Yan Qingyue's guidance, Zhang Fan's shooting became better and better. At 5 p.m., Yen received a message that there was a new mission. This time, the mission didn't make Zhang Fan come to his door. Zhang Fan and Yen Qingyue sat together in the car and waited for a while before two cars with special license plates stopped at the side of the road. Yen Qingyue went forward and took the things, then came back with the stuff. Zhang Fan took a look at it and it seemed to be a pill. He just didn't know what it was for. Little Fan. This is a life-preserving pill passed down from the previous dynasty. As long as there is still a breath left, taking this life-preserving pill will give you at least 6 more hours of first aid. Yen Qingyue explained towards Zhang Fan. Oh, what are you explaining this to me for? Zhang Fan asked with a puzzled expression. What the Archdeacon means is that after the duplication, you can keep one for you. Oh, thank you Archdeacon. Zhang Fan was still quite grateful in his heart. After learning about the effects of this life-preserving pill, Zhang Fan had planned to secretly copy one for himself. Anyway, when the system was upgraded, there was an extra 1 kilogram per month to replicate. But having given myself one above, there's no need to copy it for now. This kind of life-saving medicine is expected to be absolutely not cheap. The Archdeacon is still weirdly nice. With a thought, Zhang Fan quickly made a copy. At 20 grams apiece, Zhang Fan copied a total of 50. Sister whispering, it's already copied. Yen Qingyue nodded and waited on the spot before taking out another one and giving it to Zhang Fan. Wait here for me. I'm going to turn in and I'll be right back. Yen Qingyue finished speaking, pulled open the car door and got out and left. After 2 minutes, Yen Qingyue returned. Done and done for the day. Yen Qingyue said with a relaxed expression. Zhang Fan also let out a sigh of relief. Aha, great. Do you want to have dinner together? Yen Qingyue nodded, pulling Zhang Fan to find a place and casually dealt with a bite before sending Zhang Fan back to the hotel again. Sister whispering? Do you want to go up and have a seat? Zhang Fan said with a flirtatious face. Yen Qingyue looked up at Zhang Fan. You kid. You just know how to talk fancy. Zhang Fan smiled sarcastically. Sister whispering. See you tomorrow. After Zhang Fan finished speaking, he quickly ran towards the hotel. When he arrived at his room, Zhang Fan lay on the bed and suddenly remembered that he had a chance to copy the book that he didn't use today. I bought the book online today and it won't arrive until tomorrow. Today's opportunity couldn't be wasted. Zhang Fan opened his cell phone and searched, quickly locking his target, the basics of summer medicine. Zhang Fan decisively placed the order and then waited for the errand boy to deliver it. Chapter 69 Dinner with Han Jingyi. Half an hour later, the errand boy arrived as promised. Zhang Fan picked up the book of summer medicine basics and clicked copy. Soon, all the knowledge of the book appeared in Zhang Fan's mind and was quickly digested and absorbed. Zhang Fan also had some basic understanding of Xia medicine. Da Xia medicine, profound and profound, really can't be learned by reading a book. Zhang Fan wasn't in a hurry. There was still a lot of time, so he could take his time. Somewhat bored, Zhang Fan picked up his cell phone and swiped the circle of friends. Most of my friend circle is filled with my own classmates, showing off their jobs and food. There was also trolling the leader. I wonder if he blocked his leader. Think about how happy you are. He. Zhang Fan gave a nod below one by one. Yanjing, an old name for Beijing. Yan University, old name, particular laboratory. Finally the laborious experiment is over. Han Jingyi took out her cell phone and saw Zhang Fan's missed calls. Han Jingyi thought about it and immediately replied back. The call was quickly connected, and Han Jingyi asked smilingly, Brother Fan, I'm sorry, today's experiment was rather intense, so I didn't have time to look at my cell phone at all. Oh, that's okay, you done for the moment? Han Jingyi nodded. Aha, it's finally over. Want to come out for a barbecue? Zhang Fan was immediately moved, although he had eaten a little at night, but young people, they digest quickly. Yeah, are you at school? I'll take a cab over to you now. Fine. I'll go back to my dorm and take a shower and change. I'll meet you at the school entrance in half an hour. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Fan changed his clothes and took a taxi directly to the entrance of Yende Gate. It only took 20 minutes. When he reached the entrance of Yende Gate, Zhang Fan waited at the entrance, but it was already after 8 p.m., and there were still a lot of people coming and going. Even though it was already summer vacation, a lot of the first look is parents visiting with their children. That's so nice. Zhang Fan was suddenly a bit homesick. Forget it. Let's finish up this time and go home. As he was thinking, Zhang Fan suddenly saw Han Jingyi walking over from a distance. White short sleeves, with black super short pants, a pair of jade legs long and straight. A lot of the old colorful lot took aim. Zhang Fan also hurriedly reached out his hand in greeting. Han Jingyi took 2 quick steps and walked to Zhang Fan's side and stopped. Brother Fan, you've been waiting for a long time, haven't you? Zhang Fan felt a burst of gardenia's fresh fragrance, came to his face, smelled still strange comfortable. No, I just got here too. Oh, let's go together then. After Han Jingyi finished speaking, she led Zhang Fan forward. Right. Xu Yao went to Jiangcheng. Did she look for you? Han Jingyi asked smilingly. Zhang Fan nodded. Aha. I just invited her to dinner a few days ago. Xu Yao is a good girl. Very nice. You can consider it, Han Jingyi said while gauging Zhang Fan's reaction. Zhang Fan blankly glanced at Han Jingyi. Ha ha, I really want to consider it, but people won't necessarily consider me. Han Jingyi also didn't see anything from Zhang Fan's face. Ha ha, you can usually ask Xu Yao out for dinner and shopping more often. Xu Yao hasn't had a boyfriend in 4 years of college. Zhang Fan hemmed and hawed. Ha ha, is that so? When you say that, I'm somewhat interested. Han Jingyi rolled her eyes. Right. I haven't asked what you're doing in Yanjing this time. At the mention of this, Zhang Fan became interested. Ha ha, I found a job and came over to do the entry procedures. Han Jingyi sniffed and instantly became interested as well. Oh, what kind of job is it? With a hefty smile, Zhang Fan took out his work card from the security bureau. After all, they're young people, and when they get a good job, they definitely want to show it off. Of course, Zhang Fan had a number in his mind. Han Jingyi took it and looked at it. Holy, is this for real? Zhang Fan looked smug. What do you think? I'm not sick in the head, so isn't making a fake one looking for trouble? Han Jingyi also reacted. Having known Zhang Fan for several years, Zhang Fan really didn't have the guts. Van, you're staffed on this one? Zhang Fan hemmed and hawed. Of course. Then how did you get this job, brother Fan? Han Jingyi asked with a puzzled look on her face. Ha ha, I have a handful of magic tricks that they saw, so they invited me to join them. Sort of a talent introduction. Zhang Fan explained. This was also the excuse Zhang Fan had thought of long ago. After all, it was impossible to keep this job of Zhang Fan a secret all the time. Han Jingyi was a bit puzzled. Magic tricks? Brother Fan, you still know how to do magic tricks? Zhang Fan nodded. Ha ha, come back and have a chance to perform for you. Oh, then brother Fan, are you going to be working in Yanjing from now on? Han Jingyi suddenly asked excitedly. Zhang Fan shook his head. That's not true. I usually stay in Jiangcheng, but I might have to come to Yanjing more often in the future. Oh, I see. Well, congratulations on that, and a proper job too. Zhang Fan was also smiling. Ha ha, yeah, finally I can give my parents an explanation. So a little while later, my treat. Han Jingyi guffawed. It has to be your treat. Zhang Fan laughed along with him. The two soon arrived at a barbecue restaurant. This barbecue restaurant is quite good. Our classmates like to come here to eat. Some of our schoolmates work part-time here. Their meat is real beef and lamb. It's reassuring to eat, although it's slightly expensive. Han Jingyi explained. Ooh, I'd like to try it then. Han Jingyi nodded, and the two quickly found a seat and sat down. Han Jingyi picked up the menu and skillfully ordered some kebabs, asked Zhang Fan, and asked for 2 more bottles of Sprite. Han Jingyi doesn't drink, and Zhang Fan isn't very fond of it either. By the way, brother Fan, is this unit of yours settling the Yanjing account? Han Jingyi asked with interest. Zhang Fan scratched his head. Account? I don't know. I don't care about the account either. Han Jingyi was a bit puzzled. Don't you know that it's much more convenient to get into a university in Yanjing than in our hometown? Over in Jiangcheng, it's hard to get into a university too. Zhang Fan shook his head. Oh, I've heard of this, but isn't it too early to consider this? You can ask your unit first, and in case you can, drop your account here. It's better to be prepared, Han Jingyi explained. Zhang Fan shook his head. Forget it, my account is still in my hometown village. In case I can't make it any longer, I can still go home and farm. If I settle in the city, I guess there's no way back. Of course, this is pure bull asterisk 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 asterisk. As a man with a system, does it matter where the account is? The current Zhang Fan, with more than $1 million in his card, and having reached a cooperation with the state, with an income of $12 million per month, as long as he didn't mess around, it was impossible for him to be short of money in this life. Chapter 70, Yellow Hair Provokes. Send them in for 10 days 8 days. Han Jingyi nodded and didn't continue to say anything. Soon the kebabs and drinks came up. Han Jingyi picked up the Sprite bottle in her hand. Come on, let's clink one to celebrate that you got a job, brother Fan. Zhang Fan also picked up the Sprite bottle in his hand and clinked one with Han Jingyi. Ha ha, thanks. Then the two of them picked up their kebabs and ate them. The two of them were quite happy as they ate and chatted. Suddenly, a somewhat inebriated yellow hair came over and rushed to Han Jingyi, saying, "Pretty girl, add a WeChat?" Yellow hair said while looking at Han Jingyi. Zhang Fan took a glance. Quite young, should be 17 or 18 years old. Sorry, didn't bring my cell phone. Han Jingyi said smilingly. Who doesn't have a cell phone these days? Who goes out without a cell phone? Yellow Hair instantly realized that Han Jingyi didn't want to add him. Yellow Hair was a bit angry. Beauty, give me face. My friends are watching. Han Jingyi was a bit helpless, took out her cell phone and gave the QR code. Yellow Hair scanned it with his cell phone. Thanks beautiful. Then hightailed it off, presumably to some friends to brag about it. Zhang Fan didn't take it seriously and said smilingly at Han Jingyi, that person is quite qualified. Han Jingyi was also a bit speechless. Yes, it's considered more qualified. And he knows to say thank you. I'll delete him when tomorrow morning comes. Zhang Fan nodded and extended his thumb. Jingyi is just smart. Han Jingyi smiled back and continued to eat. After another 2 minutes, another Yellow Hair came over and said with a flirtatious face, Beauty, do you want to have a drink at our table? Zhang Fan was instantly enraged. I say kids, is it appropriate for you to harass my girlfriend like this? Yellow Hair heatedly smiled. You also said that it is your girlfriend, and you are not married. Besides, listening to your accent is a foreigner. I advise you kid, don't be so arrogant. We just want to invite your girlfriend to have a drink. We don't have any other ideas. Zhang Fan was also a bit speechless. This mother Yellow Hair, was quite arrogant. By the looks of it, it wasn't a good bird either. Han Jingyi was also furious and glared at Yellow Hair. Aren't you guys afraid I'll call the police? When Huang Mao heard, he was instantly happy. I'm just asking you to have a drink, and nothing else. It's useless for you to call the police. Han Jingyi, you. Yellow Hair had a glib expression on his face. You don't believe you try calling the police? Zhang Fan was also furious. Kid, I'll give you a chance to apologize to my girlfriend. Otherwise, I'll really call the police. Yellow Hair hemmed and hawed. You report do not report to the police, you are my grandson. Several of Yellow Hair's companions also came over and surrounded Zhang Fan and Han Jingyi, saying, right, you call the police. We didn't do anything to you. Zhang Fan was so angry that he directly took out his cell phone and dialed Yan Qingyue's number. Sister whispering, something happened here. My friend and I were having a barbecue over here, and we met a few Yellow Hairs that molested my friend. When Yan Qingyue heard this, she immediately became anxious. Didn't do anything, did you? No? Yan Qingyue then breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Send me the address. I'll contact someone now. Zhang Fan nodded and hung up, sending his address over. Ouch. I didn't think you kid knew anyone? One of the Yellow Hairs, with a flirtatious face, said, oh, so what if I know someone? My dad is Wang Gang. My uncle is a captain of the sheriff's department. I have some family connections too. Right. We just want to treat a beautiful woman to a couple of drinks. It's not like we have any other ideas. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't do anything about us. A few Yellow Hairs said. Han Jingyi's face instantly paled. Brother Fan, what should we do? Zhang Fan grabbed Han Jingyi's hand and comforted. It's fine. Trust me. Eat what you need to eat. Drink what you need to drink. Someone will be here to take care of it in a while. In less than 3 minutes, a couple of people wearing the uniform of the security bureau ran over and hurriedly shouted. Which one is Zhang Fan? Zhang Fan stood up. I am. The person in the lead walked over towards Zhang Fan in order to shake his hand and took the initiative to introduce himself. Hello Mr. Zhang. I am the director of the XX office. Li Wei. What exactly is the situation? My girlfriend and I are having dinner here, and these guys first came over to my girlfriend to ask for her phone number, and to invite my girlfriend to their table for a couple drinks. Zhang Fan said truthfully. When Li Wei heard it and looked at the Yellow Hairs, he instantly understood. This is nakedly molesting Mr. Zhang's girlfriend. Li Wei waved his hand and spoke to a few of his co-workers. Take these Yellow Hairs away. A Yellow Hair instantly became anxious. Why? I'm just looking at his girlfriend's pretty face, so I bought her a drink. Is that against the law? Li Wei said righteously. You Yellow Hair, molesting someone's girlfriend in front of their boyfriend. This belongs to provoking trouble. That Yellow Hair instantly also anxious. Off. My father is Wang Gang. Not to mention that I didn't do anything wrong. Even if I did, what can you do about it? Yeah, I'll testify for him. Wang Tao didn't do anything. By the way, my name is Gui Yue. My uncle, Guo Qingfeng, is the deputy director of the security precinct. Another Yellow Hair also shouted. Both of these people, Li Wei recognized, especially that Guo Qingfeng, who happened to be in Li Wei's superior department, although not Li Wei's immediate leader, but still a leader. Li Wei was a little hard to do, but thinking of the people who informed him, Li Wei made up his mind. Take them away. All of them. Gui Yue immediately became anxious. I understand if you take us away, but why don't you take the two of them? Li Wei glared at Gui Yue. I need you to teach me how to handle a case? Hurry up and take them all to the station. when a few people from the security bureau brought all those yellow hairs to the car. Li Wei said to Zhang Fan with a respectful face, "Mr. Zhang, how do you plan to handle this matter?" Zhang Fan pondered for a while. These wards are relatively young and haven't committed any major mistakes. Lock them up for 10 or 8 days so that they can learn a lesson. Li Wei thought Zhang Fan was quite kind at first, but when he heard that they would be locked up for 10 days and 8 days, Li Wei grinned straight. Tough. Too tough. By the way, I'm also an employee of the General Administration. They molested the families of the employees of the Security Bureau, and locking them up for 10 days and 8 days is already merciful, right? Zhang Fan said and took out his work permit and handed it to Li Wei. Li Wei took it over and glanced at it, instantly realizing that Zhang Fan should be from the Security Bureau. Such documents are only known to veteran employees like Li Wei. Levi nodded. Okay, I know. Li Wei looked for Han Jingyi again to briefly understand the situation, and then asked the store owner to copy the surveillance before leaving. Chapter 71, No Need to Thank Me. After the sheriff's deputies disappeared, the other onlookers dispersed. Han Jingyi turned her head to look at Zhang Fan. Brother Fan, what's the situation? A few yellow hairs from obviously unusual families were taken away surprisingly quickly, and you, surprisingly, don't even have to tag along to do your research. Zhang Fan hemmed and hawed, his blind words coming out of his mouth. I just asked my leader for help. You forgot. I also have someone above me. Han Jingyi was a bit skeptical, but she didn't say anything else. By the way, I'm sorry just now, claiming you as my girlfriend, Zhang Fan said with an apologetic face. Han Jingyi gave Zhang Fan a blank look. Am I that petty? I'll penalize you for drinking one. Zhang Fan smiled sarcastically and picked up his drink and took a sip. By the way, why are you so busy lately? Zhang Fan asked curiously. Our mentor has taken on a new subject, and many of us senior siblings are busy playing second fiddle, Han Jingyi said with a helpless face. What subject are you working on? Han Jingyi shook her head. The subject matter needs to be kept secret, but the work I'm doing doesn't have much technical content, and a lot of my older siblings, they all started from the basics. Zhang Fan was a little heartbroken. Oh, hard work, eat more, I see you are thinner than last time. Han Jingyi also nodded. It seems like she's lost some weight. Hey, I need to eat more to make up for it. After that, he took another skewer of lamb and ate it viciously. Seeing this, Zhang Fan greeted the waiter and ordered some more. By the way, those guys just now, if they come after you again, just call me, Zhang Fan exhorted. After all, listening to the tone of those little yellow hairs, the family was not ordinary. It was probably hard for them to find Zhang Fan, but it should be easy for them to find Han Jingyi, because just now, Han Jingyi had also registered her information, especially since the uncle of one of the yellow hairs is also the deputy director of the sheriff's department. Han Jingyi looked up at Zhang Fan. Aha, but I usually hardly go out of school, so it shouldn't be anything. Don't should, call me if you need anything. Zhang Fan thought for a moment. Forget it, after I send you back in a while, I'll go to the security bureau again and settle this matter once and for all. Han Jingyi nodded. Alright then, I'll trouble you. Brother Fan, those few little yellow hairs, they are also truly excessive, Zhang Fan said with an exasperated face. Lawless, and I don't know if they have a criminal record. Okay, never mind that, you can eat your food too, Han Jingyi said, took a skewer and handed it to Zhang Fan's mouth. Zhang Fan hemmed and hawed, took it and took a big bite. When a few yellow hairs got on the bus, Li Wei had his men tell a few yellow hairs to notify their parents. So Li Wei had just arrived at the police station when the parents of several yellow hairs arrived. A couple of the parents came in and caught their kids in a fit. A couple of kids don't get it. Can they not get it? At first glance, it's an offense. Several parents said all kinds of nice things to Li Wei, but Li Wei never dared to let go. They were just told that they would be detained for 10 days according to the rules. Guo Yaowei's mom, immediately anxious, took out the phone to call her brother-in-law. Xing Feng Yu Wei was arrested, to be detained for 10 days, just in the XX police station. The latter words were not said by Guo Yaowei's mom, but Guo Qingfeng understood in a second. Sister-in-law, hold your horses, I'll call and ask. After saying that, Guo Qingfeng hung up the phone. After checking, Li Wei, the director of the XX police station, took out his cell phone and called. Li Wei immediately answered Guo Qingfeng's phone when he saw it. Guo Bureau, hello, however, it also secretly clicked record. Old Li, I heard that my nephew Guo Qingfeng was arrested by you? Levi nodded. Aha, a couple of them together, at the barbecue, molesting little girls. Oh, then what are you going to do about it? Guo Qingfeng said indifferently. Li Wei thought for a moment. According to the regulations, they need to be detained for 10 days. Oh, I know, Guo Qingfeng said and hung up the phone. This old fox, this is dripping with water. Li Wei cursed. However, Li Wei was confident that this Guo Qingfeng would definitely take the bait. Guo Qingfeng hung up the phone, thought for a while, and called Gui Youwei's mom, sister-in-law. I just called and asked, and they said it was Xiaofeng who molested the little girl at the barbecue store with someone. The key to the matter now is to find that little girl and fight for understanding. Qingfeng, I know that too, but the little girl didn't come. In addition, therefore they also said that they just wanted to invite that little girl to their table for a couple of drinks, and there was nothing overly aggressive. By the way, the crux of the matter isn't that little girl yet, it's her object. Her object reported it to the police. Guo Qingfeng instantly understood after hearing this. Her object must have some background. The key now is to find the two of them and gain their understanding. So how are we going to find it? Aren't they at a barbecue place? You ask which barbecue place. You go pull up a video and send it to me. Oh, I'll go now then. After Guo Qingfeng's mother finished speaking, she hung up the phone. After circling around, I learned the address of the barbecue place and immediately drove over there. Found the owner and for a small fee, made a copy of the video as well. Guo Qingfeng received the video and took a screenshot of a man and a woman on the video. Then he logged into the system and looked up the two men. Soon, Guo Qingfeng looked up the information and then sent the information to his sister-in-law. Warning, 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 there's a query for Mr. K's information. Warning, 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 there's a query for Mr. K's information. Warning, 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 there's a query for Mr. K's information. Zhang Fan's information had long been focused on. Therefore, as soon as Guo Qingfeng inquired about Zhang Fan, a warning was issued in the background. The security bureau acted quickly, and Guo Qingfeng was quickly brought under control. Although Guo Qingfeng had repeatedly explained the reason why he was checking on Zhang Fan, but the security bureau stepped in and quickly investigated all of Guo Qingfeng's information, involved in the abuse of power, a large amount of property of unknown origin, and the adoption of female college students. Guo Qingfeng fell. Zhang Fan had just sent Han Jingyi back when he received a local call from Yanjing. Zhang Fan habitually chose to answer. Hello, who is it? A female voice came. Hello, is this Mr. Zhang Fan? Yes. Who are you? Hello, I'm Gui Youwei's mother. I'm sorry about tonight. Can we meet for a chat? Zhang Fan shook his head and said with a flirtatious face. What is there to talk about? There is nothing to talk about. Your son is not educated well. I will help you educate him. No need to thank me. Chapter 72 Arrival in Hong Kong. After Zhang Fan finished speaking, he quickly hung up the phone. Gui Youwei's mother, Li Shufen, was so angry that her liver hurt when she heard Zhang Fan's words. Her son Kwok Yaowai has been pampered since he was a child. How can he live with 10 days of detention? Besides, it'll leave a record. It'll affect her son's future. Forcing the anger in her heart to calm down, Li Shufen dialed Zhang Fan's number again. Only, Zhang Fan had already blacked her out. Li Shufen hated it so much that she stomped her feet, then dialed Han Jingyi's number again. After Han Jingyi heard that it was Huang Mao's mother, she directly hung up the phone and also gave it a blackout. Those two bastards. Li Shufen cursed angrily and sat in the car crying. After crying for a while, Li Shufang thought that inside the message her brother-in-law sent to her, there was Zhang Fan's address. Li Shufen started the car and went directly to the hotel where Zhang Fan was. Zhang Fan was video chatting with Louis Yi when he suddenly heard someone knocking on the door. Zhang Fan quickly wore slippers, walked to the door, opened the door, and saw an exquisitely dressed young woman, more or less some posture, but a face of acerbic-like. Zhang Fan is a little puzzled. This 5-star hotel and takeout? But I didn't order takeout. Could it be a fairy tale? Zhang Fan instantly raised his guard. Who are you? What are you looking for me for? Li Shufen hurriedly spoke. I am Gui Youwei's mother. Li Shufen. I'm sorry, please forgive my son. After saying that, he did not forget to bow towards Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan was instantly enraged. How did you know my address? Get lost or I'll arrest you too. I'm really sorry. My son is young and doesn't know any better. Please let him go. Li Shufen said pitifully. Zhang Fan wasn't moved in the slightest. Hurry up and get out. I've been polite enough about your son. Stay for 10 or 8 days and you'll be out. If you don't get lost, I will call the police. At that time, you explain to them how you obtained my information. Li Shufen was also a person who wouldn't stop until she reached her goal. Seeing Zhang Fan being so tough, she instantly sat on the ground and splashed around. Li Shufen yelled and soon, people from several nearby rooms poked their heads out to see what all the fuss was about. Let's judge. My son was detained for 10 days for buying his girlfriend a couple of drinks, without doing anything excessive. My son is only 18 years old and is too young to know better. His girlfriend is so pretty and dressed so revealingly. Is it wrong for my son to want to buy her a drink? I've apologized to him and he doesn't understand. Woohoo! There was a lot of chatter around the room. There's nothing wrong with this older sister saying that 18-year-olds don't know any better. Also this kind of thing, it's not a big deal. At most you'll be reprimanded. That said, is his girlfriend right? This dude is too mean. Most of the people who spoke at the scene were accusing Zhang Fan. It's not surprising. A normal person who encounters this kind of thing may have thoughts in their mind, but they would never express them easily. Zhang Fan was furious inside his heart and directly took out his cell phone and called the police. Then he rushed at the crowd of onlookers and cursed angrily. You guys count as a hooker. His son molested my girlfriend in front of me. If I can tolerate this, am I still a man? You don't know what you're doing at 18? When my old son was 18, he was moving bricks at a construction site to make money. When his son was 18, he molested someone's girlfriend in front of their boyfriend. And, guess how he knows I live here? I haven't told anyone I live here. How did she know? Bunch of no-brainers. Zhang Fan cursed. The group of people who had just been talking nonsense instantly blushed. Silently, he closed the door and returned to his room. A few big brothers and uncles gave Zhang Fan a thumbs up. Zhang Fan returned the salute. I'm sorry, everyone. I was impulsive just now. It's okay, young man. Normal. After that, they all went back to their rooms as well. When Li Shufan saw that the people had left, she became anxious. If you don't understand and let my son out, I won't leave here today. Feel free. Zhang Fan finished speaking and directly closed the door. After a while, the hotel staff came, and after a while again, the sheriff's department staff came. Under their persuasion, Li Shufan cursed and left. Zhang Fan went back to the house, laid down on the bed, and quickly fell asleep. Early in the morning of the second day, Li Shufan learned that his brother-in-law was taken away. Instantly scared to death. His own brother-in-law. He didn't do much to wipe his own son's ass. Could it be because of his own son? Li Shufan had wanted to continue looking for Zhang Fan today, but looking at this situation, she didn't dare to act again. After Li Wei learned that Guo Qingfeng had been taken away by the special department, he was straightly happy in his heart. I figured that something would happen to the old boy, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon. Filling in here, Li Wei hastily launched into action. After all, promotions are rare, and surely you're not the only one keeping an eye on them. In the morning, Zhang Fan didn't go out, and when the courier showed delivery, Zhang Fan couldn't wait to contact the courier and personally went to pick up his 20 books. When I came back, I immediately copied a copy of the Yellow Emperor's internal canon. The book, which has a translation in addition to the original, is thick, but the knowledge on it is also very detailed. In addition to medicine, ancient philosophy, astronomy, meteorology, physical phenomena, biology, geography, mathematics, sociology, psychology, phonetics, etc., were also involved, and by infiltrating these knowledge and achievements into medicine, Zhang Fan gained a deeper understanding of Xia medicine. I'm sure I'll be able to make a few more copies and get it right myself. And, of course, just being able to treat the symptoms. To take a pulse, you need to find a master to learn. Combine theory with practice to progress faster. Today's mission was also very simple. Yan Qingyue directly appeared downstairs with her people in mission. After Zhang Fan finished copying, he went back to the hotel to rest. On Thursday, Zhang Fan and Yan Qingyue took a plane together and went to Xiangjiang. There's no way around it. The job requires it. Yan Qingyue's hotel booking was late and she didn't book the same hotel that Zhang Fan had booked, but she had friends in Xiangjiang and didn't need to worry about accommodation. As for the things that needed to be duplicated, Yan Qingyue had brought them all with her as well. Wait until you're over there and then slowly replicate it. When he arrived at Xiangjiang, Zhang Fan felt that it was even hotter. Luckily, Yan Qingyue's friend sent a driver over to pick up the airplane and first sent Zhang Fan to the hotel before Yan Qingyue left. Lu Yi had already arrived, so Zhang Fan went to the front desk to register and went straight upstairs. Chapter 73, A little goodbye is better than a new wedding. Pushing open the door, Lu Yi was surprisingly not there, making Zhang Fan a little depressed. He had wanted to give Lu Yi a surprise. After giving Lu Yi a call, it turned out that Lu Yi was called by Zhao Qingmai to help. Alas, those poses I've been thinking about for a long time will probably not be performed until later. Zhang Fan sighed and took out the medical book he had brought along with him and read it carefully. Zhang Fan had been seriously delving into his medical knowledge for the past few days, mainly because this thing was so amazing. Zhang Fan was very interested. It was not surprising. Zhang Fan had utilized the system to copy the knowledge from 3 medical books, which was equivalent to having gotten started. Without the system, these medical books, it was estimated that Zhang Fan would have no interest in flipping through 2 pages. In the evening, Lu Yi came back alone. I haven't seen you in a few days and I miss you. Zhang Fan directly picked up Lu Yi and kicked the door lightly with his foot. A short break is better than a new wedding. Goodness begins here and now. After the clouds had passed and the rain had stopped, Zhang Fan wrapped his left arm around Lu Yi, and his right hand groped Lu Yi's smooth skin. I've noticed that you seem to be prettier lately. Lu Yi smiled with joy at the words. Really? That's for sure. Right. What are we going to eat tonight? Zhang Fan asked smilingly. I'm too lazy to move, so why don't you call the hotel and have dinner delivered? Zhang Fan nodded and found the menu from the bedside, placing it in front of Lu Yi. Watch this. Lu Yi took the menu and casually ordered a few dishes, but they all seemed to be Zhang Fan's favorite. Want to add a couple more? Zhang Fan shook his head. That's enough, but things here are quite expensive. Zhang Fan spat out. Isn't it? These dishes, in a 5-star hotel in Jiangcheng, are estimated to be $300? In Shangjiang, straight to 2,000. Lu Yi sniffed, secretly thought in her heart, is it a bit too much to order? And was a bit anxious. Then Brother Fan, why don't we go out to eat? That way the price is cheaper? Zhang Fan was instantly a bit speechless, and gently knocked on Lu Yi's small head. I'm just simply spitting out the fact that things are more expensive over here. This amount of money, up is still affordable to spend, Zhang Fan said, directly dialed the front desk and reported the several dishes that Lu Yi had just ordered. Right. Yui, where's Mai? She's still busy over there, eating boxed lunches at the site at night, Lu Yi explained. Zhang Fan thought, there's nothing to do. Why don't we go to the site and hang out? Oh, then let's eat and go help. Lu Yi nodded in agreement. Right. How is our parents' business these days? Zhang Fan suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Lu Yi blankly glanced at Zhang Fan. It's quite good. My parents said that they will move out after saving some more money. Zhang Fan was secretly happy when he heard this. It's still a little awkward living with them, although Lu's father and Lu's mother were very enlightened. But after all, living under the same roof, Zhang Fan and Lu Yi were embarrassed to do any intimate actions that they could do before. Living well? Why are you moving out? Zhang Fan said, pretending to be sorry. Your acting skills are too pompous, Lu Yi said without a trace of anger. Zhang Fan touched the back of his head and laughed awkwardly. Ha ha, you saw it. Lu Yi smiled back. My parents have wanted to move out for a long time, only that they just started their business and their hands are a bit tight. This future husband and mother-in-law are pretty good. It wasn't worth the 2 small goals it took to get them out. Hey, the two chatted for a while longer before the waiter came over to deliver the food. Zhang Fan took the meal from the doorway and ate it with Lu Yi. After eating, the two of them went to wash up some more before they went out together to the nearby convention center to look for Zhao Qingmai. This time, many jewelers from all over the world came to participate in the jewelry show, so the site was very busy. However, the official exhibition will not start until tomorrow, and now it's all about preliminary work such as putting up shelves and preparing materials. When the two of them arrived at Zhao's jewelry station, they saw Zhao Qingdao directing the employees and doing all sorts of preparations. A proper look at an elite businesswoman. I didn't see it. Little Dance's aura is quite strong, Zhang Fan said smilingly. Lu Yi also nodded. That's true. Little Dance is indeed excellent, but she's just a bit lazy. Ha ha, I want to be rich and lazier than her. Lu Yi blankly glanced at Zhang Fan and said with a flirtatious face. In the aspect of laziness, you two are half a caddy. During the time that the two lived together, Zhang Fan was basically clothed and fed. Lu Yi was all a little bit sick of looking at it. If not for Lu Yi pulling Zhang Fan to exercise and run every day, it is estimated that Zhang Fan will have to gain a lot of weight again in this period of time. After Zhao Qingmai finished her work, she suddenly saw Zhang Fan and Lu Yi and immediately extended her hand to greet the two of them. Zhang Fan and Lu Yi took 2 quick steps and arrived in front of Zhao Qingmai. Xiao Mai, it's been a long time. You're pretty again. Ha! Brother Fan is also getting more and more handsome. But has this weight gone up again recently? Ha ha, Zhao Qingmai said and couldn't help but laugh. Lu Yi laughed along with her. Zhang Fan was instantly speechless. You have no one else's emotional intelligence. Zhao Qingmai gave Zhang Fan a blank look. Ha ha, it's just that I'm more familiar with you. Otherwise I wouldn't have said that. Right, Lu Yi once again covered her mouth and laughed. Alright, I'll lose weight soon. By the way, what kind of jewelry has your family prepared this time? Can you let a poor man like me see it first? Zhao Qingmai shook her head. The jewelry is all stored in the safe. It's not here. Wait for tomorrow. Zhang Fan was instantly a bit disappointed. Alright then. By the way, feel free to order any work. I'll leave this 160+ pounds of mine to you today. No, it's all pretty much ready. We'll all pull out in a little while. Oh, the three of them chatted for a while longer about Tian'er, and then Zhao Qingdao inspected and realized that there was nothing wrong before announcing their dismissal. Together, the three of them left the convention center. Right, it's still early. Should we go shopping? Buy some things? Zhao Qingmai suddenly proposed. Lui Yi turned her head to look at Zhang Fan. Brother Fan, what do you say? Zhang Fan didn't have anything to do. Plus this was Zhang Fan's first time in Shangjiang. He was still curious about the place. So he spoke. That's fine. I don't have anything to do anyway. Zhao Qingmai sniffed and went forward to pull Lui Yi's arm. Let's go to Central to have a look. It's more lively over there. What do you guys say? Zhao Qingmai looked at Zhang Fan as she spoke. What could Zhang Fan have to say? No comment. Because Zhang Fan came for the first time, he didn't do any strategy. Just arrange it. I came for the first time. I'm not familiar with it. Chapter 74, Robbery? The three of them took a cab together and went straight to Central. Central really is especially lively at night. Once there, Zhang Fan transformed into a photographer and helped Lui Yi and Zhao Qingmai take pictures constantly. Luckily, having often worked as a photographer for Su Sisi before, Zhang Fan's photography skills were still good, and both women were very satisfied with the photos that Zhang Fan had taken. The next morning, Zhang Fan and Lui Yi followed Zhao Qingmai to the jewelry exhibition. The two of them didn't have much to do. They were just helping Zhao Qingmai while strolling through the jewelry show and getting a long look. Some people were there earlier and the site was full of exhibitors' staff. Zhang Fan watched as Zhao's jewelry's employees displayed one piece of jewelry after another, marking up the price. The jewelry is all beautiful, but there is a wide price range, from a few hundred to tens of millions of dollars. A jewelry show is not just about the exhibition, but also about the sales. A lot of the jewelry is for sale. If someone has their eye on it, they can buy it on the spot. Of course there are a number of non-sale items that are used to show the power of the jewelry company. This kind is usually the treasure of the town, and will not be put out for sale easily, because the jewelry is all expensive. There are more security personnel on site. Those cheap goods, Zhang Fan didn't look at them much at all, but that $30 million glass seed imperial green jadeite bracelet, Zhang Fan loved it. Of course, what Zhang Fan likes is not the emerald bracelet itself, but the fact that he is worth $3.0 million. If it wasn't for the layer of glass bulletproof cabinet that separated them, Zhang Fan really wanted to replicate it. Zhang Fan had tried to copy the item himself without directly touching it, but this distance was very short. The limit distance is 10 centimeters. Beyond 10 centimeters, the system's copy function is not useful. Forget it. Let's find Zhao Qingmai alone after the exhibition. Just based on Lui Yi's relationship with her, it would still not be a big problem to get on and experience it for herself. Soon, it was 9 o'clock. The jewelry show was officially launched, and some visitors entered the site one after another. Zhang Fan and Lui Yi couldn't help much, so they spoke to Zhao Qingmai, and the two of them, hand in hand, strolled around the showroom. Zhou's Jewelry, Luck Jewelry, Dafu Jewelry and other well-known domestic jewelry companies, as well as a number of globally renowned jewelry companies, such as Cartier, Tiffany, Bulgari, Van Cleef & Arpels also set up a showroom. Brother Fan, this diamond ring is so beautiful, Lui Yi said with an envious face. Zhang Fan was considering the matter of making money. He didn't even notice Lui Yi's eyes, and casually replied, diamonds, they're not worth anything at all. They can be synthesized now. Lui Yi blanked Zhang Fan. This big straight man, he really doesn't know how to be affectionate. The employees of the jewelry company also heard Zhang Fan's words and gave Lui Yi a sisterly smile. Lui Yi's small hand pinched Zhang Fan's arm, and Zhang Fan looked at Lui Yi with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Lui Yi didn't know what to say. Nothing. Brother Fan, what are you thinking? Zhang Fan, I'm thinking about how to make money. Making money? Here? Lui Yi didn't get it. Zhang Fan heatedly smiled. Have you noticed that all the jewelry here is so valuable? Robbing a few of them at random is much more profitable than robbing a bank. Lui Yi glared at Zhang Fan without any good humor. What are you talking nonsense about? A few of the other staff members, who had also heard it, hemmed and hawed. Zhang Fan's words were obviously meant to be a joke, and the staff at the scene probably thought so in their hearts as well. As he strolled around, Zhang Fan was caught by a yellow diamond on the scene. It's so beautiful. It's too big. Zhang Fan walked up and took a look at the sunset diamond. 110 carats, with a price tag of 2 small targets. I'm enthusiastic about the horse. Surprisingly worth 2 small goals. No wonder there were 2 security guards on their heels. Zhang Fan was instantly excited. If he could make a copy of it, he would make a fortune. Pretty girl, can I get my hands on this sunset diamond? Zhang Fan turned to a beautiful staff member and asked with a smile. The beautiful staff smiled politely. I'm sorry, sir. This sunset diamond of ours is a non-sale item and is for viewing only. Zhang Fan was a bit disappointed. Alright, thanks. Lui Yi saw it too. Brother Fan, that yellow diamond is really pretty. Yeah, if only I had one. Zhang Fan said with a look of pity. It's not even dark yet and you're dreaming. Van. You little girl. You owe it to yourself, Zhang Fan said, and his small hand gently patted Lu Yi's buttocks. It feels so good in your hands. Lu Yi's little face instantly turned red. After looking around and finding that they were all paying attention to the jewelry, Lu Yi was relieved and said in a delicate voice, Brother Fan, you're too annoying. Ha ha, come on, let's wander around someplace else, Zhang Fan said, and pulled Lu Yi to continue strolling. Zhang Fan was also thinking in his heart that that thing, even if it was duplicated, could not be sold for a short period of time. There are probably not many yellow diamonds that big in the world. Once you make a copy of it yourself and sell it out, won't they know you still have the cards? Inappropriate. Hey, forget it. Over $1 million a month is enough to spend. So let's be honest. Suddenly, an alarm went off. Everyone gathered around, and Zhang Fan and Lu Yi also curiously gathered around. The crowd then realized that 2 security officers were holding a young man in custody. People all around whispered, this youngster, is he designated sick in the head? Yeah, who in their right mind would rob something here? Ha ha, this jewelry show is so much fun this year. Yeah, it's hilarious. The glass used here can be bulletproof glass. This guy, even the glass did not break. Hey, there's no one else with that IQ. I'm tempted to donate $2 to him. Ha ha, Zhang Fan was speechless. He had just joked that robbing jewelry here could be more profitable than robbing a bank. Right now, there's a real jewelry heist going on here. Lu Yi also looked at Zhang Fan with a speechless face. Brother Fan, do you think this young guy, is his brain sick? Zhang Fan spread his hands. How should I know? Wait for the announcement in a couple days. Aha, come on, let's keep wandering around some more. Jewelry brands or more. The 2 walk around. Also spent a morning. Before shopping. By noon, the 2 of them went to find Zhao Qingmai together. Zhao Qingdao didn't have much to do, and together with Zhang Fan Lu Yi, they ate a boxed lunch behind the booth. Right, have you guys heard about this? There was a guy doing a robbery here this morning? Lu Yi quickly nodded her head. Not only did the 2 of us hear about it, but we also went over to watch the fun. Well, did you grab it? Zhao Qingmai asked curiously. Chapter 75 Zhang Fan's Help. Grab a hammer. The glass didn't even break, Zhang Fan said with a speechless face. Zhao Qingmai instantly became happy. Then is he sick in the head? Hell no. The 3 of them chatted for a while before Zhang Fan asked about the sales. By the way, how are your sales today? Sloppy. Actually, not many people would choose to buy jewelry here. It's just that it's for publicity. Oh, I suddenly found a very strange phenomenon. Don't all of you jewelry companies have spokespersons? Why did no one come today? Zhang Fan asked with a puzzled face. There are already enough people here. If the spokespersons of every jewelry company came over, those crazy fans, they would probably have blocked this up long ago, so there would be no need for a jewelry show. Zhao Qingmai explained with a smile. Zhang Fan pondered over it for a while, and it seemed like it was indeed the case. The spokespersons of each jewelry company are all top stream stars. If they all came, the scene exploded like this. Okay, however, a jewelry show like this is really a bit boring. Although there were some beautiful models, but with Lu Yi by his side, Zhang Fan simply did not have the slightest interest in those beauties. In the afternoon, Zhang Fan and Lu Yi found a chair at the site and sat down for a joyful double row together. Zhao Qingdao was envious and jealous. However, it was inconvenient because she had a job to do. Suddenly, Zhang Fan and Lu Yi heard that there were people arguing at the scene. The 2 of them stopped their game and raised their heads. They saw a lot of people gathered in front of one of Zhao's jewelry's counters. Zhang Fan hurriedly put down his cell phone and followed Lu Yi up. Zhao Qingmai was also there, and the 2 of them listened for a while before confirming that there was a person who had taken a fancy to the jewelry Zhao Qingmai and their family were displaying. That is, the glass-seated imperial green emerald bracelet that was worth $30 million. That emerald bracelet, however, was for display and not intended for sale. That big woman looks like a tycoon. Expensive. And her mouth keeps chattering. Isn't your jewelry on display for sale? It's not like I'm not paying for it. Let's all judge. It's not for sale. Why are you marking up the price? I've been looking for half a day. It's not easy for me to see one. And the price is something I recognize. But you guys won't sell it? The people around them whispered along with the earthy Amma. Yeah, people want to buy it, so you guys sell it. Is this a fake? You don't dare to sell it? It shouldn't be so bad yet. Anyway, if you make the price clear and people want to buy it and you don't sell it, that really doesn't make sense. These jewelry companies are so pitiful. You don't sell, you exhibit a chicken. Zhao Qingmai also has some difficulties. This emerald bracelet, to be placed in the usual 300 million sold. She is certainly happy, but put it on hold now and sell it for $3 million and they won't have top-notch jewelry on site. Domestic companies that exhibit top-of-the-line jewelry are around $300 million. And on their booth, the most expensive one is probably the one left at $7 or $8 million. It's just after 1 o'clock now. Even if you urgently transfer goods from your hometown, it will be 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock in the evening when they are shipped over. Then the probability was that they, Zhao's jewelry, were going to be disgraced in this afternoon's exhibition. By the time some people in the push sum estimated that they Zhao's jewelry, the stock price is sure to plummet. Also, their grandfather is older. Okay face, in case they see these news, and then angry out of the disease, then the consequences are simply unimaginable. Zhao Qingmai wasn't sure if this older woman was sent out by her competitors to mess with them. Zhang Fan saw that Zhao Qingmai's face was a bit bad. Zhang Fan was a bit puzzled. Isn't it just an emerald bracelet? Just sell it? Why is Zhao Qingmai so embarrassed? Zhang Fan pulled Lu Yi forward. What's wrong? Little dance? Zhao Qingmai pulled Lu Yi and Zhang Fan back a few steps and patiently explained the reason to them. All the jewelry exhibitions are like this. The display items are not for sale even though the price is marked. I didn't expect to run into this situation today. It's not right to sell. And it's not right not to sell, Zhao Qingmai said with a helpless face. Zhang Fan hesitated slightly. He could have made a move to duplicate one himself. However, in that case, it wouldn't be too easy to explain on Yan Qingyue's side. But if this sells, will anyone continue to buy it? What to do? Also, Zhang Fan didn't want Zhao Qingmai to know about the fact that he could copy things. As his divine sense swept through the system space, Zhang Fan instantly noticed that there was also a ring made of pink diamonds inside the space. Zhang Fan instantly had an idea. Straight away, he copied 2 more and held them out. I have 2 pink diamond beaded rings here. The weight of the pink diamonds is 10 carats. Can you see if you can cope with these 2? Zhao Qingdao looked at the 2 rings in Zhang Fan's hands and her face was filled with excitement. Brother Fan? Where did you get these 2 rings from? When he finished, he carefully surveyed the 2 pink diamond rings. Zhang Fan didn't know the specific information about this pink diamond ring, so he shook his head and made it up as he went along. I have a friend who entrusted me to sell it. It's a natural diamond. Lu Yi looked at the 2 rings and also revealed an expression of delight. It was obvious that Lu Yi liked it too. Zhang Fan had to say to Lu Yi, these 2 rings are too small. I'll get you a bigger one later. Lu Yi smiled and nodded. Aha! Zhao Qingmai blankly glanced at the 2 of them and said in a bad mood, you 2 are so annoying, spreading dog food every day. Zhang Fan was also speechless. What time is it? Look, these 2 diamond rings, can they help you hold up the stage? I think I've seen it before. There was an auction before and the selling price was like 2 million. However, that's 1. If it's 2, the symbolism is a bit better. Pairs of pairs, but brother Fan, are you really sure you want to sell it? Zhao Qingmai looked at Zhang Fan with a nervous expression. That expression, afraid that Zhang Fan would not sell it. Zhang Fan hemmed and hawed. Okay. My friend's expectations aren't very high. It'll sell for $1 million. 10, 000 won't do. I'll put it up for 30, 000 and see if anyone comes to buy it. But don't worry, if no one buys it, I'll take it for 1 000 Zhao Qingmai said with a domineering face. Aha, just watch it. Aha, then you 2 stay here while I take care of it, Zhao Qingmai said, took the 2 pink diamonds, and left. Zhang Fan also followed Zhao Qingmai up to the front. The older woman was still chattering away. Zhao Qingdao walked to the front and bowed at the older woman. Hello ma'am, sorry for causing you a misunderstanding. I'm the person in charge here. Zhao Qingmai. Seeing the young and beautiful Zhao Qingmai, the big mom was a little jealous in her heart and directly interrupted Zhao Qingmai's words. Don't talk so much nonsense. I'm just asking you if this emerald bracelet is for sale? Chapter 76 Thanking Sue Belt. The surrounding crowd chimed in. Yeah, is it for sale? Yeah, is it for sale? Zhao Qingmai smiled faintly and said in a firm tone. Sell. Zhao Qingmai said, took out the key to the glass cabinet, took out the imperial green jadeite bracelet, held it on a tray, and placed it on top of the counter. Sister, do you want to confirm the authenticity? The older woman shook her head. No need. If there is only one genuine item within your jewelry, it must be this jadeite bracelet. I'm sure more than one person has appraised it. Zhao Qingdao sniffed and immediately said, all of our jewelry is real, and we pay 10 for every fake. Thank you for supporting us. I'll take the lead and give you a cheaper price at $2,880,000. If you're sure you want to buy it, let's do the formalities here. Buy. Swipe your card. The big mom said, taking out a black bank card and handing it to Zhao Qingdao. Zhao Qingmai borrowed the card and handed it to the sales manager. Go help with the formalities. The sales manager nodded and went straight to the formalities. The card was quickly swiped and the paperwork was done. The big mom in the back was high-strung the entire time and didn't say anything else to Zhao Qingmai. Zhao Qingmai didn't think so either. After the older woman left, many of the onlookers followed. Missy, what do we do now? We've run out of items for the exhibition, the sales manager said with a nervous face. Zhao Qingmai smiled. It's fine. I still have preparations here, Zhao Qingmai said, taking out the 2 pink diamond rings that Zhang Fan had given her. These 2 pink diamonds, both of which are purely natural, exactly the same size and shape. The pink diamonds weigh 10 carats, symbolizing the best of both worlds, are sold together for a listing price of $3 million. By the way, if someone wants it, sell it directly. The sales manager looked shocked. Oh, Missy, where did you get that? Just leave it alone. Find a nice box and hang it there. After Zhao Qingmai finished speaking, she went to find Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan was also a bit speechless, having not had the chance to bring up the need to get his hands on it the entire time just now. After all, people were going to buy it, so it really wasn't justifiable for Zhang Fan to find an excuse to take a look at it again. Right, let's go somewhere else for a stroll, Zhang Fan suddenly proposed. Zhao Qingmai also nodded. Yes. After such a big incident, let's see if the other jewelry companies have any new moves. Together, the 3 of them went out for a little stroll. Sure enough, the other jewelry companies, all of them, have re-emerged with a prominent sign next to the jewelry they are exhibiting, showpieces, not for sale. I guess they are all afraid of getting into the same kind of trouble. Lu Yi also spoke up. Right, little dance, do you want to transfer some more goods from home? I just messaged my brother, and my brother said that he's sending someone, right now, to deliver 2 more, so I guess they'll be here by evening. Lu Yi let out a sigh of relief. That's good. Do you think someone is targeting you guys? The mall is like a battlefield. It's really hard to say. I was so angry just now. I actually didn't want to give a dime cheaper. But with so many people surrounding me, it really doesn't make sense not to give a discount, Zhao Qingmai said with an exasperated face. Ha, if you really don't offer any discount at all, I guess many people then publicize your Zhao's jewelry stingy on the internet, Zhang Fan laughingly teased. Zhao Qingmai nodded. This kind of thing she had thought of long ago. The person who could come up with this idea is really sinister and vicious. Nowadays, the price of high-end jadeite is growing steadily. Buy it and put it away for a few more years. It's estimated to sell for $4.0 million, no problem at all. Yeah, to be honest, although that big mom was dressed in jewelry, I really didn't think that big sister would actually be able to take out $3.0 million. By the way, if you have $3.0 million to buy jewelry, how much money do you have to have? How could someone so rich do something so degrading? Zhang Fan directly stated his doubts. Zhao Qingmai nodded, revealing a worried look. I think so too. So the odds are that someone is targeting our family. Don't think about it so much. Soldiers come to stop. Water comes to cover the earth. Lu Yi comforted. Aha, that's true. Big deal. Just go out of business. Anyway, our family doesn't have much debt now. Still have to thank Su Belt. Since Su Belt exploded, my grandfather was anxious. Said that in the future, resolutely cannot go to borrow money. The family's loans are almost paid off. Zhao Qingmai said smilingly. There's nothing wrong with what you said. Since the belt exploded, the houses in Jiangcheng have also dropped quite a bit, and along with that, the rents have also dropped quite a bit, Zhang Fan also said with a smile. Lu Yi sighed. You two are so annoying, the only ones who are hurt are our family. Zhang Fan hurriedly consoled. Ha, if your family hadn't gone bankrupt, could you have met such a good match as me? Zhao Qingmai hurriedly picked up. That's true. You should be contented if you can have such a good match as Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan also hurriedly agreed. Aha! I feel that you two are quite like a pair, Lu Yi said without any good humor. Zhao Qingmai blanked Lu Yi. Alright, let's go back first and see if Fan's ring has been sold yet. Zhang Fan hemmed and hawed. I hope it sells. After all, if $3.0 million could really be sold, then Zhang Fan's wish to buy a villa in Jiangcheng would probably be realized very soon. Zhao Qingmai shook her head. If it was marked at $1.0 million, or even $1.5 million, I guess it would have been sold quickly, but this price of $3.0 million is indeed a bit outrageous, unless someone with a sick brain would pay for it. There are quite a lot of dysfunctional people these days, so maybe we've met one. Also, maybe someone really is sick in the head? The 3 of them soon walked to Zhao's jewelry showroom. Those 2 pink diamond rings, sure enough, didn't sell. The onlookers, though, were indeed many. These 2 pink diamond rings, while not the most expensive on the site, are relatively rare in their own right, and at 10 carats, they are really rare. 2 identical pink diamond rings are truly attractive. So many people took pictures of the 2 pink diamonds with their cell phones and shared them. Unconsciously, Zhao's Jewelry's 2 pink diamonds were on the hot search, but not too far ahead. Zhang Fan also brushed up on the 2 pink diamond rings, which had appeared before. With these 2, 5 have appeared. Zhang Fan was a little worried, so he hurriedly pulled Zhao Qingmai to the side. Xiao Ming, this ring is something I took out. Keep it a secret. Zhao Qingmai had a puzzled look on her face. What's there to keep secret? Zhang Fan waved his hand. Just leave it alone. Anyway, if others ask, just say it's your friends. Okay, I got it. Chapter 77, A New Mission? Hong Kong. A luxury villa. Zhou Tai, the boss of Zhou's Jewelry, was sitting on the boss chair in the study, carefully watching the news on the internet. Although the news was received long ago, Zhou's Jewelry came up with 2 more pink diamond rings, but Zhou Tai was still a bit reluctant. Count them. Zhou's Jewelry is lucky this time, and hopefully they'll be so lucky next time. Zhou's Jewelry, too, is an old jewelry company in China. There was no grievance with Zhao's Jewelry, but these days, peers are enemies. Especially in the past few years, the marriage rate has gradually declined, and the sales of jewelry have become more and more depressed. Zhou's Jewelry blindly expanded some years ago, and now it has already suffered. Coupled with the fact that in recent years, the price of gold has been rising, the sales of gold has gradually risen, but the gold in their jewelry stores, on the contrary, the sales fell more quickly. This is because many people buy gold to increase in value and preserve the value of their gold, and their gold price is a little higher than the market price of gold due to the handmade fee. Zhao's Jewelry, too, is getting more and more difficult. However, the difficulty was with Zhou Jewelry, not Zhou Tai and his family. After all, these days, rich people are not little cute. Companies and individuals have long since made a good cut, and the company is just a tool for them to make a profit. However, Zhou's Jewelry is after all an old brand for many years. Not as a last resort. Zhou Tai is not willing to give up Zhou's Jewelry company, for Zhou Tai Lai said that only by secretly discrediting other jewelry companies, Zhou Jewelry's sales, as well as its stock price, could increase dramatically. As for the 288 million for the jewelry, just a little strong. Besides, a glass seed imperial green jadeite bracelet is still a good deal at this price. It's a solid profit if you sell it in a few years. For the long-experienced shopping mall, Zhou Tai Lai said that the mall is like a battlefield, and it is normal to play a little trick. Zhou Tai is also not only targeting Zhao's Jewelry, other jewelry companies. Zhou Tai is also acting. Many small essays and videos of moral abduction on the market have Zhou Tai's shadow behind them. In these years, the sales of international jewelry in Daxia are, well, dismal. Now, Zhou Tai's hand has reached out to the jewelry companies in the country, and Zhao's Jewelry is Zhou Tai's primary target. No other. Zhao's Jewelry in the past few years, very solid. In order to return the money, often sold at a discount. Not only Zhou's Jewelry, other jewelry companies also hate it. Zhou Tai believed that as long as he struck out to achieve some results, other jewelry companies would soon follow. By then, after dismantling Zhao's Jewelry's market share would further increase, with no harm done. Of course, it all needs to be very covert. The day's jewelry show ended promptly at 4 p.m. Zhang Fan and Louis Yi together waited for Yan Qingdao to finish her work, then followed them back to the hotel. Yan Xingyue was already waiting in the parking lot below the hotel. What was to be copied today hasn't been copied yet. Zhang Fan told Louis Yi to go upstairs first, then went to find Yan Xingyue's car. The parking lot of the hotel was not big, and Zhang Fan quickly spotted Yan Xingyue's car, pulled the door open and sat up. Sister whispering, "What is today's mission?" "This, I don't know what the hell it is," Yan Xingyue said, taking out a small box. Zhang Fan took it, glanced at it, and didn't see what it was, and didn't think much about it, so he directly copied a kilogram and handed it to Yan Xingyue. Sister whispering, "It's done. Look." Yan Xingyue nodded and took out a scale to weigh it. 1 kilogram. Perfect. Aha! By the way, tomorrow night, there's a charity auction. You'll accompany me, Yan Xingyue said with a flat face. A charity auction? What the hell? Zhang Fan asked with a puzzled face. It's the official organization of Shangzhong. Many celebrity artists and bigwigs will participate, and the money from the auction will be donated to the victims in the war-torn areas, Yan Xingyue explained. When Zhang Fan heard this, he was a bit offended. Donating to foreigners? Donate chicken feathers. With that kind of money, it would be better to donate it to my hometown. Zhang Fan is not considered a cynic. Donations can be made, but donating to foreigners, sorry, can't be done. Yan Xingyue gave Zhang Fan a blank look. It's not like you need to donate money or things. You're just accompanying me. Zhang Fan still didn't want to go. That occasion, with so many cameras staring, was not conducive to his obscene development. Besides, you definitely need to dress formally to go to that occasion. Zhang Fan said that he really didn't have any formal clothes, and don't want to wear it. How nice to have a place to play games when you're not doing anything. Had to go to that. Sister whispering, I have something to do tomorrow. I can't go. Zhang Fan pretended to be a bit embarrassed and said. Yan Qingyue glared at Zhang Fan. You have to go tomorrow. There is a mission this time. What mission? Zhang Fan asked with a curious face. Tomorrow, Shangjiang tycoon Qian Yongming will appear. We suspect that this Qian Yongming is a foreign spy. I need you to copy his cell phone. Yan Xingyin said with a serious face. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan instantly became interested and said in a serious manner. Yes, madam. Seriously, dress formally tomorrow. See what happens tomorrow and make sure to copy his cell phone. Yan Xingyin said with a serious face. Zhang Fan also nodded with a solemn face. Aha! There's no need for you to be so nervous. I'll create opportunities for you to get access to his cell phone. By the way, I'm suddenly curious. The replicated cell phone, which is supposed to be exactly the same as the original. What will happen if a call comes in? Sister whispering. When you say it like that, I'm quite curious too. Why don't we give it a try? Zhang Fan asked with an excited face. Yan Qingyue shook her head. Let's forget about it. To copy something else, you need to make a report with the higher-ups. You might as well ask a communications expert. When Zhang Fan heard it, he thought so. Forget it then. Right. What time tomorrow night? Get in at 7 o'clock and the auction starts at 8 o'clock. I'll pick you up tomorrow at 5 p.m. Okay. The two of them chatted for a while longer before Yan Qingyue left. Zhang Fan also got out of the car and returned to the room. Louis E was leaning on the bed playing a game. Brother Fan, done with your work? Aha! By the way, after dinner tonight, I'm going to buy a dress. Do you want to come along? What kind of clothes to buy? Louis E asked curiously. There's attending a charity auction tomorrow. Zhang Fan said with a big grin. What charity auction? Organized by the Xiangjiang government to donate money to the victims in the areas where the war was fought. Oh, there should be a lot of stars then. Can I go with you? Louis E asked with an excited face. What's so good about attending that crap auction? If not for the mission, I wouldn't want to go. Zhang Fan said with a disdainful face. Chapter 78, The Stingy Zhang Fan. Louis E was puzzled. Mission? What mission? Zhang Fan slapped his head and instantly remembered that he hadn't told Louis E about his job. Oh, sorry, Yi, I forgot to tell you. I got a job at the General Security Bureau. When Louis E heard this, she was a bit incredulous. Brother Fan, is it true? Of course it's true. Hold on. I'll find you my credentials. With that, Zhang Fan peeled out his security bureau ID from his own suitcase. I went to Yanjing a few days ago to do just that. Look, here's my proof. Louis E took the documents and looked at them seriously. Ah, great. Brother Fan, you're fantastic. Ha ha, not worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning. Zhang Fan raised his eyebrows and said with a smug expression. Louis E suddenly thought of something and said with a worried expression. So are you going to work in Yanjing, Brother Fan? Zhang Fan shook his head. Usually I am still in Jiangcheng, only that I need to go to Yanjing for 3 or 4 days every month. Oh, that's good. Louis E said, stepping forward and hugging Zhang Fan. Now do you have an establishment for this job? Of course I do. A monthly salary of 800, with 5 insurance and 1 gold. Zhang Fan said with a smug look on his face. Louis E pecked Zhang Fan on the cheek. Brother Fan, you're awesome. Zhang Fan hemmed and hawed. That's for sure. You don't look at whose boyfriend I am. Louis E blanked Zhang Fan. Hate it. But Brother Fan, is your mission tomorrow dangerous? Charity auction. What risk can there be? Organized by the Xiangjiang government. Who dares to jump around blindly in it? Zhang Fan said smilingly. That's true. Right. Let's go eat. Mai's treating us tonight. As soon as Zhang Fan heard that Zhao Qingmai was going to treat him to dinner, he instantly became excited. What to eat? I don't know, but Mai says she wants a big meal. Oh, wait for me. I'll take a shower and change. Aha! Zhang Fan rushed to the bathroom, took a quick shower, changed his clothes, and came out. Zhao Qingmai was already waiting downstairs in the hotel. Zhang Fan and Louis E went downstairs, and after meeting up with Zhao Qingmai, the three of them took the car rented by Zhao's jewelry, and went to the destination together. By the way, Brother Fan, that pink diamond ring of yours, it's pretty hot online, and I have several friends who are quite interested. Zhao Qingdao said smilingly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan instantly became interested. Oh, any to buy? At $3.0 million, no one will buy it. But if it's cheaper, It should sell. Oh, I just need 1.00 million. Anything more is yours, Zhang Fan said with a big grin. Anyway, this thing, it only weighs 10 grams, so you can make a lot of copies if you want to. However, don't copy it for now. When Zhao Qingdao heard this, she quickly waved her hand. Brother Fan, it's meaningless for you to say that. You've done me such a great favor. I haven't shown it yet. Besides, it's my friend who wants to buy it, not me. Oh, whatever, Zhang Fan said with a helpless face. I have a friend who's going to propose, offering $660,000 apiece. What do you think, Brother Van? Give it to him, Zhang Fan said without hesitation. Okay, then I'll let him know, and he'll come and pick it up in person tomorrow. Aha! Hearing that Zhang Fan had accomplished a big deal, Louis E was also excited. Congratulations, Brother Fan. Ha ha, this money, I'm going to give it to you. See if you want to use it to start a business, or to buy a house. It's up to you. Louis E sniffed and didn't refuse. Thank you, Brother Fan. Zhang Fan heatedly smiled and pulled Louis E into his arms for a kiss. The two of us, do we still need to say thank you? You too, you're so annoying. Spreading dog food anytime, anywhere, Zhao Qingmai said with a disgusted look on her face. Louis E's little face instantly turned red with shame. Zhang Fan was also thick-skinned. Ha ha, just asking if you're envious? Zhao Qingmai spat without a good breath. Yuck. The three of them talked and laughed and soon arrived at their destination. Getting out of the car, Zhao Qingmai walked in front and explained to the two of them that the eating habits on this side of Shangjiang are very similar to those in Canton province, and we're going to a Cantonese restaurant today. The restaurant wasn't very crowded, and it just looked high class. The three of them walked in. Zhao Qingmai ordered a few specialties, and Zhang Fan and Louis E also ordered 2 each. It's pretty good, just a little pricey. However, Zhao Qingmai was treating her, and Zhang Fan and Louis E were both satisfied with the food. When checking out, Zhang Fan took a look at it and it seemed to have cost more than $30,000. Not bad for a little rich girl. Really rich, Zhang Fan lamented in his heart. After dinner, Zhang Fan wanted to buy clothes. Louis E and Zhao Qingmai followed beside him for reference. Zhang Fan looked at the suits for half a day and didn't even bother to buy them. It's too expensive. $100, 000 or so a piece. Even hundreds of thousands. It's only worn once, so it's really not worth it. I don't know if it's reimbursed or not, Zhang Fan muttered. Brother Fan, are you going to buy it or not? Zhao Qingmai said with a speechless face. It's true. After looking at several pieces, Zhang Fan never bought them. A big man. So abrasive. Zhao Qingmai had long been impatient. Wait a minute. I'll make a call and ask. What's going on? Zhao Qingmai and Louis E were both puzzled. Why do you have to call and ask to buy a dress? Zhang Fan took his cell phone and directly dialed Yan Qingyue's phone. Sister Qingyue, I'm going to buy a suit, but the price is too expensive. Is our unit reimbursed? Yan Qingyue was playing a game and was speechless when she received Zhang Fan's call. You're so rich and you still let the unit reimburse you? Why are you so stingy? Zhang Fan became anxious when he heard this and said with vigor, how am I rich? I don't even have a house until now. If I had money, could I not buy a house? Besides, if it wasn't for work, would I need to buy a suit? Serves you right. Go rent a suit. I'll personally quote you $200 for rent, Yan Qingyue said without a trace of anger. When Zhang Fan heard that, he could also rent suits. Why didn't I think of that? Thank you, sister, whispering. I hadn't really thought about being able to rent one. After saying that, Zhang Fan hung up the phone. As for Yan Qingyue's comment about the 200 yuan rent, although Zhang Fan was short of money, he hadn't really gotten to that point. No more. Let's just go rent one, Zhang Fan said to Louis E and Zhao Qingmao. Brother Fan, you're so stingy, Louis E said with a look of contempt. Louis E was also speechless. Che, you little rich girl, how do you understand the hardships of making money? A suit costs over $100,000, or even hundreds of thousands. If it wasn't required for work, I wouldn't have bought it. Chapter 79, Buying Clothes for Louis E. When Zhao Qingmai heard Zhang Fan's words, she instantly understood as well. There is nothing wrong with what Zhang Fan said. Many people can't make $100,000 a year. It's not like she's a cutie. Only, subconsciously ignored lately. Yui Lu's family has recently gone bankrupt and isn't very wealthy. I'm sorry, Brother Fan, why don't I just buy it for you? Zhao Qingmai said with a guilty face. Zhang Fan waved his hand. I really don't lack this amount of money. Only that buying a suit doesn't make much sense and I don't like to wear it. Let's go. Let's see where we can rent one. Aha! The three of them inquired before finding a clothing rental store. Zhang Fan spent $200 and paid another deposit to rent a $100,000 designer suit. If it wasn't for the sake of supporting the facade, Zhang Fan wouldn't want to spend this amount of money. After finishing the business, Zhang Fan suddenly thought that after being with Louis Yi for such a long time, he hadn't bought much for Louis Yi yet, so he said to Louis Yi, "That's right, Yi, let's go buy you some clothes." Louis Yi sniffed and immediately shook her head. "Forget it, brother Fan, I have plenty of clothes." After all, Zhang Fan was so frugal, he couldn't afford to be wasteful himself. Zhang Fan didn't care about Louis Yi, pulling Louis Yi forward. "By the way, little dance, in a while, you help Yi pick some nice clothes. Don't save money for me." Zhao Qingmai was a bit confused. Is this Zhang Fan rich or poor? Is it going to be a swollen face? What should I do with myself? By the way, Yi, which brand of clothes do you like? Louis Yi froze. "I can do anything." "Ooh, that's the donkey sign then," Zhang Fan said, then pulled Louis Yi's hand and entered the donkey brand boutique. A few waiters, seeing Zhang Fan come in with two big beauties, their eyes lit up. A big customer had come. These days, you can't tell if a man has money by looking at his appearance, but to be able to bring two big beauties with him, the condition of such a man must not be too bad. The waitress said to Zhang Fan and Louis Yi with an enthusiastic face, "Hello Mr. and MS. What do you want to see?" "Zhang Fan, help my girlfriend choose 2 sets of clothes. Price is not a problem." The waitress's eyes brightened even more. "Hello ma'am, this way please." Louis Yi was a bit helpless, but Zhang Fan had said it, so she couldn't refute Zhang Fan's face. Zhang Fan said to Louis Yi again, "Little dance, you help with the reference as well." "Aha!" Zhao Qingmai finished speaking and followed Louis Yi to choose her clothes. Zhang Fan found a stool and sat down, took out his cell phone and scanned the circle of friends and class group. Nothing much has happened lately, and everything is going well. It was Su Cici's circle of friends that hadn't moved at all, and she didn't know how it had been lately. "Hey," Zhang Fan sighed, took out his cell phone, and sent a red envelope to the dormitory group. All 3 of his buddies in the dorm blew out at once. "Zhou Haitao, brother Fan, you've been having a good little time lately. Where are you playing?" "Aftermath, brother Van, do you want to get together recently?" "Cholin, I guess it's bad enough. Busy as a dog. Stopping for a break as soon as I get to work." "Zhang Fan, I've been in Shangjiang lately. I'll be back in a couple days. When I get back, I'll treat you guys to dinner." "Zhou Haitao, brother Fan's atmosphere. Aftermath, Fan is the most handsome. Cholin, I envy you guys. I guess I can't go. There's no point in leaving work every day." "Zhou Haitao, poor Lin. Aftermath, poor Ringo." "Zhang Fan, then we can have a late night snack at Zhou Lin. By the way, Bo and Tao, how's your work going?" "Aftermath, 9 to 6. One day at a time." "Zhou Haitao, I'm okay here. Eating and drinking. But I keep feeling that something's not quite right with our company." "Aftermath, what's wrong?" "Zhou Haitao, I feel that our company is a little wrong. The original said 800 monthly salary, on the 5 insurance and gold, and now become 400. Nothing, said the trial period or so, but now only need to buy $100,000 in the company's financial management. You can turn early." A lot of the company's older employees said they were like this when they joined the company. I'm a little guilty of muttering. "Jolin, your company is not a fraud, is it?" "Aftermath, yeah. Where's a normal company like this?" "Zhou Haitao, it shouldn't be so bad. The company has been open for more than 5 years, and the boss has a lot of assets under his name. Villas, factories, office buildings and so on. The boss is also a representative of our Jiangchang, with a very positive image." Zhang Fan couldn't figure it out either. After all, Zhang Fan was also a small rookie just out of school. However, if he were the Zhang Fan before, he would definitely not spend the money, because there's no way he or she would ask the family for $100,000 to go buy money at the company. Instinctively, though, there's no good feeling about companies that have to pay money. "Zhang Fan, Tao, what do you think?" "Zhou Haitao, I carefully thought about it. It's better to buy it. Anyway, $100,000 is nothing to me. Even if it does go yellow, it won't hurt me. Besides, the company has been open for 4 years. It's not so bad that it will be yellow as soon as I buy it, right?" "No, Zhou Haitao, the company as a whole looks pretty good. The atmosphere is quite nice. I guess it's hard to find such a good bargain if I go looking for another job." "Cholin, Tao is still rich. A big dog. Aftermath, Tao is awesome." Zhang Fan suddenly thought of the words of Louis Yi's father, Lu Qingshan, and after thinking about it, he sent the message in the group again. "Fan Zhang, what is the name of your company? What's the situation of your financial management? I'll find a reliable person to ask for you." "Zhou Haitao, that's fine. I'll send it to you privately in a moment." Zhang Fan, okay. A few more people chatted, bragged and ranted for a while. Joe Haito sent the name of the company and the promotional page for financial management to Zhang Fan again. Great wealth and a 15-point gain. Zhang Fan was instantly shocked. Are you kidding me? Publicly touting a 12-point return? Doesn't seem to count the salesman's commission. I don't know what I'm doing to make so much money. Zhang Fan was speechless. As she was thinking about it, Louis Yi's voice came from the distance. Brother Fan, I've picked it out. How about you take a look? Zhang Fan raised his head and saw that Louis Yi was wearing a long pink dress with a black casual hat. Ladylike. Not bad. Not bad. You look really good in this too. Aha. It does fit quite well. Zhao Qingmai chimed in. Anything else? Louis Yi nodded and went to change her outfit again. Soon, Louis Yi walked out. It's still a classic ladylike style. Stunning and perfect for 21-year-old Yui Lu. Chapter 80. Better to do more than less. Nice. Waitress swiped the card. Zhang Fan said and handed the card to the saleswoman. The saleswoman took it with a happy face and said to Zhang Fan, just a moment, please. After saying that, he took out a calculator and did the math. Hello sir, the total is 129. 800. Please enter your password. Zhang Fan took the POS machine brush. Enter the bank card password. Just a tick and a smooth transaction. The saleswoman was busy packing. After checking out, the three of them walked out together. I didn't realize that you're quite stingy with yourself, Brother Fan, but you're quite generous with EE. Zhao Qingdao said with a flirtatious face. Zhang Fan was a bit speechless. Why did he keep saying that he was stingy? Zhang Fan never felt stingy, only that his consumption and values were different. I heard that many tycoons in the two provinces like to wear slippers and undershirts and carry sacks of money. Many netizens will just think they are real. Zhang Fan blankly glanced at Zhao Qingmai. Right, Xiao Mai, has your family's jewelry been shipped over yet? I guess it'll be a while. Brother Fan, don't worry about that. By the way, where are we going next? Zhao Qingmai asked with an excited face. Zhang Fan was speechless. Aren't you tired? After working all day during the day and shopping for so long at night? Anyway, Zhang Fan was already tired and didn't want to shop anymore. Zhao Qingdao blankly glanced at Zhang Fan. No way. Big brother. It's only 9 o'clock. It's still early. The nightlife has just begun. Isn't it 11? Louis Yi helplessly glanced at Zhao Qingmai. Xiao Wu, I've been busy all day during the day, so I'm indeed a bit tired. We'd better go back. Forget it. You too. It's boring. When the jewelry show is over, let's stroll around again. Louis Yi took the initiative to comfort. All right, let's go back then. The three of them stopped a car and went back to the hotel. Zhang Fan suddenly thought of the information that Zhou Haitao had sent about Data Corporation. Zhang Fan took out his cell phone, copied it, and sent it all to Lu Qingshan. Just after sending it over, Lu Qingshan's phone called. Zhang Fan hastily picked it up. Mr. Lu's voice came from the other end of the phone. Xiu Fan, what are you doing sending this company's information? One of my classmates works for this company, and their company requires that you have to buy $100,000 in finance if you want to switch. Do you know anything about this company? Lu Qingshan paused for a moment. I haven't heard of it, but they are definitely not a serious company when they give such high returns. 80% of them are going after people's principal. Zhang Fan was instantly disappointed and asked a bit unwillingly, Uncle, what do you think should be done when you encounter such a company? Lu Qingshan laughed. Just don't buy it. Oh, so will it help if I call the police? Lu Qingshan shook his head. It's useless because you have no evidence. The reason why people's companies can stay open is because all the money in front of them has been cashed out normally. Besides, can you start a company like this without some power? Persuade your classmate before he buys it. Also, it's not a matter of concern. It's better to do more than one thing, so don't get yourself into trouble. After Lu Qingshan said these words, Zhang Fan instantly fell silent. Yeah, someone who can afford to run such a big company must not be simple. He was just a little fart himself. What did he care? As for Zhou Haitao, let him buy it if he wants to. Anyway, $100,000 is irrelevant to Zhou Haitao. Okay, uncle, I got it. Lu Qingshan nodded. Aha, Xiaofan, you remember. These days, this kind of can't be managed. Right, when are you and EE coming back? It's probably going to be another 2 days here after we're done on Sunday. Oh, then you and Yui be safe. Aha! The two of them chatted for a while longer before Zhang Fan hung up the phone. Immediately after, Zhang Fan called Zhou Haitao again and briefly talked about it. Zhou Haitao also sighed after hearing this. Brother Van, I also know that the odds are that this company is not reliable. But besides being in this company, what else can I do? Delivering takeaways? Run an online car? Or delivery? I haven't suffered much since I was a kid. I can't do any of these jobs. It's only $100,000. If it's gone, it's gone. I can't just slink back home now. Zhang Fan also sighed. Zhou Haitao. Such a rich second generation, with poor academic performance and a bad school, not willing to suffer. On his own, it is probably difficult to find any serious job. Aren't all the other students, too, struggling? Then brother Tao, be careful. Don't let me have to go in to see you one day. Zhang Fan teased. Ha ha, it's not like I'm a cutie. I definitely can't do anything illegal. Then I'm relieved. I'll treat you to dinner when I return to Jiangcheng. It's better if I treat you. You don't even have a proper job now. Zhou Haitao also laughed and teased. Zhang Fan also did not tell Zhou Haitao. She is not a sister. What is the use of showing off with him? The two of them chatted casually for a few more moments before Zhang Fan hung up the phone. I'm also fed up. What do I care about this doggone rich second generation for? Zhang Fan muttered a few words in a low voice and dropped the matter. Turn on your cell phone and start reading a novel. Suddenly, Lu Yi's voice came from the bathroom. Brother Fan, come over and help me blow dry my hair. What's going on? Zhang Fan froze for a moment, but quickly reacted. Aha, I'll be right over. After Zhang Fan finished speaking, he smiled heatedly and walked into the hotel's bathroom. Another wonderful evening. A number of new poses were unlocked that evening. Early in the morning of the second day, Zhang Fan only felt refreshed. After eating breakfast, Zhang Fan and Lu Yi followed Zhao Qingmai to the jewelry exhibition. There were slightly more people today than yesterday, and Zhang Fan took Lu Yi for another stroll and helped her buy a few pieces of jewelry, spending hundreds of thousands of dollars. Although Lu Yi refused again and again, she couldn't resist Zhang Fan's insistence on buying it. After the purchase, Lu Yi vigorously pinched Zhang Fan's waist, and said in a bad mood, Brother Fan, according to your spending like this, it is estimated that the two of us will soon be sleeping on the street. Zhang Fan ate the pain and hurriedly explained. Have you forgotten that Qing Dance's friend is coming to buy those 2 rings today? Lu Yi then realized, but still solemnly reminded. Oh, you can't be so wasteful in the future. Zhang Fan shook his head. Just leave it alone. I have money. Besides, I'm not a little cutie. I can't do the sleeping on the street thing. Yui Lu didn't say anything. At noon, Zhao Qingmai's friend came, a rich second generation from Magic City, called Li Guahao, quite handsome, but is a bit arrogant. Zhang Fan didn't care. It was a one-shot deal anyway. With Zhao Qingmai's introduction, a brief greeting was exchanged. Chapter 81, Zhou's Jewelry's New Moves. Li picked up a pink diamond ring and observed it carefully. Not bad, not bad. It looks better than the pictures online. Li Guahao was satisfied, so he said to Zhao Qingmai, Xiao Mai, help me load it up. I'll transfer the money to you now, just at yesterday's price. Zhao Qingmai twisted her head and glanced at Zhang Fan, who nodded and said with a satisfied face, Aha, transfer it to Yi card. Lu Yi didn't refuse. After all, in Lu Yi's opinion, Zhang Fan spends too much money. It's better to save it for him by himself. Yui Lu provided her card number and soon all $32 million arrived. Li excitedly walked away with the wrapped ring gift box. Brother Fan is so good to you, Zhao Qingmai said with an envious face. Zhao Qingmai had thought that Zhang Fan was joking yesterday, but she didn't expect that Zhang Fan would really be so generous and give all of that $32 million to Lu Yi. Lu Yi was also excited. Ha ha, Brother Fan has always been good to me. Little Dance, you should hurry up and find a boyfriend too. Zhao Qingmai shook her head. It's better to forget about it then. By the way, how are you going to spend this money? Lu Yi pondered for a while. Let's buy a house first. Brother Fan, what do you think? Zhang Fan shook his head. Don't be in a hurry first. Let's work harder and try to buy a villa. The villa was Zhang Fan's ultimate dream. There's a sky and a yard, so it's a comfortable place to live. Hearing Zhang Fan say so, Lu Yi didn't object. Alright then, what kind of villa are you buying at such a young age? How troublesome it is to go up and down the stairs, Zhao Qingmai said with a look of disgust. Zhang Fan gave Zhao Qingmai a blank look. I don't mind the trouble. I've never lived in a villa, so I want to buy one. Zhao Qingmai didn't say anything else. Anyway, it's not his own money. Zhang Fan loves to buy whatever he wants to buy. The three of them casually chatted for a while longer, when suddenly, many people at the scene gathered in front of Zhou Jewelry's showroom. Zhao Qingmai was also curious, so she sent her company's employees over to inquire. Soon the female employee who was sent back returned and said to Zhao Qingmai with an anxious face, Missy, Tian Wangli went to the counter of Zhou's Jewelry and even bought a few pieces of jewelry. Many onlookers are following the trend in buying jewelry as well. Sky King Li also said that he especially likes Zhou's Jewelry, and all of his lovers' jewelry was bought from Zhou's Jewelry. Zhao Qingmai was instantly a bit confused. Li Tian Wang, but countless people's idol. Read for more than 30 years. Moral and artistic. Many middle-aged and elderly people are hardcore fans of King Lee Tinhua. The main people who buy jewelry today are also middle-aged and older people. Like most young people, how can they afford to spend money? Once King Lee Tianwang showed up this time, it was expected that Zhou's jewelry sales would rapidly increase. But Sky King Lee has never endorsed jewelry, so how come he endorsed Zhou's jewelry? Zhao Qingmai sighed. It's over. At this rate, the news of Sky King Lee endorsing Zhou's jewelry will probably be quickly brushed across the screen. Zhang Fan looked puzzled. So what if Sky King Lee endorsed it? Like I never buy anything depending on who endorses it. Zhao Qingmai shook her head. Those who buy jewelry still care. We've done statistics before. 30% of the people who buy jewelry go for the spokesperson. It is estimated that these 30% of people are expected to flow to Zhou's jewelry. Zhao Qingmai sighed. AI. Business is expected to be even harder in the future. Lu Yi hurriedly consoled. Little dance. Cheer up. I believe in you. Zhang Fan followed suit with a cheering gesture. Zhao Qingmai waved her hand. It's not like you don't know about our family's business. It's all my brother's responsibility. I'll talk to my brother about it in a while. Let my brother have a headache. You two play for a while. I'll talk to my brother here. After Zhao Qingmai finished speaking, she hurriedly went to make a phone call. Zhang Fan and Lu Yi glanced at each other, and Lu Yi lamented. Brother Fan, doing business is really hard. Zhang Fan also lamented. Yes, it's hard to do business. Zhang Fan summarized. Lu Qingshan went bankrupt, and Zhao Qingmai's family's business is not doing well. Hey, luckily one has a system, and doing business with the state. This deal for yourself should be a sure thing. The two of them chatted for a while before Zhao Qingmai returned. Little dance, what did your brother's side say? Lu Yi asked with a concerned face. Zhao Qinggu hemmed and hawed. My brother said there's no rush. Let's see how other companies respond. Anyway, our family doesn't have much of a loan right now, so there's not much pressure. Other jewelry companies aren't doing as well as our family. Big deal. We'll keep the discount sales going. It doesn't matter to our family anyway. Lu Yi nodded. Oh, that's good. But I still hope that Zhou's jewelry closes down soon. Zhao Qingdao's mouth whispered in a broken voice. Zhang Fan and Lu Yi both heard it and both laughed in a small voice. Since the appearance of Li Tianwang, all afternoon, all the showrooms were closed. Only Zhou's jewelry, which was crowded. Zhang Fan, Lu Yi, and Zhao Qingmai, who were bored, picked up their cell phones and hacked the game. It wasn't time for the end of the day, so Zhou's jewelry packed up early. Once the time was up, Zhao Qingdao withdrew with the crowd. Back at the hotel, Zhang Fan and Lu Yi simply ate something and went out alone. Today's charity auction was held in the ballroom of the Fragrant River Hotel. Yan Qingyue had long ago opened a room at the Shangjiang Hotel. Zhang Fan went straight to the Shangjiang Hotel, then arrived at Yan Qingyue's room and knocked on the door. Yan Qingyue quickly opened the door. White short sleeves paired with black sweatpants, dry as ever. Zhang Fan hemmed and hawed. Sister whispering, have you eaten tonight? Yan Qingyue gave Zhang Fan a blank look. Eat up. By the way, have you rented your suit yet? Zhang Fan smiled sarcastically. That's a must. Can I not listen to what Sister Whispering says? That's good. Now change into it and let me take a look. Yan Qingyue said with a serious face. Zhang Fan scratched his head and said with a bad smile. Change here? Yan Qingyue raised her head and glared at Zhang Fan. Go change in the bathroom. Oh hoo. Zhang Fan honestly picked up the handbag and went to the bathroom. Numbly, he stripped off his clothes and changed into his suit. Zhang Fan took a look in the mirror and said with a narcissistic face. Not bad. Not bad. Kinda handsome. Sister Whispering. I've changed. Yan Qingyin raised her head, took a closer look at Zhang Fan, and said with a look of contempt. Handsome is quite handsome, but it looks like a landlord's stupid son. Zhang Fan was instantly a bit speechless. Sister Whispering. This is too much of a blow for you, isn't it? The corners of Yan Qingyue's mouth rose. Didn't you look in the mirror? Took the picture. I feel like I'm still pretty cool. Chapter 82 Charity Auction 1. Forget it. That's it. Remember, you're my fiancé. Act like it later. Zhang Fan nodded his head in a hurry. Aha! But Sister Whispering, have you figured out what to do? Aha! Scenario 1 is that while we're talking with Money Wing Ming, someone will hit Money Wing Ming's phone. At that time, someone will bump into Qian Yongming and his cell phone will fall on the ground. At that time, you grab it and help him pick it up, and copy it in the meantime. Option 2 is that someone will secretly steal Qian Yongming's cell phone, you get it and hurry to copy it, and then return it to him after copying it. But this option is a bit risky. If option 1 doesn't work, use this option again. Zhang Fan was speechless after hearing this. Neither of these options are perfect. Option 1 is also too coincidental, and option 2 would also involve stealing a cell phone, which would also tend to alert Qian Yongming. Zhang Fan only needed to be closer when adding contact information, 10 centimeters in range, and Zhang Fan was able to copy it. Sister whispering, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Just leave it to me. What are you going to do? Yan Xingyue asked with a puzzled expression. Zhang Fan smiled. Actually, when I copy things, there is no need to touch. Within 10 centimeters from my hand, I can copy anything. Yan Xingyue let out a sigh of relief when she heard Zhang Fan say that. In this way, it seemed that this mission was without difficulty. However, Zhang Fan suddenly remembered that Qian Yongming's cell phone was Qian Yongming's private item, and it was a bit inappropriate for him to copy it so directly. So he hurriedly spoke. No, sister whispering, this Qian Yongming's cell phone is Qian Yongming's private item? I can't copy it. Yan Xingyue blankly glanced at Zhang Fan and said without a trace of humor. How did you replicate that pink diamond ring you had before? No way. You guys are secretly checking on me? Zhang Fan pretended to be angry and said with a disgruntled face. You think just anyone can join us? Yan Xingyin said without a trace of anger. It's not just you. All those with supernatural abilities will be carefully investigated. Of course, Zhang Fan was well aware of this. Ever since he exposed his psychic ability, Zhang Fan knew that the higher-ups would definitely investigate himself seriously. Zhang Fan also understood, but he could only copy 1 kilogram of other people's stuff every month, which was too little to be enough for himself. You can only count on this 1 kilogram to make extra money for yourself. So Zhang Fan looked at Yan Xingyue with a serious face. Sister Xingyue, my special ability is not omnipotent. It's true that other people's things can be duplicated, but at a great cost, and for a mission like this, I hope it's the last time. Yan Xingyin glanced at Zhang Fan and said seriously, aha, I will react to the top. This time is also a special situation. As you know, Qian Yongming is a famous tycoon in Shangjiang. If he is really a spy, that would be too scary. Aha, I understand. Or I wouldn't have agreed to it. Qian Yongming used a Pingo cell phone that weighed 221 grams. It can't be ruled out. He has a spare phone. Therefore, your task today is to duplicate both of his cell phones in their entirety. Yan Xingyin explained seriously. Zhang Fan nodded. As long as Qian Yongming brought these 2 cell phones with him today, Zhang Fan would definitely copy them both. The two of them chatted for a while longer. Yan Xingyue told Zhang Fan about the matters that he needed to pay attention to, and asked Zhang Fan to memorize Qian Yongming's information. Before recounting the process of today's charity auction, Zhang Fan also made it to the top of his mind. The time flew by and all of a sudden it was 6:40. Wait for me outside for a while. I'll change my clothes. Yan Xingyue said smilingly. Zhang Fan was a bit speechless, but there was nothing he could do and took the initiative to go out the door. Luckily, there are meeting areas on every floor of the hotel. Zhang Fan sat down on the sofa in the parlor area, picked up his cell phone, and swiped it in boredom. Fan, let's go. Hearing Yan Xingyue's voice, Zhang Fan raised his head and took a serious look. Yan Xingyue wore a black evening gown with a deep V. It's vicious. Zhang Fan visually estimated that at least D. It's really the best color on earth. Zhang Fan instantly chickened out. Zhang Fan stood up, and Yan Xingyue took the initiative to go forward and wrapped her arms around Zhang Fan. Pressing the elevator, the two walked in together. Yan Xingyue's ferocious place was constantly rubbing against Zhang Fan's arm, coupled with the faint fragrance constantly coming from Yan Xingyue's body, making Zhang Fan itchy and breathing a little sharply. Yan Xingyue blankly glanced at Zhang Fan and said with a flirtatious face, "Isn't it very comfortable?" Zhang Fan deliberately pretended to be confused. Sister Lightning, what are you talking about? Yan Xingyue took a glance at Zhang Fan's bottom and said in a bad mood, "Can you be a bit more aggressive? When you get out of the elevator, it's going to be a big scene." Zhang Fan smiled sarcastically. Sister whispering, "You're too beautiful. I can't control it. Be normal. We're almost there." Zhang Fan held his breath and forced his control. Soon the elevator arrived and Yan Xingyue appeared on the second floor with Zhang Fan's arm. After signing in, the two went in together. A handsome man, greeting towards Yan Xingyue. "Xingyue, who is this?" "This is my fiancé, Zhang Fan." Yan Xingyue explained smilingly. "Xiu Fan, this is Li Jiaowang, the son of the richest man in Li's family." "Oh, hello. Zhang Fan greeted with a smile. Hearing Yan Xingyue's words, Li Jiaowang instantly became interested in Zhang Fan. "Zhang Fan, hello, come on, add a contact." Zhang Fan didn't think much about it and directly took out his cell phone and added a friend with Li Jiaowang. Yan Xingyue then led Zhang Fan, greeted a few familiar friends, and introduced them to each other. Then, many people gathered around Zhang Fan, looking for his contact information. In their opinion, Zhang Fan was very uncomplicated. After all, Yan Xingyue's identity was something they all understood. Yan Xingyue's boyfriend might be an ordinary person, but Yan Xingyue's fiancé would never be an ordinary person. Zhang Fan was too embarrassed to refuse, and in just a moment's time, he added quite a few people's friends, including some big stars and business tycoons. However, Zhang Fan seldom opened his mouth because Zhang Fan did not know what to say to them. Fortunately, with Yan Qingyue present, and Yan Qingyue's status, the scene wasn't very awkward. Zhang Fan's eyes, from time to time, surveyed the surroundings, and finally, Zhang Fan saw Qian Yongming, gently rubbing against Yan Qingyue. Yan Qingyue also reacted. Yan Qingyue shot a look at Li Jiawang, and soon, Li Jiawang brought Qian Yongming over. Uncle Qian, this is Yan Qingyue, from Yanjing. This is Yan Qingyue's fiancé, Zhang Fan. Qian Yongming is also a big brother, and when he heard Li Jiawang's introduction, he came from Yanjing and understood it in seconds. Qian Yongming took the initiative to go forward and greet him. Hello Miss Yan. Hello Mr. Zhan. Chapter 83 Charity Auction 2. Zhang Fan and Yan Qingmai also responded with a smile. Miss Yan. Mr. Zhang. Let's add a friend, Qian Yongming said, taking the initiative to take out his cell phone and pull up the QR code. Zhang Fan's heart was secretly happy. Ha ha, this Qian Yongming really know how to do things. He didn't even make any effort. But Qian Yongming took the initiative to send it to his door. Zhang Fan did not move and took out his cell phone, close to Qian Yongming's cell phone. When the distance was almost the same, Zhang Fan's mind silently replicated, and Qian Yongming's cell phone finished replicating and appeared in Zhang Fan's system space. Zhang Fan smiled at Yan Qingyue, so Yan Qingyue understood that Zhang Fan had finished copying. Yan Qingyue also took out her cell phone and added friends with Qian Yongming, chatting a few more times. Zhang Fan took the opportunity to observe that in the pocket of Qian Yongming's suit, there should still be a cell phone. However, Zhang Fan couldn't find an opportunity for the time being. After chatting for a few moments, Qian Yongming went to get busy. After all, there were many acquaintances of Qian Yongming on the scene who needed to maintain relationships. Yan Qingyue pulled Zhang Fan to a corner. Finished? Zhang Fan nodded. Aha, copied. However, the other cell phone, as far as I can see, should be in the pocket of the suit, or on the inside. Yan Qingyue nodded. I feel the same. See what happens in a moment. Aha! Yan Qingyue and Zhang Fan first found a seat and quietly waited for their chance. Half an hour later, suddenly, Zhang Fan saw that Qian Yongming was going out. Zhang Fan had a guess in his heart that the probability was that he was getting old and his kidneys were not good. Sister whispering, I reckon this old guy is going to the bathroom. I'll go out and see if there's a chance. Aha! Be careful. I'll take care of it from the outside. Zhang Fan nodded and got up to go to the bathroom. However, Zhang Fan accidentally discovered that Qian Yongming's two bodyguards were also following. This old guy is way too cautious. Even when you go to the bathroom, you have to be followed by a bodyguard. Zhang Fan didn't go in and washed his face outside. Qian Yongming soon came out as well, and Zhang Fan looked up and greeted Qian Yongming. Mr. Qian. Hello. Qian Yongming also responded with a smile. Hello, Mr. Zhan. Zhang Fan and Qian Yongming finished at about the same time, and Zhang Fan and Qian Yongming walked side by side, heading towards the venue together. When he saw Yan Qingyue, Zhang Fan shook his head slightly. Yan Qingyue then understood that Zhang Fan did not win. Yan Qingyue made a wink, and soon, an unfamiliar woman ran out in a hurry. Zhang Fan quickly sidestepped his body, and his right hand also directly touched Qian Yongming's chest pocket. The system gave a direct prompt. One cell phone detected. Weight 180 grams. Is it copied? Zhang Fan directly meditated. Copy. This woman is running so fast. Rushing to reincarnation. Zhang Fan cursed. Faking it, of course. Qian Yongming laughed and flirted. Mr. Zhang, there's no need to mind too much. Maybe people are really in a hurry to cast off. Excuse me, Mr. Qian. Let's have tea together sometime. Zhang Fan said with an apologetic face. Qian Yongming nodded with a smile. Definitely. Entering the venue, Zhang Fan found Yan Qingyue and nodded at her. Yan Qingyue then understood. The auction will start in a moment. Let's leave when it's over. Aha! At 8 o'clock, the auction began promptly. Because it was a charity auction, many people were selling the upper echelon of face and didn't take out anything too expensive. After all, the auction was to raise money for the victims in the war-torn regions of the West. There's not much to be gained. Not to mention that there's a lot of netizens to scold if you donate too much at once. So, there wasn't anything too expensive in the auction. Most of them take something worthless and buy it back for themselves. They weren't afraid of people calling the price what something was worth, and no one there was a cutie. There are also really good things out of the auction. For example, Li Jiawang sold his own a used car, 5 million to buy, the appraisal price of 2 million, the final price of 2 million. Some big shot took out his treasured books, and they weren't worth much, but some rich guy paid $500,000 for them. And those who know what they're talking about know what they're talking about. Zhang Fan felt too bored. There was no rich second generation competing and bidding for high prices. And there was no tycoon throwing away money. It was really no fun at all. However, it was quite nice to have Yan Qingyue, a great beauty, by his side. Sister whispering, "Didn't you take anything out?" Zhang Fan asked with a curious face. Yan Qingyue shook her head. "No, our family all earns wages. How can we have that much money? Your grandfather didn't collect any old things?" "There is, but the old master regards it as a treasure. So it's hard for me to even think about taking a look at it," Yan Qingyue said with a speechless expression. "Oh, what has the old man been hiding? It's all to do with the faculty. Books, letters." Zhang Fan smiled sarcastically. These things were quite precious, but anyone in their right mind wouldn't take them out and sell them. "So the two of us, we really just came over to watch the fun?" Zhang Fan said with some embarrassment. Yan Qingyue blankly glanced at Zhang Fan. "If I really take something out, the price will definitely not be low. But think about it, is it appropriate?" After a brief search, Zhang Fan realized that it did seem to be inappropriate. Yan Qingyue was a great beauty in her own right, and with the connections of Yan Qingyue's family, there were definitely people willing to pay a high price for it. "Why don't I offer a stamp?" Zhang Fan whispered. Yan Qingyin hemmed and hawed. "Just waiting for your words. Bring it on you." Zhang Fan was a bit helpless and took out a small piece of red stamp and urged. "This small piece of red is worth more than $1 million. It's a pity. How nice it would have been to donate it to our compatriots at home. Please don't be so narrow-minded. There are also many foundations abroad that are giving donations to the country. As difficult as it is for us at home, it's not as difficult as it is for people in war-torn areas. This is called humanitarianism." Yan Qingyue whispered in Zhang Fan's ear. Okay, that's it. Just hurry up and find the organizers." Yan Qingyue nodded and got up to leave. "No, how much money was donated to foreign countries? I'm going to add 10 times 20 times to earn it back from foreign countries and donate it to my compatriots at home," Zhang Fan muttered in a small voice. After a while, Yan Qingyue came back. "The explanation is finished. You've put this last." Zhang Fan nodded. "Aha!" After another 20 minutes, it was finally time for the final auction item, which was Zhang Fan's small piece of red stamp. Today, the last item in the auction is a small red stamp from Mr. Zhang Fan's collection. This stamp, issued in 1968, has very little circulation on the market and is very collectible. This stamp of Mr. Zhang is very well preserved. I believe that those who know the business know that the current market transaction price is over $1 million. Thank you Mr. Zhang Fan for your generosity. Chapter 84 Charity Auction 3. As soon as the auctioneer's words landed, there was an instant bid. 800,000. Zhou family Zhou Yuan Zhou Gongzi bids $800,000. Is there any higher? The auctioneer shouted excitedly. $1 million. Mr. Li Jiawang Li of the Li family is bidding $1 million. Is there any higher? 1 million. Mr. Yongming Qian bid 1 million. Is there any higher? 2 million. Mr. Luo Pingan Luo bid 2 million. Is there any higher? 3 million. Mr. Yongming Qian bid 3 million. Is there any higher? Mr. Yongming Qian bid 3 million. Is there any higher? Mr. Yongming Qian bid 3 million. Is there any higher? The auctioneer shouted 3 times in a row, and seeing that no one continued to bid, the auctioneer hurriedly dropped the hammer. Congratulations to Mr. Qian Yongming for winning this precious small piece of red stamp at a price of 3 million. And thanks to Mr. Zhang Fan for his generosity. As soon as the auctioneer's words fell, thunderous applause rose from the scene. Zhang Fan smiled at Qian Yongming to express his gratitude, and Qian Yongming responded politely. Next, the officials stepped in and reported the results of the auction. The charity auction was then declared a complete success. Zhang Fan followed Yan Qingyue and exchanged a few pleasantries with someone at the entrance before the two of them went upstairs together. As soon as he entered the house, Yan Qingyue asked towards Zhang Fan, "Xiu Fan, where is the cell phone?" Zhang Fan nodded and directly took out 2 cell phones from the system space and handed them to Yan Qingyue. "Sister Qingyue, these 2 cell phones have passwords. It's okay, we don't need to worry about the things behind us." "Oh, that's good. I should go." "Don't be in a hurry. We haven't finished today's quest yet," Yan Qingyue prompted. Zhang Fan paused for a moment, and then it occurred to him that the duplication task had not been completed today. "Aha, what's copying today?" Yan Qingyue shook her head. "I don't know. It's this thing." With that, Yan Qingyue took out a piece of metal from her suitcase. Zhang Fan weighed it and it was quite heavy, presumably some kind of alloy. Zhang Fan directly finished copying it and handed it over to Yan Qingyue. Sister whispering, "It's done." Yan Qingyin put the two cell phones in Zhang Fan's copied alloy together and weighed them. Just 1 kilogram. Yan Qingyue cleaned up a bit and said to Zhang Fan, "Aha, little Fan, do you want me to send you back?" Zhang Fan shook his head. "Forget it." Sister whispering, "You're quite tired today. I'll just take a taxi back myself." "Okay then. I'll send you down and hand in these two cell phones, then you can come back to bed. By the way, when will you return to Jiangcheng, little Fan?" "I don't know. I guess next Tuesday." "Oh hoo." The two of them went downstairs together, and Zhang Fan called a car up after greeting Yan Qingyue. When he returned to the hotel, he found that Lu Yi was not there. After sending a message to Lu Yi, he learned that the two of them, Lu Yi and Zhao Qingmai, were out shopping. Zhang Fan was a bit tired, so he didn't go. Remembering that he hadn't copied any books today, Zhang Fan took another medical book and copied it. In the last few days, Zhang Fan felt that he had gained a deeper understanding of medicine. Zhang Fan felt that it was not a big problem for him to see some minor problems. However, without practicing it, Zhang Fan was not confident, especially when it comes to prescribing and catching medicines. Nowadays herbs, many of which are grown artificially, are certainly not consistent with those wild herbs of ancient times. Zhang Fan could not grasp the exact dosage. I don't know how those old doctors grasped it. There were also some medicinal herbs that Zhang Fan was impressed with. It's not like you wouldn't recognize it if you saw it outside. Xia medicine was profound, and Zhang Fan felt that he still had a lot to learn. Luckily, it was the system that went directly to his mind after copying. Otherwise, Zhang Fan would have given up long ago. After finishing, Zhang Fan picked up his cell phone again and swiped the small video. However, it suddenly occurred to Zhang Fan, was it possible to make a copy of a foreign language dictionary? Then copy a few foreign language books, and then this foreign language. One should be considered proficient. But on second thought, I don't plan to go abroad, so what's the point of learning that? Or do you study medicine first, then computers? As for the other books, there's no rush. Take your time. Maybe someday when the system is upgraded, it will be possible to copy several books at once, and then you'll learn even faster. However, the system doesn't seem to be able to help itself blend in, and it's just a humanoid storage machine. Zhang Fan was also very conscious that he was not a supreme genius, and he did not think about how to drop it. It's always good to learn more when you have a system to help. It was not until after 10 p.m. that Lu Yi came back. "Brother Van, how about you go to the charity auction today?" Zhang Fan shook his head. "It's boring." Of course, this was not what Zhang Fan thought in his heart, especially when Yan Qingyue took Zhang Fan's arm. "By the way, did you and Mai go shopping for anything? Coming back so late?" Lu Yi guffawed. "Just a casual stroll. Didn't buy anything. I'm going to take a shower first." Zhang Fan hemmed and hawed and followed suit, but Lu Yi had already unlocked the door. Zhang Fan was instantly speechless and tapped on the bathroom door, saying with a look of urgency, "Open the door. My stomach is not feeling well." "Brother Fan, don't pretend. Honestly, wait for me outside. I've prepared a surprise for you," Lu Yi said smilingly. Zhang Fan smiled sarcastically. "Alright then, you wash faster." "Aha!" Lying on the bed, Zhang Fan's heart itched. What was the surprise Lu Yi said? Is it a sailor suit? Just black silk? Or, half an hour later, Lu Yi finally came out. A JK dress. Attack speed +1. White stockings. Attack speed +1. Double ponytail. Attack speed +1 more. Exquisite face. Concave curves. Truly worthy of being the school flower of Jiangcheng University. Zhang Fan couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Instantly, Li Shueyo's figure crossed in his own mind. Last time, Li Shueyo. That's how she wore it. At that time, Zhang Fan was still itching, but he didn't expect Lu Yi to wear it like this. Zhang Fan compared in his mind. It was still Lu Yi who was prettier. Because of Lu Yi's JK skirt, it was even shorter. "Brother Fan, do you like it?" Lu Yi's seductive voice came from not far away. Zhang Fan hemmed and hawed. Like, how do you know I like it?" Lu Yi had a shy face. "Little Dance told me. Men like this. I didn't see it. Little Dance is quite knowledgeable." "Thanks," Zhang Fan whispered in his heart. Then he quickly stepped forward, picked up Lu Yi and threw her on the bed. Chapter 85, Returning to Jiangcheng. Mr. and Mrs. Lu Xinshan rent a room. The double ponytail is truly a godsend, and whoever uses it knows it. Zhang Fan sighed in his heart. On the morning of the second day, Zhang Fan vaguely felt that he had a bit of back pain. "Oi, only 7 times last night and your back hurts? That's not good. I'm young. How can that be?" Zhang Fan hurriedly found another medical book and copied it. The book goes so far as to say young people, be careful with moderation. Moderation? Are you kidding me? Zhang Fan, don't need it. Zhang Fan planned to look for more books and must become stronger. Turning her head to look at Lu Yi, her face was flushed and she was sleeping soundly. Zhang Fan sighed again. Hey, I don't know how those ancient emperors made up for it. After breakfast, Zhang Fan, Lu Yi and Zhao Qingma went to the jewelry exhibition together again. Today was much better. After all, it was impossible for Sky King Li to go to Chao's jewelry every day. Each is almost equally divided. Of course, the Chao jewelry showroom was slightly more crowded. However, the internet had exploded with news of Sky King Li going to the Chao's jewelry show. Chao's jewelry gets a lot of traffic. Throughout the day, Zhao Qingmai was secretly scolding Zhou's jewelry for not speaking of martial virtues. Of course, there was no shortage of scolding for King Li Tin Wang. Last night, Zhang Fan had actually seen Tian Wang Li and greeted him. Zhang Fan also felt that Li Tianwan was still a pretty good person. However, cutting off someone's wealth is like killing their parents. Zhang Fan felt that Zhao Qingmai could not be scolded too much. Little dance. Don't curse, it's better to play the game for a while. Lu Yi comforted. Okay. Zhao Qingmai took out her cell phone and opened the game. And Zhang Fan followed. Fortunately, there wasn't anything on the scene that required Zhao Qingmai's presence. The trio teamed up to hack and have a great time. At 4 p.m. The jewelry show was successfully concluded. Zhao Qingmai had been impatient for a long time, and after saying hello to her staff, she took Zhang Fan and Lu Yi with her. The three of them took a cab outside and went straight to the hotel. A change of clothes, a brief dinner, and then the evening's revelry. Shop, go to the movies, and visit scenic spots. For the next 2 days, the trio had a great time. Zhang Fan was also in pain and happy. Of course the tasks during the period were not forgotten. And Zhang Fan's work of copying medical books was not left behind. On Wednesday, the trio finally flew back to River City. As for Yan Qingyue, she also followed the three of them back. But of course, it wasn't a flight. As soon as Zhang Fan and Lu Yi returned home, they saw a big table prepared by Mr. and Mrs. Lu Qingshan. While eating, Lu Qingshan suddenly spoke. By the way, Xiu Fan, your aunt and I are going to move out. Zhang Fan had known about it for a long time, but he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Zhang Fan smiled sarcastically. So what, uncle and auntie, do you want to stay for 2 more days? Ha, you must be feeling a bit awkward with the two of us here. Lu Qingshan said laughingly. How could I? These days, thank you very much. As for the money owed to you, we will work hard to earn money to pay you back. Lu Qingshan said with a solemn face. Uncle, you're out of line to say that. With this relationship between E and I, there's really no need for this. Lu Yi also hurriedly interjected. That's right, Mom and Dad. I used to save $5 million. If you guys need money, just ask me for it. Lu Qingshan nodded. Well, your mom and I are also trying to have to think of a way. The two of us still owe so much money. If we don't start a business, it's definitely out of the question. Zhang Suilan also smiled and said, yes, in this life, we definitely want to continue tossing and turning. Zhang Fan really admired Mr. and Mrs. Lu Qingshan from the bottom of his heart. If you were faced with such a situation yourself, you would definitely just go back home and lie down. Then uncle and auntie, you guys go for it. EE and I are your strong backing. Aha, mom and dad, you guys go for it. I'm sure you guys can do it. Aha, this topic is quickly coming to an end. By the way, we've got our eye on a house. It's just diagonally across the street from yours. As soon as Lu Yi heard this, a smile appeared on her face. Great. So I can visit you guys more often. Silly boy. We were going to rent a suite in the neighborhood, but there are no 1-bedroom apartments inside the neighborhood. The neighborhood diagonally across the street. It's a return house, but the quality is pretty good. Our house is on the 1st floor, so it will be convenient to move some things back and forth in the future. Zhang Suilan said with a smile. Oh, let's go look at houses together later then. Zhang Suilan nodded. Okay, let's go there together after dinner. Aha! Soon the four had eaten. After scrubbing the dishes, the four of them walked together and went to the neighborhood diagonally across the street. Sanwei Homes. The neighborhood is also very tightly regulated and not owners are not allowed to enter. Zhang Suilan made a call and soon the landlord's elder sister came over. The landlord's elder sister explained to the security guard that she was looking for a room, and only then did the security guard let Zhang Fan and the others in. Sister Wang, this is my daughter and this is my son-in-law. They came over for another look. Oh, it's fine. Your daughter is so pretty. Your son-in-law is also quite handsome. Sister Wang praised with a smile. Ha, Sister Wang, you talk so well. What I said is the truth. Let's go. Let's hurry. Sister Wang said, quickening her pace. Mr. and Mrs. Lu Qingshan also quickly followed. Soon, it was time to get to the house. 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, 1 kitchen, 1 bathhouse, 55 square meters. The decor is pretty good and it's fully furnished with all the appliances. How is it? Lu Qingshan asked with a smile. Lu Yi nodded. The house was small, but it was quite good. Sister Lun, since you're both satisfied, let's sign the contract. The landlord, Sister Wang, said smilingly. Zhang Suilan nodded. Aha, then let's sign it now. The smile on Sister Wang's face grew even bigger as she pulled out a contract directly from her bag. This is what I bought online. Can you guys see if there's anything you need to add? Zhang Suilan took it and scanned it with Lu Qingshan. The contract is simple, and besides, the rent is only $200 a month. So if there's a real problem, they don't care. No problem. Lu Qingshan picked up a pen and was ready to sign. Sister Wang hurriedly stopped it. You're too careless. You need to check again if I am the landlord himself. By the way, this is the house book and my ID card. See if both are the same. Zhang Suilan, Zhang Fan and Lu Yi covered their mouths and laughed. Lu Qingshan also smiled sarcastically, took the house book and ID card and looked at them. They were indeed the same. So he nodded. No problem. It's a person. Aha. That's enough to sign. As I said before, you can pay the rent quarterly or monthly. I live here myself, so if anything breaks at home, just tell me. Sister Wang said with a bright face. Lu Qingshan nodded politely. Aha, please. Chapter 86. Yan Xingyue moved opposite Zhang Fan's house. Sister Wang also signed as the landlord. Then, Lu Qingshan transferred $800 of rent to Sister Wang. The rent is $200 a month, 1 deposit and 3 payments, and the contract is officially in effect. Sister Wang spoke again. Right, now I'll take you to apply for an access card. It will be easier for you guys to go in and out in the future. Lu Qingshan nodded and followed Sister Wang to get an access card. Zhang Suilan, Zhang Fan and Lu Yi were in the house, chatting. After a while, Lu Qingshan came back, and then the 4 of them returned to the Hanjing neighborhood together. Mr. and Mrs. Lu Qingshan's things had been packed up long ago. Zhang Fan and Lu Yi helped load the car. Then together they went to the Sanwei homestead and helped Mr. and Mrs. Lu Qingshan simply clean up. After finishing his work, Zhang Fan and Lu Yi went back home together. When they got home, the 2 of them collapsed into bed. After all, after flying in the morning and then following Mr. and Mrs. Lu Qingshan in the afternoon to look at houses and help them move, it was still a bit tiring. Right, how's your job search going? Zhang Fan suddenly asked. Lu Yi instantly became a bit embarrassed. I had found a company, but I pushed it off in order to go to play in Shangjiang with you in Little Dance. I still have to look for a job again tomorrow. Zhang Fan scraped Lu Yi's nose and comforted. It's fine. I'm just casually asking. Even if you don't find a job for the rest of your life, I can afford to support you. When Lu Yi heard Zhang Fan's words, her small face immediately turned red and said with a shy face, Thank you, brother Fan. Zhang Fan heatedly smiled. What thanks? I'm your boyfriend and your future husband. It's only natural to support you. Lu Yi barfed and nibbled on Zhang Fan's mouth. Zhang Fan wasn't willing to show any weakness, until both of them couldn't catch their breath. Zhang Fan let go of his mouth. Let's get some sleep. Aha! Zhang Fan fell asleep with Lu Yi in his arms, and when he woke up, it was already more than 6 p.m. Too lazy to cook, Zhang Fan opened his cell phone software and ordered some takeout. 4 dishes and 1 soup, the standard of a well-off life. Zhang Fan's house is across the street. Yan Xingyue was packing her things. She has rented the house. A few of her teammates, too, were helping. Several of her teammates had already begun to prepare for this since Zhang Fan had joined the team. Of course they only knew that the target of protection was Zhang Fan, but they didn't know why. They didn't care though. Obeying orders was their first day job. A couple of them rented a house that was also in this building. For dinner, again, order takeout. After eating and cleaning up, a few teammates headed back. Yan Xingyue took out her cell phone and sent a message to Zhang Fan. Yan whispered, Junior, it's time to work. Come across to your house. Zhang Fan was shocked when he saw this news. Could it be that Yan Xingyue had moved across the street from her house? Zhang Fan greeted Lu Yi and went out. Knocking on the door across the street, it soon opened. A pair of snow-white long legs were reflected in Zhang Fan's eyes. Zhang Fan raised his head and saw Yan Xingyue's flawless little face. Yan Xingyue was wearing white short sleeves and an extra long style. A thought suddenly flooded Zhang Fan's mind. Is she wearing pants? Fan, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and come in. Only then did Zhang Fan come back to his senses and walked in. By the way, sister whispering, do you want to change your slippers? Yan Xingyue shook her head. No need. When you come over again tomorrow, just wear slippers directly. Zhang Fan nodded and took a seat on the sofa. Yan Xingyue quickly took out her items for the day. This is a 200-year-old ginseng. 120 grams dry weight. You copy 7 of them, and for the remaining 160 grams, you copy this one. Zhang Fan nodded, first receiving the ginseng and copying it, then smilingly asked, by the way, is this ginseng ready for me? Yan Xingyue blankly glanced at Zhang Fan and said without a trace of humor, no. Zhang Fan wasn't annoyed and spent 120 grams to copy one as well. After all, it's good stuff. Zhang Fan looked again, and he only had 460 grams left this month. However, normal should be good enough. Zhang Fan took out the ginseng and handed it to Yan Xingyue. You count exactly 7. And with the original, that makes 8. Yan Xingyue nodded and took out the box she had prepared long ago, placing this 8 ginsengs in one by one. Then he said to Zhang Fan, by the way, if you really need it, I'll say hello to the top. It's not a big problem. Zhang Fan cried and laughed a little. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yan Xingyue pretended to be angry. I knew you weren't honest. Honestly, are you hiding your supernatural abilities? Zhang Fan quickly waved his hand. No. I can really only copy 1 kilogram per day. If I could really copy more, I would have definitely told you guys. After all, this thing can't be kept secret even if you want to. Is that so? Yan Xingyue's tone was filled with disbelief. Of course, Zhang Fan said righteously. Alright, I don't give a. Just hurry up and finish copying this and get the hell out of here. Zhang Fan was a bit speechless, but he still obeyed and did as he was told. After finishing, Zhang Fan asked smilingly, Sister Whispering, do you want to be a guest at my house tomorrow? Yan Xingyue had a flirtatious look on her face. Is it because your girlfriend won't be home tomorrow? Zhang Fan smiled sarcastically. How can I? I'll introduce my girlfriend to you. Otherwise, it's quite boring for you to be here alone. Who says I'm here alone? No, of course not. I have a couple of co-workers who are here, and you're all upstairs in this building. They'll be in charge of protecting you. Zhang Fan was a bit speechless, but the thought of having a free bodyguard was not bad. That's good. Why don't you guys get together tomorrow, so we can all get to know each other and work together in the future? Yan Xingyue thought for a moment and shook her head. Why don't we go out to eat tomorrow? Zhang Fan immediately nodded. Yes, my treat. Take your pick of places. After all, it's all about protecting yourself. There's nothing wrong with spending some of your own money to get in good with them. Anyway, one is not very short of money. A meal is only worth $10,000, not as much as your own life. Okay then, you set the place. I'll talk to them later. Zhang Fan nodded. Alright, let's make it the Jiangcheng Hotel. As for whether it's tomorrow at noon or in the evening, you decide. Sister Whispering. Aha, I'll discuss it with them. Right, come over tomorrow morning to do the quest. From now on, in principle, it'll be the afternoon to do the quests. Then the second morning, there will be a longer interval in between. This way, it's also a bit more convenient. Zhang Fan had no problem with this. It's only a matter of time anyway. Aha! Suddenly Zhang Fan remembered something and asked with a serious face. By the way, Sister Whispering, do you really not have a date? Get out! Zhang Fan understood for a second and stood up from the sofa, running away in a puff of smoke. Ha ha, so Sister Whispering really doesn't have a date. Not knowing why, Zhang Fan was happy in his heart. Chapter 87 Burgundy Crystal Shop. Elder Lu's birthday. Right, want to go out for some exercise? Go for a run? Zhang Fan took the initiative to propose. After all, he had gained a lot of weight again after eating and drinking recklessly in Shangjiang in the past few days. Zhang Fan more or less weighed up anxiety. These days, it couldn't be more normal. Lu Yi shook her head and said with some embarrassment, Brother Fan, I won't go. I'm a bit tired. Zhang Fan sniffed and gave up the idea of going out for a run, getting mushy with Lu Yi and watching TV. Suddenly, Zhang Fan's cell phone rang. Zhang Fan picked up his cell phone and took a look at Zhang Yueying's message. Zhang Yueying, Brother Fan, are you back yet? Zhang Fan immediately replied, back. Just came back this morning. Zhang Yueying, oh, come see me tomorrow morning. Zhang Fan, okay, but what's so important? Zhang Yueying, Zhao Wenliang. Zhang Fan instantly understood. Zhang Fan, okay, putting down his cell phone, Zhang Fan continued to watch TV with Lu Yi. However, Zhang Fan still felt that dramas were not as exciting as novels. If it wasn't for the beautiful woman in his arms, Zhang Fan would have definitely freed his hands to read the novel. Time passed like a white horse, and the night passed in an instant. Zhang Fan woke up and gave Lu Yi a kiss on the cheek, then wash and dress, copied the medical books first. This can't be forgotten. After finishing, Zhang Fan then leisurely walked to the entrance of the neighborhood, found a breakfast store, ate breakfast, and bought another one for Lu Yi by the way. For some reason, Zhang Fan always felt more comfortable eating at the breakfast store. Looking at the young people of the same age as himself, flying through the breakfast while he was able to lounge around, Zhang Fan was indescribably satisfied in his heart. No, definitely not. I just love the fireworks. Zhang Fan forced himself to find an excuse, humming a little tune, and walked happily towards his home. Putting the breakfast on the dining table, Zhang Fan woke up Lu Yi. Taking advantage of the gap between Lu Yi's washing up, Zhang Fan swiped his cell phone for a while longer. On the internet, the news of the Burgundy Crystal Shop is all over the news. Zhang Fan clicked in and watched for a while. There was nothing else. Watching TV with Lu Yi, and when he was bored, he liked to eat something. Zhang Fan previously brushed to their home video. Think their family is a listed company. Quality is guaranteed. Plus there is a buy 299-150 coupon. Zhang Fan deliberately buy a few copies. It tasted pretty good, so Zhang Fan repurchased it a few times later. I didn't buy that hot and sour noodle or that lotus root noodle, but I did buy coconut water a couple times. But the stuff doesn't seem to test for coconut. P.S. Any similarity is purely coincidental. Some netizens mentioned that coconut juice had been taken off the shelves, and Zhang Fan purposely went online to see that it really wasn't there anymore. Zhang Fan was instantly enraged. Garbage company. Zhang Fan stood up and collected all the snacks from the Burgundy Crystal Shop at home and threw them into a garbage bag. Lu Yi washed up and walked out and happened to see it, so she asked with a curious face, "Brother Fan, the good snacks, why did you throw them into the garbage bag? Garbage should stay in the trash can." Zhang Fan said casually. Lu Yi snorted and laughed out. "Brother Fan, you're saying it's not playing Zhong Kuei poisoned?" Zhang Fan blankly glanced at Lu Yi and said without a trace of anger, "In the past 2 days, the Burgundy Crystal Shop has been so hot, haven't you ever swiped it?" Lu Yi shook her head. "No, I rarely go online to brush up on videos." "What's wrong?" "Their family lotus root flour is mixed with tapioca flour. There is also hot and sour noodle ingredient list is written in the sweet potato flour, but did not detect the sweet potato flour. Also did not detect cornstarch and tapioca, and do not know what to use to produce. The internet is full of opinions. Some say it's the industrial gelatin used. It's horrible." A fake blogger went to their company and was even threatened. Zhang Fan said with an angry face, "I think their family, they have no conscience. Their family stuff should stay in the trash." Zhang Fan added. Lu Yi was instantly stunned. They dared to fake the ingredient list too? Zhang Fan sighed. "Aha, the ingredient list falsification should be solid. AI. Lu Yi sniffed and took out her cell phone and searched. After a long time, Lu Yi sighed. "Brother Fan, it's too infuriating. Let's just cook at home from now on. The stuff outside. Aha, try to eat at home from now on. If it's early, try to get it at your aunt and uncle's. Aha, you should hurry up and eat. It'll get cold in a minute." Lu Yi nodded and was at the table, eating. Zhang Fan sent a message to Yan Xingyue, asking when he could go over. Yan Xingyue replied that she was eating breakfast and would come back in 5 minutes. Zhang Fan replied received. By the way, a neighbor moved in across the street, a colleague of mine, and a big beauty, Zhang Fan said smilingly. Lu Yi looked puzzled. "How did your colleague, the beautiful woman, move here? Maybe it's because people have thoughts about me," Zhang Fan teased. Lu Yi smiled. "Oh, is it pretty?" "Of course it's pretty, but there's still a gap compared to our Yi." Lu Yi was a bit shy, but still said, "Then invite her to our home for a meal sometime." "Ha ha, actually there's more than one. There are several co-workers that have rented apartments above our building. I've already told them that I'll invite them for dinner tonight. When the time comes, you'll go over with me, and I'll introduce you guys to each other." "Oh, why are they all renting an apartment here?" Lu Yi asked with a puzzled expression. "There have been recent assignments. By the way, I often need to go across the street too. Don't be jealous," Zhang Fan said smilingly. "I'm not going to." "That's good." Zhang Fan was also relieved. After all, in the future, he would have to deal with Yan Xingyue every day, so it would be better to tell Lu Yi in advance, lest it cause some unnecessary misunderstandings. Feeling that it was about time, Zhang Fan got up and greeted Lu Yi. I'm going to the opposite side of the street. I'll be back soon. You go get busy. I should put in my resume too." Zhang Fan went out in his slippers and knocked on the door, and Yan Xingyue quickly opened it. "Good morning, sister," whispering. "Good morning, here's everything we're going to copy today," Yan Xingyue said, taking out a box and handing it to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan opened it and saw that it was still metal material, presumably some kind of alloy. Zhang Fan wasn't interested in finding out what exactly it was, and directly copied 1 kilogram and handed it over to Yan Qingyue. Finished, sister whispering. You weigh in. By the way, I have something to do during the day today, so the dinner I said I'd treat you to yesterday has been rescheduled for tonight. Aha, we discussed yesterday that it would be at night. Daytime is work time after all, Yan Qingyue said as she weighed it. After making sure it was okay, put all this metal into a box. Aha, then it's a deal. You guys set a time? I'll go first. Yan Qingyue nodded. Aha, 6 p.m. Okay then, it's 6 p.m. I'll leave first. Zhang Fan finished speaking and walked out from Yan Qingyue's house. Returning to his home and greeting Lu Yi, Zhang Fan left, driving to the door of Zhang Yueying's neighborhood. After a while, Zhang Yueying came out. White casual shirt with black denim shorts and leg player. The little face was as pretty as ever, especially with such a bright red on the lips. It was very tempting. I wanted to go up and take a couple bites. Zhang Fan waved his hand. Yueying, I'm here. Zhang Yueying took 2 quick steps and came to Zhang Fan's front, saying without any good humor, Brother Fan, your old man finally gave up and came back. Zhang Fan smiled sarcastically. Sorry, I am indeed a bit busy lately. Zhang Fan did feel embarrassed in his heart, having just taken advantage of someone else and then disappeared for more than a week. But one really doesn't mean to. Who let things rush together? Humph. It's good that you came back last night. Let's go. Zhang Yueying said with a haughty face. Hearing Zhang Yueying say this, Zhang Fan hurriedly went forward and helped Zhang Yueying pull open the car door, saying with a pleasing face, Princess, please get on the car. Not bad. Little Fancy, your performance is good. This palace is very satisfied. Zhang Yueying said with a satisfied smile and got into the passenger seat. Zhang Fan also got into the car and said to Zhang Yueying with a fawning face, Your Highness, where are we going? Royal Lake Manor. Zhang Fan had never heard of this place, so he took out his cell phone and started to navigate. This place is not very far from Zhang Yueying's area, and it's only half an hour's drive. Zhang Fan started the car and drove towards the Royal Lake Manor. Your Highness, what did we go over to do today? Zhang Fan asked curiously. Today my grandpa is celebrating his birthday. Zhao Wanliang is going to help my grandpa celebrate his birthday. As my boyfriend. You know. Zhang Yueying said smilingly. When Zhang Fan heard this, he instantly got a headache. Sister Yueying, why didn't you say it earlier so that I could prepare for it? Zhang Fan said without any good humor. Zhang Yueying gave Zhang Fan a blank look. What are you preparing for? You don't need to prepare anything. I've prepared all the gifts for you. Zhang Fan was a bit worried and continued to ask. By the way, are there many people at the scene today? Zhang Yueying shook her head. There aren't a lot of people. My grandpa is 67 years old this year. It's not a big birthday, so he came to some relatives, and a few of my grandpa's old friends. By the way, Zhao Wenliang's grandfather and my grandpa are old war buddies, and later started a business together. They are very close. So you are childhood sweethearts and have been betrothed since childhood? Zhang Fan asked curiously. Zhang Yueying glared at Zhang Fan and said without a trace of anger. It's not even a childhood friend, and there's no engagement for any baby marriage. So what's your family's take on it? My parents think Zhao Wanliang is not a bad person, but they also said that they should go with the flow and not go too far. Zhao Wanliang. This person is actually okay. Just some love brain. There's also some childishness, and he especially likes to spend money on me. Probably, if it wasn't for my family's money, I wouldn't be able to top it. Zhang Yueying added a few more sentences. Zhang Fan actually had a judgment. After all, Zhang Fan had also come into contact with Zhao Wenliang twice. There really isn't much wrong with this guy, other than his relationship brain. Unfortunately, the person he loves doesn't love him. The two of them talked and chatted, and half an hour later, Zhang Fan's car arrived at the Royal Lake Manor. Parking the car in the parking lot near the community, Zhang Yueying greeted the security guard and a sightseeing bus soon arrived. Zhang Fan, together with Zhang Yueying, took the sightseeing car and entered the neighborhood. This is a villa neighborhood, and many rich people buy houses here to retire. My grandma and grandpa live here, and Zhao Wenliang's grandfather also lives here. Zhang Yueying introduced. Zhang Fan also saw that the place was full of green trees and flowers, and the pavilions and water pavilions were everywhere, so it was not simple at first glance. Soon the tour bus stopped in front of a villa. The door of the villa's courtyard was open. Zhang Yueying held Zhang Fan's left arm, and Zhang Fan used his right hand to carry the gifts that Zhang Yueying had prepared, and the two of them walked in together. Grandma and Grandpa, I'm coming. Before the two of them even went in, Zhang Yueying started shouting. The two of them pushed open the door, and Zhang Fan saw several old masters sitting together, and Zhao Wenliang was also sitting at the side. A few of the old men laughed. Little Ing, you're here. This one is? This is my boyfriend, Zhang Fan. Zhang Yueying introduced with a smile. Right, Xiu Fan. This is my grandpa. Just follow suit and call him Grandpa. This is Grandpa Li, Grandpa Zhao, Grandpa Wang, and Grandpa Sun. Zhang Fan hurriedly went forward to greet him. Not bad, not bad. The lad's a sight for sore eyes. It goes well with Shadow. At this moment, Zhao Wenliang's face was a bit ironic, and there was also a bit of doubt. The girl you've been chasing for so long? How did you become Zhang Fan's girlfriend? When did those two hook up? I don't think it was good enough for the last time we had dinner. Zhao Wenliang's grandfather. Zhao Limin twisted his head to look at his grandson, Zhao Wenliang, giving Zhao Wenliang a wink. Zhao Wenliang's face instantly returned to normal. After all, anger doesn't help and only makes others look down on you more. Still have to find a way to do some damage. It was best to make Zhang Fan lose face and make him embarrassed to stay on. Zhao Wenliang was quite smart and quickly thought of an idea. Brother Zhang Fan, today is the old man's birthday. I don't know what kind of gift you have prepared? Zhao Wenliang said smilingly. Zhao Wenliang's grandfather, Elder Zhao, also smiled. Yes, I also want to see. What kind of gift have you guys prepared for old Lu? As soon as Elder Zhao raised a ruckus, the others followed suit. Elder Lu glanced at Elder Zhao and then at Zhao Wenliang, somewhat helpless. The thoughts of this old comrade of his own. Elder Lu knew exactly what he was thinking. However, now that so many people were up in arms, there was nothing Elder Lu could do to stop it. Let's hope that this Zhang Fan can come up with some meaningful gifts. Zhang Yueying smiled and said with a serious face, Grandpa, Xiao Fan knows that you love tea, so he specially prepared the very best Xinyang Mao Jianer for you, the blue sky jade leaf. This is something that Little Fan specially bought at the auction. Little Fan spent $200,000 and bought 2 tails. Zhang Yueying also breathed a sigh of relief. It's fortunate that this girl had prepared for this. Otherwise Xiao Fan really wouldn't have been able to deal with it. Chapter 88, 600 Miles of Taiping Monkey Kuei? I have a better one. When Elder Lu heard this, his eyes instantly lit up. Xinyang Maojian itself is one of the top 10 famous teas of Daxia, and the best of the green teas. The blue sky jade leaf is the very best of Xinyang Maojian air. Its cultural and social value goes far beyond the tea itself. Elder Lu had drunk it once and was impressed. A few other old men, their eyes also lit up. Old Lu, hurry up and boil the water. Let's taste it. Yes, yes, it's been a long time since we've had blue sky jade leaf, so we're in for a treat today. Elder Lu was not stingy, directly took the box of blue sky jade leaves, asked, not bad, very good. Elder Lu took a handful of blue sky jade leaves and put them into the teapot. After bringing the water to a boil, I waited another 5 minutes for this to soak. The tea leaves slowly unfurl and the aroma of tea hits your face. Elder Lu poured a small cup for each person. Everyone taste it. Not bad. This tea is good. This cup would cost several $1,000s outside. Thanks to Old Lu's blessing. Ha ha. Several people complimented each other, and Elder Lu smiled happily. Zhang Yueying was also happy to see the expressions of the crowd. Zhao Wenliang's grandfather, Elder Zhao glanced at Zhao Wenliang. Zhao Wenliang took the initiative to stand up. Grandpa Lu, I prepared a tea for you as well. Hearing this, how could the old man Lu Laozi not understand Zhao Wenliang's mind? Elder Lu hurriedly refused. Ha ha, Wenliang, you'd better not take it out. I'm afraid that if you take it out, I won't be able to reject it. Ha ha. Master Zhao smiled. Old Lu, Wenliang is what we watched grow up. We've been comrades for so many years. A tea is just a tea. What do you dare not accept? Don't you think so? Zhao Wenliang also chimed in. Grandpa Lu, I specially prepared this in order to celebrate your birthday. Don't think too much. It's just a birthday gift for you. Yeah, big deal. I'm having a birthday in a while, so your little shadow will just return a gift. Elder Lu was a bit embarrassed, but Elder Wang on the side suddenly spoke up. Old Lu, since Wenliang asked, I'm sure this tea he sent you is better than blue sky jade leaf. Might as well let us see it. Yes, Old Lu, I'm quite interested too. Elder Lu was helpless. Zhang Yueying saw it and didn't want to make things difficult for her grandpa, so she spoke. I'm quite interested too. Wenliang, what good tea have you prepared? Because her own grandpa liked to drink tea, Zhang Yueying was very knowledgeable about tea. Blue sky jade leaf, in the country has been considered the top famous tea. If Zhao Wenliang could get a better tea, then he must have been planning this for a long time. But even if he could take it, so what? This girl doesn't like him as usual. When Zhao Wenliang heard Zhang Yueying's words, he instantly revealed a look of confidence. This is the 600-mile Taiping monkey kuei that I prepared. It took me a long time to find it. What? 600 miles of Taiping monkey kuei? Several of the old men on the scene were shocked. Jiang Yueying was also shocked. Taiping Monkey King, known as the King of Green Tea. The 600-mile Taiping Monkey Kuei, however, is the best of the best among the Taiping Monkey Kuei. 20 years ago, it fetched a single price of $2 million a caddy, which is arguably the top tea accessible to the average person. As for which is better, Taiping Monkey Kuei or Xianyang Maojian? Xinyang Maojian is a green tea, while Taiping Ho Kuei is known as the King of Green Tea. P.S. The information found on the internet. Fiction only, please do not overinterpretation. Check the information. 600 miles of Taiping Monkey Kuei unit price. Slightly more expensive than the blue sky green leaves. Please let go. Which one is better speaks for itself. Zhao Wenliang pulled out the tea gift box he had prepared from behind him and placed it on the coffee table. A few old men, all staring seriously at the box of tea. Elder Lu glanced at Zhao Wenliang and nodded seriously. Wenliang, you have a heart. After saying that, Elder Lu opened the box of Taiping Monkey Kuei. Old Lu, this Wenliang seems to be more attentive. Elder Wang said smilingly. Aha, this Taiping Monkey Kuei is obviously better than blue sky jade leaf. Elder Li echoed. Old Lu, this granddaughter-in-law of yours, alas. Elder Lu looked up at Zhang Fan, then glanced at Zhao Wenliang, sighed, and said nothing. He noticed Zhang Fan when he first came in. Zhang Fan was dressed in plain clothes and didn't look like a rich man at first glance. As for the box of blue sky jade leaves just now, it should have been bought by his own granddaughter, Jiang Yueying, with her own money. However, this kind of thing, Elder Lu didn't want to worry about it. After all, at a handful of years old, you've lived it all long ago. There's no need to worry too much about your own granddaughter as long as she likes it. This kind of headache is better left to your own daughter and son-in-law. Elder Lu hurriedly changed the topic. Come, drink tea. Drink tea. Aha, thank you old Lu. But we should thank Wenliang even more. This child is too attentive. Elder Wang had something in his words. Elder Li also laughed. This child Wu Liang is indeed good. If not for the fact that my granddaughter is too young, I would really like to set up Wen Liang and my family's precious granddaughter. Ha ha, old Lu. I also think that this child Wu Liang is not bad. Elder Sun concurred. Elder Zhao also laughed. Zhao Wenliang was even more pleased with himself and looked at Zhang Fan provocatively, as if to say, you kid can't do it either. Zhang Fan did not have a good impression of these old men. However, Jiang Yueying's grandfather was okay. This Zhao Wenliang was also suddenly a bit annoying. However, Zhang Fan was too lazy to bother with them. After all, it's all outsiders. It's not worth it. Jiang Yueying was also a bit upset when she saw this scene. Turning his head, he gave Zhang Fan a kiss on the cheek before whispering, I'm sorry, brother Fan. I didn't expect things to turn out like this either. Forget it. The old man was not willing to pretend. But for the sake of Jiang Yueying, pretend once. Zhang Fan touched Jiang Yueying's head with a doting face. Don't worry, I'm here. Zhang Fan deliberately coughed loudly, and everyone's attention was instantly attracted. That, Grandpa Lu. I'm sorry, that blue sky jade leaf just now was bought by Xiaoing without my knowledge. I really didn't know that you like to drink tea. You wait for a moment. It just so happens that I also have a box of tea in my car that I intend to give to you. Elder Wang snorted and laughed. Your name is Zhang Fan, isn't it? You can still come up with better tea? Yes, a better tea than 600-mile Monkey Kuei would be the mother tree Da Hong Pao. Even if you have that level of official in your family, at your age, it should be hard to share it. Elder Sun concurred. Go. We want to see it too. Elderly also had a bad smile on his face. Chapter 89. Will they not be able to recognize the goods? Although Elder Zhao didn't say anything, the expression on his face was very playful. Brother Fan, I'm sure you have a better tea. You hurry up and bring it out so we can all see it. Zhao Wenliang also said with a smile, but the meaning of the words was understood by everyone on the scene. The people at the scene might not know Zhang Fan's identity, but Zhao Wenliang did. He had gotten someone to secretly check. Zhang Fan's family was very ordinary, and his parents were both farmers. So Zhao Wenliang didn't believe that Zhang Fan could come up with a better tea. The only teas on the market that are better than the 600-mile Monkey Kuei are the Mother Tree Dahongpo and the Golden Melon Tribute Tea. Dahongpo is the king of Wui Rock tea, the best oolong tea and a national treasure. It has been cultivated in Wui Mountain for more than 350 years. The Mother Tree Dahongpo refers to the three trees growing in Julong Dahongpo cliffstone carving site of the Mother Tree, has been listed as a provincial cultural relics protection object. The best years are said to yield only a few hundred grams. Someone once asked a question. If there were 10,000 immortality pills in Dasha, Papa Ma, would there be a chance to share one? The comments below are classic. Papa Ma couldn't even get a sniff if he wanted to. So, if you want to drink this kind of tea, You know what you're doing. Zhang Fan's house is definitely out of the question. As for the golden tribute tea, it's even more unlikely. Jinshi Gongcha, also known as mission tea and head gongcha, is a special form of tightly pressed tea unique to pour tea, because the shape is very similar to pumpkin, and the tea buds are golden in color after years of storage, so it is called golden melon. Before the golden gourd tea is specialized in supplying to the palace, so it is called golden gourd tribute tea. The golden melon tribute tea is the best of the existing aged pour tea, which is called the emperor of pour tea in the tea industry. Jinhua Gong tea has only two tua of authenticity, respectively, preserved in the building of the Tea Research Institute of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences and the Yanjing Palace Museum. This thing currently belongs to the second level of protection of cultural relics, not to mention drinking. Even if you break off a small piece on the tea cake, proper 3 years to start. Perhaps there was a possibility that even if Zhang Fan had found the golden melon tribute tea cake from somewhere, but this thing belongs to the second level of protection of cultural relics. It's very penalized. Jiang Yueying also had some doubts and asked in a whisper in Zhang Fan's ear, "Brother Fan, can you really take out a better tea?" Zhang Fan nodded with a confident expression. "Aha, just don't worry." Jiang Yueying sniffed, but still believed. "Then I'll go with you." "Aha, Grandpa Lu. You guys wait for a while, Yueying and I will be right back." After Zhang Fan finished speaking, he pulled Jiang Yueying and walked out together. "Old Lu, if this Zhang Fan can't come up with a better tea, you should persuade Xiaoying." "Aha, if he really can't take it out, this Zhang Fan would be too stupid." "Ha ha, maybe he can really take it out?" Elder Zhao once again took the initiative to speak for Zhang Fan, but there was something in the words that everyone in the room heard. Elder Lu also nodded heavily. "Aha, indeed, it's okay to be incompetent. It's okay to be broke, but people are hopelessly stupid." Zhao Wenliang sniffed and instantly straightened his back. "Ha ha, this Zhang Fan definitely can't take it out." After Zhang Fan and Jiang Yueying break up, with Master Lu's support, "I don't believe that I still can't chase Jiang Yueying." Ha ha. Zhang Fan and Jiang Yueying walked to the car, and Zhang Fan got into the car alone. However, just after getting into the car, Zhang Fan was a bit worried, because in the car, there was no box for tea. Zhang Fan looked around and found a black plastic bag. "The last time I bought water from the grocery store, it was a gift. Forget it. Just use this black plastic bag." Zhang Fan hesitated and decided to take out only one or two. After all, this tea is too expensive. Too much is not appropriate. Mainly this month there are not many available credits left, only 460 left. Zhang Fan mulled it over and copied only 10 grams. After all, in the system space, there are still 50 grams. If at the end of the month, there's still credit left, copy it all into this big red robe. Remove 50 grams of tea and place in a black plastic bag. Only then did Zhang Fan get out of the car. Jiang Yueying noticed that Zhang Fan had an extra black plastic bag in his hand, but it wasn't very big. So curiously, he asked, "Where's your tea, Brother Van?" Zhang Fan picked up the black plastic bag and waved it in front of Jiang Yueying. "It's in this," Jiang Yueying said with a black line on her face, very speechless. "Are you sure this tea is even better than 600 Li Monkey Kuei?" Zhang Fan nodded solemnly. "I'm sure." Jiang Yueying was a bit unconvinced. "Give it to me, let me see." Zhang Fan smiled and handed the black plastic bag in his hand to Jiang Yueying. After Jiang Yueying took it, she opened it and looked at it. "This is the big red robe, right?" "Aha, it smells pretty good, but is it really better than that 600-mile monkey kuei? Could this really be the mother tree big red robe?" Da Hongpo, very famous in Daxia. Many people have it in their homes. It wasn't surprising that Jiang Yueying knew it was the big red robe, but the mother tree, big red robe, is something that many people have just heard of and have never even seen. It was normal that Jiang Yueying couldn't recognize it. Zhang Fan smiled and nodded. Jiang Yueying looked excited. "Really? Where did you get this?" "An elder gave it to me," Zhang Fan said smilingly. "What elders?" Jiang Yueying asked curiously. "Ha ha, heavenly secrets cannot be divulged," Zhang Fan said in a mysterious manner. Jiang Yueying gave Zhang Fan a blank look and said without any good humor, "Forget it, this young lady doesn't want to know either. But this packaging of yours is too bad. Let's go buy a box." "What to buy? Don't you think this is better?" Zhang Fan laughed badly. Jiang Yueying also thought of something and smiled cheekily. "I didn't think that you were quite bad, Brother Fan." Zhang Fan hemmed and hawed and pretended to be serious. "These old men and Zhao Wenliang, it's fine to hit my face, but hitting Yu Ying's sister's face, I can't bear it." Jiang Yueying snorted and laughed. Both of them picked up their pace at the same time. "By the way, do you think they will not be able to recognize the goods?" Zhang Fan suddenly asked. "Something as high-end as the mother tree Da Hongpo, they've probably never seen it in their lives. It's normal not to recognize it." It's weird to recognize it. Zhang Yueying also froze when she heard Zhang Fan say that and frowned. It's really possible. What then? Zhang Yueying pondered for a moment, and instantly her eyes lit up. It's fine. The vice president of the Daxia Tea Association, Elder Wan, also lives in this neighborhood. My grandpa has a good relationship with him as well. When the time comes, my grandpa will definitely invite him over. Will he not recognize it as well? Zhang Fan said with a worried face. Chapter 90, Gambling. Zhang Yueying gave Zhang Fan a blank look. Then you are underestimating people. Master Wen is not an ordinary person. He has real talent. When the Dahong Pao is picked from the tree, it can't turn into tea by itself, right? It has to go through a series of processes before it can turn into tea. So, do you understand? Zhang Fan was a bit puzzled and asked tentatively, could it be that the mother tree Dahongpo tea was made by this Master One? Yes, in the past, the mother tree Dahongpo was made by Master One himself. However, now that Elder One is getting older, he's already given the job to his apprentice. So, Brother Fan, do you think Elder One can recognize it? Zhang Yueying's words were slightly mocking. Zhang Fan smiled sarcastically. That's definitely possible. If someone like Elder One can't recognize him, then I guess no one can. Ha ha, let's get a move on. I can't wait. Ha ha, me too. The two's footsteps quickened, and soon, the two arrived at Elder Lu's house once more. Zhao Wenliang and a few old men had been waiting for half a day, and when they saw Zhang Fan and Zhang Yueying return, they hurriedly looked up and down on the two of them. However, apart from Zhang Fan holding a black plastic bag in his hand, but no matter how he looked at it, it didn't look like there was anything inside, and with Zhang Yueying's empty hands, it was even more unlikely. Zhao Wenliang was a bit impatient and took the initiative to open his mouth to taunt. Zhang Fan, where is the tea you brought with you? You must not tell us that your tea was stolen. After Zhao Wenliang finished, he laughed out loud. The smugness on his face couldn't be hidden. That's not so bad. The tea I brought is here, Zhang Fan said, lifting the black plastic bags upwards in his hand. The crowd all looked at Zhang Fan with skepticism. Zhao Wenliang's mockery wasn't even the slightest bit hidden anymore. In this day and age, even if you buy 9 pieces of 9 package tea on Pinyingxi, it will all have a good box. You don't even have a box for this tea. Could it be that you bought it in the countryside? Zhang Fan directly ignored Zhao Wenliang and said to Elder Lu, Grandpa Lu, this is the mother tree Dahong robe I got from Yanjing a few days ago, wishing you a long life. Elder Lu was a bit skeptical, but he still went forward to receive it. A few other old men, all looking at the little cutie, the look of, Old Lu, why don't you let us see the mother tree Dahongpo? Yeah, I've just heard about it. I've never seen it yet. Elder Lu sniffed, propped the black plastic bag open, grabbed a small handful, scrutinized it, and then put it by his nose to smell it. It should be good tea, but it's not mother tree Dahongpo. I can't tell. After Master Lu finished speaking, he placed the small handful of tea leaves in a teacup and handed it to Master Zhao. Everyone else gathered around. This tea does look good. With its tight, robust shape and greenish-brown oily color, this is definitely the special Dahongpo. However, to say that it is the mother tree Dahongpo, I don't believe it. Yes, the tea is good, but it shouldn't be the mother tree Dahongpao. Several of the older men chimed in. Right. I've long asked around. Zhang Fan's family is in Yunnan and he's a poor boy. It's impossible for him to get the mother tree great red robe. Zhao Wenliang also chimed in. When Zhang Yueying heard these old men's words, she instantly became angry. You old men, don't look down on others with your dog's eyes. How is it impossible for my brother Fan to obtain our not big red robe? If you guys don't know each other, you don't know each other, and you have to say otherwise. You're all so old. Don't you know the truth? Several old men were a bit angry. Elder Wang even more so. You little girl, how can you talk like this now? Old Lu, you need to educate properly. You don't know any manners. Several other old men chimed in. Old Wang is right. Old Lu, this granddaughter of yours is to be taught a good lesson. Elder Lu was a bit embarrassed. Those present were his longtime friends, but on the other side was his own granddaughter. Elder Lu was in a dilemma. Old Lu, showing this girl used to be quite good. The problem might be with this boyfriend of his. Elder Zhao spoke with a smile. Old Zhao is right. Xiaoying used to be obedient. I think the problem lies with her boyfriend. Yeah. Several other old men chimed in. Without waiting for Elder Lu to open his mouth, Zhang Fan took the initiative to speak. You old men, you want to set up Yuing and Zhao Wenliang, but there's no need to belittle me. Let's do it this way. Zhao Wenliang, let's both make a bet. If this tea of mine is the mother tree big red robe, you will back off when you see Yuing in the future. Hearing Zhang Fan's words, Zhao Wenliang's eyes instantly lit up. Alright, I'll give you a bet. But what if you lose? If I lose, Do what you say. If you want to lose, break up with Ying. Zhao Wenliang didn't hesitate for a second and immediately spoke his mind. Zhang Fan nodded solemnly. Okay. After saying that, Zhang Fan rushed to the several old men present and said, everyone present is a witness. That what? Ying, take your cell phone and record it all. Hearing Zhang Fan's words, Zhang Yueying was a bit angry. This Fan, how can he bet on himself? However, seeing Zhang Fan winking at himself, Zhang Yueying quickly understood. Zhang Fan, this mother tree big red robe is definitely real, and Zhang Fan is sure to win. This is good. In the future, Zhao Wenliang, this dog skin plaster, should stay away from himself. Several of the older men on the scene nodded as well. Seeing Zhang Yueying still froze, Zhang Fan took the initiative to speak. Yueying, what are you thinking about? Hurry up and get your cell phone. Zhang Yueying instantly came to her senses and took out her cell phone to take a picture, but suddenly shook her head again. No, if Zhao Wenliang doesn't count when he speaks, I'll directly pull all of his contact information black. Zhao Wenliang felt as blue as if he had been stabbed by a needle. I'm sure I'll keep my word. That's fine. However, the time has come to prove that this tea is real. Zhang Fan opened his mouth. Zhang Yueying immediately took over Zhang Fan's words and said towards her grandpa. Grandpa, don't you and Elder One know each other? Why don't you ask Elder One to appreciate it? After Zhang Yueying reminded him of this, Elder Lu tapped his head. Right. We don't know each other. But doesn't Elder One know each other? You guys wait here. I'll call him now. The scene was quiet. Listening to Elder Lu on the phone. Elder Lu's call was quickly answered. Elder Brother Lu, what are you looking for me for? Brother One, I have a youngster here, saying that he has taken out the mother tree big red robe. Do you have time to come over and take a look? Elder Lu said smilingly. Chapter 91, Authentication. Master One laughed. Elder Brother Lu, you must have been tricked. How can there be the real thing out there these days? I feel the same way. But this tea does look good. And that young man said it with conviction. So there's no chance it could be true. Oh, I'm playing chess with someone at this moment. Can't really get through. How about this? You take a picture with your cell phone and send me a picture. Yes, send the original picture. Master One didn't take it seriously. He thought, it must be a fake. There is no need to make this trip on a hot day. Okay, then leave it for now. I'll take a picture and send it to you now. After Master Lu finished, he took out his cell phone and took a picture and sent the original picture over. Elder Brother One, I sent it over. Take a look. Elder Lu finished and put the call on speakerphone. Several old men, as well as Zhao Wenliang, were close to Elder Lu, waiting for the results of Elder Wen's appraisal. Master Wen just took a step, then received a photo sent by Master Lu, carelessly clicked on it and downloaded the original picture. It's quite like the real thing. Master Wen instantly became interested, enlarged the picture and looked at it carefully, muttering, it's kinda like the real thing. I can't pick out any faults with the color or shape. Zhao Wenliang. A few people were anxious as they listened. Elder Lu was also anxious. Brother One, did you identify it? Looking at the shape, the color should be real. However, it still needs to be smelled and tasted, so you guys wait for me for a while. I'll be there now. After finishing his speech, Master Wen rushed to his chess partner on the opposite side of the table and greeted him. Old Tian, I have to go beforehand. I admit defeat in this game. Then, Master Wen ran out the door and set off at a trot toward Master Lu's house. It was obvious that he was really interested in this tea. Right, Zhao Wenliang. Old brother Zhao, you should trust Elder One. Right, Zhang Fan suddenly spoke. Zhao Wenliang really didn't recognize this Elder One. Just about to open his mouth, Elder Zhao took the initiative and said, trustworthy. When Zhao Wenliang heard his grandfather say this, he nodded even though he didn't know why. Trustworthy. That's fine. Don't make excuses if you lose later. Don't worry. If Elder Brother One says it's the mother tree big red robe, I'll definitely admit defeat. That's good. Soon, Elder Man arrived. A little out of breath, Elder One said with a look of urgency, Elder Brother Lu, where's that tea of yours? Let me take a look. Elder Lu reached out and pointed to the teacup on the table. Here it is. Elder One picked up the teacup, took a serious look at it, and sniffed it. Not bad. However, to determine if it's real, we still need to make tea and take a couple sips. Elder Brother Lu, hurry up and boil the water. Elder One was actually sure it was true, but he just wouldn't say anything. If you say it, you probably won't be able to drink it. Although Master Wen used to fry the mother tree dahongpo, he hasn't messed around with it in the past few years, and hasn't drunk it in years. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to have a drink for sure. Elder Lu nodded now. Elder Brother Wen, wait a moment. Soon the water was boiling. Master Wen picked up the hot kettle and filled the empty teapot with boiling water. It was repeated several times. Then tea leaves were placed inside the teapot, followed by pouring in boiling hot water. The tea leaves instantly stretch and then tumble in the teapot. 15 seconds later, Master Wen hurriedly poured himself a cup, sniffed the aroma, and carefully tasted it. His face was full of intoxication. How about it, brother man? Is it true? Elder Lu asked with an eager face. Several other old men, and Zhao Wenliang were also eager. Elder Wen nodded solemnly. It's true. Several old men were dumbfounded when Elder Wen said this. Elder Zhao, it's over. Barbecue is over. This grandson of mine, I guess it's really hopeless with Jiang Yueying. Master Li, it's over. Barbecue. It's not, is it? I can't believe I offended someone who can come up with the mother tree big red run. Master Zhao, it's over. Barbecue. It's not, is it? I can't believe I offended someone who can come up with the mother tree big red run. Master Sun, it's over. Barbecue. It's not, is it? I can't believe I offended someone who can come up with the mother tree big red run. Master Lu, great. This grandson son-in-law of mine, too powerful. When Zhao Wenliang heard this result, he became anxious. You old man, have you been bribed by them? I don't believe it. This is the real mother tree big red robe. When these words came out, Elder Wen immediately became angry. Whose child is this? Elder Zhao hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, Elder Brother Wen. My fault. Little Liang, quickly apologize to your grandpa Wen. Zhao Wenliang's neck stretched and said stiffly. On what grounds? I don't believe that Zhang Fan, a poor boy, can take out the real mother tree big red robe. And this old man, I don't believe in his appraisal results either. Master Wen was immediately infuriated and laughed. Old man, I've been frying the mother tree Dahompo for more than 20 years? You say I can't recognize the real or fake? As the vice president of the Daxia Tea Association, I can't recognize the authenticity of this tea? I don't believe it. I just don't believe it. Zhao Wenliang said loudly. Shut up. Are you even a man? Take it and leave it. Elder Zhao shouted and chided. Get your ass home or all your cards will be suspended. Zhao Wenliang was instantly honest. That old Lu. I'm sorry. I'll leave first. Little brother Zhang Fan. I'm really sorry. Xiaoying. Don't worry. What I said just now, I'll have Wenliang do as he said. Elder Zhao arched his hand and followed Zhao Wenliang. Together. A few of the other geezers were a little embarrassed and followed suit. Jiang Yueying was ecstatic inwardly, finally getting rid of this dog skin plaster. And at this moment, Elder Wen also sat down and continued to drink. Master Lu was a little distressed and secretly put away the black plastic bag that contained the mother tree's big red robe. Little Fan, little Shadow, you two sit. By the way, Elder Brother Wen, this is Zhang Fan, Little Shadow's girlfriend, and this mother tree big red robe is what Little Fan brought over. Master Wen sniffed and looked up at Zhang Fan. Little brother, do you still have the mother tree big red robe in your hand? Zhang Fan paused for a moment, then spoke. No more, that's all. Elder Wen was also a human being and instantly realized that Zhang Fan must still have more in his hands. Let's add a contact. Zhang Fan didn't refuse and took out his cell phone to add contact information with Elder Wen. By the way, where did you get this tea from? Elder Wen asked curiously. The Buddha said that it cannot be said. Zhang Fan said in a mysterious manner. Master Wen smiled sarcastically. It's either this big brother or that big brother who can have the mother tree big red robe. Excuse me. Chapter 92. Louis E wants to start a business. Zhang Fan waved his hand, not taking it seriously in the slightest. Master Wen didn't say anything else and continued to soak again. The better Dahompo can be soaked more than 6 times. Mother tree Dahompo, still good after a few more brews. Master Wen didn't say anything, but Master Lu started again. Xiao Fan, how old are you? How many people are in your family? What do you do now? Zhang Fan was a bit embarrassed. Jiang Yueying saw it and quickly changed the topic. Grandpa, where is my grandma? Your grandma went grocery shopping with the babysitter, so I guess she'll be back soon. Oh, I told you. Why didn't you come over for half a day? Grandpa, you and Grandpa Wen stay down here for a while. I'll show Brother Fan to my room. After Jiang Yueying finished speaking, she didn't wait for her own grandfather to respond before pulling Zhang Fan and leaving together. Your family's little shadow is really discerning. Elder Wen suddenly chimed in. Yes, Little Ling really has a vision. Elder Lu agreed. The smile on his face couldn't be hidden. They're all old. They know what these 2 teas represent. Elder Brother Lu, can you even out a bit of this tea for me? Elder Wen suddenly changed the topic. When Master Lu heard this, he instinctively wanted to open his mouth to refuse. But considering Master Wen's status, he could only show weakness. Elder Brother Wen, I don't have much left here. Just even me out a little. I won't let you suffer. My family's treasured tea leaves. Take your pick. Elder one said atmospherically. Alright then. I'll even you 10 grams. Aha! As soon as they arrived at the room, Jiang Yueying hugged Zhang Fan and nibbled on him. They didn't let go until both of them couldn't catch their breath. Thank you, brother Fan. I guess in the future. Zhao Wenliang. This dog's skin will never come to turn me over again. Jiang Yueying said with an excited face. Zhang Fan heatedly smiled. Ha ha, I received your thanks. After saying that, Zhang Fan licked his lips again. Jiang Yueying was more or less shy, stomping her feet, lying down on the bed and covering her head with the quilt. Zhang Fan did not go too far and looked up and down the room. The room is filled with pink elements everywhere, and there are quite a few cute bears, and quite a few cute balloons, and it's full of girlishness. Yuing, this room is really well decorated. Do you often stay here? I come over to stay during winter and summer vacations. Grandma and grandpa are so close to me. What about your parents? My parents. They're busy every day. Jiang Yueying said with a look of disgust, but a smile surfaced on her face. I had just assumed that there wasn't a lot of harmony in her house, so I quickly changed the subject. By the way, your grandma and grandpa's other children, they don't come back for your grandpa's birthday? They're all definitely coming, but it should be at night. That's good. Zhang Fan was also relieved in his heart. He didn't want to continue to see those relatives of Jiang Yueying. It's too embarrassing. The two chatted for a while longer when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Shadow, you're here? Jiang Yueying heard the sound and hurriedly ran over to open the door. Grandma, you're back. Aha, I heard your grandpa say you brought your boyfriend back, so I put down the dishes and came up. Jiang Yueying opened the door to the house and the old lady walked in. Zhang Fan hurriedly greeted. Hello grandmother, my name is Zhang Fan. Hello, what a fine-looking young man. The old lady greeted warmly. You two stay here. I'm going down to make dinner. I'll call you after. After the old lady finished speaking, she left with a smile. On her way out, she didn't forget to help the two of them close the door. Zhang Fan and Jiang Yueying looked at each other, both helpless. It was soon time for dinner, and when Zhang Fan and Jiang Yueying went down, Elder One had already left. Elder Lu and the old lady kept on giving Zhang Fan dishes, too enthusiastic, causing Zhang Fan to be a bit embarrassed. A few people ate and chatted, and it was obvious that both of them were satisfied with Zhang Fan. After dinner, Zhang Fan found an excuse to slip away. If we don't leave, I'm afraid we really won't be able to. Jiang Yueying didn't leave. After all, the relatives would only come over in the evening. On the way, Zhang Fan suddenly thought of those 2 teas today, which were quite expensive. Blue sky jade leaves. Jiang Yueying said, 200,002 taels, or 200 a gram. And that's 600 mile Taiping monkey kuei, it's like 2 million a pound, or 400 a gram. The unit price is much higher than gold. I'll have to find a chance to replicate some of them in the future. It doesn't matter if it's for sale or not. It's used as a gift and has a rowdy look. But it's gone. So forget it. There's bound to be a chance later anyway. When he returned home, he got bored with Louis E for a while. Zhang Fan was then ready to go work out. After a few minutes of running on the treadmill, Zhang Fan felt a bit bored. No wonder. There are so many people selling used treadmills online. This stuff, it really doesn't help. It's a waste for the average person to buy it. Zhang Fan spat out a few words and started riding the dynamic bicycle again. It was still tedious and after a few minutes of riding I didn't want to ride again. Never mind. It's not a good day for working out. However, going out so soon would definitely be mocked by Louis E. Zhang Fan found a corner to sit down and started reading a novel. Almost an hour passed before Zhang Fan pretended to be out of breath and walked out of the gym. Numbly, he walked to the master bedroom, took a shower, changed his clothes, and walked out. I just worked out for an hour. I'm exhausted. Zhang Fan bragged. Louis E thought that Zhang Fan had really worked out for half an hour. So she complimented. Brother Fan, you're great. Do you want me to press it for you? Zhang Fan waved his hand. No need. Zhang Fan sat down next to Louis E, then wrapped his right hand around Louis E's waist. Louis E lay obediently in Zhang Fan's arms, then spoke. Brother Fan, I want to start a business. I suddenly found a good opportunity. What chance? Zhang Fan asked curiously. Sanitary napkins. There have been many problems with sanitary napkins that have exploded on the internet in the past few days. Those merchants are so hateful, Louis E said with an angry face. Zhang Fan also brushed up on these news. Many netizens, brushing underneath Rebus, suggested that Rebus makes sanitary napkins. The reason for this is that there was a blogger some time ago who called on female netizens to measure the length of the brand of sanitary napkins they use. The result greatly exceeded the expectations of the netizens. Some sanitary napkins are labeled as 245 millimeters but measure out to only 235 millimeters. If you don't count the edges of the package but only the cotton core in the center, some deviations are even up to 5 centimeters. Such a problem is not just with individual brands, but with multiple brands. Basically, many common brands on the market have this problem. Some merchants are also particularly shameless in explaining that errors are allowed. But is this really an error? Chapter 93, Meeting with Yanqing US Team. Consumers aren't cuties. There are more and less errors. But with these merchants, all of the sizes are not enough. None of them are more than enough. What is even more excessive is that some merchants have put up the price with the slogan of enlarging and widening. But in fact, they have not done any enlarging and widening. There are even some brands that use inferior cotton as material, which seriously threatens women's physical health. Anyway, a lot of messages in the comments section are blowing up. However, Zheng Fan only followed the anger and did not associate it with entrepreneurship. A conscientious brand of tampons that really do work. A good tampon that works really well. Our family, is so discerning. Zheng Fan encouraged. Louis sniffed and looked at Zheng Fan excitedly. So, brother Fan, are you supporting me to start my own business? Of course I support it. But starting a business can be exhausting. I know. That's all I have for now. I have a lot of research to do before I start a business. Well. You might want to consult your parents. After all, they have experience. Louis nodded. My initial intention is to do a little market research first. And if I think it's feasible, we'll talk about it later. Aha! Zheng Fan certainly knew that there were a lot of problems in it. After all, in this industry, the threshold is not very high. And there are several giants right now. Starting a new company out of the blue is a sure way to get suppressed. Plus, there seems to be some kind of medical tampon. Also, what if Reba starts selling tampons too? However, Zheng Fan hid these words in his heart. Zheng Fan still had to support Louis because this thing that Louis did had meaning. Whether it makes money or not is secondary. At the very least, it can be a catfish and stimulate those businesses. If it is made, the merit is immense. Then I'll go out on an expedition with my parents tomorrow when I'm free. I've searched on the internet, and we, in Jiangcheng, also have a factory that makes sanitary napkins that's going to run out of business. Louis said excitedly. Aha, you go for it. Van, do you want to come with us? Zheng Fan shook his head. He was not interested in these business matters in the slightest. A small factory making sanitary napkins doesn't make much money a year. Might as well just copy something yourself. I have things to do tomorrow. You can just go with your aunt and uncle. Louis was a little disappointed, but didn't think much of it. Alright then. At 4 p.m., Zheng Fan called Yin Qingyue. Sister Qingyue, don't forget that I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Can't forget it. A few of them want to rip you off hard. Zheng Fan laughed. Don't save money for me at night. Aha, see you directly at the River City Hotel. Hanging up the phone, Zheng Fan and Louis chatted for a while longer. At 5 p.m., the two drove out together. When he arrived at the Jiangcheng Hotel, Zheng Fan went directly to the front desk and booked a private room, then sent the room number to Yin Qingyue again. At 5:50, Yin Qingyue brought a few people and came over together. Sister whispering, "You're here, how are you?" Zheng Fan took the initiative to speak. Everyone laughed and Yin Qingyue took the initiative to speak. Zheng Fan, this is your date, isn't it? So pretty. Louis fell. Your sister whispering, aren't you? Brother Fan told me. I didn't expect sister whispering that you're so pretty too. This is Li Long. This is Zhao Kong. This is Wan Hainua. This is Lu Feng. And this is Sun Xiqing. These few people are all older than you. Just call them brother and sister. Yan Qingyin said with a smile. Zheng Fan was also observing that these few buddies, they should all be 27 or 28 years old. This Lu Feng, on the other hand, was slightly more mature, estimated to be around 30 years old. At first glance, it's a mature young woman kind of feeling. It's just a slightly worse face value, but it's an 80 out of 100. Aha, a few brothers and sisters. From now on we'll all be co-workers, so I hope you'll take care of each other. Everyone feel free to order whatever you want today. My treat, Zheng Fan said atmospherically. Yes, you guys feel free to order whatever you want. Zheng Fan's younger brother, but he's very rich, Yin Qingyue also said with a smile. Then we are welcome. Thank you brother Zheng Fan. Thank you Fan. Ha. No need to be polite. We're all on our own. You guys look at the menu first. Pick up what you want to eat. Saying so, Zheng Fan took the initiative to order one of the most expensive dishes. The others saw that Zheng Fan had finished ordering and followed suit. Still, it's a bit of a letdown. Aside from Yan Qingyue, everyone else ordered cheap food. Zhang Fan didn't say anything and picked up the menu, ordering a few more specialties. Anyway, pick up the expensive ones exclusively. Several people looked dumbfounded, and Yan Qingyue hurriedly stopped them. Alright, I know you're rich, but there's no need to be like this. Zhang Fan also felt that it was almost time. Okay, that's it for now. Don't have enough and order more. Right. Sister whispering. Would you like some wine? Yan Qingyue waved her hand. Forget it, it's not appropriate for us to drink given our status. Alright then, some drinks then. You guys watch it. Several people ordered their favorite drinks and then waited for the food to be served. Brother Zhang Fan, what an atmosphere. Lu Feng took the initiative to praise. Aha, that meal must have cost tens of thousands of dollars. Ha ha, it's good to see a few brothers and sisters. Don't mention the money. I should have invited you guys to my house to eat, but EE and I are average in our craftsmanship. Zhang Fan said with a sincere face. Aha, I'm just able to cook some home-cooked food. Lu Yi was also embarrassed. It's fine to eat here, but in the future, you can come to my house to eat. My craftsmanship is okay. Lu Feng said with a modest face. Ha ha, Sister Feng, you're too modest. Who among us doesn't know that Sister Feng's craftsmanship is good? Yes, Sister Feng's craftsmanship is indeed great. Several others chimed in. Zhang Fan instantly became interested. Sister Feng, why don't we go to your house to eat next time? Aha, welcome, Lu Feng said smilingly. Yan Qingyue proposed, and the crowd was reintroduced. Age, place of origin, gender, hobbies, whatever. The crowd became more and more familiar. Zhang Fan also mentioned that he's been on a diet lately, but can't stick to it. Li Long suddenly spoke. Little Fan, do you want to practice with me for a few days? Guarantee you'll lose weight. Zhang Fan sniffed and immediately smiled. Great. When do you usually have time to exercise? Liren asked with a grin. In the afternoon. That's fine. Come see me when you're free from now on. I'll take you to practice for a while. Aha. Thanks Lun. A few others were eager to speak, but Zhang Fan was so excited that he didn't even notice. Soon the meal and drinks came up. Come on, brothers and sisters, everyone clink. Zhang Fan said and took the initiative to pick up the drink. The crowd raised and touched one as well. Chapter 94. Qian Yongming wants to invite Zhang Fan for tea. Since there was no alcohol, the meal was over quickly. There wasn't much conflict between the people, and there weren't any interests involved, so they ate happily. After eating, Zhang Fan took out the gifts he had prepared long ago and gave them to a few people respectively. Although Yan Qingyue and the girls all had formal jobs, how much they earned Zhang Fan did not know, but after all, it's institutionalized, and normal won't be too high. Zhang Fan didn't know what they liked, so he gave each of them 200 grams of gold. It was duplicated earlier and is still available for sale. I don't think anyone doesn't like gold these days. Sun Xiqing was a bit curious and opened it to take a look, then realized that it was gold inside, so he quickly opened his mouth to reject it. Xiu Fan, this is too expensive for you. We can't accept it. What is it? I'll take a look too, Yan Qingyin said, opening the gift box as well. The others also opened and looked at the gift box and all saw the gold inside. Fan, we really can't have this one. Yes, it is indeed too expensive. Zhang Fan twisted his head to look at Yan Qingyue for a moment and gave her a wink. Sister Qingyue, what do you think? Yan Qingyue was somewhat helpless, and according to the rules, she really shouldn't be charged. However, since it was a gift from Zhang Fan, let's just accept it, since it was easy for Zhang Fan to get money anyway. Yan Qingyue smiled. Alright, you guys can keep it if Xiao Fan gave it to you. Just come back and I'll report it. The crowd smiled happily at the words. Who doesn't like money? But the 200 grams of gold is nothing compared to the work. But the leader has spoken. So that's legitimate income. The eyes given to the person looking at Zhang Fan were more amiable and the smile was more cordial. After all, eat what is not eat even if you invite the mountains of food, the actual thing. But it's different when you give away money and the leader lets someone pick it up. 200 grams of gold at a market price of 600 a gram is $120,000. A lot of people don't save up $20,000 in a year of hard work. And the first time Zhang Fan met, one person sent $120,000. What is this? This is a great kindness. Several people inwardly made up their minds that they must cooperate with and protect Zhang Fan in the future. Zhang Fan was also very happy. Then a few brothers and sisters. Let's break up. Take care of them in the future. The crowd nodded solemnly. Aha, want to find a KTV for a song? Zhang Fan suddenly proposed. Yan Qingyue shook her head. Forget it, it's best not to go in there. Too much drunkenness makes it easy for something to happen. Lu Yi also spoke up. Yeah, it's better not to go. There are too many drunk people at night. When Zhang Fan thought about it, it seemed to be true. Drunk people, not sober. In case you give yourself a cut, it's dangerous. Forget it. A gentleman does not stand on a dangerous wall. Not a big fan of singing myself anyway. Zhang Fan also offered to sing because it was only 7:30 and it was too early to go back. There's no way around it. It's a long time to stay up until 7:30 with all the people at 6. After all, a meal without alcohol does go quickly. It's only 7:30. What else are we going to do if we don't go sing? We can't just go home and sleep now, right? Zhang Fan said with a helpless face. Well, it doesn't seem like there's much going on besides singing, and a bunch of us can't all go to the movies. That's true. Why don't we go home? Lu Yi suddenly interjected. As soon as Lu Yi's words fell, the others hastily chimed in. Right. It's better to go home. After all, the meal had been eaten and the gifts received. Plus it really wasn't that familiar, so it was time to retreat. Zhang Fan lost interest when he saw them all say that. Well then, let's go. The crowd rose and left together. After getting into the car, Lu Yi looked at Zhang Fan and asked curiously, Brother Fan, what did you send them? She would have asked just now, except that the occasion was inappropriate. Nothing, some small gifts, Zhang Fan said smilingly. Then why did they all say it was quite expensive? Lu Yi asked with a puzzled expression. Zhang Fan waved his hand. Don't worry about these. Oh, soon, the two arrived at the neighborhood basement. Yan Xingyue and the others arrived in one piece. The crowd got on the elevator together and then went their separate ways. When he returned home, Zhang Fan picked up his cell phone and started playing the game. Suddenly, Zhang Fan's cell phone rang. It turned out to be a message from that tycoon from Shangjiang. Mr. Qian Yongming. Money Wing Ming, Mr. Zhang Fan, do you have time to drink tea together in the near future? This son of a, why would he invite himself for tea for no reason? Zhang Fan was a bit uncertain and hurriedly went out and went to Yan Xingyue's house across the street. Knocking on the door, Yan Xingyue quickly opened it. Yan Xingyue had obviously just finished her bath. Her hair was still a little wet, and she was wearing a casual home outfit. Zhang Fan felt an ethereal scent coming to his face. Little Fan, why are you here? Yan Xingyue asked suspiciously as she rubbed her hair. That Qian Yongming, he just sent a message saying that he wants to call me to have tea with him. Should I go? Money Yongming? Wait a minute, I'll ask. After Yan Xingyue finished speaking, she took out her cell phone and began to make a call. Zhang Fan sat on the sofa and looked around. The house was pretty clean. However, there wasn't much in the way of personal items. Yan Xingyue had also just moved here, so I guess she hadn't prepared much yet. There were also some clothes drying on the balcony. Zhang Fan swept two eyes. Nothing interesting, so he took out his cell phone and started reading a novel. Another 10 minutes passed before Yan Xingyue walked out. I just asked my colleagues, and through the previous cell phone, it has been determined that Qian Yongming has a problem. However, no concrete evidence of guilt has been caught yet. However, these problems have nothing to do with you, but if you're bored, you can accompany him for a while. Yan Qingyin said smilingly. Oh, I've been kinda bored lately. I'll send him a message then. And I'll buy him tea if he comes. Aha, I'm pretty bored anyway, so if he comes, let's play with him together. Let's see what this old fox wants. Zhang Fan took his cell phone and sent a message to Qian Yongming. Zhang Fan, elder brother Qian. I've been in Jiangcheng recently. If you're free, you can come and sit in Jiangcheng. I'll treat you. Qian Yongming, oh, I'm going to Jiangcheng in the next 2 days to visit the city. I'll send you a message when the time comes. Zhang Fan, welcome, warmly welcome. Moneywing, ha, I'll be in touch then. Zhang Fan, aha. After ending his chat with Qian Yongming, Zhang Fan told Yan Xingyue all of this news. Yan Xingying pondered for a moment. I reckon it won't be good. I have to check in with the leader first. Aha, then we'll wait for this old den and see what he's going to sing about. Chapter 95 Elder Lu showing off. Zhang Fan chatted casually with Yan Xingyue again and went back home. Zhang Fan took out his cell phone again and prepared to play the game. As soon as I started, I saw that Yubo and Zhou Haitao from the dormitory were both online. Zhang Fan then remembered that he had said that he would come back to invite them for dinner. But there wasn't much of a rush. Zhang Fan hurriedly invited them. Soon, the 5-row convoy departed. Why 5 rows? Yubo brought his girlfriend, and Zhou Haitao also brought his girlfriend. Zhang Fan was also mercilessly ridiculed. Zhang Fan made up his mind, and Zhang Fan was speechless. I called Yui Lu myself. But Yui Lu was looking up information online to prepare for starting her own business. Zhang Fan was also too embarrassed to disturb her. But Zhang Fan has already made up his mind. However, Zhang Fan had already made up his mind that the next time he invited them for dinner, he would definitely bring Lu Yi with him. My girl is prettier than all of yours. Hong Kong. Qian Yongming sat alone in his office, smoking a cigar while thinking things over. Ever since learning of Yan Qingyue's identity, Qian Yongming had thought of a series of poisonous plans. But Yan Qingyue was a shrewd person at first glance. But her boyfriend, Zhang Fan, looked much more ordinary. In the past few days, Qian Yongming had also inquired about Zhang Fan's identity. A young 22-year-old, fresh out of college and plain-looking. Although he didn't know how Zhang Fan could become Yan Qingyue's boyfriend, it didn't affect Qian Yongming's plan. Because of the confirmation, Zhang Fan's eyes revealed clear stupidity, and at a glance, he looked like a fresh college graduate. After fooling Zhang Fan, it shouldn't be very difficult to find a way to pull Yan Qingyue on board later. In fact, Qian Yongming had already pulled together many people. It didn't matter if there was Zhang Fan or not, but one more was one more. After all, who can be too much of a cutie? Much? With these people, one can make more money. I really want to be a good person, but there's no way. It's already on the boat. There's no getting off. Twisting out the cigar in his hand, Qian Yongming revealed a fierce look. Royal Lake Manor. Elder Lu had been in a good mood, and the smile on his face hadn't even disappeared. After the meal, Elder Lu was even more excited as he took out the red tree dahong robe given by Zhang Fan, carefully pinched a handful of it and placed it in the teapot, inviting several of his juniors to taste it together. Jiang Yueying rolled her eyes. Her own grandpa had this bad habit. He loved to show off when he had nothing to do. Jiang Yueying pulled her own little cousin and disappeared. Guess what kind of tea this is? How much is it worth? Elder Lu's daughter-in-law and son-in-law are all business elites. To tea, more or less understand. Elder Lu's son, Lu Guochao, swept a glance. Isn't this the great red robe? Looking at this shape and smelling the flavor, it should all be of exceptional quality. $20,000 to $30,000 a caddy? Elder Lu shook his head and looked at his son-in-law, Zhang Yueying's father, Zhang Dalin. Dalin, what do you think? Zhang Dalin shook his head. Is my brother wrong? It should just be 20,000 to 30,000 pounds of tea. Elder Lu smiled mysteriously. Xiao Rong, Xiao Yen, you two guess? Lu Rongrong, Zhang Yueying's mother, smiled. Seeing how careful dad is, I guess it must not be cheap. I'm guessing 200,000 a caddy. Su Yen, Elder Lu's daughter-in-law then heatedly laughed. You guys are looking down on our dad too much. In the past, I bought our dad a 200,000 kilogram of tiguanyin, and our dad wasn't even this careful. I estimate how it must be 500,000 to 600,000 dollars. Elder Lu waved his hand. You all guessed wrong. It's estimated to be 20,000 a caddy on the market. Just these in the teapot. How can it be 30,000 to 40,000 dollars? Hearing Elder Lu say this, everyone at the scene was stunned. Lu Guochao looked at his father with a bit of disbelief. Dad, you're not being cheated, are you? What kind of tea can sell for 200 million a caddy? Yeah, Dad. Are you being lied to? Several others chimed in. Elder Lu glared at Lu Guochao. Your old man, I have been crawling around for so many years. How could I be cheated? Could it be that this is the mother tree big red robe? Do you guys say it's worth 200 million a caddy? Besides, I've asked old brother one to take a look at it, and he's confirmed that it's real. Old brother one, also known as Master One. Since he has confirmed that it is true, it must be true. Mother tree big red robe? Dad, where did you buy it from? Zhang Dalin asked with a curious face. Yeah, I want to buy some too. Lu Guochao also spoke up. Elder Lu laughed. I didn't buy it. It was a gift from Xiao Ying's boyfriend, who gave me 50 grams. Little Ying's boyfriend? Lu Rongrong instantly grasped the point. Where did Xiao Ying get a boyfriend? Zhang Dalin was also puzzled. Yeah, I didn't hear Xiao Ying say that. Her boyfriend's name is Zhang Fan. He's a very nice boy, and he even ate here at noon. What does his family do? Lu Rongrong asked with an eager face. I don't know, he didn't say. But to be able to take out this tea, the family must be extraordinary. By the way, that Zhao Wenliang, he also came today, and was even punched in the face. With a face of excitement, Elder Lu shared the morning's events with a few of them. After hearing Elder Lu's words, several people were dumbfounded. Turns out they missed such a great show. That Zhao Wenliang, he's actually quite good, but it's a pity that Xiao Ying doesn't like him. Lu Rongrong lamented. That's good. A good young man, not properly working on his career, favoring the love brain. Zhang Dalin also spat a few words. It wasn't that a few people disliked the poor, but Jiang Yueying really didn't like this Zhao Wenliang. So what? Let's drink tea first. I've never had such expensive tea before. As for Xiao Ying's boyfriend, this is not urgent. Come back and talk about it. Lu Guochao hurriedly said. If we don't interrupt soon, there's probably no end in sight. Yes, let's all taste it, Elder Lu said, and started to make tea as well. Zhang Dalan and Lu Rongrong looked at each other and decided that in a while, they would find their daughter Jiang Yueying to have a good chat. As for what to talk about, it was naturally to inquire about Zhang Fan's situation. Zhang Fan hacked and played the game with them for a while and felt a bit bored, so he retreated. Yui Lu was looking up information on her laptop. Zhang Fan walked up, smiled badly and helped Lu Yi to close the computer. Lu Yi said in a bad mood, Brother Fan, what are you doing? I'm busy. Do what? What do you think? Zhang Fan laughed evilly, sizing up Lu Yi's body. Chapter 96. Don't come over If you come over again I'll scream for help. Like a frightened bunny. Lu Yi's expression was filled with fear and her body couldn't help but lean back. However, there was an occasional flash of cunning in the corner of his eye. Acting is so good. Zhang Fan monumentally sighed. Ha ha, go ahead and scream. It's useless even if you scream your throat out. Zhang Fan also looked like a vicious young man in an ancient movie who had no evil to do. Stretching out his hand, he lifted Lu Yi's chin. Whose little lady is this? So handsome. I really feel sorry for her. Time passes like a white horse, and the night goes by in a flash. Zhang Fan looked at the sleeping Lu Yi beside him and couldn't help but heave a smile. This little ninny. She's grown up lately too. She's really good at it. I don't know where I learned how to do that. I'm glad I'm young and strong. The next workout will have to follow. Though, Zhang Fan ran outside for half an hour and broke some sweat, then went to Lu Yi's parents' stall and asked for some breakfast. Their two families' business was not bad, so Zhang Fan didn't chat with them in detail and went home with the breakfast. Together with her parents, Lu Yi inspected a sanitary napkin factory on the outskirts of Tiancheng and decided to spend money on it. It's not that expensive. The mess only adds up to almost 100 million. It's mainly the equipment that's more expensive, but as for the rest of the stuff, it's not very expensive. Lu Yi offered to give her shares to Zhang Fan, but Zhang Fan directly refused. For this company, Zhang Fan did not have much confidence, even if it makes it big. So what? By the time this company could make a few $100 million a year, Zhang Fan estimated that it would have taken off long ago. Besides, if you make a loss, won't you be saddled with debt as well? As long as one doesn't participate or take shares, then it has nothing to do with oneself. It wasn't like Zhang Fan himself was short of money anyway. In this regard, Zhang Fan was indeed cautious. Although Zhang Fan believed that Lu Yi would not pit herself, others might pit Lu Yi. It's better to make money faster by copying something for sale yourself if you don't have anything to do. One hand pays for the other. There's not that much messing around. University 4 years of business administration other did not learn. Anyway, how others failed. Zhang Fan is remembered very clearly. There is a case before. A boss shares in a company, not involved in the actual operation. The company is operating okay, but did not expect a sudden day the company inside the person in charge of the road, before running away, secretly transferred shares and used the company to take out a loan. In the end, this owner was forced to take on the corresponding debt, which was so large that the owner later went bankrupt. It was quite a mess. Zhang Fan was currently still trying to learn medicine, and the books on business management, Zhang Fan hadn't had time to read. When Zhang Fan had learned almost as much later, it was possible that he would consider opening a company. Lu Yi didn't insist. She also felt indifferent. Anyway, there was no difference between being on Zhang Fan and being on himself. Yi Lu was soon put to work in a sanitary napkin factory. Zhang Fan was also in pain and happiness these days. The reason was that Zhang Fan had gone to Lilong and wanted to follow him to train together. As it turned out, it wasn't expected. It really wasn't. All sorts of fancy training, and two beautiful women, Yan Qingyue and Lu Feng, watching from the side. As soon as Zhang Fan said he was giving up, the two beauties kept saying, "Little Fan, can you do it?" Zhang Fan really wanted to say, "I can't." Still, being a man's ego, it wasn't good enough. Luckily, Li Long also let Zhang Fan rest for a while from time to time, so Zhang Fan was able to persevere. In these few nights, Zhang Fan was really honest. "Chen Yongming, Zhang Fan, do you want to have tea together tomorrow?" When he received this message, Zhang Fan was secretly happy in his heart. This old deng finally came. Zhang Fan took out his cell phone and waited for a while before replying. "Zhang Fan, okay, Mr. Qian. Let me know when the time and place are set. Money Wing Ming, how about Sainer Tea House? Tomorrow at 3 p.m. Zhang Fan, good." After finishing, Zhang Fan went to find Yan Qingyue with an excited look on his face. "Sister Qingyue, Qian Yongming asked me to have tea tomorrow? Finally, is the time and place set?" "It's set. It's at the Sainer Tea House. Tomorrow at 3 p.m. Aha, I'll set it up." After Yan Qingyue finished speaking, her fingers flicked, presumably sending a message. Zhang Fan was a bit curious. What do you think this old den is looking for me for? How would I know? But I reckon that I should first invite you for a meal and a cup of tea, and then give you a little gift to deepen the relationship. After figuring out your character, then figure out how to prescribe the right medicine. Yan Qingyue said smilingly. I guess it's the same, but should I take the trick into my own hands? Zhang Fan hemmed and hawed. Just play as you please. Don't be too deliberate. He can't make any waves. Aha, that'll do. Right. Sister whispering. Do you want to go with me tomorrow? Zhang Fan asked smilingly. After all, in Qian Yongming's eyes, Yan Qingyue was Zhang Fan's girlfriend. Qian Yongming this also invited Zhang Fan, also because of Yan Qingyue's relationship. Zhang Fan and Yan Qingyue going over together would definitely take some advantage. Zhang Fan missed the last time he attended a charity auction with Yan Qingyue. Now that he had the opportunity, he naturally wanted to go with Yan Qingyue. Yan Qingying thought about it and shook her head. Forget it, if I go with you, I guess Qian Yongming won't be able to use many of his tactics. But in the middle, I'll go give you a video call. Let Qian Yongming value you a bit more. Zhang Fan was slightly disappointed, but his face didn't show it at all. That's fine. Right. Sister whispering. Do you want to run together at night? Zhang Fan tentatively invited. Yan Qingyue rolled her eyes at Zhang Fan. Are you sure you want to go running with me? Okay, I'm going to stick to exercising. But sister whispering. Don't run too fast. Aha, I'll try to wait for you. Hearing this, Zhang Fan was also relieved. Although he was tired from working out during the day for the past few days, Zhang Fan had slowed down. In the past few days, Louis Yi was also very busy and had no time to run with Zhang Fan at night. Therefore, Zhang Fan could only invite Yan Qingyue. Luckily, Yan Qingyue agreed. Otherwise Zhang Fan could only invite Li Long. These days, the replicated tasks are all about some herbs, Tianshan Snow Lotus, Millennium He Xiaowu and whatnot. Zhang Fan was very moved, but after hesitating for a while, he gave up. These things, at the moment, are not very important to oneself. The main thing is that copying just a little bit won't help. There's only so much weight you can replicate on your own, so you might as well save it for the end of the month. In the afternoon, Louis Yi called ahead of time and said that she wouldn't be coming home for dinner tonight. Zhang Fan urged Louis Yi to take care of her health. Then he was ready to go to Lu Fang's place to dine. Chapter 97 Running with Yan Qingyue. Lu Fang's craftsmanship was really good, and in the past few days, Zhang Fan often went to dilly-dally. Yan Qingyue, a few of them, were also eating together. I just don't know if there's an extra chef's salary for Lu Fang. However, Zhang Fan was very self-conscious and rarely went up empty-handed. A few people were also getting more and more familiar with each other. After chatting with them and resting for a while after dinner, Zhang Fan went out for a run with Yan Qingyue. It had just rained during the day, and the air was very fresh at the moment. Together, Zhang Fan and Yan Qingyue slowly ran through the park. By the way, Xiu Fan, I've finished greeting your subject's father, Lu Qingshan's company, and the money for their company's work will soon be released. Yan Qingyue suddenly spoke. Louis Yi is Zhang Fan's girlfriend. Their family situation, Yan Qingyue had also investigated clearly a long time ago. Lu Qingshan, indeed, is quite unlucky, but there's no way around it. There's just too much of this going on. The world is so cruel. When she found out that Zhang Fan had spent 2 small goals to save his girlfriend's parents, Yan was surprised. After all, there were only 2 small goals in Zhang Fan's card at that time. From this incident, it had already been inferred that Zhang Fan was definitely a person of great affection and righteousness, worthy of deep friendship. Yan Qingyue had always thought that Zhang Fan would take the initiative to ask for help, but she didn't expect that after such a long time. Zhang Fan didn't even mention this. There was no way around it then. So Yan Qingyue had no choice but to take the initiative and say it. Yan Qingyue was also smart enough to say hello before saying hello, a favor Zhang Fan had to recognize. Zhang Fan was a bit surprised when he heard this. If it wasn't for Yan Qingyue's words, he would have forgotten about the issue of Lu Qingshan's family's project payment. However, this was indeed good news, and Zhang Fan said solemnly to Yan Qingyue, "Thank you, Sister Qingyue. I recognize this favor." Yan Qingyue's face clouded over as she waved her hand. A small matter, not worth mentioning. However, Yan Qingyue was happy in her heart. It seemed that this matter had not been done in vain. "Come back, Yi and I will treat you to dinner," Zhang Fan said solemnly. Yan Qingyue laughed. "Then I'll be polite. A tycoon like you, a meal is a meal if you can slaughter it." Zhang Fan hemmed and hawed, not caring at all. "It's just a meal. It can cost a few bucks. By the way, sister whispering, what do you say I go rent a villa?" As soon as Zhang Fan's words fell, Yan Qingyue was instantly speechless. It's true that a few people just settled down a few days ago, And Zhang Fan wants to rent a villa again. Isn't that playing with yourself? Be nice. Why are you thinking of renting a villa? Zhang Fan smiled sarcastically. Actually, I wanted to buy a villa, but I didn't have that much money in my hand, so I thought it would be better to rent one. The villa has a yard and more rooms. I recently suddenly realized that I'm still missing a study, a gym, and if I have relatives, friends, classmates, or whatever, there's a place to stay when they come. Most of all, it's best to have a homeowner's clubhouse with a swimming pool or something, so it's convenient to work out in the future. This was something that Zhang Fan had wanted to talk about for a long time. However, considering that Yan Qingyue and the others had just moved over, Zhang Fan didn't have the heart to do so. I can't help it. I didn't think about it that much when I started renting, and I didn't have that kind of money. Now, hands are wide open. Yan Qingyue pondered for a while, and what Zhang Fan said was not wrong. Then you should look for a house first, but after you rent the villa this time, you shouldn't change it again in a short period of time. Zhang Fan smiled sarcastically. How could I? I'm not that bored. Aha! Zhang Fan then breathed a sigh of relief. Run faster. It's the same as a snail crawling, Yan Qingyue said, quickening her pace. Zhang Fan also quickly followed. However, after just a short while of running, Zhang Fan was a bit out of breath, so he slowed down his pace. This slowing down, Zhang Fan found a wonderful view. As Yan Qingyue ran ahead, Zhang Fan could not help but stare at Yan Qingyue's buttocks. It's so warped. Would love to get up there and take a shot. Zhang Fan subconsciously thought. A small tent was quickly erected underneath Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan was somewhat speechless. In the past few days, he had been busy exercising and had been suffering from back pain and leg pain, and he hadn't even looked for Lu Yi to exercise. Looks like it's time to go home and get some exercise tonight. Fortunately, Yan Qingyue ran relatively fast, her figure quickly disappearing. Zhang Fan took a long breath and ran slowly. After an hour had passed, Zhang Fan slowly stopped, the clothes on his body already soaked with sweat. Yan Qingyue, on the other hand, was only sweating slightly. Zhang Fan couldn't help but extend his thumbs up. Sister whispering, "You're awesome." Yan Qingyue smiled. Little Fan, if you practice more, you'll be able to be like me in the future. Aha, let's go back. Yan Qingyue nodded and followed Zhang Fan towards home. Originally, Zhang Fan wanted Yan Qingyue to help introduce a summer doctor to follow and learn. However, Zhang Fan hesitated for a moment and still didn't say anything. Learning this stuff is not that simple. It seems like it would take years to learn from a master. Zhang Fan didn't have that much energy. It was better to find a way to go to the Jiangcheng University Medical School to study systematically on his own. Soon the two were out of the elevator, saying their goodbyes and going their separate ways. When he returned home, Lu Yi hadn't come back yet. Zhang Fan made a call. Why haven't you come back yet? It's at the entrance to the neighborhood, and I'll be home soon. Oh, I'll hang up then and wait for you at home. Aha! Zhang Fan hurriedly went to take a shower. Just as he came out, he saw Lu Yi coming back with a tired face. Zhang Fan was a bit distressed. What's wrong? Is it not good? Lu Yi sighed. I didn't realize there were so many things involved in running a company. It's still with my parents helping out. If it wasn't for my parents, I don't think I would really be able to do it anymore. You've just taken over. There are more things to do, and when you straighten it out later, you won't be so tired. Zhang Fan comforted. Aha, that's what my parents say. Aha, are you hungry? Do you want to order some takeout? Lu Yi shook her head. No, I ate at the company. Then take a shower and get some early rest. I'll rest on the couch for a while, Lu Yi said and leaned back on the sofa. Zhang Fan was a little heartbroken as he picked up Lu Yi and returned to the bedroom. Early in the morning of the second day, Zhang Fan was woken up by Lu Yi. Zhang Fan hemmed and hawed and rolled over to crush Lu Yi underneath him. Both were refreshed after their morning exercises. By the way, Brother Fan, your workout in the past few days did have quite an effect. It feels like the muscles on your stomach are tighter, Lu Yi said smilingly. Zhang Fan hemmed and hawed. That's right, I'm tired as a dog these days. Cheer up Brother Fan, I'm sure you'll lose weight soon. Lu Yi gave a cheering gesture towards Zhang Fan. Chapter 98. Aha, let's cheer together. By the way, I have good news for you. The money for the project at your parents' company will be coming down soon. Hearing this news, Lu Yi looked incredulous. Brother Fan, are you telling the truth? Of course, Sister Whispering has already gotten someone to greet her, so it will be issued soon. Zhang Fan said smilingly. No way. Sister Whispering is so powerful? Lu Yi was still a bit unconvinced. Her parents begged and pleaded with her grandparents for so long for those project payments, but they didn't get them back. Yan Qingyin says hello and people can give out? Zhang Fan pulled Lu Yi in his arms. Look at what you said. You can't trust Sister Light speech but you still can't trust me? When Lu Yi thought about it, it seemed to be true and instantly let go of 100 hearts. A moment later, Lu Yi suddenly raised her head. Brother Fan, then should we thank Sister Lightning? Aha, I'm planning to invite her to our home for dinner in the next 2 days. Zhang Fan said smilingly. Should I ask my parents to come along? Zhang Fan waved his hand. It's better to forget about it. The two of us can just treat Sister Light language to dinner. With uncle and auntie present, Sister Light speech will definitely feel a bit awkward. Lu Yi pondered that it was indeed like this, and changed the topic. Then what are we treating Sister Light language to? Fondue? Or maybe stir-fry? That's where our craft stops. Anyway, aha, so you set a time and I'll get ready ahead of time. After dinner, Lu Yi drove to work. Zhang Fan rested at home for a while, then he looked for Li Long to go work out. Zhang Fan made up his mind that this time, he must develop a few abs. At 2:50 p.m., Zhang Fan arrived at the San and Tea House 10 minutes early. This tea house, hidden in the middle of the downtown area, is a quiet place. At first glance, you can tell that the price is high. Zhang Fan went up and reported the name of the private room, and the beautiful waitress quickly led Zhang Fan up. The private room is on the 3rd floor, and there are 2 bodyguards watching the door, presumably the bodyguards of Qian Yongming. Seeing Zhang Fan coming up, the bodyguard hurriedly helped open the door. Old brother Zhang Fan, long time no see. Qian Yongming enthusiastically surrounded him. Zhang Fan also smiled and greeted. Hello, elder brother Qian. The two of them exchanged pleasantries, and Qian Yongming unobtrusively pried into Zhang Fan's situation and how he and Yan Qingyue met. Zhang Fan had anticipated this and processed it slightly. It seemed reasonable, and money didn't think much of it. Suddenly, Zhang Fan's cell phone rang, and it was Yan Qingyue's video. Zhang Fan chatted with Yan Qingyue for a few moments, then flipped the camera again and aimed it at Qian Yongming. Hello Mr. Qian. Last night Xiao Fan told me you asked him out for tea. I wanted to come along but I've been a bit busy these past 2 days. Sorry, Miss Yan is too polite. Qian Yongming said with a smile. Aha, then you two have fun. Aha. Yan Qingyue hung up the phone. In Qian Yongming's heart, he paid more attention to Zhang Fan. By the looks of it, the odds are that both of them are living together. You see, I was so focused on talking that I forgot to make you tea, Qian Yongming suddenly said. Zhang Fan then realized. I thought the waiter hadn't served tea yet. Ha ha, tea is sold here, but their tea is not classy enough. Qian Yongming said smilingly. I've specially prepared some Imperial Dragon Well, collected a long time ago. Try some, Qian Yongming said, and took out the tea he had prepared. Zhang Fan's face was indifferent. This thing can be as good as the Mother Tree de Hong robe? Thank you elder brother Qian. By the way, I don't know what elder brother Qian's business is in inviting me for tea this time? Zhang Fan asked with a straight face. After waiting for so long, Qian Yongming never got to the point, and Zhang Fan was a bit annoyed. The youngsters are just indolent, Qian Yongming said with disdain in his heart. However, his face was still smiling. Then I'll be blunt. Old brother Fan, I have a way to make money. Does old brother Fan want to get involved? Zhang Fan immediately became interested. After all, who would mind less money these days? Elder brother Qian. I wonder what the path is. Qian Yongming hemmed and hawed and whispered. Zhang Fan was a bit speechless. This Lao Dang was looking down on himself too much to earn $1 million. Zhang Fan waved his hand and said with a disgusted expression. Too little, too little. Qian Yongming cursed in his heart. This kid is really greedy. 100 million and still do not know enough. But it's also fortunate that the kid is greedy enough and stupid enough. What's that little bit of money compared to what you have to do? Qian Yongming smiled faintly. In fact, this time, I came here because I wanted to invite you and your subject, Yan Qingyue, to a reception that my group had composed together. Wine party. What kind of wine party? Zhang Fan asked curiously. Qian Yongming smiled bitterly. As you know, business is difficult in Xiangjiang recently. I plan to make some investments in the mainland. But the business environment in the mainland, you should know it in your heart. Zhang Fan nodded. Zhang Fan could know too well about Lu Qingshan's family. So, I want to borrow your subject's momentum, Qian Yongming said with a sincere face. Zhang Fan directly waved his hand. No, this is absolutely not okay. Qian Yongming hemmed and hawed. If you don't say it, I won't say it. Just don't say it. When the time comes, you and your object show up. We say hello, and the matter will be over. At that time, I will pay you a small target. Also, I will transfer this money to you in the form of cryptocurrency, a sum that no one will know about until you tell me. You know, if I didn't know you were a spy, I would have been quite interested, Zhang Fan thought darkly. However, a very satisfied smile appeared on his face. Yes, Elder brother Chien. You're really something. That's a must. As a businessman, I pay special attention to honesty. Let's work together for the first time. I can pay first to show my sincerity, Qian Yongming said with a smile. At the same time, he took out a hard disk USB flash drive from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Fan. Inside here are 150 BT coins. The current market price is 680,000 apiece. You can verify it first. Zhang Fan hurriedly picked it up. Thanks ha. When the time comes, Whispering and I will definitely be there on time. Ha ha, drink tea. Qian Yongming had a smile on his face. This stupid kid, so good to cheat, Qian Yongming thought secretly. Qian Yuming is not afraid of Zhang Fan telling Yan Xingyue. This money, it's just the money for his nest egg. The reception next week is also just an excuse. It didn't matter at all if Yan Xingyue went or not. Of course, it was better to go. It was just convenient for him to fox around and pull others in. It didn't matter if he didn't go. Zhang Fan had taken his money, so he definitely had to do something for himself. Besides, how could money forget to videotape such a thing? Chapter 99, Divine Dragon Pill. Zhang Fan picked up his teacup and sipped it for a while, then ate some pastries. The two made small talk for a while longer, taking their relationship a step further. Right, elder brother Qian. Let's stop here today. You set the time and place and let me know 2 days in advance. I'll be sure to be on time with Whispering. Aha, do you want me to give you a ride? Qian Yongming said politely. Zhang Fan waved his hand. No, I'll drive. Aha. When he returned home, Zhang Fan went to Yan Xingyue's house at the first opportunity. Sister Whispering, guess what this old man is looking for me for? Zhang Fan said with an excited face. Yan Xingyue, what did he ask you about? Zhang Fan blah 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 told Yan Xingyue all about what happened in the afternoon. Yan Xingyue frowned. This old man, what exactly does he want? Let's just go and take a look. But I really don't know. This old deng is really generous. Even if an ordinary person knows he's a spy, it's probably hard for them to resist the temptation. Yan Xingyue blankly glanced at Zhang Fan and said without any good humor. This guy is atmospheric just because you have value to use. How could I have any use for you? Isn't it all about you? Sister light language? Zhang Fan replied smilingly. Yan Xingyue glanced at Zhang Fan and didn't say anything. By the way, Sister Whispering, what about this one small goal? Zhang Fan suddenly opened his mouth and asked. What else? What do you want? Yan Xingyin said with a leathery smile. Qian Yongming, this old deng is a spy, and his money is trouble when he gets involved. Of course, if the organization allowed it, then Zhang Fan would definitely be very happy. The likelihood of that, though, is slim to none. Zhang Fan handed the USB flash drive in his hand to Yan Xingyue. By the way, Sister Xingyue, if I hand this money over, will the top send me a commission? Yan Xingyue blankly glanced at Zhang Fan. You're overthinking it, but the bonus should be there. Yeah, how many? Zhang Fan asked curiously. I guess there's 30 or 50,000. This is too little, Zhang Fan said with a look of disgust. If you think it's less, forget it. How can that be? Even a small fly is meat, Zhang Fan hurriedly said. Yan Xingyue rolled her eyes. Ha! Zhang Fan was not the least bit surprised. By the way, Sister Whispering, do you want to run together at night? Yan Xingyue shook her head. No, I have something to do in the evening. Zhang Fan gave an oh no, and continued to ask. I'll go back first then. Wait, we haven't done today's quest yet. Zhang Fan smiled sarcastically, then remembered that he hadn't copied anything today. Ooh, what's today's assignment? Just wait, I'll bring it right over. Yan Xingyue finished speaking and got up to go back to her room. After a while, Yan Xingyue walked out with a small wooden box. Zhang Fan opened the box and looked at it. It contained a small pill. Zhang Fan pinched it up and brought it to his nose. Sniffing it, Sister Whispering, what kind of pill is this? It seems to have been passed down from the previous dynasty, called something like Divine Dragon Dan. P.S. Googled the name specifically, and it does exist. Zhang Fan had a head full of questions. What the hell? Dragon Dan? Sister Whispering, what does this thing do? For men. Zhang Fan's eyes lit up. For men? Murphy? Yes, that's right, the one you understand. Yan Xingyin said with a leathery smile. By the way, the Archdeacon asked me to remind you not to forget to make copies for yourself. Yan Xingyin said and swept underneath Zhang Fan, revealing a playful expression. I don't need this. Che, you don't need this stuff now? What about later? I won't need it later, Zhang Fan said loudly. Which olden took such a thing and copied it? What are the intentions? How can it be used to copy something like this? Zhang Fan said righteously. Yeah, well, why would you make a copy of this? It couldn't be that a certain person couldn't do it, could it? Zhang Fan muttered in a small voice. Yan Xingyue blankly glanced at Zhang Fan and said without any humor, "You should hurry up and shut up. This thing, it's a diplomatic artifact. The people in power in many countries are not young. So, you know." Zhang Fan sniffed and instantly understood. "I'm still too narrow-minded. I told you. How could they agree to reproduce this thing without a valid reason? 10 grams apiece." Zhang Fan immediately copied 100 of them in. "Right, Sister Qingyu. I've finished copying." "Aha!" Yan Xingyue said and waved her hand, signaling that Zhang Fan could get lost. Zhang Fan smiled sarcastically and hurriedly stood up to leave. Of course Zhang Fan didn't forget to make 5 copies for himself. The 22-year-old Zhang Fan couldn't use it. But what about 32, 42, 52? Be prepared for everything. Back home, Zhang Fan hurriedly opened his cell phone and placed an order online for some jade boxes, as well as some plasticized things. The things you have recently copied yourself are very valuable. It must be kept well. Otherwise, if the system runs away one day, you won't have a place to cry. After placing the order, Zhang Fan sent a message to Lu Yi. Yui Lu said she would be back early today and would be home around 6:30. Zhang Fan looked at the time. There was still more than an hour left. Zhang Fan opened his cell phone and researched what to eat. After looking for half a day, Zhang Fan suddenly swiped to a roasted lamb leg restaurant. Looking at the reviews and the photos, it's pretty good, and it's not far from Zhang Fan's house, just 4 or 5 kilometers away. Zhang Fan decided that it would be their house, sent a message to Lu Yi, asking her to bring her mom and dad over with her. Zhang Fan called and made a reservation. Unfortunately, there are no more private rooms. Zhang Fan didn't care. It was fine to eat in the lobby. When it was about time, Zhang Fan drove right past it. It was really quite crowded and the smell of roasted leg of lamb filled the air. Zhang Fan couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Looking for the waiter, he reported his cell phone number, and the waiter quickly arranged an empty seat for Zhang Fan. 1 roasted leg of lamb, gazpacho and all that. Later, the waiter nodded and left. It was only after a while that Lu Yi brought her parents over with her. Zhang Fan hurriedly stood up and greeted. "Hello Uncle and Auntie." "Hello, Fan. I'm sorry, Uncle and Auntie. I called at the last minute. There are no more private rooms." It's fine. We're all family. There's no need to be polite," Zhang Suilan said smilingly. Lu Qingshan also nodded. Right. Auntie and Uncle, please sit down. I just ordered roasted leg of lamb. You can order the rest as you like." Chapter 100, The Annoyingly Guifan. Lu Qingshan took the menu and handed it directly to Zhang Suilan. Zhang Suilan casually ordered a few dishes, and then gave the menu to Lu Yi. Lu Yi was not polite, and ordered a few of her favorites. Zhang Fan added 2 more dishes and then gave them to the waiter. "Right. Xiu Fan, I heard from Yi that our company's project payment is about to be paid?" Lu Qingshan asked with a calm face. Of course, whether he was also so calm inside, Zhang Fan didn't know. Zhang Suilan also looked at Zhang Fan with an excited face. Zhang Fan nodded. "Aha. Is there a spectrum?" Zhang Fan patted his chest and assured. "Don't worry, there's definitely a plan." Lu Qingshan and Zhang Suilan both let out a long sigh of relief when they heard this. "Thank you Fan. Thank you so much. Uncle and Auntie, you're too kind. We're family." Right. We are all family," Lu Qingshan hastily agreed. Zhang Suilan and Lu Yi also nodded. "Xiu Fan, tonight we'll high and low the whole two," Lu Qingshan said excitedly. When the old husband had a request, Zhang Fan naturally wouldn't refuse. "Okay, I'll drink a few with you." The roasted leg of lamb was really good. Zhang Fan was very satisfied with his meal, and Lu Yi and the rest of them were also very satisfied with their meal. Suddenly a sharp soprano voice came. "Isn't this Lu Qingshan, Lu boss? What's the matter? You don't have the money to build a house for the buyers? You have money to eat and drink here?" Lu Qingshan and Zhang Suilan's faces lowered in flesh. Zhang Fan twisted his head and saw a woman with high cheekbones and a mean-looking face, and he didn't know how many pounds of powder he had rubbed on his face. "Mr. and Mrs. Lu Qingshan didn't say anything, but Zhang Fan couldn't help himself. "Big sister, who are you?" The woman screamed as if her foot had been stepped on. "Who are you calling big sister?" Many people's attention was drawn to the woman's screams, and they whispered. Zhang Fan did not give the slightest bit of face and said with a flirtatious face, "What did you expect? Let's judge. This black-hearted developer is Lu Qingshan of Lu's group, and this is his wife Zhang Suilan, and this woman is her daughter Lu Yi. Their family received the purchase money, not to build us a house, instead of eating and drinking here. Do you guys think there's any justice left?" The woman shouted loudly. When these words came out, many people were righteously indignant. These days, haters have it all, but haters don't have it all. How heartless. Scratch that. There's money for a big meal, but not for building a house. What a black heart. Black-hearted developers all deserve to die. Sons, really want to beat him to death. Lu Qingshan, Zhang Suilan, and Lu Yi all looked bad. Lu Qingshan stood up and said to the crowd, "Everyone be quiet and listen to what I have to say." The woman sneered, "Quiet everyone. I'd like to see what this black-hearted developer is going to weasel out of." Lu Qingshan bowed at the woman. "I'm sorry, Lu's group does have problems. There are indeed some people who have bought houses and haven't paid yet. However, we are already working hard to move forward. I assure everyone that we will resume work soon." "What's your guarantee? With your mouth? How many times have you said such words?" The woman said with a disdainful face. Yeah, I bought a house and the developer kept guaranteeing it. But it's pure bull asterisk. I don't believe it either. I'd rather believe there are ghosts in the world than that developer's mouth. Ha ha. Lu Qingshan's face became more and more ugly, but he still said loudly, "Our Lu group has been rooted in Jiangqing for more than 20 years. Our previous reputation, everyone knows. We have not transferred our assets. We have not run away. The legal person of the company is either me, Lu Qingshan, or my lover, Zhang Suilan. Why do we want to be a legal person? Because we have to take responsibility for the company. If we really made up our mind to fraud, would we let ourselves be the legal person?" Zhang Suilan also stood up. "Everyone be quiet and listen to me again. Our Lu group's problem is not insolvency. We have not misappropriated all the purchase money. The project didn't sell well, and those purchase monies really weren't enough to build the house. At present, Lu's group has indeed stopped working, and the houses can't be sold. We are trying to think of ways to bring in funds to solve this problem, but it all takes time." Boss Lu does have a point. Also a lot of companies nowadays have corporations that are used to top off their business. Lu's group does have commitment. Real estate is too difficult these days. I've heard that the price of a few of Lu's group's plots of land has been cut to the waist. No one else can afford it. Hey, so it seems that Lu's group is quite conscientious. It's much better than many real estate companies whose owners are foreigners. Pity the homebuyers. Lu Qingshan continued. "We Lu's group have a project payment of 400 million. This money will soon be in place. This part of the money is more than enough to guarantee the delivery of the building. Please believe us and supervise us." It seems like it's been reported on the internet that Lu's group does have a $400 million project payment that's been several years old. Really? It's true. There are contracts online. It does seem like there is such a thing. Hey, seeing the situation reversed, that big sister became anxious. "Can't you see? The family is eating and drinking here." Zhang Fan stood up and glared at the big sister and yelled, I spent the money today. Besides, who stipulates that their family can't come out to eat something nice?" Zhang Suilan also said loudly, "This woman is called Li Guifan, and is not the owner of our Lu group. In the past, he approached me and old Lu to borrow $300 and never returned it. Later on, he approached me and old Lu to borrow money again, and I rejected it outright. So, she has been the one who has been badmouthing our Lu's group. So that's what happened. I knew this didn't look like a good person. It's not hard to borrow again when you've borrowed money and not pay it back. And this woman wants to borrow again. 66. I thought she bought a house in Lu's group. So this is the case. Live long and prosper." Li Guifan listened to the people around her pointing. Then also anxious, loudly scolded. "Bull *********. When I Li Guifan asked you to borrow money? Then do you dare to swear that you've never asked us to borrow money?" Zhang Suilan said smilingly. "Swear to Mazu." Lu Qingshan added another stab. Li Guifan instantly became anxious. "I've never asked you to borrow money, believe it or not." With that, cursing, he left. The situation speaks for itself. All of them could see that this Li Guifan really wasn't a good bird. Lu Qingshan arched his hand. Sorry for making everyone look at the joke. Seeing that there was no hilarity to watch, the people around them also withdrew their gazes and began to deal with the food in front of them. Chapter 101, Plans to return home. "Dad, why doesn't she dare to swear to Mazu?" Lu Yi asked curiously. Lu Qingshan smiled. Her hometown is by the sea, and she grew up believing in Mazu. "Oh, no wonder. I'm sorry, uncle and auntie. It's all my fault for being ill-considered." Zhang Fan hurriedly apologized. "I didn't expect this to happen. If I had known, I wouldn't have eaten here." Lu Qingshan waved his hand and said with a helpless face, "I don't blame you. It's us who did it wrong. If we hadn't been too adventurous, so many homeowners wouldn't have been left without a house to collect. Uncle, you don't worry. Your company that project payment I'll urge again. You also get ready earlier." Aha! Due to what happened just now, a few people didn't have the heart to eat slowly, so Zhang Fan got up and went to settle the bill. It was good that Lu Yi and Zhang Suilan didn't drink. They each drove a car and took their respective men home. Drinking a little wine, Zhang Fan was excited. As soon as he entered the house, Zhang Fan pulled Lu Yi and moved his hands. Lu Yi was also a bit helpless and gently pushed Zhang Fan away. Brother Fan, I'll go take a shower first. We'll go together, Zhang Fan said with a bad smile. Lu Yi rolled her eyes. Is that a bath for you? Hey! Zhang Fan gave a bad smile and pulled Lu Yi into the bathroom with him. Another wonderful evening. The usual routine of copying a medical book, then going out for a run and getting breakfast. After dinner, Lu Yi drove her car to work. Zhang Fan had rested at home for a while and read a novel for a while when he received a summons from Yan Qingyue. Zhang Fan walked over in his slippers. The door was not closed, so Zhang Fan directly pushed it open. Yan Qingyue was sitting on the sofa, looking at her cell phone. Zhang Fan was not polite and directly sat next to Yan Qingyue. An ethereal scent that came instantly. Zhang Fan's spirit perked up. Sister whispering, "What's the copy today?" "It's on the table. I don't know what it is. And it's your job to copy this for the next week." Zhang Fan was a bit curious and opened the box to take a look at what seemed to be a white powder. "Don't know what it is either." Zhang Fan didn't think much of it. "Oh, I know." Suddenly Zhang Fan thought of something else, so he spoke. Sister whispering, "Then can I turn in after 7 days?" Yan Qingyue was a bit puzzled. "What's wrong, Xiao Fan?" "Nothing, I'm going to take a trip home." Zhang Fan had long planned to go home. However, there had always been a need to do quests in the past, so Zhang Fan didn't mention it. Since this quest has to be done for 7 days straight, it would be better to go home, just in time to see my own parents and get the family house in order. In the past, my parents had all the money to pay for my own schooling, so my family still lived in the bungalow they had built before. All the surrounding neighbors have moved into small 2-story buildings. Now that I have money, I must help my parents get organized. Also go home and get your own parents another driver's license and come back and bring them a car. Give your parents some more pocket money. Oh, you should go home and go home. Just tell me in advance. Don't worry about anything else. Yan Qingyue said smilingly. Zhang Fan nodded. That's fine. Zhang Fan quickly copied the stuff. Sister whispering, "I'll leave 1G and use it later to continue copying. It equals a total of 99G today." Yan Qingyue checked that there were no problems before nodding. By the way, sister whispering, "When will the payment for the project of my girlfriend's company probably come down?" Zhang Fan suddenly asked. "I'll get someone to say hello. It should be soon." Zhang Fan smiled sarcastically. "Why don't you ask again?" Yan Qingyue blankly glanced at Zhang Fan and took out her cell phone to send a message. After a while, a reply was received. By 5 p.m. tomorrow at the latest. Having received the certainty, Zhang Fan was also relieved. "Thank you, sister whispering. Feel free to call me for anything in the future," Zhang Fan said with a serious face. Yan Qingyue waved her hand in an indifferent manner. A trivial matter. Leaving Yan Qingyue's house, Zhang Fan went back to Li Long and a few others, followed Li Long as they trained for more than 2 hours. I rubbed Lu Feng another meal at noon. Only then did Zhang Fan return home, rinse off the sweat stains on his body, and have a beautiful sleep. "That's so nice. Tell Lu Yi about the project payment." Zhang Fan chatted with Zhang Yueying and Li Shuao a few more times, telling them that he was going home in the next 2 days and asking them if they had a date. Zhang Yueying says she's going on a trip with her cousin Zhang Yulan and is already on a plane. Zhang Fan was speechless. This scummy girl. And she didn't say that she was responsible. She said she was her boyfriend, but then she ran out on a trip without even telling her. Zhang Fan sent several exasperated emoticons in a row. Zhang Yueying, hee, I'll bring you a present when I get back. Zhang Fan, if I'm not satisfied. You know. Zhang Yueying, despise. JPG. Lei Shuao, on the other hand, said that she had been as busy as a dog lately and was too lazy to move. However, Li Shuao said that when she was free in a while, she would invite Zhang Fan to her home for dinner. Zhang Fan naturally agreed with a smile. It was naturally impossible to refuse an invitation from a beautiful woman. Zhang Fan pondered a bit more. Right now, there was still a need to treat Yan Qingyue to a meal. Zhang Fan first sent a message to ask Yan Qingyue, who just happened to have the time. So, Zhang Fan hurriedly took out his cell phone and called Lu Yi, asking Lu Yi to come back earlier tonight. Lu Yi nodded her head in a hurry when she learned that she was going to invite Yan Qingyue for dinner. Yui Lu came back soon. Zhang Fan took Lu Yi to the vegetable market around the neighborhood and bought fresh fish, beef and mutton, as well as some fresh vegetables. That's right, making fondue tonight. Tonight's main dish is fish. Lu Yi bought 2 river dumplings, together with a 7 or 8 pounds. Zhang Fan also fell in love with fish hot pot only after he arrived in Jiangcheng. In the old country, when we went out for hot pot it was either beef or lamb, or chicken or duck. It's still good fish. Previously there was a Wujiang sliced fish right by the school. 50 renminbi a person. Unlimited. Eat as much as you want. P.S. I remembered the Wujiang sliced fish I had in Guizhou before. 30 or 40, I forget. I especially wanted to eat it. Zhang Fan would occasionally go with Su Sisi to improve his life. Su Sisi could enjoy the food, and Zhang Fan naturally enjoyed it as well. Yan Qingyue had grown up in Yanjing, so she probably ate beef and mutton hot pot as often as she did, and she definitely ate less meat hot pot. Zhang Fan believed that Yan Qingyue would definitely like it as well. Back home, Zhang Fan was in charge of slicing the Jiang Duan into slices and cutting the beef and mutton into small slices, while Lui Yi was in charge of washing the vegetables. The two men split the work and quickly completed the prep work. Lui Yi and Zhang Fan each made 2 more cold dishes. The two men brought all the dishes to the table and turned on the fire. Everything is ready for your guests. Zhang Fan got up and went to invite Yan Qingyue. Chapter 102, Why don't we introduce a date for Sister Light Language? Zhang Fan rang the doorbell and shouted. Sister whispering. Dinner is ready. Soon Yan Qingyue's gentle voice came out from inside. Oh, you go back first. I'll change my clothes and go over. That's fine. Just come right in. I'll leave the door open for a while. Aha! Only then did Zhang Fan turn around and go home. Seeing Zhang Fan come back alone, Lui Yi was a bit puzzled. Where's Sister Light Whisper? She said she had to change. She'll be here in a minute. Oh, Van, can you see if there's anything else we need to prepare? Zhang Fan glanced at the table. It seems like there's no wine prepared. I wonder if Sister Whispering drinks. Yan Qingyue nodded. It doesn't matter if Sister Qingyu drinks or not. We have to prepare. I'll have the supermarket send some over. There was a supermarket cluster in the neighborhood. Lui Yi directly informed the boss and asked for some white wine and beer. The boss quickly arranged for someone to send them over. After a while, Yan Qingyue pushed open the door and walked over. A casual outfit. But how could it not hide Yan Qingyue's exquisite figure? Sister Light Whisper. You're so beautiful. Lui Yi couldn't help but praise. The corners of Yan Qingyue's mouth rose, and she said with a modest expression, Where? Sister, you're the one who's pretty. The two men engaged in a little more commercial blow-by-blow. Zhang Fan didn't have the heart to interject either. In Zhang Fan's eyes, the two women each had their own specialties. Still, it was Yan Qingyue who was a bit more attractive to herself. After all, the air of maturity is much more appealing. Lui Yi is only 21 years old this year, and although she has an extremely great body, she lacks a mellow temperament. Sister Whispering. The water has boiled, so you can start serving the dishes. Zhang Fan reminded. Only then did Lui Yi react and said with some embarrassment. Sister Light Whisper. Don't stand. Hurry up and sit. Yan Qingyin smiled politely, pulling back the stool and sitting down herself. Aha! Lui Yi also sat down. By the way, Sister Whisper. Thank you for helping my parents. Lui Yi said, pouring herself a glass of beer and drinking it down. Zhang Fan also cited one. Yan Qingyue also raised her cup and took a drink. Zhang Fan hurriedly said, Sister Whispering. Let's not drink next. Both women nodded. After all, there really weren't many women who loved to drink these days. Zhang Fan is likewise not a drinker. Zhang Fan took out the juice he had prepared long ago and poured it for the three of them. Sister Whispering. The fish is cooked. Try it. This is the fish that Xiao Fan and I specially bought and filleted ourselves. Lui Yi said with an enthusiastic face. Lui Yi said as she picked up a piece of fish and put it into Yan Qingyue's bowl. Thank you. Yan Qingyue picked up the fish with her chopsticks and tasted it, a look of surprise immediately surfacing on her face. Not bad. The meat is quite tender, and this gravy is good. You two are great at this. Lui Yi smiled modestly. Just be satisfied with you. Sister Whispering. Yan Qingyue smiled. You guys hurry up and eat too. The three ate together. The last time they had dinner, they didn't talk much. Not this time. They were the only two women at the table. The more they talked, the more they got acquainted. And soon the two women realized that they had a lot in common. As a result, Zhang Fan slowly became unable to interject. By the end of the meal, the two had magically turned into wordless BFFs. Friendship between women was so quick. Zhang Fan was amazed. After dinner, Yan Qingyue and Lui Yi sat down on the sofa and chatted. Zhang Fan in the guise of little Fancy honestly went and cleaned up the tableware on the table and then cut the fruit plate for the two women. The two chatted until 11 p.m. It was only after Zhang Fan gave a strong gesture that Yan Qingyue got up and left. Luckily, Yan Qingyue hadn't gone too far, or else she would be alone in her room tonight. Brother Fan, Sister Qingyu is so beautiful and especially insightful. Lui Yi praised from the bottom of her heart. Zhang Fan also didn't know if Lui Yi was really praising, or if she was laying a trap for herself. However, the time-tested Zhang Fan would naturally not give his life away. It's still our Yi who's the prettiest, with a delicate body. I love you. Lui Yi blankly glanced at Zhang Fan and said without any humor. I'm talking to you seriously. Don't interrupt. By the way, does Sister Whispering have a date? There shouldn't be any, Zhang Fan said weakly. According to Zhang Fan's observation, Yan Xingyue should not have an object, but he was not sure. Really? How could such a beautiful person like Sister Whispering not have a date? Lu Yi had a face of disbelief. Maybe people are demanding, Zhang Fan said smilingly. Do you think we should introduce her to someone? I have a friend who is particularly outstanding. Lu Yi suddenly spoke up. Zhang Fan was instantly speechless. Are you kidding me? You'd better not worry so much, Zhang Fan said without any good humor. Why? No matter how good your friend is, he's not good enough for Sister Whispering, Zhang Fan said smilingly. No way. That friend of mine is about the same age as Sister Light Language, studied in a world-famous school, and is now an executive in a top 500 company. I heard that he earns 100 Ws a year. Do you think this friend of mine is good enough? Zhang Fan shook his head. It was excellent, but it's far worse than yourself. Not to mention Yan Xingyue. Do you know what Sister Whisper's family does? Lu Yi shook her head. I don't know. Sister Light Whisper. Surname Yan, Zhang Fan said, aggravating his tone a bit and also pointed his finger to the sky. Lu Yi was still a little puzzled. Brother Fan, what exactly does it mean? Zhang Fan was also a bit speechless. He had said it so bluntly. How come Lu Yi still didn't understand? The last archdeacon was Sister Whisper's own grandfather. Lu Yi was instantly shocked. Holy, is this for real? Zhang Fan nodded. Of course it's true. I was saying, how come Sister Whispering is so powerful? With a casual greeting, she was able to get back the project payment that our family company has been dragging on for years. No wonder. Suddenly Lu Yi thought of something else. Right, Brother Fan, isn't your family also very powerful? Zhang Fan shook his head and said in a good-natured manner. The 5 or 6 generations of our family's ancestors were all landowners, and none of them were officials. As for further back I don't know. Lu Yi had a puzzled look on her face. Then how did you and Sister Light Language know each other? Also, how did you become co-workers? Zhang Fan waved his hand and said perfunctorily, there are some things that you are better off not knowing. You only need to know that your husband, I am very powerful. Lu Yi had an excited look on her face, but her mouth went up to mock. Brother Fan, you're so thick-skinned. Little girl, the Tao is against the Big Dipper for you. Daring to taunt your husband. Let me teach you a lesson, Zhang Fan said, as he picked up Lu Yi and threw her onto the bed in the bedroom. Chapter 103, Mr. and Mrs. Zhang wanna hold a banquet for 3 days? After 40 minutes, the clouds passed and the rain stopped. Zhang Fan put his arm around Lu Yi and whispered, by the way, I plan to go home tomorrow. Why do you suddenly have to go home? Lu Yi asked curiously. It's not much, just wanted to go home. So do you want me to go back with you? Zhang Fan waved his hand. Forget it, you'd better work on your factory. I'll take you back with me this New Year's Eve. Lu Yi let out an "oh," and didn't say anything else. In fact, she really wanted to go back with Zhang Fan, but she really couldn't leave either. After all, we just bought a new factory and a lot of things have not been straightened out. Then I'll go buy something tomorrow and you can take it back to your aunt and uncle. I'm planning to take the high-speed train back tomorrow, so it's too much trouble to bring things. After you get up tomorrow morning, buy something on Sandong, and it will probably be delivered to your home tomorrow afternoon. This is not good, right? Lu Yi said with a difficult face. What's so bad about it? Didn't you buy it online? My parents won't think much of it, so what do I get them? Let's see. Buy 2 huazi, and 2 bottles of mauzi. 1 more tablet for them. Let's buy a domestic one. Don't make it too expensive. One that costs more than $200 will be enough. As for the rest, there's really no need for the time being. Do you want to buy some gold and silver jewelry for Auntie? Lu Yi opened her mouth. Zhang Fan waved his hand. No. When it's New Year's Eve, I'll bring my parents and we'll go buy it together. Those things, it's better to let my parents watch and buy. Well then, you must explain it to your aunt and uncle. Don't worry, my parents are quite nice, Zhang Fan said smilingly. Then let's get up and buy it now, Lu Yi said. Sat up and took her cell phone and picked it out online. It was good that Zhang Fan had said it all. So Lu Yi quickly chose something and placed an order. By the way, give me the address of your house. Zhang Fan nodded. XX Village, XX Township, XX County, XX City, XX Province. Lu Yi wrote the address and submitted the order successfully. Zhang Fan was about to go to sleep when Lu Yi suddenly spoke. Right, Brother Fan, how many days are you going back this time? I should stay at home for 3 or 5 days, and then go straight to Mordor to do some serious business, which might take 7 or 8 days in total. Ah, what's taking so long? Lu Yi's cute little face instantly frowned. Zhang Fan was also a bit helpless. You said it's not easy for me to go back once, so how can I stay for a few more days? I'm going home with the intention of building a new house, so let's at least finalize the general things. As for going to Magic City, it's business. A few of them will be there by then. After all, we can't take money and not work, right? Louis Yi was still a little upset. Thinking of being separated from Zhang Fan for so many days at once, Louis Yi's heart was indescribably hard. Zhang Fan took Louis Yi in his arms and comforted her. Don't worry, Bao. No, I can't let my uncle and aunt come over to live with you in the next 2 days. I'll be back soon. Louis was still unhappy and her small hand reached down on its own accord. Throughout the night, Yui Lu was disguised as a ruthless juicer. Zhang Fan was in pain and happy. Until he got on the high-speed train home, Zhang Fan still had some back pain. No wonder the old saying goes that there are only bad oxen that plow the fields, not tired fields. Luckily, this time, he had booked a special class seat, so Zhang Fan put the seat backrest back and quickly fell asleep. Luckily, there was a stewardess to notify him, or else Zhang Fan had really slept through it. When I got out of the car, it was noon. Together with the fact that Zhang Fan was a bit hungry, he found a restaurant nearby and ate a bowl of chow mein. Sloppy. Mainly, Zhang Fan was unfamiliar with this place. Never been to this place either. Who let his hometown have no direct high-speed train to Jiangcheng? After dinner, Zhang Fan took a cab and went back to his home county. Then another cab was hailed from the county seat and it went straight to the old house. When I got home, Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom happened to be at home. Seeing Zhang Fan, both of them were pleasantly surprised. Why did you come back all of a sudden without saying hello? Zhang Ma said with an annoyed look on her face. It's not like I suddenly missed you guys. It just so happens that I'm not busy lately, so I went home to take a look. Zhang Fan said smilingly. Oh, did you have lunch? Eat up, eat up. So how many days are you planning on staying back this time? 3 or 5 days. Oh, then we'll go grocery shopping in a while and make a big meal tonight. Zhang Ma said smilingly. Papa Zhang also smiled and nodded. Aha! Mom and Dad, it's only after 2 o'clock. It's early for dinner. What's early? Pack up and start dinner early in the evening. Zhang Ma said without a good mood. Mom and Dad, this time I came back to tell you a good news. Zhang Fan said with a mysterious face. Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom immediately became interested and looked at Zhang Fan with an excited face. Little Fan, what's the good news? I got a job. A serious job. The kind with preparation. Zhang Fan took out his work permit as he spoke. Zhang Ma smiled and picked it up. Let's see. Looking at the work permit in her hand, Zhang Ma was speechless with excitement. Xiu Fan, is this true? Of course it's true. Who would dare build this? Zhang Dad snatched it from Zhang Ma's hands. Let me see it too. Little Fan. Is this true? Papa Zhang was also very excited. Of course it's true. What am I lying to you guys for? Great. Daughter-in-law. You notify the relatives on your side of the family, and I'll notify the relatives on our side of the family. We're going to have a big banquet for 3 days in a row. Zhang Dad said with an excited face. Yes. Let them all see that my son has gotten ahead. By the way, we don't accept gift money for this big banquet. Zhang Ma also said with an airy face. Aha, I'll get my big brother and all of them over here right now so they can all help. Zhang Dad said, and went out the door. Since several hundreds of Zhang Fan's homes were close to each other, Zhang's dad wanted their homes to be notified directly. Zhang Ma, on the other hand, picked up the phone and called one by one. Looking at Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom's excitement, Zhang Fan was also happy. Don't you want this establishment yourself just to make your parents happy? After all these years, I finally gave my mom and dad a fighting chance. The 3-day feast, according to the custom in the old country, is also a meal at noon. A table is only $500. Relatives and friends invited over only 20 or 30 tables. Even if you invite some of the neighbors too, it's only 50 tables at the end of the day. And if you buy some cigarettes and alcohol and stuff, it's only $100. 000 for 3 days. This amount of money was just a drop in the bucket for Zhang Fan. As long as his mom and dad were happy, Zhang Fan was happy to spend the money. Chapter 104. Zhang Fan must be cheating. Soon, Zhang Fan's several uncles, aunts, elder mother and several younger siblings who were on summer vacation as well as his young nephews all came over. Papa Zhang followed them back. Van, I heard you got a job with an editor. Fan, you're really out of your league now. Fan, you're so hit. Brother, you're awesome. The crowd chattered about it. Next, Zhang Fan was asked about his salary and benefits, and Zhang Fan embellished some more appropriately. After all, it's just a sheriff's job, and it's not appropriate to go overboard. Zhang Fan also made it a point to say that he was on the establishment of the General Security Bureau and was now working in Jiangcheng. There was a gasp from the crowd. Not too much. but anyone who's been there knows that the HQ establishment is a little better. After chatting with them for a while, Zhang Fan took a few younger siblings and his little nephews and nieces out with him. There is a big supermarket in the village, and Zhang Fan purposely looked for the boss to change a few $100 of whole money. Then younger brothers and sisters, nieces and nephews each have one. As for what they bought, Zhang Fan didn't care. Receiving the money, each of them laughed heartily and ran in to sweep up the goods. Unsurprisingly, Zhang Fan bought a bunch of add calcium milk, spicy noodles, toy guns and other nonsense. Zhang Fan bought some more peanuts and melon seeds as well as drinks and stuff to bring back for them to eat together. When I got home, several of my uncles and aunts were busy making phone calls and informing friends and family. I heard from Papa Zhang that it's already been arranged and 30 tables have been booked for tomorrow, so I'm mainly just happy. Zhang Fan stayed on the sidelines and played with a few kids. The calls were all long-winded. After all, there was plenty of time in the latter days. Zhang Dad, Zhang Mom, and a few aunts and uncles, grandparents, went to inform their friends in the village again. Soon, half of the village knew the news that Zhang Fan had found a job. Many neighbors all came together at Zhang Fan's house, and Zhang Fan's uncle and sister-in-law received the news and brought their families over. Zhang Fan's family, hilarious. The smile on Papa Zhang's and Mama Zhang's faces never broke. Zhang Fan went to the supermarket and bought a lot of peanuts and melon seeds. This stuff cannot be broken. Village committee, the village mayor, the resident secretary, and a few other village officials sat together in a cloud of smoke. Li Kong, the resident secretary, exhaled a mouthful of smoke. You guys, the village said that Zhang Fan is now working in the General Security Bureau and has an establishment. Is it possible? A village cadre said smilingly. According to my experience, it is impossible. These days, if you want to join the organization, or the organization of the General Security Bureau, you have to check your ancestors for 3 generations. Yeah, Zhang Fan is just an ordinary college student, and not a law and order school. Even if he can enter the General Security Bureau, at most he will be a contracted laborer, and it's impossible for him to have an establishment. A village cadre added. Li Kong took another drag on his cigarette, then rushed to Zhang Date and said, Uncle Zhang, you should know very well that nowadays, if you want to be enrolled in the organization, you definitely need a political trial. Zhang Fan must not have this process, right, Uncle Zhang? Zhang Dai was the village chief and branch secretary of Zhangjiawan village where Zhang Fan was from. Zhang Dai shook his head. Indeed not. Upon hearing this, Li Kong said with a serious look on his face, since that's the case, then I reckon that Zhang Fan is definitely cheating. A few others chimed in. So what should we do? Lyko continued to ask. Report it to the well. Impersonating a state employee is a criminal offense. A young village cadre, Zhou Quan, said excitedly, there's no need for that. There's no need to get on the bandwagon about that little thing. What if he really wants to make his parents happy? Another village cadre countered. Yeah, folks, there's no need. Another village cadre chimed in. Zhang Dai also hastened to chime in. Yes, Zhang Fan is a young man, and he hasn't caused any bad influence. There's no need. That young village cadre Zhou Quan wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Li Kong. What you all said is right. It really hasn't caused much of an impact, but in my opinion, this Zhang Fan's intentions are not small. Think about it, if you guys set up a big banquet for 3 days in a row, how can it be 70, 000 or 80, 000 dollars, and you don't even accept the gift money? What do you think? I think I've seen similar news stories before, and it's time to make excuses and borrow money from friends and family in the back. I reckon so. So let's keep an eye on Zhang Fan. In case he really wants to cheat money, we'll immediately call the police to help the villagers recover their losses. Right. That's fine. We can't control the people in other villages for the time being, but for the people in our own village, we must notify them in advance, lest we be cheated by this kid Zhang Fan. As Li Kong sealed the deal, the village head Zhang Dai nodded, and several others nodded as well. It was not until late that the party left one after the other. Zhang Fan was also relieved. Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom swept the floor and got ready to go to bed. Zhang Fan hurriedly called out to them. Right, Mom and Dad, let me call you some more money. What's a good call for us? Yeah, you haven't spent the $1 million you hit us with last time. Zhang Fan waved his hand. I've earned some more money, and the house at home. I'm going to strip and rebuild it. Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom quickly refused. The house is fine. Just redecorate it? The house at home is 1 story. And this time, I'm going to build a 2-story one. A better one. Zhang Fan said, transferring another $1 million over to Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom. Then do you have enough money to buy a house in Zhangcheng? Zhang Dad asked in a hurry. They felt that the house at home was really enough, and they mainly had to buy a house in Zhangcheng. After all, Zhang Fan was definitely going to settle in Jiangcheng in the future. Zhang Fan waved his hand. In the future, our unit will be divided into houses. Besides, houses nowadays have been dropping in price, so I can't say in the future it will really be a cabbage price. Little Fan is right. Houses are getting cheaper and cheaper now. There's no need to rush to buy it. Okay then, let's look into it. Right, Mom and Dad. Building a house for $500,000 or $600,000 is enough. The rest of the money you two will learn to get a driver's license and buy a car. So it'll be easier to go out in winter or when it rains. Mr. and Mrs. Zhang are not very old, only 45 years old, so naturally they have no problem learning how to drive. Zhang Ma gave Zhang Fan a blank look. What kind of car are we buying? I've heard that the insurance costs several $1,000s a year, and we don't have any business, so it's usually enough for us to ride a battery car. When it rains or gets cold, we don't go out. Don't you guys want to? What? Take a trip? Take a tour of the country? Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom both shook their heads. What's there to shop for? It's weirdly tiring. It's better to buy a few more pounds of meat at home to improve the food. Zhang Fan was also speechless. Forget it. You guys see to it. I'm going back to sleep. Chapter 105, Tabloid Tidbits. Back at the house, Zhang Fan swiped through the messages on his cell phone. Yan Xingyue informed herself not to forget today's mission. Zhang Fan slapped his head and almost forgot. Hurrying to copy it, he then replied to Yan Xingyue. Yan Xingyue sent a received message. Zhang Fan chatted with Yan Xingyue a few more times, and the two of them said good night. Zhang Fan dialed Lu Yi's video call again. Brother Fan, did you get what I bought? Did your aunt and uncle like it? Zhang Fan then remembered that Lu Yi had bought something last night. Zhang Fan opened his cell phone text message. Took a look. It is indeed arrived. Put in the village supermarket. He did not notice. Zhang Fan immediately said, love it very much. My parents even said that I should bring it back together in the new year. Zhang Fan's blind words came out of his mouth. After hearing this, Lu Yi was also happy. It's good that they like it. Remember to go back to your hometown with me in the new year, ha? Zhang Fan teased smilingly. Asterisk 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 off. I'm not going home with you for New Year's. Lu Yi was obviously shy, so Zhang Fan did not think so and pulled Lu Yi to chat for a while more. Lying on his own bed, Zhang Fan slept particularly well. Early in the morning, Zhang Fan was woken up by the sound of firecrackers. Zhang's dad and mom set off 10,000 firecrackers and bought them last night. The man who made the big seed has come. Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom were arranging to set the table and then put peanuts and melon seeds and candies on the table. Several aunts and uncles and younger siblings and nieces and nephews had arrived and were sitting at the table chatting away. Zhang Fan hurriedly got up and went to wash up, then took a few kids with him to the supermarket. If you paid yesterday, you can't pay today. However, drinks are arranged, chutneys are arranged, snacks are arranged. Zhang Fan also took the gifts bought by Lu Yi and took a group of children back home with him. Little Fan, what did you mention? Zhang Ma asked curiously. Your future daughter-in-law bought you guys a gift. Zhang Fan said smilingly. Zhang Ma became excited upon hearing this. Future daughter-in-law? You have a girlfriend? Aha, just talked about it a while ago. When Zhang Fan used to be good with Su Sisi, he didn't tell his parents about it at all, and they didn't know about it either. What's the name? Do you have a picture? Where's your family from? What do you do? Zhang Ma asked a series of questions. Call Lu Yi, shine on Mom, and hurry up and see what gifts your future daughter-in-law has bought for you. Other things, let's talk about it later. The smile on Zhang Ma's face did not diminish as she hurriedly unwrapped the box. Is this Wazi, Mousy, and 2 tabletops? My future daughter-in-law is really generous. Yi was going to buy it for you in person, but time ran out, so she bought it online. When the new year comes, Yi will come back with me for the new year. Zhang Fan said smilingly. That's great. When we're done these few days, I'll urge your father to build a house, and make sure that you and Yi will be able to live in a new house when you come back. Right, Little Fan. When you're free at night, give Yi a video call. I want to see what Yi looks like. Okay, no problem. Zhang Ma smilingly went to work again. Zhang Fan followed suit and got busy as many relatives arrived one after another. They were all congratulating Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom, as well as Zhang Fan. Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom always had smiles on their faces, and from time to time, they scattered cigarettes and chatted with them. Zhang Fan also accompanied a few elders, chatting away. It opened at 11:30 p.m. And all 30 tables were filled. It's all family and friends, and it's not that elaborate. Many people urged Papa Zhang to say a few words. Zhang Dad couldn't wipe his face, so he had to open his mouth and say, thank you for all the relatives and friends. Everyone eat and drink well. I'm done. Papa Zhang finished and hurriedly sat down. and those in the audience laughed. In the countryside, there really isn't that much to talk about. It's all about having a good time. Soon it was time to start serving the food. The grand seating in the Yuletide province is particularly elaborate, starting with 8 cold dishes, followed by various hot dishes, various soups, meat buns, sugar buns, chicken, duck and fish. During this time, Zhang Fan followed Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom, going from one to the other to make a toast. Just before the midway point, the crowd had pretty much eaten their fill, so it was time to start handing out plastic bags. That's how it was in Zhang Fan's old house when he had a banquet. The banquets were large enough for 20 people to eat, yet there were only 8 people seated at each table, not to mention a number of children. If you can't finish it, it's natural to pack it up and take it with you. A drink was served and the guests were happy. After all the relatives and friends had left, Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom pulled a few more relatives and talked about building a house at home, the specifics of which Zhang Fan didn't know. Zhang Fan took a few kids out to play again. It's been a long time, after all, and it's very intimate. In fact, Zhang Fan has a few cousins above him, but they are all working outside. They were all bad students and went to work in factories before they graduated from junior high school. However, they were all quite good to Zhang Fan, and often bought Zhang Fan some food and drinks and pocket money when he came home for the new year. The whole family, too, has a particularly good atmosphere. Zhang Fan was also considering helping them in the future. If you are poor, you will be alone, but if you are rich, you will help the whole world. To help the world at the same time, Zhang Fan couldn't do it for the time being, but he still had no problem taking care of some relatives and friends. Still need to think about it, though. Take your time. There's still a few months left anyway, and I'm sure you'll be more powerful by then. A corner of Zhang Jiawen. Have you heard that Zhang Fan's job is fake? And so is his establishment. Can't be. Old Zhang set up 30 tables today and didn't accept gifts, so he didn't spend a lot of money. Can it be like this if it's fake? Yeah, old Zhang's family is going to have it for 3 more days in a row. Several village cadres have met and have determined that it's a fake. Zhang Fan entered the General Administration of Public Security and the establishment, so there must have been a political examination. But there's no such link at all. Oh, it seems like there is such a thing. I remember the old Liu family's son. Isn't he in the county sheriff's office? When someone came to investigate the old Liu family's situation, when you say it like that, it rings a bell. You see this news. There is a man in your province has a similar routine with Zhang Fan. On the pretext of the examination of the establishment, please relatives and friends to eat, and then after a while to find on the borrowing of money, and then run away. Holy, what a lot of sets. In the evening, Zhang Fan's house was still very lively, and the village was also very lively. The news that Zhang Fan's family was going to build a new 2-story small building also spread very quickly. There was another storm in the village. Does old Zhang's family have that much money? Old Zhang's family is afraid they're not going to ask for a loan. I think building a house is a lie and trying to cheat money is real. Old Zhang's family is really quite generous with their nesting, spending a small $100,000 at once. Worthy of being a reader. What a bully. Chapter 106, Li Lintao's big gift for Zhang Fan. The news traveled quickly, and without realizing it, it entered Li Lintao's ears. In order to confirm the authenticity of the news, Li Lintao purposely looked for people he was familiar with to inquire about the relevant information. Li Lintao was finally certain that there was absolutely no Zhang Fan among the people who had been vetted in the past 2 years, so it was impossible for Zhang Fan to be an established employee of the General Security Bureau. Li Lintao was ecstatic inside. Ha ha, Zhang Fan, you grandson, finally committed in my hands. Ha ha, Li Lintao, a temporary security officer at the Dawan Township Security Office, to which Zhang Jiawen belongs. After graduating from college, he joined the Zhang Jiawen Sheriff's Office. He and Zhang Fan are old friends. Both were from the same town and went to the same junior high school and were in the same class in their junior year. Zhang Fan's grades were always way ahead in his grade. Together with the fact that Zhang Fan was a little bit handsome, many girls liked Zhang Fan. The girl that Li Lintao liked also liked Zhang Fan, and from time to time, he looked for Zhang Fan to chat and ask questions. As a result, Li Lintao became jealous, and from time to time, he looked for some trouble with Zhang Fan, and the two of them even fought once. In the end, though, it was Li Lintao who suffered and was asked to be a parent. Zhang Fan, on the other hand, not only didn't get invited to his parents, but also received a comforting gift from his goddess. Li Lintao himself is a careful person, and now that he has learned Zhang Fan's handle, he is naturally unwilling to let Zhang Fan go. Besides, in case it is verified that Zhang Fan is really a fake, then he has made a great achievement, and maybe he will be transferred to the right position. His own unmasking of Zhang Fan was in no way a retaliation. It was for the sake of justice. to protect the people's property from loss, and to uphold the law. Li Lintao thought about it all night and finally came up with a good idea. As soon as he got to work on the second day, Li Lintao went to the office of the director. Li Guokong, uncle, I'm going to drive to Zhangjiawan today. Li Guokong didn't think much about it. Waved his hand. Just make your own arrangements for this small matter. Okay, then uncle, I'll go first. After Li Lintao finished speaking, he drove off in the well car. What? You're saying temps can't go it alone? Li Lintao didn't care. Everyone else does it. Also, his uncle is the honorable director. As for whether Zhang Fan would escape, Li Lintao didn't even consider it. Li Lintao also didn't go directly to Zhangjiawan. He found a shady place, flattened the seat back, and lay down. It was still early, and he was going to wait until noon, when everyone was feasting. When the time came, it would be a naked slap in the face of Zhang Fan, exposing Zhang Fan's true colors, and then Zhang Fan would be taken away in public. Thinking about the expression that might appear on Zhang Fan's face, Li Lintao's heart was indescribably pleased. Hey, Zhang Fan, can't believe it. I've got a great gift for you. Ha ha. Thinking of this, Li Lintao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Luckily, he's alone now. Otherwise, people would really suspect that he has some kind of mental illness. At this time, Zhang Fan's home was still very lively. Many relatives and friends knew that Zhang Fan's family was going to build a new house, and they all gathered around Zhang's father and mother to find out what was going on. Old Zhang, if you need help you say so. Aha, yeah, need help saying that. They're all relatives and friends, so it's important to say what you need to say. Whether or not they will help and what they will help with is another story. Zhang Fan estimated that those who could really help were only a few of Zhang Fan's uncles and some nearby neighbors. Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom also responded with a smile. When they learned that Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom had already prepared enough money, they all let out a long sigh of relief as well. After all, these days, it can be so hard to get money back that you've borrowed. Soon, it was 11:30 and the group started their meal as usual. Zhang Fan accompanied his little friend at home and ate. Suddenly, a sheriff's department car stopped nearby. Li Lintao walked down wearing the uniform of a vigilante. Many people saw it and talked about it. What is this vigilante doing here? Could it be that you want to ask for a cup of wedding wine? Li Lintao didn't think much at all and walked straight to Zhang Fan, saying with a serious face, Zhang Fan, we have received a report that you impersonated a staff member of the Public Security Bureau and also forged the documents of the General Administration of Public Security. Now, please come with me to the Public Security Office to assist in the investigation. After saying that, Li Lintao pulled out the silver glittering bracelet. The scene, for a moment, was quiet. Then, it quickly boiled over again. No way? Fan is an honest boy. Recently some village cadres have also been saying that Zhang Fan's work is really problematic. I'll go. Little Fan can't really be lying to us, right? Zhang Fan recognized Li Lintao at a glance, and although he was a bit angry in his heart, he lowered his stance. I'm inviting my friends and family to dinner. Can you wait until I've finished eating before you go over? Can't, Li Lintao said righteously. Li Lintao wanted this effect. How could he accommodate Zhang Fan because he bowed his head? At this time, Papa Zhang hurriedly took a pack of cigarettes out and handed it to Li Lintao. This little brother. My son is really an employee of the General Administration of Public Security. Other people must have reported him in a haphazard manner. You sit down and have a meal first. And when you're done eating, let Xiaofan go with you to the Security Bureau. Right. You're all on your own. You must be mistaken. Zhang Ma said politely as well. Li Lintao knocked the cigarette out of Zhang Dad's hand. Don't get close to me. Who is on his own with him? Zhang Fan, you're a second-degree graduate. And you didn't graduate from a law and order school. So how could you possibly enter the Law and Order General Bureau? Besides, entering the General Security Bureau is all about vetting. I can't find any vetting records about you. Many people at the scene were dumbfounded when that came out. I'll go. Really? No way. Why is Fan so bold now? Yeah, I've brushed up on it before. And there are compilations that definitely need to be vetted. Holy, what exactly is Zhang Fan's purpose in doing this? It's probably going to be a money scam. I've heard of people doing that online. Asterisk. Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom also froze. The two of them hurriedly looked at Zhang Fan. Little Fan, is what he said true? Zhang Fan shook his head. Mom and Dad, what am I lying to you for? Zhang Fan looked at his friends and family again. Don't worry, everyone, my Zhang Fan's job is real, and the establishment is also real. Also, I just heard someone rumor that I'm going to cheat money, which is also pure bull. Asterisk. Our old Zhang family won't look for anyone to borrow a single penny. Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom also nodded and said with a solemn face, yes, although our family isn't rich or wealthy, We've never borrowed a single penny in all these years. And we won't borrow a single penny from anyone in the future either. Please believe in our family Xiaofan. Chapter 107, Taking Zhang Fan to the police station. The family and friends at the scene looked at Zhang Fan, and then at Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom, and didn't know what to say. Zhang Fan used to twist his head to look at Li Lintao. Old classmate, I'll give you a chance to let me finish my meal at the scene and we'll go to the security office together. Otherwise, I will definitely pursue your responsibility. Zhang Fan's words were full of threats, and Li Lintao thought to himself, are you stupid in reading? How dare you? A fake vigilante. Threaten me. A real one? The Big Dipper's got you. Li Lintao hummed disdainfully. Zhang Fan, I advise you not to waste your time. You should hurry up and follow me. Zhang Fan shook his head and didn't speak again. He had given him a chance, so don't blame yourself again when you come back. Li Lintao was about to snap Zhang Fan's bracelet in public. Zhang Fan glared at Li Lintao and said sternly, I'm just a suspect now, not a criminal, and I don't intend to run. So if you dare to snap this bracelet for me, you'll just have to wait. Li Lintao was a bit disdainful, and in 3 tries, Zhang Fan buckled his bracelet. Don't talk so much nonsense. Hurry up. Hold on. I'll go home and get my papers. Hearing this, Li Lintao was ecstatic inside. Zhang Fan's claim of being an employee of the General Security Bureau wasn't really much of a mistake. After all, it's not against the law to brag about it. But the fact that he even made a sheriff's department ID is hard evidence. He was still thinking that he would search after a while, but he did not expect that Zhang Fan would take the initiative to mention it. That's great. Save yourself the trouble. Li Lintao was overjoyed inwardly, but still pretended to be calm on his face. Okay, I'll go get it with you. Zhang Fan twisted his head to look at his parents, and then to a group of friends and family. Everyone, don't think so much. Eat and drink well. My job is real. My documents are real. And in a moment, after verifying clearly, they will send me back. After saying that, Zhang Fan followed Li Lintao towards his home. As for how the people at the scene talked about it, Zhang Fan couldn't care less and was too lazy to care. Soon Zhang Fan returned home and found his papers. Li Lintao snatched it over and swept a glance. You don't say. This document is made quite really. Ha! Zhang Fan gave Li Lintao a blank stare. You ha a chicken hair. In a moment to find out that this document is fake. I guess you have to go in and step on the sewing machine. Li Lintao laughingly teased. There are no more people on the scene anyway, and there's no need to pretend anymore. Then what if my documents are real? Zhang Fan asked back smilingly. Che, it's not even dark yet and you're already dreaming, Li Lintao said with a disdainful face. Li Lintao quickened his pace and took Zhang Fan out with him. Zhang Dad, Zhang Mom, and many of his relatives gathered in front of the well car. Zhang Fan hurriedly opened his mouth and comforted everyone. Don't worry about eating and drinking, don't worry about me. I'll be back in a while. Mom and Dad, don't gather around here. Hearing Zhang Fan say this, Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom could only obey and do as they were told. Li Lintao pulled Zhang Fan away, and soon, he arrived at the security office. A few vigilantes saw Li Lintao walking in with a young man handcuffed with a bracelet, and hurriedly went forward and asked, Lintao, what has this young man committed? Li Lintao hemmed and hawed. This kid, how dare he pretend to be a vigilante from the General Security Bureau and even made a work permit? I'll be damned. There are such cuties these days, a vigilante teased with a laugh. You're a real criminal, this young man. You haven't run for at least 3 years. Another vigilante teased. Lintao, you've pulled out all the stops now. You've made a big achievement in one go. Another vigilante, with an envious face, said. Li Lintao waved his hand and said with a modest face, what great merit or not. I'm purely doing this for the people. Zhang Fan also sighed and said with a helpless face, couldn't this document of mine be real? You don't say. It might be possible. Another vigilante said with a grin. Li Lintao shook his head. Other people's documents, it's still possible that they are real. But this person, called Zhang Fan, is from Zhangjiawan village in our town? Just graduated from his senior year this year. Do you guys think there's a possibility that it's real? The people around them immediately laughed when they heard it. They may not be clear about people in other places, but how could they not be clear about their own area? Not to mention the General Directorate of Security, or any other general directorate. They must have known about it ages ago if someone could get in. After all, it's not often that one makes it to the Directorate General for a few years. The somewhat older vigilante glanced at Zhang Fan with a look of an idiot. Young man, you are truly naive. Let's not talk about the General Security Bureau, but whenever you manage to enter any of the general bureaus, we will be the first to receive the news and focus on it. Yes, it's been several years since anyone from our town could enter the General Administration Bureau. The last one was 7 or 8 years ago. And the kid from the next village who got into Qing University before that ended up going to the General Administration of Taxation. Hearing them say this, Li Lintao was even more convinced that Zhang Fan's work permit must be fake. Zhang Fan waved his hand and said with a serious face, "On my documents, there are my name, my photo, and my work number, so won't it be clear if you verify it?" Seeing how serious Zhang Fan was talking, Li Lintao immediately had a bad feeling. "You guys keep an eye on him for a while, I'll go in and check it out." Li Lintao, as a temporary worker, does not have this authority, but his uncle, Li Guokong, has this authority. Walking to Director Li Guokong's office, Li Lintao knocked on the door. It's a little after 12 o'clock, a good time for a lunch break. Li Guokong was sleeping on his desk when he heard a knock on the door and answered it. Then, he saw Li Lintao walk in. Li Guokong was a bit speechless. "What are you kid doing over here in the middle of the day?" "Uncle, there's a man posing as someone from the General Security Bureau, and he's even made a false statement, but he keeps saying he's the real deal, and I'm a little confused, so I wanted to come over and check it out," Li Lintao said, handing over Zhang Fan's documents to Li Guokong. "By the way, Uncle, this Zhang Fan is also my classmate, from Zhangjiawan," Li Lintao added. Hearing Li Lintao say this, Li Guokong waved his hand. "What's the point of checking? It must be fake. Our village hasn't had anyone who has passed the General Directorate in the past 2 years, but I see this ID of his. It looks quite like the real thing. It's better to check it. I'm a bit uneasy," Li Lintao said weakly. Li Guokong took Zhang Fan's documents and took a closer look. "You don't say. It's exactly the same as the real thing. Let me check," Li Guokong said, quickly opening the internal website and entering Zhang Fan's name and work number. Chapter 108. Li Lintao was fired. All of Zhang Fan's information instantly popped up on it. Holy, it's even true. A national curse spewed out of his mouth, and Li Guokong instantly stood up in excitement. Li Lintao's face instantly turned white, but he still didn't die. "Uncle, are you telling the truth? Why am I teasing you?" Li Guokong said without any good humor. "Why is your face so white?" "Uncle, I made a big mistake. I offended him and handcuffed him back," Li Lintao cried and whispered. "You screwed up. What do you want me to say about you? You suspected he was a fake. Wouldn't it have been better to invite him back? Why cuff him? I have some problems with him," Li Lintao whispered. "You Yakuza, what's your beef? We were classmates when we were in junior high and fought," Li Lintao said in a small winged voice. ****. Why is your heart so small? This Tianmei is 8 years past. You still remember it. Forget it. A moment later you bow your head and admit your fault. I will help you say something good," Li Guokong said, and was in a hurry to go out. Li Lintao immediately became anxious. "I reckon he can't let me go." Li Guokong sniffed and glared at Li Lintao. "What else have you done, you Yakuza?" He invited his friends and family to dinner today to celebrate him getting a job with the Directorate of Public Security, and I handcuffed him in public. He even advised me to wait until he finished his meal, but I didn't listen. Li Lintao's voice became smaller and smaller the more he spoke. Li Guokong had been completely speechless. "What is this Tammy doing called personnel? You kids, pack up and get ready to off." After Li Guokong finished speaking, he yanked the key to the bracelet from Li Lintao and ran out in a hurry. Soon, Li Guokong saw a young man wearing a silver bracelet, exactly like the one in the photo. Li Guokong hurriedly ran forward and said with a pleasing face, "Hello leader, sorry, the following people don't know any better and made a mistake." While saying this, he tried to help Zhang Fan open the silver bracelet. Zhang Fan pushed away the middle-aged man in front of him and said without any good humor, "Who are you?" Li Guokong wasn't angry in the slightest, still showing a face with a pleasing smile. "Hello leader, I'm the director of the security office. My name is Li Guokong." Li Guokong? Li Lintao? Both surnamed Li. Could the two of them be related? Zhang Fan narrowed his eyes and said with a playful expression, "What is your relationship with that Li Lintao?" Li Guokong froze. He had wanted to hide it, but this kind of thing definitely could not be hidden. So he hurriedly spoke. "Li Lintao is my nephew. However, he is a contracted laborer in our place, and this is all compliant." "I don't know about compliance, but is he compliant as a contract laborer driving a sheriff's department vehicle? Is it compliant for him to enforce the law all by himself? Don't your contractors have any training?" Zhang Fan's mouth was like a machine gun, picking out one fault after another. Li Guokong was speechless. Only after Zhang Fan had finished speaking did Li Guokong carefully say, "Leader, you're right. These are not compliant. I'll fire him now. Do you think you're satisfied?" Zhang Fan waved his hand. "Do it according to the regulations. According to the regulations, this kind of person is to be expelled," Li Guokong said with a serious face. Zhang Fan didn't say much. Li Lintao, just a small fish, is no longer on the same level as himself. As for asking Li Lintao to apologize to his face, Zhang Fan was not that bored. Today's incident, Li Lintao lost his job and lost face. If he is allowed to apologize to himself in public again, it is not likely that he will be desperate. There is no need. Seeing that this Li Guokong is so sensible, I think he will definitely knock Li Lintao. So Zhang Fan wasn't worried that Li Lintao would retaliate against his parents. Besides, there was no point in wasting too much time here when one's parents and friends and family were waiting. That's it then. Hurry up and give me my papers and send me back. After Zhang Fan finished speaking, he stretched out his hand, and Li Guokong had the sense to open Zhang Fan's silver bracelet before handing Zhang Fan the work permit in his hand. After Zhang Fan got his work permit, he casually put it in his pants pocket. Li Guokong said again with a pleasing face, "Leader, let me send you back, just to help you prove it." Only then did Zhang Fan nod. Li Guokong farted off to drive the car, and Zhang Fan followed behind and got into the car. A few of the surrounding vigilantes looked on in disbelief. They were no longer surprised by Li Guokong's behavior. After all, a lot of people are like that when they've been in the system for a long time. But they really didn't expect that Zhang Fan's documents were real. By the looks of old Li, this dude's papers should be real. Nonsense. If it's fake, can Loli be like this? Holy, how do you guys think this dude got in there without being vetted? Guess it's the big guy. Maybe the guy's girlfriend is awesome? Maybe people are great in their own right. A few people chatted for a while and soon saw Li Lintao packing up his things. At the Zhang family's banquet, after Zhang Fan was taken away by the vigilante Li Lintao, the scene quickly became awkward. Can they not be embarrassed when the main characters are gone? Although Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom were a bit worried, they trusted Zhang Fan. A number of dishes were served one after another in the back, and many people no longer had the heart to eat. However, Mr. and Mrs. Zhang repeatedly said that the money was spent and it would be a waste if they didn't eat it. The people soon thought about it, and anyway, there was no accompanying gift, and the old Zhang family also said that they would not ask them to borrow money, so they too relaxed and ate quickly. However, all that laughter from before had disappeared. Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom ate while scanning ahead, hoping that Zhang Fan would come back earlier. 20 minutes later, Papa and Mama Zhang saw at a glance that a well truck seemed to have driven back. The two men immediately stood up and ran to the curb. The gazes of the crowd also looked at Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom, who had also noticed that a well car was driving this way. Soon the well wagon came to a stop as the crowd watched. Zhang Fan also saw his parents on the side of the road and hurriedly opened the car door and walked down. "Mom and Dad, I'm home." The scene immediately cheered. None of them are cuties after all. Being able to come back means that the papers are real and the job is real. Zhang Dad Zhang Mom was old and happy. "It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Hurry up and sit down and eat some more." Zhang Fan nodded. "Aha!" At this time, Li Guokong also stepped out of the car and took out a cigarette, handing it to Zhang Fan's father, saying with a pleasing face, "Older brother, congratulations, your family Zhang Fan has made a fortune." "You are?" Papa Zhang asked curiously. Chapter 109, The leader arrives. Mr. and Mrs. Zhang are very excited. Papa Zhang, as an old farmer, rarely dealt with the top. That's why Papa Zhang doesn't even know Li Guokong. Li Guokong wasn't embarrassed. "I'm the director of our town security office. My name is Li Guokong. You can just call me Li Lao Di." Someone below immediately whispered, "It's indeed the director of the sheriff's office. I've even seen him before when I went to do some errands." It looks like this time Zhang Fan has really made a name for himself. The director of the security office even took the initiative to pass old Zhang a cigarette. Yes, and call yourself Elder Brother Li." Zhang Dad sniffed and immediately became formal. "Hello, Director Li. What do you call Director Li?" "You can just call me Elder Brother Li. It's okay to call me Elder Brother. This is your sister-in-law, isn't it? You two have taught your children well. I'll have to learn more from you two in the future." Zhang Ma did not scare at all. Smilingly said, "Director Li, you have come in front of so many friends and relatives. You give my son Zhang Fan to prove that my son's documents are real, and the work is also real." Papa Zhang chimed in. Li Guokong sniffed and cleared his throat. "Everyone, listen to me." The people on the scene, they were quiet. "I'm the director of the town security office. My name is Li Guokong. It doesn't matter if you know me or not, but this security office car and security office uniform of mine can't be fake. I can prove that Zhang Fan is indeed a staff member of the General Administration of Public Security and does have an establishment. Before, it was our mistake. Here I solemnly apologize to Comrade Zhang Fan." After Li Guokong finished speaking, he bowed again towards Zhang Fan. "This is solid, isn't it?" Zhang Fan didn't lie. "I told you, how could Zhang Fan cheat? This kid has been honest since he was a child. Zhang Fan is really great. You guys have to learn from Zhang Fan in the future as well." Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom had grown face. and a big smile immediately appeared on their faces. Papa Zhang pulled Li Guokong again and said smilingly, "Older brother, it's rare to come over. Have a drink together." "No, no, no, I'm still at work here. I can't drink, but a meal is fine." Hearing Li Guokong say this, Zhang Dad didn't forcefully persuade him. "Then sit down and have a meal?" Li Guokong listened to the advice and sat down. Zhang Fan also greeted the crowd. "Sorry for making everyone worry just now. Now everyone can rest assured. Right? Eat well and drink well, ha." The scene immediately cheered. What followed was a much more joyous atmosphere. After the wine and dinner, Li Guokong stood up to leave, and Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom hurriedly stood up to cheerfully send off. Li Guokong quickly waved his hand. "Older brother, sister-in-law, don't send me off. As promised, I'll still come over tomorrow. Welcome, welcome." Li drove off in his car. Other relatives and friends, one by one, began to retreat. The smiles on Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom's faces never broke. Count on this Li Guokong to be good at his job. Zhang Fan let out a light laugh and completely forgot to bother with Li Lintao anymore. Soon, the story of today's noon spread all over the village. A few village cadres, too, soon learned about Zhang Fan. Li Kong, the village secretary, Zhang Dai, the village chief, and Li Xing, the resident cadre, all breathed a long sigh of relief. Luckily, they didn't report having a police officer and didn't offend Zhang Fan. These are a couple of old jobbers who could know more than the general public. Zhang Fan's entry into the organization was certainly not on the usual path. To be able to bypass the vetting and still get into the General Security Bureau, that background, it was estimated that they would never be able to get in touch with it in their lifetime. That afternoon, they went together to Zhang Fan's house to sympathize. Once again, Zhang Fan was forced to open for business and followed them in vain for a while. But looking at the happy smiles on his parents' faces, Zhang Fan felt that it was all worth it. In the evening, Zhang Fan and Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom finalized the design of the house. And as for how it would be built later, Zhang Fan didn't worry about it anymore. Inside the village, there are capable people, building a small country house. Simple. Zhang Fan took a few kids and went to the supermarket to buy some food and drinks and some fireworks. After accompanying them to play for a long time, Zhang Fan returned home, washed up and went to bed. Early in the morning of the second day, Zhang Fan received a message from Chen Yongming that his private reception was scheduled to be held 3 days later. After sending the time and place again, Zhang Fan asked Yan Qingyue to make sure there was no problem before replying to Chen Yongming. Today, Zhang Fan's house was even more lively. The director of the Security Bureau, Li Guokong, came early in the morning, followed by a few leaders of the town. A few cadres from the village were also present, and Zhang's dad and mom temporarily added another stool to each table once they saw that things weren't right. At 11 o'clock, several official vehicles arrived as well. Several leaders from the county came over, and when the family and friends on the scene learned about it, the atmosphere instantly reached a climax. The head of the county called Zhang Dad brother and brother, and even added Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom's WeChat, and also said that in the future, if there were any problems, they could contact the head of the county directly. Everyone knew that this was for Zhang Fan's face. Mr. and Mrs. Zhang had been happy all day. Everyone inside the village was warm and polite when they saw Mr. and Mrs. Zhang. Zhang Fan stayed at home for 2 more days, took Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom to the hospital to check their health, and sent some gifts to relatives and friends, especially those children. Book bags, stationery, clothes and other things were arranged. Then Zhang Fan set off for the Magic City. Yan Qingyue had already booked a hotel, so Zhang Fan directly took a taxi and went there. As soon as Yan Qingyue saw Zhang Fan, her first sentence was, "Little Fancy, you haven't paid your rations for days." When she finished, she pursed her lips and snickered. This side wiped. Zhang Fan also cried and laughed, sister whispering, "When did you get so dirty?" While saying this, he took out the copied materials from the system space and handed them all over to Yan Qingyue. Yan Qingyue blankly glanced at Zhang Fan and weighed herself while teasing, "You're having a dashing time in your hometown these days, aren't you? You know it all?" Zhang Fan asked smilingly. "That's for sure. You don't think that the higher-ups don't pay any attention to you at all, do you?" Yan Qingyue asked rhetorically. Zhang Fan smiled and didn't say anything. All of this was in Zhang Fan's mind. However, Zhang Fan didn't mind. "Isn't it nice to have someone to protect you?" "Right." Sister whispering, "Tonight, do you want to have a big meal together?" Zhang Fan asked smilingly. Yan Qingyin spread her hands. "I don't care if you treat me. How much can a meal cost?" Zhang Fan said with a relaxed face. "By the way." Sister whispering, "What do you want to eat?" Yan Qingyin waved her hand and said casually, "Your treat, at your service. Why don't we all go to the top of the Oriental Pearl Tower for a big meal?" Zhang Fan suddenly proposed. Chapter 110 Yan Xingyue is actually a top-scoring whore? Your treat. Your call. Yan Xingyue said with a flirtatious expression. Somehow, Zhang Fan had a little heartburn. After hesitating for a while, he still chose to give up. Forget it, let's just eat the buffet. I'll treat you to the most expensive buffet in Magic City. Without waiting for Yan Xingyue to react, Zhang Fan quickly opened the group buying website and found the most expensive buffet on it. More than 600 apiece. Not bad. Zhang Fan directly bought 2 tickets. After Zhang Fan finished speaking, he hurriedly ran away. I'll go back and take a shower first. I'll call you later. The corners of Yan Xingyue's mouth rose slightly. A thought of flowers blooming. But unfortunately, this absolutely beautiful face. For the time being, no one to appreciate it. Returning to his room, Zhang Fan hurriedly took a cool shower. The fire is a little high these days. It seems that after the Magic City side is done, we have to hurry back to Jiangcheng. In the evening, Zhang Fan and Yan Xingyue went to a buffet together. Not bad. Pretty hearty for the $600 price point. After finishing his meal, Zhang Fan asked experimentally, Sister Light Whisper, do you want to watch a movie together? Unexpectedly, Yan Xingyue agreed. Zhang Fan forcibly suppressed his inner excitement and hurriedly took out his cell phone and opened the ticketing software. Sister Whispering, what movie are we watching? Yan Xingyue took Zhang Fan's cell phone and scanned it. This one. Surprisingly, it was an animated movie. Zhang Fan's mouth twitched, but he still quickly placed his order. The two walked side by side and soon arrived at the movie theater. Popcorn, milk tea are arranged. When it was time to check the tickets to enter the venue, Yan Xingyue took Zhang Fan's arm to enter the venue together, and Zhang Fan's palms were sweating with nervousness. The seat that the two picked was a seat towards the back, a darkened movie theater. The scent of Yan Xingyue's body kept coming from his side, and Zhang Fan was a bit distracted. So much so that Zhang Fan didn't even pay attention to what the movie was playing. What cartoon? Where is the pretty girl to look at? However, Yan Xingyue was watching quite attentively, and from time to time, she even let out a silver bell-like laughter. Throughout the 90 minutes, Zhang Fan had been hesitating whether to reach out or not, and as a result, in the end, he didn't dare to reach out while Yan Xingyue was getting the popcorn. Together, they took a cab back to the hotel. Little Fan, do you want to take a seat in the room? Yan Xingyue asked smilingly. Zhang Fan finally gathered enough courage this time. Yes. Yan Xingyue was stunned, not expecting Zhang Fan to be bold this time. Yan Xingyue guffawed. Let's go then. Zhang Fan followed Yan Xingyue and went in. Yan Xingyue brought Zhang Fan a bottle of mineral water, and Zhang Fan unscrewed it and took a sip, suppressing his inner excitement. Zhang Fan was guessing in his heart what Yan Xingyue was going to say in a while. Will it? Hey, Fan, what are you thinking? Smiling so lewdly? Yan Xingyue said without a trace of anger. It's nothing, Zhang Fan said righteously. Want to play a game for a while? Yan Xingyue said smilingly. Playing games? What game? Zhang Fan had a lot of little thoughts popping up again. What's the game? Whispering Sister? A king? Zhang Fan was a little disappointed in his heart, but he still acted as if nothing had happened. Oh, come on. What hero are you using? Sister Whispering? I like to play shooters and use Little Ruben a lot. I'll play assist then. My Little Ming Thief 6. The two quickly logged into the game and fired up a handful. Unexpectedly, Yan Xingyue had completely changed into a different person when she played the game. You top it. Why are you such a vegetable? You auxiliary on not forward top. Let me this brittle skin forward top You hurry up and put the treatment on. Why don't you explore the horizon? What did you buy that Xing Zhaoji Jin for? Yan Xingyue had been spraying Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan is also very speechless. He has occasionally played a few times to assist, and occasionally take a handful or two of gold medals. I did not expect this one to be pitched like this. At the end of the fight, take a look at the record 092. Is this the Thief 6 you said Ming played? Yan Xingyue looked at Zhang Fan with mockery in her eyes. The opposite field is definitely an expert. Zhang Fan said with conviction. I don't know if people are experts or not, but your Xiao Ming is a real dish. Yan Xingyue said without a trace of anger. Okay, you hurry back to sleep. Don't affect my scoring. Yan Xingyue said, impatiently waving her hand towards Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan smiled sarcastically. Sister Whispering, let's have another hand. Right, I'm definitely not a pit. Yan Xingyue shot Zhang Fan a look up and down, her eyes filled with contempt, as if to say, just you? Zhang Fan said stiffly, I'm very skillful on the middle road. Angela, Daji, Wang Zhaojun I'm really 6. Don't believe me? Look at my battle record. Zhang Fan said and pulled up his battle performance panel. Yan Qingyin curiously picked it up. Not bad. Angela's win rate is 63%. Daji's win rate is 61%. And Wang Zhaojun's win rate is 59%. That's right. Those are my favorite 3 heroes to play. These 3 heroes, known as the 3 bitches of the grass, eat up a thief. Zhang Fan loved playing these 3 heroes the most. Unfortunately, when matched with a girl, she likes to play these as well. Most of the time, Zhang Fan would actively choose to back off. Okay, I'll trust you one more time. The two opened another hand, and this time Zhang Fan managed to pick dodgy. The opposite side also gave face. The middle road chose Wu Zetian, the lower road chose Hoi, the auxiliary is Yao Mei, playing field armor, against the road Chang Bite Jin. This entire game, Zhang Fan was really crunching and killing, with a final record of 16-0-2, pushing the enemy crystal in 12 minutes. How about it? Sister whispering, am I good? Zhang Fan said with a smug look on his face. Having just been taken flying by Zhang Fan, Yan Qingyue, the corner of her mouth rose, revealing a smile. Not bad, not bad, have another hand while it's hot. Immediately after that, the two played many more games in a row, with Zhang Fan bringing the flies. The smile on Yan Qingyue's face didn't stop at all. The two of them played directly until 1 o'clock in the middle of the night. Yan Qingyue was a bit tired. It's not early. Xiao Fan, you go back to sleep. Zhang Fan was also a bit tired and stood up, so he was ready to go. Yan Qingyue took the initiative to step forward and gave Zhang Fan a hug. You did well today. Reward you. Zhang Fan instantly cocked up at the touch of Yan Qingyue's full-bodied dare. Bracing himself, he stretched out his hand, quickly hugged Yan Qingyue, and gave her another kiss on the cheek. Sister Qingyue, good night. After saying that, Zhang Fan hurriedly ran away. Zhang Fan was afraid that if he walked a little slower, he would have to be dragged and scolded by Yan Qingyue. Looking at Zhang Fan as he hurriedly ran away, Yan Qingyue let out a light laugh and scolded. This little bastard. Along the way, Zhang Fan's heart fluttered and fluttered, and he didn't know if Sister Lightly Speaking would scold him if he met again tomorrow. But what the heck? The advantage had been taken anyway, so it didn't matter if she was scolded twice. Chapter 11, Su Cici went to the countryside? Returning to the house, Zhang Fan took a quick shower and then sat on the bed, remembering what had just happened. I didn't realize that Sister Whispering was actually the top scoring whore. It's really unexpected. There was an element of luck in the fact that he, himself, was able to go on multiple winning streaks tonight. No, I have to think of another way to raise my kingly strength. Zhang Fan pondered for a while and quickly came up with a solution. In the short term, there should be no chance of improving your own operation. But, it's possible to raise your awareness. He had his own system, and he could organize all the information above the king, such as the skills of the heroes, the refresh time of the wild monsters, the appearance time of the troop lines as well as the intervals, and so on, all the information and type it up into a book. When the time comes, just photocopy it down. In this way, one will have a deeper understanding of the game, and I'm sure, in the future, one's winning percentage will definitely increase a bit. By the way, you can also write down the damage of the heroes, the damage of the minions, the skill combos, the CD time of the skills, and the damage of all of them as well. It's estimated to take a day and be completely manageable. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan couldn't help but feel a little smug in his heart. He was so smart that he could think of such a method. At this rate, there was no chance that he could become a 100-star king himself. Hey! Soon, Zhang Fan entered dreamland. Zhang Fan had a good dream. In the dream, Lu Yi, Yan Qingyi, Han Jingyi, Lei Shuiyou, Zhao Qingmao, Jiang Yueying, Jiang Yuelan. When I woke up, it was 10 a.m. Zhang Fan habitually took out his cell phone and scanned it twice. Yan Qingyue called himself for breakfast, and Zhang Fan hurriedly replied that he had just woken up. Lu Yi sent herself a picture of herself eating breakfast, and Zhang Fan hurriedly replied with a couple of words. Ha! Su Cici actually posted a friend circle? The scenery in the mountains is so nice and the air is good. I like it very much. A photo of a mountain village landscape is included in the back. Zhang Fan was a bit puzzled. What was this? Didn't Su Cici get into the civil service at the provincial office? Why did she go to the countryside? Zhang Fan hurriedly picked up his cell phone and called Su Cici. Su Cici's side hung up straight away. Zhang Fan was unwilling and dialed again. Su Cici still didn't answer. It wasn't until Zhang Fan called for the third time that Su Cici answered. What do you keep calling me for? I'm busy at the moment, Su Cici said without a trace of anger. Hearing Su Cici's familiar voice, Zhang Fan instantly remembered the wonderful experiences in the past. The corners of his mouth turned up in a flirtatious manner. What are you up to? What do you care what I'm busy with? Say something. Why did you go to the mountains? Is it a trip there? Zhang Fan asked with a puzzled face. Are you being silly? A lot of people who just joined the company have to go down to the grassroots to exercise. Su Cici disliked back. Going down to the grassroots to exercise? Zhang Fan was still quite curious, so he asked curiously, "Oh, so how long are you going for?" "I don't know. Maybe a year. Maybe 3. Zhang Fan was immediately anxious. "Why is it taking so long? Can you get used to living here? How will you settle for food and shelter? Also, the countryside must be very humid. Where will you live?" Zhang Fan was a bit incoherent. Su Sisi heard Zhang Fan's concern, but still said with a haughty face, "What are you worrying so much about? We've already broken up." Zhang Fan instantly froze. "Yeah, we're broken up. What's the point of worrying so much?" "Sorry." Subconscious reaction. Zhang Fan said indifferently. Su Sisi was a bit touched, but her mouth still mocked. "Okay, don't talk about me. How about you? Have you found a real job? Are you still delivering food?" Zhang Fan was instantly a bit offended. "I won't talk to you anymore. I have to go deliver takeout." As soon as Zhang Fan finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Su Sisi sighed. Zhang Fan's self-esteem is really too strong. I hope he will find a good job in a hurry. Unfortunately, I just graduated and can't do anything about it. Hey, what Su Sisi had just said, Zhang Fan knew, was definitely not mocking himself, but trying to motivate himself to hurry up and find a proper job. But what could my past self do, besides delivering? Zhang Fan sighed and got up to go to the bathroom to wash up and calm himself. Putting on his clothes, Zhang Fan went out and bought bread and milk, ready to deal with it. On the way, Zhang Fan was still worried about Su Sisi. The place where Su Sisi went was the countryside after all. The conditions are tough, not to mention that there may be some special circumstances. By the way, how could a girl be assigned to the countryside? Did she offend someone? Whether or not these were in accordance with the rules, Zhang Fan didn't understand. So Zhang Fan decided to inquire about it after returning to Jiangcheng tomorrow. Su Sisi, how to say, was also once his girlfriend. If Su Sisi went to the countryside, not voluntarily, he definitely had to help Su Sisi. When he arrived at the supermarket, Zhang Fan bought a piece of meat loaf bread and a carton of milk, eating it as he walked. Back in his hotel room, Zhang Fan leaned on the sofa and read a novel for a while before his cell phone rang again. Qian Yongming sent a message, reconfirming whether Zhang Fan and Yin Xingyue could arrive at night. Zhang Fan said that both he and Yin Xingyue had already arrived in Magic City, so the night would definitely be fine. Qian Yongming replied with an okay, and Zhang Fan didn't bother with him anymore. After brushing some of the king's instructional videos, Zhang Fan instantly felt horribly strong and couldn't wait to take out his cell phone and play a couple of hands. A win and a loss. Zhang Fan shook his head. Dog day teaching blogger, he just knows how to cheat people. Zhang Fan spat out a sigh and took out his cell phone again, reading a novel for a while. At noon, the meal with Yin Xingyue was eaten at the hotel. After eating, Yin Xingyue pulled Zhang Fan and returned to her room together. Zhang Fan had thought that he was going to play a game, but he didn't expect Yin Xingyue to refuse. Copy the quest first. Zhang Fan sniffed and hurriedly copied what Yin Xingyue had given him. When Yin Xingyue packed up her things, Zhang Fan immediately asked, "Sister Xingyue, do you want to play a game for a while?" Yin Xingyue refused straight away. "I'm a bit sleepy and don't want to fight." Zhang Fan was a bit disappointed. Then, "Sister light language, you should hurry up and rest. I'll go back now." "It's okay, you can play in my house. When I wake up from my nap, we'll be together," Yin Xingyue said smilingly. "What's going on?" Zhang Fan instantly became interested. "That's fine. Sister whispering, you go to sleep first, then I'll open one first." Yin Xingyue smiled and lay down on the bed, quickly falling asleep. Zhang Fan played the game while looking at the sleeping Yin Xingyue. "That's a delicate face. It's so pretty." When the game ended, Zhang Fan couldn't help but walk to the bed and give Yin Xingyue a kiss on the cheek. Chapter 112, Attendance at a Cocktail Party. Yin Xingyue's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and Zhang Fan was so frightened that he instantly took a few steps backward. Returning to his seat, he took another somewhat heartfelt look. Yin Xingyue was not awake. Zhang Fan then breathed a sigh of relief, turned on my phone and focused on playing. Suddenly, Zhang Fan felt a fragrance coming from in front of him, and when he looked up, the first thing that caught his eyes were two large fullness. In the future, her child would definitely not lack milk. Zhang Fan thought darkly. Little Fan, was there any dishonesty just now? Yin Xingyue looked at Zhang Fan and said with a playful face. Sister whispering, I've just been playing a game, Zhang Fan said with conviction. Yin Xingyue blankly glanced at Zhang Fan and smiled, not saying anything. Zhang Fan hurriedly spoke. Sister whispering, let's play the game. I will definitely take you flying today. Yin Xingyue nodded. Wait for me first, I'll go wash my face. Soon, Yin Xingyue came out. The two are back on the platoon. The two of them played for more than 3 hours, winning a lot and losing a little. Yin Xingyue was happy, and so was Zhang Fan. In the evening, the two had dinner and got down to business. Sister whispering, do you have any plans for the evening? Yan Qingyue shook her head. No, but we need to record all the people who attended the meeting today, although a colleague has already lurked in. Those big fish, surely, won't show their faces easily. That's right, it's a job where all heads fall off. People must be cautious. Let's just do our best and not be too deliberate. Zhang Fan nodded. At 7 p.m. The driver arranged by Qian Yongming arrived. Zhang Fan and Yan Qingyue were dressed in civilian clothes and got into the car. It was only after the car had traveled for half an hour that the two slowly arrived at a luxurious manor. Qian Yongming had been waiting outside for a long time, and when he saw the car arrive, he hurriedly went forward and opened the door. Mr. Zhang, Miss Yan, welcome. Yan Qingyue nodded her head in a high-strung manner, while Zhang Fan said with a smile on his face, Elder brother Qian, you're too polite. You have a nice house here? Ha ha, not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning, Qian Yongming said with a modest face. However, Zhang Fan could see that there was a kind of naked showing off. You guys go in first and rest for a while. The party doesn't start until 8 o'clock, Qian Yongming said, guiding the two into the chamber. Many people's gazes went to Qian Yongming, Zhang Fan and Yan Qingyue, while others were whispering. The distance was a bit far and the parents' voices were small, so Zhang Fan didn't hear them clearly. Zhang Fan and Yan Qingyue found a place to sit down. Qian Yongming said sorry to the two and went to the door to greet the other guests. Sister whispering, did you hear what the gang was talking about just now? Is there any need to think? This old dang must have revealed my identity a long time ago. Yan Qingyue said without a trace of anger. Zhang Fan frowned and asked with some doubt, then why don't they gather around and curry favor with you? Yan Qingyue rolled her eyes. This old dang must have greeted him in advance. Oh, so that's it. Then, do you think all these people will have problems? Zhang Fan asked with a gossipy face. Not so much. There are spies, but certainly not that many. A lot of them are probably just his business partners, or they could be the tools that Qian Yongming uses. Zhang Fan then realized, oh, I guess so. If there really are so many spies and they are still partying openly, that would really be too scary. After the two of them chatted for a while longer, Zhang Fan felt a bit hungry, so he opened his mouth and asked Yan Qingyue, Sister Qingyue, do you want to eat something? Yan Qingyue thought for a moment, then feel free to bring over some pastries. Zhang Fan nodded and stood up, going to fetch some pastries and fruits. After all, it was a high-end reception, with all kinds of exquisite pastries, and cut fruits, everywhere, and certainly no shortage of all kinds of food. Zhang Fan randomly picked some pastries and fruits with a higher value, put them on a plate, and served them to Yan Qingyue. You feed me. Hurry up. Yan Qingyue whispered, though there was a slight hint of urgency in her voice. What's going on? Zhang Fan's head was filled with question marks. Seeing Zhang Fan's lack of response, Yan Qingyue picked up a piece of pastry and handed it to Zhang Fan's mouth, then whispered in Zhang Fan's ear. Someone has been observing the two of us. Act like it. Don't show your face. Zhang Fan was delighted in his heart and took a piece of fruit with a small fork and fed it to Yan Qingyue's mouth. Yan Qingyue's pink lips slightly opened with a coquettish smile, and she ate it in. After eating, Zhang Fan did not forget to help Yan Qingyue wipe her lips. Yan Qingyue's delicate little face revealed a hint of a smile as she picked up a piece of pastry with her backhand and fed it to Zhang Fan. The two of them, you and I, feeding each other, couldn't hide the smiles on their faces at all. Anyone who looks at it, it's a close little couple. Zhang Fan was also overjoyed in his heart, and he would definitely come back the next time he had such an opportunity. Time flew by and it was 8 o'clock in a flash. The reception has officially begun. As the host, Qian Yongming, the old fox, first solemnly introduced the guests present, but the introductions were made by big bosses worth tens of billions of dollars, and the crowd was familiar with them. The introduction of Yan Qingyue and Zhang Fan was placed at the end. Those in the room were all smart people and knew instantly that it was unusual. So young and placed at the end, that must be the kid of a big shot. There were quite a few whispers on the scene. However, Qian famously didn't care. Those who needed to be introduced, he had already introduced. As for the others, naturally there was no need for introductions. At the scene, many people nodded their heads in greeting at Zhang Fan and Yan Qingyue. Zhang Fan and Yan Qingyue, too, responded with polite smiles. Zhang Fan also found Yan Qingmai's friend from before, the one who approached him to buy a pink diamond ring, Li Guahao. However, Li should not have recognized himself. After all, when he approached himself to buy a pink diamond, he didn't bother himself much. Zhang Fan didn't think so. It wasn't like the two of them were very familiar with each other anyway. Qian Yongming pulled Zhang Fan, Yan Qingyue and a few big bosses worth tens of billions of dollars to say hello and add their contact information. Yan Qingyue stayed aloof the entire time, and Zhang Fan briefly exchanged a few pleasantries with them before following Yan Xingyue and finding a corner to rest. Have you noticed that Qian Yongming has disappeared? Yan Xingyue whispered in Zhang Fan's ear and reminded him. Zhang Fan looked around, and sure enough, he didn't see Qian Yongming. Oh, yes, I don't see it. Shall we walk around? Yan Qingyin shook her head. Fine. So the two stood up, arm in arm, and wandered around. Both knew, however, that it must be futile. After all, the two, as guests, could be justified in strolling around the first floor. Chapter 113, Temporary Mission. Return to Yanjing. Going up to the second floor to borrow a bathroom makes sense, but going up to the third floor, it's not appropriate. There's no need to cause alarm for Money Wing Ming. After all, he's already on him, he can't run away. It's only a matter of time before he's arrested. The two weren't really lucky either, and sure enough, they didn't find anything. Zhang Fan sighed, sister whispering, I've done what I promised Qian Yongming anyway, why don't we withdraw now? Yan Qingyue nodded. Aha, it's really quite boring. Then I'll talk to Qian Yongming, Zhang Fan said and sent a message to Qian Yongming. In a study on the top floor, Qian Yongming was sitting and talking with an ordinary-looking man. Tonight's effect should be pretty good. Probably. Many people think that Yan Qingyue is standing up for me, Qian Yongming said smilingly. Not bad, but not enough. We need to pull more people in, the man said with a ruthless face. Qian Yongming nodded. I know, but it all takes time. Get a grip. There's not much time left up there for us. Yes, I'll be sure to speed things up. Suddenly, Qian Yongming's cell phone rang and Qian Yongming opened it to see that it was a message from Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan and Yan Qingyue are leaving. I have to go see them off. Go on. Soon. Qian Yongming appeared downstairs. Mr. Zhang. Miss Yan. Sorry something urgent just now. It's okay. Zhang Fan said smilingly. Why don't you guys sit down for a while longer? Qian Yongming politely retained. Zhang Fan waved his hand. No, we still have some things to do when we go back. Then I'll arrange a driver for you. Soon. The two were in the car, heading back together. The two had just left not long ago. Yan Xingyue suddenly glanced at her cell phone and her face immediately became serious. Master, not going back to the hotel. Send us to the airport now. The driver nodded and turned around, heading straight for the airport. Zhang Fan was a bit puzzled. Sister whispering, what's wrong? We're going back at short notice from home. Zhang Fan wanted to continue asking, but Yan Qingyue made a wink, and Zhang Fan instantly reacted. This driver, who was the driver of Mr. Money? There's no chance that there might be surveillance in the car. Zhang Fan wasn't talking. Yan Qingyue took out her cell phone and made a few calls. Then he said to the driver, Master, please drive faster. The driver instantly stepped on the gas again when he heard Yan Qingyue say this. Soon the car arrived at the airport. Yan Qingyue pulled Zhang Fan and quickly got out of the car. At the entrance of the airport, there was an airport-specific electric car waiting. Yan Qingyue showed her documents, and the electric car master directly pulled the two to the boarding gate. The two boarded the plane, which quickly took off again. The whole time, hardly a moment was wasted. The flight attendants had long ago helped coordinate seats for the two men, who sat down. The two of them found a seat and sat down before Yan Qingyue whispered in Zhang Fan's ear. There's an urgent mission. The island country's officials are negotiating with us to exchange artifacts. However, the demands made by the island country's emissaries are too harsh, and the archdeacon is angry and doesn't want to talk to them. One of the most valuable artifacts that the islanders flaunted every day. The archdeacon is going to make a copy of it and hit them hard in the face. So, archdeacon thought of you. Zhang Fan sniffed and breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, I thought it was some important task. What's to be copied? Obsidian changing Tenmaku tea bowl. What the hell? Heirloom orphan? Just do an internet search. Zhang Fan opened his cell phone, searched, and was stunned. It turned out that this is the Daxia Song Dynasty Black Glaze Jian. Is the song people fighting tea with? Is the Southern Song Dynasty Heirloom orphan? It later traveled to the island and is now in the Shizukato Bunko collection on the island. When placed in the dark, the Yaochang Tenmaku tea bowl, with its flares of slightly demonic light and changing colors, is only 12 centimeters in diameter, but it reminds the viewer of the cosmic universe and the sky. The islanders loved this ancient artifact from Dacia and were so enamored of the magical obsidian patterns inside that they used the term universe in a bowl to describe the bowl in a complimentary way. It is said that there is currently only one in the world. Then what do they want to trade this for? Zhang Fan asked curiously. Yan Qingyue shook her head. It doesn't say so up there, so I don't know. Okay then. Zhang Fan pondered for a moment and wondered how heavy the bowl was. There's not much weight you can replicate on your own right now. After all, this stuff, with clear attribution, people won't agree to copy it themselves. But you should still have over 400 grams of weight yourself. so by all rights that should be enough. After all, a small bowl is estimated to be about 200 grams. Right. Sister whispering. Hurry up and check the information. How much does this bowl weigh? Yan Qingyue nodded. What other questions do you have? Security, and how to get access to the bowl. Yan Qingyue nodded. Aha, I'll discuss it with them when the time comes. Soon, the airplane arrived in Yanjing. Getting off the plane, the two got in a car and the two quickly made their way to a 5-star hotel. Van, you can stay here tonight. The room is already taken. I have a lot to do. I'll pick you up in the morning. After Yan Qingyue finished speaking, she left in a hurry. Zhang Fan didn't think much about it and went to the front desk and reported his name. And soon the attendant gave Zhang Fan his room card. After entering his room and washing up, Zhang Fan quickly entered Dreamland. Early in the morning of the second day, Yan Qingyue came over carrying breakfast. Come on, Van, let's go and eat while we walk. Zhang Fan nodded and ate as he walked. And soon, the two of them went downstairs. Yan Qingyue said to Zhang Fan as she drove, let's go to the security bureau first. I'll find someone to help you put on some makeup. And then, the negotiations will continue to start at 9 a.m. At that time, we will propose to check the authenticity of this obsidian transformation Tianmu tea bowl again. At that time, I'll leave the rest to you. Also, we've got information that that bowl weighs 128 grams. Hearing this, Zhang Fan was also relieved. There was more than enough weight left in himself to replicate this thing. The request from above is to make a copy of 10 of 8, and ruthlessly punch the islanders in the face. Yan Qingyin said with a flirtatious expression. Zhang Fan also said with a smile, ha ha, if they want it, maybe we can even sell them a few? Zhang Fan and Yan Qingyue both looked at each other and both laughed out loud. Chapter 114 Successful completion of the mission. Soon the car arrived at the security bureau. Zhang Fan followed Yan Qingyue to a house and sought his old acquaintance Lu Feng. Sister Feng, why are you here too? This is not coming back to help you with your makeup. Lu Feng said smilingly. Sister Feng is our chief makeup artist with extraordinary makeup skills. Yan Qingyue introduced before letting Lu Feng pull Zhang Fan to do his makeup. Zhang Fan only felt that Lu Feng was taking messy things and scribbling on his face. Zhang Fan couldn't help but be a little worried. Sister Feng, are you regular with these things? Will I be disfigured? Lu Feng rolled her eyes. What are you thinking? These are pure summer medical products. Safe and non-toxic, and have been used for hundreds of years. Only then did Zhang Fan put his heart down. After 10 minutes, Zhang Fan finally heard a clear and pleasant voice. There! Zhang Fan was like an amnesty and instantly stood up, picking up the mirror to take a look. I'll go. Who is this uncle? How would I know? You can ask Light Whisper later. By the way, it's best not to wash your face before you finish the quest. Lu Feng admonished with a serious face. Aha, please, Sister Feng. You're welcome. I'll just pull out. Lu Feng said, and began to pack her things. Zhang Fan couldn't help but wonder a bit. Sister Feng, don't you have to go to work? Today counts as overtime. I have to hurry back for a trip. I guess I still have to go back to Jiangcheng at night. Lu Feng spat out in a small voice. Then, Sister Feng, see you in Jiangcheng. Aha! Lu Feng finished and left without looking back. After a few moments, Yan Qingyue came back, holding a work permit and handing it to Zhang Fan, on which it was clearly written, The Forbidden City's invited researcher Li Fan. Sister whispering, is there really such a person? Yan Qingyue waved her hand. What are you thinking? If there really is this person it will not be revealed. Then why am I wearing makeup to look like this guy? Yan Qingyun has a look of looking at a little cutie. Look, keeping it a secret. You're a 20-something-year-old guy who can become an invited researcher of the Forbidden City. Do you want to be remembered by the people of the island? Only then did Zhang Fan realize that this was the case. So when do we leave? There's no rush. In a moment, you just stay aloof the entire time. It's best not to speak. Yan Qingyue instructed. Zhang Fan nodded. Understood. Understood. I'm just a tool man. Get on and copy and then withdraw. Count yourself smart. You sit here for a while. I have some errands to run. I'll call you later. Yan Qingyue finished speaking and left again. Zhang Fan was a bit bored and took out his cell phone and swiped it again. It took 20 minutes for Yan Qingyue to return. Fan, let's go. Zhang Fan nodded and followed Yan Qingyue out. Yan Qingyue drove the car. And 10 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a hotel. You go in alone and show your work ID to the receptionist. It's all set up back there. So don't say anything to anyone after you've made your copy. When you come down, just give me the stuff. Yan Qingyue instructed once again. Zhang Fan nodded and walked into the hotel. And after showing his work permit, soon, a middle-aged man in the shape of a leader came down and then took Zhang Fan to the lounge. Mr. Li, the negotiations don't officially start until 9 o'clock. I'll call you in then. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he left in a hurry. Zhang Fan glanced at the restroom. There were 2 other people in the room, but they looked to be in their 70s or 80s in age. These 2 should be the legendary treasure appreciation experts, but Zhang Fan did not recognize them. If he wasn't using this fake identity, Zhang Fan would definitely have to go up and add a friend. The 2 of them were also curious when they saw Zhang Fan. This old brother. What's his name? Zhang Fan waved his hand and pointed to his mouth again. The meaning is clear. One is dumb. This identity of Zhang Fan was a fake after all, and it would be wrong to say more. That was why Zhang Fan had the bright idea to pretend to be mute. The 2 men looked at each other and tacitly did not say anything else. Zhang Fan took his cell phone and swiped it again. At 9 o'clock, the middle-aged man from earlier came over again, and Zhang Fan followed the 2 masters into the scene. There were quite a lot of people inside, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, it was officially time to get to the point. The representative of Dasha proposed to revalidate the artifacts. Although the representatives of the island country had some doubts, they were confident in the artifacts they had prepared, so it was painfully easy to take them out. A total of 6 artifacts. In addition to yesterday's obsidian change Tianmu tea bowl, the other few, Zhang Fan do not recognize one. The reason why I recognized that obsidian changing Tenmaku tea bowl was also because I did my homework online. Those 2 experts first took the artifact and appraised it. Zhang Fan also picked up one and pretended to look at it. It was only until the 2 experts confirmed that everything was authentic that Zhang Fan picked up that obsidian transformation Tianmu tea bowl, copied it, and then nodded. As for the latter part of the session, it had nothing to do with Zhang Fan at all. Zhang Fan made an excuse and hurriedly slipped away. When he came to the bottom of the hotel, Zhang Fan saw Yan Xingyue's car at the first glance and could not help but have a small smile on his face. Yan Xingyue had also been staring for a long time and was relieved to see Zhang Fan come out. Sister whispering, "It's a pleasure," Zhang Fan said, taking out the replicated obsidian transformation Tianmu tea bowl and handing it to Yan Xingyue. Yan Xingying waved her hand. "What the deacon means is for you to make 6 copies. Zhang Fan nodded and instantly copied 5 more and took them out. Yan Xingyue took it and carefully placed it inside a box. Sister whispering, "There are still 232G left." "Copy what?" Zhang Fan asked smilingly. "That material from before. Do you still have it here?" Zhang Fan waved his hand. "No more. I'll leave it all to you yesterday." "Oh, later then. I'll take you back to the hotel in a bit, and I still have to turn these in." "Oh, what does the top plan to do?" Zhang Fan asked curiously. Yan Xingying gave a bad smile. "Just watched the news. I guess it'll be on the hot search soon. I reckon the islanders are going to be furious." "Ha ha, I reckon so." Yan Xingyue started the car and drove towards the hotel where Zhang Fan stayed last night. "By the way, Sister Xingyue, can we go back to Jiangqing tonight?" "Shouldn't be able to," Yan Xingyue said with a mischievous expression. Zhang Fan instantly froze, looking at Yan Xingyue with a puzzled expression. "Why? The Archdeacon said that it's rare for you to come on a mission. Did you forget what you said before? That you have to travel for 3 days every month?" Zhang Fan then responded. Okay. Where are we going on our business trip?" "A laboratory. Where the places I don't know. If nothing else, it should be over there tonight. Then one day tomorrow. One day the day after that. And the day after that we can go back to Jiangchen." Chapter 115, Meeting Han Jingyi again. "Right. Sister Fong also said that she's going back to Jiangchen today? Do you want to tell her?" "Oh, I almost forgot. I'll message her later." Soon, it was time to arrive at the hotel. After Zhang Fan got out of the car, Yan Xingyue drove off. Returning to his room, Zhang Fan hurriedly called Lu Yi first and said something about his temporary business trip. After all, listening to Yan Xingyue, after arriving there, the cell phone would definitely have no signal. Lu Yi didn't think much of it and instructed Zhang Fan to take care of himself. The 2 of them didn't chat for a few sentences, and Lu Yi was busy again. It seems that the new plant hasn't been straightened out yet. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Fan chatted privately with a few other girls for a while. Lei Shuiyou, on the other hand, was so busy that she was skeptical. Zhang Fan also sighed. It was so hard to work as a laborer. Zhang Yueying and Zhang Yuelan are in the Yungue region, having a good time. Nice mountains and scenery over there, and the weather is cool. Zhang Yueying also said with a face of Versailles. It was raining a little bit outside. It was a bit cold, and the hotel they stayed in even turned on the warm air. Zhang Fan looked on with envy and jealousy. Originally, he had discussed with Lu Yi to go over there to play for a while. "Hey, forget it. If it doesn't work, we'll go next year." When I think about Yanjing today, the sky is clear and the sun is hot. Zhang Fan couldn't help it, and sent a friend circle lamenting that Yanjing was really hot. Then, Zhang Fan remembered that he hadn't washed his face yet. No, It's too awkward to wear this Levant's face. Zhang Fan hurriedly ran to the bathroom and took a hot shower. When he came out, Zhang Fan saw a whole bunch of likes below his friend circle and many comments. Most of them are their own classmates, trolling like crazy below. I'm working hard to move bricks, while our brother Fan is traveling to Yanjing, envious and jealous. Mud, worked until 1 o'clock midnight last night and have to be at work again at 9 o'clock today. Scratch that. Zhang Fan, come out. I promise I won't kill you. Dog head. Seeing how upset they were, Zhang Fan's mood instantly improved. Zhang Fan looked up at the messages again. Zhang Fan casually replied to a few before seeing Han Jingyi's message. Han Jingyi, brother Fan, why are you in Yanjing again? Zhang Fan replied in a hurry. Zhang Fan, bitter laborer. I was in Mordor. A call from above and I flew over. Just got busy and have to continue traveling at night. Han Jingyi, brother Fan, you feel so miserable. Zhang Fan, it can't be helped. Han Jingyi, it just so happens that this young lady is off today. Why don't you come to our school and I'll treat you to dinner? Han Jingyi, all the meals outside are too expensive. I'm a poor student. I'm shy. I can't afford it. Zhang Fan, Che, this young master is a tycoon. How do I need you to invite? Tell me a place. I'll treat you. Han Jingyi, rolling eyes. JPG, Han Jingyi, if you're so kind as to invite me. I'm too embarrassed to eat. Come to our school cafeteria. I'll treat you to a big meal. Zhang Fan, then respectfully, I'll take a taxi there now. About 10 minutes away. Okay, I'll wait for you in front of the school now. Zhang Fan, okay. Zhang Fan instantly felt that the mood was beautiful. After leaving the hotel and stopping a cab, 10 minutes later, Zhang Fan had arrived at the entrance of Yendi Gate. Han Jingyi was already waiting in the shade of the doorway. A light white dress with her hair simply tied up and a light layer of makeup on her face. How to feel pretty again. Zhang Fan's mind shattered. Getting out of the car, Zhang Fan took 2 quick steps and walked up to Han Jingyi. Our class president Han. You've gotten prettier again recently, huh? You boy. You've been so sweet-talking lately. Ha ha. Han Jingyi held up her umbrella, and Zhang Fan took it in his hand and helped Han Jingyi hold it up, and the two of them, together, entered the campus of Yen University. It was the middle of summer vacation, but there were still a lot of people at Yen University. After all, it was the holy land of education in Daxia, the best school in the hearts of many students, and many parents brought their children to visit, so Zhang Fan felt a bit disorganized. Soon, Han Jingyi led Zhang Fan to the cafeteria. What do you want to eat? Van? Zhang Fan shook his head. I don't know. Just order something delicious. Let's eat spicy hot pot then. It's been a while. Zhang Fan instantly became interested as well. The dishes over in Jiangcheng were on the sweeter side, and after staying in Jiangcheng for 4 years, although he had gotten used to it, Zhang Fan still preferred the northern kind of taste. Han Jingyi walked in front and Zhang Fan followed. The two of them picked some of their favorite dishes, put them in a basin and handed them over to the master. After about a 10-minute wait, it was time for the 2 men's number. Han Jingyi bought 2 more servings of rice and 2 more drinks. Spicy hot pot with rice? Classic. Zhang Fan ate happily and added 2 more servings of rice in the back. Brother Fan, you really can eat. Han Jingyi stuck out her thumb and praised. Zhang Fan was a bit speechless. Isn't it just eating 2 more bowls of rice? Are you as much as mocking me like this? Ha ha, I didn't. Han Jingyi said with a smile. I didn't eat enough this morning. That's why I added 2 extra bowls. Usually I only eat 1 bowl of rice. Zhang Fan explained again. Ha ha, Brother Van really doesn't have to. I can still afford 2 bowls of rice. Ha ha. Zhang Fan rolled his eyes and said in a good-natured manner. Classmate Han Jingyi, I'm angry. I wanted to buy you a gift. Forget it. When Han Jingyi heard this, she instantly became interested. Brother Fan, what kind of gift are you going to give me? Ha ha, I forgot. Che, forget it. This young lady doesn't care anyway. Han Jingyi said with a haughty face. By the way, Jingyi, are you planning to go home these days? Han Jingyi shook her head. Not going back. My parents said they'd be traveling to Yanjing in a while and came to see me on the way. Oh, I went home for a couple days and just got out. Ever go for chowder? Did you visit our school? Did you attend any reunions? Han Jingyi asked curiously. I ate chowder in the next city. It was quite average, and I didn't go back to school, and I didn't attend the reunion. I was too busy to care. Zhang Fan replied one by one. Then won't you go back to being lonely? Zhang Fan froze for a moment. What you said seems to be true. However, I was too busy at home to take care of it. Let's wait until we go back on the National Day. You're going back for the National Day? Han Jingyi said with a puzzled expression. That's right. When it's time for our family to harvest the corn, I have to go back and break the sticks. Zhang Fan said in a serious manner. Han Jingyi rolled her eyes. Just tease me. Lying to you for what? Our family has been farming for generations. and there are several acres of good land. Zhang Fan said smilingly. 116. The island delegation was dumbfounded. You'd better stop bull asterisk 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 ting. Corn is harvested by machine there. Even though my family doesn't farm, it's not like I don't know everything. Han Jingyi said with a look of contempt. Hey, I thought you didn't know. Han Jingyi smiled. Let's go. I'll take you around to our dorm. You've been assigned a new dormitory? Zhang Fan asked curiously. Han Jingyi nodded. Aha, the new dormitory was just assigned a few days ago. At the same time, a message that instantly exploded the entire internet. A certain patriot, anonymously, donated 6 obsidian change Tenmaku T-bowls to Daxia. All platforms were the first to push the news. There is even a reporter from Daxia TV station, who went directly to the scene to conduct an interview and popularize this obsidian change Tianmu T-bowl. Obsidian transformation Tianmu T-bowls, of which only 3 are currently preserved in their entirety, all of which are on the island and are classified as national treasures by the island. All of these artifacts are from the Song dynasty, very ornamental and artistic. Previously there were patriots, willing to offer 60 small goals to buy back one, but the island did not agree. This patriot, who did not reveal his identity. This video is so topical that many media outlets and self-publishers have published articles and videos. Shocked, we finally have a national treasure. The Obsidian T-bowl. Trench has no bottom line. Patriotic tycoon donates $36 billion in antiques at once. Which tycoon is it anyway? A one-time donation of $36 billion. Howling. $36 billion in antiques said to donate. $36 billion of antiques said to donate. In the end, who is so bold? Is it Brother Ma or Papa Ma? Soon, more and more people swiped the video and commented below. In that conference room in the morning, the representative of Daxia, Sun Sungho, and the representative of the island country were in the middle of a war of words, when suddenly the representative of Daxia rang with his cell phone. Sun Xinghao did not want to take care of it, but the cell phone rang continuously for a long time, and Sun Xinghao took out his cell phone to look at it, and it turned out to be a call from his immediate leader. Sun Sungho hurriedly answered. Look at the cell phone. The leader's words were simple and clear, and he hung up immediately afterward. Sun Sungho was a bit puzzled and took out his cell phone. Then he saw the message that the leader had sent to him. A certain patriot, anonymously, donated 6 obsidian change Tenmaku T-bowls to Daxia. Sun Sungho was instantly excited because it was broadcast on an official platform and was 100% credible. Sun Sungho clicked in to take another look and found that it happened this morning. A certain patriotic person donated 6 obsidian Tenmaku T-bowls. Sun Sungho bottomed out and immediately stood up. Excuse me, a news item is now playing. The representative of the island nation was a bit puzzled and immediately interrupted. We are negotiating. Please don't engage in something unrelated. This video is definitely related to our negotiations, Sun Sungho said with a firm face. Seeing that Sun Sungho said so, the representative of the island country did not interrupt again. On the morning of July 15, 2024, a certain patriot, anonymously, donated 6 obsidian-changing Tianmu T-bowls to Daxia. The faces of all the members of the island delegation instantly turned ironic. They knew that their intention of exchanging the obsidian transformation Tianmu T-bowl for the island's holy relics had completely fallen through. And the Daxia delegation, everyone was excited. It's just that it's a bit rude to laugh out loud on this occasion. Sorry, everyone, negotiations have been suspended. That obsidian transformation Tianmu T-bowl of yours, the portion size doesn't seem to be enough, Sun Shenghao said with a serious face. The representative at the head of the island delegation grunted, stood up, and left with his own group. After the last island representative went out, the conference room instantly cheered. The island's chief representative stumbled and almost fell. When he arrived at Han Jingyi's dormitory, Zhang Fan realized that the graduate student dormitory in Yen University had air conditioning, refrigerator, and washing machine, which was much better than his own university dormitory. Jingyi, I'm a bit sleepy, Zhang Fan said cheekily. Han Jingyi rolled her eyes. Then you lie on my bed and sleep for a while. I have to read for a while. Zhang Fan hemmed and hawed, lying on Han Jingyi's bed and placing an online order for a laptop and cell phone. But just after buying it, he got a little sleepy, and Zhang Fan actually did fall asleep. Han Jingyi glanced at the sleeping Zhang Fan and also shook her head. Taking a physics book from the shelf, he read it carefully. An hour later, Zhang Fan finally woke up from his nap. Getting up and stretching, he realized that Han Jingyi was still reading seriously. Zhang Fan didn't have the heart to disturb her, so he sat on the bed and stared at Han Jingyi. Without realizing it, my thoughts went back to high school. Maybe every boy likes a well-read female schoolteacher who's still pretty. Van, when did you wake up? Zhang Fan instantly came back to his senses. I just woke up for a while. By the way, I see that this laptop of yours is a bit old. I just bought you one of the latest models of your brand, and a cell phone as a gift for you to get into graduate school. Han Jingyi quickly waved her hand. No, it's too expensive. I just finished placing the order when I arrived at your dorm. Now I guess it should be delivered soon. As expected, Zhang Fan had just finished speaking when his own cell phone rang. Zhang Fan picked up his cell phone and gave Han Jingyi a look. The writer boy called me. I guess he'll be downstairs soon. Han Jingyi looked helpless. I really can't have it. Why are you still polite with me? Your brother Fan has plenty of money now. Zhang Fan looked like I was a landlord. By the way, you go down with me to pick it up. I'm afraid if I go down there alone, the older woman downstairs won't let me come up. Han Jingyi gave Zhang Fan a somewhat helpless look. Alright then. The two had just arrived downstairs when the writer boy had come in. Mr. Zhang, your purchase has arrived. Zhang Fan nodded and took the 2 boxes from the writer boy. Tear open the outer packaging and the inside is all intact. Only then did Zhang Fan nod his head, and the writer boy rode off on his electric bike. Zhang Fan turned his hand and handed his cell phone and notebook to Han Jingyi. Han Jingyi was still a bit resistant, so Zhang Fan didn't say that much and carried his things up the stairs. Back in the dormitory, Zhang Fan looked at Han Jingyi smilingly. If you don't want to take it apart, I'll do it for you. I realized that you're not the same as before, Han Jingyi said without a trace of anger. Ha ha, you just realized it now. The old me, the poor one, but the current me. Speaking here, Zhang Fan deliberately paused. What's wrong with you now? Han Jingyi asked curiously. Now I'm young, golden and spirited. Chapter 117. By the looks of this, you're really rich, Han Jingyi said smilingly. In that case, I'll take the gift you gave me. I'll double it back to you one day when you're broke. After Han Jingyi finished speaking, she took the initiative to unpack the notebook. Zhang Fan was speechless. I will go bankrupt? How could I possibly go bankrupt? Han Jingyi looked up at Zhang Fan. Just the way you look now. A proper thug posture. A lot of women like men like you. Because, it's best to cheat like you. Zhang Fan was a bit disdainful. These days, unless I want to, it's simply impossible for others to cheat me out of my money. I don't buy wealth management. I don't buy insurance. And I don't take out a loan to buy a house. Han Jingyi rolled her eyes. This old classmate of hers was too cute, and she didn't know how she had gotten home. Han Jingyi was suddenly a bit curious. Brother Fan, how much money do you have now? Zhang Fan shook his head. He really didn't know how much money he had. Anyway, normal expenses are absolutely inexpensive. In addition, one has 400,000 per day, which means one has 12 million per month. Can't spend it all. Really can't spend it all. Van, what do you mean you're shaking your head? You don't know how much money you have? Han Jingyi asked with a puzzled expression. I'm not really sure. I was just doing the math. Oh, so did you do the math? That's not true. Han Jingyi rolled her eyes. But you're really quite rich. This laptop and cell phone are surprisingly bought top of the line. These two together must be 50,000 or 60,000. Since you're so rich, buy me a suite in Yanjing, lest you get cheated out of your money later and become homeless. After all, if you spend money on someone else, it's really gone. Spend it for me, and I'll be able to return it to you later when you're broke. Han Jingyi said and laughed in a very unladylike manner. Zhang Fan could hear that Han Jingyi was mocking herself. Zhang Fan rolled his eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have enough real money in his card, Zhang Fan could really buy a house for Han Jingyi. In Zhang Fan's opinion, Han Jingyi was definitely his sister and could not run away. After all, if you go out on your own, you can't buy a small house of 80 or 90 square meters. Houses around Yanda are still very expensive. As for buying a car, it was hard to get a license plate in Yanjing, so Zhang Fan was going to ask Yan Qingyue to help him ask. Why don't you look at the rooms first, and when I come to Yanjing on a business trip next month, I'll arrange it all for you. Han Jingyi blankly glanced at Zhang Fan and didn't say anything. Probably, she thought Zhang Fan was joking. Han Jingyi was fiddling with her cell phone and computer, while Zhang Fan was wondering what that 128G weight replicated today. After all, because today's replica of that obsidian tea-bowl uses its own weight of 1 kilogram per month, not the 1 kilogram per day. If you don't use it, it's a waste. Forget it, let's just copy the big red robe. This is worth more. Making up his mind, Zhang Fan quickly copied 128 grams of big red robe. At 4 p.m., Zhang Fan received a call from Yan Qingyue, saying that he would leave from the hotel at 6 p.m. Zhang Fan looked at the time and was slightly nervous. Jingyi, I have to go. I have to go out of town for the night, Zhang Fan said with some reluctance. Then I'll give you a ride. Aha! The two of them walked together on the campus of Yen University. The sun was still a little bit poisonous. Zhang Fan still helped Han Jingyi to hold the umbrella. but Zhang Fan felt that this moment was really especially beautiful. After arriving at the school gate and stopping the car, Zhang Fan took the initiative to hug Han Jingyi and said solemnly in her ear, "Jingyi, in the future, if you encounter any difficulties, you can call me." The moment she was hugged by Zhang Fan, Han Jingyi was a bit nervous, but fortunately, Zhang Fan simply reported it and did nothing else. Hearing Zhang Fan's words, Han Jingyi couldn't help but roll her eyes. "You're saying this as if you're some kind of marvelous big official." Zhang Fan heatedly smiled. "Next month, I'll come to Yanjing, and I'll buy you a house and a car then." After saying that, without waiting for Han Jingyi to react, Zhang Fan quickly got into the cab. Han Jingyi laughed lightly, not taking Zhang Fan's words to heart. Back at the hotel, Zhang Fan did not go up directly, but prepared to find a place to have a meal. After all, there's no telling where you're going to go at night or how long the flight will be. Seeing a ramen restaurant on the side of the road, Zhang Fan walked in and ordered a bibimbap. The flavor was still good, but the price was a little expensive and the noodles were not much, so Zhang Fan immediately chose to ask for another serving of noodles. After dinner, Zhang Fan returned to the hotel to pack up his things. At 6 o'clock, Zhang Fan appeared downstairs of the hotel on time, and Yan Qingyue's car happened to arrive as well. Sister whispering, "Where are we going on a business trip?" Yan Qingyue shook her head. "I don't know. We'll go to the troops first, then someone will pull us to our destination." Oh hoo! After driving for an hour, the car arrived at the army, presumably having greeted them in advance. Yan Qingyue's car drove straight in. Soon the two were on a military airplane. Taking a military airplane for the first time, Zhang Fan was still very curious and couldn't help but look around. However, Zhang Fan usually wasn't interested in this and didn't know what model it was. Zhang Fan and Yan Qingyue chatted for a while, and it was estimated that it took about 2 hours before the fighter jet slowly landed. As soon as they got off the airplane, Zhang Fan and Yan Qingyue boarded a military vehicle. After another half hour of driving, the two arrived at their destination. As soon as the two men got out of the car, several men in uniform surrounded them. The man at the head took the initiative to introduce himself. "Hello guys, just call me Old Wang. I'm the person in charge here. Finally waiting for you guys." Yan Qingyue took the initiative to extend her hand and shook theirs. "I'm Yan Zi." Zhang Fan followed suit and extended his hand, shaking them one by one. "I'm Zhang. Old Wang, what to do back there? The two of us will listen to you throughout," Yan Qingyue said politely. Old King nodded and led the crowd into the base. Once inside the base, everyone else dispersed. Old Wang led Zhang Fan and Yan Qingyue, introducing them as he walked. "You two should be staying here for 3 days and 3 nights, so I'll briefly introduce you. Here we are. Ordinary cell phones don't have a signal. If you guys want to surf the internet or play games, we have customized phones, but they can only play some mainstream games on the market. Like King and Chicken are available, but you can only play games. You can't send any messages." Zhang Fan also breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, at least he could still play King of Kings if he had nothing to do. It wasn't too boring. Yan Qingyue presumably knew this already and didn't have any expression on her face. Chapter 118, Old Wang wants to dig Zhang Fan. "You two put your bags away for a while. We'll go to the lab later. By the way, do I need to prepare some food for you?" Zhang Fan was not polite. "Then prepare some. I'm a bit hungry." Sister whispering, "What about you? Then I'll have some too," Yan Qingyue said with a smile as well. Okay. Zhang Fan and Yan Qingyue each went back to their rooms, putting down the luggage in their hands. They then followed Old Wang to the laboratory. As soon as he entered the lab, the old king said with a serious face, "First, he changed into a radiation-proof suit. The thing that he's going to copy in a while is radioactive." Zhang Fan and Yan Qingyue both nodded. And then Old Wang took out 3 brand new radiation protection suits. The trio sat directly outside. Immediately after that, Old Wang led Zhang Fan and Yan Qingyue to the elevator. The elevator soon opened its doors, and as expected, Zhang Fan did not expect that the laboratory was underground, and he did not know how deep it was. Zhang Fan only felt that the elevator ran for 5 minutes before arriving at the downstairs. It's a large space down there, so I'm sure it didn't take a lot of effort back in the day. After 7 consecutive passes, we finally reached our destination. Old Wang carefully opened the safe, took a box out of it, placed it on the table, and opened it. Zhang Fan only felt that the item in front of him, glowing with an ethereal blue light, was somewhat mysterious and fascinating. Zhang Fan couldn't help but blurt out, "What is this?" "Don't pry blindly," Yan Qingyue said without a trace of anger. Zhang Fan was instantly a bit embarrassed. "Sorry, I was the one who spoke too much." Old Wang also waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's okay. You just asked and I won't tell you." Ha ha. Zhang Fan also smiled awkwardly. "Right, you hurry up and make a copy." With that, Old Wang took a step back and gave his place to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan nodded and took the initiative to step forward, touching the box and silently saying, "Copy, 232 grams. Then, 232 grams of mysterious materials appeared in the system space. Zhang Fan didn't touch it and directly put these materials on the table. Old Wang, the copy is finished. Old Wang's eyes widened when he saw those materials on the table. Holy, this is too amazing. By the way, this stuff is really just like the real thing and can be preserved for a long time? Zhang Fan and Yan Xingyue nodded at the same time. Old Wang couldn't help but praise it again. It's amazing. Zhang Fan smiled and said to Old Wang and Yan Xingyue, Old Wang, Yan, the total is 232 grams. I can only copy so much today. Yan Xingyue nodded, then looked at Old Wang. You weigh it? If there are no problems, we'll go up first. Old Wang then reacted, quickly found a scale and weighed it. No problem. It's 232 grams. You guys give me a minute. I'll put these away and we'll go up. Old Wang said, finding another box and putting all these materials in it as well. If it wasn't for Zhang Fan and Yan Xingyue being around, Old Wang really wanted to do some experiments with these materials on the spot. However, thinking of the long days to come and the fact that he had other schemes in mind, Lao Wang gave up. Go, let's hurry up and eat. By the way, little brother, do you want to consider working in our lab? We're a formal organization. We have an establishment, 7 insurance and 2 gold. We'll give you a salary of 2 million a month, and you only need to help us copy a material every day. Old Wang said with an enthusiastic face. Yan Xingyue was a bit helpless. Old Wang, he's listed above. Don't even think about it. Besides, where are you going to get $2 million every month for Zhang Fan? Don't worry about this. As long as Zhang Fan is willing, it's not a matter. Old Wang said with an excited face. Zhang Fan directly waved his hand. No. I still like living in the city. Zhang Fan is not that noble. How can you stay here every day when you're so young? Besides, Zhang Fan didn't believe that there were really that many materials here for him to copy. Not to mention, one's current monthly salary should be $12 million. Old Wang was a bit unwilling and continued to persuade. Think about it, $2 million a month. That's $24 million a year. If you work for me for 3 years, you'll have enough money left over for your whole life. There was no other way. Zhang Fan had to be honest. Old Wang, I'm now at $12 million a month. How can it be? How can the top be so generous? Old Wang said with a look of disbelief. Yan Xingyue nodded as well. Old Wang sighed. No wonder you're unwilling. If I had such a good deal when I was younger, I wouldn't have been willing either. Old Wang was instantly a bit disinterested. Fortunately, Old King quickly adjusted. When they reached the floor, the 3 of them changed out of the radiation suits they had just put on, then walked together to the kitchen. The 3 just arrived for a while. A chubby chef, on the end of the 4 dishes and a soup and a pot of rice, came over, smilingly said, Lao Wang, these 2 are today's current guests? Aha, this is Swallow, and this is Chang. Old Wang introduced them one by one. Yanzi, Zhang, this is our head chef, Old Lu. Old Lu has been working here since the base was established. Old Lu heard that some guests are coming and personally cooked to entertain you. Zhang Fan and Yan Xingyue rushed to express their gratitude to Old Lu. Ha, you're too kind. Welcome, you're welcome to come. You'll taste my handiwork. Old Wang stuck out his thumb. Old Lu's craftsmanship is way ahead of our base. Then we'd like to taste it. Zhang Fan said, picking up his chopsticks. He took a bite. Not bad. Yanzi, you try it too. Yan Xingyue also picked up her chopsticks and ate. Aha, this craftsmanship. There's no excuse. Hearing the 2 men's praise, Old Lu smiled from ear to ear. Is it enough to eat? I'll make some more for you if it's not enough. Zhang Fan and Yan Xingyue hurriedly waved their hands, indicating their refusal. It's true. 2 people, 4 dishes, 1 soup, and a pot of rice. They are not pigs. Surely enough to eat. Okay, then you guys stay here and talk. I'll head back. Old Lu also had the self-awareness that there was no need for him, a chef, to participate in their chat. Aha, slow down Old Lu. Old Lu took a step away. Old Wang said to Zhang Fan and Yan Xingyue, this person, Old Lu, is also idle, doesn't like to surf the internet, doesn't like to play games, and every time there's a temporary cooking task, Old Lu will take the initiative to go on it. Old Lu is quite a nice guy. The craftsmanship is pretty great too. Zhang Fan couldn't help but praise. Kinda. Old Lu discussed tomorrow's plan with the 2 again. Old Lu said it would be inconvenient to have a lot of people in there during the day. Tomorrow it's better to go at night to copy things. Chapter 119, Comparing Fishing with Yan Xingyue. Zhang Fan naturally had no problem with it, and Yan Xingyue had even less of a problem with it. After eating, Old Lu led the two of them to the office. These two cell phones, they are for you. We also have a gaming room and a sports hall. You guys are fine tomorrow. Go to the front desk and say something. Someone will take you there. Zhang Fan and Yan Qingyue both nodded. Old Lu brought Zhang Fan and Yan Qingyue back to the dormitory together again. Only then did Zhang Fan resurvey his dormitory. Single room, with independent bathroom. Bedding are new. The condition is still quite good. A quick glance at the time showed that it was after 11 p.m. Having just had a full meal, Zhang Fan was a bit unable to sleep, so he knocked on Yan Qingyue's door. Sister Qingyue, do you want to play a game together? No, I'm a little sleepy. Let's talk tomorrow. There was some fatigue in Yan Qingyue's voice. Thinking that Yan Qingyue followed herself to the reception yesterday and then rushed back to Yanjing overnight. After she went back to bed last night, it was estimated that Yan Qingyue had been busy for a long time again. This whole day today is expected to be busy as well. Driving myself to the army airfield again at night and bouncing around with myself all the way there must have been exhausting. Zhang Fan was a little heartbroken. Then, sister light language, you go to bed early. Aha! Back in his room, Zhang Fan took out the cell phone that old Wang had given him. When I turned it on, it searched for wireless and connected directly without any password. Zhang Fan downloaded WeChat and then King and started playing. During the game, his teammates were too good, so Zhang Fan couldn't help but want to curse twice, but the message didn't go out. Zhang Fan then remembered what old Wang had said, that no external messages could be sent here. Count yourselves lucky. Zhang Fan cursed and continued to fight, not being able to spray people. Zhang Fan found it very uninteresting, so he stopped playing and went to bed. On the morning of the second day, Zhang Fan woke up early in the morning. After washing up, Zhang Fan went online to brush up on the news. You can't send messages, but it's nice to have internet access. So what do you need a bike for? OBD testing has been pretty hot lately. Watching public opinion boil over on the internet, Zhang Fan can't help but be a little worried about whether his newly purchased car will pass the test in a few years. Although those two cars, in a few years, might not be worth it to himself, Zhang Fan was still a bit distressed. How do you think a perfectly good car, just 5 or 6 years old and not even broken in, can't pass inspection? What's even more irritating is that the island's cars are easy to pass instead. At this rate, will domestic cars still sell well? After reading the comments from the netizens below, Zhang Fan did not know what to say. Fan, are you up? It was Yan Qingyue's voice, and Zhang Fan hurriedly said, get up. Zhang Fan quickly walked to the door, opened it, and saw Yan Qingyue in the doorway. Yan Qingyue's face was flushed, so she guessed that she should have rested well last night. Sister whispering, I got up a long time ago, but I thought that you were a bit tired yesterday, so I didn't go to call you in the morning. Aha, I did get a little tired yesterday. Come on, let's go eat together. Zhang Fan nodded and followed Yan Qingyue out. The morning air is extraordinarily fresh. On the way, the two saw quite a few people. There are young people and old people. There are men and there are women. For these people, Zhang Fan had deep respect. They stayed away from prosperity and took root for the cause of scientific research in Daxia. Zhang Fan could not do it, so Zhang Fan admired them from the bottom of his heart. Breakfast was hearty, with quite a variety of styles, from all over the world. Zhang Fan also saw the old family's hoisin soup and happily served a bowl, then took a few more donuts and a small dish of pickled vegetables. Yan Qingyue, on the other hand, asked for a bowl of soy milk, a few donuts, and a dish of pickled vegetables. Zhang Fan was full of praise for the chef's craftsmanship. Anyway, Zhang Fan ate a lot. Right, sister whispering, what are we going to do later? I've heard that there's a pond here that's fed with a lot of fish, and they like to go fishing when they're not doing anything. Do you want to go fishing? Yan Qingyue said with some excitement. Fishing? Zhang Fan didn't want to go because he hadn't fished since he was a child. I can't help it. Growing up my family wouldn't let me go to the river or the water, let alone fish. However, seeing Yan Qingyue's excitement, Zhang Fan still nodded. Okay, then let's go to the office and ask for the receptionist. With that, Yan Qingyue walked forward with quick steps. Zhang Fan also followed behind. Soon after arriving at the office, the two found the receptionist and spoke. The receptionist quickly identified fishing gear and fish food for the two, and pointed them in the direction of the pond. The two excitedly headed right for the pond. This is a place where, at first glance, people fish regularly. The pond is about the size of an acre, with several folding umbrellas around it, and chairs. The two found a spot next to each other and started fishing. Little Fan, do you want us to compare who caught more fish? Yan Qingyue said excitedly. Zhang Fan instinctively had to refuse. He had never won a bet with Yan Qingyue. Without waiting for Zhang Fan to open his mouth, Yan Qingyue immediately said with a smile, Little Fan, you wouldn't dare, would you? Yan Qingyue's words were filled with provocation. Zhang Fan was instantly anxious. What wouldn't you dare to do? But I'll set the rules. You say it. Yan Qingyue smiled, not caring in the slightest. Let's compare the weight of the fish caught by whoever, not the number of strips. Zhang Fan said with a serious face. More than the number of bars. The odds are that he or she will lose. After all, he or she is a complete novice. But compared to the weight, there's no chance you'll win. After all, Zhang Fan had read on the internet that this fishing thing had a novice aura. Being someone who has never fished before myself, I'm sure I'll be lucky. Yan Qingyue immediately nodded. Fine. Zhang Fan continued to add. It's only 8 a.m. Now, let's tune it to 10 a.m. I'll set an alarm now, and it'll end as soon as the alarm goes off. Yan Qingyue nodded. Aha, little Fan, you've thought this through. It might get hot after a while. Zhang Fan quickly set his alarm clock and said to Yan Qingyue, then let's start now. Aha! Although Zhang Fan had never fished, he had seen many people fishing when he was in college and had studied. First, I got some bait, and after mixing it with the right amount of water, I threw it into the water to make a nest. Then the rod was taken out again, baited and cast into the water. The luck was not bad. The fish float was upright and Zhang Fan felt the position was just right. Zhang Fan swept a glance at Yan Qingyue, who was still nesting. I didn't realize that someone was a better cook than me. It seems that this time, fate is on my side. The corners of Zhang Fan's mouth rose. His mood was quite good. Soon, Zhang Fan saw that the fish float was moving, and with an excitement, Zhang Fan pulled up the fishing rod. Instantly, a small fish flopped into existence. Chapter 120, Rookie Aura. Zhang Fan wins. It was a carp. Over a pound. Sister light language. I caught the fish. Zhang Fan looked at Yan Qingyue with a proud face. In Yan Qingyue's eyes, Zhang Fan's smile was a bit, living up to the appearance of a villain. Not bad. Congratulations, Yan Qingyue said with a smile. Ha ha, you go for it too. Sister whispering, Zhang Fan said, putting the fish into the fish guard, and then continued to hang the fish food and throw the hook. After a few moments, the fish drift moved again, and Zhang Fan didn't rush to pull the rod. Instead, he shouted at Yan Qingyue, Sister Qingyue, I seem to have caught another fish. Only after saying that, Zhang Fan pulled up the fishing rod, and sure enough, there was another carp hanging on it. 7 or 8 tails. We, the people, are so happy today. Zhang Fan hummed a little tune excitedly. Yan Qingyue was also a bit anxious. Shouldn't be his own strength. Shouldn't be so dish Patience, patience, patience. I just need to get on a big fish and I'll bounce back. Ha ha, sister whispering. I'm on the fish. Zhang Fan's smug voice came again. Yan Qingying glanced at a 2-catty grass carp. What's going on? Why haven't I caught any fish yet? Yan Qingyue was getting a little annoyed, so she simply stood up and changed her position. Zhang Fan was happy to see that Yan Qingyue had changed her position. Looks like he should win this bet. He. Next, Zhang Fan's luck remained good. Every now and then, you can land a fish, but on Yan Qingyue's side, there had been no movement. Yan Qingyue changed her position twice more, but neither had any effect. Time passed quickly, and the alarm clock set by Zhang Fan soon rang. Zhang Fan counted that he had caught a total of 12 fish and estimated that they added up to 20 pounds. Yan Qingyue, on the other hand, didn't catch a single fish. Ha ha, sister whispering, you lost, Zhang Fan said with a happy face as he carried his catch. Yan Qingying rolled her eyes and said in a good-natured manner, losing is losing, as long as you're so happy about it. I don't know why, but this fish just won't eat my hook today. Everyone's sorrows and joys are not interchangeable. Anyway, Zhang Fan was just happy. Ha ha, today is the first time I've ever fished, and I've actually caught so many fish, so the newbie aura really exists. Ha ha, alright, cut the crap. Let's go. Let's take these fish to the cafeteria and see if old Lu can give an extra meal. Okay. The two quickly arrived at the cafeteria. The old Lu was sitting in front of the cafeteria smoking. See the two over. Immediately greeted with a smile. Old Lu, the two of us just caught some fish. Can you see if you can help with it? Zhang Fan said and lifted the fish guard in his hand. I'll be damned. You two are pretty good at catching so many fish. Usually when they go fishing, they can only catch 1 or 2 once in a while. Old Lu said excitedly. Luck. Zhang Fan said with a modest face. Ha ha. How do you guys want to eat it? Braised or sweet and sour for you? Or boiled fish? Zhang Fan glanced at Yan Qingyue with an obvious meaning. Make us a boiled fish. We can't eat anything else. Just watch it. Old Lu. Okay. Look. You guys shouldn't be too busy. Come 5 minutes early at noon. Old Lu said. Took the fish guard from Zhang Fan and turned around to go inside the kitchen. Zhang Fan and Yan Qingyue nodded. carrying the fishing gear in their hands, and returned to the dormitory. The reason why they didn't return the fishing gear was because Yen Xingyue was a bit reluctant and wanted to have another game in the afternoon. Zhang Fan naturally did not care. Anyway, idleness was idle. It was good to find something to do. Back in the dormitory, Zhang Fan went to Yen Xingyue's dormitory again, looking for Yen Xingyue to play games. Yen Xingyue didn't refuse, and the two of them played happily. Got lucky, played 4 and won 3. How about it? Sister whispering, my strength is okay too. Zhang Fan said with a showy face, don't be poor. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't know how many times you would have died. Yen Xingyue said without a trace of anger. Zhang Fan was helpless. Isn't it right for you? A support, to protect my shooter? However, Zhang Fan knew that women were unreasonable creatures. Zhang Fan just hemmed and hawed. It's almost time. Let's go eat the fish I caught. When he said the word I, Zhang Fan purposely aggravated his tone, and even glanced at Yen Xingyue with a smug look on his face. Yen Xingyue acted as if she didn't hear it. Let's go then. When they arrived at the cafeteria, Old Lu saw Zhang Fan and Yen Xingyue and told them to come over and get their meals. After beating the meal, Old Lu walked over with the finished boiled fish. You guys try this boiled fish. It should be especially good. Aha! Thanks Old Lu, Zhang Fan and Yen Xingyue said in unison. The two of them quickly grabbed their chopsticks and started to move. It was really fresh. Zhang Fan was a bit puzzled. Old Lu, why is this fish so fresh? It seems different from the fish outside. Ha ha, that's for sure. It's not like we feed the fish here. In addition words, the water we have here, the water quality is also better. Old Lu said with an excited face. It's mainly because of your good cooking skills. Old Lu, Yen Xingyue praised smilingly. Old Lu waved his hand. It's hard for them to do research. We can't help with anything else. We can only make the meals better. It's just a different division of labor. Each of you is great. Zhang Fan complimented. Ha ha, little Zhang and Yenzi, you guys are really good at talking. Tonight, I'll continue to give you extra food. Zhang Fan and Yen Xingyue laughed and didn't say anything. I'm going to get busy. It's time to serve in a few minutes, so take your time eating. Zhang Fan and Yen Xingyue nodded and quickly ate. After a while, the others arrived at the cafeteria. Zhang Fan looked up and saw old Wang walking over, smilingly asking, how's it going? How's the food in our cafeteria? Very good. Great. Zhang Fan praised from the bottom of his heart. Ha ha, as long as you guys like it. We've already experimented in the morning and the results are fantastic. Old Lu said and stuck out his thumb at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan waved his hand and said with a modest face, Old Wang, that's all I should do. Aha, you guys eat, and I'm going to go get my food. Old Lu finished and left. Zhang Fan and Yen Xingyue looked at each other and both laughed. Soon the two finished their meal, put their lunchboxes in recycling, and headed back to the dorm together. By the way, Sister Mackerel, what time are we going fishing this afternoon? Yen Xingyue thought for a while. It's still more or less hot today. Why don't we go at 4 o'clock? Okay, you call me when it's time. By the way, want to play some more games? Yen Xingyue waved her hand. No, I'm a little sleepy. I'll call you when I wake up from my nap. Aha! Chapter 121 finally arrived in Zhengcheng. Back in the dormitory, Zhang Fan was not very sleepy and took out his cell phone and swiped it again. An interesting public number for the little people of basketball. Zhang Fan watched several stories of NBA players in a row, but looking at it, he was a bit speechless. Most of these NBA players, most of them are from the slums, most of them are single families, all of them were raised by their mothers alone, and they also grew up playing basketball or baseball or tennis. Zhang Fan couldn't help but spit out. Is this rural area of our home not as bad as their slums? In elementary school Zhang Fan did not even play ping pong. The school did have a basketball court, but the school physical education class does not issue basketball. When I got to middle school, I was only exposed to basketball twice in gym class. Usually, if you want to play ball, you don't even have a place to do it. It was only in high school that it got better, and only marginally so. As for tennis, Zhang Fan had only seen others play it when he was in college, and it didn't feel like much when he was in school. When delivering takeout, Zhang Fan felt it. Once the person who ordered takeout was playing tennis at the tennis court, Zhang Fan curiously chatted with the security guard over there, only to learn that the place charged $200 an hour. Note that it is only the venue fee. When he used to read these things, Zhang Fan always thought that these people were quite inspirational. Live in the slums and work your way through. Beggars against the odds. But now, Zhang Fan was no longer touched for a second. The vast majority of people, throughout their lives, may not have access to tennis. The vast majority, probably not as good as they are in the slums. P.S. Spit it out. If he could be stronger and richer, he would have found a way to change. Zhang Fan wasn't a saint, but if there was too much money to spend, he definitely had to do something meaningful. After brushing for a while longer and getting a bit tired, Zhang Fan laid down on the bed and quickly fell asleep. Fan, up yet? Yan Xingyue shouted several times in succession before Zhang Fan woke up. Rubbing his eyes, he yawned before getting up and going over to the door. Sorry, Sister Whisperer. Just woke up. You go wash your face first. Let's go fishing later, Yan Xingyue said smilingly. Zhang Fan nodded and quickly went to the bathroom to wash his face and clear his head before walking out. Go! Aha! Afternoon. Zhang Fan's novice aura faded and he lost miserably. Yan Xingyue finally made a push and caught a dozen fish in a row. Ha ha, the wind and water have turned. And today it's my house. How about it? Little Mariko, are you convinced? Yan Xingyue said with a smug expression. Zhang Fan nodded his head in a hurry. Convinced? Sister Whispering. You're awesome. Ha ha, come on. Let's take the fish to the cafeteria. Yan Xingyue carried the fishguard with a smug look on her face and walked ahead. Zhang Fan also breathed a sigh of relief. Originally he was unconvinced, but thought that if he said no, then he would have to continue fishing. More than an hour without a fish had consumed all of Zhang Fan's patience. In Zhang Fan's opinion, fishing was quite boring, so he might as well play games in the house. Luckily, it's not very hot over here. I don't know how the fishing guys, who are so addicted, are still fishing outdoors when it's almost 40 degrees outside. Old Lu was shocked to see the two men carrying the fish cargo. Why are these two so good? It's amazing how many fish were caught. Yan Xingyue smilingly stated that she wanted to eat fish hot pot tomorrow. Old Lu naturally had no opinion. This stuff, it's even easier to make. You don't even have to do it yourself. You can get an apprentice to help with the cooking. 3 days went by in the blink of an eye. Over the past few days, Zhang Fan and Yi were getting more and more familiar with each other. Zhang Fan felt that the two were just a layer of window paper away. Early in the morning of the 4th day, Old Wang brought Zhang Fan and Yan Xingyue to do a quest. After completing the quest, it was time for Zhang Fan and Yan Xingyue to leave. Old Wang was a bit reluctant to give up. This Zhang Fan was really too powerful. All of a sudden, he helped the base save tens of billions of dollars in research costs. Too bad you can't keep it to yourself. Such a person shelved on this to be more effective. Taking the duo to the airport, Old Wang saluted Zhang Fan and Yan Xingyue. Xiao Zhang, Yan, I'll send them here. Thank you. Zhang Fan and Yan Xingyue immediately returned the favor and then boarded the return flight. Right. Sister Whispering, are we going back to Yanjing or Zhangchang now? Zhang Fan suddenly asked. Yan Xingyue asked smilingly, do you want to go back to Zhangchang or Yanjing? Then what else is there to think about? It's definitely going back to Zhangchang, Zhang Fan said without hesitation. It had been a few days since he had eaten meat. So naturally, Zhang Fan was thinking about it. I knew you'd think that. Let's go straight back to Zhangchang. Great. Thank you, Sister Whisperer. Yan Xingyue blankly glanced at Zhang Fan. In the past few days, you seem to have gained weight again. Zhang Fan sniffed and touched his small stomach. It seems like he's gotten a bit fatter. When we go back, you'll follow me and exercise, Yan Xingyue said with a serious face. Zhang Fan was about to refuse instinctively, but Yan Xingyue glared at Zhang Fan. If you can develop 8-pack abs or lose 150 pounds, I'll give you a reward. 8-pack abs means a great physique. 150 pounds. Because Zhang Fan's height of 178-105 was the standard weight for a man. But Yan Xingyue was not that serious and allowed Zhang Fan to weigh a few more pounds. Yan Xingyue still knew Zhang Fan very well. What reward? Zhang Fan asked with interest. Guarantee your satisfaction, Yan Xingyue, smilingly, said. Zhang Fan nodded and said with a cruel heart, okay, then I'll leave this 160 plus pounds of mine to you. Sister Whispering, don't worry, I promise I won't make you sweat, Yan Xingyue said smilingly. Not sweating. Hearing this, Zhang Fan let out a sigh of relief. Then I'm relieved. Aha! The two chatted for a while longer and then slept some more before the plane landed. Just after getting off the airplane, Zhang Fan saw Li Long and Lu Fang coming over to pick them up. After the four of them exchanged pleasantries, Li Long drove the car and pulled them back to the Hanhai neighborhood. Only then did Zhang Fan have the time to make a call to Lu Yi, telling her that he had returned. Lu Yi was happy and said she would come back for a trip at noon. Zhang Fan smilingly said that he would personally cook and celebrate. Actually, when he was in the car, Zhang Fan wanted to call Lu Yi to talk about it. As for sending a message, he definitely couldn't send it, because after sending it Lu Yi would call himself. Yan Xingyue knew that Lu Yi was her girlfriend and acquiesced, but she should have the awareness to not actively mention Lu Yi when she was around Yan Xingyue. It's natural to be careful when you're trying to put your foot in more than one boat. Zhang Fan could only guarantee that he was sincere to them all. As for the future, as long as one was strong enough, nothing would be a problem. Chapter 122, Why did you leave the door open? As for what to make, naturally, it's fondue, which is convenient, quick and hassle-free. The family doesn't have a car anymore. One car, Lu Yi, was driving, and the other car, Mr. and Mrs. Lu Qingshan, were driving. After all, one couldn't let Lu Yi drive to pick up Mr. and Mrs. Lu Qingshan every day. That would be too much trouble. Zhang Fan also reckoned with the idea of buying another car. After all, it's not convenient to not have a car of your own. As for what car to buy, there's no rush. Mull it over. Zhang Fan went directly to the fresh food supermarket at the entrance of the neighborhood and bought fresh beef and mutton, and some fresh vegetable leaves. Originally, he wanted to buy some pills, but considering these frozen goods, which were not very reliable, Zhang Fan gave up. There's a new flower store at the entrance, and it looks quite elegant. The owner of the flower store was a young woman who looked very elegant and spoke softly. However, her face value was somewhat average. What's all this? It's a mess. I don't have the style of Mengde. Zhang Fan hurriedly threw away these messy thoughts and bought a bouquet of roses. After settling the bill, Zhang Fan quickly returned home. The beef and mutton were placed inside the refrigerator to freeze, and Zhang Fan began to deal with the various vegetables. Listening to the ditty and doing the work, Zhang Fan was longing for the sexual bliss at noon. Zhang Fan had just finished cleaning up and setting things on the dining table when the door opened. Lu Yi came back. Seeing Zhang Fan, she was so excited that she didn't even take off her shoes and pounced on Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan hurriedly reached out his hand and hugged Lu Yi. Van, I miss you. Silly girl, I missed you too. The two hugged and kissed passionately. A little farewell is better than a wedding. Soon the living room was strewn with the clothes of both men, and a wonderful symphony of life began to unfold. Yan Xingyue returned home and rested for a while before she was ready to call Zhang Fan to go out for dinner with her, but after sending several messages to Zhang Fan didn't reply. Yan Xingyue guessed that Zhang Fan hadn't seen the cell phone, so she planned to go find Zhang Fan. Yan Xingyue was in front of Zhang Fan's house and shouted twice, but Zhang Fan did not respond. He was about to knock on the door when he realized that it was unlocked, and as soon as he heard a strange sound from inside, Yan Xingyue curiously pushed the door open and walked in. Unexpectedly, he saw Zhang Fan and Lu Yi playing poker in the living room. Yan Xingyue's little face instantly reddened and spat. These two shameless ones, getting it on in the living room in broad daylight without closing the door. Yan Xingyue was just about to turn around and leave, but coincidentally, she locked eyes with Lu Yi. Lu Yi instantly screamed, then hurriedly got off Zhang Fan and took her clothes to cover her body. Yan Xingyue was also startled and ran away in a puff of smoke. What's wrong, Yi? Zhang Fan asked curiously. Did you leave the door open just now? Just now. Sister Light Whisper came over and saw it. How do you ask me to see Sister Light speech in the future? Lu Yi said with an annoyed face. What's going on? It's open? It seems like it was left open. However, I can't be blamed for this. Zhang Fan whispered in his heart. As for the whispering sister saw? If she saw it, then she saw it. She's a big man, and she doesn't suffer. Somehow, Zhang Fan was a little excited in his heart instead. However, Zhang Fan still comforted. It's fine. It's fine. It's all my fault. I forgot to close the door just now. Luckily, the one who came in just now was Sister Light Language. Lu Yi patted her chest with a look of fear. Brother Fan, hurry up and close the door. I'm going to go wash up. Zhang Fan was a bit helpless. He hadn't enjoyed himself yet. However, at this moment, Lu Yi was clearly disinterested. Forget about it. Let's talk about it after dinner. Zhang Fan also hurried to the door, but found that the door had already been pulled shut, presumably by Yan Qingyue's help. Zhang Fan didn't think about that much, quickly took a shower and turned on the fire. After a while, Lu Yi also came out, but her face was a bit flushed. Brother Fan, my parents asked you to come over for dinner tonight. Oh, okay. By the way, I forgot to ask you, has that money from your parents arrived yet? It's here. It's here. It's long gone. The reason why my parents invited you for dinner is also because of this. Lu Yi said excitedly. It's good when we arrive. The water is boiling. Let's talk while eating. Zhang Fan said and picked up the slices of beef and mutton that he had just cut and put them in. Aha, by the way, our company has been progressing very well lately, and we'll be able to start work soon. However, we're a small company after all. Not much scale. My idea is to hire a celebrity endorsement to convey the safety, cleanliness, comfort and other characteristics of our sanitary napkins. In addition, I also plan to live stream all of our production processes throughout the entire process, accepting the supervision of all netizens. Lu Yi said excitedly. Zhang Fan scratched his head. I can think of what you said, and many big companies must have thought of it as well. Have you considered what you should do if any of the workers are bribed? Business competition is brutal. There is also the matter of hiring stars. Your company's little strength. What big stars can you hire? Why would people's stars give you endorsements? I've thought of all these. All of our products will be strictly inspected before they leave the factory. In addition, we will also welcome fake bloggers to do so. As for celebrities, I haven't thought about it yet. However, Little Dance said that she has a way. Zhang Fan nodded. Specifically, Zhang Fan did not understand. It was better to see Louis E play. Anyway, a small factory of a few tens of millions of dollars. Even if it didn't do well, it wouldn't hurt. Go E. I'll support you. Aha. Thanks Van. The two of them quickly finished their meal, and it occurred to Zhang Fan that he had also bought a bouquet of roses. Zhang Fan stood up, took out roses from the corner and handed them to Louis E. I just bought you flowers. Louis E received the flowers with an excited face and gave Zhang Fan a kiss on the cheek. Thank you brother Fan. These roses are so beautiful. A rose is no more beautiful than 1/100th of you. Zhang Fan spat out a particularly earthy love line. The words of love are earthy, but they can't help that the one who says them is the love of his life. Louis E's eyes were filled with tenderness, and Zhang Fan saw that the timing was good and hugged Louis E and went back to the bedroom. The cause that has not been followed up just now has to be continued. In the afternoon, Louis E had to go to the company for a meeting, so Zhang Fan didn't stop her and personally sent Louis E to the car. Back home, Zhang Fan took out his cell phone and realized that Yan Qingyue had sent several messages to him at noon. He himself did not see it and did not return. No wonder Yan Qingyue would come to the door. Zhang Fan hurriedly replied. Sorry, sister whispering. I just saw it. Yan Qingyue on the other end, seeing Zhang Fan's message, didn't know how to reply. What happened at noon still had a relatively large impact on Yan Qingyue. Although Yan Qingyue was a few years older than Zhang Fan, she had never been in love. And although she had seen small movies, she had never seen them live after all. Thinking of that scene at noon, Yan Qingyue's face reddened again. Chapter 123, System Upgrade on the 1st of next month. After mulling it over for a while, Yan Qingyue felt that it was better to reply. Yan whispered, do you want to play the game together? Zhang Fan, yeah. Why don't I go to your house? Yan Qingyue didn't even think about it and rejected it outright. Yan whispered, don't, just go straight to the number. Zhang Fan didn't think much about it and went straight to board the account. Yan Qingyue invited Zhang Fan, who immediately nodded in agreement. However, during the game, Yan Qingyue always kept her mic closed, causing the two to not work as well together as before. Adding to the fact that both of their segments were also higher, their opponents were stronger. And there was also Yan Qingyue who was presumably a bit distracted as well. The two opened two hands and both lost badly. Yan Qingyue took the initiative to send a text message, saying that she was tired and didn't want to play anymore, and then quit the game. Zhang Fan was also somewhat speechless and exited the game. Zhang Fan was a bit annoyed mentally. However, considering that the two would still have to meet tomorrow at the latest, after all, he had to go on a mission, so Zhang Fan's mood slowly eased. Thinking that the system hadn't been upgraded for a long time, Zhang Fan couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. Zhang Fan, system greatly. When is the next upgrade? System, 1st of next month. Zhang Fan, oh, so what's in the next upgrade? System, please keep the host in anticipation. Expected Dara. Expect. Zhang Fan was speechless. However, thinking that it was not very far from the 1st of next month, Zhang Fan quickly let go, lay down on the bed and take a nice long nap. Only after waking up did he realize that Louis E had sent himself a message reminding him not to forget to go to her parents' house for dinner at 7 o'clock tonight. Zhang Fan was so close, he really forgot about it. Looked at the time, it was only 5 o'clock. It was still early, and sent a message to Louis E, stating that he would be there on time. At 6:50, Zhang Fan arrived at Lu Qingshan's house 10 minutes early, carrying gifts. The two families were busy cooking inside, and Louis E was watching TV in the living room. That kitchen was so small, there was only room for two. Xiu Fan, take a seat. It'll be ready soon. Zhang Suilan's voice came from inside. After a while, Lu Qingshan and Zhang Suilan came out with their plates. After a few days of not seeing each other, Lu Qingshan and Zhang Suilan's couple are more energetic. I guess it is because people are happy and refreshed. Uncle and auntie, you've gotten a lot younger after not seeing you for a few days. Ha ha, ha ha, I still have to thank you. Since that project payment arrived, we've started these two projects and the company can function normally. The houses in the back, I reckon, with some more discounts, can also be sold. In the worst case scenario, the two of us will have tens of millions of dollars left over. It's enough to use for retirement. Lu Qingshan Zhang Suilan was filled with excitement. Finally, I don't have to worry about that. Zhang Fan also said with a smile. Also but uncle and aunt, you are still young. It's still a bit early to consider old age. Lu Qingshan waved his hand. Over the years, your aunt and I have seen through it. When we are done with these things, your aunt and I are going to rent a house in a rural area in the far outskirts of the countryside. And by the way, rent some more land. At that time, we'll plant some vegetables, raise some chickens, ducks and geese, and if we can, some cows and sheep. This is good. Yui and I can go to your place to rub some stuff in later. Ha ha, it's still too early to tell. I guess it will take 2 or 3 years at the earliest. Come on, little fan. Hurry up and eat. Aha! After a few mouthfuls of food, Lu Qingshan mentioned about Zhang Fan's job again. By the way, Xiao Fan, I heard from that you are now in the General Security Bureau? Aha! Mix up some paychecks. Otherwise, my family always thinks I'm not doing my job. Zhang Fan said smilingly. Ha ha, that's good. Your aunt and I are relieved that you have this solid job. These days, an established civil servant with people and money is definitely the most desirable son-in-law object. Zhang Fan smiled and didn't say anything. By the way, that co-worker of yours who helped out, should we show it? Lu Qingshan suddenly spoke. After all, it's not possible to show nothing at all when you're coming back, all at once, with several small goals. Lu Qingshan has always wanted to mention this matter to Zhang Fan, and today he invited Zhang Fan to dinner, mainly because he wanted to talk about this. Zhang Fan was silent for a while. Indeed, after Yan Xingyue had done such a great favor, it was indeed a bit unreasonable to treat someone to a meal. Uncle and auntie, this favor is sold to me, so you guys just leave it and come back and I'll think about it. Lu Qingshan nodded. That's fine. We're in this situation now, and there really isn't much we can return to people. Zhang Fan took a few more bites of food. Right. Recently I'm planning to rent a villa, preferably a detached one with a swimming pool. Do you have any suggestions? Why did you think of renting a villa? Lu Yi asked with a surprised face. Lu Qingshan and Zhang Suilan were also a bit puzzled. Xiao Fan, isn't it fine for you guys to live in that house now? It's good, but it's too small for exercise. If it wasn't for the fact that my hands are a bit tight lately, I would really like to buy a set. Zhang Fan said smilingly. Lu Yi nodded. Okay, why don't we rent one that is closer to our factory? It will be convenient for me to commute to work in the future. Okay, no problem. Send me which neighborhood you have your eye on, and I'll go take a look when I'm free. You two rent a villa. It would be better to buy a school district house, so that when you have children in the future, it will be convenient for you to go to school. Zhang Suilan took the initiative to propose. Zhang Fan waved his hand. Auntie, there's no rush in this matter of buying a school district house. Besides, as it is now, buying a school district house is of no use. Lu Yi also nodded. Now it's too rolled up. You have to be rolled up from small to large. Even if you get into a prestigious school, it's still a struggle to find a good job. Lu Qingshan sighed. That's true. It's really too rolled up lately. You two just work hard to make money. Hopefully in the future your children won't have to roll around. What's the point of bringing that up? It's early. I haven't even graduated from college yet. Lu Yi suddenly came. Mr. and Mrs. Lu Qingshan both laughed. Right. Let's talk about it later. Hurry up and eat. After eating, Zhang Fan and Lu Yi left together. On the way, Zhang Fan suddenly spoke. Right. I'm planning to buy another car. Do you want to buy another one for your parents' side? Lu Yi thought for a moment. That car of yours? Now that my parents are driving it, you do need a car. My parents there. A car is really not enough. I'll help you buy it. Come back and hang it on the company's account. It can also be tax deductible. And in the future, when you fill up your gas tank with our company's invoice, you can also deduct some of it. Zhang Fan was a bit skeptical. Is this appropriate? Just go ahead and look at the car and let me know when you do. Chapter 124, National Goddess Su Yashuan? Zhang Fan nodded and planned to go see the car tomorrow. Back home, Zhang Fan planned to go out for some exercise. Do you want to go out for a run together? You go ahead. There's still some things to take care of at the office. Then I'll call Sister Light Language to go with me? Zhang Fan asked tentatively. Lu Yi said with a casual expression. Go ahead. Zhang Fan didn't know if she really didn't care or didn't care. Zhang Fan went back to change his clothes and knocked on the door of Yin Qingyue's house. Who? Sister whispering. It's me. I'm planning to go for a run. Do you want to go with me? Zhang Fan said smilingly. Yin Qingyue wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, she also hadn't exercised for a few days, so she went up and opened the door. You sit here for a while. I'm going to go change and come out right away. Aha! Zhang Fan glanced at Yin Qingyue. His face was calm. It should be nothing. Yan Xingyue quickly changed into her sportswear and walked out. Let's still go to the park? Zhang Fan asked tentatively. The places where you can run are either inside a neighborhood or a park. The neighborhood was a little crowded with a few old people and kids. Not nearly as bad as the park. After all, the park is better landscaped and less crowded. Yan Qingyue nodded. Fine, just go to the park. Aha, by the way, sister whispering, thank you for the matter of Yi's father's company, Zhang Fan said again. Yan Qingyue was a bit puzzled. It's just a small matter. Besides, haven't you two already invited me to dinner? It's a small thing to you, but it's a big thing to Yi's parents. They wanted to thank you in person before, but I turned them down. You don't know each other well anyway, so there's not much point. However, I have to show my appreciation. When next month comes, I'll give you a surprise, Zhang Fan said with a solemn face. What surprise? Yan Qingyue asked smilingly. Zhang Fan hemmed and hawed and said in a mysterious manner. Ha ha, you'll know when the time comes. Actually, Zhang Fan hadn't thought of any surprise for Yan Qingyue. However, the system is upgraded on the 1st of next month. Not surprisingly, the weight that can be copied will definitely increase. Even if there's no growth, the 1 kilogram free replication amount will refresh every month. When the time comes, just copy anything that makes sense. Won't you? As for replicating anything, let's talk about that when the time comes. It's still hot in the river city in July, even if it's already evening. The two were in the park, running slowly. At first, Zhang Fan was able to chat with Yan Qingyue for a few moments, but as he ran, he stopped talking. There's no way around it. Strength doesn't allow it. Panting like a dog. Suddenly, Zhang Fan's cell phone rang. Zhang Fan's face was happy. Finally he could find an excuse to be lazy. Zhang Fan stopped and took out his cell phone from his pocket. And at a glance, it was Qian Yongming's call. Zhang Fan slowed down a bit and said to Yan Qingyue without any good humor. Sister Qingyue, Qian Yongming, that old deng called again. That said, why haven't you guys arrested him yet? Yan Qingying rolled her eyes. There's another line behind Qian Yongming, and he has quite a few people in his hands as well. But we haven't investigated this information yet. So, for the time being, we can't arrest him yet. Wouldn't it be fine to arrest and directly interrogate him? He's so rich, I'm sure he's easy to deal with. Then you're underestimating him. This is a professional spy. He also once spent a few years in Eagle Sauce, so there's no chance that he's been professionally trained. Yan Qingyue said without a trace of humor. These spies, but not one of them. Besides, don't you disturb them internally now. You probe well. Zhang Fan was instantly speechless. Forget it, it's fine now anyway. So he accompanied Lao Deng to have some fun. Then I'll take the call and see what he says. Aha! Zhang Fan directly pressed the answer button, and Qian Yongming's smiling voice came from the phone. Old brother Zhang, haven't seen you for a few days. How are you these days? This old deng is still civilized. Zhang Fan couldn't help but spit out. However, his mouth was polite. Quite well. Eating and sleeping well. Elder brother Qian, I'm running outside. Do you have anything to do? Oh, sorry to disturb your workout, ha. Qian Yongming said with a polite face. It's fine. It's fine. I just happen to be tired of running as well. So I'll rest for a while. Elder brother Qian, what's the matter with you? It's like this. I'm getting together with a few friends, and I'll invite some celebrities over then? By the way, I've heard that you young people all like Su Yashuan. She'll come over then too. Aren't you interested in coming to have a seat? Qian Yongming said smilingly. Co Xian? National goddess Su Yashuan? Zhang Fan immediately came to be interested. Is the date set? Not yet. I thought I'd ask you. When are you free? Zhang Fan was silent for a moment. This month, I'm not even available. But next month, I won't have anything to do. Qian Yongming paused for a moment. Then we'll set it for the beginning of next month. But I'll have to discuss the specifics with them again. Okay, I'm free anytime next month. Send it to me after you set the time and place. I'll definitely be there on time. Aha! The two of them chatted a few more times before Zhang Fan signaled Yan Qingyue to speak. Yan Qingyue immediately spoke. Little Fan, why haven't you finished your call yet? Sorry about that, ha. Elder brother Qian, whispering is waiting on the side. Let's talk later. Aha! Qian Yongming hung up the phone with a smile. Although it was previously found out that Zhang Fan was an ordinary college student born in the countryside and had a date, money is suspicious of the relationship between the two. However, this time, the call was made on an impromptu basis, and Yan Qingyue and Zhang Fan were still together. Qian Yongming more and more confirmed the relationship between the two. Even if they were not boyfriend and girlfriend, they were certainly not ordinary. Zhang Fan's importance deepened once more. I thought this old den was going to call you too. I didn't realize it didn't call you. Didn't Lao Deng say that he invited the national goddess Su Yashuan? It's 80% likely that she wants to play a beauty trick on you, and she definitely won't call me, Yan Xingyin said without a trace of humor. Who is Su Yashuan? Zhang Fan pretended to be innocent. Don't tease. It's weird that you don't recognize her. However, do you think this Su Yashuan could be a spy as well? Yan Xingyin asked in a very gossipy manner. I don't know if she's a spy or not, and I don't really care. What I care about is whether she will play a beauty trick on me? Zhang Fan said with a smile. Yan Xingyue glared at Zhang Fan. I advise you kid to be honest. You are the one who has a date. Zhang Fan instantly stopped talking. However, in his heart, he had already made up his mind that when the time came, he must uphold the idea of not taking advantage of if there was a bargain. Chapter 125 Receiving Zhang Yueying and Zhang Yuelan. Anyway, he has people above him. Besides, one is, by all means, doing what one is told. I just don't know if such a wonderful thing will happen. Yan Xingyue grunted and ran forward with quick steps. Zhang Fan also quickly followed. The two of them ran for a while longer. Zhang Fan really couldn't run anymore, so he slowly lowered his speed. Yan Xingyue followed suit and lowered her speed. The two of them skipped around the park for a while longer before heading home together. Back home, Louis Yi was still dealing with her work. Zhang Fan was a bit distressed. Just being a boss was hard enough. I'm busy during the day, and I come back at night and work late. If I had known, I wouldn't have let her run this Thai company. Zhang Fan first took a shower, then sat beside Louis Yi and watched Louis Yi deal with her work. It's amazing how much paperwork there is to deal with in a small factory. Zhang Fan looked at it for a while and then didn't bother to look at it anymore. Pulling out his cell phone, he quietly read a novel on the sidelines. Zhang Fan recently did not like to brush the video. A variety of videos, the vast majority of the video, the vast majority of the rhythm of the band. After watching it makes a person's heart very depressing. It's still comfortable to read a novel. Tomato fiction. Free, not bad. Zhang Fan also made a special effort to fill up his membership, which wasn't too expensive, only more than $20. While many of the books are, well, hard to say, many of them are really cerebral. When he saw the wonderful ones, Zhang Fan would also order a few for the love of power. And I heard that those dog authors especially like this. Van, I'm done. I'm going to take a shower. Wait for me, Louis Yi said and winked at Zhang Fan. With that teasing little look, Zhang Fan understood in seconds. I'll help you rub your back. Humph. I don't want it. Ha ha, that's up to you. Another great night. On the second day, after dinner, Louis Yi went to work and Zhang Fan was ready to look at the car. But before he could go out, he received a message from Zhang Yueying. Zhang Yueying, brother Fan, my cousin and I will arrive at Zhangcheng Airport at noon. Remember to pick me up, ha. Zhang Fan frowned. Then it seemed that he had to hurry up about buying a car. And I don't know if it's too late. That said, I haven't seen Zhang Yueying in a few days, and I kinda miss it. There's also Zhang Yuelan, who kinda wants to. Zhang Fan, okay, later you send the flight information over. Zhang Yueying, okay, thanks brother Fan. By the way, when the time comes, my cousin has a business deal to talk to you about. What kind of business? Is it hundreds of millions? Zhang Yueying, get lost. Seriously. Zhang Fan, haha, just kidding. Zhang Yueying, alright, I'm going to pack up. The message will be sent to you in a while. Zhang Fan, okay. Ending the chat, Zhang Fan took a cab and went straight to the Motor City. On the way, Zhang Fan kept wondering what business Zhang Yuelan had to talk to him about. But after thinking about it, I couldn't come up with anything. Forget it, we'll talk about it then. The car quickly arrived at the Automobile City. Zhang Fan was not really good enough to buy any car this time. After shopping for a while, Zhang Fan looked at a domestic electric SUV. However, after asking the clerk, I realized that it would take 3 months to pick up this car. Zhang Fan shook his head. He was in a hurry to open it himself, so he definitely couldn't wait. The clerk said there are cars available if you add $20,000 to the price. Zhang Fan twisted his head and laughed. He had money, but he wasn't a cutie. Try to fool yourself. Dream on. After shopping around a bit more, there were basically no cars available. Zhang Fan simply went directly to the used car dealership next door. There's a nice M9, pure electric, quasi-new, just under 1,000 kilometers. And with all the paperwork, it's 50,000 cheaper than buying a new car. The point is, you can pick up the car right away. And in addition, if you do, you have 9 months of insurance left, so you don't have to waste time buying more insurance. There was an M9 at home before, but that one was extended range. It looked good and could only be driven. Zhang Fan still liked it. It would be nice to get another pure electric one now. I'm going to be renting a villa soon anyway, so I'll just install a charging post then. Zhang Fan immediately chose the car, and talked to the sales about the price. and eventually got another 10,000 off. In the end, the car landed in the name of Lu Yi's company. Sales also told Zhang Fan, there may be risks. Nothing more than the car belongs to the company's assets. If the company closed down, the car does not belong to Zhang Fan personally. It is expected to be foreclosed. Zhang Fan didn't care about this at all. After finishing all the formalities and the electricity was almost charged, Zhang Fan drove his car happily and headed to the airport. After waiting for a while, Zhang Fan received a message from Zhang Yueying and Zhang Yuelan. The two had already gotten off the plane, and Zhang Fan hurriedly drove the car to the exit. Soon, the two women walked over with their suitcases. After a few days of not seeing each other, the two daughters became more and more beautiful, presumably because the two of them had a good time outside. Yuing, Sister Lan, it's been a long time, you two look beautiful again. Ha ha, you're so good at talking. Van. Zhang Yuelan also smiled slightly, obviously happy to hear Zhang Fan's flattery as well. Zhang Fan got out of the car and helped the two women put their suitcases inside the trunk. Then the three women got into the car together. Right. Sister Lan, Yuing said that you have a deal to talk to me about. What is it? Zhang Fan asked curiously. Zhang Yuelan hesitated for a moment. I heard Xiaoying say that you have Mother Tree Big Red Robe there? I wonder if you can sell some to me. Zhang Fan paused for a moment and began to calculate. Currently I don't have much left over, and with 10 or so days left in the month, it's not appropriate to replicate this thing again with the little weight that's left. I don't know how much Lan is going to buy. Zhang Yuelan thought that Zhang Fan was unwilling, so she hurriedly spoke. Little Fan, if you want to make it difficult, just forget it. Zhang Fan waved his hand. It's not difficult. It's not difficult. But, Sister Yuing, how much do you plan to ask for? 2 taels there? Zhang Yuelan looked at Zhang Fan with a hopeful face. Yes, that's great. By the way, the previous auction price was almost 100 million per kilogram, but that price is too long ago. For these 2 taels, 100 grams, I'll give you the price at 3 million. How's that? Zhang Yuelan said excitedly. Alright, let's go with this price. Zhang Fan was also quite satisfied. That's a lot more money for yourself. Then I'll transfer you first. After Zhang Yuelan finished speaking, she took out her cell phone to transfer money to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan hurriedly waved his hand and refused. That tea of mine, I'm putting it at home. I'll send it to you today or tomorrow, and by then, after confirming that it's okay, you can transfer the money. No, I'm going to transfer it to you now. That tea of yours must be kept for me, Zhang Yuelan said with a nervous face. Sister Lan, don't worry, I'll definitely save it for you. By the way, I haven't eaten lunch yet. Have you guys not eaten either? Why don't we find a place to eat first? Chapter 126, Marriage is popular in Jiangcheng. Zhang Yuing immediately interjected. Yes, sis, just don't worry. Brother Fan will definitely save it for you. I'm hungry too. It was quite fun over there, but that rice, it's not as good as ours in Jiangcheng. Zhang Yuelan nodded. Alright then, I'll treat later. What do you guys want to eat? Zhang Fan glanced at Zhang Yueying. Yueying, what do you want to eat? Zhang Yueying immediately said. Let's go eat grilled fish. I suddenly want this bite in particular. Go to that Juga grilled fish near the university town. Zhang Fan obviously knew that store. Okay. Soon, the three of them arrived at the entrance of that Juga grilled fish restaurant. Parking the car, the three of them walked in together. It was summer vacation and there weren't many people around the college town. The three of them asked for a booth and ordered a fish and some side dishes and drinks. The three just sat and talked. You guys went this time? How do you feel over there? Zhang Fan asked curiously. It's not bad. The mountains are good. The water is good. And the price is not expensive. It's just that the ultraviolet rays are a bit strong. Zhang Yueying said smilingly. Right. The locals are generally a few degrees darker than we are here. Zhang Yuelan chimed in. So is there anything good to eat? Mutton noodle. It tastes pretty good. We have it here too, but it's far worse than there. By the way, there are some small stores in the countryside where the beef and mutton is freshly killed and tastes super good. There's a lot more to eat, so you can go there if you're free. If you want to go, let me know in advance, and my sister and I can make a guide for you. Zhang Fan nodded. I'll trouble you guys then. By the way, is that Zhao Wanliang still contacting you? No, I heard from my friend that Zhao Wanliang hasn't gone out lately, so I guess he's too embarrassed to contact me again. Ha ha, Zhang Yueying said and hemmed and hawed. And yes, can you not be happy to finally have a big burden off your shoulders? Zhang Fan and Zhang Yuelan were also happy for Zhang Yueying from the bottom of their hearts. Then, this fake boyfriend of mine, do I have to pretend anymore? Zhang Fan asked tentatively. Zhang Yueying gave Zhang Fan a blank look. What? You scum, are you going to start a mess? Who's a scumbag? Don't put a label on it, Zhang Fan said with a speechless face. After hugging and kissing, now you want to dump me? Jiang Yueying huffed. Zhang Fan said without any good humor. Wasn't that your initiative? Jiang Yueying rolled her eyes. My parents, my grandma and grandpa all approve of you. This fake boyfriend of yours, I guess you'll have to keep pretending. I have a girlfriend. You know, Zhang Fan said with a speechless face. Jiang Yueying nodded. I know. Don't you know that we are now popular for walking marriages? I don't know. What is a walking marriage? Zhang Fan asked curiously. A go-go marriage means that the man does not marry the woman. In the future, they will have 2 children and raise them separately. Nowadays, many families in Zhangcheng engage in this way. Jiang Yueying said smilingly. Why haven't I heard of this? Zhang Fan asked with a puzzled face. Jiang Yuelan spoke. There are indeed quite a few families in Zhangcheng that are like this. The woman doesn't require the man to buy a house or a car for the bride price, nor does the man need to pay alimony. Then it would be better to do IVF. Zhang Fan said without any good humor. Can that be the same? Walking away from marriage is also true love. Jiang Yueying said with a dissatisfied face. What's more, they don't even get a marriage license. It's actually better not to get a license instead. Jiang Yueying added. Zhang Fan's face was filled with incomprehension. Why? Jiang Yueying immediately replied. The new marriage law clearly stipulates that children born in wedlock also have inheritance rights. Domestic violence within marriage is generally reported to the not much care, belonging to the internal conflict of the family. But if you don't have a license, the police will have to take care of it. In addition, without a license, there is no question of property division. This kind of situation usually applies to the woman's family with a little bit of assets like us. I'm curious, how much property does your family have? Zhang Fan asked smilingly. It's not much. A dozen small goals or so. However, I have a younger brother, so I'm not sure how much my dad will be able to give me when the time comes. However, my parents once said that it would definitely be divided evenly. Jiang Yueying said smilingly. These days, men can't be relied on. The only thing that can be relied on is the ticket in your pocket. Jiang Yueying continued. You're seeing quite thoroughly. Jiang Yuelan also said with a smile. Zhang Fan was speechless. This Jiang Yueying was quite smart. Don't worry, I don't want your money. Zhang Fan is currently only worth about 1.00 million, but he gets paid 1.20 million every month, not to mention some extra money from time to time. Besides, the system could continue to be upgraded. In the future, Zhang Fan would definitely be richer than Jiang Yueying's family. Then you're just trying to figure out my body? Jiang Yueying asked smilingly. Zhang Fan blankly glanced at Jiang Yueying and didn't say anything. Luckily, the waiter was quick to serve the food. The 3 of them started at the same time and ate quickly. After dinner, Zhang Fan sent the 2 of them home. Xiaoying, are you really sure you want to continue with Zhang Fan? Zhang Yuelan asked with a puzzled expression. Zhang Yueying nodded. Brother Fan is still a good person. I had a feeling the first time I saw him. Besides, I'm only 20 years old this year, and there are still 2 years before I graduate from college. It's hard to say what will happen in the future. Zhang Yuelan blankly glanced at Jiang Yueying and didn't continue to say anything else. Shaking his head, he sighed and went back to his room. Jiang Yueying smiled back and returned to her room as well. However, her smile was more or less helpless. If I had grasped the opportunity earlier, I guess I would have been able to fall in love with Zhang Fan in name only. Back home, Zhang Fan was a bit tired and leaned on the sofa to read another novel for a while. After finishing a novel and getting a little annoyed, I swiped through the news. Unexpectedly, Zhao's jewelry has been on the hot seat lately. Zhao's jewelry fakes and deceives consumers. A lot of self-publishers are following the trend of retweeting comments. Zhang Fan didn't know if what was said was true or not, so he quickly took out his cell phone and called Zhao Qingmai. I saw your company's hot search on the internet. What's going on? Zhao Qingmai's voice was a bit hoarse. I don't know. My brother said it seems like a company is messing with our family. Our line of business is still very high profits. Simply do not care about counterfeiting. Besides, our Zhao's jewelry is also a famous big company and big brand. How many pennies can we earn by selling these fake goods? So do you have a target? Any idea who did it? Zhao Qingmai shook her head. I don't know, but there are only a few larger jewelry companies in the country, so I'm sure they'll jump out soon, but I'm afraid that they'll still have their next move. Chapter 127, System Upgrade, Doubling of Duplication. Zhang Fan opened his mouth and comforted. If there's anything I can help with, just let me know. Aha! Zhao Qingmai hummed twice in a small voice. Zhang Fan comforted him a few more times before hanging up the phone. The problem that broke out on the internet is not really a big problem. After all, the area involved is not very large. Lose some money and be done with it. But the brand will definitely suffer. However, Zhao Qingmai had said that their family had long since made preparations, And even if Zhao's jewelry did go yellow, it wouldn't affect their family's affluent life. On the morning of the second day, Zhang Fan contacted Jiang Yuelan, stating that his mother tree de Hongpo was ready. Jiang Yuelan was excited and said she would pick it up herself. Zhang Fan didn't bother to move and directly sent his home address. Soon, Jiang Yuelan drove her car to the entrance of the neighborhood. Zhang Fan also carried the tea and went to the door. Sister Yuelan, take a look. What are you looking at? I don't understand. But I trust you. Jiang Yuelan was worthy of having been in the shopping mall for a long time, and her speech was like a spring breeze. Zhang Fan was also happy. Aha, if there's a problem with the tea, you can always find me. Wait, I'll inform the company's finance to transfer money to you. Aha, soon, Zhang Fan received a transfer of $3 million. Here it is ha, Lan. Aha, I'll leave you then. Xiu Fan, thank you. Jiang Yuelan drove away. Zhang Fan turned around and went back. As for what Jiang Yuelan was doing with this tea, Zhang Fan did not care in the slightest. When he returned home, Zhang Fan went to find Yan Qingyue. The day's not done yet. After completing the mission, the two of them played a game for a while, and the day went on in a dull and happy manner. Over the next few days, Zhou's jewelry exploded with a number of small problems. When the issue broke, it quickly hit the hot seat. Anyone with eyes can see that there is a push behind it. And Lu Yi also talked a few times. Lu Yi asked Zhao Qingmai. Zhao Qingmai just told Lu Yi, do not worry. Zhang Fan didn't take it seriously either. Zhang Fan went to exercise during the day, occasionally had a date with Jiang Yueying, accompanied Yan Qingyue to play games, and then bought on the internet, and lived a comfortable life. Time flies, and before you know it, it's the end of the month. In the evening, after playing poker with Lu Yi for a while, Zhang Fan quietly waited for the system to upgrade. Ding! The system has been upgraded and is currently at version 2.1. Ding! The weight you can copy per day has been upgraded to 2 kilograms, and the item copied must be unowned. The weight of items you can freely copy per month has been upgraded to 2 kilograms. The unused portion per day can be accumulated and cleared at the end of the month. Ding! You can absorb knowledge from 2 books per day. This upgrade was so powerful that it doubled again. Best of all, the unused portion of the daily portion is actually cumulative now. This way, one can duplicate some heavier items. If accumulated for a month, it will be able to duplicate 30 kilograms of items. Give it a go. As for copying knowledge from books, double that too. However, Zhang Fan felt that it was not very useful. If he was preparing for graduate school, it would probably be very useful. But I've graduated myself and have no plans to go to graduate school. Besides, just because it's copied doesn't mean it's understood. It's just in the back of your mind. More knowledge. It's a great way to deal with exams. Zhang Fan also pondered that it could be used to learn a foreign language. However, I don't plan to go abroad and I don't use it on a daily basis. So I don't need to learn it for now. Just learn it ahead of time when you need it. The medical books, for the time being, don't need to be studied either. Until after school starts. Zhang Fan pondered for half a day and finally decided that it was better to learn history. For Zhang Fan, it didn't matter what he learned, nor did it matter what the knowledge he learned could bring. Anyway, only a few liberal arts classes can be learned. This history stuff is still more relevant when bragging about being able to quote scripture. Besides, many human questions are answered in history. Ordered a whole bunch of history books straight off the internet, and when I buy my own cottage, I'll renovate out a study and put it in there. When you brag about being awesome later, you can tell people, did you see these books behind me? I've read them all and I can recite them all. It should be great when it happens. Ha ha, thinking about it, Zhang Fan couldn't help but be happy. The next step is to make money, and make it hard. You can replicate 2 kilograms of stuff yourself per day. 1 kilogram for quests and the other 1 kilogram just for yourself. How about copying some gold? It would be best if Yan Qingyue didn't ask, and if she did, she would say that it was copied from before. Zhang Fan also thought about selling some more mother tree de Hongpo, but this stuff cannot be sold publicly. After all that's produced each year. The next direction can only be jewelry and jade, and extreme antiques, but you can't keep doing it at home. You have to go abroad and make money from foreigners. Thinking about it, Zhang Fan fell asleep. I woke up, went out for a run, bought breakfast, and brought one for Yan Qingyue as well. Yan Qingyue learned that Zhang Fan often went out to buy breakfast, so she also asked Zhang Fan to bring one along every day. In these recent days, Lu Yi's side of the company has been on track, so it is not so busy, because Yan Qingyue had helped her father. Lu Yi would often invite Yan Qingyue to her home for dinner, and over time, the two gradually became bosom friends. The trio often hack and play games together, and also shop and run together. When she slept at night, Lu Yi still often said to Zhang Fan, "Brother Fan, Why don't we let Sister Light Language move in with us after we finish the villa? Zhang Fan also asked Yan Qingyue privately. However, Yan Qingyue said that she hadn't thought about it yet. After dinner, Lu Yi went to work. Zhang Fan also received Yan Qingyue's message, so he carried his breakfast up to the door. Yan Qingyue was eating breakfast on the side, while Zhang Fan remembered about his salary. Right, Sister Qingyue, when will my salary be paid? After all, it had been dry for almost a month. Oh, I forgot to tell you, you get paid on the 5th of every month. Yan Qingyue said to Zhang Fan while eating. Payday on the 5th is okay. Zhang Fan calculated that the salary into the account. The deposit in his card should be the beginning of the 28-digit number. Think about it all happy. By the way, Qian Yongming sent me a message yesterday, and his appointment is tomorrow afternoon. Right. Sister whispering, do you want to come with me? Yan Qingyue nodded. Go, definitely go together. However, you can just go by yourself at that time. I have something else to do. That's fine. Then you can book a flight for me later. After all, it's also a bit of a business trip. This airfare, which has to be reimbursed. Yan Qingyue nodded and continued to dry her rice. Chapter 128 Volcano Hitting the Earth? Suddenly, Yan Qingyue spoke. Little Fan, I remember last time you said that you were going to give me a surprise recently? Zhang Fan froze for a moment before remembering what he had said earlier. Ooh, there is a surprise for you, but it's not ready yet. Yeah? Then when will you be ready? Yan Qingyue asked smilingly. The two are also getting better acquainted, and their speech is becoming more direct. Zhang Fan hesitated. It'll be ready when we return from Shangzheng. Zhang Fan hadn't even thought about what to send. But did it matter? Not important. Put it off for a few days and think about it. Yan Qingyue nodded. Zhang Fan immediately changed the subject. Right. Sister whispering. In a while I plan to go out for a stroll. Do you want to go with me? Yan Qingyue shook her head and said lethargically. No, it's too hot. I don't want to go out. Well then, I'll be on my way then. After Zhang Fan finished speaking, he waved his hand and went home. Today, he had an appointment with Jiang Yueying to go shopping, so Zhang Fan simply packed up and drove his car to Jiang Yueying's and their neighborhood. Jiang Yueying soon came out. A white dress, white shoes, pale head, proper meta girl. Zhang Fan liked this outfit of Jiang Yueying. As soon as Jiang Yueying got into the car, she couldn't help but spit out. Brother Fan, it's too hot today. Ha ha, okay. By the way, where are we going to hang out today? Let's go to Yida Plaza. My sister said that several jewelry companies have been holding events recently with great deals, so I'll go see if there's anything suitable. Zhang Fan nodded and directly changed the navigation to Yida Plaza. 15 minutes later, Zhang Fan and Jiang Yueying parked their cars and walked in together arm in arm. Brother Fan, let's go to Zhao's jewelry to take a look. Our old brand out of Jiangchang. I'll take a look. Zhang Fan nodded and followed Jiang Yueying inside. As soon as we entered, a saleswoman greeted us with a smile on her face. Hello sir, ma'am. Welcome to Zhao's Jewelry. We've recently had a jewelry discount season. 20% off the entire site. Jiang Yueying waved her hand. Aha, let's casually look around first. Then feel free to look around. And feel free to ask me any questions. After the saleswoman finished, she stepped back. What are you going to buy? Yueying? I don't know. Just look around and see what you like. Jiang Yueying said, and pulled Zhang Fan to stroll around. There was still quite a lot of jewelry inside, and Jiang Yueying wasn't in a hurry. Slowly looking at it. When you come across something you like, let the waiter bring it out and try it. In the end, Jiang Yueying picked two pieces, a diamond earring and a pearl necklace, adding up to more than $200,000 apiece. Yueying, I'll do it. I haven't given you much of a gift yet. Jiang Yueying didn't refuse. She knew that Zhang Fan wasn't that bad. However, Jiang Yueying had already thought of coming back and buying another gift of similar value for Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan directly gave his card to the waiter. And after entering his password, he checked out smoothly. The two were about to go out when suddenly, Zhao Qingmai walked in from outside. Zhao Qingmai saw Zhang Fan and Jiang Yueying at a glance. The two are on each other's arms. Cootie. Both know what the relationship is. Zhao Qingmai froze at once. After all, this was her good girlfriend Lu Yi's boyfriend. Brother Fan, this beauty is? Zhao Qingdao said with a leathery smile. Zhang Fan was immediately embarrassed as well. This is my friend Jiang Yueying. By the way, Yueying, this is Zhao Qingmai, the big miss of Zhao's jewelry. Jiang Yueying sniffed and extended her hand, smilingly greeting Zhao Qingmai. Zhao Qingmai shook Jiang Yueying's hand perfunctorily. Hello, right, we'll just go ahead. Aha! I didn't expect this Zhang Fan to be a scumbag as well. Zhao Qingmai whispered in her heart. But should I tell Yui about it? Zhao Qingmai was a bit indecisive. After hesitating for a while, Zhao Qingmai decided that it would be better for now. After all, Zhang Fan was still quite kind to Lu Yi, taking out 2 small targets at once to save Lu Yi's parents. Zhao Qingmai sighed and continued to walk inside. Brother Fan, that girl just now, is she having an affair with you? Zhang Yueying asked smilingly. What are you babbling about? The one just now is my date's best friend, Zhang Fan said without any good humor. Right, after knowing each other for so long, I still don't know who your date is? Zhang Yueying asked with a curious face. Zhang Fan didn't hide it. Lu Yi, recognize it. Recognize? Of course I do. Our school's big schoolgirl. I didn't expect that. Brother Fan, you're still quite powerful? Zhang Yueying said with a playful face. Turn around and introduce you guys to each other. Zhang Fan said smilingly. Zhao Qingmai saw it, and I guess that Lu Yi knew about it soon. Instead of letting Lu Yi know through someone else, it would be better to tell her directly herself. Aren't you afraid we'll fight? Zhang Fan waved his hand. Would you? Zhang Yueying shook her head. She couldn't do such a thing. Come on, let's go to the movies. Aha! When he returned home in the evening, Zhang Fan had wanted to tell Lu Yi, but Lu Yi looked as usual. So Zhang Fan thought about it and decided that it would be better to hide it for the time being. By the way, I'm going to go to Xiangjiang tomorrow? Lu Yi's little face instantly collapsed. Ah, why are you going out again? Zhang Fan touched Lu Yi's head and said smilingly. Good boy, I am going to do my business. A business trip. Sister Yuing is coming with me. Lu Yi instantly became a bit jealous. Why do you guys keep traveling together? Zhang Fan hesitated for a moment and decided that it was better to reveal something to Lu Yi. Actually, there are some things I've hidden from you. Sister Whispering and I, as well as those few colleagues of hers, all belong to the General Security Bureau. We were there to accomplish some tasks. When Lu Yi heard this, she said with a worried face, Is this mission of yours dangerous? Is there any life safety? There's definitely some danger, but not much, so don't worry. Zhang Fan comforted with a smile. Then you promise me that you must come back safely. Lu Yi said with a nervous face. Zhang Fan nodded and said solemnly, Don't worry, I will definitely come back safely. That's good. I'll wait for you to come back. Another sleepless night. Lu Yi had used all her strengths, and Zhang Fan was in pain and happy. Early in the morning of the second day, when Zhang Fan went out, he felt some pain in his waist. Little Fan, why are you breathless? Yan Qingyue asked with a concerned expression. Zhang Fan waved his hand. I didn't sleep well last night. In a while, I'll take a nap on the airplane. Oh hoo. Chapter 129, all have medical reports. Soon, the two arrived at the airport. Smooth security check and entry. Everything went smoothly and the two were in Xiangjiang by noon. Zhang Fan was also almost rested, so the two of them took a cab and went directly to the hotel. At 2 p.m., the driver that Qian Yongming had arranged appeared downstairs on time. Zhang Fan, alone, went downstairs, getting in the car. Soon the car arrived at an estate. When he got off the bus, Zhang Fan noticed that it was filled with luxury cars, Rolls-Royce, Ferrari, Cullinan, McLaren, and more. Zhang Fan was a little envious, although he had some money, but after all, it was still too little, and he could not afford any of these luxury cars. Hey, it seems that I am still a bit far from being rich. While Zhang Fan was sighing, Qian Yongming arrived with a smile on his face. Old brother Zhang, welcome, welcome, welcome. Zhang Fan also responded with a smile. Elder brother Qian, this manner of yours is really nice. Ha ha, old brother Zhang, you're being too modest. As long as you want it, aren't these things at your fingertips? Zhang Fan waved his hand and sighed. Hey, it's hard. Qian Yongming was ecstatic inside. It looked like this Zhang Fan fellow was still quite greedy. There is no fear of greed. Qian Yongming smiled and quickly changed the topic. Come on, let's go inside. Aha! As soon as he entered the house, Zhang Fan had a shock. Inside, there were 7 men gathered around gossiping and more than 20 women standing around the perimeter. The point is that these women are all wearing bikinis and have great bodies. There were several of them, and Zhang Fan still looked a bit familiar. They should be some small stars. Zhang Fan twisted his head to look at Qian Yongming. Elder brother Qian, what's the situation here? Ha ha, you're talking about these girls, right? They are all hired by me at a high price. If you like them, you can take them back to spend the night together at night. By the way, they all did the medical report before coming. No problem, Qian Yongming said smilingly. This old guy, he's good at it. Even the medical report is taken into account. Oh hoo. Several other men looked over when they saw Zhang Fan and Qian Yongming coming over. This is Mr. Zhang Fan Zhang. His fiancée is the granddaughter of the former archdeacon. Qian Yongming said with a smile. Once Qian Yongming's words fell, everyone looked at Zhang Fan with an enthusiastic expression. With the state of Daxia, There's practically no difference between a fiancé and a wife. It all meant that the other family had recognized Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan greeted the crowd with a smile. Qian Yongming introduced them one by one again. This is Lu Xiao. His father is in Sichuan province. This is Sun Xiao, whose father is from your province. This is Yang Li, father is from Mordor. Several of the people on the scene were second generation. Although Qian Yongming did not introduce their father's identity, Zhang Fan estimated that the designation could not be lower. Zhang Fan sensed that since they were obviously familiar, they should have played together before. Zhang Fan instantly raised his guard. This old man has bad intentions. After a few simple pleasantries, Qian Yongming said smilingly, the old rules, you guys go to the house, change into the prepared clothes, in a while we'll go to the villa in the back. The crowd nodded. Although Zhang Fan was a bit puzzled, he followed and did as he was told. Soon, a beautiful woman took Zhang Fan along to the room on the second floor. Inside, a clean set of clothes was prepared. The dress is simple and doesn't have any pockets. Zhang Fan became more and more interested in the activities behind him. Zhang Fan changed his clothes and walked out with his cell phone. After a while, a few of the others came down to change their clothes. Together, the crowd followed Qian Yongming to the villa in the back. Arriving at the entrance of the villa's courtyard, Qian Yongming pointed to the cell phones at the entrance and said, everyone put their cell phones here. If you want to make a phone call, you can come out and do so, and if someone is on the phone with you, there will be someone to call you as well. The crowd didn't say anything and just put their cell phones on the table. Guess it's been experienced. Zhang Fan, on the other hand, stayed mindful and quietly copied his cell phone and placed it in the system space. After the cell phone was released, there was a little more security screening. The crowd then walked in together. Once inside, the crowd was visibly relieved, and their expressions were much more relaxed. The one called Li Xiao just now, directly embraced the two girls and went to the pool. A few others, each of them picked two sisters as well. Sun Xiao, on the other hand, smiled and said to Zhang Fan, elder brother Zhang, do you want to play a few games together? Play what? Zhang Fan asked curiously. You can play whatever you want. Blackjack, fried gold, mahjong, fight the landlord. You guys play a few games first, give me a sample, and I'll learn from the sidelines. Okay then, we'll go first. At this time, Qian Yongming took the initiative to interject. I've prepared 1 million chips for each of you, so you guys play as much as you want. Ha ha, thank you, elder brother Qian. Thank you, elder brother Qian. Soon, several people had their chips, gathered around a table, and began to blow up the gold. They were surrounded, however, by several beautiful women. There were back rubs, leg massages, and fruit feedings. Several people were calm, and by the looks of it, didn't enjoy themselves much. Zhang Fan was a bit unnatural, but he quickly got used to it. Sexy lotteries deal cards online. A few people were having a blast. Zhang Fan smiled and watched from the side. Zhang Fan wanted to find a chance to film this. However, there was no suitable opportunity, because there's no place to put a cell phone when you take it out. Zhang Fan swept a glance outside and found that the young manly, who was just there, was actually playing with two beautiful women in the swimming pool. Shame on you, elder brother Zhang. Do you want to join in? Qian Yongming asked smilingly. Zhang Fan nodded. Everyone else was playing and he was out of place if he didn't play. It's not like you have to pay for it yourself anyway. After 2 hours of play, the betting was over. Throughout the gambling game, Zhang Fan's luck wasn't very good and he lost like $2 to $3 million. However, Zhang Fan was not distressed at all. It was not his own money anyway. Qian Yongming also lost a lot, and a few others more or less won a little. Lu Xiao was a bit tired and disappeared with his arms around the two sisters. As for what he was going to do, Zhang Fan could guess it with his ass. A few others had disappeared with a couple of sisters. At the scene, only Qian Yongming and Zhang Fan remained, as well as a group of bikini-clad beauties. Elder brother Zhang, we still have billiards, ping pong, and by the way, the most surprising one is still in the room. Qian Yongming said to Zhang Fan with a bad smile. Zhang Fan was quite interested. Chapter 130 an 8-man gambling championship? However, Zhang Fan suddenly remembered. Right, elder brother Qian, didn't you tell me before that Su Yashuan was also coming? Qian Yongming slapped his head. Oh, I forgot to tell you. There will be a King of Gamblers tournament tonight. U8, whoever wins, Su Yashuan will be whoever owns her for the next 3 days. Ha ha, MS. Su can still be the original now. I'll rub it in. This old thing, it's really something, but I like it. Is it the King of Gamblers tournament? Zhang Fan, will take the first place. Zhang Fan poked and prodded in his heart. That's right, elder brother Zhang. You can pick a few girls and wander around. The inside of this house is safe and secure. There's no surveillance whatsoever. Dinner is around 6 o'clock. There's still more than an hour to go, Qian Yongming said with a bad smile on his face. Zhang Fan understood what Qian Yongming meant. Zhang Fan was not in a good position to pretend to be an alternative, so he picked two of his favorite types. One is called Shu Kun and the other Shu Feng, neither of which are obviously real names. The two girls were obviously much more excited after being picked by Zhang Fan. The few remaining females showed a look of disappointment. Zhang Fan estimated that those who were picked on would definitely get a lot more money. Zhang Fan greeted Qian Yongming and wandered around the villa with his arms around the two sisters. The swimming pool, Zhang Fan was too lazy to go to. Zhang Fan wrapped his arms around the two women and went straight to the underground. Lu Xiao and two sisters, playing pool. Seeing Zhang Fan coming down, Lu Xiao hurriedly greeted him. Elder brother Zhang, do you want to get a couple? Zhang Fan hastily waved his hand. No. It's my first time coming here, so I'll stroll around first. Okay then. You shop. After Lu Xiao finished, he happily played with the two sisters again. There was also a video room inside, and when Zhang Fan went in, there was a small-time romance movie playing on it, and on the seats, a man and two women were also happily moving around. How dare you do this without closing the door? Zhang Fan couldn't help but curse twice in his mind before hurriedly retreating. Xiao Fang and Xiao Wan's faces also instantly turned red with shame. Zhang Fan wrapped his arms around the two and went straight up to the second floor. The room was a real surprise. Stepmother dresses, sailor suits, stewardess uniforms, nurses' uniforms, teachers' uniforms, various uniforms and props are available. The point is, they are all beautifully presented at first glance and don't look like they've been bought on the internet in a big way. Young Zhang, which one do you like us to wear? Xiao Fang asked with a teasing face. Why don't we try each one? Xiao Wan also said with an excited look on her face. Zhang Fan was immediately curious. Why are you guys so proactive? What favor did old Qian give you guys? Boss Qian is very generous, but for all the girls who come today, each one will be given a $100,000 red packet. Like the two of us, if we are picked, Boss Qian will give an additional 200,000 red packets. Next time there's an event, we'll also be called on a priority basis. Xiao Wanner explained with a smile. Xiao Fang also nodded. It's natural to be more enthusiastic when earning so much money. Otherwise, if you guys complain, it'll be hard to find such a good job. As you know, it's very recessionary right now. Zhang Fan was instantly speechless, and indeed had quite the work ethic. Zhang Fan didn't look down on them. After all, these days, laughing at the poor is not like laughing at prostitutes. Everyone has everyone's way of living. They are also considered upwardly mobile. Although the method of upward mobility is quite immoral, but it's not their fault they don't do it, although someone else will. But Zhang Fan had never intended for something to happen to them from the start. These two women were really pretty and had great bodies, but Zhang Fan was a bit of a neat freak. Besides, one is not short of women. Zhang Fan waved his hand. You guys don't need to change. I'm a bit tired, so you guys can help me pound my back. The two women nodded. Zhang Fan lay down on the bed and enjoyed the massage from the two of them. It had to be said that the two women's handiwork was still good, and without realizing it, Zhang Fan fell asleep. Zhang Fan was woken up by a knock on the door. It was more or less dark when I woke up. Xiao Wan and Xiao Fang also lay down next to Zhang Fan and fell asleep. Zhang Fan woke the two of them up. Both women were a bit embarrassed. Sorry, Mr. Zhang, we fell asleep. Zhang Fan understood. After all, they had nothing to do when he was asleep. It's not like you can chat, and you don't have a cell phone to play with. Although they could go down, it meant that they might have to take 200,000 less, which the two women were naturally reluctant to do. It's fine. You guys go wash your faces. I guess Boss Qian called us for dinner. Aha! Zhang Fan went downstairs again with his arms around Xiao Wan and Xiao Fang. Finding a seat, he sat down, and soon a few others came down as well. Immediately afterward, the food was served. The crowd was enjoying themselves as they ate and chatted. After dinner, the crowd moved around a bit more, playing pool and chatting. Soon it was time for the gambling championship. Everyone, our gambling championship is about to begin, and as for what the reward is, I won't say. Ha! The crowd laughed, their eyes filled with excitement. National Goddess, who doesn't like it? What's more, it's still original and will stay with you for 3 days. I won't be attending. Good luck to you guys. Ha ha. Qian Yongming continued. Elder brother Qian, cut the crap and hurry up and start. Yeah, we can't wait. Qian Yongming waved his hand. Alright, we'll start now. Everyone has 100 chips. The person who loses all of them automatically withdraws. Game 1. You guys shake the dice. Whoever has the most points makes the call on what to play. The crowd nodded. Lu Xiao first to start shaking. Not bad luck. 12 o'clock. Next, it's Li Xiao's turn. 13 points. Zhang Fan's luck wasn't very good and he ended up shaking an 11 point. In the end, Li Xiao won by 13 points. Let's play tractor. First hand. I win. I'll be the banker. You guys are okay with that? Li Xiao said excitedly. Naturally, the crowd was fine with it. Anyway, there's not much of an advantage to show or no show. The sexy lady dealer took out a deck of cards, signaling that it was new, and after splitting it, took out the big and small kings. Started handing out 3 to each person. Zhang Fan glanced at the cards in his hand and was speechless. 3, 11, 13. What kind of license is this? Li Xiao compared Zhang Fan's size on the first, and Zhang Fan folded decisively. The sexy lady dealer dealt Zhang Fan 3 more cards. This time, not bad, a pair of kings and a 4. Li Xiao switched and compared the sizes, while Zhang Fan focused his mind and started to think of ways to cheat. After all, one's luck has never been very good. As for winning based on strength, normally, I rarely even play Fight the Landlord, so I don't have any strength, and a few of them, at first glance, were longtime veterans of poker. After thinking for half a day, Zhang Fan couldn't come up with any good solutions. Chapter 131, Su Yashuan. One had powers that could be used, but only things that had been copied could be put into the system space, and the original, not so much. Besides, this thing, it's not like you're dealing your own cards, so there's not much use in copying it yourself. After all, with a deck of cards, there are only 52 cards. Ding! A warm reminder that there are some subtle differences behind each card. The host can find an excuse to touch it and will be able to recognize each card. Each deck of cards, by default, is a book. Hearing the system prompt, Zhang Fan instantly became excited. It's not an official tournament anyway. It's not that elaborate. I was also able to copy 2 books today, and I didn't copy a single one myself. In this way, one is able to duplicate 2 decks of cards, but there's no need. Just hold steady and wait until you're a dealer and find an excuse to copy the cards. Next, Zhang Fan had been very obscene and never went to the top. It's been losing, but it always leaves some chips on the table. A few others, who were more impulsive, quickly finished losing, leaving only Zhang Fan, Li Xiao, Lu Xiao and a Zhou Xiao on the scene. Li Xiao currently has over 400 chips, Lu Xiao has over 200, Zhou Xiao has over 100, and Zhang Fan has over 30 left. Li Xiao's eyes were glowing with excitement. Ha ha, today's hand is really good. Looks like I'm going to win today. Ha ha, it's still early. Maybe I can turn the tide against the wind. Lu Xiao laughingly retorted. Zhou Xiao and Zhang Fan were naturally both unwilling. According to the rules, it's Zhang Fan's turn to be the banker with the least amount of chips. Zhang Fan thought for a moment. Let's play the tractor. The others were naturally fine with it. The lady bursar pulled out a new deck of cards and was about to deal. Zhang Fan suddenly spoke. Young Li, Young Lu, and Young Zhou, can I check the cards first? All 3 looked puzzled, and Li Xiao spoke up. They're all new cards. What's there to check? Ha ha, I just wanted to look around. Look at it then. I don't believe you can just look at it and turn it over, but I want to see it after you do. Lu Xiao suddenly spoke up. Young Master Zhou said smilingly, since you all want to see it, I'll take a look too. Okay. Zhang Fan took the card first and immediately read the copy in his mind. Thus, all the memories about these cards appeared in Zhang Fan's mind. After finishing, Zhang Fan gave it to Li Xiao. Several of them looked at it before handing it over to the lady lotter. What happened next went much smoother. On the last hand, Zhang Fan held 3 kings in his hand, 3 eights for Li Xiao, 3 sevens for Zhou Xiao, and a flush of spades for Lu Xiao. Zhang Fan won a big one in one hand. Zhou Xiao lost all his chips, while Li Xiao and Lu Xiao were left with more than 30 chips at the same time. The 2 men surrendered decisively and admitted defeat. The few men present chatted for a while longer, congratulated Zhang Fan, and then disappeared with the beautiful women around them. Qian Yongming waved his hand, signaling that the remaining women could find a place to rest. Only Qian Yongming and Zhang Fan were left at the scene. Ha ha, old brother Zhang, today's luck is good. Ha ha, luck luck luck. By the way, where is Su Yashuan? Zhang Fan asked with a feigned monkey face. Don't worry, MS. Su is already waiting for you in the presidential suite of the hotel you're staying in. Here's the room card. I've already sent him your information. By the way, tomorrow we will go out fishing together. Don't forget, haha. Zhang Fan took the room card with a smile. Well said. Seeing that Zhang Fan had already been a bit perfunctory, Chen Yongming didn't say anything more and directly arranged for the driver to send Zhang Fan back. On the way back, Zhang Fan kept thinking that this old thing had pulled in so many second generation this time, so he must have been planning a lot. But what he wanted to do He didn't say. Presumably, probably because he didn't feel like he had a relationship with himself yet. Odds are, it won't take more than a couple times. As for why Su Yashwan did this, Zhang Fan had a guess in his heart. There are no more than 3 possibilities. Firstly, this old thing took the initiative to force the issue, and it was presumed that he had black information about Su Yashwan in his hands. Otherwise, there was absolutely no way Su Yashwan would have done this. Secondly, this thing offered a price that Su Yashwan couldn't refuse. Third, Su Yashwan may be in league with Qian Yongming. Returning to the hotel, Zhang Fan sought out Yan Qingyue at the first opportunity, and briefly introduced today's situation. With Yan Qingyue was a bit incredulous. No, this old thing has already hooked up with so many second generation? Zhang Fan waved his hand. I reckon that these few people, they must not know that this old thing is a spy. Otherwise they wouldn't have done this. That's true. I'll have our colleague Sai keep a closer eye on it. Aha! Then I'll go back first. Zhang Fan finished speaking and returned to his room. As for whether or not to go to the presidential suite up there, Zhang Fan hadn't thought about it yet, and he didn't have the heart to talk to Yan Qingyue about it just now. After all, there's always something embarrassing about this sort of thing. Zhang Fan hesitated and decided to go up and take a look. Taking the elevator to the top floor, Zhang Fan used the room card in his hand and opened the door of the presidential suite. Soon, Su Yashwan, who was wearing a sexy home outfit, walked over. Worthy of a national goddess, sexy and elegant, Su Yashwan is 22 years old, the same age as Zhang Fan. From a young age, Zhang Fan grew up watching Su Yashwan's TV and movies. In reality, Su Yashwan is slightly slimmer than inside the screen, but better looking. Zhang Fan hurriedly greeted. Hello, Ms. Su. Hello Mr. Zhang, come on in. Zhang Fan nodded and walked in, bringing the door with him. Mr. Zhang, would you like something to eat? No, I just came by to talk to you. Aha, I'll call you Van. It's more intimate. Aha, sit here and wait. Brother Fan, I'll go prepare some fruit for you and then some red wine. After Su Yashwan finished speaking, she turned around and went to get ready. Zhang Fan stared at Su Yashwan's back and couldn't help but tsk. As expected of a national goddess, her every move is so elegant. Soon, Su Yashwan walked over with a fruit plate. Van, eat the fruit. Zhang Fan nodded and casually took a piece and ate it. Su Yashwan then quietly watched Zhang Fan eat the fruit. Zhang Fan was a bit embarrassed, and after taking 2 bites, he stopped and looked at Su Yashwan and said, by the way, Yashwan, do you have any new works recently? Su Yashwan shook her head. The movie that was made before couldn't be released because the male lead collapsed the house. Recently, there have been no new programs. Oh, are you in some kind of trouble? Zhang Fan meant it. Su Yashwan sighed. 2 years ago, I bought 2 luxury houses in Magic City and Yanjing, and I have to pay back several $1,000,000 in monthly payments every month. It's impossible to pay them back, and the houses can't be sold. Zhang Fan was a bit incredulous. You haven't had any savings after so many years in the business? There were some deposits before, but they all bought wealth management, and they all blew up, and there was no return of the blood money. Su Yashwan sighed again. Zhang Fan, that's too much bad luck. The gods have taken over. That's not so bad, is it? Can't you still get some endorsements? The money should come in pretty fast, right? Su Yashwan nodded. Boss Qian is the boss behind our company. If you don't listen, you'll be directly snowed in. These days, there are a lot of actresses trying to make it to the top. A man under the roof has to bow down. Don't blame me. If I wasn't so unlucky, I wouldn't have given in. But I'm used to seeing it. Show business. That's all. Compared to those people, I'm already considered very lucky. After all, you're young and handsome, Brother Fan. Also, in 3 days, I'll get a large sum of money and a new movie. Su Yashwan said and smiled to himself. Zhang Fan didn't know what to say. However, in his heart, he was cursing. This old thing, Qian Yongming, really isn't a good bird. Fan, wait here. I'll go change. After Su Yashwan finished speaking, she turned around and went to her room. After a while, Su Yashwan walked out wearing a semi-transparent stepmother dress. Flawless body, hidden black spots. Zhang Fan's eyes went straight as he watched. Brother Van, why don't I give you a dance? It took me a long time to learn it. Su Yashwan said in a voice that was seductive to the extreme. Zhang Fan originally wanted to refuse, but when the words came out, they turned into, good. Soon, Su Yashwan jumped up. I didn't expect it to be Miss White's life-threatening 18 squats. Su Yashwan danced while teasing Zhang Fan with her seductive to the core eyes. Holy, what young man could stand that? If you can't tolerate it, then you don't need to tolerate it anymore. As soon as Zhang Fan stood up, he picked up Su Yashwan who was dancing and rushed towards the house. Su Yashuan's body was light and soft. However, when Zhang Fan hugged and looked at it, Zhang Fan sensed that Su Yashuan was a bit nervous. That's normal. Zhang Fan eventually gave up. There's no way to harden your heart. There was a hint of tears in the corner of Su Yashuan's eyes, and Zhang Fan could see that she wasn't ready. You get some rest and I'll see you tomorrow. After saying that, Zhang Fan turned around and walked on, not daring to stay for a moment. After returning to his room and taking a cool shower, Zhang Fan calmed down. Zhang Fan took a shower while cursing Qian Yongming. This old man was too shameless. So good-looking girls use means. How inappropriate. As for not staying just now, Zhang Fan more or less regretted it, but not much. After all, there's a long way to go. Su Yashuan lay on the bed, her small face red with shame as she remembered what had just happened. That dance just now was the first time she had ever danced for an outsider, or a strange man. Seeing Zhang Fan's reaction, he had danced pretty well on his own. However, I didn't expect Zhang Fan to give up in the end. Could it be that he's not charming enough? You can't, can you? I'm a national goddess. Can't let him get away tomorrow. Though, what else are you going to do about your mortgage? Your new play? Your bills? Upon waking up, Zhang Fan was somewhat refreshed. Qian Yongming also sent a special message to Zhang Fan. Money Wing Ming, how did it feel last night? Mr. Chang, the night of the wedding? Old stuff. Zhang Fan pondered for a moment and politely replied. Zhang Fan, brother Qian, thank you very much. Money Wing, ha, you won this on merit. By the way, can we still go see fishing this afternoon? Bad laugh. JPG, Zhang Fan, ha, what exactly is the process of sea fishing? Why, Qian, I went out to sea this afternoon. Stayed at sea for one night. Watched the sunrise at sea on the second day. Fished for one more day. And came back tomorrow night. Moneywing, yesterday's girls, too, are in. You know. Zhang Fan thought about it and still refused. It doesn't mean anything. He himself was not much interested in fishing. Besides, those women were all pretty, but after all, they weren't serious girls. Zhang Fan didn't have much interest in such a sister. Although they might be more open and flowery, Zhang Fan still had no interest. Zhang Fan, I thought about it, but I'd rather not go. After all, I still like to stay with MS. Su, Qian, ha, okay, when we come back from fishing, we'll get together again. Zhang Fan, aha, ending his chat with Qian Yongming, Zhang Fan got up and washed up before calling Yin Xingyue to join him for dinner. Fan, are you going out today? Zhang Fan shook his head. I'm not going. Old Qian said he's going to go see fishing and stay overnight. I don't want to go. Yin Xingyue nodded. The days have indeed been very hot lately, and going fishing in the sea really isn't much fun. Why don't the two of us go to the movies together? Zhang Fan suddenly proposed. No, the movies over here in Shangjiang. They're not much fun. They sound laborious. Yin Xingyue spat. Zhang Fan thought about it and it seemed like it was indeed. A lot of the Shangjiang dialect is simply unintelligible. Then let's go to the mall and buy some gifts? Zhang Fan proposed once again. Okay. After dinner, the two of them changed their clothes and went out together. On the way, Zhang Fan gathered his courage and took Yin Xingyue's hand. Yin Xingyue struggled a bit, but Zhang Fan's grip was so tight that Yin Xingyue didn't break free and had to give up. However, Zhang Fan noticed that Yin Xingyue's ears were red. Hey! When they arrived at the mall, Zhang Fan directly pulled Yin Xingyue to the clothing store. Sister Xingyue, feel free to pick whatever you like. Zhang Fan had an atmospheric face, like a legendary tycoon. Yin Xingyue gave Zhang Fan a blank look. Look at you now. You really look like a thug. Ha ha, I'm a long way from being a thug. Sister whispering. Look, this dress, it suits you quite well. Zhang Fan pointed to a white dress and said, then I'll try. Yin Xingyue greeted the waiter. The waitress quickly picked out a size for Yin Xingyue. Yin Xingyue went to change her clothes. After a while, Yin Xingyue walked out wearing a dress. Fan, how's it going? Yin Xingyue was a little nervous. Zhang Fan immediately complimented. Sister whispering. You look so pretty in this. Much prettier than Su Yashuan. Zhang Fan added. Hearing Zhang Fan's praise, Yin Xingyue was satisfied. However, Yin Xingyue suddenly spoke. By the way, I remember you said before that Su Yashuan was going to be there as well. Did she go yesterday? Chapter 132 Zhang Fan's ideal. Didn't go. Zhang Fan replied directly without even thinking. Is Su Yashuan pretty? Yin Xingying continued to ask. Pretty. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Fan froze. Yin Xingyue stared at Zhang Fan with a playful expression. Zhang Fan was a bit weak and smiled sarcastically, hurriedly changing the topic. Sister whispering. You pick a few more pieces. Yin Xingyue didn't ask any more questions and patiently looked at the clothes. Zhang Fan, on the other hand, was attentive by his side. helping Yin Xingyue carry her bag, bought 3 outfits and spent over $20,000 on them. Zheng Fan was still a bit unfulfilled, so he spoke up, sister whispering, let's go buy a bag. I'll give you a bag. Yin Xingyue shook her head. There's no need. The bags here are too expensive. But Zheng Fan still insisted on buying it. Yin Xingyue had to choose another 20,000 plus bag. If it wasn't for Zhang Fan's insistence, it was estimated that Yin Xingyue would definitely not want it. Actually, Zhang Fan didn't know much about those bags. But, I heard that women like them. What others have, their women must have. It's not like he's broke anyway. As for Zhang Fan himself, just eat well and dress comfortably. Those luxuries, Zhang Fan didn't care about. If he really happened to like it, Zhang Fan would not be stingy. From the clothing store, the two went to a few other stores together. The next thing the two did, though, was buy very little. After all, neither one has high materialistic requirements. After strolling around for a while, Yin Xingyue was a bit tired. Xiu Fan, why don't we go have a cup of milk tea? Zheng Fan was actually tired. And when he heard Yin Xingyue say this, Zheng Fan immediately nodded. The two of them went to Star 9 grams together. Zheng Fan ordered a frappuccino and Yin Xingyue ordered a black tea latte. After picking it up, the two sat down facing each other. The two of them sipped milk tea while enjoying the view of the street. By the way, little Fan, it's not a good idea for you to be so idle every day. Haven't you thought about starting a company or something? Yin Xingyue suddenly opened her mouth and asked. Zheng Fan really doesn't have anything serious to do. Either he accompanied the girls to go shopping, or he went to work out with Liren and the others. Li Long and the others were fine. After all, they were all in the system. But Zhang Fan was different. Although Zhang Fan also counted, Zhang Fan was young. At the age of 22 with no pursuits at all, Yin Xingyue couldn't help but feel a little anxious for Zhang Fan. Open a company? Zhang Fan looked puzzled. What's the point of opening a company? It's not like I'm short of money. Don't you have any ideals? Yin Xingyue questioned. Zhang Fan nodded. Let me tell you my story. Yin Xingyue nodded and looked at Zhang Fan seriously. I was born in a rural village in the south of Hunan, so I guess you've read the information. Yin Xingyue gave a When I was a kid, I was a pretty good student, in the top of my class every time. Junior high school was in our town, and grades were first and second in the grade almost every time. By the time I got to high school, there was no end of brushing up, no end of papers, no end of nights. When I was in middle school, I lived in the school, and I opened the door to my classroom at 4 p.m. sharp every day, and I would continue to read for a while after 8 p.m. night study hall. In high school, you went to school 6.5 days a week and only had 6 hours off on Sundays between 12 p.m. and 6 p.m. I know a lot of students who study as hard as they normally do, even for 6 hours on Sunday afternoons. Even when they go on vacation every month, they don't go home and continue to study hard at school. Even so, there's a large percentage of people that choose to go back to school. High school in the Morgiologia province is a 4-year program. Yin Xingyue was a bit puzzled. Does what you said have anything to do with your ideals? Zhang Fan nodded. Of course it's relevant. My ideal is to open a top university in my hometown. This, really, is Zhang Fan's ideal. It is not just Zhang Fan, but the wish of millions of students and parents in the 4 provinces of Shanha. This ideal of yours is quite grandiose. Yen Qingyin exclaimed. This ideal of yours, however, is somewhat unrealistic. Zhang Fan laughed helplessly. Ha ha, who says otherwise? However, Zhang Fan kept this matter deep in his mind. At the moment, one really doesn't have that kind of money. But, one is a man with a system. One's own ideals must be realized and will be realized. Daxiao preaches that people leave their names behind and geese leave their voices behind. Back then, when Su Belt became the richest man in the world, he once asked his staff below, "What do you say? Now that I am so rich, what should I do so that I can be immortalized?" Subordinates have contributed ideas. Su Belt made a lot of efforts, but couldn't hold it. The company sucked. Su Belt is out of luck for the rest of his life, but he and his 2.00 billion will forever be a legend. Although Zhang Fan was young, he wanted to do something so that he could be immortalized. Guess a mountain river university should be enough. If it's not enough, then we'll build another one in each of the 4 provinces of mountain and river. For each school. Although, education has been devalued over the years with graduate students and PhDs filling the streets, but going to school is still the single best opportunity for many rural people to change their destiny. In the past 2 days, Zhang Fan had already been mulling over this matter. After all, the system is upgraded, and the system will continue to be upgraded in the future. Zhang Fan's plan was to wait for the next time the system was upgraded again and talk to the top. Anyway, one is young and impulsive. Trust, they will compromise. As for whether anyone would have a problem with him, Zhang Fan didn't care at all. To be honest, one is now more of a national treasure than a national treasure. Even if you eat panda's meat, you won't have any problems. Fan, what are you thinking? Yan Qingyue's voice interrupted Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan shook his head and thought nothing of it. By the way, did you really wake up at 4 o'clock every day when you were in middle school? Yan Qingyue suddenly asked. That's true. I've never seen Los Angeles at 4 a.m. But every day for those 3 years, at 4 a.m. I was already in class. Our requirement was to be in the classroom at 5 a.m. For morning study. But a lot of people, they were there at 4 o'clock. There's another one in my class that's even sicker. The dude lives at home, 2 or 3 kilometers from the school I think, but also gets to class by 4 o'clock every day. It's windy and snowy. It doesn't stop. Zhang Fan lamented. Yan Qingyue's eyes widened with disbelief. You guys are too much. When we were in middle school, classes didn't start until 8 o'clock. This bitterness is nothing. We have single beds in the dormitory. 1 for 2 people. Also, there was no hot water and the dormitory hygiene was unbearable. Eating in winter and brushing the food bowl was a thrill. Zhang Fan spat. Is it still that grueling? It's getting better. Mainly because students are going to school in the city and there aren't many people left in the middle school. I decided that when I get paid in a couple days, I'll donate some money to the school in our town. Zhang Fan added. Anyway, it's easy to come by your own money. Do something good for a good cause. Chapter 133, Watching a Movie with Yan Qingyue. Yan Qingyue gave Zhang Fan a thumbs up. Little Fan, you are so caring. Ha ha, donate to your alma mater. I will. But your middle school donated. Is it appropriate for your elementary school not to? Yan Qingyue asked smilingly. Zhang Fan thought about it for a moment. And indeed it was. It was donated to the middle school. So I guess the whole village will know about it. If you don't show it in your own village, your spine will be poked. Forget about it. It's all together then. Our village, when the time comes, will also donate $1 million. Zhang Fan said with an atmospheric face. Boss Zhang's atmosphere. Yan Qingyue praised with a smile. The two chatted for a while and finished their milk tea. Want to keep shopping? Zhang Fan opened his mouth and asked. Yan Qingyue waved her hand. No more shopping. It's not much fun. Why don't we both go watch a movie? Didn't you say you couldn't understand before? Zhang Fan asked curiously. Yan Qingyue blankly glanced at Zhang Fan and said in a nonchalant manner. Yes, I can't understand, but I can read the subtitles. Women. That's what women are. What a change. Zhang Fan spat in his heart. Standing up, he followed Yan Qingyue up the stairs. What movie to watch? Zhang Fan opened his mouth and asked. Yan Qingyue looked halfway through the program list. Let's watch Titanic. Yes. In fact, Zhang Fan had already seen this movie several times. Su Sisi especially liked watching this movie and had dragged Zhang Fan to see it several times before. Bought my ticket, picked out my seat, and bought the obligatory movie popcorn. I've just had milk tea, so I didn't ask for milk tea this time, but a glass of mineral water for one person. Zhang Fan purposely bought 2 more packs of paper towels. Since it's an old classic movie that a lot of people have seen, there weren't a lot of people there. As the familiar voice plays, the movie officially begins. Yan Qingyue was immersed in the movie the entire time and did not even notice that Zhang Fan had quietly wrapped his arm around her waist. Even when Zhang Fan fed Yan Qingyue popcorn, Yan Qingyue didn't even notice. At the climax, Yan Qingyue was indeed moved to tears as well. Zhang Fan, on the other hand, hurriedly took out the tissue in his hand and handed it to Yan Qingyue. What a great love that Jack gave up hope of life to Ruth. Lamenting, Zhang Fan suddenly thought of Su Sisi. Wasn't it possible that when he watched this movie with Su Sisi before, Su Sisi thought about how he ended up with her? Women. Zhang Fan sighed. The movie finally ended. And Yan Qingyue's eyes were a little red from crying. Zhang Fan hurriedly pulled Yan Qingyue and left the movie theater. Sister whispering. Haven't you seen this movie before? Yan Qingyue shook her head. I've seen it before. Then why are you still crying? I don't know. Every time I see this movie I want to cry. Zhang Fan hugged Yan Qingyue. Sister Qingyue, don't worry. Our future will be perfect. Yan Qingyue blankly glanced at Zhang Fan and said without a trace of humor. You scum. Who has a future with you? Zhang Fan hemmed and hawed. Come on. Let's go eat. The two finished their meal and returned to the hotel. Zhang Fan remembered Su Yashuan, so he took a room card and walked up again. Su Yashuan was watching a movie in the living room and was shy when she saw Zhang Fan coming over. Van, you're here? Zhang Fan nodded. Aha! By the way, how long before your contract expires? Zhang Fan had only thought of it last night. Su Yashuan is still in the company under the name of this old thing, Qian Yongming. This is the first time, and there's no chance of a second or third time in the future. After all, the two had cuddled and hugged. Zhang Fan didn't want Su Yashwan to be obtained by another man. 5 more years. How much for breach of contract? Su Yashwan was instantly a bit excited. Brother Fan, are you going to help me pay for the breach of contract? Zhang Fan waved his hand. Tell me how many first. Su Yashwan immediately said. 5 small goals. Zhang Fan's heart thumped. 5 small goals. He really didn't have that much money. And it's hard to get that kind of money anytime soon. Besides, this old thing, Money Wing Ming, is a spy. How could Zhang Fan spend 5 small goals and cheapen this old thing? Brother Fan, as long as you help me pay for the contract, then we can set up a new company. It's only 5 small goals. We can earn it back in 2 years. Su Yashwan said excitedly. Zhang Fan shook his head. Don't worry, in a couple of days, I'll talk to Boss Qian when I see him. Aha! As long as you let me leave this company, Brother Fan, I'll be yours alone from now on. Su Yashwan whispered. Zhang Fan looked Su Yashwan up and down again. That's great. Not bad for a national goddess. No wonder so many netizens call her wife. Zhang Fan waved his hand. We'll talk about future matters later. Aha! You can stay here for the next few days, and when the time comes, you can just leave on your own. Let's add a contact? Su Yashwan prayed in a small voice. Zhang Fan nodded and the two of them friend each other. Zhang Fan got up and left. It wasn't that Zhang Fan wasn't moved, but without feelings. What was the difference between that and whoring? Zhang Fan had been having a good time lately and wasn't that horny. Back in his room, lying on his bed, Zhang Fan kept thinking about the donation. The village school, which is already well built, surely doesn't need $1 million. What the school lacks the most is basketball, table tennis, badminton. Also, the air conditioning has to be arranged. Keep some more money for the electricity bill. Spend the rest inside the village. As for middle school, that doesn't matter. As for the University of Mountain and River, when the time comes, let's try to build it in your old county. Thinking about it, Zhang Fan fell asleep. In a flash, another day. Elder brother Zhang, we're back. Tonight, we have a big project to discuss. Are you interested? Money Wing Ming's phone. Zhang Fan nodded without hesitation. No problem. Then at 6 o'clock in the evening, I'll have the driver pick you up and bring you over. It just so happens that we've caught a lot of fish, so we'll treat you to fresh seafood. Okay. Zhang Fan hurriedly went to Yin Xingyue and told her about Qian Yongming inviting himself for dinner in the evening. By the way, sister whispering, do you have a small recording device there? Zhang Fan suddenly opened his mouth and asked, what kind do you want? The smaller the better. Just enough to record clearly. I plan to make a copy of it, and when the time comes, I'll quietly take it out and record it. Yin Xingyue hastily waved her hand. No, it's not necessary. You just need to memorize a general idea, not leaving any evidence of their guilt? Zhang Fan asked curiously. Yin Xingyue blankly glanced at Zhang Fan and said without a trace of humor, what kind of incriminating evidence do you need for this kind of thing? Besides, what if you are discovered by others and Qian Yongming shoots you? Chapter 134 Immigration Business? Zhang Fan looked incredulous. Not really? People are spies and do the killing. What do you say? Yin Xingyue had a look of a little cutie expression. Zhang Fan was instantly weak. Come to think of it, that kind of old grease is not easy to see. What if there's some anti-surveillance device in there? If he was really found out, there would probably be a lot of torture. In case he was desperate, his own little life would be in jeopardy. But on second thought, how could he have been found out? You can start by copying a listener yourself and holding it in your hand when you need to use it. If it is really discovered, it will be received directly inside the system space. Qian Yongming will never find out. Let him search all he wants when the time comes. As long as he can't search, that's fine. Guess he'll just suspect that maybe there's something wrong with the machine. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan was immediately confident. It's fine. Just find me a small one. The smaller the better. Yin Xingyue glanced at Zhang Fan, and seeing Zhang Fan's firm eyes, she had no choice but to nod. Okay then, but you must be careful. Aha, sister whispering. Just don't worry. I'm not going to joke with my own little life. I'll have it sent over now. Zhang Fan nodded. Aha! Before departing, Zhang Fan got a miniature listening device, the size of a soybean. Zhang Fan made a copy and then set off. It's the same manor house as yesterday. Qian Yongming took a few of them and was outside doing an open-air barbecue. When the crowd saw Zhang Fan, they all greeted him warmly. Zhang Fan also smiled in response. Young Zhang, moist or not? Li Xiao suddenly spoke. The crowd also looked at Zhang Fan with flirtatious faces. Zhang Fan hemmed and hawed. Run. Very runny. He. Several of the men on the scene let out smiles that all men understand. Elder brother Zhang, you came just in time. These are all the ones we caught today. so we specially hired a chef to make them. They'll be ready soon. Qian Yongming said smilingly. Zhang Fan swept a glance. There were indeed a lot of fish on the scene. However, Zhang Fan's family was inland and didn't recognize these fish at all. Brothers are amazing. They caught so many fish. Zhang Fan said and extended his thumb. Ha ha, the fishing was better yesterday. For a while, just casting the hook caught fish. Li Xiao said smilingly. That's also because you guys are great. I've never caught so many fish. Zhang Fan said with a modest face. Ha ha, next time there's a chance. We'll go together. Well said, well said. Zhang Fan casually concurred. After a while, a grilled fish was served first. Qian Yongming gave a greeting and everyone ate together. Not bad, not bad. Catching your own fish just smells good. Ha ha, I feel the same way. Next time I'm free, I'll come back. It's still Boss Qian's atmosphere. Thank you, Boss Qian. Qian Yongming's face was filled with smiles. Ha ha, I'm happy that you guys can come. Ha ha, the crowd chatted as they ate. Anyway, Zhang Fan ate to his heart's content. The fish was fresh and the chef's skills were excellent. Zhang Fan couldn't help but be a little envious of the people on the beach. They were so happy. The crowd also didn't drink because they had to talk about cooperation in the evening. After dinner, the group changed clothes and followed yesterday's steps into the back of the villa. Only then did Zhang Fan notice that there seemed to be no girls today. Several people entered a conference room. Zhang Fan secretly took out the replicated miniature recorder, opened it, and placed it in the palm of his hand. Qian Yongming didn't dawdle and went straight to the point. This business, it's big. So if everyone wants to participate, it's voluntary, but please keep it a secret. Qian Yongming finished his speech and looked at the people present. The crowd nodded. So let me get right to the point. As you all know, there's been a lot of emigration lately, and it's particularly lucrative to be in that line of work, and I just happen to have some access to it. Could it be money laundering? Li Xiao asked curiously. Qian Yongming waved his hand. I only do legitimate business. The crowd laughed and didn't say anything. Qian Yongming continued. In this business, it's not hard to do, but to make a lot of money, it's not easy. You only need to set up companies around the world or acquire immigration agents and look for clients, and someone will follow up the whole business later. Qian Yongming added. Boss Qian, how much money can I earn from doing a single order of this? Li Xiao asked smilingly. Yeah, if we set up a company and charge expensive fees, I guess it's not good for business, but if the fees are low, it's not very profitable. Lu Xiao was also puzzled. Qian Yongming waved his hand. Don't worry, you guys, the profit is absolutely high. When has old Qian, ever cheated you guys? The exact cost of immigration depends on the situation, but our company definitely can be the lowest in the peer group. In addition words, the profit is also higher than the same industry. You can absolutely link up with other immigration agents. However, we only do high net worth clients, those who are worth more than a small target. I guarantee you guys will net at least $1 million for pulling in a single client. If you guys get big, you'll have no problem at all making a few small goals a year. The most crucial thing is that this business of ours is legally compliant. What Qian Yongming said was extremely tempting. The few second generation on the scene were all moved. Just think about it for a moment and you'll see that it's not a hard business. Zhang Fan, on the other hand, was a bit puzzled. Was this business really serious business? Qian Yongming continued to speak. In fact, there is absolutely no risk in this matter. You guys can totally not invest a single penny. Find an immigration agent to have a chat, and let him introduce the high net worth clients to you. You have your connections and I have mine, and it's faster and less of a crapshoot to immigrate through us. You'll know once you experience it. Qian Yongming is really confident. Okay, I'll do it. I trust Boss Qian. I'm dry too. Zhang Fan followed suit and agreed. Then I'll do it too. I'll do it in Yanjing. There are a lot of rich people over there. Okay, exactly how to do it. I have prepared. Come back to send each of you a document, and then we'll also send someone to dock with you. You just follow it. Money said a few more words and the crowd nodded. With the general framework set, the latter is not so troublesome. Today, I've invited a few more actresses, so enjoy yourself individually at home later. The crowd nodded with a manly grin. Come on, let's wait in the living room, Qian Yongming said, leading the crowd to the living room. The group sat down in the living room and made small talk. Qian Yongming, on the other hand, went out and made a phone call. Soon, 8 pretty girls walked in. Several of them Zhang Fan recognized. Chapter 135 A Bed. I didn't realize that the innocent Jade girl would also appear here, but judging by the smiles on their faces, they shouldn't have been forced. I also wonder how much a night costs. Zhang Fan thought darkly. After the 7 people had picked one each, it was Zhang Fan's turn. Everyone looked at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan waved his hand. Thanks, Old brother Qian. I still have to go back at night. You know. The crowd hemmed and hawed. Qian Yongming also nodded. That's also true. The few of them combined can't compare to your Su Yashuan. The rest of this one will be mine tonight. Ha ha. After Qian Yongming finished speaking, he waved his hand. And the actress walked over obediently and stood behind Qian Yongming. Then you guys play. I'll leave first. Zhang Fan said smilingly. The crowd waved their hands. Then I'll give you a ride. Qian Yongming said and stood up, sending Zhang Fan to the courtyard, waiting for Zhang Fan to get on the car before returning. On the way, Zhang Fan kept thinking about what Qian Yongming's intention was when he talked about business. Could it be that the idea is to trick all these rich people out and rob them? But what's the point of doing that? Could it be that it's all about the money? As for whether it would involve money laundering, Zhang Fan did not know. After all, he or she is new to the world and doesn't know a lot of things. The car quickly arrived at the hotel. Zhang Fan directly came to Yan Qingyue's room and briefly told Yan Qingyue about the matter. Yan Qingyue frowned. It does seem like there's nothing wrong with it. I can't figure it out either. Do you think old money is trying to get hold of all these people and then gash them all and take all their money for himself? Yan Qingyue rolled her eyes. How can it be that simple? It's definitely not that simple. Isn't that crap? Boredom mentally spat. Forget it. Let's just report it and give them a headache. Aha. By the way, when the time comes, you're going to open a company in Yanjing? Open an immigration company. Zhang Fan reminded in a small voice. Yan Qingyue nodded. Aha. Then let's start the company and see what tricks he plays. Aha. Should we go for a walk? Or play some games? Play some games. There's not much to do out there. Zhang Fan nodded and took out his cell phone, starting to log into the game. For a while, the two had won more than they had lost, and had gotten to over 30 stars in the king. Although Zhang Fan's operation was still pretty much the same as before, Zhang Fan had read a lot of cheats and copied all of them, and his big picture view had improved a lot. What hero restraints, what wild monster refreshment, what troop line interval, and the skill cooldowns of all the heroes, Zhang Fan had mastered them all. There are a few ways to learn how to play your usual heroes by watching videos. Zhang Fan felt that this game was much simpler. The two create a room and start matching. It worked quickly, and Zhang Fan chose to fight against the Road Lianpa, bringing a decimation. P.S. This hero is so fierce. I've 51 stars. Yan Qingyue, on the other hand, was playing as the auxiliary Wang Zhaojun. After one game, Zhang Fan went 7-0-12 and managed to take the gold medal fighter. How about it? Sister whispering, is this hero of mine 6 or not? Said Zhang Fan with a smug look on his face. Yan Qingyue was excited. 66. Thank you big brother for taking the flight. Ha ha, let's hurry up and start the next hand then. Aha. The two of them played directly until after 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, and Zhang Fan excused himself by saying that he was too tired and didn't want to go. Yan Qingyue glared at Zhang Fan. However, Zhang Fan was thick-skinned and did not care in the slightest. Sister whispering, I'm really too sleepy. I can't, I'm going to fall asleep. Zhang Fan was indeed very tired and fell asleep very quickly as he lay on the bed. Yan Qingyue gently pinched Zhang Fan, who did not react in the slightest. Yan Qingyue was also in tears. Forget it, this is a pretty big bed anyway. Yan Qingyue reassured herself. After helping Zhang Fan cover up the quilt, Yan Qingyue also laid down on the bed and fell asleep. Early in the morning, Zhang Fan felt a bit out of breath. When he opened his eyes, Yan Qingyue was actually lying on top of him. It was dressed, but it was thin in the middle of summer. Zhang Fan could clearly feel Yan Qingyue's two great thunders. That's great. Zhang Fan was really afraid of crushing it. Zhang Fan reached out his hand and released Yan Qingyue from himself, then hugged her again and closed his eyes. So happy. When Zhang Fan woke up again, Yan Qingyue was no longer around. There's a note on the bed. Van, I'm going to get breakfast. I'll be back in a minute. Zhang Fan quickly got up and went to the bathroom to wash up. When he came out, Yan Qingyue had already returned. Sister whispering, did you sleep well last night? Zhang Fan asked smilingly. Yan Qingyue's small face reddened, and she said without any good humor, not good. Zhang Fan let out a bad smile. Hey, sister whispering, what kind of food did you buy? Don't you have eyes? Look for yourself. Zhang Fan was not embarrassed and sat down at the table, opening the bag. 2 sausage noodles, 8 buns, and 2 cups of soy milk. It's kinda sumptuous. Sister whispering, sit down and eat together. I'm full. Yan Qingyue said without a trace of anger. Zhang Fan hugged Yan Qingyue and placed her on his lap. Sister Qingyue, I'll feed you. Yan Qingyue struggled a bit, but obviously did not exert any force. But Zhang Fan noticed that her ears were red. Surprisingly shy. Hey! Zhang Fan picked up a bun and placed it near Yan Qingyue's mouth, who opened her cherry mouth and gently bit into it. Sister whispering. Is it good? Zhang Fan asked in a whispering Yan Xingyue's ear. Yan Xingyue only felt a hot breath coming from her ears and couldn't help but whisper. Yummy. Then you feed me one. Yan Xingyue did not say anything, but she picked up a bun and put it to Zhang Fan's mouth. Zhang Fan swallowed it in one bite and chewed twice. The buns fed by Sister Whispering are just fragrant. Yan Xingyue hurriedly picked up a cup of soy milk, inserted a straw and put it to Zhang Fan's mouth. Zhang Fan hemmed and hawed and took a sip of soy milk. Then he fed Yan Xingyue another bite of the bun. The two of you fed me and I fed you. An early breakfast that lasted more than half an hour. The food was luscious. After eating, Zhang Fan was about to make further moves, but he was driven away by Yan Xingyue. Zhang Fan had some regrets, but just think, the two have been able to cuddle and share a bed. Next step, should be soon too. Hey, back at the house. Zhang Fan laid down on the bed and caught up on another sleep. I didn't get to bed until after 2 last night and it's only 9 now. Didn't rest well. Must catch up on some sleep. Su Yashwan, brother Fan, can you come up here? As soon as he woke up, Zhang Fan saw this message, looked at the time and it was posted at 10 a.m. It's after 11 o'clock now. Chapter 136, Spring Breeze. Zhang Fan. I guess they're all waiting for it. Zhang Fan immediately replied, sorry, just woke up. Unexpectedly, Su Yashwan immediately replied with a voice. Su Yashwan, oh, scared me to death. I thought Fan didn't want to talk to me anymore. Su Yashwan's whiny voice came from the cell phone's microphone. How this goddess is a bit of a tea in a tea. Still, it's oddly cute. How many people in their early 20s can say no? Zhang Fan's heart itched and immediately replied, where is it? I'm going up now. After saying that, Zhang Fan quickly washed up and went out the door. The room card was given to Su Yashwan yesterday, and Zhang Fan arrived at the door and knocked. Soon the door opened. Su Yashwan was wearing a nightgown, so she walked over. The pajamas were a bit loose, and when Zhang Fan looked down, he happened to see 2 large thunders. This leprechaun, I guess she deliberately seduced me. Zhang Fan felt his nose itch. Hurrying to look up, she walked in. Yes Xian, what do you want to see me about? Nothing much, just want to chat with you. Su Yashwan whispered. Chat? Zhang Fan had some doubts in his heart. You know what? I actually don't like being a star. Su Yashwan said quietly. But, being a star is very lucrative again, and I'm short of money. That said, Zhang Fan was instantly speechless. Who wouldn't want to get a good day's pay? Who isn't short of money? I grew up with divorced parents and lived with my mother, who, although she had a stable job, was not well paid. Many of my classmates around me often had all kinds of nice toys and nice clothes, but I had nothing. I also knew the condition of our family, so I never mentioned it to my mother. Then, by chance, I was spotted by a director and starred in a TV series, and I didn't expect to be a hit. I only made a total of $200,000 for my first movie. That's a lot of money. It topped my mom's salary for 3 years. My mom was happy and I was happy that we finally had money. Later on, my paychecks became higher and higher, and I earned more and more money. My mom just bought all kinds of buys, but no one expected that the houses in Mordor and Yanjing would even drop in price, like those villas we bought. Although they didn't seem to drop in price, they simply couldn't be sold without breaking bones. Actually, having been in this circle for a long time, I've seen too many things that are messed up. There were male artists who wanted to speculate on gossip with me. There were bosses of partner companies who wanted me to accompany them for drinks. And there were also some investors who wanted to treat me to a nightlight script. I refused them all. So, I look bright and shiny on the surface, but I actually don't make a lot of money, and I don't get a lot of plays. The flowering period of an actress is very short. Although I've done a lot of dramas in the past few years, they're all flow scripts and I actually don't like any of them very much. I have a hunch that soon there will be an actress who will replace me and become the new national goddess. I keep telling myself to stick to the bottom line. But, this time it caved in. I can't help it. The company took advantage of the fire and I'm under too much pressure. Su Yashwan cried as she spoke. Zhang Fan's heart ached as he watched his little expression of pearly blossoms and rain. Zhang Fan gathered Su Yashwan in his arms and said with a heartbroken expression, Yashwan, don't worry, I will protect you in the future. A smug smile surfaced on Su Yashwan's face. Brother Van, this man is so easy to fool. He had only slightly exerted himself, and he had fooled him. Seems like he's a good actor after all. Su Yashwan didn't know what Zhang Fan's status was, but the man behind the scenes of his own company, the man that the tens of billions of dollars worth Qian Yongming Qian boss has to curry favor with, his status is definitely not ordinary. Just hold on tight. Women, they still need a backer, especially in the cannibalistic entertainment industry. Thank you, Van, that's very kind of you, Su Yashwan said sweetly in Zhang Fan's ear. It's fine, Zhang Fan said with a big grin. It's noon. I'll make a reservation. Brother Fan, what do you want to eat? Su Yashwan asked sweetly. Zhang Fan shook his head. Just keep an eye on it. Aha! Su Yashwan directly called and ordered the meal. By the way, Brother Fan, I still don't know what kind of work you do? Su Yashwan asked curiously. Zhang Fan smiled. Hobo. Zhang Fan didn't make it up. He was indeed unemployed. Su Yashwan clearly didn't believe it in her heart, but still said with a smile, "It's so nice that you don't have to go to work to be a cow or a horse." Ha ha, fair enough. By the way, what do your parents do? Su Yashwan continued to open her mouth and asked. My mom and dad are farmers. Farming in the old country. Su Yashwan skimmed her mouth. This guy, Zhang Fan, doesn't have a word of truth in his mouth. If your parents were really farmers, why would Mr. Qian be so nice to you? Su Yashwan was frantically spitting inside. Su Yashwan felt that Zhang Fan's parents must be big shots in the system. However, if Zhang Fan didn't say anything, Su Yashwan was too embarrassed to continue to pursue the matter. The two of them chatted some more, and soon the waiter came over to deliver the food. Western-style lunch. It was scrumptious. Su Yashwan deliberately lit a few candles. Then all the curtains were closed again. Van. Celebrate. Our first candlelight dinner. Want to take a picture? Su Yashwan said sweetly. Zhang Fan nodded. Good. Su Yashwan sat beside Zhang Fan and wrapped her arms around Zhang Fan's neck, taking several intimate photos. Zhang Fan thought of something and immediately urged. Qian, it's okay to take pictures, but don't send them out. Su Yashwan frowned with a puzzled expression. Why? I'm afraid of walking down the street and getting sacked by one of your crazy male fans. Su Yashwan snorted and laughed. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. If I really sent it out, I guess I'd have to drop a few million fans a day. Although Su Yashwan said this on her lips, she was not very comfortable in her heart. If you were an ordinary man, you'd have to be crazy happy that you actually sent it out. It seems that she is also just a junior to Zhang Fan. Hey, ha, I guess that's still true. Those fans of yours? Most of them are face value fans. Su Yashwan gave Zhang Fan an angry look. Brother Fan, your words are too solid. Ha, my bad. I'll forfeit 3 glasses of wine. Zhang Fan said and poured himself 3 glasses of wine and drank it all in one go. Su Yashwan hurriedly picked up a piece of steak and put it to Zhang Fan's mouth. Brother Fan, hurry up and eat a piece of meat. Pat it out. Zhang Fan opened his mouth and ate it. Our family Xian feeds it. It's just delicious. Van, I want you to feed me. Yes. Zhang Fan picked up a piece of green vegetable and put it to Su Yashwan's mouth. Su Yashwan's apricot mouth slightly opened and slowly ate. So elegant. Zhang Fan couldn't help but sigh. Su Yashwan, intentionally or unintentionally, poured Zhang Fan a lot of drinks. But Su Yashwan's drinking capacity wasn't very good, and she soon became a bit drunk. Su Yashwan looked at Zhang Fan with winks. Brother Fan, don't leave tonight. Zhang Fan was more or less a bit drunk, but hearing Su Yashwan say this, along with Su Yashwan's appearance, how could Zhang Fan still endure? As soon as he picked up Su Yashwan, he quickly walked towards the bedroom. As soon as he woke up, Zhang Fan found Su Yashwan lying in his arms. The snow-white torso and the light frown were endearing. Not bad for a national goddess. Zhang Fan was a bit smug. This is a national goddess. Himself turned out to be her first man, and will be the only man for her. That's so nice. Thanks to the system greatly. After a while, Su Yashwan also woke up. Seeing herself lying in Zhang Fan's arms, she was relieved. Although his body hurt a little, but he himself, in the future, had a backer. No more being bullied. It's pretty good, too. Luckily, Van was as old as he was, and a little bit more handsome. If it was an old man, it would probably be disgusting. Van, you're awesome, Su Yashwan said coyly. Zhang Fan hemmed and hawed. Right, I'm leaving tomorrow. I have to go back to Magic City. I should be busy back there. If you have time, Brother Fan, you can come to Magic City to see me. Su Yashwan whispered on Zhang Fan's side. Aha, I'm usually in the capital. It's very close to the Magic City. The high-speed train is an hour away. I'll definitely visit you when I have time. That's great. Can I go to Jiangcheng to find you to play when I'm free in the future? Su Yashwan asked tentatively. Zhang Fan nodded. Just give me a heads up in advance before you come. Aha! The two of them got tired of each other again and talked for a long time. Suddenly a ringtone sounded. Zhang Fan hurriedly got out of bed and took out his cell phone from his pants. It was Yan Qingyue's call. Fan, where have you been? I sent you so many messages, but you didn't reply. I knocked several times, but you didn't respond. Yan Qingyue asked with some anxiety. Zhang Fan was a bit vain and hurriedly explained. I have a friend who happens to be staying at this hotel as well. I had a few drinks with her and got drunk and fell asleep in her room. Yan Qingyue also didn't hear which him it was and didn't think much of it. Oh, have you had dinner yet? Want to join us for dinner? Zhang Fan took a look at the time and it was already past 7 p.m. This sleep was long enough. Okay, you order at the hotel restaurant and I'll be down to meet you in a few minutes. Yan Qingyue nodded. Aha, see you at the restaurant later. Aha. Su Yashwan looked at Zhang Fan curiously. Brother Fan, was that sister-in-law's call just now? Zhang Fan waved his hand and said with a lofty expression. Don't pry into what you shouldn't. I'll go eat first and bring you some up later. Su Yashwan nodded and didn't say anything. But Van said he was going to bring some up for himself later, so I'm glad to think about it. Zhang Fan quickly took a shower, put on his clothes and went downstairs. As soon as he arrived at the restaurant, Zhang Fan saw Yan Qingyue. A greeting was exchanged, and immediately he sat down. Sister whispering, is it all ordered? Aha! By the way, why didn't that friend of yours come down together? Yan Qingyue asked with a puzzled expression. She hasn't woken up yet. I'll bring one up to her later, Zhang Fan said with a feigned look of relief. Yan Qingyue nodded. Are we going to play games together in the evening? Aha! I'll be right down after I drop off dinner for my friend. Okay, then I'll wait for you in my room. Aha! Soon the meal came up. 4 dishes and 1 soup, plus 2 bowls of rice. Zhang Fan was also hungry and dazzled like crazy. Right, little Fan, when are we going back? Yan Qingyue suddenly asked. Zhang Fan froze for a moment. There's nothing more to do. Sister whispering, what do you think? Why don't we take a plane back first thing in the morning? Although Xiangjiang is nice, it's not as comfortable as staying in Jiangchang. Okay, then buy me a ticket. Aha! After eating, Yan Qingyue went straight to her room. Zhang Fan packed one for Su Yashwan and sent it up. Su Yashwan's body was more or less uncomfortable, and Zhang Fan was very considerate to help feed Su Yashwan. By the way, Brother Fan, what do you say I set up a studio on my own? Su Yashwan suddenly spoke up. It's okay. Don't many stars have their own studios? But I don't have that many resources. Zhang Fan froze at once. Don't have that many resources myself. It's not that much money at the moment. But how can you sleep for nothing when you've slept? Just wait. I'll figure it out and help you with the contract first. Su Yashwan was inwardly delighted. Getting out of a contract can be a lot better than setting up a studio. If the contract is terminated, you can set up a sole proprietorship studio on your own and never be at the mercy of anyone else again. And you don't have to give the company a cut anymore. As long as you get yourself through the immediate difficulties, the days that lie ahead will, for sure, be wonderful. Thanks Van. What are you thanking me for? It's all small stuff. I guess it's almost done when your movie is done and your share arrives. Zhang Fan estimated that it would take 3 to 5 months to make a movie, plus another 2 to 3 months to share the money for the release. By that time, the old lamp Chen Yongming would probably have been arrested. Even if he wasn't arrested, Zhang Fan should be able to figure out a way to get rid of this matter. By the way, after you eat, take an early rest. Brother Fan, you're not coming tonight? Su Yashwan asked with a teasing face. Zhang Fan hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Come. Su Yashwan laughed happily. Zhang Fan waved his hand. I'll go down first. I have some things to do. You have a good rest. Aha! Coming to Yan Qingyue's room, the two of them teamed up together and played king. Perhaps it was due to the fact that he had gotten enough sleep and some excitement. Zhang Fan played aggressively today. Put the band on the fly. Yan Qingyue was a bit puzzled. Brother Fan, why are you so powerful today? Did you take medicine? Zhang Fan was instantly speechless. I've always been this good. Okay? Yan Qingyue blankly glanced at Zhang Fan. By the way, is the surprise you gave me ready? Headache. It's a headache. Zhang Fan really didn't know what to send. However, naturally, he couldn't say that on his mouth. Don't worry, I've already thought of it. You'll be satisfied. Then I'll be waiting. Yan Qingyue had an expectant look on her face. Aha! It suddenly occurred to Zhang Fan that he didn't know what Yan Qingyue liked, but her grandfather did. It just so happened that he had Elder Yan's contact information. However, the game is still going on, so naturally it's not a good idea to ask. Wait till tomorrow. Chapter 137, then what are you waiting for? The two talked and laughed and played for over 2 hours. Yan Qingyue stretched her back, looking a little tired. Zhang Fan immediately spoke up. Sister whispering, I see that you're a bit tired, so take an early rest. You still have to catch a flight tomorrow. Su Yashwan is still waiting upstairs. Zhang Fan could not bear to keep the beautiful woman waiting. Yan Qingyue was a bit puzzled. It was only after 9 o'clock. Also, one is not very tired. As for catching a flight tomorrow, there's no rush at all. With a 10 a.m. flight tomorrow, there's plenty of time. It's still early. Let's play 2 more games. Yan Qingyue opened her mouth. Zhang Fan was a bit helpless in his heart, but he still nodded. Although he was a bit distracted, once he entered the game, Zhang Fan quickly got into the mood. 2 more crunchy messy kills. Yan Xingyue looked excited and not tired at all. Zhang Fan hurriedly found an excuse and said, "Sister whispering. No more games. No more games. I'm a bit tired. I have to go back to bed." Yan Xingyue had wanted to play a few more games, but when she heard Zhang Fan say so, she didn't have the heart to insist anymore. "Aha. Then Fan, go back and rest early." "Aha." Zhang Fan quickly went upstairs and after ringing the doorbell, Su Yashwan quickly opened the door. "Brother Fan, why did you come so late?" Su Yashwan said with an angry face. "Ha ha, something else just happened." "Oh, then you go take a shower first. I bought 2 new clothes this afternoon. See if they look good?" Su Yashwan's voice was filled with temptation. Zhang Fan knew that these 2 pieces of clothing were definitely not ordinary. "That's fine. I'll take a shower first," Zhang Fan said and went straight to the bathroom to take a shower. When she came out, Su Yashwan had already changed into new clothes. Little white shoes, blue plaid shirt, white skirt. As far as I can remember, Su Yashwan wore a dress like this for her first movie back then. Pure, fair, long legs, and pure and lustful Su Yashwan. With this role, this wear, in one fell swoop became the dream goddess of countless boys. Many of the boys' dormitories in Zhang Fan's high school had posted posters of Su Yashwan wearing this dress. So many people, even, have set this photo as their phone's desktop. Zhang Fan looked dumbfounded. "Brother, am I pretty?" Su Yashwan said coyly. At the same time, a pair of big watery eyes looked at Zhang Fan without blinking. "Beautiful, too beautiful." Zhang Fan couldn't help but praise. Su Yashwan blinked and said mischievously, "Then what are you waiting for?" "Yeah, what am I waiting for?" Zhang Fan immediately snapped out of it. With an arrow step, he picked up Su Yashwan and threw her on the bed. Another enjoyable time playing poker. The 2 of them were up and down, and I was up and down, having a great time. It was a long time before the 2 fell asleep together. When Zhang Fan woke up, Su Yashwan wasn't around. Zhang Fan felt a bit lost. However, he found the note left by Su Yashwan at the bedside. "Brother Fan, I have a plane to catch, so I'll leave first. I'll wait for you in Magic City." Zhang Fan had some regrets. Su Yashwan said that she had prepared 2 sets of clothes last night, and she had only seen 1 set, and the other set had not yet been seen. "Hey, guess we'll just have to wait for next time." Collected the post-it notes in passing. Another glance at my cell phone and it was already 7 a.m. I don't know if she got on a plane or not. However, one has a plane to catch today as well. Looks like a 10 o'clock flight. Zhang Fan hurriedly called Yan Xingyue. "Fan, you're awake?" "Aha, just woke up and am packing." "What time are we ready to leave?" "It leaves at 8 o'clock, and I've got a car appointment." "Okay, then I'll meet you at 7:40 and we'll go to the restaurant together. And we'll check out and leave straight afterward." "Aha." Hanging up the phone, Zhang Fan hurriedly cleaned up, went back to his room, took a shower and changed his clothes again, throwing everything into the suitcase. It was still early, so Zhang Fan read the novel for a while. When the time came, Zhang Fan pulled his suitcase and went to find Yan Xingyue. Yan Xingyue happened to be at the door as well, and the 2 of them went to the restaurant together, ate, checked out of the hotel, and then got into the car they had booked and went straight to the airport. On the way, Zhang Fan chatted with Yan Xingyue while chatting with Elder Yan on WeChat. After chatting for a while, Elder Yan was getting a bit impatient, so Zhang Fan hurriedly got to the point. "Zhang Fan, old master, I'm planning to give Sister Light Language a gift. Do you know what Sister Light Language likes?" Elder Yan, on the other end of the phone, was a bit puzzled. Why is this fan giving Whisper a gift? Is it possible that he's chasing after our whispering? Elder Yan instantly became interested. After all, Yan Xingyue is also 26 years old and still does not have a boyfriend. He is also anxious. Besides, Zhang Fan had supernatural powers, still the only alien power in the country, if not the world. If the 2 of them could get it on, it would be good for their entire family. As a whole, heavenly good. As for Zhang Fan having a girlfriend, that was nothing. "Zhang Fan, master, are you unaware of this? You brat. You even gave me a provocation." Elder Yan spat in his heart. "If I didn't want to set you 2 up, you'd still be trying to cheat me?" "Elder Yan, who says I don't know?" The Whisper used to love riding motorcycles, but then Yanjing banned motorcycles. The Whisper of that motorcycle also reached the end of its useful life, so it did not buy again. Your Jiangcheng city should not have a motorcycle ban, right? Zhang Fan, yes. Yes, we don't limit motors in Jiangcheng. So which brand does Light Whisper like? Yen old man, Harley Davidson's motorcycle is good. Whisper's previous car is this brand. You can take Whisper to the store to see. Zhang Fan, thanks. Elder Yen. You're busy first. I'll talk to you again when I have time. After saying that, Zhang Fan quickly ended his chat with Elder Yen. Zhang Fan decided that he would take Yan Xingyue to see the motorcycle in the afternoon. Soon, the two arrived at the airport. After going through security, it was still early. The two finished a few more games at the airport before getting on the plane together. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon when we arrived in Zhangcheng. Meals on airplanes are hard to beat. When they got off the plane, the two of them took a cab and went straight home. On the way, Zhang Fan had already ordered takeout. Back home, the two of them had eaten dinner, and Zhang Fan immediately proposed. Sister whispering, let's go shopping. Yan Xingyue was a bit puzzled. Shopping? What kind of shopping? Don't you dislike shopping? Who says I don't like it? Hurry up, Zhang Fan said, and pulled Yan Xingyue out of the door with him. When they arrived at the basement, Zhang Fan drove directly and dragged Yan Xingyue to the Harley store. Little Fan, what are you pulling me here for? Yan Xingyue asked with a puzzled expression. I heard that you like to drive motorcycles. Sister whispering, and it just so happens that we don't have any motorcycle restrictions in Zhangcheng, so I dragged you here. Take your pick. I'll give it to you. Chapter 138, Buying a motorcycle for Yan Xingyue. Yan Xingyue instantly froze. She's 26 this year. Long gone are the days of motorcycles. And I don't know about this little cutie. Where did you hear that? But come what may, let's buy one. Yan Xingyue immediately revealed a happy expression. Thank you, little Fan. Thank you for what? I should be the one to thank you. Thank you for helping Yi's father last time. Okay, let's not thank each other. Yan Xingyue said, pulling Zhang Fan into the Harley store. This boutique, the largest Harley boutique in the city of Zhangcheng, is the largest Harley boutique. However, there weren't a lot of customers on hand. As soon as the two of them entered, a saleswoman in bridal wear warmly greeted them. Hello ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. Zhang Fan waved his hand. This lady beside me wants to buy it, so introduce it to her. The saleswoman immediately turned her gaze towards Yan Xingyue. Yan Xingyue nodded, then scanned the circle, instantly attracted by the center of the showroom, the new Harley E58, purely fabricated. Yan Xingyue walked straight forward, and Zhang Fan and the saleswoman followed along. Hi sis, this is our latest Harley E58 for this year. 0-100 acceleration is about 2.5 seconds and top speed is up to 300 kilometers per hour. This motorcycle is powered by an inline 4-cylinder water-cooled engine with a supercharger, with a displacement of 998 cubic centimeters, 4 valves per cylinder, and a maximum horsepower of 200. The body panels, on the other hand, are made of carbon fiber. The saleswoman blah blah blah. Yan Xingyue's eyes went straight as she watched. That's a great car. The pure black body with its cold, mechanical, violent aesthetic is so cool. Yan Xingyue thought she didn't like motorcycles anymore. Turns out, you just haven't seen a motorcycle that makes your heart sing. Zhang Fan also loved the car. Considering, however, that you don't have a motorcycle license, it's more of a hassle to get another one. Forget it. Yan Xingyue touched around the car, loving it. The saleswoman also noticed and stopped her presentation. Sis, you can test drive it if you like. Yan Xingyue nodded. The saleswoman excitedly took Yan Xingyue to sign some test drive agreements, and then, with a professional staff, followed Yan Xingyue to test drive. Zhang Fan directly asked, Beauty, how much does this car cost? It's $600,000 for the whole thing. If you can get it cheaper, I'll order it today and swipe my card now. When the saleswoman heard this, she became excited and quickly nodded her head. Yes, it can be cheaper by $20,000, and it also comes with 5 free maintenance, but I have to find the manager to apply for it. Then hurry up and apply and I'll swipe my card. The saleswoman nodded and scurried away. Should have asked their manager for a discount. After a while, the saleswoman came back and said excitedly to Zhang Fan, Brother, our manager has agreed. Let's do the formalities now. Okay, Zhang Fan said and took out his bank card. The saleswoman took it with a smile and put it on the side. Just a moment. I'll get some information. Soon the saleswoman returned with the information. Zhang Fan was a little curious as to how the female salesperson was so happy. Pretty girl, how much money do you withdraw from selling a car here? Why are you so happy? The saleswoman smiled and replied, Brother, you can withdraw $300 from this car. So few? How many do you sell a month then? 3 or 4 of them. After all, this car is kinda expensive. If a normal person had a budget of $600,000, they would definitely buy a 4-wheeled one. The saleswoman explained. Zhang Fan nodded. That's not bad. $10,000 or so a month. It's already pretty good in Zhangcheng. The saleswoman nodded back. I'm a girl and I don't need to buy a house or a car, so it's not that stressful. By the way, this car has my girlfriend's name written on it. You guys copied my girlfriend's ID and stuff just now. Aha! But you'll have to wait until tomorrow to pick up the car. After all, there's still insurance to buy. And a license plate. Zhang Fan nodded. He was not a white boy, so he naturally understood. Although the city of Zhangcheng is not limited to motorcycles, you have to have a driver's license, but also have to be licensed and insured. When Yan Qingyue returned, Zhang Fan immediately opened his mouth and asked, Sister Qingyue, how was your test drive just now? Yan Qingyue nodded her head twice in excitement. It's quite good. It drives great. That's good. I've already finalized it for you just now. All that's needed is your signature and handprint. Oh, how much? Yan Qingyue suddenly opened her mouth and asked. Zhang Fan waved his hand. It's not expensive. It's only $580,000 all told. And it comes with 5 times of insurance. I've all swiped my card. Yan Qingyue nodded and said nothing more. After signing and pressing her fingerprints, the saleswoman repeated what she had just said. Yan Qingyue nodded. Then we'll come pick up the car tomorrow afternoon. Aha! Zhang Fan and Yan Qingyue left together. Thank you, little Fan. Yan Qingyue said solemnly. You're welcome. You know, I still have some money. Yan Qingyue blankly glanced at Zhang Fan. You're more than just a bit rich? You are too rich. Zhang Fan quickly waved his hand. I can't even afford a villa right now. Is this called being rich? If you're short of money, brother Fan, I can help you make an application with the higher-ups and advance you a year's salary. Yan Qingyue replied. Zhang Fan shook his head. Forget it, in case my powers fail one day, I can't afford to pay them back. I'd better rent a villa first. Tomorrow, I'll go rent the villa. It's only $100,080,000 a month's rent anyway. Aha! Right. Sister whispering, do you want to go shopping with me at our school? Zhang Fan suddenly proposed. Having left the school for a while, Zhang Fan suddenly missed his school a little. Yan Qingyue nodded. And Zhang Fan directly drove and pulled Yan Qingyue to Jiangcheng Construction University. Finding a place to park in front of the school, the two of them stepped inside together. Our school is a university of construction. These years, the construction class are miserable. I heard that this year's employment, very unsatisfactory. Zhang Fan spat out. It's not just the construction industry. All industries are not doing well. Yan Qingyin lamented. If it wasn't for the sudden acquisition of psychic abilities, I would probably still be delivering takeaways now. Zhang Fan lamented. Zhang Fan remembered all his previous interview experiences, the wind and rain of his previous delivery, and couldn't help but let out a sigh. Although delivery can earn 6 or 7,000 a month, it's too much work. I thought I had studied hard for more than 10 years, but I became a delivery boy. What's even sadder is that so many of my classmates have found jobs that don't pay as much as delivery. Chapter 139, Spitting on Schools. Forget about it. Take me around your school. Yan Qingyue took the initiative to change the topic. Zhang Fan nodded and pulled Yan Qingyue around the campus. Since it was summer vacation, there weren't many people in the school, and Zhang Fan felt a lot cooler than usual. This is the main teaching building of our school, but we rarely have classes here, and I guess the teachers don't want to come because the equipment inside is too old. What I remember most is that I used to stay up all night drawing diagrams here back in the day. Drawing diagrams by hand is too torturous. Zhang Fan sighed. You guys still draw pictures? Ha! Didn't you study business administration? Yan Qingyue asked with a curious expression. Zhang Fan looked helpless. Yes, but our school is an architecture institution, and all the majors are related to this. In the later classes, you also need to draw, but then you can team up, and I often hug people's thighs. Ha ha. For a college student, you basically need to do your course design in the 9th and 10th week of each semester. Most of the courses are designed, though, for a few people to team up. It's the best feeling to get on your lap and just do what you're told. Not have to worry about it. In his freshman year, Zhang Fan hadn't gotten along with Su Sisi yet, and he usually didn't listen very attentively in class, and there was no one to team up with Zhang Fan when he did the course design. In the end, there were a few left that no one wanted to form a pair, and Zhang Fan was forced to become a thigh. The flavor is called sour. Luckily, after he and Su Sisi got together, he barely worried himself with the class setup in the back. Yan Qingyue guffawed in understanding. Why don't we go up and have a seat? Yan Qingyue looked interested. Zhang Fan waved his hand. Don't. Better not go. They are all locked. If you want to, why don't you go around our library? There are more people there. The library? There were so many people studying. Employment is not good in these years. The school encourages students to study for graduate school, public exams and editorials, and many of those who do not go home in the summer vacation choose to study in the library. The library, too, is the best conditioned part of the school. There's air conditioning. The vast majority of the school's classrooms dormitories, and are not air-conditioned. The only two places that have air conditioning are the library and the cafeteria as well. The restaurant is also quite nice, but the lighting is a bit dim. Not great for reading. Then let's go for a spin. Aha! After passing by the main teaching building and walking for a while, suddenly Zhang Fan saw the school hospital at the side. Sister whispering, "Do you see this building? This is our school hospital." It's quite ironic to say that this building has 6 floors, with nearly 20 rooms on each floor. I don't know how many doctors there are either. However, it's just enough to see a minor illness like a cold or fever. But anything slightly more complicated, they just send us outside to see them. And I don't know why they set up a building for a school hospital. It's such a waste. Might as well have a whole room for a small clinic. Zhang Fan couldn't help but spit. People are paid a dead wage, and they don't expect to make money from their visits. So, it's normal. Yan Qingyue explained smilingly. When you say it like that, I do understand. It's fine for them to mix it up one day at a time. Aha! After 2 more steps, you see one dormitory building. Zhang Fan couldn't help but spit again. This is a foreign student dormitory. Tian Mei. 2 rooms, with air conditioning. Scratch that. Yan Qingyue was also helpless and spread her hands. Just get used to it. Many schools in the country are like this. Zhang Fan shook his head and walked away quickly. This is our school library. When you go in later, keep your voice down. Zhang Fan admonished. Yan Qingyue nodded. The common area of the library was filled with tables and chairs, and many people were reading books in it. But the reading room, it's all closed. It's a college, after all, and the faculty and staff in it will be on summer vacation. The two strolled around inside. With hardly anyone talking inside, the two felt a bit oppressed and quickly walked out. Sister whispering, "What do you think? Pretty good. You and your ex-girlfriend, do you often study in there too? Was there any touchy-feely moments just now?" Yan Qingyue had a flirtatious face. Zhang Fan instantly remembered the old days. In the library, Su Cece was studying seriously and reading a novel by herself. Hey! However, Zhang Fan had no regrets. After all, even if one makes an effort to look, what can one do? When you get to the interview, you can't get past it yourself as usual. What's more, the provincial unit that Su Cece entered, you can't do that on your own. Plus, he couldn't afford a house in Jiangcheng himself. In the end, one might still break up with Su Cece. Oi! Zhang Fan couldn't help but sigh. What's wrong, little Fan? Yan Qingyue asked with a concerned expression. Zhang Fan waved his hand. It's nothing. Right. Let's grab some time to stroll around for a while longer. We have to go back in a while. Aha! Together, the two of them strolled through the teaching building of Zhang Fan's and their academy, and then the cafeteria, the dormitory building, and the playground, all simply strolling around. After all, the school was too big to be finished in a moment. Time has flown by so fast. It feels like just yesterday I was a freshman and now I can't believe it's been over a month since I graduated. The former classmates have now gone their separate ways. Zhang Fan and Yan Qingyue strolled around for a while and didn't meet any familiar faces. After all, so many people have graduated. And even those who haven't graduated and stayed in school are on summer vacation. Zhang Fan drove his car and pulled Yan Qingyue back to Hanjing neighborhood, each going back to his own home. Sitting on the sofa, Zhang Fan took the photos he had just taken at school and sent them to the dormitory group. Aftermath, Brother Van, you're back in school? Zhou Haitao, Brother Van, you're back in school? Cholin, Brother Van, you're back in school? Zhang Fan, just fine, passing by for a stroll. Zhou Lin, or Fan's days are comfortable. Bitter overtime dog, haven't rested for a long time, and a suite hasn't been sold. Aftermath, I'm also very comfortable, though, still having to sit in the office and wanting to get out. Frantically wanting to get out. Zhou Haitao, brothers, you are all counted as good. Our upstairs financial management company ran away. Our downstairs financial management company also ran away. Just don't know how long we can hold on to this financial management company. Bitter smile. JPG, Zhang Fan, condolences. Cholin, condolences. Aftermath, condolences. Zhou Haitao, hey, the water is too deep. I guess I have to go back home to inherit the family business. Zhang Fan, dog. Cholin, beat you to death. Aftermath, knockout. JPG, Zhou Haitao, let's hope it lasts a few more days. Zhang Fan, are you all free tonight? I'll treat you all to some jerking off. Zhou Lin, I guess it's 10 o'clock after work. Let's just have a late night snack. Aftermath, okay. Zhou Haitao, okay. Zhang Fan, okay. A few more people chatted for a while, booked a place and time for dinner, and then went about their business. Chapter 140, Brotherly Chat. The time for dinner, set for 10 o'clock in the evening, was still a little early. Dinner is still served. Lu Yi knew that he came back today. Counting the time, It was estimated that Lu Yi should be back. Sure enough, there was soon the sound of a door opening from outside. Zhang Fan got up and saw the door being pushed open, revealing Lu Yi's figure. Lu Yi quickly ran a few steps forward and hugged Zhang Fan. Brother Fan, did you have a good time in Xiangzheng this time? It's okay, by the way, I brought you a present, Zhang Fan said, pulling Lu Yi into the living room. This bag, do you like it? Zhang Fan specially bought it at the Donkey Brand Boutique and spent more than $50,000. When Lu Yi saw the bag in front of her, she didn't show an expression of surprise. Instead, she had a grumbling face. Brother Fan, this bag isn't cheap, is it? It's too wasteful. It's not much money, and besides, you're a big boss now, so you have to carry a good bag. Otherwise, people will talk about it. Zhang Fan said smilingly. Just this once then. Next time don't be so wasteful. I really don't mind. Aha, you try. Lu Yi nodded and unwrapped the bag. Matching it. Not bad. Thank you, Brother Fan, Lu Yi said and gave Zhang Fan a kiss on the cheek. Seeing that Lu Yi liked it, Zhang Fan was relieved. Yi, what are we having for dinner? Rice it is, and I'll make a few more dishes. I've talked to Sister Light Whisper, and she's coming over to eat later as well. Oh hoo, Lu Yi said, putting down her bag and changing into her scarf to cook. Zhang Fan also ran over to help. Lu Yi numbly simmered the rice, and Zhang Fan began to wash and cut the vegetables. The two of them worked together and in less than half an hour, they had made a 4-course meal, a ham and cucumber, a fried pork with green peppers, a stir-fried green vegetable, a marinated beef, and a tomato and egg soup. Brother Fan, go ask Sister Lightning to eat. Aha! When Zhang Fan brought Yin Qingyue over, the table was already set, with 4 dishes and 1 soup, and Lu Yi had also served the 3 of them rice. Thank you, Yi. What are you thanking for? We are good girlfriends, Lu Yi said smilingly. Aha! Somehow, Zhang Fan felt that the two of them were somewhat abnormal. However, Zhang Fan didn't think much about it. A meal that was eaten in harmony. The two women had a nice chat. After dinner, the 3 of them played games together for a while. At 9 p.m., Zhang Fan suddenly opened his mouth. You two play here. I have an appointment with a few buddies from the dormitory to have some barbecue together later. You go then. Drink less, Lu Yi admonished. Right, Brother Fan, how are you going to get there? I'll take a cab there and back. Why don't you eat and I'll pick you up? Zhang Fan waved his hand. No need. It's easy to take a taxi. I'm going. After saying that, Zhang Fan took his cell phone and went out. Called an internet taxi? Just went out and the master arrived. With 20 minutes of effort, Zhang Fan arrived at the appointment. Introduced by Yubo. Old shop. Beef and mutton is real. Just after getting off the bus, Zhang Fan saw Yubo and Zhou Haitao. The two also gathered around. Brother Van, long time no see. Ha ha, it's been a while. How have you two been? I'm still the same as always. Mixing it up, Yubo said smilingly. Me too. Moping around every day, waiting for the company to close down. Zhou Hailin also spat. Ha ha, it's great that both of you have classes. Zhang Fan had an envious face. We still envy you. Fan, you don't have to work. You play at home every day. How cool. Ha ha, people in the city want to go out. People outside the city want to come in. Ha ha, a few people made some small talk. And after a while, Zhou Lin came. Sorry, just got off work. It's fine. We just got here too. Feel free to order whatever Brother Lin wants to eat. It's my treat today, Zhang Fan said with an atmospheric face. Saying that, he handed Zhou Lin the menu. Ha ha, thank you Fan then. It just so happens that I didn't have enough to eat at night. Zhou Lin took the menu and ticked off some random things before passing it back to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan, Zhou Haitao, and Yubo watched and added some more. Brother Lin, how are you doing working there? Zhang Fan asked curiously. Don't mention it. I'm as tired as a dog every day. Zhou Lin spat. What do you guys do at work? Why do you get off work so late? Yubo asked curiously. Zhou Haitao and Zhang Fan were also curious. Yubo sighed. I go to work at 9 a.m. Then I wait in line for clients to arrive. And I have to call and contact previous owners to ask them to help refer clients. We are now selling existing homes, and we have to take customers to the neighborhood to see the gardens and model rooms. The sales office and model rooms are air-conditioned, but there is no air conditioning outside. It's more than 20 degrees in the sales office and nearly 40 degrees outside. And with this alternation of heat and cold, my cold hasn't gotten better for more than a month. No vacation for performance at the beginning of the month. Mid-month performance is not up to standard. No vacation. When mid-month performance is up to standard, punch it again. No vacation. Punch performance at the end of the month. No vacation. It's good to have 2 days off a month. Isn't that project of ours more remote? There are no customers coming over at night at all, and they don't get off work, they just spend every day. Listen to the old man. The old tradition. If it weren't for the money, I'd have quit a long time ago. Zhou Lin spat a whole lot. Zhou Haitao, Zhang Fan, and Yu Bo looked at each other as they listened. It's not easy, Zhou Lin lamented. A few others followed suit. Still, the pay is good. I went in the first month last month and had better luck selling a couple of sweets. I think I got over $30,000 in base pay plus commission, Zhou Lin said with a smug look on his face. Holy. All three were a little envious. Just starting out and making over $30,000 a month is so strong. Ringo, take me flying. Ringo, take me flying. Ringo, take me flying. After Zhang Fan finished speaking, the other two followed. Ha ha, I'll treat you when we get paid, Zhou Lin said with an atmospheric face. Well, we'll be waiting. A few more people chatted and soon the kebabs and gazpacho were on the table. Zhang Fan lifted his cup. Come on, dry one. Wishing the brothers better and better development in the future. It gets better. Riches. Make a fortune. All four raised their cups at the same time and drank. Ha ha, it's still comfortable for brothers to eat together, Zhang Fan said smilingly. Yeah, it's great. X3. After finishing their drinks, a few of them grabbed skewers and chowed down. After a moment, Zhou Haitao suddenly spoke. Brother Fan, when will you let us meet your daughter-in-law? And Bo's daughter-in-law. We haven't seen her either. Zhou Lin also interjected. Chapter 141. Zhang Fan waved his hand. Ha ha, next time. Yu Bo followed suit. Yeah, next time. Zhou Lin and Zhou Haitao both rolled their eyes. Zhang Fan hurriedly raised his glass. Come on, one more. The other three followed suit and raised their glasses. Right, Brother Tao. What's the situation of your company? Zhang Fan opened his mouth again and asked. Anyway, they're all brothers who have lived in the same dormitory for 4 years. There's nothing they can't ask. Zhou Haitao sighed. At first, I really thought the company was quite good, but after doing it for a long time, I gradually came into contact with a lot of insiders. This business is really too bottomless. Those who can take their clients' money and invest it are considered good. A lot of companies, they just take the client's money, invest it in their own projects, and then enrich themselves in it. The project is done. Everyone is happy. Dry knot. The customer pants can be lost, but the company owner, the money is not less profitable. The heart is too black. I advise you guys, don't buy financial management in the future. Don't care about big or small companies. I heard that these customers, every day, blocked the entrance to the Zhengcheng City Hall. But is it useful? Listening to the old-timers. When the P2P burst some years ago, in front of the Zhengcheng municipal government, there were several waves every day. It is estimated that they have a lot of experience. Drag it out for 3 or 5 years and you'll be lucky to get 10% of the principal. Zhang Fan, Zhou Lin, and Yu Bo were all in disbelief. Not really? Zhang Fan looked incredulous. How come not to? These days, can an ordinary person afford to open a financial management company? Zhou Haitao asked rhetorically. Zhang Fan and the three of them all shook their heads. They're recent college graduates who are shallowly informed. But it's not like they're cuties. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Drink. Zhou Haitao took the initiative to raise his glass and dry one. Zhang Fan, the three of them, followed suit and drank a cup. Zhou Haitao was a bit lost. I feel that I might have to be sorry to my object Wang Meng. Zhang Fan unexpectedly couldn't help it inside. Wang Meng, just an ordinary girl. Although not bad looking, character is also quite good. But Zhou Haitao's parents cannot see. Rich people in small counties are far more snobbish than one might think. Zhou Haitao struggles hard to fight in Zhangcheng, but also wants to prove himself and wants to protect his love. However, looking at the current situation, odds are, it's still going to be back home. Zhou Haitao grew up, never suffered from poverty. College living expenses were $20,000 a month, and when I graduated, my family gave me $30,000 a month. Without that money, he wouldn't be able to survive on that small salary a month. People, they always have to succumb to reality. Although Zhou Haitao was not too willing, Zhang Fan had the heart and wanted to help Zhou Haitao and Wang Meng, but he didn't know how to ask. After all, love in school days is still pretty good. Together with Wang Meng as a person, Zhang Fan had also come into contact with him a few times, and he was quite nice. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Fan still opened his mouth. Brother Tao, isn't it 1 year? It's only 1 month now. No, you can't find it again. Right. How can we give up so easily? Zhou Lin and Yu Bo also persuaded. Ha ha, I'm just saying, it's time to work hard. Zhou Haitao laughed out loud twice. However, Zhang Fan and the others could tell that the laugh was a bit forced. After all, jobs are hard to find these days, even though they are among the bulls and horses that just graduated. An average school with a crotch-pulling major is too hard to find. Drink. A drink that lasted until after 1 o'clock in the middle of the night. Joe Haito is drunk. Joe Lin has to work early tomorrow morning, so he left first. Zhang Fan and Yu Bo, both of them, sent Joe Haito back first. Then, each took a cab back. When he returned home and opened the door, Zhang Fan saw Louis leaning on the sofa and falling asleep. Zhang Fan was a little heartbroken as he picked up Louis E and placed her on the bed. When she woke up in the morning, Louis E had already made breakfast. Millet porridge with hand pies, fried bacon and eggs. Zhang Fan rolled one and ate it. Brother Fan, when did you come back last night? Louis E suddenly opened her mouth and asked. It's after 1 o'clock. Didn't I tell you to go back to bed earlier? Zhang Fan had some anger in this tone. Louis E was a little embarrassed. I thought to wait a little longer. I didn't think I'd fall asleep while waiting. Fool. Soon, the two finished their meal. By the way, Brother Fan, I heard Sister Qingyue say that you gave her a motorcycle? Louis E asked with a curious expression. Aha, you forgot? E-san helped your parents get the money back for the project, so we have to show our appreciation. I know. Sister Whispering said that it's being delivered today, so I want to go and take a look too. Louis E said excitedly. Zhang Fan looked puzzled. You're not working today? No, the company's all straightened out lately. There's no need to go every day. Oh, let's go together this afternoon then. Aha! After dinner, the two cleaned up. Then they got mushy and watched TV. Zhang Fan went to Shangjiang for several days, and last night he drank a lot of wine, and didn't come back until after 1 o'clock in the middle of the night. The two of them watched and moved. Soon the house was ringing with a beautiful symphony of life. After the cloud and rain, Zhang Fan wrapped his arms around Louis E and continued to watch TV. Suddenly, Zhang Fan's cell phone rang. Grabbing his cell phone, he saw that it was a reminder text from his bank. Ding! Your bank card arrived with $12.4 million in cash. It should be last month's co-op commission. However, Zhang Fan was a bit puzzled. It seems that he did not work for 31 days last month. How come he was paid more? Could this be a mistake? Zhang Fan took out his cell phone and directly sent a message to Yan Qingyue. Zhang Fan, Sister Whispering, I sent out $12.4 million last month. Is that an overpayment? Swallow, it's not sent wrongly. It's sent on a 31-day basis. Zhang Fan, oh, that's pretty elaborate. Yen whispered, it's been very generous up there. But you've been paid. Shouldn't you show it? Smile. JPG, Zhang Fan, it's no big deal. I'll treat you at lunch today. Just let Sister Fong, Brother Long and the others. Yen Xingyu, then I'll thank you for them. Ha ha. Zhang Fan, it's just a meal. It's not worth mentioning. By the way, Sister Whispering, what would you like to eat? Yen Xingyi, your treat. You said it. But there's no need to be so wasteful. Zhang Fan, that's fine. I'll look into it. You tell them. Yen whispered, aha. Zhang Fan patted Lu Yi. I got paid today. I'm going to invite Sister Light Language and the others to have a meal together. What do you want to eat? Lu Yi shook her head. There's nothing I want to eat. Brother Fan, what do you want to eat? I don't know. Then why don't we go eat a buffet? I know a buffet. Not bad. Group purchase of per capita 398. Have kebabs. Also have hot pot. Want to eat anything? Louis E proposed. Chapter 142 Considering the establishment of a charitable fund. Row. What's the name? I'll do it. By the way, Brother Fan, how much did you get paid? Louis E asked curiously. Zhang Fan snorted. More than $20,000. Zhang Fan didn't lie. He did pay more than $20,000 in salary. Security Bureau salary. $10,000 or so. But there was travel last month with various overtime allowances that added up to $20,000 or so. As for how it was calculated, Zhang Fan didn't know and didn't care. After all, this amount of money is really just a pittance. As for the 12 million, naturally, I can't tell Louis E. Louis E was a bit excited. Why so much? It's okay, you forget. I was traveling last month? Oh, also ha. Louis E was really happy for Zhang Fan. Take out your cell phone and start a group buy. Van. It's set. I'll send you the address. Aha. Zhang Fan directly copied the address and sent it to Yan Qingyue. Zhang Fan, Sister Whispering. This is the place. Buffet? Not bad. When are we leaving? Yan whispered, leaving at 11:30. Zhang Fan, okay. Zhang Fan remembered what he had said earlier about donating to the middle and elementary schools in his hometown. There is no hurry in this matter. For the time being. How about a charity fund? Specializing in charity? After all, these days, when you go out, you make your own titles. It's not bad to hang yourself as the head of some charitable foundation. It's not too much to donate, but it's not bad to take out 10% of what you earn every month for charity, just as a good deed. He was lucky to get the system himself and had to do something nice. When the time comes, some of your own relatives from back home can be put in and given a paycheck. It's not like others can control their own charitable funds or accept donations from others. The more Zhang Fan thought about it, the more feasible he felt. However, how much to build them needs to be thought through carefully. Also, how the foundation will be run has to be considered. It was impossible for Zhang Fan to donate the money directly to the school. The best thing to do is still to donate supplies. Can't help it. These days, a lot of things can't be said. If Zhang Fan donated $1 million directly to the school, maybe $900,000, all went where it shouldn't. However, Joe Haito was in procurement, so he could be called over to help when the time came. After all, he was his classmate, plus his family had money, so Zhang Fan still trusted Joe Haito. When the time comes, just pay him a little more. Zhang Fan pondered for a while, and the more he pondered, the more feasible he felt this matter was. However, to set up a charitable fund, you have to register for a business license. Registering for a business license is not a hassle, but many other things are. Zhang Fan felt that there needed to be someone who would be in charge. As for who to find, Zhang Fan hadn't thought about it yet. Soon, it was 11:30. Zhang Fan, Lu Yi, and Yan Qingyue went out the door together. Lu Feng, Li Long and a few others were also in the basement. Greetings were exchanged and the group drove to the buffet together. The buffet is still very good. Several people were satisfied with their food. After dinner, Lu Feng and Li Long, who had heard that Yan Qingyue was going to pick up her car, also planned to go along to take a look. The group soon arrived at the Harley-Davidson store. Miss Sales, she saw Zhang Fan and Yan Qingyue from a long distance, rushing over to greet her. Ms. Yan, your car is ready. You can pick it up now. We have specially prepared a car pickup ceremony for you. Yan Qingyue waved her hand. There's no need to be so troublesome. Hurry up and show me the car. The sales lady didn't say much, and led a group of people to pick up the car. The crowd saw that Harley E58 and loved it. Beauty, how much does this car cost? Li Long asked with an excited face. The sales lady immediately replied, all down, 580,000. Li Long's face instantly drooped. I'll go. It's so expensive. I still want to buy one. Let's forget it at this price. Lu Feng also spat. Lu Yi also spoke up. It's true that it's a little expensive, but it's really handsome. Zhang Fan immediately took over. If you like it, I'll give you one. The sales lady's eyes immediately lit up. Murphy, am I being billed again? Lu Yi spat out her tongue. I like it, but I don't have a motorcycle license. Then wouldn't it be fine to take a test? Zhang Fan said uncaringly. Lu Yi waved her hand. Forget it, too lazy to bother with that effort. The sales lady's heart immediately hit rock bottom. Zhang Fan didn't advise any further. After all, it's a motorcycle. In Zhang Fan's opinion, it was still somewhat dangerous. Riding in a small car is a car package, and riding a motorcycle is a person package. Injuries sustained in a motorcycle accident can be a bit more significant. Even Zhang Fan himself didn't want to get a motorcycle license or ride a motorcycle. A little life is important. The salesgirl helped Yan Qingyue finish the procedures for picking up the car. Yan Qingyue couldn't hide the excitement on her face. Fan, then I'll just ride my motorcycle back, not your car. Zhang Fan nodded. Lu Yi, however, suddenly spoke up. Sister whispering, why don't you take me along? I want to experience it too. Okay, just had a new car delivered with 2 helmets. One for each of the 2 men. Helmets on. The 2 of them got on the motorcycle. Yan Qingyue started the car and soon set off. Zhang Fan was a little worried and followed them. It was a good thing that Yan Qingyue wasn't driving very fast. Zhang Fan's heart quickly relaxed. Back in the neighborhood, as soon as Zhang Fan got out of the car, Lu Yi ran over excitedly. Brother Fan, Sister Light whispers motorcycle rides really well. It's flat and stable. How about I also get a motorcycle license and buy a motorcycle? Zhang Fan shook his head. What do you think is the difference between riding a motorcycle and an electric bike? Lu Yi shook her head. I don't know. It's not like I've ever ridden an electric bike. In fact, riding a battery car is the same as riding a motorcycle. Only, the speed of the battery car is not as fast, but the battery car does not need a driver's license. In line with the national standard. Buy and ride. Zhang Fan said smilingly. Really? Look, aren't there a lot of people in Jiangcheng who ride electric bicycles? The reason why they ride electric bikes is because they are convenient and they don't have to take a driver's license. You can buy an electric bike first and try riding it. If you think it's good, then get a driver's license and buy a motorcycle. Zhang Fan added. What you said is also true. Why don't we go buy a battery car later? Lu Yi asked excitedly. Yeah, they're for sale in the neighborhood. And they're not too expensive. A couple thousand for the cheap ones, 5 or 6 for the good ones. I'll take you to get them now. Okay, then let's go now. Yes, the two of them got into the car together. And Zhang Fan searched, and there was really a battery car seller nearby. Started the car and navigated straight through. Chapter 143, Birthday for Su Cece. Soon, the two arrived at a specialty store that sold electric bikes. Various kinds of battery cars. The price is not expensive. Louis E quickly bought a pink one. Over $300 for 100 miles of range. But then came the embarrassment. It's surprising that Yui doesn't know how to ride a battery-operated bicycle. Zhang Fan was also greatly speechless. I didn't realize that there were people who couldn't ride an electric bike. But come to think of it, it's normal for a rich girl to not know how to ride a battery-operated bike. Zhang Fan had to put his own car down for a bit and rode his newly purchased electric bike, taking Louis E to a sparsely populated place. This is easy. Just keep your balance. Then I'll try. Louis E said, getting on the battery car and starting to test drive it. Zhang Fan was a little nervous, behind Louis E, holding the battery car tightly, afraid that if she wasn't careful, Louis E would fall. It was good that Louis E was a quick learner and got the hang of it right away. Zhang Fan then breathed a sigh of relief. Louis E rode an electric bicycle, always smiling. Zhang Fan was also relieved that happiness was so simple. When they went back, it was Louis E who rode the electric bicycle and took Zhang Fan with her. Returning home, Zhang Fan opened the chat software to see what had been happening recently. But, once inside, a message popped up on the system. The day after tomorrow, it's Su Cece's birthday. Since the two have been together, birthdays have been spent together. It's sweet, sweet. Last year on my birthday, the two were in school together studying for the public exam. Zhang Fan was also young and spirited. Su Cece made a wish that both of them could get into the editorial program and then buy a house, get married and have children in Zhangcheng. Zhang Fan was touched, so he patted his chest and assured Su Cece, Cece, we will definitely have our own house. I didn't realize that now, the two had become like this. However, in this recent period of time, Zhang Fan figured it out. If Su Cece married someone else, it would definitely be hard on herself. Instead of that, it would be better to get Su Cece back on her own. Zhang Fan believed that Su Cece still loved himself. Zhang Fan didn't want to leave regrets in his life. Zhang Fan quickly decided that he would go find Su Cece tomorrow. Which village Su Cece was in, he didn't know himself, but surely someone else did. Zhang Fan took out his cell phone and contacted Su Cece's roommate, Huang Mei. Huang Mei simply said she didn't know. However, Zhang Fan directly sent out a red packet of 88. Sister Mei, if you ask, I'll send you another 88. So, soon Zhang Fan received the address of Su Cece's current job, Lu Jiazhuan, Tai Town, Quanlang County, Huel City. Zhang Fan took out his cell phone and searched. It was quite far, surprisingly more than 200 kilometers. Zhang Fan decided that he would leave tomorrow morning. In the evening, Zhang Fan, Lu Yi, and Yan Qingyue had dinner together, went outside to take a walk in the park, and went home individually. I have to go out tomorrow to do some errands, so I don't expect to be back until late the day after tomorrow, Zhang Fan said to Lu Yi. Van, where are you going? Huel City. There's a partnership to talk about. Oh, well, be safe then. Aha! On the second day, Zhang Fan gave Yan Qingyue a greeting and spoke. Yan Qingyue exhorted a few words, which were nothing more than paying attention to safety and making sure to come back on time. Another plan B was made, and the things that needed to be copied tomorrow if they couldn't make it back were also given to Zhang Fan in advance. Zhang Fan cleaned up a bit, went to the cake store first, ordered a birthday cake, and bought a lot of snacks. Girls, they all love snacks. Zhang Fan was also considered to be attentive. After picking up the birthday cake, Zhang Fan set off straight away. By noon, Zhang Fan had arrived at the town of Tai Town, Quanlang County, Hualei City. In town, found a random restaurant, ate, put the seats down, had a nice nap, and it was only then that Zhang Fan drove to the Lu family home. Sure is a mountainous place with great views. The village is also neat and tidy and presumably in good condition. Zhang Fan's heart, in an instant, dropped most of it. But it's inconvenient to be here without a car. Zhang Fan pondered for a while and planned to buy a car for Su Cece. He went directly to the village office, and after hanging around outside, Zhang Fan saw Su Cece, There were two other lads in there who looked a little more handsome. Zhang Fan's heart instantly thumped. I've heard that those in the same unit will be assigned to the same place, so it's a little easier. In that case, these two lads, odds are in the same unit as Su Sisi. The village was, in fact, not very busy, and a few people were talking and laughing. Zhang Fan knocked on the door and instantly everyone looked over. Su Sisi looked up and saw Zhang Fan. Surprised, Zhang Fan, why are you here? Come out for a moment. I have something to tell you. Zhang Fan spoke directly. Su Sisi spoke to a few co-workers and walked out. Zhang Fan, what brings you here? There was some excitement in Su Sisi's tone. You forgot. Tomorrow you celebrate your birthday. So I came over a day earlier to prepare to accompany you. Zhang Fan said smilingly. Su Sisi rolled her eyes. We all broke up. Breaking up doesn't affect me spending my birthday with you. Zhang Fan's tone was. Su Sisi rolled her eyes straight up. Alright then, you wait here for a bit. I'll go say hello to them. Okay. Su Sisi quickly came out after greeting. Let's go. To where I live. You belong to skipping work. Zhang Fan said smilingly. What's with skipping work? I'm taking a vacation. Su Sisi said without a trace of anger. Oh who? By the way, how did you get here? Drive. This is my car. Zhang Fan pointed to the M9 on the side of the road. Su Sisi looked puzzled. Your car? It's not a rental, is it? Who are you looking down on? I bought it. Zhang Fan said without any good humor. You who? Are Zhang Fan, Mr. Zhang, has gotten rich recently? That's right. Since we broke up, I've hooked up with a little rich girl. Look at you. How old is the rich woman? How much does she pay you a month? 20. Cut. The two men despised each other. Come on. First I'll show you where I live. No need to drive. Just walk there. It's very close. Zhang Fan shook his head. I bought you a lot of snacks and a birthday cake. Gotta drive over there. With that, Zhang Fan opened the trunk. A trunk full of snack boxes. Su Sisi was speechless. Why did you buy so many? Zhang Fan scratched his head. It's not much. It only cost over $200. Have you really gotten rich recently? Su Sisi looked incredulous. Made a small fortune. Oh, how did you get rich? Su Sisi was all excited. I'll talk to you later. Let's just go to your place and unload the stuff. Okay. Su Sisi got into the car and gave Zhang Fan directions. And soon, the car stopped at a small two-story building. This is the house we rent. And a few of our co-workers live here. We also have an aunt who cooks for us every day. Su Sisi introduced. Is it a unit reimbursement? That's for sure. Not bad for the system that everyone wants to be in. The treatment is just great. Su Sisi opened the door. Then together with Zhang Fan, she carried the snacks inside into her room. Su Sisi's room is on the second floor, on the south side, and it's not bad. Zhang Fan took a look at the room. It was quite large, with a 1.5 bed, a desk, and a large closet. Inside, there were some of Su Sisi's personal belongings, many dolls, all given by Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan's heart was somewhat happy. Su Sisi brought Zhang Fan a bottle of Sprite, and Zhang Fan took it and took 2 sips. By the way, see, you're still fitting in here, aren't you? It's okay. I'm curious, did you really get rich? Su Sisi asked with a curious face. Getting a little rich. Our family found some antiques that my grandfather collected and sold them for $2.0 million. Zhang Fan said smilingly. Really? Fake. Ha ha. Su Sisi rolled her eyes. You're a man with no decency at all. Zhang Fan pondered for a while and thought it was better to talk to Su Sisi. See, so much has happened since we broke up. I did make some money, but there have been some changes. You know, I do like you. As for what changed, Zhang Fan didn't dare to say. Did you do something illegal? Su Sisi asked with a serious face. Zhang Fan waved his hand. How come? I can always be a law-abiding citizen. Su Sisi took a serious look at Zhang Fan, whose face was calm, not like he was talking nonsense. Su Sisi then breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you didn't break any laws. I don't want, the next time I see you, to be on the legal channel. Zhang Fan rolled his eyes. You're overthinking it. Su Sisi didn't say anything. After a few moments, Su Sisi suddenly opened her mouth and asked, Zhang Fan, did you find a job then? Looking for it. Institutionalized. With establishment. Zhang Fan replied smilingly. Su Sisi instantly froze. What job? You're not lying to me, are you? The sheriff's department. But the situation is a little complicated, so I'll explain it to you later. Exactly. Su Sisi nodded. That's good. Let's take a trip to the county town. Zhang Fan suddenly spoke. Su Sisi looked puzzled. What's the point of going to the county seat? I realized you're still missing a lot of stuff here. Let's go to the county seat and get some. Su Sisi wanted to refuse, but Zhang Fan just didn't give Su Sisi a chance and directly pulled Su Sisi out the door. In the car, Su Sisi suddenly opened her mouth and asked, "This car of yours is quite good. How much did you pay for it? $500,000. Full payment or loan?" "Full payment." "Pretty good." "Aha." The two of them chatted casually a few more times, and Zhang Fan drove and pulled Su Sisi directly to the automobile city. Su Sisi was a bit puzzled. "What did you bring me here for?" "Buy you a car. It's not convenient for you to live here without a car," Zhang Fan said smilingly. Su Sisi hastily refused. "No, it's not necessary. Besides, I don't need it. Think of it as my birthday present to you. Don't worry about the money. I have it." Su Sisi hesitated for a moment, but still nodded in agreement. The two had been good for more than 2 years after all, and Su Sisi knew Zhang Fan's character well. "See, what kind of car do you want?" Su Sisi shook her head. "Brother Fan, just watch and come." Zhang Fan thought about it and spoke. "Then how about this car of mine? It has smart driving. Not bad. Would it be a bit too expensive?" Su Sisi whispered. "It's not expensive. This amount of money. To me, it's just a sprinkle," Zhang Fan said with an atmospheric face. "Okay then. It's got M9 in it, and it's still in stock." Zhang Fan clapped on the spot and ordered a top-of-the-line, supercharged program. "You can pick up your car the same day, but there's a 2-hour wait." Zhang Fan directly dragged Su Sisi to the mall in the county town and bought Su Sisi many more things. "Brother Fan, you're trying to adopt me?" Su Sisi suddenly opened her mouth and asked. Zhang Fan immediately cried and laughed a little. "What a mess. I like you and you know it. But we've broken up? So what if we broke up?" "I like you," Zhang Fan said, as he pulled Su Sisi into his arms and kissed her. Only when he knew that Su Sisi was almost out of breath did Zhang Fan let go of his mouth. "Nasty," Su Sisi hummed. Zhang Fan said with a domineering face. "Su Sisi, remember, you are my woman. If you lack money, call me. If you can't solve something, call me. The me of today is far more powerful than you think." Su Sisi rolled her eyes. "Che, what a bragger." "Bragging? When have I, Zhang Fan, ever bragged?" Zhang Fan said, taking out his cell phone and transferring 2 million to Su Sisi. "I've called you some money. You spend it first. Soon." Su Sisi's cell phone rang. Seeing the message that the bank card had arrived, Su Sisi was instantly stunned. "Brother Fan, how did you give me $2 million? Why are you so rich? Where did you get the money?" The two had been dating for more than 2 years, and Su Sisi knew Zhang Fan's situation very well. There was no way Zhang Fan would have that much money. Zhang Fan waved his hand. "Don't worry about that. It's all legitimate income. And what I said, if you don't want to work here anymore, I'll find someone to transfer you back." Su Sisi hastily refused. No. If promoted, they all need to have grassroots work experience. Su Sisi in the provincial department, and then not good again, not good for a few more years to mix, will also be promoted. It doesn't see any more rights, but the treatment always gets better. You remember, in the future, if someone bullies you, tell me at the first opportunity. The current me also has a backer. "What backer?" Su Sisi asked curiously. "I'll tell you next time," Zhang Fan said with a mysterious face. Cut. The two went together to pick up the car. Su Sisi was excited. "Brother Fan, come on. I'll take you for a ride." "Aha!" Out of Zhang Fan's expectation, Su Sisi's car skills were not bad. Zhang Fan was a bit curious. "See, when did you practice driving?" "My dad has a car, and every time I go home, I practice a few times," Su Sisi explained. "Oh, right. What's good to eat over here? Let's have dinner here tonight, and I'll send you back in the morning," Zhang Fan said with a calm face. Su Sisi's face instantly turned red. What Zhang Fan meant, she understood. Chapter 144, inviting Su Sisi's colleagues to dinner. After a slight thought, Su Sisi spoke. "I don't know. Haven't eaten much. I'll search online," Su Sisi said, taking out her cell phone and searching. Soon enough, Su Ssi was looking for a good one. "There's a Netflix restaurant here. Look at the reviews below." "Okay, then we'll eat there." The two of them soon arrived at that Netflix restaurant, asked for a private room, ordered, and the waiter went out. "Van, how many days are you going to stay on this visit?" "I'm leaving after a day or two. I have to get back to making money." Su Sisi nodded and took it to heart. "By the way, tomorrow I'm going to treat your co-workers to a meal and instruct them to take care of you for me," Zhang Fan said smilingly. "Such a beautiful girlfriend. You have to keep an eye on her." These days, beautiful women were scarce, and those like Su Sisi were even scarcer. "Declare that the name Flower is taken." Su Sisi didn't think much about it. "Okay, then tomorrow at noon, go to town for a simple lunch. That works too. Finalizing this matter, Zhang Fan was instantly much more relaxed. Soon, the food was served. Zhang Fan tasted it and it was not bad. See, do you usually go back to Jiancheng on weekends? We haven't been here long. We went back once last week and I don't think we'll be going back this weekend. What about your co-workers? They said they're still going back this week. After all, they're used to staying in the big city, and they still want to go back to Jiancheng on weekends. Oh, fair enough. By the way, how many of you are there? There are 5 people in total. The leader of the team is a junior leader of our unit, an older man in his 40s, and the other 3 are new employees who just took the exam this year, and there's a woman besides me. They all have someone, right? Zhang Fan suddenly asked. Su Sisi blankly glanced at Zhang Fan. All of them have someone. After all, those who can get into our unit are all excellent. That's true. Zhang Fan agreed. It's good to have someone for both. By the way, Brother Fan, what have you been through lately? How did you take off all of a sudden? Su Sisi asked again. Also, anyone who finds out that their friend got rich all of a sudden would be curious. Zhang Fan waved his hand and said with a bad smile, I'll talk to you later in the evening. Su Sisi glared at Zhang Fan and didn't say anything. Eat your vegetables. Eat your vegetables. Zhang Fan had a smile on his face as he helped Su Sisi clip a piece of fish. Su Sisi also helped Zhang Fan with a piece. After finishing the meal and settling the bill, Zhang Fan pulled Su Sisi away. Zhang Fan naturally had no interest in strolling around the unfamiliar small city. The same goes for Su Sisi. The two drove straight to the hotel. As soon as he entered the room, Zhang Fan couldn't help but hug and kiss Su Sisi. Su Sisi also responded enthusiastically. The two had been a couple for years, and the reason they broke up a while ago was because they didn't see any hope. In fact, Su Sisi was still sad. Now that Zhang Fan was rich, the obstacle between the two of them was instantly much smaller. Sisi, you're so beautiful. Zhang Fan couldn't help but praise. Darn it, I'm going to take a shower first, Su Sisi said with a shy face. Zhang Fan gave a bad smile. We're together. Aha! Su Sisi's voice was small, like a mosquito. Zhang Fan was so excited that he picked up Su Sisi and went into the bathroom. After a long time, the two wrapped their arms around each other. Su Sisi touched Zhang Fan's stomach. Brother Fan, you seem to have lost weight recently. That's true. I've been working out hard lately, Zhang Fan said with a proud face. Maybe, after a while I'll have 8-pack abs. Go for it. Su Sisi gave Zhang Fan a cheering gesture. Right. Tell me quickly, how exactly did you get rich? Su Sisi asked again. I happened to meet a big man, who saw my skeletal amazement and invited me to join the security bureau. I now say to the public that I'm in the General Security Bureau, but I'm actually in the Security Bureau. I've done quite a few missions recently, and this money of mine is all rewards from the missions. Zhang Fan explained smilingly. Zhang Fan said it roughly, but of course the highlights were left out. Su Sisi obviously didn't believe it and punched Zhang Fan twice on his chest. Aren't you teasing me? Everything I said is true, Zhang Fan said with conviction. When did you join the Security Bureau? Su Sisi asked. Only joined in a while ago. By the way, my work license. It's still in my bag. Don't believe me? I'll show it to you. Then show me. Zhang Fan got up, brought his bag over, rummaged through the documents inside, and handed them to Su Sisi. Su Sisi took it and glanced at it. Dasha General Security Bureau. Zhang Fan, Investigator First Class. It also has Zhang Fan's photo and steel seal on it. But Su Sisi hadn't seen it either and couldn't tell the difference between real and fake. Su Sisi raised her head and looked at Zhang Fan with a puzzled expression. Brother Fan, is this true? Really? Of course it's real. Who dares to fake this thing? Zhang Fan said without a trace of humor. Then your salaries can't be that high. Su Sisi remained unconvinced. Didn't I say? It's earned from doing tasks. It's all legitimate income. Zhang Fan had a serious face. What kind of quests can you make that much? Isn't it dangerous? You should know that these need to be kept secret, but I can tell you that there is certainly no danger. Su Sisi wanted to continue asking, but when she heard that it was confidential, Su Sisi didn't ask anymore. By the way, my identity as the General Security Directorate is open to the public, but the identity of the General Security Bureau is confidential, so just pretend you don't know about it and don't tell anyone, Zhang Fan exhorted. Su Sisi nodded. I understand. Why don't we use this $2 million you gave me and we buy a small house in Jiangcheng? Su Sisi suddenly said. Zhang Fan shook his head. There's no need to rush about buying a house. I'll save up some more money and buy a set in full payment then. How long will that take? Su Sisi asked with an expectant face. Zhang Fan pondered for a while. Let's give it a few more months. Besides, houses, nowadays, have been dropping in price, so there's no chance they'll continue to drop. Su Sisi sniffed and nodded as well. That's also true. Let's wait a little longer. By the way, are you going home on October 1st this year? Zheng Fan shook his head. I don't know. Let's talk about it when the time comes. That's fine. I do plan to make a trip back, so we can get together then, and meet the parents on the way. Is our family Sisi impatient to marry me? Zhang Fan said with a bad smile. Su Sisi's little face instantly reddened again. By the way, those buddies in your dorm, how's the job search going? Zhou Lin found a real estate company to sell houses. Zhou Haitao went to a financial management company to do procurement. And Yubo's family introduced him to a job that I heard was okay. Ooh, kinda. Zheng Fan took out his cell phone and looked at the time. It was just after 8 o'clock. Somewhat early. The two hugged and talked a lot more. Time flies, and in a flash it's 12 o'clock midnight. Zheng Fan prepared the cake in advance and inserted candles again. See, happy birthday, make a wish. Su Sisi blew out the candle in one gulp and whispered something else. But Zheng Fan didn't hear it clearly. See, what did you wish for? Zheng Fan asked with a curious face. I won't tell you. It won't work if I say it. Su Sisi said with a mischievous face. Che, don't say it even if you don't. Happy birthday to you. Thanks, let's eat cake. Aha! After eating the cake, the two once again did what they love to do. On day 2, the two were woken up by an alarm clock. It can't be helped. Su Sisi has to work today. Zheng Fan had wanted Su Sisi to take a vacation, but Hershey said it wasn't appropriate. Zheng Fan did not force himself either. The two of them quickly washed up, and Su Sisi dragged Zheng Fan to the Force store where they parked yesterday. The two of them drove an M9 each and went to Lu's house together. The work in the village is all in stages. It's just as well that it's not busy for a while. Su Sisi then took Zheng Fan along to the village office. Zheng Fan had bought some cigarettes and drinks, as well as snacks in advance, and distributed them to the people inside. See, who is this? A beautiful woman asked with a flirtatious face. My ex-boyfriend. But we just got back together. Su Sisi explained with a smile. Several other people also greeted Zheng Fan. Zheng Fan also responded enthusiastically. After a brief chat, Zheng Fan spoke up. It's Sisi's birthday today, so I'll treat everyone to a casual lunch in town at noon. The middle-aged man at the head of the group, their leader Uncle Lee, nodded. Alright, then we'll go have a casual dinner together. There's nothing to do in the afternoon, so Sisi can go shopping with Xiao Zhang and have a good birthday. Thank you, Uncle Lee, Zheng Fan said politely. What's the point of being polite? We're all family, Uncle Lee said cheerfully. Then I'll lead you to your office. I'll go to the town first. Aha! As soon as Zheng Fan went out, Su Sisi's female colleague, Li Huan, flirted with him with a smile. Not bad, Sisi, your boyfriend is quite rich, even driving an M9. This car is pretty good. I've been following it for a long time. Another male co-worker, Zhou Yang, chimed in. Unfortunately, with our salary, we can't afford it. Uncle Lee teased with a smile. Haven't you guys noticed there are 2 M9s parked at the entrance? One of them belongs to Sisi's boyfriend. Whose is the other one? One of the remaining male co-workers, Sun Shan, spoke up. A few people looked outside and saw a brand new M9. I didn't really notice it just now. It looks like a new pickup. Who owns this? Not mine. Not mine either. Su Sisi weakly whispered. It's mine. I just mentioned it yesterday. Zheng Fan gave it to me for my birthday. I'll be damned. That's so posh. I'll be damned. That's so posh. I'll be damned. That's so posh. Several co-workers complimented. Su Sisi was afraid that they would think too much. After all, Zheng Fan had just bought himself a car and he had agreed to get back together. So he hurriedly said, don't think too much. Zheng Fan and I are college classmates. We've been together since our sophomore year. And there were some minor conflicts not long ago. You guys have been together since college? Li Huan asked curiously. Well, we're both from the same city, same major, and can be considered a class. With more contact, it slowly got better. Su Sisi explained. That's pretty good. Me and my date. We hooked up freshman year of college. He's not as rich as your date, though, Li Huan said with some regret. Su Sisi rolled her eyes. Your subject, but a doctoral student at Jiangcheng University. When the doctoral degree comes out, the future is bright. There is also a difference between a PhD and a doctorate. Li Huan and Li Huan's subject are both students at Jiangcheng University. Although the current involution is powerful, graduates of Jiangcheng University are still not worried about finding a job. Not to mention the doctoral students of Jiangcheng University. Ha, I hope so. It's good to be young, Uncle Lee lamented. Uncle Lee, you guys called it good back then. The houses were cheap. Unlike now, when they're so expensive. Zhou Yang spat out. Yeah, even though the prices in Jiangcheng have dropped, Those school district houses are still desperate. Sunshine also spat out. You guys do a good job. And when you get promoted in the future, it's all no big deal. Uncle Lee said smilingly. The crowd rolled their eyes. It's too hard to get a promotion. You may be assigned a house when you get promoted, but if you want to buy a house, no way. Unless one dares to reach out. They can all be little munchkins with some ambition and no current ideas for reaching out. The crowd was talking and laughing as they worked. Zhang Fan found a place to stop and then chatted with Su Sisi. Zhang Fan was not familiar with the restaurants in the town, so it was better to let Su Sisi inquire. Su Sisi said that there was a Hong Yun restaurant, which was not bad, and that they had gone there twice to eat. Zhang Fan replied okay, then drove straight to Hong Yun restaurant and booked a private room with the owner. Then, it was back to the car, put the seat back, turned on the phone, and looked at the novel. At noon, Su Sisi brought a few co-workers over with her. When they entered the private room, they each ordered 2 dishes and some drinks. Zhang Fan was polite with them and then started chatting. By the way, Xiao Zhang, what kind of work do you do? Uncle Lee asked smilingly. Several other people also became interested and looked up at Zhang Fan. I work in the General Security Bureau, so I belong to the system when all is said and done. Zhang Fan said smilingly. Didn't you and Cece go to the same school? Can you guys take the Directorate of Public Security? Li Huan asked with a puzzled face. Right. The General Security Bureau only recruits relevant majors. You guys don't seem to fit in. Zhou Yang also looked puzzled. Zhang Fan smiled and explained. I didn't take the test to get in. I belonged to the special recruitment. And a special offer? The gazes of the other few people looking at Zhang Fan were not so friendly anymore. They were admitted to the provincial office, belonging to the thousands of horses crossing the wooden bridge, squeezing out countless competitors. For the specially recruited, they instinctively feel it's unfair. Uncle Lee hurriedly stepped forward to round up the situation. Of course there are special recruitments, but the ones that are recruited are those with special talents. Right, Xiao Zhang? Zhang Fan nodded. Aha! Then what talents do you have? Li Huan asked with an exasperated look on his face. Zhang Fan hemmed and hawed. Then now I'll show you guys my hand. Chapter 145, Going to a Hot Spring Hotel. The crowd stared at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan hemmed and hawed and took out a ping pong ball from the system space and 2 more bowls from the table. I prepared this ping pong ball ahead of time, so you guys see if there's anything wrong with these 2. Su Sisi took it and looked at it to make sure it was okay, then handed it to the others. A few other people looked at it and confirmed that it was okay. You've all seen the magic trick 3 immortals return to the cave, right? I'll show you an easier one, Zhang Fan said. First placing a ping pong ball in a bowl, then snapping it on and casually exchanging positions on the table a few times. Guess, which bowl is the ping pong ball in? Zhang Fan asked smilingly. After all, Zhang Fan was an ordinary person and hadn't practiced specifically, so his hand speed was very slow, and the crowd could see it clearly. Left, X5. The 5 said in unison. Zhang Fan hemmed and hawed. You guys can open it and take a look. Li Huan was more impatient and close to Zhang Fan, and immediately turned over the bowl on the left. When this was turned over, Li Huan froze. His eyes glazed over. Why isn't there any? A few others froze. Yeah, why not? Zhang Fan smiled mysteriously. Do you guys guess it will be in the other bowl? Su Sisi's quick eyes and hands directly lifted the other bowl, but it was still empty. The crowd was puzzled. Van, where did that ping pong ball go? Zhang Fan hemmed and hawed and stretched out his clenched left hand. Look guys, it's in my hand. At this moment, a ping pong ball was placed in Zhang Fan's hand. I'll go. This is too powerful. How did you change? Su Sisi asked curiously. Everyone else was curious too. Ha ha, secrets. Do you guys want to see more? Think. X5. 4 young men. In unison, Zhang Fan hemmed and hawed and repeated the steps as above. Guess how many ping pong balls are inside these 2 bowls? Su Zizi, I think there's just 1, right? After Su Sisi finished speaking, she looked at Zhang Fan with some uncertainty. Zhou Yang, I guess it's 1 too. Zhou Yang opened his mouth. Sun Shan, then I'll guess 2. Li Huan, then I guess none of them. Only Uncle Lee was left at the scene, and Uncle Lee smiled. Then I won't guess. I guess I can't guess right. You can reveal it now. 2. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Sisi and Li Huan opened a bowl each, 1 in the bowl on the left and 2 in the bowl on the right. The crowd froze instantly. How did 3 of them turn up at once? Li Huan was a bit unconvinced and rushed at Uncle Lee. Uncle Lee, if you had guessed 3 just now, I guess we would have guessed right. Uncle Lee was a bit speechless. I just guessed 3 and couldn't get it right. Right, Xiao Zhang? Zhang Fan hemmed and hawed. If you want to guess 3, I guess you're right. Alright, don't lie to me. I'm not a youngster like them. Uncle Lee said without a trace of anger. You guys, learn from your mistakes. If people weren't capable, Would they have been specially recruited? Do you really think that your leaders up there are that stupid? It's just a magic trick. There are a lot of people on the internet who can perform this. There are also many performers on the roadside. All of them are very good. Li Huan retorted. Most of what you've seen is just tricks. Besides, Chang is probably more than that. Aren't you? Chang. Zhang Fan smiled and nodded. Li Huan wanted to say something else, but he was glared at by Uncle Li. Zhang, they're young and don't know any better. Zhang Fan waved his hand. We are all friends. I took a shortcut here. Not as good as you guys. In fact, I also took the national examination this year, but together I only scored 100 points, and I didn't even get into the interview. Ha ha. Hearing Zhang Fan's self-deprecation, a few people's faces looked much better. After all, they were still better than Zhang Fan in the exam. After all, Uncle Li is an old civil servant, knows a lot and has a wide range of knowledge, has been talking about his own insights. A few people are listening very carefully. After a while, the food was served. 6 people, 10 courses and 2 soups. It's all hard food though. Zhang Fan poured drinks for several people before lifting the cup in his hand. Cece, from now on, I'll be troubling you guys to take care of her more. You say that? We are all co-workers. It's only right to help each other. Uncle Li said smilingly. Several others nodded. I'll drink then. Make yourselves at home. Zhang Fan picked up the cup and drank it all in one go. A few others have done the same. Come, come, eat your vegetables and eat your vegetables. Zhang Fan took the initiative to greet him. Su Sisi also spoke up. Eat the food. Eat the food. Everyone picked up their chopsticks and ate. Right, little Zhang. So where are you working now? Uncle Li suddenly opened his mouth and asked. In Jiangcheng, it's considered a field form. Zhang Fan explained. That's great. The crowd showed envious looks. In fact, it's still you guys who are great. Although I'm considered a special recruit. But I don't think there's much hope for promotion. Unlike you guys, most of you can become leaders in the future. Zhang Fan opened his mouth and complimented. Uncle Li nodded. Xiao Zhang is right. As long as you guys do a good job, it won't take more than a few years. You will be able to be promoted to vice section. And if you struggle for a few more years, you will be able to reach the full section level. This is also the ceiling for most people. It's a struggle to move up further. Ability and luck are indispensable. It's good enough to be a deputy for a subsection. Zhang Fan complimented again. Several other people, hearing Zhang Fan and Uncle Li say this, all laughed. It's easy to raise a deputy section, but it's a little hard to become a deputy director, or the kind with real power. Still, it's something to look forward to. The atmosphere that followed was, well, better. A few people were talking and laughing and having a good time. After dinner, Uncle Li drove the 3 of them away in his car. Zhang Fan and Su Sisi discussed the matter and prepared to go to a nearby Longdu hot spring resort to play. It's not very far, half an hour's drive. Looked online and it was pretty good. Zhang Fan directly booked a hot spring soup house and then drove Su Sisi directly to the hotel. These co-workers of yours are quite interesting, Zhang Fan said smilingly. That Li Huan, he's actually quite nice. It's just that he's a bit quick-tempered, Su Sisi explained. Ha ha, young, still young. Su Sisi blankly glanced at Zhang Fan, saying it like you're so old. Li Huan's age is still a year younger than yours. Oh, that is indeed young. By the way, Uncle Li is so old. How come he also goes to the countryside? Zhang Fan asked with a curious face. Uncle Li, it seems like he had an incident before, had no hope of promotion, and is now considered to be in a lying down state, and took the initiative to apply to come. Su Sisi explained. Zhang Fan was a bit puzzled. Isn't Jiangcheng good? Why did you apply to come to the countryside? You guys shouldn't have taken the initiative to apply for it. Except for Uncle Li, there really aren't any active applicants. We're a provincial unit, different from other departments. If I'm in the city bureau, then I'll be assigned inside the city. And the provincial unit, the whole province is assigned. More than 200 kilometers. It is indeed a bit far. However, Uncle Li quite likes it here and is happy every day. When he gets off work early, he'll find a place to fish or go home to drink tea. That's pretty good. Enjoy your retirement life in advance. Zhang Fan lamented. Actually, it's quite good for the few of us here. The paychecks we get basically don't cost much, and we can save up money. Su Sisi said with a smile. That's right. Food and housing are managed, and other expenses are not too big. If you save a little, you'll be able to put together a down payment for a suburban house in 3 years of work. Su Sisi blankly glanced at Zhang Fan. Like the few of us, who can stay in the countryside for 3 years? Zhang Fan nodded. That's true. After all, they are all young people, and the provincial units, but also dry a year to go back. If you really spend 3 years in the country, you're probably wasted. By the way, Brother Fan, I want to do an on-the-job graduate program. Su Cece suddenly spoke up. Then study. Having a graduate degree will definitely help in the future. I don't have the money though. Need to use the $2 million you gave me. Su Cece whispered. It's fine. If it's given to you, it's yours. Spend it as you please, Zhang Fan said with an atmospheric face. That's fine. I'll see in a while. Which school to apply for? So which school are you enrolling in? Let me know and I'll enroll in one. The diploma thing wasn't really useful to Zhang Fan. However, who made Zhang Fan not poor? I've heard that graduate school. It's great to get a diploma, but a PhD would be difficult. Otherwise, Zhang Fan really wanted to do an on-the-job doctorate. Okay, we can go to class together then. Aha! Soon, the car arrived at the Longdu Hot Spring Resort. It looks kinda posh. Zhang Fan brought Su Cece and checked in directly. A hot spring soup kitchen, as the name suggests, has a hot spring pool in the yard. It's a little pricey at $288 a night with breakfast. Also, the vast majority of the hotel's programs are included. The two entered the room and suddenly it was a little awkward. See, I don't think I brought my swimsuit. Did you? Su Cece was also embarrassed. I didn't either. Then let's go swimsuit shopping together. Aha! The two put down their things and walked out the door, arm in arm. The hotel does have it all inside, but it does get a little pricey. Zhang Fan bought a swim trunk for $98. And those women's swimsuits, the cheapest ones cost $288. The slightly better ones are in the thousands. Su Cece shook her head straight as she watched. Zhang Fan also knew that Su Cece was too expensive. And so was Zhang Fan. But having come here, it was impossible to drive out again to buy a swimsuit. If it had been before, it would have been possible. However, the current Zhang Fan was not bad at all. Zhang Fan whispered in Su Cece's ear. Cece, it's okay if we don't buy it. We can just soak it. Su Cece's small face instantly turned red. Inside their little courtyard house, it's fine to soak in the hot springs with no clothes on. But, there are quite a few more programs in outer fullness. Not without a bathing suit. I'll pick a cheap one then, Su Cece whispered. Then, Su Cece chose a very conservative bargain. I guess it's just that big moms don't want to wear them. Zhang Fan was speechless. Not this one. This one. Zhang Fan was pointing to a one-piece swimsuit with peach blossoms printed on it, which was nice and not very revealing. But the price is not cheap. $1,288. Without waiting for Su Cece to retort, Zhang Fan directly swept the code to check out. It's too expensive. Just buy a cheap one, Su Cece complained in a small voice. Cece, disregarding the price. Which one do you prefer? Zhang Fan asked rhetorically. You picked this one. Then it's not over. Let's hurry back to the room. Change clothes and soak in the hot spring. Okay. Zhang Fan had finished paying, so Su Cece could only accept it. Back in the room, the two men changed into separate swimsuits. The pink swim skirt looked like Su Cece's body, even whiter. Together with the fact that the swim skirt wasn't very long, Su Cece's big white legs were even more obvious. Zhang Fan instantly lusted after the atmosphere. But fortunately, the swim trunks were loose and covered Zhang Fan's embarrassment. See, let's soak in the yard first. Aha! Zhang Fan took out 2 bottles of chilled drinks from the refrigerator, as well as some snacks, and dragged Su Cece to the courtyard. The two of them soaked in the hot spring pool, sipping drinks, snacking, and watching a movie in a leisurely manner. However, watching it changed the flavor. After all, it would be a proper waste to just soak in a hot spring with your favorite girl. Plus, Zhang Fan and Su Cece had never experienced this scene before. So, the two had a great time. The water feels great, but it's just a bit of a struggle. Zhang Fan hugged Su Cece and lamented. The exercise ended, and Su Cece's face became more and more flushed. I don't know, from the hot springs? Or, the two returned to the house together. Brother Fan, we're going out for a stroll now? Su Cece was obviously a bit excited. Zhang Fan shook his head. Wait a while. I'm a bit tired. If it was usual, Zhang Fan would definitely not be tired. But exercising in the water is really too physically demanding. Plus last night was a little rough too. So at this moment, Zhang Fan was really tired. Su Cece looked at Zhang Fan with a look of contempt. Brother Fan, you're useless. You still say that. If you hadn't asked me to hold you, would I be so tired? Zhang Fan said without any good humor. Su Cece's little face instantly turned red, thinking about the scene just now. His ears reddened. Zhang Fan hurriedly hugged Su Cece. We haven't had a nap yet at noon. Let's take a nap and go out for a stroll later. Su Cece nodded helplessly. Alright then, sleep for an hour. Then let's go out and hang out together. Zhang Fan nodded. Aha! In an hour, you should be able to recover pretty much on your own. Zhang Fan lay on the bed and quickly fell asleep. An hour later, Su Cece woke up Zhang Fan right on time. Brother Fan, an hour is up. Let's go out for a stroll now too. Zhang Fan rubbed his eyes and slowed down after a while. Aha! Right. I just read online that there are cold mist hot springs here. It's fun, Su Cece said excitedly. Then wait for me. I'll go wash my face. Zhang Fan went to wash his face and changed his clothes, then pulled Su Cece out with him. Following the signs inside the hotel, the two quickly found the cold mist hot spring area. There was a hot spring below, but above there was an icy mist that blew coolly on your body, giving you the feeling of an air-conditioned room. Very cozy indeed. Chapter 146, watching Su Yashwan's movie. However, the beauty of it was that the scene was a bit crowded. I guess it was summer vacation and there were a lot of little kids on the scene. Zhang Fan didn't hate small children, except for naughty ones. A few small children, surprisingly, were on hand for a water fight. Zhang Fan Su Cece was mistakenly injured several times. The adults on the scene didn't care much. Su Cece was a little angry, but she was too embarrassed to take it up with them, directly pulling Zhang Fan away. If you can't mess with it, can't you hide from it? The two went straight to the next location, the fish spa. It's fun to put your feet in the fish spa and have little fish swimming around underneath. According to the above, a tropical fish called a kissing fish, less than 5 centimeters in length and without long teeth, is used here. As soon as you put your foot in, the fish will surround it and kiss it. I heard that this fish can suck the dead skin of human metabolism and can suck out the garbage and bacteria remaining in the pores of human epidermis, so that the human body becomes permeable, free from bacteria, viruses in the human body day after day deposition, to take away the disease. At the same time make the human body fully absorb the mineral ingredients in the hot springs, to achieve the purpose of getting rid of the disease. I don't know if there is any efficacy, but it is very comfortable to soak. After the fish treatment, it's a milk bath. Zhang Fan wasn't much interested, but when Su Cece took a look at the introduction written on the sign above, saying that it could make the skin fairer, she couldn't wait to drag Zhang Fan to experience it. While soaking, Su Cece asked Zhang Fan, Brother Fan, do you think my skin is any whiter? Zhang Fan seriously sized up Su Cece's body and replied, whiter. Su Cece's skin, which was already very fair, but it's whiter after a milk bath. However, it seemed to Zhang Fan that it should be the color of milk. Do you think my body will become fairer if I often take a milk bath? Su Cece suddenly asked. How would I know that? But you can try. Su Cece was obviously interested, but still said with a heartbroken voice, will it be too expensive? It's not expensive. I've seen it before. Soak it once and just buy a couple bags of milk. It's like 4 bags of whole milk and some water. But that condition of yours, it does seem a bit sketchy. Su Cece sighed. That's true. The village is all about showers, and really boiling water for a bath is indeed quite laborious. It's okay, we'll buy a house with a bathtub later. It's not a big deal, Zhang Fan said smilingly. Su Cece nodded lightly, a little excited. After the milk bath, followed by the red wine bath, white wine pool, red vinegar pool, sea salt pool, there's quite a variety. Su Cece was quite interested and experienced each one for a while. Zhang Fan, on the other hand, was not so fond of it, but accompanying Su Cece and playing together was quite good. The afternoon passed quickly. In the evening, the two had a buffet inside. It's a bit pricey at 188 a head, but the flavor is fine. It was the first time that Su Cece ate such an expensive buffet and kept taking pictures of the food. Zhang Fan also looked on with a smile. Women like to record beautiful things. Zhang Fan had long since gotten used to it. After dinner, the two of them wandered around a bit more. It's really quite big inside and has a fitness area, games area, movie viewing area, children's play area and more. I can see that it's really nice here. Back in her yard, Su Cece looked excited. See, why are you so excited? I didn't realize that this place is quite fun. Su Cece couldn't help but speak. It's very nice indeed. Shall we come back next time? Zhang Fan said smilingly. Forget it, it's too expensive. This one day, I've spent almost 10,000. It's almost worth a month's salary for me. Su Cece said with a heartbroken face. Really? Room 288, buffet 188, and bathing suit 288. That's over 800. Ordinary people, who are willing to come and spend money. Zhang Fan didn't care. Anyway, this amount of money was just a drizzle for himself. However, Zhang Fan did not persuade Su Cece to accept it. It's a long time coming. You'll get used to it later. Then let's watch a movie for a while? Zhang Fan agreed. Okay, I'll look for it and cast the screen, Su Cece said, picking up her cell phone and searching for it. Zhang Fan suddenly noticed that Su Cece's cell phone was still bought 2 years ago, a $200 domestic phone. Su Cece's parents, both institutionalized. But, the old side of the family's wages are not high. Plus there was a younger brother. So Su Sisi was usually more frugal. The phone looked pretty good. However, Zhang Fan felt that it would be better to buy a new one. Zhang Fan opened his cell phone and searched. There was really a cell phone seller nearby. It was still open. Zhang Fan immediately placed an order online and bought a newest model of P70. The top of the line. Brother Van, do you think this is good? Zhang Fan glanced at it. It was a previous school love drama. And the main character was surprisingly Su Yashwan. This movie, Zhang Fan had seen before, but only a cursory glance. Now, Zhang Fan was interested. Okay. Su Sisi quickly got it right, and the two of them laid down on the bed, cuddled up together and watched. The movie begins with a clip of Su Yashwan lying in bed and being woken up by an alarm clock. Brother Fan, this Su Yashwan is so pretty and has a great body? Su Sisi couldn't help but compliment. It's indeed very pretty. However, the figure is not as good as our family CC. Zhang Fan said casually. That's true. Su Yashwan was indeed very pretty, and her figure was really good, but she was a bit on the thin side. These days, a lot of celebrities go for white, young and thin. In Zhang Fan's opinion, it was more or less morbid. However, Su Yashwan also said that they don't want to be like this, but if they don't get thinner, then they'll look fat on screen and they'll be unappealing. Su Sisi blankly glanced at Zhang Fan. Count on you to talk. Ha ha, what I said is true. It's true that Yashian is pretty, and she does have a good figure, but it's a bit thin. Zhang Fan explained seriously. Yeah, don't you men all like skinny ones? Su Sisi said without a trace of humor. Healthy is best, like Lu Tianxian is best. Zhang Fan said smilingly. Su Sisi wasn't angry. After all, Su Sisi wouldn't be inexplicably jealous. The movie continues and suddenly flips to the phone ringing. Zhang Fan took a look and it was a call from the writer boy. Zhang Fan decisively chose to answer. The writer boy is almost at the hotel lobby. See, I'm going out for a minute. Going out for what? Su Sisi asked with a puzzled expression. You'll find out later. Zhang Fan got up numbly, put on his slippers and went out. The writer boy was already in the hotel lobby, and after decisively picking up the goods, with the package intact, Zhang Fan took his cell phone and went back. Van, what's that in your hand? I think it's time for you to change this cell phone. I just got UAP 70. Su Sisi excitedly took it, unwrapped it, and looked at it. Nice. How did you know I liked the phone? Ha ha, I didn't know you liked that either. But I guess it doesn't seem right for you guys to use Apple phones. Isn't it true that a lot of people on the internet are now saying that the system is better off with a domestic machine? Su Sisi nodded. That's what the internet does say, but I haven't heard it. Su Sisi quickly opened her cell phone and began to fumble with it. Zhang Fan just watched from the side and didn't say anything. Brother Fan, this cell phone takes really good pictures. Much better than this cell phone of mine. It's smoother than the one I have too. Not bad for being way ahead of the game. It just works. That's not true. Your $200, or 3 years ago machine. This is the latest model. Small 10, 000. Zhang Fan smilingly explained. Fair enough. After all, you get what you pay for. After playing for a while, Su Sisi put down her new phone. Van, let's just watch the movie first. Aha! The movie goes on as usual, and at the moment the protagonist, Su Yashwan, meets a schoolboy who has transferred to a different school and can't help but fall in love with him. Zhang Fan felt a little uncomfortable. Before, it didn't seem to feel that way. Who is this man? Zhang Fan asked without any good humor. I think it's called something like Zhangwan. It's quite hot recently too. Su Sisi replied casually. This man, at a glance, is a gigolo. Zhang Fan continued to spit. Su Sisi looked at Zhang Fan with a puzzled expression. Brother Fan, what's wrong with you? Do you have something against him? It's just a movie. Why are you so spiteful about the lead actor? Zhang Fan waved his hand. It's just a bit unpleasant. In the past, when I watched a movie, I was able to substitute myself as the male lead. But right now, substitution doesn't work a bit. Su Sisi glanced at Zhang Fan and said with a flirtatious face. Brother Fan, do you like Su Yashwan? Zhang Fan paused for a moment and didn't say anything. Su Sisi felt that she had said what was on Zhang Fan's mind. So she spoke. What's there to be embarrassed about? National goddess Su Yashwan. There are many people who like her. Not only do you men like her, there are many women who like her too. Zhang Fan waved his hand. Don't say anything, let's continue watching the movie. The movie continues. The hero and heroine are really together. Shopping arm in arm, watching meteor showers, climbing mountains. Zhang Fan was getting more and more upset in his heart, and directly found the remote control and closed the cast screen. Brother Fan, why don't you look at it? Su Sisi asked curiously. Long night, what's the point of looking at this? Zhang Fan said with a bad smile and pounced on Su Sisi. Perhaps stimulated by the movie, Zhang Fan worked extra hard. Su Sisi couldn't even stand it a bit. It soon raised the white flag and surrendered. Su Ssi fell asleep. Zhang Fan took out his cell phone, walked to the courtyard and dialed Su Yashwan's number. The phone quickly connected, and Su Yashwan's surprised voice came from the other end of the line. Brother Fan, why did you suddenly remember to call me? Nothing, by the way. Your new show. What is it? It's just a fairy drama. I'm playing female number 1 in it. Su Yashwan explained. Oh, do you have the script? Send it to me. Su Yashwan quickly refused. No, we all signed a confidentiality agreement. Zhang Fan didn't force the issue. No kissing scenes, bed scenes, no holding hands, hugging, anything intimate. Through and through. One's own woman. Surely, can't shoot these. Su Yashwan was a bit embarrassed. Brother Fan, I'm just a small actor. There's definitely no kissing in bed scenes, but the hand-holding and hugging scenes can't be avoided. Zhang Fan pondered for a while. It was indeed a bit difficult for Su Yashwan. It's true that even though they are big stars, they don't have much say in front of capital. What's more, although the two were related, they hadn't helped Su Yashwan much themselves. It was even more unrealistic to let Su Yashwan quit. Zhang Fan thought about it for a while. It would be better to find old Qian. Then I'll say hello to old money. Okay. By the way, Brother Fan, when are you coming to visit me in Magic City? Zhang Fan pondered for a while. Let's do it in a few days. I've been a bit busy lately. Alright then. I'll wait for you in Magic City. Yo. Aha. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Fan immediately called Qian Yongming. Elder brother Qian. How have you been? Ha ha. Quite good. Is there something wrong with our oldest brother calling so late? Qian Yongming's voice was still crisp. There's a small matter that I need to trouble you for a moment. Old brother. Zhang Fan said smilingly. Ha ha. What's the trouble? What's the matter? Just tell me? Although Qian Yongming said so on his lips, he didn't think so in his heart. If it's no trouble, it's done. If it's too much trouble, I'm sorry. I heard that Yashian has taken on a new movie. I don't want to see some intimate scenes in it. Oh, this I'm afraid I can't manage. After all, it's not my investment either. Qian Yongming said with a difficult face. The way he said this, it was too unleveled. Zhang Fan couldn't help but spit it out. That movie might not be released. Zhang Fan opened his mouth to threaten. Qian Yongming slapped his head before remembering Zhang Fan's identity. Zhang Fan is the son-in-law of the Yan family. So if any random person says hello, that movie won't be released. It's true that he didn't invest in the movie. But investors, too, are their own partners. It's really not worth it if the movie doesn't get released because of this. Oh, I'll persuade him then. Alright, please trouble old brother Qian. Zhang Fan said with an embarrassed face. No trouble, no trouble. Qian Yongming said in a hurry. As for what he thought in his heart, Zhang Fan had no idea. By the way, elder brother Zhang, how are the business license and office space prepared on your side? Qian Yongming suddenly asked. I don't know. I left it to the people below. It should be done soon. Zhang Fan said with some hesitation. That's good. You need to hold on tight. Old brother Zhang, Young Li, Young Lu and the others are starting to push their clients. Qian Yongming said smilingly. By the way, the client introduced by Li Xiao's side is worth 20 small goals. The commission this time is at least $2.0 million. Zhang Fan was shocked. Holy, why are there so many? Ha ha, could I be thinking of you guys if it wasn't a good thing? Okay, then I have to do this tight too. Aha, if you're late, maybe someone else will get the client. Ha ha, if Zhang Fan didn't know that Qian Yongming was a spy, he probably would have been fascinated. After all, who in their right mind could resist such a high commission? Chapter 147, returning to Zhangcheng, going to see the villa. Hanging up the phone, the corners of Qian Yongming's mouth rose, revealing a smug smile. Dacia is the only one of several large countries that does not have a tax on abandonment. This action of theirs is a 1-2 punch. It's a critical time in the economic war, and for every tycoon Dacia runs, their chances of winning are 1 point higher. After all, with all these rich people gone, the money will surely find a way to move out. When money goes out, it's natural to find ways to spend it. Luxury homes and cars need to be bought, right? And hire some servants. I guess. It's all small potatoes. Of course, the greater good is that this is money that can't be kept in the bank all the time. After all, money depreciates. Besides, interest rates are going down all the time. Also, when the time comes, you can write a small essay to discredit Dacia's investment environment. After all, so many rich people, who choose to emigrate, know what they're talking about. Nowadays, there's that saying circulating on the internet that you can question the character of rich people. but you can't question their vision. And that's just step 1. There's a lot going on back there. On Zhang Fan's side, he hung up the phone and hurriedly contacted Yan Qingyue. Yan Qingyue quickly picked up, somewhat puzzled. Little Fan, why are you calling so late? Sister whispering, I just contacted old Qian. She said that Li Xiao introduced a client to their side, and that the client is worth 20 small goals with a commission of at least $2.0 million. Also, old money asked me how the business license is going over there. When can I recommend clients to his side? Yan Qingyue instantly froze when she heard Zhang Fan's words. What's the situation? Helping clients with immigration doesn't usually make that much money. As little as $30, $000 to $50, $000 or hundreds of thousands of dollars. How is it possible to get 20 million at once? The client is rich though and not a cutie. Unless one wants to launder coins. Yan Qingyue nodded. I know. The business license over there has already been completed. Ready for work. Zhang Fan, okay, I'll let him know when I get back. Aha, come back and we'll set up a client and go see what's going on. Alright then. Sister whispering, you rest early, I'm getting ready for bed. Aha. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Fan went back to the house and fell asleep soon after hugging Su Sisi. Early in the morning of the second day, Zhang Fan and Su Sisi woke up. Perhaps it was because they would be parting soon. Su Sisi took the initiative to hug Zhang Fan and nibble. Zhang Fan was also not willing to show weakness and immediately rolled over onto his horse. After an intense friendly match, the two quickly washed up, ate breakfast, and drove out of the hotel. It was still a bit early in the day when I arrived at Lujia village. The two of them spoke sweet words of love in the car for a long time before Zhang Fan reluctantly drove away. On the way, Zhang Fan received a call from Qian Yongming, said that Xiaoasun's matter, taken care of, will change the script. Su Yashuan also received the news and specially called to express her gratitude. Zhang Fan was driving and casually dealt with a few sentences. After Su Yashuan learned that Zhang Fan was driving, she didn't say much, but only said that there would be a surprise at the next meeting. Zhang Fan said he was looking forward to it. After driving for 3 hours, he finally returned to Jiangcheng at noon. Back home, Yan Qingyue had prepared lunch long ago, and after the two of them ate together, Zhang Fan went back to his house to catch up on his sleep. Woke up refreshed. Zhang Fan felt that it was time to rent a villa. It's been dragging on for so long, it can't go on any longer. Zhang Fan got dressed and went to Yan Qingyue's house. Sister whispering, I'm going to rent a villa. Do you want to come with me? Yan Qingyue nodded. Wait a little while. I'll change my clothes. After all, Yan Qingyue had promised before that she would move in this time as well. Zhang Fan was naturally very happy to live in the same house so that there would be more opportunities for contact in the future. After a while, Yan Qingyue changed her clothes and came out. White short sleeves, 7-point black sweatpants, and a baseball cap in his hand made it look casual. There's a sporty goddess feel to it. Go! Aha! The two drove and soon arrived at a green agency. The intermediary lady quickly greeted her and said with a warm face, Big brother, sister-in-law, are you buying or renting an apartment? Zhang Fan glanced at Yan Qingyue and realized that Yan Qingyue's face was a little red, but did not retort. Zhang Fan hemmed and hawed. This little girl was really good at talking. We want to rent a room. When the agency lady heard that, she got even more excited. These days, clients who buy are really not as good as clients who rent. The market is down. Buy a house, 20 or 30 showings, and you still may not get a sale. Rental clients are, in turn, a little easier to close. Usually, 1 out of 3 or 2 will definitely make it. The agent lady was all excited. Oh, which house are you two looking at? Have you seen it online before? Zhang Fan directly mentioned his needs. We'd like to rent a villa in the neighborhood. One with a pool, well decorated, the kind you can turnkey. The agency lady got even more excited when she heard that. Nearby, they really do have listings for villas like this. None of them are cheap. They're all over $100,000. The agent's fee for renting out a house like this really isn't any less than selling a small house. Yes, what you said. Only Haitian Garden fulfills it. Haitian Garden, a pure villa community, has detached villas and townhouses inside. However, the houses with pools, or finely decorated, there are only 2 sets, the intermediary lady explained. Zhang Fan waved his hand. Do you have a key? Take us there. That's not true, but the owner has escrowed the key to the property. We'll go directly to the property over there, and the property will take us along to see it then, the agent lady said enthusiastically. In a high-end villa with finishes like this, usually the owner will hold the keys in trust for the property, and if someone goes to view the property will follow. In this way, it will be much better. After all, our industry, too, is a mixed bag, the agent lady explained. Zhang Fan nodded and drove and pulled the two of them. going to Haitian Garden together. The Haitian Garden is not far away. A 2 to 3 minute drive. On the way, the agent lady kept introducing the surrounding facilities. Schools, hospitals, shopping malls, subways and whatnot are really convenient. Before he came, Zhang Fan had read it online. However, Zhang Fan still patiently listened to the agency lady. This neighborhood, true to its name, is a high-end neighborhood, and it even has a homeowner's clubhouse inside. There is a swimming pool, a sports hall and also a boardroom. Anyway, it's a lot better than the last neighborhood you were in. The property rates, though, are a lot more expensive. When they arrived at the property, the agency lady talked to the property and soon the property found the key and took the three of them along to the house to be rented. The first room, a large villa of 500 square meters. When you open the gate to the yard, you can see that the landscaping inside is well kept. I heard from the property owner that the homeowner had commissioned the property and that it would be tended to on a regular basis. The yard was also wonderfully decorated. Beyond Zhang Fan's imagination, there is also a 30 by 3 pool on the east side of the yard. However, there was no water in it. After asking the property and making sure it was available, Zhang Fan nodded. If it didn't work, Zhang Fan definitely wouldn't buy it. Open the entry door and go inside. The decor is luxurious and gilded. The spiraling hallway resembles a mansion inside a movie. On the first floor there is a room for the elderly with a large living room, as well as a kitchen, a nanny's room, a bathroom, and a boardroom. Second floor, 5 suites. On the third floor this is an oversized master suite with a large master bedroom, large bathroom, and an attached den. Zhang Fan suddenly felt that the house was a bit too big. After all, it was just the three of them, myself, Lu Yi, and Yen Qingyue, who lived there. At most, hire another nanny to cook. That's a little big too. Zhang Fan turned his head to Yen Qingyue. Sister Qingyue, isn't it a bit too big? Yen Qingyue waved her hand and whispered in Zhang Fan's ear. Great, it's okay. You and Yi live in the master bedroom. I'll live on the second floor. And Lu Feng can also move over to live together. Also, Jiang Yueying, Su Cece. Zhang Fan instantly became a bit embarrassed. Sister whispering. This, Yen Qingyue hemmed and hawed. Don't worry, I won't say anything to Yi. Zhang Fan then breathed a sigh of relief. The agency lady didn't know what the two had said and continued. There's another floor underground. Let's go take a look now. After the agency lady finished speaking, Zhang Fan, Yen Qingyue and the property followed behind and went underground together. The basement, which is also well lit because of the light well above. There is a lot of space down there that the owners only made a private theater and set up a pool table. There are 2 other vacant rooms. It can be used for storage or to pile up some clutter. The entire villa, hardscaping is done and many of the furniture and appliances are fully furnished. You only need to bring a few personal items and you will be able to live there straight away. Zhang Fan looked satisfied, so he spoke up and asked, how much is this house? The agency small business immediately replied, the rent is 120,000 a month, 1 deposit, 3 payments, and the property fee is 500 a month. After the agency lady finished speaking, she looked at Zhang Fan with an excited face. It's a bit expensive. I'll pay a year's rent directly. Can it be cheaper? Zhang Fan said straight away. After all, it's still hard to rent out a house this expensive. Definitely must be a discount. Then I'll call and ask the owner. The agency lady went to make a phone call, and after a while, ran over. The owner said that the bottom price is 100,000 a month, and he doesn't care about the property fee or anything else. Zhang Fan felt that it was fine, so he looked up at Yen Qingyue. Yen Qingyue nodded as well. Okay, let's do the paperwork then. The agent lady couldn't hide the smile on her face any longer. That's a $100,000 brokerage fee for this order. Sell a $4 million house and collect $100,000 in brokerage fees. But what a pain in the ass to buy a house. There's all sorts of paperwork to run. Plus you have to split the money with someone else. When you rent a house, you just sign the contract, hand it over and you're done. Lighten up and earn more. The agency lady immediately called the owner. After a while, the agent's young lady said smilingly, brother, sister-in-law, the landlord's big brother will be here in a while. Let's go to our store to sign the contract. Zhang Fan nodded. The trio turned back to the agency store and after a while the landlord arrived. It was a middle-aged beautiful woman, and Zhang Fan looked somewhat familiar. Seems a bit like Jiang Yueying, but Zhang Fan didn't have the heart to ask. After paying the money, the two quickly signed a contract and exchanged contact information. Later, the landlord's elder sister and the property lady took them together and went to the property to do some formalities. At this point, Zhang Fan's villa was finally done. Zhang Fan was also relieved. However, Thinking that Yin Qingyue actually knew about Su Sisi and Zhang Yueying, Zhang Fan was also a bit embarrassed. On the way back, Zhang Fan parked his car on the side of the road and said to Yin Qingyue, "Sister Qingyue, do you think I'm a scum?" "Yes." Yin Qingyue blankly glanced at Zhang Fan and replied nonchalantly, "Hey, I didn't want this, but, Yin Qingyue directly waved her hand. "There's no need. The essence of this world is still the weak and the strong. As long as you are strong enough and have enough money, everything is not a problem." Born into a large family, Yin Qingyue had long been accustomed to seeing it. That rich man, how glamorous on the surface, behind the scenes, playing that is called a joy. Hearing Yin Qingyue's words, Zhang Fan pondered. Himself, in fact, is not a scumbag. It's just fraternization. As long as one has more than enough money to take care of one's woman, then this is no big deal at all. These days, children born out of wedlock have inheritance rights. So what's wrong with having a few women of your own? If he didn't have the system, I guess in this life, it might be a luxury to even think about getting married. Why is the marriage rate qualifying so fast these days? To summarize the reason, isn't it still that men don't have money? Women, but who are not particularly ugly, can get married quickly if they want to, but it's too hard for a man, who has no money, to get married. It is said that a woman chasing a man is a veil, but when a man pursues a woman, it's a house and a car and a mother-in-law. Zhang Fan looked at Yin Qingyue with a serious face. "Sister Qingyue, can I trust you?" Yin Qingyue blankly glanced at Zhang Fan. "What do you think?" Zhang Fan didn't know either. However, Zhang Fan decided to give it a try. "Sister Whispering, it seems like my psychic ability has been upgraded." "Upgrade? How do you upgrade?" Yin Qingyue was astonished. "I've realized that the amount of weight I can now replicate per day has become 2 kilograms. Yin Qingyue looked like she had seen a ghost. "You're not teasing me, are you?" "No, really," Zhang Fan said with conviction. "In the past, I felt that you were hiding something. Did you used to not only be able to replicate only 1 kilogram per day?" Yin Qingyue pursued. "Didn't lie to you. It really used to only be able to replicate 1 kilogram, which is what was upgraded in the past few days." Zhang Fan explained seriously. "So what are you going to do? Should we report it to the top?" Yin Qingyue opened her mouth and asked. Zhang Fan nodded and shook his head. "What do you mean? I don't know? You should know that inside my card right now, there's only a total of $2.0 million. It's not much to say that it's not much, and it's not much to say that it's not little, but to buy a villa, it's not even enough," Zhang Fan explained. "Then we'd better report it to the top. After all your information is not a secret." Chapter 148, Mother John's Invitation. P.S. For those of you who read it last night, part of the last one was added back in. Sorry, for the sake of a full attendance award. Sorry. Yin Qingyue's words calmed Zhang Fan down. There was nothing wrong with what Yin Qingyue said. These days, where was privacy? Probably by now, one would have been investigated to the bottom. I guess even the time you buy gold on day one should be known above. More or less nudge to know when you have the powers. However, they only knew when they had their powers, and they knew that their power was to copy things. But they didn't know how much they could copy. Though one could well argue that one has copied it before. But when you think about it, it doesn't make much sense. After all, one can only replicate gold to sell at the moment. It would be better to work directly with the top instead. Now that you're still short of money yourself, grabbing money is the way to go. Besides, the system can continue to be upgraded later. A little proper exposure can only be better for you. Alright then, Sister Whispering, just report upwards. Right, that money thing, don't forget. Zhang Fan seriously urged. Yin Qingyue blankly glanced at Zhang Fan without any good humor. Just put your mind at ease. There's no problem. It's still the same as before. Zhang Fan smiled sarcastically. That's good. That's good. As for the remaining part of each day that could be accumulated, Zhang Fan did not tell Yin Qingyue. Zhang Fan didn't think it was necessary. Zhang Fan started the car and continued to drive towards home. Soon the two were back home. Yin Qingyue hurried back to the house and went to report to the top. Zhang Fan, on the other hand, took out his cell phone and told Lu Yi the news that he had rented a house. Zhang Fan had some regrets that he should have brought Lu Yi along to see the house. After all, Lu Yi was considered her proper girlfriend. However, Lu Yi received the news and didn't say much. Instead, he asked Zhang Fan, "Brother Fan, did Sister Light Whisper go to see it?" "Aha, we both went to see it together. And we just happened to have nothing else to do today." "Oh, if Sister Whisper thinks it's okay, then it's okay. Then let's pack up when you get back and move in the next couple days." "Aha." After chatting for a while, Zhang Fan asked again, "By the way, how are your sanitary napkins selling?" "It's average. I don't know why. It just doesn't sell well." A hint of helplessness came through Lu Yi's voice. Ooh, how about a celebrity endorsement? Big stars can't afford to invite them. And small stars waking up isn't much use. Louis E. spat. How about Su Yashwan? We met a while ago when we went to Shangjiang, and our relationship is not bad, Zhang Fan said with a smile. It would be nice if Su Yashwan endorsed it, but our company can't afford it. Louis Yi's tone was somewhat regretful. I'll ask you, but if it doesn't work you'll let out some shares. Come back and I'll let her visit your factory. Hopefully your company's products can impress her, Zhang Fan said casually. Zhang Fan could only help out so far. With Su Yashwan's curiosity, she normally wouldn't endorse this kind of product. However, Zhang Fan and Su Yashwan's relationship, coupled with Su Yashwan's somewhat lack of money, as long as the product is good, clean and hygienic, I think Su Yashwan will be moved. However, Zhang Fan could not force Su Yashwan either. That's great. I have confidence in our products, Louis E said with confidence. That's good. Come back and I'll ask and see what day she has time. And let her visit your factory then. Aha. Thanks Van. Ha, I don't need it. Behave yourself at night. Zhang Fan laughed badly. Louis E on the other end of the phone spat in a small voice. Brother Fan, you're so annoying. With that, he hung up in a hurry. Zhang Fan hemmed and hawed and put down his cell phone as well. After a while, Yan Qingyue walked over. Brother Fan, having finished explaining with the above, the Archdeacon is very happy and has decided to treat you to dinner next time, Yan Qingyue said smilingly. Zhang Fan immediately became excited. Sister whispering, can we take a group photo and take pictures? Dinner for the leader. Not important. After all, one isn't technically in the system. But, it would only make sense if we could take a group photo. Come back. Enlarge it. Hang one in your old house. Your own mom and dad have to be happy. Himself. Not really a vain person. Neither are your own parents. But, everyone in the village has a good face. Yan Qingyue blankly glanced at Zhang Fan and said without any goodwill, when the Archdeacon and you have your next meal, ask yourself. She couldn't just go and ask the Archdeacon about this kind of thing. Do you think it's possible? Zhang Fan continued to ask excitedly. It should be fine. The Archdeacon is quite an easygoing person. Besides, you are, right now, more important than a national treasure. Yan Qingyin analyzed. That's good. When I go to Yanjing next time, I'll take a group photo with Master Yan, and another with the Archdeacon, and come back to hang it up in my old home, so that my parents will be happy, Zhang Fan said smilingly. Yan Qingyin was somewhat speechless. However, it made sense that Zhang Fan was preparing it for his parents. You're quite filial, Yan Qingyin praised. That's a must. My parents have raised me for so many years. I have to give them a long face. Aha, you're right. It's almost time for dinner. What are we having for dinner? Zhang Fan glanced at his cell phone. It was almost 5 o'clock. It's time to prepare dinner. So he opened his mouth and asked, what would you like to eat? Why don't we stick with fondue for the evening? It's been a few days since I've had fish hot pot, and I'm a bit tempted. Zhang Fan smacked his lips. Fish hot pot. Indeed. He kinda wanted it. The main thing is that you don't gain weight by eating fish hot pot. Okay then, let's go grocery shopping now. Yan Qingyue nodded, and the two of them left the door together, heading straight for the supermarket at the gate of the neighborhood. You can't buy them online when you have fish fondue, because of the fish at night. I'm not sure if it's freshly killed. There are aquatic products for sale in front of the neighborhood anyway. The two of them picked an 8-catty Qinjiang river fish, and after the master finished handling it, Zhang Fan paid the bill and then bought some more vegetables. As for the pill-type things, Zhang Fan did not buy them. After all, those frozen goods, they don't know how long they've been frozen. Some more drinks were bought before the two of them went back home together. Filleting the fish, washing and chopping the vegetables, the two of them split the work and got it done in no time. Everything is ready, just waiting for Lu Yi to come back from work. Van, ask Yi to see when she's coming back? Aha! Just after Zhang Fan's phone call, Lu Yi appeared at the door. We're having hot pot tonight. It's ready, Zhang Fan said smilingly. Lu Yi sniffed and immediately smiled. Really? Great. I've wanted to eat it for a long time. Thank you, Brother Fan. Thank you, Sister whispering. Aha! You go wash your hands. After Zhang Fan finished speaking, he went to the kitchen to prepare to get something, and Yan Qingyue followed him in. Lu Yi also came over to help after washing her hands. Soon all the ingredients were on the table. Zhang Fan lit the fire and was ready to eat. By the way, Brother Fan, did it go well going on errands these past few days? Lu Yi suddenly opened her mouth and asked. Aha! It went pretty well. That's good. By the way, what's the new home like? New home big villa, 500 square meters, 3 floors above ground, 1 floor below ground. There is a big yard of 800 square meters. By the way, there is a 30 by 3 pool in the yard. In the future, you can swim in your own home, Zhang Fan smilingly introduced. Wow, that sounds awesome. So when are we moving? Lu Yi asked excitedly. Zhang Fan looked up at Lu Yi and said with a doting face, this mustn't look at you? Then let's move tomorrow. I won't go to the office tomorrow, Lu Yi said excitedly. After Lu Yi finished, she looked at Yan Qingyue again. Sister Qingyue, do you want to move together tomorrow? Yan Qingyue smiled. Aha, by the way, Lu Fan will also move there together, and when the time comes, Sister Fong will be in charge of cooking. Sister Fong is moving there too? Lu Yi was a bit surprised. Zhang Fan immediately explained. The house is too big, and Sister Whispering said that she wanted someone to keep her company. Lu Yi nodded. Oh, that's true. Anyway, Sister Lu Fong is also a colleague of yours, and she can also help with the cooking. So it's quite good. Zhang Fan and Yan Qingyue let out a sigh of relief at the same time. Aha, let's eat. After Zhang Fan finished speaking, the three of them began to eat. The fish hot pot tasted really good and fresh. Dinner was very filling. After dinner, Lu Yi and Yan Qingyue went to wash the dishes. Zhang Fan, on the other hand, took out his cell phone, intending to read a novel for a while. I didn't realize that the novel I read yesterday was broken. Clicked on the author's homepage and realized that novel was gone. Zhang Fan was also quite helpless. However, Zhang Fan was not surprised. After so many years of reading novels, this is really the first one that's this awesome. The hero is a thief who was caught stealing a battery car, and then forcibly kissed the female well during the trial, resulting in a 3-year sentence. Go in there and find a way to become a protege of one of the big boys. This big guy, he's actually making icing sugar in it. The point is, the backer is still the warden. Even more outrageously, the protagonist finds a way to blow up the prison and all the inmates inside run away. Unsure of how to make money, the protagonist again utilizes the skills he learned in prison and begins to make and sell ice candy. It's really off the mark. The book is well written and wonderful, especially the rubbers. Definitely have a knack for it. I was lucky enough to swipe it yesterday morning and added it to my bookshelf, waiting for an update, but I didn't realize it was gone. Hey, regrets. Zhang Fan deliberately followed the author in anticipation of his new book. Opening the recommendation page again, there was a book on it that felt pretty good, so Zhang Fan clicked in and read it. After a while, Yan Qingyue and Lu Yi came out from the kitchen. Brother Fan, do you want to start a hacking game? Lu Yi took the initiative to open her mouth. Yan Qingyue also looked at Zhang Fan with an excited expression. Okay, then we'll start now, Zhang Fan said, exiting the novel and opening the game. Yan Qingyue and Lu Yi also logged into the game at the same time, and the three of them teamed up and played. Little Ing, when are you going to ask your boyfriend, Little Zhang, to come and sit at home? Zhang mother opened her mouth and asked. Zhang Yueying shook her head. Mom, Brother Fan has been quite busy lately. I haven't seen him for a few days. Then you hurry to contact such a good boyfriend. Don't run away, Zhang mother said without a good breath. Okay, I know. I'll be in touch in a few minutes. Zhang Yueying finished speaking and quickly ran back to her room. This Zhang Fan guy, he doesn't know to take the initiative to contact me. Zhang Yueying couldn't help but spit in her heart. Taking out his cell phone, he directly called Zhang Fan with a voice. On Zhang Fan's side, his teammates had been massacred, leaving him to defend the high ground. The enemy has 2 men left and a troop line. However, Zhang Fan was confident that he could clear this wave of soldiers and then counterattack back. Just as Zhang Fan was about to operate, a voice popped up. The game screen cuts right out. Zhang Fan hurriedly hung up his voice and then switched to the game. However, at this moment, Zhang Fan's cell phone network fluctuated a bit, and when it returned to normal, the hero operated by Zhang Fan had already hung up. Watching the enemy, pushing the crystal. Brother Van, what's going on? Why did you suddenly hang up? Yeah, Fan, why are you suddenly not moving? Yan Qingyue and Lu Yi both looked at Zhang Fan with an angry face. Zhang Fan was a bit helpless. A phone call came in just now and the game cut out. Hello Pit. What a pit. Both women spat at the same time. Zhang Fan also understood that at critical times, when his teammates dropped out or hung up, Zhang Fan also particularly wanted to greet their families. Sorry, it's all my fault. You guys have fun. I'll just call back, Zhang Fan said, took his cell phone and went inside. On Zhang Yueying's side, when she saw Zhang Fan hanging up her voice, she was getting angry when Zhang Fan's voice called. Zhang Yueying thought for a moment, but still chose to answer. Shadow, next time you have something, send me a message first. I was just playing a game to defend my home. When you called over the top, the game cut out and the crystal was pushed. There was some dissatisfaction in Zhang Fan's voice. Zhang Yueying, as a young man, was also a veteran gamer. Can understand. Jiang Yueying hurriedly admitted her mistake. I'm sorry, brother Fan. I didn't do it on purpose. Zhang Fan waved his hand. It's fine. It's fine. Right. What's the matter with you calling me? Why haven't you contacted me recently? There was some anger in Jiang Yueying's voice. Zhang Fan thought about it and really hadn't contacted Jiang Yueying recently. A few days ago. First he went to Shangjiang and then went to see Su Sisi when he came back. There was no meeting with Jiang Yueying at all. Not even much of a message. Zhang Fan was a bit vain. I'm sorry. I'm a bit busy these days. Oh. My mom wants to invite you to my house for dinner. Do you see which day you have time? Jiang Yueying whispered. Zhang Fan pondered for a while. Moving tomorrow was definitely not going to happen. How do you see the day after tomorrow? Jiang Yueying jumped a little. Then I'll talk to my mom. By the way, I'm fine tomorrow. What Jiang Yueying meant was for Zhang Fan to ask her out. But where would Zhang Fan be free tomorrow? Moving tomorrow morning, there's definitely a lot going on. The house has to be cleaned up and a lot of shopping has to be done. Plus, on the first day of the housewarming, you definitely have to cook a nice dinner. Zhang Fan directly refused. I have some things to do tomorrow. Let's wait for the day after tomorrow to be together. Jiang Yueying was more or less disappointed, but quickly set her mind right. Alright then, I'll send you my home address later. Chapter 149 Walking. Meeting Zhao Chang by chance. The two of them chatted for a few more sentences before Zhang Fan took the initiative to open his mouth to end the chat. Back in the living room, Jiang Yueying and Lu Yi had already started another game. Zhang Fan couldn't help but spit out. Sister whispering. Why can't you two get me? Yan Xingyue didn't even lift her head. Mocking. Waiting for you. Who knows until the monkey's age? Lu Yi, on the other hand, looked at Zhang Fan with a helpless face. And then at Yan Xingyue. The meaning is obvious. She wanted to wait, but Yan Xingyue wouldn't let her. Okay, you guys call me after this one. Zhang Fan said. Sat down on the sofa, picked up his cell phone, and swiped the small video. With a critical eye. I watched a lot of dancing ladies. Their dresses were so pretty and they danced well. However, it was impossible to cheat Zhang Fan's reward. Zhang Fan was not in the habit of spending money for strangers online. However, after watching the video and feeling good about it, Zhang Fan would thoughtfully give a nod of approval. I've heard that this is the case, and that big data will continue to give itself a push in the future. That's so nice. After brushing for a while, Yan Xingyue and Lu Yi finished their fight, and sure enough, as expected from Zhang Fan, they lost again. The feeling is so naughty. The economy isn't even as high as the opposite side's auxiliary. Yan Xingyue began to spit. The auxiliary is also a dish. Not useful at all. Lu Yi also spat out. Zhang Fan gloated a bit. Ha, deservedly. Who made you guys not wait for me? Lu Yi blankly glanced at Zhang Fan. Brother Fan, you're so annoying. It's pretty nasty. Yan Xingyin also nodded and agreed. Hurry up and open. If I lose another hand tonight, I'll sleep with Yi tonight. After Yan Xingyue finished speaking, she smiled badly at Zhang Fan. Lu Yi looked up at Zhang Fan and couldn't help but snicker as well. Zhang Fan hurriedly bowed his head and begged for forgiveness. It's too hard to not lose in one hand. Can we switch it up and take you guys to 5 stars tonight? Yan Xingyue smiled badly at Zhang Fan and shook her head. No. Zhang Fan had a hard time at once. What a mouthful yourself. What's the point of messing with them? This is great. I guess I'll be alone in my room tonight. Zhang Fan still had a deep knowledge of his game level. With his own strength, he would definitely lose more than win with the two of them. But it's too hard to say a handful without losing. This is a game that knows what it's all about. It's not you playing the game. It's the game playing you. Well then, let's hurry up and drive. Coming. In the next few games, Zhang Fan and the others were quite lucky and won 5 in a row. Zhang Fan quickly spoke up. After playing the game for such a long time, I'm a bit tired. Why don't we go for a walk in the neighborhood? Zhang Fan said, looking at Yan Xingyue with a pleading face. Yan Xingyue twisted her head and glanced at Lu Yi. What do you think? Zhang Fan's gaze went to Lu Yi. His eyes filled with pleading. Lu Yi instantly went soft. Sister whispering. I think we really should go out for a spin. The fight has been too long. Only then did Yan Xingyue nod. Alright then, let's go downstairs and have a look around. Zhang Fan was instantly enraptured. The three of them quickly changed their clothes and then went downstairs together. It was after 9 p.m. by now. The temperature has also dropped and isn't as hot as it was during the day. There are a number of elderly people with children hanging out in the neighborhood. Others, in their workout clothes, run around the neighborhood. However, most of them are women and they all seem to be pretty good looking. Within 5 minutes of strolling around, the guys met 5 or 6 beautiful women. Fan, do you know why so many beautiful women are running in the neighborhood? Why are there no men? Yan Xingyue asked smilingly. Zhang Fan pondered for a moment. The male is probably too tired from work to run. Yan Qingyin shook her head. Lu Yi thought for a moment. Is it because these beauties are very self-disciplined? Yan Qingyue still shook her head. Zhang Fan and Lu Yi were both a bit puzzled. So they looked at Yan Qingyue. What was that for? Yan Qingyue laughed. These beautiful women who come out to run may be doing it for fitness or because of self-discipline. But more often than not, they want to find a good date. Zhang Fan, not so much? Yes. Sister whispering. It's not that bad. Lu Yi also had a look of disbelief on her face. Would most men, if they were single, rent a high-end neighborhood like this? Yan Qingyue asked rhetorically. Zhang Fan nodded. No, it won't. Many of my classmates, the houses they rent are very small. Many of them are renting old houses. The rent is much cheaper than here, and the property fee is also much cheaper than here. Zhang Fan's neighborhood is basically a 3 or 4 bedroom neighborhood, and they are all larger in size and more expensive in terms of property fees, not very cost-effective for a shared rental. For example, the nearby villagers built their own houses, large 1-bedroom, more than 50 square feet. The rent is only 1,200 package property fees. Sharing a room in this would work out to be about 1,500, and you'd have to share a bathroom with someone else. Who wouldn't want to rent here? Then it's not over. These days, here, it's easier to run into someone with a house and a car. Yan Qingyin lamented. Zhang Fan couldn't help but echo. That's true. The probability is a bit higher here. These girls are pretty smart. No wonder. When one goes for a run in the park, one can only see old men and women, but not young girls. Come to think of it, a day at work is tiring enough. What girl would run in the park if not for some purpose? Even if you do, it's with a date. In this world, there is never a shortage of positive people. Lu Yi also looked thoughtful. Van, call me when you're out running from now on. Zhang Fan was definitely a good quality man, but he could not be attracted by the flowers and plants outside. Zhang Fan nodded. Aha! These days, so many girls really work very hard. Apart from that, there are a lot of sisters that like to raise dogs. Do you guys know why? Yan Qingyue continued to ask. Why? Could it be the same? Exactly. A girl won't go for a run in the park, but she'll go for a walk in the park with her puppy. Meet a guy who also has a dog. Think it's about right, and have a chance to strike up a conversation. Boys who have dogs these days are usually not too bad, especially in a big city like Zhangcheng. You guys think about getting a dog. You have to walk it every day and prove job stability. You also have to live alone, after all. Many people don't accept roommates with dogs. Another one. Most people who have dogs, especially men, have their own cars. Puppies can't ride the bus, subway, or high-speed train, and it's very inconvenient not to have a car. When you sift through it like that, a guy with a dog, who is loving, has a steady job, and is in good condition, is not a quality partner. Yan Qingyin analyzed them one by one. Lu Yi nodded her head in a hurry. When you say it like that, sister whispering, it's really true. Zhang Fan also felt that he had learned a lot. No wonder, so many beautiful women like to have dogs. So, there is such a thing. However, Zhang Fan didn't like raising dogs or cats. Haven't had that habit since I was a kid. The sight of a dog is a little scary. When you see cats, you also get used to staying away from them. Of course, Zhang Fan didn't have any problem with dog owners, as long as they walked their dogs on a leash. However, there is an old lady inside the neighborhood who has a big dog. Zhang Fan would stay away from this old lady when he saw her walking her dog, because Zhang Fan was afraid that in case the dog had a seizure, the old lady would never be able to pull her back. These days, it's all really hard. Yan Qingyue lamented. Yes, it's better to struggle hard than to find a rich man to marry. Lu Yi also chimed in. Zhang Fan was immediately speechless again. These days, women can still find a rich man to marry. Even if they can't find a rich man, they can still find one in good condition. I've heard that in my own hometown. Even women in second marriages can find their next home quickly. But men, in bad condition, marry first. Difficult. I've heard that it's popular to marry foreign daughters-in-law in the old country. Don't want a house or a car, just a portion of the bride price, which is also quite a bit less than the local bride price. Several of my own cousins are in average condition. I've been working outside for the past few years, and I haven't made much money. Not surprisingly, it will probably get a foreign daughter-in-law as well. However, now that you have the power, you definitely have to take care of it. Just as she was thinking, Lu Yi suddenly spoke up. Why don't we go out and have a look around? Zhang Fan was a bit puzzled. What's getting better out there? I want to drink milk tea. Lu Yi whispered. Oh, I want to drink milk tea too. Yan Qingyue hurriedly chimed in as well. Zhang Fan was instantly speechless. Drinking milk tea at this hour? Aren't you guys afraid of growing meat? Lu Yi gave Zhang Fan a blank look. Meat doesn't grow in a day. Besides, I haven't had milk tea for a long time. Yes, I'm sure I'm tired from moving tomorrow, so I'll buy a milk tea ahead of time and treat myself. Zhang Fan had nothing to say to this reason of Yin Qingyue's. Okay then. Zhang Fan sighed and followed the two out of the neighborhood. Just as he reached the door, a man ran over excitedly. Hello little brother. Zhang Fan looked a bit familiar. Which one are you? I seem to have some impression, but I can't remember. Zhao Chang. A while ago, you gave me a stamp to sell for my daughter's treatment. Do you still remember? Zhang Fan instantly remembered. Lu Yi also remembered, and quickly opened her mouth to ask. Right. How is your daughter? Thanks to the two of you, my daughter has finished her surgery and her body is recovering very well. In the last few days, she has been able to move around completely on her own, so I thought I'd come over to take a look and thank you, Zhao Chang said, unable to hide the gratitude on his face. That's good. That's good. Zhang Fan was also sincerely happy. It's not bad to save a little girl from your own act of kindness. Little brother, I came here to express my gratitude, and I also want a contact information for you. When I turn around and earn money, I will definitely return it to you, Zhao Chang said with a serious face. Zhang Fan waved his hand. There's no need. That little money is nothing to me. No. I can't sleep well if I owe someone money. Zhao Chang insisted again. So have you found a job now? Zhang Fan asked rhetorically. Zhao Chang nodded. I've been delivering takeaways now. Although I don't earn much, my time is relatively free. After all, I still have to find time to take care of my daughter. Zhang Fan instantly remembered his own previous takeout delivery that was all about experience. It's so hard. Zhang Fan took out his cell phone and added contact information with Zhao Chang. Little brother, I'll leave now. I'll contact you later when I've gathered enough money. Zhang Fan nodded. Aha! In fact, Zhang Fan wanted to open his mouth to help this big brother. However, the moment he opened his mouth, Zhang Fan held back. It's a big old man. After all, he had already helped him, and it seemed like a bit of a handout to offer to talk about helping him again. Couldn't do such a thing on my own. We'll see after a while. Zhou Kong is gone. Yan Qingyue, only then did she speak. Xiu Fan, what was the situation just now? Lu Yi hurriedly explained. Didn't Fan and I go out for a run earlier and saw him with his daughter at the bus stop? His daughter is very cute and sings beautifully, but has leukemia and needs a bone marrow transplant. So Van gave the shot a stamp. Yan Qingyue's beautiful eyes instantly lit up. Little Fan, you're so kind. I am also looking at the little girl's pity. I, for one, can't bear to see this kind of situation. Zhang Fan lamented. Brother Fan, people are indeed quite good. Lu Yi echoed. Let's go. Let's get milk tea, Zhang Fan said, leading the two women onward. Soon enough, a milk tea store was reached. What do you guys want to drink? Zhang Fan opened his mouth and asked. I want mango galore. I want strawberries galore. Zhang Fan helped the two of them place their orders and got himself a glass of lemonade. Soon, it was done. The three of them grabbed their own drinks and sipped them as they walked. Both women's faces were overflowing with happiness. Drinking milk tea is indeed quite blissful. Zhang Fan's lemonade, however, tasted, well, average. In order to lose weight, Zhang Fan deliberately asked for sugar-free. Lemonade without sugar is not as good as plain water. Zhang Fan took a sip and suddenly remembered that he hadn't traveled out for a long time. The Shannon kind of counts as a business trip, not a tour. It's okay to go to the beach this time of year. It's okay to go to Yunnan and Guizhou. The scenery there is also very good. By the way, sister whispering, recently I'm planning to go out for a trip. Do you guys want to join me? Lu Yi asked excitedly. Where to travel? Yan Qingyue also looked at Zhang Fan excitedly. It was obvious that she also wanted to go on a trip. Either we go to see the sea, or we go over to the clouds. Where do you want to go? Lu Yi thought about it and suddenly sighed. Forget it, our company. There are still a lot of things going on. You can hand it over to your uncle and aunt. Anyway, we are just going to play for a few days, and nothing big can happen. Zhang Fan persuaded. Yan Qingyue also persuaded. Yes, you're the boss, not a laborer. Go out for a few days, and you can command remotely if there's really something. Lu Yi was somewhat persuaded by the two men. Come to think of it, the planet revolves without anyone. You, yourself, should enjoy life too. That's fine. Then I'll make some time to arrange it. Van, where do you want to go? Zhang Fan looked up at Yan Qingyue. Sister Qingyue, where do you want to go? Chapter 150 Swimming. Yan Qingying twisted her head and glanced at Lu Yi. You guys just decide. Lu Yi nodded. Then let me think about it in the next 2 days. Anyway, it still needs time to be arranged. Zhang Fan also nodded. Alright, hurry up and decide in these 2 days. The three of them wandered around for a little while longer, and then they went back home together. Early in the morning of the second day, Zhang Fan was woken up by Lu Yi. Moving today. However, Zhang Fan did not intend to return this set of house, so the two simply brought some personal belongings with them. As for the rest of the stuff, just move it slowly. There wasn't much on Yan Qingyue's side either. Lu Feng doesn't have much. Zhang Fan drove a car and Lu Yi drove a car, so they pulled everyone's luggage and went to the newly rented villa together. Arriving at her new home, Lu Yi looked at the large villa in front of her and was very satisfied. Zhang Fan and Lu Yi went upstairs to stay in the master bedroom. Yan Qingyue and Lu Feng, on the other hand, pick a room for one person on the second floor. After finishing, Lu Yi pulled Yan Qingyue, Zhang Fan, and Lu Feng to discuss how to decorate the new home. Although Lu Feng is a soy sauce, but thinking that in the future it is expected to live often, the enthusiasm is also very high. Good thing, the property was contacted and cleaned up yesterday. All a few people need to do is acquire a few kitchen items, such as pots and pans, oil, salt, vinegar, and whatever else, and they can fire up the kitchen and cook. Of course, some of the smaller kitchen appliances will need to be repurchased, such as toasters, ovens, microwaves, air fryers, and so on. Anyway, it's just a matter of having everything you need on hand. Zhang Fan wasn't that bad anyway. Lu Yi also deliberately proposed that you can buy a mahjong machine, so that you can play mahjong together when you have nothing to do. With 4 people, playing mahjong is just right. The basement, too, needs to be reinstalled. The fitness equipment needs to be bought back on as well. It doesn't matter if you use it or not, but it has to be there. The outdoor pool. The property had finished changing the water overnight yesterday. However, a few people are a little too busy to care about going swimming right now. After a few people briefly discussed the matter, Zhang Fan directly drove and pulled them to the supermarket to make a big purchase. It had been a busy morning. And finally, at noon, the purchases were made in home. Zhang Fan waved his hand and decided to order takeout directly. Ordered a couple of dishes and a couple more orders of rice. After eating, a few people rested for a while before getting ready to make purchases again. The previous purchases were much needed items, but there are so many other things that aren't so urgent, and supermarkets are hard to find, that you have to buy them online. The good thing is that Zhang Fan doesn't have to worry about it. Lu Yi and the girls can just discuss it. Zhang Fan once again became a shirker and sat on the sofa to read his cell phone. Recently, there's been a lot of hype about the Descendants Padang factory. Zhang Fan found it quite funny. I've also swiped a video of this company before. To be honest, Zhang Fan used to like this company. The car was cheap and fuel efficient, and thinking of buying one of their cars later when I'm rich. Many netizens feel the same way. So, over the years, their family cars sold more and more. However, in recent years, Zhang Fan had become more and more disgusted with this company. In the release, their boss righteously said something about eliminating nature from the dictionary. At that time, Zhang Fan was quite impressed. The netizens were also quite impressed. But then, their family car, it burned quite a bit. It is natural to analyze it objectively. Other car companies have them. But other car company owners didn't say anything about eliminating nature from the dictionary. Their Force store burns a lot too, and it's a matter of charity as to why they do it. Anyway, but anyone with a bit of a brain gets it. What made Zhang Fan even more disgusted was that their boss ate the company's food and said that the company's cafeteria was very good. In the comments section below, it's almost all trolling. It feels like an insult to the intelligence of the netizens. However, their cars are really quite cheap and good value for money, so sales are still high. But, just inviting. This time, with the Badung factory, it was said that people were trying to smear the relationship between the two countries. People's Badung officials have organized a joint investigation by 6 departments. And you even put a label on People's Badung officials? Cowhide Deplis. But those workers of theirs, who signed the paper and printed the video by hand, touched Zhang Fan again. It's a humble condition and a tough environment, but it's their way of life. Who would want to leave their home country and go abroad to earn rice if they weren't forced by life? Can they keep their jobs after all this? Will they be deported? Hey, it's too hard for the average person. Zhang Fan's parents were also ordinary people, and many of his relatives also worked outside, so it was naturally easy to empathize with them. Below that, several likes. It was only then that Zhang Fan scratched through the video. More videos that are all about some of the mess on top of society. The more I look at it, the worse my mood gets. Those crap videos are as bad as it gets. Zhang Fan simply turned off the video and opened the tomato novel and read it. It's still fiction that's fun to read and pleasant to look at. Zhang Fan quickly swiped to a novel by Xiao Xinzi and read it. As she was looking at it, Suddenly Lu Yi patted Zheng Fan. Brother Fan, we're going grocery shopping. Do you want to join us? Zheng Fan really looked energized and quickly waved his hand. You guys go ahead. It's just buying a dish. Why do you need so many people? That's fine. Then sister light language. The three of us will go together. Aha! Zheng Fan waved his hand and lowered his head to continue reading the novel. The little bull is quite cute. The author describes it so well. No wonder so many people commented and liked it. However, the dog author's article was too short. Zheng Fan quickly finished reading it. Zheng Fan immediately gave a reminder, and gave the author another point for love. Encouragement. It's only a few seconds of video anyway. After reading the novel, Zheng Fan suddenly had the urge to have a child. But with whom? Yo-Yo? No. She's going to be a senior soon. It's not appropriate. How can we wait until after someone graduates? Cecilia Sue? Forget it. It's not appropriate. After all, I had just started working and was in the countryside in average conditions. Besides, what if she asks for her license? Not good to mess with. Headache. Forget it. Let's wait until we're richer. Zheng Fan flipped through another novel and reread it. Lu Yi and the three of them came back very quickly and bought a whole bunch of dishes. Zheng Fan quickly raised his head. Sister Fong? What are you making for dinner tonight? Lu Fong's handiwork was better. Zheng Fan knew that. So, the opportunity to cook naturally gave way to Lu Fong. What does the boss want to eat? Lu Fong glanced at Zheng Fan and asked with a flirtatious face. Steamed lamb, steamed bear's paw, steamed deer's tail, roasted duck, roasted chick, roasted goose. Lu Fong was speechless and quickly interrupted. Big brother, be serious. This is not a comedy channel. Yan Qingyue and Lu Yi couldn't help but laugh as well. Zheng Fan hemmed and hawed. That's all this boss wants to eat? Asterisk. Off. Be decent. Lu Fong said without a trace of anger. Then let's have an open water cabbage. Squirrel mandarin fish. Buddha jumping over the wall. Zheng Fan said playfully. The top 10 famous dishes of the state banquet. Zheng Fan is open-mouthed. The more Lu Fong heard, the more speechless she became. And she glared hard at Zheng Fan. You think I'm a state banquet chef? In my mind, Sister Fong's craftsmanship is even better than a state banquet chef. Zheng Fan complimented. Lu Fong instantly smiled with an open brow. Count on your kid to talk. I'll make you a few specialty dishes today. Then I'll wait and see. Zheng Fan said with an expectant face. You don't need to wait and see. Hurry over here to wash and choose the vegetables. Lu Fong said without any good humor. Yan Qingyue and Lu Yi both laughed along. Zheng Fan hurriedly put down his cell phone and followed the three of them to the kitchen. The kitchen of the villa is huge and 4 people were in there at the same time and it remained loose. Lu Fong was the chef, while Zhang Fan, Su Cece, and Yan Qingyue played the understudy. Today's make is, well, home cooked. The three of them handled the stone and handed it over to Lu Fong. Lu Fong skillfully started a pot of oil and began to cook. Braised pork, steamed yellow croaker, stewed beef brisket with tomato, baby cabbage with garlic, stir-fried cabbage. 4 people made 8 dishes and 2 soups. It's scrumptious. The meal was a celebration of sorts of a few people moving into new homes. It had to be said that Lu Fong's handiwork was just fine, and Zhang Fan was very full. Even Lu Yi was conquered by Lu Fong and pulled Lu Fong, asking for cooking lessons. After eating, a few people scrubbed pots and pans. Just sit on the couch and rest. Lu Yi suddenly proposed. Sister Light whisper. Sister Fong, why don't we go for a swim later? Yeah, it's been a long time since I swam. Yan Qingyue took the initiative to speak. Lu Fong was a bit embarrassed. After all, there was still Zhang Fan. However, the thought of going to the pool will also bring men. Besides, 3 women are still afraid of 1 man. Zhang Fan? Okay. Lu Yi nodded her head in a hurry. Then let's go up and change into our swimsuits. When they went to the supermarket this morning, Lu Yi purposely bought swimsuits and reminded a few of them as well. After all, there is a pool right in the villa. Swimming is still comfortable on a hot day. No need to use it for nothing. Although Zhang Fan didn't say anything on his lips, he couldn't suppress the corners of his own mouth. You have to wear a swimsuit to swim, so you'll be able to have a good time yourself. Zhang Fan also followed Lu Yi and went up the stairs together. Quickly undressing, he came out in his own swim trunks. With this recent period of training, Zhang Fan's stomach had significantly slimmed down, and he even had a hidden waistline already. Not waiting for a few of them either, Zhang Fan directly went to the pool first and came down to the water. It's after 7 p.m. and it's still a bit hot. The pool has an intelligent temperature control system that keeps the water temperature at 30 degrees at all times. Zhang Fan was not in a hurry to swim and waited for a few people in the water. Soon the 3 women came down. Lu Yi was wearing the most revealing. After all, the relationship with Zhang Fan was already familiar. The skimpy swimsuit couldn't cover Lu Yi's sexy body. A pair of long legs, long and straight. Even if he looked at them every day, Zhang Fan still liked them. What Yan Qingyue and Lu Fang wore, both one-piece swim dresses, were slightly conservative. However, the snow-white long legs could not be covered. However, Zhang Fan just glanced at it and stopped looking at it. Don't dare look. After all, Lu Yi was right next to her. Luckily, it was in the water and the swim trunks were loose, so Zhang Fan was not embarrassed. The three women took advantage of Zhang Fan's greeting and quickly jumped into the water as well. Lu Yi, Yan Qingyi, and Lu Fang quickly wandered away. Like a fish, it swims exceptionally well. Zhang Fan couldn't help but feel a little envious. Being a country boy myself, I can't swim at all. There's no way around it. The village pond was filled in a long time ago. The only one that hasn't been filled in has been circled and made into a paid fishing spot. Wanted to learn how to swim, never had a chance. Lu Yi quickly swam back and asked with a curious face, "Brother Fan, why aren't you swimming?" Zhang Fan was a bit embarrassed. "I don't know how to swim." "Ah, how come you don't know how to swim?" Lu Yi had a surprised look on her face. Yan Xingyue and Lu Fang were also surprised to learn that Zhang Fan could not swim. Zhang Fan quickly explained, "Isn't it normal for me, a poor boy from the countryside, not to know how to swim? On our side, it's all land. There's no water in the small rivers and ditches all year round. And even if there's water, it's at most up to your knees. Besides, it's not like I have the money to go to the swimming pool. That college of ours doesn't even have a swimming pool. Then why are you renting a villa with a pool if you don't know how to swim?" Lu Fang couldn't help but spit out, "You can learn if you don't know how. Doesn't he know how?" Yes, I can teach you," Lu Yi said excitedly. "Thank you Ms. Yi. Let's get started then. Row, you learn from my movements first." Lu Yi had a model and started handing over Zhang Fan. Yan Qingyue and Lu Fang were on the side, watching the jokes. "Fan, your movements are so funny. It looks like a dog paddle, like Donald Duck." From time to time, the two women swam around Zhang Fan, sent a couple of taunts. Zhang Fan gave them a blank look and didn't say anything. Learning to swim seriously. It had to be said that Zhang Fan was still very talented and quickly learned the ropes. All three women were greatly amazed. "Van, you still look great." "Yes, it's really great. It's so quick to learn." "Fan, you're awesome." The three women quickly complimented Zhang Fan. In the midst of their compliments, Zhang Fan gradually lost himself and swam happily in the pool. However, soon, Zhang Fan felt it. "I think I'm a little hungry." Sister whispering, "Sister Feng, why do I feel a little hungry?" Zhang Fan couldn't help but ask. "No way. You ate so much at night. Why are you hungry?" Yan Qingyue asked curiously. "I don't know. Aren't you guys hungry?" Lu Yi shook her head. "I'm not hungry." "Lu Feng, I'm not hungry either. I'm going to order a barbecue. Do you guys want to eat together?" Zhang Fan suddenly opened his mouth. Lu Yi, Yan Qingyi, was puzzled. "You're not losing weight?" Zhang Fan waved his hand. "Unconcerned. Eat enough to lose weight better. Then I won't pretend anymore. I also want to be hungry again." Lu Yi suddenly spoke up. "Then I'm not pretending. And I'm hungry. X2. Hearing them all say they were hungry, Zhang Fan was relieved. "I told you, how can they not be hungry? This swimming thing is a real physical drain." But, with a barbecue, was his evening swim in vain? Chapter 151, Going to Zhang Yueying's home. Coming out of the pool, Zhang Fan wiped his body, took out his cell phone, and quickly ordered some barbecue. Beef kebabs, lamb kebabs, whatever mess, cut a whole bunch of them. Then he pulled Lu Yi back to change her clothes. In less than 30 minutes, the barbecue ordered by Zhang Fan was delivered. Zhang Fan went out and picked up the handbag and carried it in. Lu Yi and the three of them are waiting on the sofa now. Zhang Fan opened the package and the crowd ate it together. After dinner, the three of them played games in the living room for a little while longer, before going back to their respective houses after 9 p.m. "Brother Fan, did you contact Su Yashuan, as you said?" Lu Yi suddenly opened her mouth and asked. Zhang Fan shook his head. "Not yet? What's wrong?" Lu Yi was suddenly a bit frustrated. The company's recent sales have been average, and many employees are worried. "What's there to worry about?" Zhang Fan said without any good humor. "I'm worried that the company won't be able to operate and go bankrupt and close down." Lu Yi whispered. "This is my first business, and I don't want to see the company fail." Zhang Fan lifted Lu Yi's chin. Be more confident. Trust me, and trust you. It's not that I don't believe you, but I don't believe that our company can impress Su Yashuan." Lu Yi was still a bit unsure of herself and her voice was a bit smaller than usual. Zhang Fan touched Lu Yi's head and said with a doting face, "Just don't worry, she will definitely agree." When we come back from our trip out, I will ask Su Yashwan to talk about this matter. Now, it's time to rest, Zhang Fan said, taking hold of Louis Yi's waist and started practicing his own undressing technique. Louis Yi gave a small wooing sound and cooperated with Zhang Fan, starting the latter. The next day, after dinner, Louis Yi went to work. Yan Qingyue and Lu Feng also went out. I heard that those few co-workers, too, were moving over. Rented a 200 square foot townhouse. More than enough for 4 people. Zhang Fan had wanted to go and help, but suddenly remembered that he had to go to Jiang Yueying's house today, so he refused. Just after sitting on the sofa and reading a novel for a while, Jiang Yueying sent a message. Jiang Yueying, brother Fan, don't forget to come to my house today. Louis Yi finished and sent her position in passing. Zhang Fan glanced at it and instantly froze. How come it's in the same neighborhood as the house you rent? Himself was Villa 26, and the location Jiang Yueying sent was Villa 18. Looking at it, it wasn't very far away. It's a short walk. Zhang Fan, your house is here? Jiang Yueying, yeah, my parents live here. Zhang Fan, my new rental is here too? Jiang Yueying, how many buildings do you live in? Zhang Fan, 26 buildings. Jiang Yueying block 26? Isn't that my house? Zhang Fan instantly remembered the landlady he had met earlier. No wonder he felt so much like Jiang Yueying. It turned out to be Jiang Yueying's mother. Zhang Fan was immediately embarrassed. It's only been a few days since I rented the house, so I'm sure people will remember them. Now that he came to the door and said he was Jiang Yueying's object, would he be beaten out? Zhang Fan hurriedly told Jiang Yueying about the situation. Zhang Fan, it's over. When I rented the room, I rented it with my friend. Your mom must know I'm seeing someone. Jiang Yueying was also speechless at once. I didn't realize it was that coincidental. Now, that's not good. Seeing that Jiang Yueying didn't say anything, Zhang Fan hurriedly sent to see a message. Zhang Fan, why don't we push it back? Jiang Yueying, no, sooner or later we have to meet. There's no need to push it further. I'll invite my grandpa over. With my grandpa here, I guess my mom is too embarrassed to say anything. Don't forget to prepare some tea for the old man from last time. Hearing Jiang Yueying say this, Zhang Fan was also relieved. With Elder Lu there, Zhang mother shouldn't be so angry on the spot. Let's just get through today, and we'll talk about the rest later. Zhang Fan, okay, 11 o'clock. I'll be there on time. Jiang Yueying, okay. Ending the chat, Zhang Fan began to wonder what to bring to the door today. When things do not decide to ask the netizens, soon, Zhang Fan searched the internet to find the answer. Nothing more than a few cigarettes or alcohol or something. A little money, that's all. Zhang Fan planned to, in a while, go to the supermarket to buy it. For now, it's better to read a novel for a while. At 10:30, Zhang Fan went out on time, went to the supermarket at the entrance and bought cigarettes, alcohol and tea. When I got home, I emptied out the tea inside the tea box and replaced it with 2 taels of Mother Tree de Hongpo. At 10:50, Zhang Fan went out on time. After less than 5 minutes of walking, we arrived at Villa 18. Jiang Yueying was already waiting for Zhang Fan at the door. Brother Fan, you're here? Jiang Yueying said with a smile. Zhang Fan looked inside and saw nothing, so he asked anxiously, is your grandpa here? Jiang Yueying smiled. Coming, waiting inside. Only then did Zhang Fan breathe a sigh of relief. Go! Together, the two crossed the yard and entered the house. As soon as he entered, Elder Lu said with a smile, Little Fan, you're here. Aha, long time no see, Grandpa Lu. Ha ha, it's been a while. Your grandmother and your aunt are busy cooking inside? As soon as Elder Lu's words fell, Lu Rongrong walked out, and when she saw Zhang Fan, she eeped. Why is it you? I didn't expect it either. So you are Shadow's mother. What's wrong? Rongrong? Elder Lu asked curiously. Little Fan is my tenant. I have a villa that I rented to Little Fan. Lu Rongrong explained. Elder Lu laughed. That's quite a fate. Lu Rongrong wanted to say something, but, looking at her father laughing so happily, held back. Forget it. We'll ask when we get back. Little Shadow, you go prepare something to drink for Little Fan. Your grandma and I go inside and get busy for a while. Jiang Yueying nodded and ran to get the fruits. Lu Rongrong and the old lady went to the kitchen together again and got busy. Grandpa Lu, Yueying said you're coming. I specially prepared tea for you, Zhang Fan said, taking out the tea that he had prepared in advance and gave it to Elder Lu. Elder Lu didn't take it seriously and took it in his hand. Oh, what kind of tea is it? The last one. Big red robe. What? Big red robe? Elder Lu instantly became excited. Aha, I see that you like it quite a lot, so I specially prepared another 2 taels for you, Zhang Fan said with a smile. Elder Lu quickly waved his hand. No, this thing is too expensive. I don't love tea either. There's no use in keeping this. A precious sword for a hero. Good tea for a tea lover. Zhang Fan said smilingly. Elder Lu was a bit moved and thought for a moment. Why don't I pay for it? Zhang Fan quickly waved his hand. Grandpa Lu, I won't listen to your words. I am Yi's boyfriend. You are Yi's grandpa. I send you some tea and you still want to pay. Isn't this a slap in my face? Besides, isn't it only 2 taels of tea? Elder Lu froze for a moment as he sniffed. What Zhang Fan said seemed right. His own grandson's son-in-law sent tea. What couldn't he accept? Take it first. Come back and return the gift. I'll take it then, old man. Aha! After a while, Zhang Yueying came out, a box of fruit plates in his hand. Zhang Yueying smiled sweetly. Brother Fan, Grandpa, you guys eat the fruit plate. Aha! Zhang Fan picked up a toothpick and stuck a piece of watermelon and ate it. Sweet. Van, it's good that you like it. Elder Lu just looked on with a smile and didn't say anything. By the way, where's your dad? My dad's gone to the office. He's a workaholic, but he'll be back by noon. Oh. Zhang Yueying looked up at Elder Lu. Grandmaster, you eat too? Master Lu smiled. You guys just eat. I don't want to eat. Zhang Yueying sniffed and didn't try to persuade anymore. Grandmaster, then you sit here and I'll take Brother Fan around. Aha! Zhang Yueying pulled Zhang Fan and went out the door together. Brother Fan, when did you move here? Just moved in yesterday. By the way, I'm curious, why did you rent out that house when it was properly furnished? Zhang Fan asked curiously. That villa, it would cost more than $50. 000 to sell it now. If he had his own villa, with a rent of only $1 million a year, he would never want to rent it out. Not to mention, it's so nicely decorated. The set you're staying in was originally the one my mom wanted to keep for entertaining guests. However, in the past few years, not many people have lived there. After doing some math, it's better to rent it out as well. Zhang Yueying explained. Oh, your family is still weirdly rich, Zhang Fan said with an envious face. That's right, our family has a total of 4 villas in the neighborhood. In addition to the one we live in, and the one you're renting, there are 2 others, but those 2 sets are rough. Lu Yi said smilingly. Zhang Fan was a bit puzzled. What are you doing with so many villas? My mom said it was for investment. It was only $2.0 million for a set when I bought it. Now it's $50 to $60 million. It's so lucrative. Zhang Fan couldn't help but sigh. A lot of people, they don't make that much money in their lifetime. I guess they've earned it easily. By the way, what kind of business does your family do? How come it's so rich? Zhang Fan suddenly asked. Lu Yi smiled. Actually, our family isn't very rich. My parents are in the internet business and have taken over some outsourcing business from some giants. Zhang Fan didn't really understand, so he decisively changed the topic. By the way, your cousin's house, is it also here? Aha, their house, too, is in this neighborhood. It's nice, it's convenient to live close by. It's okay. The 2 chatted for a while, when suddenly, a mirage pulled up in front of the villa. It should be my dad coming back, Lu Yi explained. Soon, a middle-aged man in a suit came down from the car. He's 5 feet 8 inches and very handsome. Lu Yi walked up smilingly. Dad, you're back. This is my boyfriend Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan hurriedly greeted. Hello uncle. The middle-aged man, Zhang Dalan, glanced at Zhang Fan and greeted him warmly as well. Xiao Fan, how are you? I'm sorry, you logged in on the first day, and I even came back late. It can't be helped. The company is too busy. You're too kind. Uncle, come on. Xiao Fan, let's go to the house. Zhang Dalan said and pulled Zhang Fan back to the house. As soon as he entered the house, Zhang Dalan saw, sitting on the sofa, Elder Lu. Dad, what brings you here? When I heard that little Fan was coming over, your mom and I came over to take a look, and your mom is inside helping. Wrong too. How can you ask mom to help? Isn't there auntie? Zhang Dalan complained. Your mom is a person you are not unaware of. Besides, the first time Xiaofan comes to the door, Rong and your mom must be personally out to entertain. Elder Lu said smilingly. That's true. Zhang Dalan echoed and turned his head to Zhang Fan, who was standing. Little Fan, sit down. Zhang Fan hurriedly sat down. By the way, Fan, what does your family do? Zhang Fan smiled and explained. My parents, they both farmed. Zhang Dalan was obviously not convinced. After all, he had also heard about Zhang Fan giving Elder Lu the mother tree big red robe. It's good to farm. What you grow yourself is clean, hygienic, and delicious. Zhang Dalan said smilingly. Yeah, old man, I also want to find a place, pack a piece of land, grow some vegetables, raise some chickens, ducks and geese or something. Elder Lu also chimed in. Farming is an obsession for many of Dacha's older people. Not that they like farming. Of course, what they like is an idyllic life. Leisurely and self-contained. Most of all, there's money. How many of them would be willing to make a living by farming? The reason most people want to farm is that after they are wealthy and free, they will be able to raise their own chickens, ducks and geese, and grow their own vegetables, which will be safer and more secure to eat. Zhang Fan didn't explain either. By the way, I heard Xiaoying say that you don't have a job yet. Do you want to hang a vice president in our company? Zhang Dalan asked smilingly. Zhang Fan was definitely not an ordinary person, and pulling him into his company would definitely be beneficial to his company. Zhang Fan was also quite interested. After all, you can't just say, when you meet anyone, that you're from the sheriff's department. Besides, it's better to have a title when you're out and about. VP of a publicly traded company. Not bad either. Zhang Fan asked smilingly, going to clock in at work? Zhang Dalan looked up at Zhang Fan. Of course you don't need it. Monthly salary of 20,000, 5 insurance and 1 gold. With an independent office. What do you think? Zhang Fan waved his hand. There's no need to give the money. I'm too embarrassed to take it. The office, however, can be kept. Zhang Dalan quickly shook his head. How can that be? You can't hang it for nothing. Uncle, if you want to pay, I won't go. Yes, Dad. Brother Fan really isn't that bad. Zhang Yueying also persuaded. Zhang Dalan then nodded. Alright then, let's add a contact in a while. Come back and I'll tell you the company's address. When you're free, go to the company and look for me. Okay. Zhang Fan took out his cell phone and added contact information with Zhang Dalan. Zhang Dalan glanced at it and suddenly saw the tea next to Elder Lu. So he opened his mouth and asked, Dad, is this your new tea? Master Lu blankly glanced at Zhang Dalan and said with a smug look on his face, this was specially given to me by Xiaofan, the mother tree de Hongpo. 152. Finalization of travel destinations. What? Mother tree big red robe? Zhang Dalan was shocked at once. Looking at his old Tarzan, he said with a flattering face, Dad, can you even me out a bit? This stuff is so dignified to take out and entertain people. It would also have to be a valued customer. A super valued customer. An average customer. Not even worthy. Elder Lu hurriedly picked up the tea box beside him and covered it in his arms. This is what Xiaofan sent me. If you want it, look for Xiaofan. Like an old child. Zhang Yueying and Zhang Fan looked happy. Zhang Dalan hurriedly looked at Zhang Fan with a pitiful look. It's so out of character. A big middle-aged handsome man with a height of 180 was showing this expression. Zhang Fan hurriedly spoke. I'm sorry, uncle. I didn't know you love tea. I'll go home and carry 2 tails for you after dinner later. Zhang Dalan's face immediately showed a look of delight. Really? Thank you so much. Elder Lu glanced at Zhang Dalan with a disdainful expression. Look at you like that. So old and still acting like a child. Zhang Dalan hemmed and hawed a few times. Obviously a little embarrassed as well. Dad, you didn't know, did you? That Xiao Fan rented our family's villa number 26, and I only found out about it today. Zhang Yueying reminded. Oh, your mom told me 2 days ago that it was rented out. I didn't realize it was rented by Xiaofan. Xiaofan, in the future, if you're not doing anything, come and visit us often. Zhang Dalan said smilingly. Zhang Fan nodded. Aha! Zhang Dalan pestered Elder Lu for tea again. Elder Lu was a bit helpless, so he had to start boiling water to make tea. Zhang Fan, Lu Yi, and Zhang Dalan just waited while chatting idly. Zhang Dalan, worthy of being the boss, was very funny and knew a lot. Zhang Fan felt that he had grown a lot. Xiaofan, Dalin, you can have tea now, Elder Li suddenly reminded. In fact, there was no need for Elder Lu to remind him. Zhang Dalan had been staring. Ever since the last time he drank at Master Lu's house, Zhang Dalan couldn't stop thinking about it. This tea, which is good, he doesn't know. But, taking it out and entertaining guests is definitely a facelift. Zhang Dalan grabbed the first one and took a sip. Sweet aftertaste, nice and tasty. Elder Jiang was a bit disdainful. Don't pretend to understand. Zhang Dalan snapped and didn't retort. Zhang Fan and Zhang Yueying looked straight up happy. Zhang Fan and Zhang Yueying also took and drank. To be honest, Zhang Fan didn't drink where it was good. However, thinking that 2 taels of tea could be sold for $3 million, Zhang Fan felt that it was, well, pretty good. After a while longer, Mother Lu and the old lady came out and greeted the crowd for dinner. It's all home cooking. After staying in Jiangcheng for a long time, Zhang Fan knew that home-cooked food was the highest etiquette for entertaining guests. Zhang Fan was relieved. Zhang Dalan, long-sleeved, is not a guide to the topic. A meal is a happy meal. Zhang Fan also glanced at Zhang Yueying's mother, Lu Rongrong, a few times. Her complexion was normal. and Zhang Fan slowly put down his heart. After dinner, the group sat on the sofa again, drinking tea and chatting. As for the matter of her renting an apartment with Yan Qingyue, Lu Rongrong didn't mention a word about it. However, Zhang Fan always felt a bit weak. After chatting for a while, he excused himself and left early. Zhang Yueying excused herself to visit Zhang Fan's house and also followed Zhang Fan. She wouldn't dare stay. After all, it would be a big deal to stay any longer. Her mom will definitely be looking for her to talk to. She hadn't figured out what to tell her mom yet. Just after leaving the house, Zhang Yueying spoke up. Brother Fan, drive quickly and send me back over to the university town. Zhang Yueying was a bit anxious. What's wrong? Zhang Fan asked with a puzzled expression. You're still talking. You're fine, but my mom will probably have to ask me about it, so I have to go out and hide for 2 days first. Zhang Yueying said without a trace of anger. Zhang Fan was a bit weak. Alright then, I'll give you a ride. Soon, Zhang Fan returned home, drove his car, and sent Zhang Yueying out the door. Sure enough, while on the road, Zhang Yueying received a call. His own father, Zhang Dalin's. Xiaoying, didn't you say you'd send off Xiao Fan? Why haven't you come back yet? I went out with Brother Fan. Zhang Yueying said with a mischievous face. Zhang Dalin was instantly speechless. Hurry back. Your mom said something is looking for you. Zhang Yueying began to play dumb. My mom is looking for me. What is it? I don't know. A little angry anyway. Zhang Dalin explained. You stabilize my mom first. I'll be back in a couple of days. After Zhang Yueying finished speaking, she hurriedly hung up the phone. Zhang Dalin called a few more times, and Zhang Yueying didn't answer any of them. Zhang Fan was a bit speechless. Little Shadow, are you really good like this? Zhang Yueying blinked and said with a mischievous face. It's fine. We do this all the time. Zhang Fan was a bit speechless. Alright then, soon. It was time to arrive at the entrance to the neighborhood. Zhang Fan stopped the car and Zhang Yueying gave Zhang Fan a kiss on the cheek. Brother Fan, I'll go back first. Aha! Tell me if there's anything. Zhang Fan admonished. Aha! Right. Don't forget the tea you promised my old man. Zhang Yueying reminded. Aha! Just don't worry. I'll send it to him when I get back. Zhang Fan hurriedly recovered. After all, the mother-in-law is not a good impression. But the future husband, you have to hold tight. If we offend both, we're screwed. It's just a little bit of tea anyway. Gross. Anyway, this month, the first few days of 1 kilogram per day were all on their own. Zhang Yueying walked away before Zhang Fan drove back. When they returned home, Yan Qingyue and Lu Feng were all at home. Zhang Fan greeted. Sister whispering. Sister Feng, have they finished moving? Aha, a couple of big guys, nothing to do. We had lunch together again at noon. Oh, what building do they live in? Come back and string them up. Building 47, Gate 5. Lu Feng replied. Right, from now on, over there, that's where we'll be working. Yan Qingyue reminded. Zhang Fan nodded, not caring. One doesn't need to clock in anyway. By the way, sister whispering, have you thought about where to go? Why don't we go to Rongcheng? That's quite fun? Yan Qingyue suddenly suggested. Hibiscus? Aha, you can go see the giant pandas. Go to Jili, stroll through the broad and narrow alley. Lots of fun over there. Yan Qingyue said smilingly. Zhang Fan instantly became interested as well. Honestly, haven't seen a panda yet. Also, it's really grown over there in the last few years. Okay, I'll ask EE. No need to ask. We've discussed it all. EE said that she's tired of going to the beach so often. Yan Qingyue said smilingly. Zhang Fan had a black line on his face. What do you mean by frequenting the beach? I haven't been there a couple times. However, since they had discussed it, Zhang Fan had no problem with it. Anyway, it's not far from the beach over here, and there are plenty of opportunities to go to the beach. Alright then, let's book the tickets. Sister Feng, do you guys want to go together? Lu Feng nodded. That's a must. Going out to play. How can we be missing? Alright, then, Sister Light Language. You guys look after buying the tickets and planning the itinerary. For this tour, the airfare cost, hotel cost, and Mr. Zhang will pay for it. Zhang Fan said with a big grin. Yan Qingying waved her hand. Just take care of yours and EE's. The few of us, count us as traveling. Zhang Fan was instantly speechless. How come I can't be considered a business trip? Aren't you traveling? If everyone was like you, what would happen? Yan Qingying said in a serious manner. Lu Feng covered her mouth and snickered. Zhang Fan was a bit speechless. Alright, it's not bad. It saved me a lot of money again. Go over there, I'll pay for the meal. You can spend a few bucks on food, much less than the total cost of the hotel and airfare. As for the rest of the money that should be spent and could not be reported, Zhang Fan would also be responsible for it. As for what should be spent, Zhang Fan had a good idea in his heart. Then thank you, Mr. Zhang, Lu Fang teased. Zhang Fan heard it, but didn't care. Ha ha, no need to be polite. You guys hurry up and get your tickets. I'm going up to get something, and I still have to go out, Zhang Fan said and went upstairs. Another box was found and filled with 2 tails of big red robe before going out. When he reached the door, Zhang Fan was too embarrassed to go in and directly sent a message to Zhang Dalan. Zhang Dalan immediately ran out excitedly when he learned that Zhang Fan had sent tea. Zhang Fan casually took the tea in his hand and gave it to Zhang Dalan. Zhang Dalan was like a treasure and hurriedly loaded it. By the way, Fan, didn't Shadow say she went out with you? Zhang Fan laughed bitterly. Isn't it that I sent Little Shadow to the place? And then Little Shadow asked me to come back and deliver the tea to you. Zhang Dalan smiled sarcastically. Ha ha, Little Shadow is still weirdly naughty. By the way, Fan, when are you planning to hang out at my company? In a few days. Something's come up lately and I have to go out. Okay, contact me when you get back. I've sent you the corporate address. Aha! Thank you Uncle Jiang. Then I'll leave first if there's nothing else? Why don't you come inside and sit down again? Zhang Dalan took the initiative to invite. Zhang Fan hurriedly refused. Just kidding, he was weak at the sight of Zhang Mother. Uncle Jiang, I still have some things to do, so I'll go back first. You should hurry back too. It's still weirdly hot outside. Well then, I'll go back first. You hurry back too. Zhang Fan waved his hand and walked back quickly. Zhang Dalan also carried the tea given by Zhang Fan and returned home. As soon as he entered, Zhang Dalan said smilingly to Lu Rongrong who was on the sofa, "Daughter-in-law, just now Xiao Fan came over again, gave me 2 tails of tea." Lu Rongrong nodded. "Oh, why didn't you invite him in?" Xiao Fan said there's something else. "Right, come and see. This tea is the one Xiao Fan gave to the old master last time, the mother tree de Hongpo," Zhang Dalan said, holding the tea in his hand and showing off to Lu Rongrong. Lu Rongrong thought about it and still told Zhang Dalan about the day before yesterday. Zhang Dalan's expression immediately became grave. "Do you think this Zhang Fan, is he a scum?" Lu Rongrong said with a worried face. "Not so much, right? Besides, it's not like you don't know our little Shadow. She can be cheated by a scum? It seems like you're saying the same thing, but I'm just scared." Lu Rongrong's face was filled with worry. Zhang Dalan hurriedly consoled. "It shouldn't be so bad. Look at this tea. It's worth at least $3 million. Or you can't even buy it if you want to. Zhang Fan casually gave it to me. In the morning, he also gave a copy to the old man as well. You said this tea won't be fake, right?" Lu Rongrong suddenly asked. "We're already considered rich, right? Adding dozens of small goals. But we wouldn't just send someone $3 million of tea out of hand. What's more, I checked online before and the production of this tea is quite low. Even if Zhang Fan's own grandfather was an archdeacon, there's no way he could have this much stock. Besides, with so much money, how could he choose to rent a villa? I suspect that he might be doing it on purpose, running after our family fortune," Lu Rongrong added. Having said that, Zhang Dalan was also a bit puzzled. "Why don't we go find the old master and ask him to help and ask Master One to appraise it again?" Zhang Dalan spoke cautiously. "Okay, let's go over there now," Lu Rongrong said and pulled Zhang Dalan out the door with her. "Don't you worry, I'll call the driver to pick us up." "What a time to call a chauffeur. You drive yourself," Lu Rongrong said and pulled Zhang Dalan into the car. Zhang Dalan had no choice but to start the car and went to the Royal Lake Manor. The two are not far from each other, a 10-minute drive away. As soon as they got off the bus, Lu Rongrong pulled Zhang Dalan to knock on the door. The old master was puzzled when he saw the two. "What's wrong, Rongrong? We just came back for a while and you guys followed us here?" Lu Rongrong immediately opened her mouth. "Dad, Mom, didn't Xiaofan send Dalan 2 tails of tea again? I want to find Master One to appraise it." "What's there to appraise?" the old man said with a disgruntled look. "Dad, think about it. Xiaofan gave such an expensive gift. We have to return it. Besides, if Dalan invites his partners for tea later and says that it's a mother tree de Hongpo, no one will believe him. It will be different after Master One authenticated it. Dalan can say openly that it was confirmed by Master One." This was the reason Lu Rongrong had made up with Zhang Dalan on the way. After all, an appraisal for no reason. The old man would certainly not want. When Elder Jiang heard this, it made sense. "Then you guys wait a bit, I'll give Big Brother One a call." After Elder Jiang finished speaking, he went to make a phone call. Lu Rongrong and Zhang Dalan glanced at each other, and a smile appeared on their faces. Zhang Dalan even extended his thumb. "Daughter-in-law, you're great." Lu Rongrong smiled smugly and didn't say anything. After a while, Elder Jiang returned. "After the fight, Big Brother One will come over in a while." As expected, in less than 5 minutes, Master Wen came over. Elder brother Lu, you've acquired the mother tree big red robe again? Where is it? Quickly let me see. Elder Lu immediately reached out and pointed at his son-in-law. Jiang Dalin. It was acquired by my son-in-law, Dai Lin. The red tree big red robe is so valuable. Master Lu's tea leaves don't need to be authenticated by Master Wen. Besides, Elder Lu didn't believe that Zhang Fan would send himself a fake one. Zhang Fan, what a nice kid. How is it possible to send fake tea? Chapter 153, Zhao Qingmai seeks help. Master Wen looked up at Jiang Dalin. Jiang Dalin hurriedly nodded and took out the tea he was holding. Is it from Zhang Fan? Elder Wen immediately asked. Aha. Jiang Dalin nodded. Elder Wen immediately picked it up, opened the lid, took a look, and determined that the tea was real. But Elder Wen, who was also an old man, looked up at Jiang Dalin. Dalin, this looks like it should be real, but it needs to be steeped in a cup before we can be sure. Jiang Dalin didn't think much of it. Let's make a cup then. Elder Lu immediately spoke. The water has already boiled. Elder Lu had also long been prepared. After all, a tea tasting is definitely something you should have tasted a bit. Elder Wen nodded without moving. That's good. Take out a small handful of tea leaves, put them in a teapot and slowly fill it with boiling water. Instantly, the unique fragrance of dahongpo spread throughout the living room. Elder Wen hurriedly poured himself a cup and slowly and leisurely savored it. How is it, Master Wen? Jiang Dalin asked with an anxious face. Lu Rongrong also stared at Elder Wen with a serious face. Only then did Master Wen speak up. No problem. It is indeed the mother tree dahongpo. It's not necessary to soak them anyway. Only then did Master Wen speak up. There's nothing wrong with it. It's true. Are you sure it's true? Lu Rongrong asked again. Master Wen rolled his eyes. Of course I'm sure. If you don't believe me, I'll offer $3 million and you sell me all these tea leaves? Without waiting for Lu Rongrong to speak, Jiang Dalin hurriedly spoke. I believe. Ha ha, I told you. Xiaofan is an honest man. How could he send a fake? Elder Lu opened his mouth to concur. Aha, you guys help me ask if there's any more at Xiaofan's place. I'm willing to pay for it. Elder Wen also spoke up. Of course, he wasn't there to drink. Instead, it's about showing off. For someone like him, spending $3 million on 2 taels of tea can be brewed 20 or 30 times. In the future, when there are relatives coming on New Year's Day, or important friends coming, take it out and make a cup. How dignified. It's much better than buying a luxury car or a watch. After all, that stuff is available to anyone with money. But the mother tree dahongpo, there is no way. Money cannot be bought. Those who understand understand. Jiang Dalin was of the same mind, so he hurriedly refused. He's not missing the 3 million. Jiang Dalin and Lu Rongrong, husband and wife, looked at each other and completely dismissed the idea that Zhang Fan was here to cheat them out of their family fortune. After all, neither one is a cutie. The person who can take out 2 taels of mother tree big red robe casually is definitely not an ordinary person. How could such a person look at their little family fortune? People just clam up and have untold amounts of money. Dalin, wrong, the bubbles have all been made. Hurry up and sit down and drink a few cups, or else it will go to waste. Elder Lu hurriedly reminded. The reminder was not forgotten, and another drink was taken. The couple took a look at this and also hurriedly sat down and drank their tea. I have to say, this expensive tea tastes just fine. After drinking the tea, Elder Wen didn't forget to remind. When you guys meet Mr. Zhang Fan, don't forget to ask for me. Jiang Dalin hurriedly nodded. Don't worry, I remember. As soon as the two of them went out, Jiang Dalin said to Lu Rongrong, daughter-in-law, now you're relieved. It's still not reassuring, and I don't know what this Fan's identity really is. Jiang Dalin shook his head. Whatever, I think Xiao Fan is quite a nice person, so maybe there's some misunderstanding in there. Fair enough, we'll ask Shadow when she gets back. Aha! Zhang Fan didn't know that so much had happened. When they returned home, Yan Qingyue and Lu Feng were sitting in the living room watching TV. Seeing Zhang Fan coming back, Yan Qingyue spoke. Little Fan, the tickets have been bought. The flight is tomorrow afternoon. Ooh, did you give Eeyore the word? Aha, Ee set the time. That's good. Want to sit down and watch some TV together? Zhang Fan waved his hand. Don't look at it. You guys look at it. It wasn't that Zhang Fan didn't like watching TV, or that the court dramas the two women watched weren't Zhang Fan's cup of tea. The two women nodded and didn't bother with Zhang Fan anymore. Zhang Fan went back to the house and read the novel for a while and felt a bit bored, so he put on a swimming trunk and prepared to go out for a swim. I just learned how to swim yesterday, so naturally I want to practice more while the iron is hot. When he came to the side of the pool, Zhang Fan jumped into the water and started practicing. Swimming for fitness is said to be the best. Zhang Fan swam for half an hour and felt a bit tired. so he took a bottle of mineral water and replenished his water. Then another half hour of swimming. Tired. Very tired. But Zhang Fan felt very solid. This time, I'm going to hold myself together, swim more, and try to get 8-pack abs. However, you can't practice just by swimming. I'll have to come back to Lung and keep working out. As Zhang Fan was thinking, suddenly, a cell phone ringtone came from the shore. Zhang Fan hurriedly went ashore and took a look. Surprisingly, it was a message from Zhao Qingmai. Zhang Fan was a bit puzzled as to how Zhao Qingmai could have called him. However, the hand did not stop and immediately chose to answer. Why did you suddenly remember to call me? Zhao Qingdao on the other end of the phone paused for a moment, but still spoke. Brother Fan, I'm also desperate for medical help. My grandfather suddenly became seriously ill, and urgently needs ginseng of a high vintage to renew his life. Do you know where there is one? High vintage ginseng? This Zhang Fan really did. Last month, while doing a quest, I purposely kept one. The ones that let themselves be copied above must all be very scarce. Zhang Fan immediately replied. Yes, I have it here. Zhao Qingmai immediately became excited. Brother Fan, do you really have it? Aha! Where are you? I'm sending you over right now. Zhao Qingdao immediately sent a location, and Zhang Fan looked at it. It was a high-end neighborhood, not far from his own place. Just wait for me. I'll be there in about 10 minutes. After sending a message to Zhao Qingmai, Zhang Fan immediately drove and was out the door. 15 minutes later, Zhang Fan arrived right on time at the location Zhao Qingmao had sent. Zhao Qingdao was already waiting by the side of the road. It's still a little hot for August. Zhao Qingmai's little face was flushed. I guess I'd been waiting for a while, but her eyes were a little red and swollen. Zhang Fan couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. As soon as Zhang Fan stepped out of the car, Zhao Qingmai greeted him and said with an excited face, Brother Fan, you're here. Aha, you've been waiting for a while, haven't you? After sending you the location, I came over. Zhao Qingdao explained. Zhang Fan kindly smiled, knowing that Zhao Qingmai was a bit anxious. You wait, Zhang Fan said, turning around and going to his car to take out the plastic bag with the ginseng in it. There's no way. It came in such a hurry that there was no time to prepare. This is the ginseng that I fruitfully obtained before. As for how many years, I don't know, Zhang Fan said. Zhao Qingmai took it, glanced at it, and was instantly stunned. Why is this ginseng so big? Brother Fan, where did you get it? Zhang Fan waved his hand. Unexpected gain. That's out of your hands. Thank you then, Brother Fan. I'll get a doctor to evaluate the price in a while, and I'll be sure not to let you lose out when the time comes, Zhao Qingmai said with a serious face. Okay, just watch and come. You hurry up and take this ginseng back. Your grandfather is still waiting for him to save his life. Zhang Fan hurriedly persuaded. As for how much money this ginseng could be exchanged for, Zhang Fan didn't really care. Anyway, with Zhao Qingmai's character, it was impossible for her to put herself at a disadvantage. Van, why don't you come in with me? Zhang Fan shook his head. Forget it, your family should be quite messy at this time. I won't go. I'll go see your grandfather when I come back and your grandfather gets better. There was nothing wrong with what Zhang Fan said. You're not a doctor yourself, so it's better not to hold people up. Besides, he was only familiar with Zhao Qingmai, not with their families. It's not necessary. Alright then, I'll go back then, Zhao Qingmai said, twisting her head and about to leave. Zhang Fan suddenly remembered that there was still the life-preserving medicine that he had copied earlier in the system space. Anyway, it was said at the time that as long as you didn't die, you'd stay alive for 3 days. Zhang Fan hurriedly copied another one. Little dance. I still have a life-preserving pill here that was passed down from the previous dynasty. As long as there's still air left, eating it will preserve your life for 3 days, Zhang Fan said. Getting on another bus, got a small box and put the pills in it. Taking it out, he handed it to Zhao Qingmai. Zhao Qingmai took the medicine and was a bit curious. Brother Fan, are you telling the truth? Of course it's true. It's an heirloom in my family. Whether you believe it or not, when it's most dangerous, you can try it. What's the saying? A dead horse is a living horse. After all, there's still hope in trying, isn't there? Zhang Fan said smilingly. Zhao Qingmai gave Zhang Fan a blank look. Zhang Fan's words were rough, but in the right place. Thank you, Van. I'll hurry back, Zhao Qingmai said and quickly ran back. After Zhao Qingmai's figure disappeared, Zhang Fan also started his car and drove towards his home. Zhao Qingmai took the ginseng and life-preserving pills given by Zhang Fan and went back home. His own parents, brother, sister-in-law, and grandmother were all sitting together as if they were discussing something. Zhao Qingmai approached, only to realize that the few of them were already discussing the aftermath of her grandfather's death. What? No way. How come I just got out? Less than 20 minutes ago, And I'm already discussing my grandfather's aftermath? Zhao Qingmai hurriedly opened her mouth and asked, Mom and Dad, what's the situation? Zhao's father sighed. Dr. Lu said that it would take at least 200 years of ginseng to renew the old man's life. We've asked around and there's no news at all. There's still faith in 100-year-old ginseng, but 200-year-old, it's too little. Even if you find ginseng that is over 200 years old and do the surgery, the success rate won't be more than 30%. Without it, the surgery will definitely not survive. The old lady, Zhao's mother, and her sister-in-law hugged each other again and cried. Zhao Qingmai hurriedly spoke. Grandma, Mom and Dad, my friend just gave me a ginseng. The vintage looks like it should be quite long. Really? Let me see. Zhao's father, Zhao Weiman, was a bit distracted. After all, none of his contacts could find ginseng over 200 years old. How could your own daughter possibly find it? Zhao Qingdao handed the plastic bag in her hand to Zhao's father. Zhao Weiman took it, propped open the bag, took a look, and was instantly shocked. I'll go. This ginseng is huge. Zhao Weiman is not a professional either. Jade he understands, but not ginseng. A few other people sniffed and looked over. Zhao Weiman took the ginseng out of the bag. Holy, that's huge. Zhao Qingmai's brother, Zhao Lei, also let out a gasp. This one must be 200 years old. Zhou's mother whispered. I reckon there should be. Hurry up and take it to Dr. Lu, the old lady reminded. Only then did Zhao Weiman react, immediately pulling his legs out and running. After the old man fell ill, the Zhao family hired a professional medical team to treat the old man at home. Dr. Lu is the top private doctor in Zhangchang, specializing in treating the rich and powerful. His medical skills were far ahead of the rest in Zhangchang, Jiang province, and even the whole country. At this time, Dr. Lu was also in the office that the Lu family had prepared for himself, pondering. Master Zhao is over 70 years old, and all his body functions are aging a bit. If you don't have ginseng that's over 200 years old to do the surgery, odds are you won't be able to top it. With ginseng over 200 years old, it's still possible to put up a fight. Ginseng over 200 years old, however, is too rare. Even if they did, others wouldn't readily put them up for sale. This kind of medicinal herb that could save one's life would only be too little, not too much, for every big family. Actually, ginseng over 100 years old is fine, but the effect is far worse. If Master Zhao had been 10 years younger, 100 years of ginseng would have been enough. Suddenly, Zhao Weiman barged in and said with an excited face, Dr. Lu, take a look at this ginseng. Is it enough for 200 years? Dr. Lu was instantly attracted to the ginseng in Zhao Weiman's hand. It was too big, bigger than the biggest ginseng he had ever seen before. Dr. Lu carefully picked it up and carefully examined it. Yes, it's wild ginseng. It definitely looks like the vintage is over 300 years old. As for exactly how many years, that would be on the instrument. However, right now is not the time. It's better to hurry up and cure the disease first. Dr. Lu nodded. Enough is enough. At least 300 years. So, the old man is saved? I'm only 30% sure. Dr. Lu reminded again. Zhao Weiman immediately nodded. Okay, then hurry up and arrange for treatment. Please don't worry. I will do my best. Dr. Lu said solemnly. Aha! Arrangements made. Dr. Lu immediately arranged for an assistant and boiled the medicine. Some of the other herbs are not scarce and have been bought long ago, just waiting for this ginseng. At the same time, Dr. Lu arranged for his assistants and nurses to start making preparations for the surgery. Everything is in order. Before the surgery started, Zhao Qingmai suddenly thought of the medicine given by Zhang Fan. This medicine, it's a life preserver. Zhao Qingmai felt that it would be better to go in personally and feed one to the old man himself in case he really couldn't pull through. Maybe, it could actually save a life. Chapter 154 Life-Preserving Pills Work. Zhao family sends $3 million. Zhao Qingmai was somewhat unable to trust these people. This medicine is so important. One must watch the old man take it. In case it was useless, it could still be returned to Zhang Fan. Dr. Lu, for the surgery in a while, I want to go in and watch it being done. Zhao Qingmai spoke solemnly. Dr. Lu was a bit embarrassed. According to the rules, family members are not allowed in. The others also looked at Zhao Qingmai. Yeah, Qingmai, you don't know anything. What are you going in there for? Yeah, you'd better not go in there. Doing surgery? It's pretty bloody. What's there to see? I know you're worried about Grandpa, but you won't be able to do much good going in there. So why don't you just wait out here? The crowd was persuaded. Zhao Qingmai shook her head and insisted. I still want to go in. Dr. Lu was a bit helpless. Since the patient's family insisted on going in, let him go in. Anyway, It's at the patient's family's house, not at the hospital. Fine, but you'll also have to wear scrubs and remain silent the entire time. Zhao Qingmai nodded. Don't worry, the one lying inside is my own grandfather. Dr. Lu nodded and quickly went to work on something else. Zhao's father and mother, as well as the old lady, and her brother and sister-in-law all pulled Zhao Qingmai to ask why she insisted on going in. Zhao Qingmai casually fooled around for a couple of sentences, and the crowd didn't continue to pursue the question when they saw that they couldn't ask why. It's not like it's a big deal anyway. An hour later, the preoperative preparations were in place. After the Zhao family members had seen the unconscious Elder Zhao was pushed into a pre-prepared operating room. Zhao Qingmai also changed her clothes and followed her in. First, he helped the old man enter medicine boiled with ginseng. And then, when all vital signs stabilized, surgery has officially begun. Dr. Lu was the main surgeon, with a couple of assistants and a couple of nurses on the side, helping out. Dr. Lu was also experienced, and several nurses and assistants worked together in a seamless manner, and everything was in order. Zhao Qingmai just quietly watched from the side. Suddenly, Dr. Lu let out a sigh of relief. Xiao Wang, you're in charge of doing the final suture surgery. Xiao Wang immediately stepped forward and took over from Dr. Lu. Dr. Lu turned his head and said to Zhao Qingmai, today's surgery went well, and it'll be over in a moment after the stitches are done. As soon as Dr. Lu's words fell, suddenly the alarm bells rang loudly. Dr. Lu instantly changed his face. Boss, the patient's vitals are critically low. Inject adrenaline. Roger that. A bunch of people, moving quickly. Zhao Qingmai's heart was in her throat. Soon the adrenaline was injected, but the alarm was still ringing loudly. Dr. Lu's face grew more and more ironic. The others also looked grave. Some further series of tactics were taken, but still to no avail. Dr. Lu instantly lowered his head. Miss Zhao, I'm sorry, we tried our best. Zhao Qingmai hurriedly walked to the old man's side, took out the life-preserving pill given by Zhang Fan from his pocket and stuffed it into the old man's mouth. The pills melt in your mouth. It's kinda amazing. It all happened so fast that Dr. Lu couldn't even be bothered to stop it. Ms. Zhao, what are you doing? Dr. Lu exclaimed. Give my grandfather some medicine. It might help. Zhao Qingmai immediately explained. Dr. Lu sighed and didn't pursue the matter further. He's not stupid either. People are like this. Zhao Qingmai can feed whatever medicine she likes. Anyway, it's definitely not salvageable. Unexpectedly, after a few moments, the alarm was magically stopped, and all the patient's indicators actually returned to normal. Could it be that the machine is broken? Dr. Lu muttered. Everyone else was dumbfounded. Zhao Qingmai rolled her eyes. Dr. Lu, you should hurry and take a look. It should be the medicine I fed just now that's working. Dr. Lu instantly reacted and hurriedly stepped forward, holding Master Zhao's hand and starting to take his pulse. The pulse is smooth and strong, not like a flashback. Dr. Lu was instantly stunned and hurriedly turned to Zhao Qingmai and asked, Miss Zhao, may I ask what kind of medicine you just fed? My friend gave it to me, a life-preserving medicine, saying it was passed down from their ancestors. Zhao Qingmai explained. It's amazing. Can you introduce me to meet someone? Dr. Lu asked with an excited face. Zhao Qingmai waved her hand. It's better to cure my grandfather first. We'll talk about it later. Dr. Lu patted his head. Look at my head. I've been busy and forgotten. Dr. Lu took his pulse again. Your grandfather's condition is very good. A little more nutritional fluid in a while, and he should wake up tomorrow morning. What comes after that will be simple. Thank you, Dr. Lu. Zhao Qingmai bowed solemnly. Dr. Lu waved his hand. There's no need to be polite. Without the ginseng you found, and that life-saving pill, I guess the surgery really would have failed. Let's go out first. After Dr. Lu finished speaking, he led the crowd out. The entire Zhao family had been waiting at the door for a long time. Seeing the smiles on the faces of the crowd, they also understood that the operation had been successful. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Dr. Lu said to the crowd. Fortunately, there was a little hiccup just now. Fortunately, Ms. Zhao took out her life-preserving pills, or else the surgery would have really failed. The crowd immediately took a look at Zhao Qingmai. Little dance. Where did you get the life-preserving pills? Zhao Qingmai smiled. My friend gave me ginseng specifically for me. By the way, we can't take these things for nothing? Zhao Weiman nodded. That's of course, our old Zhao family. How could we take advantage of others? Right, Dr. Lu, we don't quite understand. That ginseng, how much is it worth? And that pill just now? The old lady glared at Zhao Weiman. A life-saving thing is obviously priceless. How can it be measured in terms of money? Zhao Weiman instantly became weak. Mom, you're right. But, the money has to be given and the favor has to be returned. The old lady's eyes eased up at that. Dr. Lu thought for a moment. That ginseng, the year is at least 300 years old, maybe even up to 500 years old. According to my estimation, the price is at least 100 million. As for that life-saving pill just now, the price is hard to say, but it's definitely not cheaper than ginseng. The people of the Zhao family all had a number in their hearts. By the way, when will my dad wake up? Zhao Weiman spoke again. I should be awake first thing in the morning. That's great. Thank you. The crowd was polite again. Dr. Lu went to take a break. The Zhao family, a large family, gathered around and talked. Little dance, ginseng and medicinal pills. Which of your friends gave them to you? The old lady took the initiative to ask. It's Yi's boyfriend, Zhang Fan. Zhao Qingmai explained. Oh, so it's Yi's boyfriend. By the way, when did Yi have a boyfriend? The old lady asked smilingly. A while ago. Just met. This girl, her life is quite good. The old lady sighed. Aha, after Van and the others got to know each other, Van offered a lot of money and pretty much solved Yi's parents' problems. A while ago, their family's project payments, which had been dragging on for several years, were also paid out. Their family, too, is considered to have gotten off safely. Lu Yi explained. That's good. In a few days, when your grandfather is better, then you invite Yi and her boyfriend over, and we'll thank them properly. Yes, a proper thank you is a must. The rest of the Zhao family chimed in. Just now, Dr. Lu also said that life is worth at least 100 million, and that pill will only be more expensive. So let's prepare 30 million. Little dance. You first ask him for a card number. We'll pay him today. As for the favor, we'll talk about it when we have dinner together. The old lady sealed the deal. The others, naturally, had no problem with it. $30 million is nothing to the Zhao family. Zhao Qingdao nodded and immediately dialed Zhang Fan's number. Zhang Fan had just eaten and was holding his cell phone to brush the video of a beautiful dancing woman. When he saw Zhao Qingdao's call, he immediately chose to answer it. My, how's it going? Is your grandfather well? Just got out of surgery. It went well. Thank you, Van. You're welcome. So what? Send me the card number and I'll credit you now. Zhang Fan didn't dawdle and directly sent the card number. Brother Van, that ginseng, at 15 million, and that pill, also at 15 million. Zhang Fan was a bit surprised. Why are there so many? It's alright. This is the result of our family's discussion. By the way, when my grandfather recovers in a few days, I'll invite you and Yi to come over and sit together. Also this time, our Zhao family owes you a favor. Zhao Qingmai said solemnly. Zhang Fan waved his hand. Forget about the favor. We are friends, just helping each other. What kind of favors or not? Zhang Fan didn't care at all. Zhao Qingmai didn't retort. This kind of thing was good to keep in mind. Brother Van, I'm not going to talk to you for now. Let me know when you receive the money in a while. Aha! After a while, on Zhang Fan's bank card, another $3 million arrived. Zhang Fan looked at the balance of more than $5 million in the card, and his heart was happy. With the money in hand, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to buy a large villa. But, there's no need. Better to wait until there's a little more money. Otherwise, if the system is gone tomorrow, you won't have a place to cry. Zhang Fan was a cautious person. Thanks again. The system greatly sum. Zhang Fan picked up his cell phone again and watched the nice little video. These girls dance so well. The dress is really nice too. Without realizing it, Zhang Fan became engrossed. Van, we're back. Zhang Fan raised his head and saw Lu Yi, Yan Qingyi, and Lu Feng returning with large bags. After dinner just now, the three of them suggested going to the mall to do some shopping, because, having just moved in, they realized that they were still missing quite a few things. Zhang Fan didn't go. Don't dare go. Shopping with women is horrible. You're back. How did you get here so fast? Yan Qingyue glared at Zhang Fan. Why don't you hurry up and come up and help us catch it? Zhang Fan hurriedly put down his cell phone, took the handbag from them and placed it in the corner. What did you all buy? Zhang Fan asked curiously. It's a mess. And there's a lot of stuff missing from the house. Also, it's needed for traveling tomorrow. Lu Yi explained a few sentences. Zhang Fan didn't care. Want to play a game together? Zhang Fan took the initiative to speak. Yan Qingyue and Lu Yi both nodded. Both of them are usually quite fond of playing games as well. Lu Feng, on the other hand, shook her head. You guys play? I won't. Zhang Fan looked puzzled. No way. Sister Feng, how could you not? Lu Feng immediately explained. I've never played before. I still have things to do. You guys play first. After Lu Feng finished speaking, She hurriedly carried her things upstairs. Zhang Fan was a bit curious. Sister whispering, hasn't Sister Fong been playing games? Yan Qingyue nodded. Your Sister Fong is an excellent person. She's probably gone up to write a novel. What's going on? Zhang Fan's head was filled with question marks. Sister whispering, what kind of novel did Sister Fong write? Yan Qingyue shook her head. I don't know. I thought you said she went up to write a novel. I've seen it. A writer's prize package sent to her by a website. However, she did admit she was writing a novel. But what's written? We've asked. And she never says. Ha ha, then I know. Zhang Fan said with a smug look on his face. What do you know? Yan Qingyue and Lui Yi both looked at Zhang Fan with puzzled faces. It must be written by a corrupt woman. The two women rolled their eyes in unison. If I hadn't written a corrupt woman's text, how could I have kept it so tightly under wraps? Zhang Fan said righteously. Lui Yi hurriedly changed the topic. Brother Fan, hurry up and get on the number. Right. Hurry up and get on the number. And try to get another 5 stars tonight. Yan Qingyin also spoke up. Zhang Fan had no choice but to hurriedly board the game. Soon, the three were happily playing Platoon. As she played, Lui Yi became a bit sleepy. Brother Fan, I'm a bit sleepy. After all, you must be tired after working all day and going out shopping in the evening. However, Zhang Fan was in high spirits at the moment, so he waved his hand. You go up first. I'll fight with Sister Light Language for a while longer. Yes, I'm more lucky today, so I'll take the opportunity to get a few more stars. Yan Qingyin said excitedly as well. Then you guys can fight here. I'll go up first. After Lui Yi finished, she went back to sleep. Little Fan, your card credited another 300 million today? Yan Qingyin suddenly opened her mouth and asked. Zhang Fan directly nodded. Aha, how did you score $300 million in one go? Yan Qingyin asked curiously. Elder Zhao was sick and in desperate need of ginseng. Zhao Qingmai found me, so I gave her a ginseng and a life-preserving pill. Zhang Fan casually explained. Oh, I see. Do you still have your powers reserved? Yan Qingyue finished speaking and stared tightly into Zhang Fan's eyes. Sister whispering. I did keep a little bit of it, but it's really very little. Zhang Fan explained seriously. Yan Qingyin wanted to ask again. Zhang Fan hurriedly waved his hand. Sister whispering. Let's change the topic. Yan Qingyin gave Zhang Fan a serious look. Alright, the game has started. Hurry up and play the game. Zhang Fan then breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 155 Brush to rent a car meets lamp fixing? Disc him. If he continued, Zhang Fan would probably lie again. Zhang Fan was instinctively unwilling. Who wants to lie all the time these days? Or lying to your own woman? The two of them played a few more games. Yan Qingyue was also a bit tired. Xiao Fan. No more games. It's time to sleep. Zhang Fan was also a bit tired, so he decisively nodded his head in agreement. Putting their phones away, the two of them got on the elevator together. As soon as he entered the elevator, Zhang Fan hugged Yan Qingyue. Sister Qingyue, I love you so much. When he finished, he kissed it. Yan Qingyue responded enthusiastically as well. It took a while before the two separated. Both were breathing heavily. I should have known better than to move here. Zhang Fan spat. Living together, only to realize you're even more inconvenienced. It's still good as it was. The two live across the street from each other and have nothing to string together. Yan Qingyue blankly glanced at Zhang Fan and flirted. Isn't this more exciting? Do you want something more exciting? Zhang Fan said with a bad smile. Zhang Fan had been craving for Yan Qingyue's body for a while. Yan Qingyue glared at Zhang Fan. Hurry up and go back to bed. You still have to go out tomorrow. Zhang Fan didn't say anything, and with a hefty smile, he directly hugged Yan Qingyue. Little Fan, what are you doing? Yan Qingyue shouted in a small voice. What for? What do you think? Zhang Fan asked back with a bad smile. Don't. We still have to go out for fun tomorrow. Wait until we come back in a few days. Yan Qingyue hurriedly whispered in Zhang Fan's ear. Zhang Fan didn't say anything and hugged Yan Qingyue, quickly arriving at Yan Qingyue's room, placing Yan Qingyue on the bed. He didn't expect Yan Qingyue to close her eyes. Zhang Fan heatedly smiled and kissed Yan Qingyue on the cheek. Sister Qingyue, you go to bed early haha. After that, he left in a hurry. Yan Qingyue, at once, was speechless, having prepared herself with great difficulty. Unexpectedly, Zhang Fan had fled from the battlefield. This guy. Yan Qingyin spat out a few words and quickly fell asleep. Zhang Fan returned to his room and found Lui Yi lying asleep on the bed. Zhang Fan also took off his clothes and hugged Lui Yi, and soon entered dreamland. At night, Zhang Fan dreamed again. In the dream, he and Yan Qingyue, Lui Yi, Su Sisi, Han Jingyi, Lei Shuoyou, Zhao Qingmao, and Su Yashuan, in an oversized manner, were. When Zhang Fan was at the height of his excitement, he suddenly felt some itching on his face. Zhang Fan opened his eyes, only to realize that Lu Yi was teasing herself with strands of hair. What good dreams are you having, Brother Van? Smiling so happily, Lu Yi asked with wide eyes and a curious expression. Zhang Fan blankly glanced at Lu Yi and said with feigned anger, "You little girl, how dare you disturb this great master's good dreams? Let's see how I'll clean you up." The acting was so bad that Lu Yi saw through it at a glance, but she still pretended to be frightened and cooperated. "Master, I'm wrong. Spare me." Zhang Fan hemmed and hawed. "What do you need a constable for if apologizing works?" After saying that, he picked up Lu Yi in a hug. Lu Yi cried out while struggling, "Master, I'm wrong. Where are you taking me?" "Where to go?" "Naturally, to get cleaned up," Zhang Fan said with a bad smile. After the exercise, Lu Yi became more and more delicate. Zhang Fan hugged Lu Yi's petite body. His heart was indescribably comfortable. "Right, you'll be flying to Rongqing in the afternoon. Have you arranged things for your company yet?" "Aha, all set." Zhang Fan nodded. The two of them washed up together, changed their clothes, and went downstairs. Yan Qingyue and Lu Feng were sitting on the sofa watching TV. Seeing the two coming down, Lu Feng took the initiative to greet them. Xiaofan, why are you coming down so late today? The rice is getting cold." Lu Yi's little face immediately turned red. Lu Yi's expression was seen by both women. A meaningful smile was given to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan wasn't embarrassed and immediately found an excuse. "I played games too late last night and got up late." "Oh." A long drawn-out tone. Yan Qingyue and Lu Feng spoke at the same time. Lu Yi didn't say anything and immediately ran to the kitchen. Zhang Fan also followed him in. There were 3 sandwiches in the kitchen, with ham and eggs and bacon, so that should be today's breakfast. Yui Lu put it directly in the microwave and beat it for 2 minutes. Heated the milk again. Soon, the breakfast will be ready. Zhang Fan and Lu Yi sat together and ate. "This sandwich isn't bad," Zhang Fan complimented as he ate. Lu Yi also nodded. "It's indeed good. Sister Fang's craftsmanship is awesome. Should we give Sister Fang a chef's salary?" Zhang Fan shook his head. "Forget it, it's not necessary." Lu Yi looked puzzled. "Why? Sister Lu Feng and I are co-workers. She has her own job. Besides, she is just helping out with the cooking, and if we give her a salary, then she won't be cooking every day in the future? Let's just show our appreciation later." After hearing this, Lu Yi nodded and didn't say anything else. Soon, the two finished their meal and cleared the table again by hand. Sister whispering, "Are your tourism plans ready?" Zhang Fan took the initiative to ask. Yan Qingyue nodded. "It's been planned for a long time. Just bring someone and money with you. That's fine. I'm a person who's afraid of trouble, so I'll leave the rest to you guys." "Right. Is there anything else we need to prepare?" Yan Qingyue shook her head. "Going out to play, there's nothing to prepare. Just bring a few changes of clothes. As for the rest, you can go buy them locally." Zhang Fan nodded. "That's good. When are we leaving?" "Eat early at 11 o'clock and leave at 11:30. Zhang Fan looked at the time. It was only 9 o'clock. "It's still early. Shall we play the game?" Zhang Fan took the initiative to propose. "There's not much going on. It's still fun to play games." Yan Qingyue shook her head. "No more fights. No more fights. Let's study the travel strategy again." Lu Yi instantly became interested as well and ran over to discuss with them. Zhang Fan was alone and lazy to play, so he took out his cell phone, opened the Tomato website, and read a novel. At 11 o'clock, after a casual lunch, the crowd set off together. Along the way, several people were excitedly talking about where they were going to go and where they were going to be. Zhang Fan said he only wanted to see the pandas. Nothing else mattered. "This is something that I've only seen in videos, not really in reality." Several others rolled their eyes. "Oh, yeah, the first time to travel to Hibiscus, do not see the pandas, it is not in vain?" Li Long smiled and said that he wanted to go to the tavern and have a drink. The crowd chimed in. Ever since Zhao Lei's song Rongqing caught fire, the bistro has become a Netflix hit. Many young people, when they go to Rongqing, will go to a tavern to have a drink. Many people, even, would make a special trip to Rongqing just to go to the bistro. Zhang Fan had wanted to go before. Only, at that time, there was no money. The crowd talked and laughed, and soon, they arrived at the airport. After the security check, the crowd sat and talked again. Zhang Fan, on the other hand, suddenly picked up his cell phone and swiped the video. Suddenly, Zhang Fan swiped to a video of a light-raising car inspection. The video shows several college students traveling to Rongqing. In order to facilitate, it rented a $500,000 of luxury car. Young people, love face, rent a luxury car travel. It is normal. The man also knew that he had rented a luxury car and drove carefully without any accidents the entire time. I thought I would be able to deliver the car and get my deposit back without any problems. Dingshan car rental staff hit the lights, found a 3mm scratches at the headlights, and then demanded, replace the entire lamp, but also demanded a few college students 68,800 yuan. P.S. The company name is made up. If you are offended, please private message me to change it. Several college students naturally refused to do so. After all, who knows if the scratch was there before? Besides, even if they did cause it, it's not like replacing an entire headlight for a scratch like that. There's also insurance. It's included in the cost of the rental car. The people at Dinosaur Motors, surprisingly, said that the premiums for next year will go up dramatically when you sign up for insurance. Also, scratches can affect the price of the whole car. Several college students naturally disagreed, and Dinosaur Motors looked menacing. The deposit of $20,000 for the rental car was directly withheld, and they even threatened to sue several college students. It was reported to the sheriff's department, which can't do anything about this kind of economic dispute. Coupled with other factors, Dinosaur car rental has become even more arrogant. One of them, a college student, took the story and posted it online. Zhang Fan was watching with righteous indignation and was about to watch it again and curse a few words in the comments section, but the video was suddenly gone. That's a lot of energy for a little car rental company. Zhang Fan was instantly offended. Dingsheng car rental company, Boss Lee, I remember you. I'll take a good look at you when I go to Rongcheng. I'd like to see what kind of cowards are standing behind you, daring to rob so openly and shamelessly. Glancing at Yan Qingyue, she was chatting with a few people. Zhang Fan patted Yan Qingyue's shoulder. Sister Qingyue, if we go to Rongcheng, do we need to rent a car? Yan Xinging twisted her head to look at Zhang Fan. Yeah, it's been contacted in advance. What's wrong? Oh, can we cancel? Cancel? Why? When the others heard this, they also looked at Zhang Fan with puzzled faces. I have a friend whose relatives own a car rental company too. Yan Qingyue was speechless. Why didn't you say so earlier? Zhang Fan snapped. I just remembered it too. By the way, the unit reimbursement for car rental must not be high. I plan to rent 2 good cars without unit reimbursement. Okay, I'm for it. Okay, I'm for it. Li Long and the others also nodded their heads in a hurry. After all, it's better to go out and be comfortable in a nice car. It's comfortable to drive and comfortable to sit in. On the company's side, it's just a normal car at the old reimbursement rate. After this bout of contact, they also knew that Zhang Fan was a rich man. It's not bad to spend dirt cheap and save the unit money. Seeing that everyone nodded, Yan Qingyue was rather helpless. Alright then, a few others cheered at that. Soon, a few people boarded the airplane and then arrived in Rongcheng without any problems, riding in a car that had been arranged in advance. The few people soon arrived at the hotel where they had made the appointment. After arriving at the hotel and putting down their luggage, Zhang Fan and Yan Qingyue went to rent a car. A few others wanted to follow, but Zhang Fan naturally refused. In a moment, I'll say I'm a junior in college, so don't say much. Lu Yi looked puzzled. Why? Zhang Fan waved his hand. I'll talk to you when I come back. Lu Yi nodded and didn't continue to ask. Soon, the two arrived at Dingsheng car rental. It looks good. Fairly new and nicely decorated. Zhang Fan took Su Cici's hand and walked in. Just as he entered the door, a beautiful sales clerk greeted him with a smile on her face. Good day, sir and ma'am. Welcome. Zhang Fan waved his hand. My date and I, along with a few classmates, are traveling to Rongcheng, and we intend to rent 2 luxury cars. So help us introduce them. Once the beautiful clerk heard about the college students, the smile on her face grew even bigger. Ha ha, this splash of riches is finally my turn. Ha ha, college customers are the meat and potatoes at their store. Not long ago, a co-worker, who rented a car to a college student, blackmailed him for 68,800 in one fell swoop. The money hasn't all arrived yet, but it looks like it will soon. Anyway, the $20,000 deposit that the customer made when renting the car was already in the company's hands, and on the day the college student rented the car, the owner took out $10,000 as a bonus and gave it to his co-workers. The owner will also pay him a portion of the money he wants back again. This has happened so many times. Even if they report it to the sheriff's department, it's useless. The contracts are all carefully crafted. Having hired specialized law firms, as long as an out-of-town customer rents a car, that money doesn't run. And college students from out of town can ask for more. Out-of-town customers, at best, don't want the deposit. But college students from out of town, they still have to consider whether they will be sued. Will it affect their future job search? It's the kind of thing that you get almost as soon as you get it. This is especially true of these college students who rent luxury cars. At first, the female shopkeeper was a bit scared, but then after doing it for a long time, she slowly got used to it. The female clerk pointed to the car next to her and said, "You too, please follow me. Inside our store, we happen to have a new Ideal and an M9, both new cars with a total mileage of less than 500 kilometers. Zhang Fan and Louis Yi followed the direction the shopgirl was pointing and saw two particularly clean cars. These two cars are not bad. How much is it a day? Zhang Fan asked curiously. The female clerk immediately replied, 500 for one car, 300 for two, with a student ID, 20% off. The female clerk said this, also to verify that they were not really college students. It does look similar, but what if there's an accident? I remember you have a picture of your student ID in your phone. Show it to this young lady. Louis Yi nodded and found the photo of the student ID card she had taken earlier from her cell phone and showed it to the female clerk. The female shopkeeper looked at it. Jiangcheng University? Not bad. It's really a female college student from out of town. The shopgirl was even happier, and hurriedly and enthusiastically said, "Do you guys want to try the car?" Chapter 156, Playing and Returning Cars. Zhang Fan waved his hand and said unconcernedly, "There's no need for a test drive. As you're such a big car rental company, there must be no problem. Not bad for a college student with clear, stupid eyes." The shopgirl smiled even more. "Okay, then you guys take a look at the condition of the car and I'll go get the contract." After the shopgirl finished, she ran her ass off to get the contract. Zhang Fan took Louis Yi for a brief look and there was nothing obvious. After a while, the shopgirl came over, with the contract in her hand. "Ladies and gentlemen, as you know this car of ours, it's not cheap, so the deposit will also be more expensive." The female sales clerk said tentatively, "Ooh, what's the deposit?" "A deposit of $50,000 for one car," the female clerk said while looking at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan was a bit puzzled. Why is the deposit so expensive? Isn't it usually just $200? It's like this. There have been several car thefts lately. It's when someone rents a car and then pulls it to a remote location to sell it. So the rent is more expensive now, the female shopkeeper explained. Zhang Fan and Louis Yi then nodded. "Okay, no problem." The shopgirl was also relieved. Deposits are variable, so naturally the more the better. In case these two really don't care that they are being sued, the $100,000 deposit is not a waste of time. The next step is to sign the contract and determine the condition of the car. Zhang Fan did not look carefully. Anyway, can tick all tick. Also painfully, and Louis Yi each signed his name. Then after another payment and a 5-day deposit, the rental contract was official. The female clerk smiled and handed over the keys and license to the two men before escorting them out the door again. Zhang Fan and Louis Yi each drove a car and returned to the hotel. Back at the hotel, the two parked the car, and Louis Yi couldn't wait to come to Zhang Fan's side. "Brother Fan, what the hell was that for just now?" Zhang Fan smiled and said with a mysterious face, "In a few days, you'll know when it's time to return the car." Louis Yi still wanted to continue to pursue the matter, but Zhang Fan hurriedly changed the topic. "It's 5 p.m. now. We should find a place to eat. Then let's call Sister Lightness and the others and have a big meal together." Aha! Louis Yi sent the message in the small group and made an appointment to leave in half an hour. Half an hour later, the crowd was all together downstairs. 8 people hiked to the most famous hot pot restaurant in the area. Piaoxiang Hot Pot. Authentic or not, they don't know. It's ranked number 1 online anyway. Next to the hot pot restaurant, less than 20 meters away, is the well-known tavern. Start with hot pot, then stop by the bistro for a couple of drinks. When we arrived at the hot pot restaurant, there were already a lot of people and a long line on the spot. And on the bistro side, there were even more people in line. Zhang Fan couldn't help but ask, "Isn't it a consumption downward spiral? Why are there so many people in line? Where does this take us? I came here once a few years ago and there were more people in line than this." Lu Feng said smilingly. "The locals over here are willing to spend money, and the performance of the luxury stores in Rongqing is considered to be far ahead of the rest of the country." Louis Yi also explained. "The locals live a leisurely life. The tea houses and parks are full of mahjong players." Yan Qingyue also added, "This place, Rongqing, has a slow pace and is really comfortable. Over the past few years, many people have chosen to come to Rongqing. However, too many have come, and the internet over here, which is more scrolling than the big cities, doesn't pay as much as the big cities. However, the house price is low, the rent is low, and overall it's not bad, but if it's an ordinary industry, the wages are actually just average." Lu Feng analyzed again. "Actually, with money you can live comfortably anywhere. Without money, you have to roll wherever you are. There's nothing wrong with that. People are local. They have a house, a car and savings. They earn $300 a month. From 9 to 5. There is no pressure. It's natural to be in the mood for mahjong. But an outsider, who needs to buy a house and a car, even if he does not have to buy a house or a car, has to rent an apartment. Unless you can get a really good job. It's going to be stressful for sure. But is a good job ever that easy to find these days? The vast majority of people are still making $3,000 or $4,000 a month. A few people made small talk. And with reservations already made ahead of time, there was a slight wait. And soon there were seats available. A few people, then, were let in by the waiter. Zhang Fan took a look around and the decoration was average. One could even say it was common. But this was certainly a lot of people in there, pushing glasses, full of fireworks. After finding a seat, the waiter handed Yan Qingyue the menu. Yan Qingyue, Lu Yi, Lu Fang and the three of them were in charge of ordering the food, while Zhang Fan chatted with Li Long and the others. Right, Brother Long, do you guys want to drink some wine? The crowd shook their heads. Zhang Fan didn't think much about it. It was indeed inconvenient to drink due to the nature of their work. Zhang Fan didn't really like alcohol either, so he didn't ask for any. Anyway, when we go to the tavern in a few minutes, we'll definitely need a couple of drinks. Even if you don't drink it, you have to order one. Take a picture and send it to your friends. Otherwise, what's the point of the tour? Little Fan, the order is ready. Do you guys want to see what to add? Yan Qingyue asked. Zhang Fan shook his head. That's it for now. We'll add more if it's not enough in a while. Several others nodded. After ordering, the waiter went to get ready. Prices over here are so cheap, it feels like it's a lot cheaper than Zhangcheng, Lu Yi said with a surprised face. Zhang Fan was a bit surprised. Really? Aha! In Zhangcheng, in a slightly better hot pot restaurant, for 8 of us to eat hot pot, how can it be $1,500 or $1,560? This site estimates that $100 would be enough. Yan Qingyue also nodded. Hot pot is indeed cheaper over here. In addition, many people over here like to eat skewers, and it is said that the price of skewers is even cheaper than hot pot. Then the people of Rongqing are too happy, right? Zhang Fan couldn't help but lament. Lu Fang nodded with a smile. That's true, except for more people in line. There's nothing wrong with it. As we were chatting, the waiter served the potpourri. Mandarin duck's potluck. Some people eat spicy food and some don't, so they ordered the Mandarin duck pot base. Ingredients such as beef rolls, lamb rolls, and small crispy pork were also served on a plate. The hot pot quickly boiled, the hot air tossed around, and Zhang Fan's appetite was greatly enlarged. Drive. The hot pot in hibiscus is, indeed, great, and the flavor is much stronger than in Zhangcheng. That is the consensus of all. It's not surprising, when you think about it, that this is representative of Sichuan province's hot pot. Zhang Fan and the others all ate a lot, and in the end, it was less than $100. Cheap indeed. Zhang Fan estimated that this meal, in Zhangcheng, 200 is not enough. After dinner, it was after 7 p.m. The crowd headed out the door and went straight to the neighborhood tavern to get in line. It was really super crowded. However, it was good that there were many of them, Zhang Fan and the others, and there was nothing much for everyone to do, so they talked and laughed, and they were soon in line. Once inside, everyone ordered a glass of wine and chatted over it. Zhang Fan definitely wouldn't let go of this opportunity to fill the cup, took a few photos of the scene, with the location attached, and sent them out. Soon there were a bunch of likes and comments from my circle of friends. A lot of it is envy and jealousy. After all, many of my classmates in my circle of friends are working hard, and some of them aren't even off work yet. Zhang Fan, on the other hand, ran all the way to the big old city of Rongqing again and went to the famous tavern. How can one not be envious and jealous? Seeing their sour tone, Zhang Fan became even happier. That's probably why a lot of people love to post to their friends. Ha ha, everyone commented, and Zhang Fan idly posted a smiley face. As for the atmosphere inside the bar, Zhang Fan felt nothing. Honestly, Zhang Fan wasn't very fond of places like bars. If it wasn't for the fact that this was a famous Netflix snagging spot, Zhang Fan wouldn't have chosen to come here. Yan Qingyue and the girls, on the other hand, were very relaxed, presumably not having gone there much before. Zhang Fan drank the wine and felt just like that. After sitting for about half an hour, the crowd went back together. After all, it's still a tough daytime airplane and car ride, and the fun continues tomorrow. Back at the hotel, each to his own room, Zhang Fan was still very excited and exercised with Lu Yi before falling into a deep sleep. On day 2, the plan was to see the pandas. Zhang Fan then realized that his car rental seemed a bit redundant. Big city, parking is not very convenient, but what else can you do when you've rented it? Lining up to enter the park, we finally saw the national treasure. the giant panda. It is indeed quite cute. No wonder so many people like to watch it. Zhang Fan took a few more pictures and sent them to his circle of friends, then followed Lu Yi for a number of group photos. After seeing the pandas, I casually scraped together a meal for lunch and went to the Chaotang to see the former residence of the poet Du Fu. In addition to taking pictures is to send a friend's circle. Traveling, do not send out. Let people see that is not in vain out. Zhang Fan's circle of friends are mostly people of the same age, and there is still some freshness. It is estimated that in a few years, there may not really be a few likes. After seeing the Chaotang, the crowd went to Spring River Road together. There were quite a few beautiful women, with white thighs everywhere. However, it was far worse than Lu Yi and Yan Qingyue beside herself. As for buying fashion and luxury goods, Lu Yan whispered, pressing no interest, and Zhang Fan naturally had no interest, just casually strolling around. In the evening, the crowd went out for skewers, recommended online. It was still crowded, and after a half hour of waiting in line, we went in. A couple people ordered $500 worth of stuff and the waiter said that should be enough. The main thing Zhang Fan and the others did was to listen to persuasion and add more when they didn't have enough anyway. That boneless chicken claw is pretty good, and the small county liver and spicy beef are all pretty great. It felt even better than yesterday's fondue. At checkout, and in time for the store's event, which was 60% off, it worked out to be just over $300 for 8 people. Zhang Fan was tisk-sking. Even without the discount, it's only 60 plus per person, which is really nice. Next, the group went together to Jinli, Wuhou Temple, and Quannaro Alley, as well as Amei Mountain, Xincheng Mountain, and Dujianjian, where they ate and drank and had a great time. Finally, it was time to return to River City, and before going back, the car had to be returned. Zhang Fan had long been impatient. Hopefully they'll be honest or else. Hey, sister whispering, let's go return the car together. Zhang Fan took the initiative to invite. Yan Qingyue didn't think much of it and nodded. Zhang Fan, Lu Yi, and Yan Qingyue then went to return the car. As soon as he went in, Zhang Fan found the female clerk who received him last time. Beauty, I'm here with my date to return the car. The female sales clerk had also been waiting for Zhang Fan for a long time. After all, this was the big fish he had been waiting for. The female clerk immediately piled a smile on her face. Just a moment, we'll check the car. Aha! Zhang Fan, Yan Qingyue, and Lu Yi were sitting in the parlor area, waiting for the results of their car inspection. After 10 minutes, the female clerk ran over. Mr. Zhang, MS. Lu, excuse me, we found that at the headlights of these two cars, there is some damage. It's coming, it's really coming. Zhang Fan was overjoyed in his heart. Before Zhang Fan could open his mouth, Yan Qingyue spoke up. Impossible, we didn't have any cuts the entire time. Yeah, we drive very carefully. Lu Yi chimed in. The shopgirl said in her mind, can I not know? But if there's nothing wrong with it, how do we pit the money? However, what was in her heart, the shopgirl didn't show at all. If you don't believe me, you can follow me to see it. Yan Qingyue nodded. Then we'll go and take a look. The female clerk walked in front, while Zhang Fan and Yan Qingyue and Lu Yi followed behind. And soon, they reached the car. The shopgirl called out. And soon, a repairman came over. Rico, they want to see what's broken. The male mechanic nodded. You see, at this headlight, there's a 3mm scratch. This car, there's a 4mm scratch. Brotherly pointed them out to Zhang Fan one by one. Both women took a good look at it and it did have scratches, but they were really small. If you don't shine a flashlight on it, you can't even tell. Both women were a bit speechless and were about to retort when Zhang Fan spoke up. Alright then, count it on us. How much will be deducted in total? The female clerk smiled. The lights on this car are 88,000, and the lights on this car are 68,000. Both together cost 156,000. You paid a deposit of $100,000, and you still need to pay us another 56,000. What? You're a black store, Lu Yi said with an angry face. Besides, isn't there insurance? Zhang Fan also pretended to look furious. For such two small scratches, you want us to 156,000? The female clerk laughed. We're a quasi-new car. We haven't even run many kilometers in total. And you guys got 2 scratches, so our car will be an accident car. Watch out for the insurance. If you report it, your premiums are definitely going to go up next year and beyond. So you definitely can't report it. It has to be new lights, and they have to be original. You guys can look it up online. That's what the original lights cost. The shopgirl smiled skin deep and felt arrogant. At the same time, several repairmen with tools came around the perimeter. Chapter 157, reported and resolved. You guys are robbing. Aren't you afraid that we'll report the well? Louis E said with an angry face. Yes, feel free to report it. The shopgirl looked like she didn't care. A few other maintenance workers also looked at Zhang Fan's trio smilingly, not caring at all. They've been through so many scenes like this that it's useless even if the vigilantes come. Besides, their boss is no ordinary man. Louis E was so angry that she took out her cell phone on the spot and started reporting the well. Yan Xingyue twisted her head and glanced at Zhang Fan, seeing Zhang Fan's calm face, and thinking that Zhang Fan had specifically said that he wanted to rent a car by himself before. Yan Xingyue also understood. Zhang Fan must have brushed up to this company before and wanted to dish them out. This guy, he's so good at getting himself into trouble. Yan Xingyue glanced at Zhang Fan angrily. Zhang Fan was also a bit weak and gave Yan Xingyue an apologetic look. Hibiscus is worthy of being a big city. Less than 5 minutes after the call, the vigilantes are here. There were 2 of them. The first one was about 40 years old, surnamed Wang, and there was a younger one. As soon as the 2 came in, they found Louis E. Louis E spoke about the experience she just had with an angry face. After hearing this, Lao Wang did not move and turned his head to ask the female clerk again. In the end, the old king said to Louis E, "This matter belongs to civil disputes. We can only mediate? Are you willing to mediate?" Louis E is naturally willing, and the female shopkeeper also gives face to Lao Wang and accepts mediation. But mediation goes on, and the end result, in the end, still doesn't change much. The shopgirl was naturally pleased, but Louis E. Zhang Fan is definitely not happy. Eventually, the mediation collapsed. Old Wang sighed. "We're done mediating. Since none of you accept it, then you guys will go through the legal process." Before leaving, the old king also comforted Louis E. and Zhang Fan, saying something about renting a car in the future to be more vigilant. What to learn from the mistakes of the past. After hearing old Wang's words, Louis E. became even more angry. Zhang Fan was also speechless enough. However, the good thing was that Zhang Fan had no hopes for mediation in the first place, so he was not disappointed. After the 2 vigilantes left, the female shopkeeper changed her face and said with a cocky face, "Hurry up and pay the rest of the money, or else we'll go and sue you right away, so that you can't find a job. And even if you find a job, the company knows that you still have a case on you, and that you need to appear in court for 3 days, so I guess they'll fire you." Louis E was a bit angry and wanted to argue with her, but Zhang Fan hurriedly pulled back. It's not worth it to argue with this kind of person. Quarreling won't solve the problem. Only then did Louis E hold back. Zhang Fan twisted his head to look at Yan Xingyue. "Sister Xingyue, what about this matter?" Yan Xingyue blankly glanced at Zhang Fan. "What do you want to do? Do you think this is extortion on their part?" Zhang Fan asked rhetorically. Yan Xingyue nodded. "That's not extortion. Then what is? Also, the sheriff just said that there's been more than one incident of this kind. So this should be considered an organized and premeditated social gang crime." Yan Xingyue nodded once more. "They've done this so many times, but they've been fined. So they should have umbrellas, right? Shouldn't these umbrellas be investigated as well?" Yan Xingyue nodded once more. The female clerk was disdainful. "Who do you think you are? What do you think you are?" Zhang Fan didn't care about her at all. "Then next, I'll leave it to you, Sister Light Whisper." Yan Xingyue nodded. "I'll go make a call. There are too many injustices in the society. If you don't encounter them, forget it. If you do, you have to take care of them anyhow." With their Yan family's connections, handling this matter was easy. However, this matter involved Zhang Fan and had to be reported to the archdeacon for his decision. Yan Xingyue directly reported this matter to the archdeacon. The archdeacon was very shocked, not realizing that there was such a thing in Daxia, and it even happened to Zhang Fan. Listening to Yan Xingyue, Zhang Fan should have known about this matter in advance and went there on purpose. There is some fishing for law enforcement though. But there was nothing wrong with what Zhang Fan did. Regarding those requests that Zhang Fan said, the archdeacon naturally would not refuse. It wasn't worth it to have an unpleasant encounter with Zhang Fan because of this small matter. However, one couldn't just listen to Yan Xingyue alone. One still had to find out more. The archdeacon immediately notified his secretary to call up all the information on this matter. The secretary also acted quickly, and in less than 10 minutes, all the relevant information had been organized and appeared on the archdeacon's desktop. The archdeacon took the information and read it carefully. The more the archdeacon looked, the more surprised he became. Such a small car rental company. In just 2 years, there were more than 50 similar incidents. The amount of money involved, surprisingly, amounted to more than $3 million. The archdeacon was truly furious. How can such a company exist in Rongqing, a nationally famous tourist city? What are the relevant departments doing? Who, exactly, is escorting this company? The archdeacon directly sent all the relevant information to Secretary Zhao of Chuan Province. There is no need for the archdeacon to explain what happens next. With Secretary Zhao's awareness, he surely knows what to do. Of course, that doesn't mean the archdeacon isn't concerned. After Yan Qingyue finished reporting to the archdeacon, she took Zhang Fan and Lu Yi and left first. The shopgirl was still pushing her luck, but Zhang Fan and the three of them ignored her. On the way, Lu Yi suddenly spoke up. Brother Fan, did you already know that this company has problems? Zhang Fan nodded. Aha, I swiped a video posted by a college student on the internet earlier, and after watching it, I wanted to dish him out. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Lu Yi said with an angry face. Ha ha, told you earlier. Can you act so real? Lu Yi, this company is really too much. By the way, Brother Fan, you should have recorded a video just now, right? Zhang Fan nodded. Aha, it's been ready for a long time. Should we post it online and expose them? Zhang Fan shook his head. No need. Keep it for now. Zhang Fan believed that things would be handled properly. The video in your own hand is not going to be used for a while. Sister whispering, can this matter be resolved today? Can we fly back tomorrow without any problems? Lu Yi asked again. Yan Qingyue shook her head. I don't know, but it shouldn't be a problem. If we can't solve it today, you should go back first. The company's business is important. Zhang Fan opened his mouth. Lu Yi nodded. Aha! Secretary Zhao received the information from the archdeacon, and after reading it, he broke out in a cold sweat. With the archdeacon's status, such a small matter is really insignificant. Secretary Zhou knows in her heart how busy the archdeacon is. The archdeacon was so busy and still concerned about this matter. So presumably, there must be someone very close to the archdeacon who had stabbed this matter up. This is something that must be done, and done severely. Thinking of this, Secretary Zhao immediately sent the relevant information to Director Lu of the Office of Public Security, and left a message, strict action. Director Lu instantly realized the spirit of Secretary Zhao. It would be a lot more than just dealing with this rental car company. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that there must be an umbrella over this company. Bring out the umbrellas and deal with them severely. Director Lu immediately organized a meeting with a skeleton staff. Soon, a program was made. 1. Immediately detain Dingsheng Automobile Leasing Company, Ltd. All the relevant personnel, employees to the legal person, all detained. 2. All Sheriff's Department personnel who have handled this matter are suspended from duty and are under investigation. 3. Contact all victims to confirm the amount extorted. Dingsheng Car Rental Company. Boss Li was happy, very happy, after he learned about today's events. With the car back, the $100,000 is secure. Not to mention, there's a portion of the final payment behind it. Boss Li immediately pulled the crowd into a meeting. Today we have to praise Xiao Sun. This single has collected $100,000. According to the old rules, half of the company, half of Xiao Sun, the rest of the money, collect over the same. Everyone cheer up, learn from Xiao Sun. Let's get rich together. Not to mention, Boss Li is quite generous. The scene immediately erupted in applause. The female clerk, also known as Xiao Sun, had just stood up, ready to thank the leader. Suddenly, the well bell rang loudly outside. Then, many cars from the sheriff's department pulled up in front of the Dingsheng Car Rental Company. Boss Li was a little puzzled. Why did they stop here? Soon a group of vigilantes pushed open the door and walked in. Li Youfu. Right. I'm Lu Chanan from the Chuan Provincial Public Security Department. We've received a report that your Dingsheng Automobile Leasing Company is suspected of extortion and intimidation. Now, please come with us to the bureau to assist in the investigation. Boss Li pretended to look innocent. No, are you guys mistaken? We've always operated legally, right? Lu Chang'an glared at Boss Li. Whether you are operating legally or not, you know yourself. Boss Li was a bit vain, but, nonetheless, he opened his mouth and said, Team Lu, can you let me make a call? This is the time to call. Surely you're looking for a backer. Lu Chang'an naturally wouldn't refuse. After all, people were only suspects now, and they weren't trying to escape. Besides, Lu Chagan also wanted to see who his backer was. Could it be even bigger than Secretary Zhao? Lu Chang'an waved his hand. Fight! Fight! Boss Li hurriedly took out his cell phone, found a corner, and dialed a number. Brother-in-law, something has happened to my company. Someone has reported our company for intimidation, extortion, and other behaviors, and now people from the Public Security Department want to take me to assist in the investigation. The man on the other end of the line paused. Sheriff's Department? I'll get someone to ask. You go with them first. Brother-in-law, you must save me. You know, our company has always operated legally. All of our business has been asked by the law firm. There's no problem, Boss Li said with an anxious face. Aha! I'll go find someone to ask, the man on the other side said, and hung up. This big smart ass still really thinks his company is legal and compliant? If it wasn't for my sake, someone else would have given you an end to it, the man muttered. Normally, it must be the sheriff's department that investigates, and now that the sheriff's department is investigating, they must have offended some big shot. No. I have to find a way to get rid of this. After Boss Lee made the call, he was a little nervous, and he didn't know if his brother-in-law would save him. Have you finished your call? Director Lu Chanan Lu asked smilingly. Boss Lee Li Yofu smiled sarcastically. The fight is over. The fight is over. Let's go after the fight. As soon as Director Lu waved his hand, there were two vigilantes, holding Boss Lee's arm. As soon as Boss Lee went out, he realized that there were a lot of people gathered in front of the company. The people of Daxia, by nature, love to watch, not to mention, so many well cars. The scene is not yet martial law. There was a lot of whispering on the scene. What's going on here? A nearby person quickly spoke up. This Dingsheng company is a famous scum in our city of Rongqing. There was a college student who rented their car, and there was an extra 3mm scratch on the headlight. So I don't know who did it, and they directly asked them for 6800. I think I heard about this too. It's so mean. My neighbor's son is working here. I heard it's profitable. 1 month earned more than 100,000 yuan. I was still wondering, rental cars so profitable? The original is so how come no one cared before? This you do not know. People's business are legal and compliant. Have sought the counsel of lawyers consulted. Besides, can open such a company? No umbrella above the line? Oh who? Serves you right. Hurry up and close down. Don't affect our image of Rongqing. There were a lot of onlookers, and videos were recorded and posted online. Many victims of dinosaur motors, after seeing this video, have been posting videos spouting their experiences. 3mm scratch. Knocked 6800. A 2mm scratch. And I can't believe I have to replace the headlights with brand new ones. And you can't take the insurance. You can report any well you want. It doesn't matter. In an instant, the great name of Dinosaur Car Rental Company spread throughout the internet. Many media outlets have commented and liked the retweet. It's so dark. I doubt that headlight. I guess they scratched it themselves. Holy, you can still make money like this? Coward. Live long and prosper. Finally, someone to clean up after them. Officials in Chuan province have long been making plans ahead of time. After the incident went viral online, officials in Chuan province quickly held a press conference. At the launch, Lu Chahan, director of the Chuan Provincial Security Department, made a public statement. Recently, it has come to our attention that there have been several cases of extortion and intimidation and other illegal acts at Dingxing Auto Rental Service Company. The Chuan Provincial Public Security Office was quickly mobilized to bring all personnel back to the Chuan Provincial Public Security Office to assist in the investigation. In addition, if you have encountered any of the above situations, you can contact our province's Public Security Office to provide information. We in Chuan Province have zero tolerance for such illegal and criminal behavior. The details of the case are being investigated, and we will severely penalize all those involved according to the law. Following a statement by the Director of the Office of Public Security, the Director of the Office of Culture and Tourism also made a statement. In the past few years, more and more people are traveling to our Chuan province, and there are some unscrupulous people who take advantage of the opportunity to make trouble. If you encounter similar situations, you can call our Department of Culture and Tourism. Our Chuan Province Culture and Tourism Department will do our best to safeguard the legal rights and interests of all tourists, and return a good traveling environment to everyone. For those who were extorted by Dingsheng Car Rental Company, Ltd. Before, we, Chuan Provincial Culture and Tourism Department, deeply apologize. If you are still willing to come to Chuan Province, all of our tourist attractions in Chuan Province will be free of entrance fees for you for the rest of your life. Chapter 158, Going to the Sheriff's Department, Barbecuing Assassins. The concise and forceful local speeches drew praise from the general public. Zhang Fan, Lu Yi, and Yan Qingyue also swiped the message. Lu Yi looked particularly excited. These people have finally been caught. They deserve it. Zhang Fan was a bit non-committal. These are just small fishes. The person behind them hasn't come out yet. Right. Sister whispering? Yan Qingyi nodded rather helplessly. Aha, didn't the internet say that this matter is the responsibility of the Chuan Provincial Public Security Department? It has been elevated for processing, and the above attaches great importance to it. So what do we do? Do we go back normally tomorrow? Or wait here for a few days for the results? Lu Yi opened her mouth and asked. Zhang Fan turned his head to Yan Qingyue. Sister Qingyue, what do you say? Yan Qingyue thought for a moment. Why don't we go back first? This matter definitely isn't resolved that quickly. Zhang Fan nodded. Okay, go back first. Big deal. Come back in a while. Anyway, I'm pretty free myself right now. Lu Yi immediately got excited. That's great. Right. Brother Fan, hurry up and contact Su Yashwan for me. Zhang Fan nodded. Aha, I'll contact her when I get back. Yan Xingyue looked at Zhang Fan with a playful expression. Zhang Fan was instantly a bit vain and hurriedly lowered his head to look at his cell phone. The word on the street is all about dinosaur car rental. Zhang Fan also clicked in and commented on a few. At around 9 p.m., Zhang Fan and Lu Yi received a call from the sheriff's department, asking the two of them to help assist in the investigation when they were free. Yui Lu excitedly said that she was free right now. So, Lu Yi called up Yan Qingyue, and the three of them took a taxi together to the sheriff's office. After explaining the situation, someone soon came out to receive the three of them. The one who received the three of them was a well-officer surnamed Lu, who looked to be a minor leader. Lu Jingwan also knew that Zhang Fan and the others were not ordinary people. According to their investigation, Ding Sheng has been screwing these guys for the past few days. Just screwed up and something happened. And naturally they are no cuties. Lu Jingwan was very polite, first looking for three people to understand the situation and make a statement. Zhang Fan also sent the video he had recorded. Soon enough, all the processes were gone. It was at this time that Lu Yi spoke up. Officer Lu Jing, what do you think will be the sentence for these people? Lu Jingwan thought for a moment. According to the clues we have, at least 10 years. Great. So when will I get our $100,000 deposit back? This is expected to take a while. After all, there are a lot of victims. We need to finish counting and then distribute them uniformly. Lu Yi let out an oh-so-sweet sound, indicating that she knew. Is there anything else you guys want to know? Lu Jingwan continued to ask. Zhang Fan was not polite. Who is the backer behind them? Lu Jingwan laughed bitterly. A vice mayor of Rongqing is the brother-in-law of Li Laifu, the owner of Ding Sheng Car Rental Company, but whether he is involved or not has yet to be found out. Zhang Fan was a bit upset. If it wasn't for this big shot, I guess Ding Sheng Car Rental Company would have been investigated a long time ago. Lu Jingwan sighed. When we handle cases, we all have to talk about evidence. At least right now, there is no evidence that can show that there are financial dealings between the two, but please rest assured, we will definitely step up our efforts. Let's hope so. By the way, Yui, do you have any more questions? Zhang Fan said and looked at Lu Yi. Lu Yi was a bit excited. Can you let me meet that shopgirl? And their boss? When Lu Yi said this, Zhang Fan also became interested. Beating the crap out of a dog is one of my own favorites. Zhang Fan twisted his head to look at Lu Jingwan. Lu Jingwan was a bit embarrassed. This doesn't seem to be in line with the rules. How is that out of order? We are the victims. It's reasonable for us to want to meet with the person in question. Right? Zhang Fan retorted without hesitation. Lu Jingwan hesitated. Then I'll ask the leader for instructions. Zhang Fan nodded. Go on then, please. Lu Jingwan went out. And after a while, Lu Jingwan came back. Well, Lu Jingwan? Lu Jingwan nodded. Yes, but in a moment you must exercise restraint. Just don't worry. We are all quality people. Zhang Fan said smilingly. Soon, the trio saw the shopgirl and Boss Li in an interrogation room. Only then did Zhang Fan realize that the name of the shopgirl was Sun. And as for the store owner's name, Li, this Zhang Fan had already known. When the female sales clerk saw Zhang Fan and Lu Yi, she immediately became agitated. Mr. Zhang, Miss Lu, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have blackmailed you. It's all at the behest of our boss, Li Laifu. It's all his fault. Please spare me. It looked like the shopgirl would have had to give them a knee high and low if her body hadn't been controlled. Zhang Fan and Lu Yi both just smiled and didn't say anything. If this woman wasn't greedy, how did this happen? Let's just say, she deserved it. Boss Li is much more normal. You two are the ones who screwed me, aren't you? Zhang Fan shook his head. If you walk the talk and do business honestly, how could you be screwed? Your brother-in-law is the vice mayor of Rongqing. What's wrong with doing something but having to do this? Lu Yi also said with a look of contempt. Boss Li glared fiercely at Zhang Fan and Lu Yi. I'll remember you too. I still have information on you two in my store. After I get out, we'll see. I'm so scared. Zhang Fan made a face. Lu Yi and Yan Qingyue snorted and laughed. Boss Li found their voices particularly harsh. Zhang Fan thought for a moment and then continued. You guys should have pitched a lot of money in these years. A word of advice to you guys. People are doing what the heavens are doing. If you do too much, you'll be killed. By the way, you don't think your brother-in-law can help you, do you? I reckon that your brother-in-law is having a headache right now. Even if he doesn't have a problem, I guess he won't be able to work as a deputy mayor for a few days. Zhang Fan continued to open his mouth and mocked. Boss Lee didn't say anything, but his eyes became even more sinister. Zhang Fan didn't take it seriously. This guy might still think he could come out? Let's just say he's overthinking it. When he went out from the security hall, Zhang Fan would talk to Yin Qingyue and make sure to deal with it seriously. The shop girl kept crying, and as she cried, she started cursing Boss Lee. Boss Lee was calm at first. Then the shop girl poked Boss Lee's lung tube and the two squirted at each other. Zhang Fan, Lu Yi, and Yin Qingyi watched for a while, feeling quite wonderful, but after looking at it for a while, Lu Jingwan kicked people out. The three of them were a bit unfulfilled, but it was really inappropriate to stay any longer, so the three of them had to leave. After leaving the door of the security hall, Lu Yi was still very excited. Brother Fan, sister whispering, why don't we go and have a snack? Zhang Fan was also more or less hungry. We had dinner at 6 p.m. It's almost 11 p.m. Now. Yeah, what are we having? How about a barbecue? It's been a long time since I've had a barbecue. Sister whispering, what do you think? Yin Qingyue nodded. Good. I want to eat barbecue too. It just so happened that there was a barbecue near the hotel where they were staying. So the three of them took a cab and soon arrived in front of the barbecue restaurant. A small barbecue restaurant. It didn't look very big either, and there were only 2 tables of customers inside. As soon as the three of them entered, the female owner happily greeted them. 3 of you, what would you like to eat? Zhang Fan didn't even look at the menu before he spoke. 10 skewers of lamb, 10 skewers of beef, 5 skewers of grilled corn. By the way, whisper, what else would you like to order? Yin Qingyue, give me a bottle of Sprite. Lu Yi, I want Sprite too. Both women asked for Sprite, and Zhang Fan also asked for a bottle. The smile on the lady boss's face grew even wider, and she nimbly took 3 bottles of Sprite and 3 straws and handed them to each of the 3 men. Why don't you guys sit down for a minute and I'll have the backroom grill it for you right now. After the lady boss finished speaking, she informed the back kitchen to prepare the food. The 3 of them ordered the usual things, and soon the lady boss served the kebabs. Zhang Fan tasted it and the flavor was not bad, except that the kebabs were a bit small. Zhang Fan didn't take it seriously, and after not eating enough, he ended up asking for some other skewers. When it was time to check out, Zhang Fan was instantly dumbfounded. Hello, the 3 of you spent a total of 812 yuan. Some 800 whole yuan. The female boss said smilingly. Why is it so expensive? Lu Yi couldn't help but spit out. Expensive? What's expensive? We've always had this price? The lady boss explained. Also, we have all the prices clearly marked, and there's a menu here, so can you see if the prices are the same? Zhang Fan picked up the menu and scanned it. The price. It was really outrageous. A small skewer of kebabs turned out to be $8. The portions are so small and so expensive. In River City, it sells for $3 at most. A skewer of grilled corn, surprisingly, costs $6. This stuff is only $2 to hold up in River City. Everything else, too, is expensive. Could it really be a dark store? Boss, why are your kebabs so expensive? Zhang Fan couldn't help but open his mouth as well. You outsiders don't know well. All the barbecues in our city of Rongqing are at this price, and we're still cheap here. If you don't believe me, search the internet. Zhang Fan didn't believe it and took out his cell phone and searched. There are a few barbecue places in the neighborhood that are about the same price as here, and a few that are more expensive than that. Outrageous. So outrageous. Zhang Fan searched the internet for barbecue in Rongqing, and 2 words popped up immediately afterward. Is it expensive? When Zhang Fan clicked in, he saw a lot of trolling from local netizens in Rongqing. I'm from Rongqing, a family that earns $500,000 a year, and I can't afford to eat Rongqing barbecue. It's not flirting, it's really expensive, so don't eat it if you can. If you want to eat barbecue, go north. People have more leftover skewers than skewers. Rongqing, I only dare to grill my own barbecue for dinner at home. Barbecue? Knowing that barbecue costs money to run from the north to the south, Looking at it, Zhang Fan was happy. Come to think of it, I should have read the menu first. However, even after looking at the menu, at best, I would have switched to another one myself. But in another house, I guess it's still the same price. At the end of the day, you still have to eat. It's good that he didn't get slaughtered. Zhang Fan comforted himself. Take out your cell phone and quickly scan the checkout. The female boss was all smiles. I guess this single did not earn less. Zhang Fan could not help but spit out. After leaving the door of the barbecue restaurant, Zhang Fan read out the news he had just searched for to Yin Qingyue and Lu Yi. Both men laughed as they listened. Next time we come to Rongqing, we will resolutely not eat barbecue. Lu Yi said righteously. Aha, you really can't eat barbecue here. It's expensive and small. For that portion, It's only $300 in Zhengchang. Yan Qingyue also spat. Zheng Fan nodded. You guys are right. Right. Sister whispering. Keep an eye on that boss Li's brother-in-law. Aha. I'll find someone to say hi to tomorrow. Aha. Soon the three of them arrived at the hotel, and Yan Qingyue greeted them and went back to her room first. Zhang Fan also pulled Lu Yi and went back to his room. Having just finished a late-night snack, it's only natural to exercise. On the morning of the second day, the 8 people successfully boarded the airplane and returned to Zhengcheng. As soon as she arrived home, Lu Yi drove to the company. Yan Qingyue, Lu Fang and Zhang Fan then went out to do some shopping. I haven't been home the last couple days and the fridge is empty. Got a bunch of groceries and some drinks and snacks. Anyway, Zhang Fan had money, and it wasn't that bad. After finishing, Yan Qingyue and Lu Fang both went back to the house to rest. Zhang Fan remembered Lu Yi's explanation, so he took out his cell phone and dialed Su Yashuan's number. The call was quickly answered. Van, why did you remember to call me? Su Yashuan's voice was a little excited and a little complaining. Zhang Fan heard it all. Just suddenly missed you. I miss you too. By the way, brother Fan, when are you coming to see me? Su Yashuan whispered on the other end of the phone. Zhang Fan pondered for a while. It wasn't good to say it directly on the phone. It was better to meet and talk about it. Aren't you shooting a movie these days? It's filming. But if you're here, brother Fan, I could have taken some time off. There's still a piece of clothing I bought last time that I haven't worn yet. Su Yashuan's voice was full of teasing. Zhang Fan couldn't help but be on fire when he remembered the JK from last time. And I don't know. What's the other dress? Then send me an address and I'll be there tomorrow night. Okay. I'll wait for you in Magic City. Who wouldn't be numb at the sound of that? Zhang Fan really hated to buy the ticket now and kill it directly. Go ahead and get busy. We'll talk tomorrow when we meet. Aha! Hanging up the phone, Zhang Fan went to his study again. He hadn't made many copies of books in the past few days. It was time to make a few copies. Zhang Fan picked up a few history books and copied them. History, indeed, is interesting. Many questions are answered in history. Reading history can be eye-opening and can stop one from being lost. Zhang Fan also felt that, at this stage, the most useful thing for him was history. After copying it, Zhang Fan couldn't help but think about it. This time, in the matter of Rongqing, he was indeed a bit impulsive. Seems like a simple matter of arresting an extortionist boss and a couple of his henchmen. But there's so much more involved. So much more. Boss Li's brother-in-law. He's definitely going down. Who's he with? Who's the guy who's going to be on top? Will someone hate themselves for it?